Family, who understands? In 2025, the unfortunate Ouyang Xiao Ji finds herself transported to a beastly realm, where she becomes an abandoned sub-female. Upon her arrival, she unexpectedly witnesses her former fiancé proposing to her White Lotus stepsister, prompting her to demand a staggering 1 million in compensation. Upon returning to school, she is further provoked by a scoundrel, but in a critical moment, a striking silver-haired, reedy gentleman comes to her rescue, leading to even more astonishing developments. Let me tell you, family, it's hard to comprehend. I was on the verge of exploding. Ouyang Xiao Ji, a hapless soul from 2025, traverses into a world dominated by beasts and is relegated to the status of a discarded sub-female. As if that were not enough, she immediately stumbles upon her former fiancé, the scoundrel Shang Wanming, proposing to her stepsister, who is as pure as a white lotus. It's a scene straight out of a melodramatic soap opera. In this beastly realm, the setting is utterly extraordinary. Those capable of transforming into ferocious beasts are called beastmen, while sub-females possess ears and tails, and those who cannot transform at all are simply referred to as females. Beastmen hold positions of power, sub-females engage in service industries, and females are cherished as precious vessels for reproduction. Ouyang Xiao Ji has become a sub-female with diminished fertility, cast out by her stepmother due to envy of her sister. Even more absurdly, her former fiancé, the rogue Shang Wanming, swiftly becomes entwined with her sister. The plot is simply outrageous. On the very first day of her arrival, Ouyang Xiao Ji nearly meets her demise. The original owner of her body, having been expelled from her home, attempted to take her own life. Upon awakening, Ouyang Xiao Ji hastily bandages herself, determined to live better to endure than to perish. Now, 2 months in her new life, she arrives at school only to encounter the grand proposal spectacle. Her stepsister, Ouyang Huaduo, wearing a fad of innocence, claims, "Sister, you misunderstand. Minggu and I only got together after you were cast out." How ridiculous! Ouyang Xiao Ji is no pushover, she retorts fiercely. "You and your mother know the truth about the drugging. If you wish to slander me, produce your evidence." Then she turns to Shang Wanming, delivering a scathing rebuttal. "At Waduo's birthday banquet, it was you who drugged her drink, and there are witnesses and evidence to prove it. What further excuses do you have?" Left speechless, Shang Wanming can only respond, "Ouyang Xiao Ji, you need to apologize to Huaduo immediately, or else I shall never forgive you." To which Ouyang Xiao Ji boldly replies, "Shang Wanming, are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are demanding an apology from me?" This Shang Wanming is truly despicable. Ouyang Xiao Ji had once given him her inheritance of 1 million star coins to assist him. What did he do? He used the money to court her White Lotus sister while disdainfully dismissing Ouyang Xiao Ji as a sub-female with low fertility. Unlike the original owner, who was infatuated, Ouyang Xiao Ji confronts him directly. "Since our engagement has been dissolved, it is only right that you return the 1 million star coins you borrowed from me during your business dealings." Shang Wanming, of course, refuses to acknowledge the debt, and Ouyang Huaduo jumps into feigned innocence. "Sister, how could Minggu, the eldest son of the Shangwan family, possibly borrow money from you?" Ouyang Xiao Ji, undeterred, produces the IOU. "Hey, race the promissory note, would you care to take a look?" As the crowd around began to murmur, Ouyang Huaduo instantly faltered, casting a pitiful glance at Shang Wanming. In an effort to defend the delicate flower, Shang Wanming resorted to moral coercion against Ouyang Xiaoji. "Ouyang Xiaoji, what are you scheming? How dare you conspire with outsiders to bully your own sister? Apologize to Huaduo immediately, or do not blame me for being unkind." Ouyang Xiaoji retorted with a cold laugh. "Shang Wanming, as an orc, do you truly intend to lay a hand on me, an inferior female? In the realm of orcs, inflicting harm upon inferior females and females alike is a grave misfortune." Fuming with rage, Shang Wanming begrudgingly repaid the debt. With the money in hand, Ouyang Xiaoji departed with grace, not forgetting to wish the scoundrel and the shameless woman an everlasting bond. Upon arriving at the classroom, Ouyang Xiaoji discovered herself rendered illiterate. She could not recognize a single character in the textbook. At that moment, a transfer student named Ariel approached her, expressing a desire to share a dormitory. Ouyang Xiaoji thought to herself that having more friends was better than being alone, and thus she acquiesced. After school, Ouyang Xiaoji ventured to the supermarket, only to realize she was famished. Despite having consumed 2 bottles of nutritional fluid at noon, hunger gnawed at her again. Could it be that the original owner had an insatiable appetite? Lost in her musings, she arrived at the supermarket to find it surprisingly empty. She proceeded to the produce section, beginning to select the ingredients she required. I must confess, I wanted nothing more than to whisk my dear friend Ariel away, utterly disinterested in being the spectacle for others to gawk at. However, before I could even steady myself, a booming voice from behind halted me in my tracks. "Ouyang Xiaoji, how have you become so malicious?" To my astonishment, it was none other than my eccentric ex-fianc, Shangwan Ming. He pointed an accusing finger at me, berating me for causing his sister, a precious female with a fertility value of 5, to faint. He demanded that I immediately bow and apologize to his precious White Lotus sister. In that moment, I wore the expression of an elderly subway commuter engrossed in their phone, incredulous at his audacity. "Shangwan Ming, our engagement has been annulled. Spare me your tyrannical CEO act. If your mind is unwell, seek a doctor. Do not bark at me in front of others. It reflects poorly on your family." This fellow seems to have been traumatized by my actions yesterday. The moment I retorted, his face darkened like the bottom of a pot. His gaze was ominous, and I assure you, in the next instant, an invisible pressure descended upon me. Who among my family understands? And Sklas Beastman, unable to win an argument, actually resorted to exerting mental pressure on me, a defenseless sub-female, in front of so many onlookers. My vision blurred, and I fainted on the spot. Once that Shangwan Ming knocked me out, he appeared to be stunned himself. It dawned on him that engaging in such despicable acts in public could obliterate his long-cherished dream of joining the military and ruin his future entirely. In a fit of panic, he carelessly tossed the unconscious Ouyang Huaduo from his arms onto the ground. Yes, you heard correctly, simply threw her aside. Then he attempted to charge toward me. But he was too late. Just as he drew near, a strikingly handsome man with silver hair and crimson eyes, exuding an aura that screamed, "Keep your distance," swiftly scooped me up from the ground and turned to leave. Shangwan Ming was left dumbfounded, struggling to keep his legs steady as he pointed at me in the man's arms, shouting with a feigned bravado, "Who are you? Put her down. Ouyang Xiaoji, stop pretending to be unconscious." I barely used any force. As he attempted to approach, the handsome man didn't even glance his way. He unleashed a more terrifying wave of mental energy, and Shangwan Ming collapsed to the ground in a heap. With a cold glance, the man remarked, "A dignified Sklas Beastman resorting to violence against a sub-female. It seems the Shangwan family is truly at its end." He then spoke to the air behind him, "Blair, dispose of this repugnant creature." Wow, how commanding. With that, he carried me away. My friend Ariel, though trembling with fear, bravely stepped forward to confront him, stuttering, "Excuse me, I don't know you. You cannot take Xiaoji away." The man glanced down at her, his tone softening slightly. "I am taking her to the hospital. If you wish to come, then follow." Without further ado, he entered the elevator with me in his arms. Ariel clenched her teeth and hurriedly followed suit. As she glanced back through the elevator doors, she caught sight of Shangwan Ming and his delicate sister, being dragged away like a dead dog by several men in black. Upon exiting the mall, a striking black and gold military aircraft awaited at the entrance to sight. Ariel was utterly dumbfounded. Who on earth was this man? Once she boarded the aircraft, the interior was even more extravagant. Several impeccably dressed soldiers stood at attention, led by an elderly gentleman with graying hair. However, Ariel knew that in this world, appearance often inversely correlated with power. Despite his age, the old man likely possessed limited mental strength. Yet, as soon as the handsome man spoke, the elderly gentleman bowed respectfully. "At your command, master," before promptly making a call to summon assistance. In a sweet, tender voice, "The little ones call me Mama." My heart melted at that moment, and I crouched down to tell them, "Little ones, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not married yet. I'm not your mother." Yet they clung to me, insisting, "Mama, you are our mother. Do not be afraid. When we grow up, we will surely protect you." I must say, their adorable little voices stirred an overwhelming sense of maternal affection within me. Even though they were not mine, I accepted them wholeheartedly. I smiled and replied, all right, I shall wait for my little treasures to grow up and protect me." Just as I was about to reach out and touch their cherubic faces, a blinding light enveloped me, and I awoke from my dream. In that hazy state between slumber and wakefulness, I could hear the conversation of two men. One voice stated, "Ziqian, the mother is fine, but her body is too weak and requires nourishment. Your spiritual energy is also needed for comfort." The other, a deeper voice, inquired, "What about the child? Is it a beast man or a little female?" The instruments could not detect anything. The self-preservation instinct of the fetus within her is too strong. However, Ziqian, your luck is extraordinary. Though I cannot ascertain the gender, I can confirm that there are 3 little lives within her. Good heavens! You, an SSS level beast man, are expecting triplets. I thought reaching SSS level meant a life of solitude. Yet here you are about to become a father in a few months. Now, keep your voice down. Do not disturb or rest. Yes, I understand. She, a subfemale, is carrying 3 cubs from your SSS level lineage. The challenges ahead are numerous. Are you truly going to send me away? Wait, do not leave just yet. Move your entire research team to my castle to care for her until she safely delivers the cubs. All right. Oh, Beast God, I'm going to care for the adorable little cubs. Then came a flurry of footsteps. I wished to listen more intently, but exhaustion overcame me, and I fainted again. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying on an unfamiliar, yet exquisitely soft and luxurious bed. As I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed the room exuded understated opulence, with the bedposts adorned with glowing gemstones. Standing by my bedside were 4 subfemales dressed in maid uniforms, resembling sculptures. Upon seeing that I had awakened, one immediately rushed out to deliver the news, while another helped me sit up and propped me up with a soft pillow. The remaining 2, one wiped my hands while the other brought a steaming bowl of fragrant soup. Madam, Dr. Pokelia said that your body is too weak and urgently needs nourishment. This soup has been simmered for 5 hours using the heart of a Tsonger beast, and it will be greatly beneficial for your health. As she spoke, she attempted to feed me. I was utterly bewildered. Madam, had I crossed over again? After being killed by Shangwan Ming, had I become some noblewoman? Just as I was lost in thought, hurried footsteps approached, and when I looked up, it was the silver-haired, red-eyed man. He approached the bed and naturally took the bowl, scooping a spoonful of soup and awkwardly offering it to my lips. I turned my head, feeling embarrassed. Your Excellency, how did I end up here? And why do they call me Madam? I am Nangong Zetian. You may call me Zetian. His crimson gaze fixed on me with an intensity that left me no choice but to obediently nod and softly utter, Zetian. He seemed pleased, and his aura softened as he explained, They call you Madam because you're already carrying my cubs. Oh, I am a child. I instinctively nodded, but in the next moment, I sprang upright from the bed, pointing at him in shock. Zetian, I remember we only met once at the mall yesterday. Is it truly possible to become pregnant from merely speaking to someone? He gently pressed me back down onto the bed, his expression grave. Xiaoji, yesterday was not our first meeting, it was the second. The second? But I do not know you at all. First, drink the soup. Afterward, I will explain everything in detail. Under the scrutiny of his red eyes, I felt defeated and replied, Zetian, just give me the bowl. I prefer to drink it myself. I am not accustomed to being fed. He handed me the bowl, cautioning me to be careful as it was hot. Eager to end the awkwardness, I gulped down the soup in one go, only to choke and turn beet red. He immediately reached out and gently patted my back. Goodness, that single pat made me feel as if my insides were about to shift. The pain caused my face to flush a deep shade of purple. Seeing me cough harder, he attempted to pat me again, but his hand was suddenly seized by someone else. A handsome young man with golden hair and glasses burst in, glaring at Nangong Zetian with disdain. Nangong Zetian, do you intend to murder your wife and child? You cannot treat a pregnant woman's back like that. Turning to me, his expression instantly softened, and he grinned like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Little darling, you are awake. Does your back still hurt? I gazed at him, noting the unspoken interest in his expression, and shook my head silently, refraining from speaking. The golden-haired man turned back to scold Nangong Zetian. You are 300 years old. How can you lack such basic knowledge? As an SSS-level beast man, a gentle pat could take her life. If it comes to that, you will never have children again. All right, Pokili, I understand. I will be more careful next time, Nangong Zetian replied, surprisingly at a loss for words. Wait, pregnant? I pointed to myself in confusion, asking, Are you referring to me? Pokili pushed Nangong Zetian aside and sat on the edge of my bed, excitedly grasping my hand. Of course, it is you, my little darling. You are truly a miracle in the beast world. A rugged and stubborn creature like Nangong Zetian has found you to bear his cubs and triplets at that. Do you realize how long it has been since an SSS-level beastman's offspring was born? You are the savior sent by the beast god to rescue this 300-year-old lone wolf. I was utterly stunned. 300 years. I glanced at Nangong Zetian's face, which looked no older than 30, and felt as if my world was collapsing. I was carrying the child of a man who could be my ancestor. I quickly pulled my hand back, gazing at Nangong Zetian, and awkwardly asked, Zetian, aside from yesterday, we truly have not met. How could I be carrying your child? Nangong Zetian abruptly tossed Pokili to the ground and reclaimed his seat beside me, taking my hand gently. Xiaoji, we met 2 months ago. Do you not remember at your sister's birthday party? At that time you, as he spoke, a memory I had deliberately buried surged forth. 2 months ago, I had been drugged by my stepmother and sister and stuffed into a room with a grotesque old beast man. I had desperately escaped only to be dragged into another room by a stranger who covered my mouth and blindfolded me. When I awoke, I found myself facing my stepmother and her accomplices, having been caught in the act. The man who had violated me had long fled. Subsequently, I was abandoned by my family and rejected by Shangwan Ming, leading to my suicide and subsequent transmigration to this world. The remnants of the original owner's pain and fury engulfed me in an instant. My eyes reddened as I glared at Nangong Zetian. So, you were the bastard who violated me 2 months ago and then fled. His stammering reply sent me into a spiral of despair. Unable to control myself, I began to pound my belly, crying out in anguish, "You scoundrel! You ruined me. You made everyone abandon me. And now you expect me to bear your child. I refuse. I refuse to bear the offspring of a rapist." Nangong Zetian panicked, clutching my hand tightly as he urgently called out, "Pokili, quickly." I felt a sharp pain at the back of my neck. My body grew weak, and I lost consciousness once more. As I faded away, I could see Nangong Zetian holding me, his usual decisive demeanor giving way to panic and confusion. He asked in a daze, "What should I do?" "Pokili, Xiaoji detests me. She does not wish to bear our cubs." Pokili, standing nearby, was likely rolling his eyes, comforting him. "Zetian, it was not intentional that day, though you running away afterwards was indeed not noble. When she awakens, just endure her anger and do not retaliate. But what if she hits me and injures herself?" Hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. Perky Lai, at a loss for words, ultimately retrieved a small, battered gun from her storage ring and tossed it to him. "Fine. When she awakens, simply place this in her hands and let her fire a couple of shots at your abdomen to elicit some sympathy. After all, your skin is tough and your flesh resilient. A few shots won't be fatal. It's a classic ploy of feigned injury, understand? But what if I deceive her and she finds out later? Won't she be even angrier? My dear brother, just focus on overcoming the immediate hurdle. Once the child is born, if she remains upset, you can cling to her leg and shamelessly follow her around. Besides, if neither of us mentions it, how would she ever know?" Nangong Zetian hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. Perky Lai then conducted a final check on me and confirmed that both I and the child within me were safe before she left with her entourage. The room fell silent as Nangong Zetian gazed at my slumbering form, gently caressing my lips with his fingers. Then, as if stealing a kiss, he swiftly pressed his lips against mine. In that instant, an unexpected blush crept across his face. This man, destined to share his life with me, the father of my child and the future lord of the Shuel Lang family, made my heart melt into a puddle of warmth. When I awoke again, the first thing I saw was him, asleep beside me, holding my hand, gazing at his sculpted features and the smooth line of his jaw. I found it hard to comprehend that the owner of such a visage was already 300 years old. Even more astonishing was the fact that he was the biological father of the 3 children I was carrying. Does anyone understand? I thought. I had spent 20 years in solitary, and now, having traversed through time, I had skipped directly from courtship to marriage, unexpectedly becoming a mother of triplets, with a partner who was a living relic of 3 centuries. The speed of this occurrence was so rapid that even a rocket could not keep pace with me. I felt shortchanged. I had never even held a man's hand properly. Overcome with emotion, I must have stirred him, for he suddenly awoke. We stared at each other, our eyes wide, the air thick with awkwardness. After a moment of silence, he managed to ask, "Xiaoji, are you hungry? Is there something you'd like to eat? I can prepare it for you." Great, his words triggered my stomach to growl. I felt utterly drained, as if all my strength had been sapped away. "Could you help me sit up first?" I replied weakly. He quickly obliged, gently lifting me and placing a pillow behind my back. "What do you want to eat?" "I will prepare it immediately," he inquired, his eyes filled with a hint of trepidation. "Just something simple." "I'm starving," I replied feebly. Upon hearing this, he turned to leave, and I grasped his hand tightly, saying, "I don't want to lie in bed anymore. Please take me outside. I feel like my bones are about to fall apart." In the next moment, I found myself lifted into the air, cradled in a classic princess carry. He seemed to weigh my lightness with a frown, perhaps considering that I, carrying 3 children, felt lighter than a mere cannonball. I thought, my goodness, how heavy are your cannonballs? He carried me through the corridor, and as we passed, the servants bowed their heads in unison, not daring to breathe. At that moment, I sensed something was amiss. Just how intimidating could he be to have instilled such fear? This was not merely a noble household. It felt more akin to a layer of organized crime. Upon reaching the dining room, he carefully seated me in a chair before diving into the kitchen. I observed the array of solemnly standing attendants and maids, as still as statues, and the atmosphere felt stifling. Before long, Nangong Jatian emerged with an enormous platter overflowing with dishes, so exquisitely presented that even Michelin would shed tears. With his sleeves rolled up and oil stains adorning his attire, I found it hard to believe he had prepared all of this. Indeed, it has been a while since I last cooked. Do give it a try, he said, a hint of pride in his voice. I picked up my chopsticks and sampled the nearest vegetable. The moment it touched my tongue, I struggled to maintain my composure. The dish, as visually appealing as it was, tasted utterly dreadful. Undeterred, I tried another dish, only to face a taste that truly challenged my physiological limits. Nangong Jatian, observing my contorted expression, promptly took a bite himself, and in an instant, his face mirrored my own. It seemed this culinary master was more adept at presentation than cooking. Embarrassed, he hastily instructed the servants to clear away the artistic failures and arrange for a professional chef to redo the meal. He then handed me a piece of fruit, saying, "Little one, have this for now. My cooking skills are lacking, and those dishes are inedible." As I accepted the fruit, I felt it was the right moment to broach the subject. "Jatian, how did I end up here? And what about my friend, Ai Lier? That sub-female? I had someone send her home," he replied nonchalantly. "You were injured by Shang Guanming's mental power, so I brought you here. By the way, I have eliminated the Shang Guan family to ensure they won't trouble you again. As for your Ouyang family, I haven't touched them. That decision is yours to make." I was taken aback, my mind racing. The Shangguan family was no small fry. They were a second-rate noble clan. How could he have so effortlessly wiped them out? "What exactly do you do?" I wondered, "Are you part of some demolition squad? This power is terrifying." Noticing my silence, he mistakenly thought I was lamenting my former fiancée. In a flurry, he reassured me, "Xiao Ji, don't be upset. Although I dismantled their influence, I did not take any lives. You are carrying a child. Do not let anger consume you." What could I say? All I could manage was, "I'm not angry. Their fate is irrelevant to me." It was that I didn't want to ask questions. I was simply too intimidated. The invisible pressure he exuded made me feel like an ant, easily crushed beneath his finger. As I lowered my head, I realized my wrist communicator was missing. He immediately noticed and explained, "Yours was an outdated model." I replaced it with a new one. Before I could respond, a servant respectfully presented a new communicator. He took my hand and personally fastened it onto my wrist, saying, "This is the latest model, equipped with defenses and tracking, linked to mine. If anything happens, I will receive immediate notification to protect you." Inwardly, I thought, "Thank you for this high-tech leash." Upon examining the communicator, I noticed that only one name appeared on the contact list, Nangong Jatian. Where are my hundreds of classmates, teachers, and friends? They were all gone. I was furious, looking up at him. "What is going on? Where are my contacts?" "Xiao Ji, your current status is special. To prevent disturbances, I deleted all contacts," he stated matter-of-factly. "Before you give birth, it's best not to communicate with them." His tone was as casual as commenting on the weather. My heart sank, and I clenched my fists, forcing out the words, "Nangong Jatian, are you planning to imprison me?" "Not at all," he replied with unyielding conviction. "Your previous acquaintances held no significant value. Not contacting them is beneficial for both you and them." Was this even human language? What more could I say? I was akin to fish on a chopping board, powerless. How could I resist a man capable of effortlessly dismantling a second-rate noble family? This was nothing short of a form of companion-based imprisonment. Finally, food arrived, and I buried my head in my meal, saying nothing. I needed to regain my strength to devise an escape plan. Nangong Jatian merely watched me, and the atmosphere in the dining room grew increasingly bizarre. As I neared the end of my meal, an elderly butler with graying hair approached, respectfully addressing, "Head of the family, madam." I kept my head down, pretending not to hear, while Nangong Jatian seemed pleased that I did not oppose the title. I was utterly speechless. The butler informed him that the elders had gathered for a meeting, and Nangong Jatian, with an apologetic expression, told me he must attend to it. Eager for him to leave, I offered a supportive smile, saying, "All right, go take care of your business." The moment he departed, I set down my chopsticks and signaled a nearby maid to take me out for a stroll. The maid draped a thick, snow-white cloak over my shoulders, leaving me puzzled as to why I would need such attire in the sweltering summer. However, upon stepping outside, I was utterly astounded. What lay before me was not a mere estate, but a colossal, snow-capped mountain, We resided in a castle nestled halfway up this frosty giant. The cold wind whipped against my face, contrasting sharply with the vibrant red roses flourishing around me. The scene was both breathtaking and despairing. With such an immense snow mountain encircled by sheer cliffs, how could I possibly escape? Would I have to resort to flying on a sword? I feigned composure and approached a cluster of roses, idly inquiring of the maid, "What is the name of this castle?" "It is remarkable that roses bloom in such a frigid locale." "Madam, this is the Rose Castle. These flowers were specially cultivated by the old master for the matriarch," she replied. I continued the conversation, subtly seeking information. After wandering for what felt like an eternity, my legs nearly giving out, I realized there was no way down from this castle. The only means of escape was through an aircraft. I began to extract information from the maid, feigning curiosity about Nan Gong Jitian, asking, "What kind of person is your master?" Upon seeing my smitten demeanor, the maid enthusiastically extolled Nan Gong Jitian, claiming he was unparalleled, a being of SSS-level psychic prowess, the head of the Snow Wolf clan, and that the entire clan pinned its hopes on the 3 offspring I bore. As I listened, I rapidly processed this information. The Snow Wolf clan, one of the 4 super aristocratic families, held sway over the continent as military alongside the Baihu, Tengxi, and Zhuang families. This was disastrous. I was not merely expecting, but carrying a mobile arsenal. How could I flee? My thoughts spiraled into despair when a handsome blonde man sauntered over. It was the one named Pakuli. He casually sat beside me, resting his chin on his hand, examining me as if I were a rare specimen. I came to marvel that an A-type female could conceive triplets from an SSS-level beastman. Impressive. My face darkened. I had no desire for such praise. Noticing my lack of enthusiasm, Pakuli began to defend Nan Gong Jitian, asserting that the incident 2 months prior was not his fault. I scoffed coldly. Was he compelled to ruin my life and then leave me to become the laughingstock of the city? Pakuli quickly clarified that Nan Gong Jitian had been drugged by his nemesis, the head of the Tengxi family, Stephen, with a potent drug specifically targeting SSS-level beastmen. He had been disoriented, barely escaping when he encountered me. Afterward, he had left hastily, sensing pursuers were near. But why did he return to seek me out? Don't tell me it was for love. It must be because of the child in my womb, I stated bluntly. Because of the totem, Pakuli explained. The 4 great families possessed special totems to prevent their bloodlines from dissipating. Whenever a woman conceived their child, a totem would appear on her body, instantly alerting the father. A few days ago, 3 totems had suddenly manifested on Nan Gong Jitian's shoulder. As for how he found me, Pakuli remarked that it was simple since Nan Gong Jitian had only encountered 1 female in the last 300 years. Upon hearing this, a whirlwind of emotions surged within me. Exhausted, I chose not to engage further and returned to my room. Once inside, I attempted to contact my best friend AI Lier, only to find my communication device displaying a blocked signal. In that moment, the grim reality dawned upon me. I was nothing more than a confined vessel for reproduction. An overwhelming sense of panic and helplessness engulfed me, followed by a sharp pain in my abdomen as if it were tearing my soul apart, and I collapsed onto the bed. Before losing consciousness, I saw Nan Gong Jitian rush in, frantically embracing me, a warm force enveloping me. Upon regaining awareness, I overheard Pakuli conversing with Nan Gong Jitian. She is in distress due to excessive worry. Her fear has triggered the offspring within her to use psychic energy to protect her. But her body is too frail to endure. Nan Gong Jitian's voice trembled with concern. What is she afraid of? Is she still afraid of me? Pakuli sighed. How would I know? Just treat her like a deity for the next few months. If she wants to hit you, let her. Just present your face for her to strike, understood? I grasped that as long as she was not afraid, I could do anything. By the way, how did you incur Stephen's wrath? Why is he so fixated on you? Nan Gong Jitian's voice turned somber. A century ago, Stephen had a mistress who claimed to be pregnant with his child. She died under mysterious circumstances, and all evidence pointed to me. Pakuli stroked his chin and suddenly asked, was that mistress an A-type female with a green serpent tail? Yes, how do you know? Nan Gong Jitian was taken aback. I heard Pakuli casually reply, of course I know. That A-type female was my most successful experiment. Having escaped from my laboratory, her name was Da Liya, a female with a fertility score as low as 2. Let me tell you, she begged me for help to raise her fertility score. Curiosity got the better of me, and I assisted her. Guess what? I managed to elevate it to 6. Da Liya was ecstatic. However, upon further study, I discovered a fatal flaw. Despite her being able to conceive, she could not carry to term, resulting in a tragic outcome. I repeatedly instructed her to remain in the laboratory until the data stabilized, but the moment I stepped out, she slipped away. The next I heard of her, she had become Stephen's mistress, pregnant, and ultimately died at a banquet. Strangely, all evidence pointed to Yu Zhetian. This is clearly a setup. She knew she couldn't give birth, yet still chose to conceive Stephen's child, only to die at the banquet, framing you. Someone clearly wished to see you two clash while they reaped the benefits. While I was still processing this information, the little one in my womb stirred. It quickly signaled "Poke elito leave discreetly." As soon as Ouyang Xiaozhi opened her eyes and saw me, her expression was filled with unmasked disdain. Her voice was as cold as ice shards. "I'm fine. The pain has subsided. Put me down." I understood. She likely thought I was a callous individual solely concerned with the child. She struggled to escape my embrace, and her resistance tugged at my heart. I realized she despised me for what I had forced upon her 2 months prior. Resolutely, I withdrew a small particle gun from my storage ring, placing it in her hand and guiding it to point at my own abdomen. Looking in her eyes, I spoke deliberately. "Xiaozhi, I know you hate me. Go ahead. Shoot twice here. As long as it brings you some relief, I won't mind." She appeared stunned, momentarily frozen. Instinctively, she withdrew her hand, taking a step back. "I want to kill you, but I don't wish to harm the child. Please leave. I want to rest." Seeing her reluctance, I stepped back. Once outside, I activated the surveillance in the study. To my shock, she had stored the gun in her own space ring. Who among us could comprehend such intentions? This was clearly a setup for a potential betrayal. My heart sank. I turned off the surveillance and coldly inquired of the butler, "What news from the Star Network?" "Master, it has exploded. We just managed to suppress the news of the lady's pregnancy, and within a minute, it has topped the headlines. The entire universe is now aware. The other 3 great families are fanning the flames, and we cannot trace the source." The housekeeper was in a state of panic, beads of sweat covering his forehead, especially since the head of the Ouyang family, who happened to be the lady's biological father, publicly declared on the Star Network that her fertility value was 0. This was undoubtedly a scheme by our Shuelang clan. A fertility value of 0? I scoffed. Even if she were indeed a 0, as long as she bore my child, I, Nan Gongzhitian, would care. However, the housekeeper was right. If we did not clarify the situation, the other 3 families, like hungry wolves, would surely use this as an excuse to unite against us. Narrowing my eyes, I made a resolute decision. "Housekeeper, issue a notice for a live broadcast tomorrow to test the lady's fertility value and pregnancy status. However, this matter must remain a secret from her." That night, as I watched her sleeping soundly on the surveillance monitor, I could not resist abandoning my documents to sneak into her bedroom. Gazing at her serene face, my heart melted. I discreetly lifted her nightgown, revealing the 3 small wolf head totems on her shoulder. I told myself, those are my 3 little ones. Unable to restrain myself, I leaned down and kissed her gently. After adjusting her clothing, I softly embraced her, drifting off to sleep. The next morning, feigning sleep, I felt her wake and gently nudge me. As I opened my eyes, I met her clear gaze, igniting a sudden heat within me. I could not help but want to kiss her, but she pushed me away with her hand, turning her face aside, awkwardly stating, "I'm a bit hungry." I quickly jumped up, exclaiming, "There's plenty. I'll have the chef prepare something for you right away." Just then, she stopped me, asking if we could sleep apart. I felt uneasy about this. Returned to her bedside, I patiently explained, "Xiaozhi, you are carrying 3 little ones. My rank is too high. They require my spiritual energy for comfort, otherwise they will disturb you. It will be fine once 7 months have passed." She skeptically touched her belly, but said nothing further. Then came breakfast. I must tell you, the scene was astounding. A table overflowing with food, enough to satisfy a row of robust men. Yet she consumed a third of it all by herself. I was utterly astonished. And guess what? The old housekeeper looked displeased, as if to say, "Is that all? Our lady's appetite is lacking. Are these cubs or gluttons?" After breakfast, the housekeeper revealed to her that Perky Lai would be arriving soon to conduct a fertility value test and record a video. Her response throughout was merely, "Whatever." Her expression resembled that of someone watching a troupe of clowns perform, as if she were merely a prop, devoid of any rights. Witnessing her demeanor pained my heart like needles. When Perky Lai entered with his team, the scientists gazed at her as if she were a rare treasure rather than a person. She furrowed her brow, prompting Perky Lai to cough discreetly, urging them to restrain themselves. With preparations complete, I cradled her gently and placed her in the testing chamber. Meanwhile, hidden cameras were activated, and the live broadcast commenced across the entire star network. The entire beast world was in a frenzy, with everyone glued to their light brains. Her despicable father, Ouyang Song, was likely praying fervently, hoping for a result of 0, so he could distance himself from her. Her half-sister, Ouyang Huaduo, wore a face full of resentment, eagerly awaiting her disgrace. The test began, a drop of blood was collected, and the chamber door closed. On the instrument, 10 stripes representing fertility value began transitioning from red to green. I assure you in that moment, not just I, but the entire star network fell silent. Those green stripes flickered 1, 2, 3, 4. Her sister Ouyang Huaduo was probably ready to pop champagne, considering her own value was only 5. Yet, those green stripes surged like a flood, unstoppable. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A full 10 stripes. All green. I tell you, in that instant, the entire star network crashed. Then came an overwhelming chorus of exclamations. A fertility value of 10. This was unprecedented for the entire beast world. I decisively cut the live stream, but it was too late. The entire beast world was in chaos. The other 3 families, with eyes ablaze, must have issued orders to seize her at any cost, even if it meant war. Her sister was so furious she wrecked her bedroom. The most outrageous reaction came from her birth family. Just moments ago, they had publicly denounced her as a fraud, and now the family elders stormed in, ousting her father from his position as head of the family, expelling her stepmother and siblings from their home, and then issuing a statement proclaiming Xiao Ji as our eternal treasure, even offering to surrender 80% of their assets in hopes of winning her forgiveness. The speed of this transformation would put any Sichuan opera to shame. As for me, gazing at the test report, my expression was darker than ever. I could not fathom that Xiao Ji's fertility value was, in fact, 10. In the beast world, aside from the legendary beast god S consort, such a value had never been recorded. The highest documented was merely 8. 8. I tell you, for a female with a fertility value of 8. The entire aristocratic circle of the beast world nearly descended into chaos, with countless beastmen perishing in the process. And now, my wife possessed a value of 10. If this news were spread, I could hardly imagine the consequences. The entire world would go mad. Moreover, the most critical issue was that this cursed test was broadcast live on the Star Network. It was now 2025, who still conducted such public executions. Now the entire network was aware, and I could not contain it. The Shuelang clan could not evade responsibility. Through the testing chamber, I observed Xiao Ji still sleeping soundly, and my gaze, I believe, could kill. Yet my mind raced. So what if it was 10? I, Nangong Zhitian, the leader of the Shuelang clan, have never known cowardice. Want to snatch her from me? Ha, dream on. Even if the Shuelang clan had to fight to the last man, we would protect her. In an instant, my mind triggered a state of emergency. I disregarded everything else and began mobilizing. Housekeeper, family head, immediately, bring the best shadow guard from our clan to surround this rose castle like a fortress. Furthermore, send an urgent document to my father, commanding him to gather all of his strongest warriors, leaving not a single one behind. They must all be brought here. Understood. Family head, Blair. I turn to my trusted aide. From this moment on, you are to stay by the lady's side without a moment's separation. No food, drink, or any item must reach her without your inspection. Also, immediately block all external signals to her light brain. I do not want her to hear a single word of the outside rumors. Understood. Family head, Perkili. I directed my gaze toward the trembling physician and his team. You and your team are not to leave the Rose Castle until the lady gives birth. All of your light brains must be surrendered, and you must install our Shuelang clan as surveillance. I state this clearly. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. No need for reports. Upon hearing my words, Perkili's assistant collapsed in terror. Perkili himself turned pale, trembling as he raised his hand. And no, Zhiqian, we've known each other for years. Please don't look at me like that. I'm scared. I promise we will comply. It's just blocking the network and installing surveillance, a trivial matter. We will absolutely cooperate. Very well, my thanks to you all. I managed to force a smile that was more painful than tears. Housekeeper, one last order. I raised my voice. Activate the highest level of defense for Rose Castle. Without my command, no one and nothing is to enter or exit. Those who disobey will face death without mercy. Understood, family head. Everyone left the room instantly. I approached, carefully opened the testing chamber, and gently lifted Xiao Ji, placing her softly on the bed. Just as I reached the door, The housekeeper called out to me again. Family head? Inform everyone that the lady is pregnant and must not be agitated. No one is to mention her fertility value of 10. Should anyone dare speak of it, deal with them immediately and do not inform me. Yes, family head. Once everyone had departed, I leaned down to caress Xiaoji's face. She is my wife, carrying my children. Who dares to harm her? I, Nangong Zetian, would not hesitate to confront him with all my might. I gradually unfurled my spiritual power, enveloping her like a soft blanket, soothing her gently. By the time Xiaoji awakens, I will have long since dealt with the chaos that awaited me. As she opened her eyes, she beheld 4 maids standing in the room like statues. The moment they noticed her consciousness returning, they rushed to her side to assist her. Still somewhat dazed, Xiaoji inquired, "Didn't I just measure my fertility value before I fell asleep? What was the result?" The maids, having received my orders, smiled with a warmth that was almost palpable. "Madam, your fertility value is 5 points. This is already an exceedingly high figure in the beast world." 5 points? Xiaoji murmured, realizing why she had conceived so quickly. Little did her family understand. I found the report utterly amusing. She believed it so readily. If she were to learn it was actually 10 points, she might think herself the reincarnation of a beast god. "Madam, are you feeling hungry? I almost forgot. Indeed, I was a bit peckish. Shall we head to the dining hall? Staying cooped up in the bedroom is rather dull." As Xiaoji spoke, she attempted to rise from the bed and put on her shoes. Yet, before she could bend down, a maid swiftly knelt to assist her. Such service was akin to that of a high-end establishment. Xiaoji immediately felt uneasy, insisting she would manage by herself in the future. However, the maid remained resolute. "Madam, that is not permissible. You are carrying the offspring of our master. You are precious. Henceforth, we shall handle all bending tasks." Xiaoji glanced down at the luxurious nightgown she wore, the fabric exquisite yet now wrinkled like pickled vegetables, and felt a pang of sympathy for the dress. The maid, interpreting her expression as dissatisfaction with the wrinkles, quickly gestured and led her to another room. "Madam, these garments were urgently tailored for you by our master. Due to time constraints, the craftsmanship is somewhat lacking. You will have to make do for now. A superior batch is already being expedited." As she spoke, the maid opened a door. In that instant, Xiaoji's expression froze. What lay before her was not merely a wardrobe, but a space grander than the villa she had inhabited before her arrival here. A dazzling array of clothes, jewelry, and shoes piled high like mountains. Heavens! This unimaginable wealth had finally come to her. No, it had come to Xiaoji. She could change outfits 10 times a day and still never exhaust her wardrobe. And yet, according to the maid, this was merely for temporary use. She casually picked up a box containing an enormous sapphire necklace, surrounded by a constellation of diamonds, sparkling in the light to the point of nearly blinding her. Alarm bells rang in her mind. Goodness, Nangong Zetian was attempting to ensnare her with a lifestyle of luxury, hoping to make her dependent on him. No, I, Ouyang Xiaoji, possess a resolute will. I cannot be lost in this opulence. "Madam, do you like it? Shall I help you put it on?" No. Xiaoji hurriedly returned the necklace. "I'm just going for a meal. There is no need for such extravagance. It's inconvenient. Please find me something comfortable to wear at home." The simple loungewear that the maid brought forth was a lake green robe, unadorned in style, but embellished at the collar and waist with a scattering of jewels, exuding understated luxury and depth. Upon donning it and gazing into the mirror, Xiaoji was taken aback by the transformation. The tailored garment elevated her beauty to an entirely new level. She hastily declined the bracelet the maid offered. "I'm hungry. I want tea, wear it." As they made their way to the dining hall, Xiaoji sensed an increase in the number of guards within the castle, each regarding her with peculiar expressions, a mix of astonishment and admiration, quickly averting their gaze to bow. Upon reaching the dining hall, a table laden with food awaited her. Xiaoji felt as though she were a puppet being served, seated and catered to as she ate. She was acutely aware of numerous eyes upon her, yet when she turned, aside from the maid beside her, not a soul was in sight. Was it merely a hallucination induced by her pregnancy? She shook her head and began to eat. Perhaps due to carrying 3 children, her appetite resembled an abyss as she polished off a third of the dishes on the table, just as she set down her chopsticks. The butler arrived, accompanied by a woman with striking red hair, tall and clad in a black uniform, a subordinate female. "Madam, this is Teacher Julia, the finest educator I could find from our family to oversee your studies." Xiaoji promptly stood, extending her hand politely. "Hello, Teacher Julia. I am Ouyang Xiaoji. You are too kind, madam, Julia responded, grasping her hand with a warmth that felt overly familiar. It is my honor to teach you. At that moment, Xiaoji sensed something amiss. As Julia shook her hand, her fingers seemed to linger on Xiaoji's hand, brushing against it in an almost intentional manner. Yet, by the time Xiaoji sought to confirm her suspicion, Julia had already released her hand, standing decorously beside her. Was she overthinking things again? Xiaoji pondered. Do pregnant women become this paranoid? Teacher, Julia, when shall we commence our lessons? Whenever you are available, madam, I am at your service. Then let us begin now. After a brief respite following her meal, Xiaoji made her way to the study. Julia had already been waiting with the teaching materials in hand. Upon her entrance, Julia smiled at her. Xiaoji gazed into Julia's deep, dark eyes, sensing an alluring quality in her smile that momentarily disoriented her. Madam, shall we commence our lesson? Yes, of course, Xiaoji responded, shaking herself back to reality, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she scratched her head. How curious it was for a subordinate female like her to be so entranced by another. What if this were misconstrued? However, as she opened the textbook, her embarrassment escalated. She couldn't recognize a single character. After much contemplation, she concluded that rather than fabricating a falsehood that would require 100 lies to sustain, it would be best to confess directly. Thus, under Julia's puzzled gaze, Xiaoji timidly raised her hand. Teacher Julia. Madam, what is it? Well, I cannot read. Julia appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, responding nonchalantly. That is quite all right, madam. If you cannot read, we shall start from the very beginning. She put away the book and retrieved a display screen, pulling up a literacy program for young children. Please follow along with this. It is very simple. All right. However, as Xiaoji began her studies, she quickly realized something was amiss. She was learning at an extraordinary pace, almost as if she were under some sort of enchantment. She speculated that perhaps the original owner of this body had possessed the knowledge all along, and she was merely awakening muscle memory. To avoid attracting undue attention, she feigned ignorance, occasionally posing questions to Julia. After one lesson, she had learned a considerable number of characters. So engrossed was she that she barely noticed my arrival in the study until I gently closed the display. Xiaoji, it is getting late. You should rest. I approached her and naturally took her hand. She glanced at the clock, noting it was only 8:30. In her previous life, the nightlife would just be beginning at this hour. Yet, under my commanding presence, she dared not protest and obediently allowed me to lead her back to the bedroom. Upon finishing her bath and emerging, she found that I had yet to depart, seated at the head of the bed reviewing documents. Upon noticing her, I set aside my work, picked up a glass of milk from the bedside, and offered it to her. Drink some milk. It will provide nourishment for the little ones in your belly. She accepted it willingly and drank. Observing her as she sipped the milk, I resolved that regardless of the circumstances, the child was mine, and so was she. I would not allow her to escape my hold. As she paused between sips, I gently brushed my hand through her damp hair, and with a surge of spiritual power, it dried instantly. She set down the cup, running her fingers through her now dry hair, gazing at me with a look of disbelief. My heart swelled with pride. Behold, my SSS-grade spiritual power not only excelled in combat, but was also adept at charming my beloved. It is getting late. Why do you not take your leave? She murmured, her gaze cast downwards, subtly urging me to depart. I grasped her hand earnestly. Xiaoji, you are currently delicate, and you are carrying 3 young ones. My mental strength is of the SSS grade. Before the cub takes form, it is imperative that I use my mental energy to soothe you every day. Otherwise, not only will the cub's development be hindered, but you will also endure considerable hardship. Mental energy soothing? Indeed. Rest assured, I will raise my hand and will not touch you until you truly accept me. If you doubt me, I can swear to the beast god. There's no need to swear. I appreciate your assistance. She awkwardly withdrew her hand, retreating into the bed and pulling the covers over her head. I chuckled at her ostrich-like behavior and turned to enter the bathroom. I needed to cleanse myself thoroughly, for after all, the young females are fond of fragrant beast men. Upon my return, I was taken aback to find that she had already succumbed to slumber. I quietly climbed into bed, gently pulling back the covers to view her flushed face, which was concealed beneath the blanket, melting my heart. I carefully embraced her, feeling as though I had acquired the entire world. As I closed my eyes, a gentle wave of mental energy enveloped her, allowing her to sink deeper into her dreams. The following morning, when Xiaoji awoke, I had long vanished. She sighed in relief, grateful to avoid any awkwardness. After breakfast, she ventured into the study, only to find herself subconsciously pondering. What could Nangong Zetian be busy with today? Why was he absent so early in the day? Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to take an interest in this unfamiliar man. Upon entering the study, she was greeted by Jielia, whose height once again astonished her. As a fellow sub-female, Jielia towered over her, and her robust physique was nearly double that of Xiaoji. "Good morning, madam." "Good morning, teacher." Jielia assisted her in taking a seat, mentioning that her pregnancy made it difficult for her to stand for prolonged periods. Xiaoji gazed at Jielia's large hand, effortlessly capable of encircling her arm. The distinct knuckles and fair skin made it seem almost model-like, albeit with an astonishing size. "Madam, shall we continue with literacy lessons or delve into the history of the Beast World continent?" "History?" Xiaoji was taken aback. She rifled through the original owner's memories and had searched the Star Network, yet she had never heard of any historical accounts concerning the Beast World continent. "Teacher Jielia, I wish to hear about the history. Why is there none in schools or on the Star Network?" Jielia squinted with a smile, her dark eyes shimmering like stars, her entire demeanor becoming enchanting. "Madam, that is precisely the point. The history of the Beast World continent exists solely within the archives of the 4 great noble families. Ordinary individuals do not possess the privilege to know such secrets." This revelation ignited Xiao Ji's curiosity. She instinctively tugged at Jielia's sleeve, adopting a slightly coquettish tone as she urged, "Teacher, please tell me. Do not keep me in suspense." Jielia glanced down at the small hand grasping her sleeve, her expression darkening momentarily, before she pulled up a chair, affectionately leaning closer to her and turning on the display. "Madam, do you know why higher-ranked beastmen find it increasingly difficult to have offspring?" "I do not know," Xiaoji replied honestly, shaking her head. "Ah, that is because the higher the rank of the beastmen, the sturdier their bodies become. By the time they reach SSS rank, their skin is tougher than the hardest techer metal. Even a particle gun cannot inflict a scratch." "Is that so?" Xiaoji asked, intrigued. "What kind of damage does a particle gun inflict?" "Damage? It's akin to a small cub playfully punching your chest. It hardly penetrates your defenses." The moment Jielia uttered these words, Xiaoji's mind buzzed. She suddenly recalled how Nan Gongze Tian had previously held a particle gun, inviting her to shoot him, claiming it was a demonstration of guilt. It dawned on her that he had been toying with her the entire time. He had known that no harm would come to him. With this realization, any fleeting fondness she had felt for Nan Gongze Tian vanished in an instant. What a fraud. It's all a ruse. She suppressed her rising anger and urged Jielia to continue. Jielia, observing the glimmer of curiosity in her eyes, continued, 2,000 years ago, the highest rank in the Beast World continent was SSS. At that time, the concepts of fertility values for females and sub-females did not exist. They were all in excellent health and capable of bearing SSS offspring. Thus, some super noble families began to artificially select only the healthiest females for reproduction, leading to the prosperity of their families. However, this backfired spectacularly. Let me tell you, these super nobles initially sought to encourage healthy offspring, but soon the lesser nobles emulated them, turning the situation into a crisis. They became so ruthless that any female or sub-female born with less than ideal health was simply disposed of. Families understood this. It was sheer self-destruction. They believed that those who could not produce SSS offspring were a waste of resources. Thus, through generations of selection, females and sub-females were rendered endangered species. Those in good health were treated like beasts of burden, forced to bear offspring until they either perished from exhaustion or succumbed to despair. Yet, the lofty noble families remained indifferent, as they had no shortage of candidates. Nearly 2,000 years later, they finally realized something was amiss. The streets lacked even a shadow of a female. Panic ensued. Attempts to amend the situation? Alas, it was too late. The opportunity had long since passed. The fertility rate of the entire Beast World continent plummeted dramatically. Not only was it impossible for SSS offspring to be born, but even SS offspring faced the same fate, leading to a grim choice of sterilization. Well, they had certainly made a mess of things. To cover up their monumental blunder, the 4 great noble families made a drastic move. They destroyed all historical records related to these events. But guess what? Even the beast god could no longer bear witness to this calamity, and the consequences boomeranged back upon them. The descendants of these 4 families, with their overwhelming combat and mental prowess, found themselves unable to reproduce. As a result, For nearly 3 centuries, they dared not engage in warfare. Why? Because there was no one left. If they continued, they would exhaust their resources. Upon hearing Jielia's account, cold sweat cascaded down my back. I finally understood why Nan Gongze Tian was so anxious about the cub within me, why he confined me here, severing my ties to the outside world. In his eyes, I was not a person. I was merely a walking, childbearing machine. This cannot stand. I must flee before the child is born. Otherwise, once the child arrives, I will be forever locked in this place, reduced to his exclusive breeding tool, day after day, year after year. What is the point of living like that? The thought left me pale. Hielia, siti visaidme, instante noutist my distress. Although she likely understood perfectly well, she feigned innocence, grasping my hand and asking, "Madam, what is the matter? Are you unwell? Should I call a doctor?" My mind was buzzing, leaving no room for historical lessons. I quickly shook my head and said, "It's nothing, teacher Jielia. Let us forego history and return to literacy. My educational level, as you know, is rather limited." With that, I turned to the display, pretending to study earnestly, though my thoughts were adrift. After an hour of feigning focus, I could no longer maintain the pretense. I concocted an excuse of feeling unwell and hastily retreated to the bedroom. I was consumed by a singular thought: escape. I must flee. Waiting idly by is not the way of Ouyang Xiaoji. Just as I was pacing anxiously within the room, the bedroom door swung open, and Nan Gongze Tian, who had been absent since morning, entered. His presence radiated an icy aura, akin to the chill of opening a refrigerator, causing me to instinctively shrink back. He seemed to sense my reaction and promptly took a step back, tempering his formidable energy. Later, I learned that he had just been provoked by someone named Zirwei from the Giant Eagle clan. The extraordinary man is truly a paragon of civilized depravity, boldly proclaiming on the Xinguang that he is willing to support the Xuelong family in safeguarding me, provided I enter into a contract with him to bear an heir. What manner of shared bicycle-like matrimony is this? My dear fellow, do you suffer from some sort of cyber epilepsy? At that moment, Nan Gongze Tian was tempted to pluck every feather from that bird. Moreover, outside the Rose Castle, scouts were arriving in waves, as if it were a bustling market. Just this morning, he had captured over 20 at the foot of the mountain. Consequently, he was in a state of great distress, having to ward off the ravenous wolves outside, while also pacifying me, a national treasure of a pregnant woman. Approaching me, he forced a smile, tentatively taking my hand, inquiring if I was hungry or if the baby was causing a ruckus. Yet my appetite was the furthest thing from my mind, and I directly asked Tian, "Why can't I connect to the Xinguang on my light brain? Is it broken?" I displayed my wrist to him. With a sigh, he replied, "Xiaoji, it's too chaotic outside. For your safety, it is best if you refrain from going online until after you give birth. Is that all right?" However, I found solitude unbearable and yearned to contact my friends. I gazed into his eyes, my last hope resting there. If I could connect with the outside world, wouldn't that enhance my chances of escape? To my dismay, he responded, "If you miss your friends, I can bring them all to the Rose Castle to keep you company until the baby is born." Upon hearing this, my heart sank. This was not a gesture of friendship. It was akin to taking hostages. What purpose would it serve to bring AI Li Air and the others here, other than providing him with additional leverage against me? I cannot drag my friends into this quagmire. I silently withdrew my hand, forcing a smile. No need. I was merely speaking out of turn. I'm a bit hungry and wish to eat. As soon as I mentioned hunger, Nan Gongze Tian sprang into action, disregarding all else, and hastily summoned someone to prepare lunch. In his eyes, nothing mattered more than the voracious appetite of a pregnant woman. Seated at the dining table, I surveyed the lavish spread of delicacies before me. My feelings were decidedly complex. The opulence was undeniable. This banquet could sustain an ordinary family for an entire year. However, I was painfully aware that all of this was due to the child growing within me. Were it not for this, I, an outcast from my family, would not be worthy of such fare. Observing Nan Gongze Tian diligently serving me food, an absurd thought suddenly crossed my mind. What if he genuinely liked me as a person, rather than merely because of the child? Alas, such a notion was as fragile as a soap bubble, ready to burst at the slightest touch. How could such a lofty man possibly harbor affection for someone as ordinary as me? After finishing my meal with an empty palate, he ruffled my hair and hurriedly retreated to his study. I, having digested my food, also made my way to the study. Now, aside from nurturing the fetus and awaiting the babies to develop sufficiently, the most crucial task was to master the written language of this place. Otherwise, even if I managed to escape in the future, I would be illiterate and unable to provide for myself. Over the next 3 months, my daily routine consisted of eating, walking, and studying a simple trifecta. With Jelia, I became a confidant, sharing everything. She was a remarkably interesting person, possessing vast knowledge and a delightful sense of humor, always managing to make me laugh, a small light in my otherwise confining existence. Meanwhile, Nan Gongzatian was busier than a spinning top, rarely seen apart from mealtimes and checkups, the weariness in his eyes growing more pronounced. One day, during lunch, unable to contain myself, I asked him, "Zetian, have you been particularly exhausted lately? What is happening outside?" He reiterated his usual refrain, "It's nothing, Xiaoji, do not worry. There are just many matters to attend to." Very well, I chose not to press further and continued eating. Just as I picked up a piece of rib, suddenly, my stomach jolted. I froze in disbelief. I set down my chopsticks and tentatively placed my hand on my belly. I was 5 months pregnant with triplets, and my belly was already quite pronounced. However, apart from a little morning sickness at the beginning, I had not felt much since. Yet just now, I distinctly sensed the baby kicking me. As soon as my hand touched my abdomen, the little one seemed to be playing a game, gently kicking my palm several times. With just those few kicks, my eyes welled up with tears. At that moment, I truly felt like a mother. Nan Gongzatian, seeing my sudden tears, was alarmed and immediately dropped his chopsticks, asking what was wrong and turned to summon a doctor. I remained silent, simply taking his large hand and placing it on my belly. The little ones must have been considerate, for as soon as he laid his hand there, they began to stir collectively. The faint sensation caused even this stoic man, who usually remained unflappable in the face of calamity, to have tears welling in his eyes. "Zetian, did you feel that? They kicked me," I exclaimed, my excitement making my words a jumble. We locked eyes, his gaze filled with joy while my heart was a tumult of emotions. Over the past 3 months, his kindness had nearly ensnared me. Had I not known that his affection was solely for the child, I might have truly surrendered my heart to him. Alas, there are no what-ifs. He suddenly became very serious, saying, "Xiaoji, thank you for agreeing to bear my offspring." I shook my head with a smile. No need for thanks. They're my children too. Just as this tender atmosphere enveloped us, Dr. Pakuli rushed in with his assistant, as if sprinting 100 meters. Upon entering, he found Nan Gongzatian with his hand on my belly, grinning like a fool. Pakuli conducted a quick examination and smiled. "Zetian, Mrs. Nan, the little ones are all doing well. At this rate, they will be born in 4 months." Alarmed, I interjected, "Aren't pregnancies supposed to last 10 months? How can they be born in just 4? Pakuli quickly clarified, "Madam, you're carrying triplets, so early delivery is expected. 4 months is the longest time. They could arrive in as little as 3. But do not worry, early birth is not a bad thing. Our medical facilities are fully equipped, and the incubators are identical to the maternal environment." Upon hearing this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. From a moment, I felt the fetal movement. A surge of maternal love had become uncontrollable. After the meal, Nan Gongzatian resumed his busy schedule, and I made my way to the study to find Jelia. Bursting through the door, I excitedly exclaimed, "Jelia, I have wonderful news. My baby is moving today." She was equally thrilled and asked if she could feel it. Of course, I obliged, taking her hand and placing it on my belly. After a while, she asked if she could listen. Without a second thought, I allowed her to press her ear against my stomach. As she listened, she wrapped her arms around my waist and sighed, "Madam, how wonderful it would be if you were carrying my child." I couldn't help but chuckle, playfully tousling her hair. "Once you're married, you can have as many as you want." To my surprise, she coyly replied, "No, I just want you to bear me a little one." I laughed heartily, continuing, All right, when technology advances and 2 A-type females can have children, I will surely bear one for you." At that moment, I genuinely thought she was joking, completely oblivious to the excitement and determination in her eyes as she nestled against my waist. She looked up, her expression earnest. "Madam, I take your words to heart." After a while of playful banter, she suddenly changed the subject. "By the way, madam, it seems you and the head of the Nan Gong family have yet to hold a wedding, right?" At that moment, my smile froze. A wedding? How could there be a wedding between us? I was merely a vessel for reproduction, and whether I could leave here alive after my usefulness had expired remained uncertain. No. Pakuli mentioned I might give birth early. I must find a way to escape before the children arrive. I suppressed the turmoil within my heart and casually inquired of Jelia, "Jelia, you have been here for 3 months. Have you had the opportunity to leave the May Gue castle?" She seemed oblivious to my anxiety and responded with a cheerful smile. Generally, I am unable to go out, but prior to my arrival, I signed an agreement with the steward allowing me one chance to leave. I have yet to utilize it. Upon hearing this, my ears perked up. An opportunity. I clutched her arm and eagerly asked, "So, have you used this opportunity yet?" She maintained her composed smile and replied, "Not yet." "What's the matter, madam? Do you need me to bring something back for you?" "Bring something back?" "Oh yes. I have something very important that I need you to carry. If you ever wish to take a day off, could you inform me in advance?" "No problem, madam. If I go out, I will definitely let you know beforehand." She readily agreed. At that moment, I was focused on my escape plan and completely missed the determined glint in her eyes as she looked at me. After 2 more months, my belly grew larger by the day, and the movements of the baby became increasingly frequent. I felt as if I were on fire with urgency, convinced that I would give birth at any moment. Just when despair began to set in, Jielia finally brought good news. "Jielia, you mean to say you're leaving Mei Gui Castle tomorrow?" I grasped her hand, my voice trembling with excitement. "Yes, madam, there's an urgent matter at home. Do you need me to bring anything?" I nervously swallowed and stammered. "Do you need any documents to leave the castle?" "A signed document from the head of the household is required, but I have already obtained it. Could I see it? I'm just a bit curious." My hands were so tense that I didn't know where to place them. Jielia looked at me, a hint of amusement flickering in her dark eyes, as if she could see through everything. She retrieved a document from her storage space and handed it to me, saying, "Here it is. You can go out with this, but it can only be used once." I took the document, opened it, and felt a conflict within. This might be my only chance to escape. I feigned curiosity and asked, "Jielia, hypothetically speaking, if you were to lose this document, would the head of the household punish you?" She smiled gently. "No, it's not a big deal. If necessary, I can simply ask him for another." Her words became the final straw that broke my hesitation. Just as I was at a loss with the document in hand, Jielia suddenly said, "Madam, I'm stepping out for a moment. You can wait here. I will return shortly." With that, she turned and walked away. Staring at the closed door and then at the document in my hand, my heart raced like a drum. I could no longer hesitate. Gritting my teeth, I swiftly concealed the genuine document in my storage space, then took another useless document from my desk and stuffed it into the folder. Just as I finished, Jielia returned. She approached me gently, urging me to sit down in a chair, saying, "Madam, you are about to give birth. Don't stand." My palms were sweaty as I handed her the folder containing the fake document. Jielia, here is your document." To my surprise, she did not even glance at it, simply accepting it and storing it away. My heart leaped back into my chest. I must confess, I dare not look up at her, but I could sense that Jielia was certainly smiling. It was a knowing smile, filled with indulgence. Step 1 of the plan was complete. The rest of the afternoon, I was utterly distracted in class, my mind consumed with escape routes. Finally, when class ended, I fled as if oil had been applied to my feet. After dinner, the main event arrived. I ordered all the servants out of my bedroom, locked the door, and got to work. I dashed into the excessively large dressing room and began to frantically gather items. Jewelry, any piece that did not bear their family logo, went straight into my storage space. I also packed those seemingly simple yet exorbitantly priced clothes and shoes. After all, I was carrying triplets. They would need to be placed in an incubator upon birth, and that costs money. Once I escape, I would be a single mother of 3, and I needed startup funds. To be honest, I hesitated for a moment, wondering what I would do if I couldn't provide for these 3 little ones. But the thought of being trapped in that dilapidated castle, serving Nangong Zetian as a perpetual breeding machine for 400 years, was enough to send a shiver down my spine. No, I must escape. Nothing is more important than freedom. Unbeknownst to me, a vigilant observer lurked in the shadows. The first dark guard, Blair. He must have thought I was plotting a murder in the dressing room after I had been inside for an hour, nearly bursting in to save me. Fortunately, I had just changed in my loungewear, or else it would have been a scene straight out of a workplace accident. That night, I could not sleep, pretending to read a book. Sure enough, Nangong Zetian entered. He was surprised to find me awake, and I chuckled inwardly, thinking the time for his test had come. After he dismissed the dark guard, I seized the moment, gazing at him with affection, gently resting my hand on my large belly, and said, "Zetian, look, the baby is about to be born. Shouldn't we get our marriage certificate?" I fixed my gaze on his eyes, eager to see his reaction. He appeared momentarily stunned. Then his face reflected guilt as he took my hand, began weaving grand promises about how the current situation outside was unstable, and that after the child was born, he would throw the most magnificent wedding in the universe. Standard rhetoric. My last sliver of hope shattered in an instant. I calmly withdrew my hand and simply replied, "Okay," urging him to hurry and take a shower. As soon as the bathroom door closed, I whispered to my babies, "Dear ones, did you see? I gave him a chance, but he did not cherish it. Don't blame me in the future. We can thrive on our own." The next morning, he indeed left early without even a final farewell. Fine. A clean break is for the best. After lunch, I headed straight to the study, and there was Gia dazzling in an outfit sparkling with sequins, looking like a fiery dragon fruit, announcing that she was about to leave. The opportunity had arrived. I excused myself, claiming I had forgotten my shopping list in the bedroom, and tricked her into following me. To avoid any surveillance, I specifically led her into the dressing room. Then, I revealed my secret weapon, a cup of tea laced with a sedative. Here comes the most astonishing part. That sister lifted the teacup, inhaled the aroma, and I swore she must have sensed something. Yet, she did not raise an eyebrow and downed it in one gulp. I was left dumbfounded, forcing myself to refill her cup, and she drank it again. This sister certainly knew how to cooperate. Before long, the drug took effect, and she slumped over the table in slumber. I hurriedly stripped her of that fiery dragon fruit attire and donned it myself. My goodness, it was like a child wearing adult clothes. The skirt trailed the ground. I quickly found a belt to cinch it and slipped on a pair of high heels, pulling on a hat. Before leaving, I even draped a jacket over her, silently apologizing, "Sister, I'm sorry. I truly do not wish to be a breeding vessel." I lowered the brim of my hat, took a deep breath, and opened the door. I thought to myself, this is it. The maids outside will surely recognize me immediately, as I am nowhere near Gialia's height or build. Just as I was about to slip away, I sensed movement from the dark guard in the corner. My heart stopped. I thought I was done for. But the next moment, a handsome blonde appeared from nowhere, swiftly knocking the dark guard unconscious. Then, he flashed a charming smile in my direction, saying something about how my little kitten was finally coming into his embrace. My friends, what does this mean? The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. At that moment, I was completely oblivious to my surroundings, only feeling a chilling sensation creeping down my back. My journey thus far had been astonishingly smooth. There was not a soul in the corridor or the living room, not even a ghostly shadow. Upon reaching the docking area for the flying vessel, the guards seemed oblivious. Merely glancing at the documents I presented without noticing my conspicuously large belly, and promptly granted me passage. I initially believed I was experiencing a stroke of luck, but in hindsight it was all scripted. As the flying vessel ascended and the rose castle diminished in size, I felt a significant weight lifted from my heart. I was free, truly free. However, my elation was premature. As the vessel soared over a snow-capped mountain, a sudden explosion jolted the craft, causing it to shake violently and plummet downwards, shrouded in black smoke like a lead weight. My mind went blank as I clutched my belly, fearing that I would perish along with the vessel. Just when I thought all hope was lost, the craft collided with two towering trees, breaking its fall, and came to a halt precariously on the edge of a cliff. I was saved by the defensive systems of the craft, drenched in cold sweat. Without a moment to lose, I rolled out the door. Just as my feet touched the ground, the vessel plummeted into the abyss below, followed by a thunderous crash. My legs turned to jelly from fright, yet the instinct to survive surged within me. I hurriedly shed the conspicuous red dress and the tracking device embedded in the craft, casting them over the cliff to create the illusion of a tragic accident. I swiftly donned a prepared white cloak, camouflaging myself against the snow, and plunged into the swirling storm. Unbeknownst to me, as I made my escape, Nangongze Tian arrived with his entourage. Observing the wreckage at the cliff's base and retrieving the cold tracking device from the snow, he was overwhelmed with despair, transforming into a massive snow wolf and howling mournfully into the tempest. I actually heard that heart-wrenching howl while I trudged through the snow, my heart tightening momentarily. Yet, I quickly suppressed that unease and sought refuge in a cave I had stumbled upon. Inside the dark cave, fearing the presence of wild beasts, I gathered dry twigs and ignited a fire. Since the previous night, my nerves had been taut, and as warmth enveloped me, exhaustion overcame me, causing me to wrap myself tightly in the cloak and drift into sleep. I was completely unaware that deep within the cave, two eyes, resembling glowing bulbs, were fixated on me. Meanwhile, outside the cave, chaos reigned as three factions clashed violently. Nangongze Tian, the great white wolf, a colossal golden serpent, and a nine-tailed fire fox, all transformed into their beastly forms, engaged in a fierce battle that darkened the skies and turned the ground into a river of blood, while their subordinates fought in disarray. Their frenzied conflict generated such a ruckus that it triggered an avalanche upon the millennia-old snow mountain. The snow cascaded down like a tsunami, engulfing everything in its path. Just as the three factions seemed destined for mutual destruction, they were all entirely consumed by the rushing avalanche. Finally, peace descended upon the mountain. However, beneath the snow, the three formidable beings were buried, competing for survival. Meanwhile, our heroine, Xiao Ji, awoke in the cave, jolted by the thunderous sound of the avalanche. With her stomach growling in hunger, she quickly rummaged through her storage space for 2 bottles of nutrient solution. Yet upon taking a sip, she nearly retched. After months of being spoiled by Nangong Zhe Tian's lavish feasts, her stomach had been accustomed to the finer delicacies. Now, consuming this compressed liquid felt akin to drinking dishwater. Just as she pinched her nose, preparing to down another bottle, a gentle male voice suddenly interrupted, nearly sending her spirit soaring. "Little one, you're pregnant and shouldn't consume the nutrient solution. It's not good for the unborn child. Are you not aware of this?" Startled, she fumbled, shattering the nutrient bottle. Her body stiffened like a board as she slowly turned her head. To her astonishment, she beheld 2 enormous, glowing eyes in the cave's darkness. Her mind raced. Had she encountered a mythical creature? Before she could process it, the massive form stepped into the light. She gasped, her jaw dropping at the sight of a giant eagle, the size of a small mountain. This creature, she thought, could easily have been used as a model for a combat aircraft before her time. Such sheer size suggested a natural, eco-friendly propulsion. However, realizing she was in the Beastman continent, she found the presence of such a large eagle somewhat reasonable. Closing her agape mouth, she stammered, Are you a Beastman?" The giant eagle politely nodded. "Indeed, I am of the giant eagle clan." She trembled. "Then, you don't eat humans or rabbits, right?" Those aware would understand. The original owner of her body was a rabbit, and now faced with a predator, her DNA made her legs tremble uncontrollably. The giant eagle seemed amused by her fear and took a considerate step back. "Do not tremble. You'll turn into a sieve. Rest assured, our giant eagle clan has evolved and no longer preys on tender little rabbits like you." As it spoke, the eagle used its wing tip to disdainfully push aside the shattered nutrient bottle, sending a gust of wind that nearly extinguished her fire. Alarmed, she shrank back, resembling a startled quail. Observing her reaction, the giant eagle's eyes flickered with a hint of embarrassment. "Ah, I did not mean to frighten you. I merely thought it unwise for a pregnant woman to consume such substances." What could she say? Feeling awkward, she scratched her head and replied, "It's all right. I'm just a bit timid." Her stomach growled, prompting her to search her storage space for something to eat. The giant eagle then made a move, producing a fruit the size of a basketball from its own storage, carefully nudging it towards her. "Here, this is an eagle fruit, a specialty of our giant eagle clan. Get a try." Holding the large fruit, she inhaled its sweet, creamy aroma, and her cravings swiftly overpowered her fear. Without hesitation, she took a large bite. Oh my! A wave of smooth, fruity flavor exploded in her mouth, utterly delightful. It was so delicious it brought tears to her eyes. She forgot all her fears and devoured the fruit ravenously. Once she finished the entire basketball-sized fruit and let out an unrefined burp, she noticed the giant eagle quietly observing her. Upon seeing she was done, it stood up to depart. "All right, night has fallen. I must return home." Panicked, she called out, "Wait, you're my only hope of escaping this snow mountain." The eagle turned its massive head. "What is it, little one? Could you possibly carry me out of this snow mountain? Given my condition, it would be impossible for me to leave alone." The giant eagle regarded her with a serious expression. "You mean you want me to carry you?" "Yes." "Is it inconvenient? If so, I understand." Her heart sank, realizing that as a beast man, asking to ride on its back might be somewhat intrusive. However, the eagle shifted its stance. "I can carry you, but you must promise me one thing." "Name it." "I want you to swear that it is your voluntary decision to have me carry you, to prevent anyone from saying I forced you." Why did that request sound so peculiar? However, I was too preoccupied to contemplate further. I hastily raised my hand and vowed, "I, Ouyang Xiaoji, willingly accept to be carried by the giant eagle across the snow-capped mountains, and I shall not retract my promise." Satisfied, he retrieved a thick, ample blanket from his spatial realm and tossed it to me, instructing me to wrap myself up against the fierce winds. I climbed onto his broad back, securing myself with a blanket, and once settled, I could not help but inquire, "We have conversed for quite a while, yet I still do not know your name." "I am Sierra," came the reply. "Greetings, Sierra. I am Xiaoji." A flicker of amusement shone in Sierra's eyes, and in the next moment he flapped his wings, propelling us like a bolt of lightning into the swirling snowstorm. Initially, I anticipated an unbearable chill, yet I soon discovered that an invisible barrier enveloped him, shielding me completely from the wind's bite. "Gigi, the snow mountain is vast. If you tire, feel free to rest. I shall wake you upon arrival." Sierra's voice resonated from ahead. I acknowledged his words, and, as my eyelids grew heavy, I succumbed to slumber upon his back. Unbeknownst to me, after I fell asleep, several giant eagles emerged from the blizzard, encircling us like vigilant sentinels. This was no mere coincidence. It was undeniably a meticulously planned abduction. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a golden-haired gentleman named Poke Lee, the chief scientist of the Nangong family, arrived at the site of the aircraft crash. His beast form was that of a golden retriever, earning him the nickname Dog Brother, a title he utterly detested. He scanned the charred wreckage with his instruments, receiving no response whatsoever. "Report. No traces of Beastman genetic sequences." Poke Lee waved his hand. "Let us proceed to the avalanche site. My little wife is unharmed. Those unfortunate ones must also be alive." His assistant looked worried. "But that is a mighty avalanche. What if the master and the others?" Poke Lee scoffed. "Those 3 SSS-level monsters? Rest assured, even if the entire Snow Wolf Mountain were to collapse and we perished, they would emerge with nothing more than a few scrapes. Let us see if those little students have finished their quarrel." Upon arriving at the battleground in their flying vehicle, Poke Lee was taken aback to find the once chaotic scene, now thoroughly blanketed by snow, appearing remarkably tranquil. With a twitch of his lips, he produced a device resembling a loudspeaker from his spatial realm, thrusting it into the snow and activating it. A deafening noise erupted, reverberating throughout the snow layer. Bukali, unable to tolerate the cacophony, quickly donned noise-canceling headphones. He was determined to see if those 3 could withstand such a din. Sure enough, shortly after, a multitude of creatures began to emerge from the snow, resembling vegetables sprouting from the ground. There were spotted serpents, white-furred foxes, and massive wolves camouflaged against the snow. Poke Lee swiftly identified the trio of unfortunate souls and let out a wolf whistle. Their eyes all turned toward him with a fierce glare, as if to say that one more whistle would result in their tearing him apart. Now, no need to look at me like that," Poke Lee retorted, rolling his eyes. "It's not my fault that your wife got lost." Addressing the giant wolf, he stated, "Nangong Jitian, your wife is alive. I just visited the crash site, and there was no trace of her genetic sequence." As soon as the words left his mouth, a flash of white light transformed the giant wolf into a strikingly handsome man with silver hair and crimson eyes. Grabbing Poke Lee by the collar, Nangong Jitian's eyes reddened with urgency. "Is that true? Xiaoji is alive?" "She is alive. Either she is hidden away by the White Fox clan Sonia, or she is concealed by the Tungsha clan Stephen, or perhaps she has been intercepted by a 4th force." The moment he finished speaking, the onlooking fox and serpent transformed into 2 distinct and stunningly handsome men, one a striking red-haired enchantress and the other a golden-haired warrior. The red-haired enchantress Sonia, who had previously disguised herself as a woman to teach Xiaoji, swiftly pulled Poke Lee aside. "Who says Xiaoji is hidden by us? If we were concealing her, would we still be here battling this madman, Nangong Jitian?" Poke Lee, captivated by Sonia's mesmerizing gaze, felt dizzy. The allure of his charm was simply irresistible. "I never claimed it was definitely you," he stammered. "Consider it. The 4 noble clans, with the 3 of you here, who else is missing?" Sonia froze, his eyes widening in realization. "Of course, while we are embroiled in conflict with the giant eagle clan, I refuse to believe that the suave Sierra would remain indifferent to such a prize." "Are you suggesting that the little one was intercepted by the giant eagle clan?" Poke Lee replied, "There is no evidence, yet other indications confirm the Lady S survival." He gestured towards Nangong Jitian. "Jitian, use your mental energy to check your shoulder." Nangong Jitian promptly complied, and in an instant, 3 adorable little snow wolf totems appeared clearly upon his shoulder. His face broke into an ecstatic grin, resembling a fool, while beside him, Sonia and Stephen gazed on with envy and jealousy that could practically ignite a fire within them. For centuries, they had yet to see even a single strand of offspring. Once Nangong Jitian had finished laughing, his expression turned icy as he glared at Stephen. "Why did you assist Sonia?" Stephen exploded. "Nangong Jitian, you scoundrel, how dare you ask me? Had you not slain my beloved who was pregnant with my child? Would I be here, envious of you? Nangong Jitian's face darkened. I did not kill her. If I truly desired her, I would have taken her as my own, rather than ending her life. This statement sent Stephen into a frenzy, and the two once again began to grapple. Pokely, overwhelmed, rolled his eyes at Sonia, who was enjoying the spectacle, and then took a deep breath, summoning all his strength to shout, "Enough! Stephen, I have evidence proving Nangong Jitian is innocent." Stephen halted, his fist poised before Nangong Jitian's face, and stepped toward Pokely. "Little mongrel, where is the evidence?" "Present it." Pokely, furious, snapped, "Are you blind? I am a golden retriever, not a mongrel. A golden retriever and a mongrel are both dogs. Now quit the chatter and show the evidence." Pokely trembled with rage. Yet upon witnessing Stephen's SSS-level prowess compared to his own newly attained SS rank, he swallowed his indignation. He threw a stack of documents at Stephen. "Open your eyes and see clearly. Your lover Delia's fertility value was artificially elevated in my laboratory. It was inherently unstable. I cautioned her repeatedly not to wander off. Yet she sought you out while pregnant. Ultimately, she perished in an event she insisted on hosting. Do you truly believe there was no conspiracy involved?" Stephen rapidly perused the documents, his complexion paling with each passing moment. He recalled the uncanny coincidences, from beginning to end. This was a grand scheme targeting both the Tungsha and Snow Wolf clans. Once Pokely saw that they had calmed, he interjected, "Gentlemen, let us set aside our grievances for now. Finding the lady is our utmost priority. She is the only hope for the four noble clans, is she not?" Sonia's face flushed with anger, his cheeks puffing like a pufferfish. "Damn it, Xiaoji was already in my grasp, and now some fool has intercepted her, rendering my efforts futile. Xiaoji is certainly not with us." Sonia ground his teeth. "At this moment, the giant eagle clan Sierra is the most suspicious. I refuse to believe that the refined scoundrel would let such a treasure slip away." As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Jitian shot a glance at his subordinate Blair, and they turned back, aiming straight for the giant eagle clan. Stephen remained rooted in place, wishing to apologize for past transgressions, but upon seeing Nangong Jitian's haughty demeanor, the words "I'm sorry" were swallowed back down. It's just that scoundrel Nangong Jitian. What is he flaunting about? Within, Stephen felt a surge of fury. But he was also a creature of pride. In front of so many witnesses, he could not simply leap forward to attack. With a haughty snort, he transformed back into a massive Tungsha, flicking his tail as he glided down the mountainside, embodying the essence of "I shall not serve." The enigmatic fox spirit, Suania, who had remained largely silent, truly embodied an air of profound mystery. As he observed the departure of the two, he cast a knowing smile towards the Snow Wolf King, Pokely. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, he transformed into a magnificent white fox and, accompanied by his followers, sprinted off in another direction. I must tell you, the scene was akin to a grand farewell, each returning to their respective homes, each seeking their own kin. Only the Snow Wolf King, Pokely, stood alone amidst the swirling snow, pondering whether Ouyang Xiaoji, this extraordinarily fertile subfeminine, would usher in war or peace for the world. Truly, no one could ascertain the answer. The scene shifts to our dear Xiaoji, who finally awoke. As she opened her eyes, she was greeted by a wind chime crafted from seashells, chiming melodiously with the sea breeze. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up and surveyed her surroundings, only to discover she was in an immense cavern. The walls were stone, with traces of human craftsmanship above her head, the decor exuding a raw and primitive charm. Even more astonishing was the absence of her shoes, with a pair of burlap shoes placed beside her bed. Dazed, she slipped on the shoes and approached the window, only to be rendered speechless by the view before her. Outside the window lay an endless expanse of ocean. What was happening? Had Sierra's eagle transported her to the ends of the earth? Just as her jaw nearly dropped in astonishment, an elderly lady entered, carrying a large platter of fruit. This lady had pointed ears, unmistakably a subfeminine. Upon seeing Xiaoji awake, she approached with great enthusiasm, cheerfully taking her hand. "You must be the friend Sierra brought back. He has gone hunting with the tribe, and won't return for several days. He entrusted me to take care of you. Little subfeminine, please don't mind the humble conditions here." As she spoke, she presented a fruit as large as a basketball, urging, "Here, try our eagle fruit, a local specialty." Caught off guard by this sudden warmth, Xiaoji accepted the fruit, expressing her thanks, and cautiously inquired, "Auntie, where am I? How did I end up here?" "This is Juying Dao, the territory of our Juying tribe," the old lady explained with a smile. Sierra said he couldn't wake you last night, and couldn't just leave you on the road. So he brought you back to our home. How could anyone understand? Sleeping like a log on an eagle's back, she was whisked away without a clue. Xiaoji's face turned crimson, nearly capable of frying an egg. To mask her embarrassment, she clutched the enormous eagle fruit and began to munch on it. Surprisingly, the eagle fruit was quite delicious. Yet, awkwardly, after consuming such a large fruit, she still felt hungry. Her appetite seemed boundless, enough to bankrupt anyone. Just as she felt at a loss, Aunt Julian returned, carrying a large pot of fish soup. Come, young lady, drink some soup. This sea fish is exclusive to our island, incredibly fresh. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Xiaoji found herself drinking bowl after bowl. By the time she regained her senses, she had consumed an entire pot of fish soup, fish and broth included. Feeling even more embarrassed, she hurriedly retrieved a smooth pearl from her storage space, intending to offer it as payment. Aunt Julian, please take this, she said. To her surprise, Julian took a glance at the pearl and laughed. She then retreated to the inner chamber, shortly returning with a shelled box larger than a basin, placing it before Xiaoji. Gigi, do you like these shiny pearls? I have plenty. Open it and take a look. Curious, Xiaoji opened the box and was nearly blinded by the sight within. The box was filled to the brim with pearls the size of eggs, the largest of which was bigger than both her fists combined. Trembling, she picked up the largest pale blue pearl, exclaiming, "This is real. It must be worth a fortune in the marketplace. Do you like it? If you do, you can have all of them." Julian replied nonchalantly. Astonished, Xiaoji quickly protested. "Annie, these are very valuable." Julian, hearing this, smiled even wider, casually tossing a fist-sized luminous pearl into Xiaoji's hand. "Gigi, these pearls are merely pretty stones to us. They're worth less than a fish. Take them and enjoy." Xiaoji wished to return the pearl, but Julian's gaze suggested that defiance would not be tolerated, so she accepted it, her cheeks flushed. This only deepened her sense of obligation. Just as she pondered her predicament, Julian, with a pitiful expression, said, "Gigi, if you feel awkward, just stay with me for a few more days. I am an old woman, having spent my entire life on this island, rarely encountering strangers. Please have pity on me." Xiaoji touched her prominently rounded belly, hesitating. "Auntie, I wish to stay with you, but as you can see, I am about to give birth, and I have quite an appetite." "What are your appetite?" Julian exclaimed, slapping her thigh. "That only means there's a little one in your belly. Our Juiying Dao is abundant in resources. We have more than enough delicacies to satisfy you." A little sub-feminine. "Donot jest with mischios from Europa. But giving birth will complicate matters," Xiaoji responded. "Not at all." Julian's eyes sparkled as she grasped Xiaoji's hand tightly. "Just promise me that once your little one is born, you will call me Grandma." "I would do anything for that." "Gigi, please stay." This was truly a mutual desire. Xiaoji had been seeking refuge from Nangong Zetian, and this island, surrounded by seas, was the perfect sanctuary. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded in agreement. However, a new worry struck her. "Aunt Julian, the doctor mentioned my baby might be born prematurely and will need an incubator. Is there one here?" Julian, upon hearing this, sighed in relief and pulled her along. "Oh, my dear Gigi, although we do not often interact with outsiders, we are by no means impoverished. We have plenty of incubators, and even the doctor who will assist with your delivery is readily available. Come, Annie will take you to find him." As Xiaoji followed Julian out of the stone cave, she finally beheld the full splendor of Juiying Dao. Goodness, the entire tribe resided upon steep cliffs. The cliffs were riddled with numerous stone caves, interconnected by winding paths, with people frequently coming and going, creating a scene reminiscent of a real-life avatar. At the center of the cliffs was a massive platform, bustling with giant eagles transformed into their beastly forms. Julian led her towards it, chattering away. "That is our gathering square. We usually divide our catch and chat there." Upon reaching the edge of the platform, Julian boldly pushed aside a giant eagle beast man obstructing their path. The fellow, far from offended, instinctively stepped aside upon noticing the pregnant Xiaoji. Unfortunately, he lost his footing and tumbled down. "Be careful," Xiaoji gasped, but guess what happened? The fellow flapped his wings a couple of times and leisurely soared back up. Meeting Xiaoji's concerned gaze, he appeared somewhat embarrassed and with a flash of light, transformed into a bare-chested youth of about 15 or 16. This commotion drew the attention of all the eagles on the platform. In the next moment, every giant eagle transformed into human form. Handsome youths with curious wide eyes, all fixated on Xiaoji's belly. Having never encountered such a spectacle, Xiaoji's face flushed crimson. Julian immediately stepped forward, shielding Xiaoji like a protective hen, hands on her hips, reprimanding. What are you staring at? Never seen a beautiful little sub-feminine before? You all should be ashamed, bringing disgrace to our Zhuiying tribe. After her tirade, she grasped Xiaoji's hand and, with great confidence, pushed through the crowd to the center of the platform. Only then did Xiaoji realize that this gathering of eagles was not just for idle chit-chat, but to behold the largest and most splendid shell she had ever seen in her life. The shell gleamed with an extraordinary light under the sun, large enough to serve as a bed for two. I must say, it would undoubtedly qualify as a treasure in any museum. However, upon hearing it, Aunt Julianne's face contorted in disdain as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, who fished up this thing? It may look big, but the meat inside surely isn't plentiful. Why bother? It's just taking up space." As she spoke, she gave a couple of firm knocks. A black-haired youth, feeling bashful, scratched his head and said, "Aunt Julianne, I thought it looked beautiful, so I brought it up." Beautiful? Nonsense. Julianne waved her hand dismissively. "Quick, pry it open. Let me see if there are any pearls or a good amount of meat inside." A group of young men swiftly produced knives and began to pry at the shell, which resembled a piece of art. Xiaoji, feeling sympathetic, gently tugged at Julianne's sleeve and whispered, "And if you don't want the shell, could you give it to me? I really like it." Upon hearing this, Julianne immediately shouted to the young men, "Be careful. Don't break it. My Xiaoji has taken a liking to it." Before long, the shell was pried open, revealing only a few dry pieces of meat and not a single complete pearl, just a mass of tiny fragments clinging to the inner shell. All the eagles present simultaneously voiced their disapproval. Yet in Xiaoji's eyes, this shell was simply stunning. Those colorful fragments adhered to it resembled a dazzling, starry sky. Julianne, observing Xiaoji's bright eyes, sighed deeply, "Xiaoji, this thing is far too ugly. How about I have them find you a prettier one?" No, aunt. I think this one is beautiful. I truly love it." Julianne, unable to comprehend her peculiar taste, pointed at the youth who had fished up the shell, Qi Li, and said, "Qi Li, Xiaoji wants this shell. I'll trade you for some game." Qi Li quickly waved his hands. "Aunt Julianne, don't joke. I'd throw this junk back into the sea if you didn't want it. Since Xiaoji wants it, it saves me the trouble. All right, but do me a favor. Clean it up and deliver it to my cave." After Julianne finished speaking, everyone's gaze shifted back to Xiaoji's belly. Qi leaned in, as ha ypsilon asking, Xiaozi, when your little one is born, can I be called uncle? I'll definitely protect him." Xiaoji chuckled at the innocent youth and nodded, "Sure. But my baby isn't one from the giant eagle clan. It's from the snow wolf clan. You won't mind, will you?" Qi Li shook his head vigorously. "Not at all. Even if you're carrying a fish, I'd still like it." Just then, Julianne slapped him on the back of the head. "Stop talking nonsense. Show me a fish. Xiaoji, don't listen to him. Let's go find a doctor." With that, she took Xiaoji down another path. After they left, the eagles on the platform couldn't help but feel envious. However, they soon realized that once their cunning clan leader returned, with his skills, he would surely ensure Xiaoji could bear an egg from the giant eagle clan. At that time, their clan leader, who had been single for hundreds of years, would finally be able to find a partner. Meanwhile, Xiaoji had been brought by Julianne to another stone cave. Julianne opened the door and shouted, "Pernade, you old rascal. Get out here and get to work." Xiaoji had expected an old man, but when the door opened, out came a man with a baby face and fiery red hair. The doctor, Pernade, upon seeing Xiaoji's belly, was astounded. "Good heavens. I've been on Giant Eagle Island for so long, and this is the first time I've seen a pregnant woman. Are you carrying an egg from the Giant Eagle clan?" "No, it's a cub from the Snow Wolf clan," Xiaoji replied honestly. Pernade paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. No worries. Quickly, lie down in the examination chamber, and I'll check you." After leaving the clinic, Xiaoji felt a wave of relief. Dr. Pernade was highly skilled, and the equipment was top-notch. Her delivery was assured. Upon returning to Julianne's stone cave, the enormous shell had been cleaned by Qi Li and the others, positioned beside the bed. "Xiaoji, we've installed a gravity starter on the shell. A gentle tap, and it will open automatically," Qi Li demonstrated, and the massive shell opened with a swoosh, releasing the fragrance of orchids. Xiaoji expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Qi Li chuckled innocently. "No need to thank us. It has been 300 years since a young cub was born in the Giant Eagle clan." Xiaoji curiously assessed his youthful face and asked, "How old are you?" 280 years old. Why?" "Oh, it's nothing," Xiaoji exclaimed in surprise. "I thought you looked at most 15 or 16. Chili scratched his head and laughed. Hee hee. We giant eagles have youthful faces. All right, you should rest. After Chili left, Xiaoji gazed at the enormous shell bed before her, suddenly feeling a desire to hide inside like a mermaid, avoiding everyone. After all, such an enclosed space offered immense comfort. Unfortunately, she wasn't a mermaid. She was merely a hapless soul who had fled from another world, seeking a safe haven. However, let me tell you, while she felt temporarily secure, her former husbands were in an uproar, storming into the giant eagle clan's stronghold. The scene was chaotic. 3 formidable beings, the Snow Wolf, Tongue Snake, and White Fox clan's top leaders, sat there with dark expressions, exuding an atmosphere that could freeze anyone in place. Yet, sitting across from them was the giant eagle clan's leader, Zirwaya, a true embodiment of a refined rogue. Sporting gold-rimmed glasses and a harmless, baby-faced demeanor, he leisurely tied his long, black hair into a high ponytail with a rubber band. His calm demeanor suggested that the trio before him were not fearsome opponents, but rather guests for afternoon tea. He even ordered tea and fruits, sipping leisurely, exuding an air of relaxation. This infuriated the hot-headed snake brother, Stephen, who slammed his palm on the expensive golden Nanmu table, shattering it into pieces. He pointed at Zirwaya and yelled, "Zirwaya, you black sesame paste dumpling. How long have I known you? Don't try to play dumb with me. Where's she?" Can you guess what Zirwaya replied? He looked at the pile of wooden debris with a pained expression and sighed. "Oh dear, Stephen, that table cost 1,000,000,000 star coins. I'll have my steward send you the bill." At this, Stephen completely lost his composure, nearly ready to throw a punch, but was thankfully restrained by the Snow Wolf and White Fox clan members beside him. They urged him to calm down, stay cool. He is a giant eagle. You're no match for him. Stephen shouted in frustration. What is there to be afraid of? My mental strength is SSS level. Who is afraid of whom? Though he spoke bravely, his body obediently returned to his seat. At this moment, Nan Gongziqian, the father of the 3 children in our female protagonist's belly, who had been silent thus far, finally spoke, his voice chillingly cold. "Zirwaya, Xiaoji is about to give birth to triplets. If anything happens to her, the Snow Wolf clan will not let this go." Zirwaya feigned innocence, raising his hands. "Oh my, if your wife is lost, you should be searching for clues, not causing a ruckus here. Moreover, have you 2 officially registered your marriage? Legally, she isn't your wife yet." Upon hearing this, Nan Gongzitian's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, unleashing a wave of SSS-level mental energy towards Zirwaya. But guess what? Zirwaya casually waved his hand, and the mental attack dissipated. At this, the 3 men were left dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of disbelief. The most perceptive among them, the handsome White Fox, Sonia, tentatively asked, "Zirwaya, has your power reached SSS level?" Zirwaya looked at them as if they were fools. How could that be? I out of my mind to elevate to SSS level? That would mean our giant eagle clan would be completely extinct. Then he abruptly shifted the conversation and began his performance. "I must remind you 3, have you forgotten? Aside from our 4 families, there exists a far more formidable and mysterious clan on this continent. We are on the verge of being unable to bear children, and the one stronger than us must be in an even more desperate situation, right? Let me tell you, his manipulation is truly masterful." Upon hearing this, Nan Gongzetian and his companions turned pale. Indeed, if the individual were concealed by Shi Erweya, there would still be a chance for retrieval. However, if taken by that legendary mysterious family, it would be utterly hopeless. Shi Erweya observed the bewildered expressions of the trio, secretly reveling in their confusion. Unexpectedly, the usually dim-witted Shi Gusi suddenly displayed a spark of intelligence. He slammed his thigh and declared, "Not so fast. Shi Erweya, don't try to pull that on me. I've been deceived by you countless times since childhood. Hand over the person, or I shall dismantle your nest today." This outburst jolted Nangong Zetian and Sua and I back to reality. Yes, they almost fell for this wretched bird's trick again. Shi Erweya was seething with anger internally, thinking, how did I end up in this predicament at the hands of this foolish snake? Yet, he maintained an impassive facade, leaning back lazily and launching his counterattack. All right, you claim I've captured someone, but where's the evidence? I have an alibi. Our entire clan has been relocating these past few days. I've been so busy I can barely catch my breath, and I was live streaming the whole process. Millions of viewers can attest to my whereabouts. If you don't believe me, check online yourself. He even gestured to the dark circles under his eyes. Immediately, Nangong Zetian signaled to his subordinate, who swiftly checked online. Indeed, there were videos of Shi Airway personally overseeing the move, with netizens praising him as a handsome and hardworking clan leader. With this undeniable evidence, the trio had no recourse. Despite their reluctance, they could only suppress their frustration, glare at Shi Airway a few times, and storm out. Once they departed, Shi Airway's nonchalance vanished, and he promptly inquired of his steward, "How is the little one? Is she adjusting well on Dao? Are the babies all right?" The steward quickly reported, "Rest assured, master. The young mistress is doing well on Dao, and Madame Zhu Li is taking great care of her." With the due date approaching at the end of this month, Shi Airway rubbed his temples, troubled. He wished he could fly over to accompany her. But Nangong Zetian and his 3 wolves would undoubtedly surround their giant eagle clan, leaving him unable to leave. These rascals wouldn't dare initiate a conflict without proof, but they were certainly keeping watch. He could only instruct the steward to create more distractions outside, drawing the attention of the 3 families away while he sought an opportunity to slip away to Dao. Gazing out the window, he recalled that young girl he had only met once, her speech imbued with a shyness unlike the brazen females outside. He felt she was sent by the beast god to add color to his gray existence. Meanwhile, our little Ji had already been hidden away by this wretched old eagle on a breathtaking island. After dinner, she took a stroll with Aunt Zhu Li, and before returning to her room, lying alone in bed, listening to the sound of waves and gazing at the stars, she suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. Who could understand? Back at the Rose Castle, no matter how late Nangong Zetian was, he would find an excuse to hold her to sleep. Now that there was suddenly no one by her side, the emptiness was palpable. She had previously complained about his presence, yet now, without him, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. This damned habit, fundamentally reliant on companionship. After tossing about for a while, she decided to retrieve the luminous pearl Aunt Zhu Li had given her during the day. To her surprise, the pearl emitted a gentle glow at night, quite beautiful indeed. Turning her head, she noticed the enormous shell in her room. She snuggled under a blanket and rushed over to the shell, gently tapping it, causing it to pop open. Lo and behold, the interior was adorned with glowing pearls, resembling the Milky Way, simply stunning. She climbed onto a stool and nestled herself inside with her blanket. As the shell slowly closed, accompanied by the starlight, she soon drifted off to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, as she slumbered, those glowing points of light flew out of the window and into the depths of the sea. The next morning, Aunt Julian entered with a glass of milk only to find the bed empty. The blanket was gone. Good heavens, she nearly fainted, thinking, what would the master say if I lost someone he entrusted to me? She quickly summoned the guards, who confirmed they had seen no one enter or exit throughout the night. In a panic, Julian recalled the large shell. She rushed back to the room and timidly tapped the shell. When it opened, there lay Ji, curled up, clutching the luminous pearl, sound asleep. Oh, beast god! Julian's heart finally settled. Thank goodness, the child was safe. She gazed at Ji sleeping in the hard shell, her heart aching. After all, this was the future matriarch of the giant eagle clan. She had to provide the very best. Ji didn't awaken until nearly noon, her eyes opening to the enchanting glow of pearls. Just then, she heard Aunt Zhu Li calling her for breakfast. Upon seeing the bright day outside, she felt embarrassed, having slept until the sun was high on her first day here. However, Aunt Julian bore her no ill will, claiming that being pregnant and sleepy was perfectly normal. The table was laden with delicious fish, soup, and fruits, moving Ji to tears. In the afternoon, Aunt Julian took her for a walk by the sea. It was Ji's first time seeing the ocean, and she felt both curious and a bit afraid. She carried a small basket along the beach, collecting shells while the cool sea water lapped at her ankles, extremely comfortable. Just as she bent down to pick up a particularly beautiful conch, she caught a glimpse of a deep blue tail splashing in the water. So stunning, it shimmered gloriously in the sunlight. When she turned to look again, it had vanished. The sea surface appeared calm, as if nothing had happened. Holding the conch, she stood there in a daze, wondering if she had imagined it. At that moment, Aunt Julian returned with a large basket of seaweed. Noticing Ji had only collected a few shells, she lavished her with praise, causing Ji's cheeks to flush. I must tell you, this unconditional tenderness and praise instantly broke down her defenses. She remembered her mother, who had tragically passed away in a car accident, still clutching the new sweater she had bought for her. Arriving in this world, surrounded by a plethora of relatives, no one had ever treated her so sincerely. Lost in thought, tears streamed down her face as she embraced Aunt Julienne, burying her head on her shoulder, choking out, "Aunt Julienne, thank you. I miss my mother." Upon hearing this, Julienne's heart ached terribly. She gently patted G's back, comforting her, "Good child from now on. Consider this place your home and me your family." Once G's emotions settled, they returned home. That evening, Aunt Julienne brought a particularly soft blanket and a snowy white shawl to G. G, this blanket is woven from the feathers of 100 different birds. Beneficial for your health. Tonight, I will lay in that large shell for you, ensuring your comfort while you sleep. Without hesitation, Aunt Julienne unfurled the extraordinarily soft blanket into the shell bed and casually draped the feather shawl over young Gigi. I must say, this moment shattered her defenses entirely. Aunt Julienne's voice quivered with emotion as she spoke of how she had longed to gift this shawl to her daughter, only to have waited a lifetime with no child of her own. With red-rimmed eyes, she asked G, "Now that I have given it to you, will you be my daughter?" Who could understand such heartfelt sentiments? G, already emotionally fragile, felt the warmth of the shawl seep into her heart, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. With a sudden leap, she landed in Julienne's embrace, clinging tightly to her waist and repeatedly calling out "Mama." The sight was so heartwarming that even Julienne, who had lived for over 3 centuries, could no longer maintain her composure, shedding tears like a child. Her heart swelled with emotion, as she felt that even on the brink of death, having such an obedient daughter made it all worthwhile. In that moment, she silently vowed that anyone who dared to harm her daughter would face her wrath, regardless of their status, even if they were the leader of their clan. Once the little one had cried enough and sat up straight, the 3 little ancestors in her womb began their own lively activities, making her feel both discomfort and amused. That evening, as usual, she tossed and turned on the large bed, eventually resigning herself to rolling back into the large shell. Julienne, ever considerate, had long instructed the Eagle clan to reinforce the shell bed and lower its height, ensuring a sense of safety. Lying on the new blanket inside the shell, she was bathed in the gentle starlight from the luminous beads above, a truly delightful experience. Turning her head, she spotted the colorful seashell collected earlier that day. As a child, she had often heard that placing a seashell to one's ear could reveal the sound of the ocean, so she curiously decided to try it. However, to her disappointment, there was nothing to be heard, leading her to chuckle at the realization that legends could be deceiving. She casually placed the seashell beside her pillow, ready to drift into slumber. But then, something extraordinary occurred. The moment she fell asleep, the seashell began to sing softly, its melodious tones effortlessly pulling her consciousness into a fantastical dreamscape. In the blink of an eye, she found herself submerged in the ocean, surrounded by vibrant clownfish swimming about. When she reached out to touch them, the sensation felt astonishingly real. Bewildered, she thought, how can a mere rabbit's spirit breathe underwater? This defies logic. Just as she pondered, a stunning figure emerged from behind a coral cluster. With long, water-blue hair and skin that glowed like the moon, he had a magnificent, deep blue fishtail. My goodness, a living merman. His face was captivating enough to enchant anyone. Yet, as she glanced down, she couldn't help but notice, "Hey there, handsome. Did you forget to work on your pecs? They seem a bit flat." The merman seemed to sense her gaze, swiftly swimming to her side, taking her hand and pressing it against his chest. The cool sensation jolted her back to reality. After all this time, she realized she was holding the hand of a male merman with a flat chest. Attempting to withdraw her hand to greet him, she found herself unable to utter a word. The merman remained silent, guiding her through the underwater realm, showcasing various wonders. The most astonishing moment occurred when he beckoned, and a whale, as large as a mountain, swam over. They climbed onto its back, surfacing to gaze at the moon for an entire night. I tell you, throughout that night, her eyes remained fixed on the merman, while he wore a smug smile that he could hardly contain. As dawn broke, sunlight filtering in, she opened her eyes, only to find herself back in the shell bed. After all that, it had merely been a dream. She chuckled at the thought of such a handsome merman ever being interested in an ordinary pregnant woman like her. After an extended slumber, she awoke to see Julienne preparing lunch. Upon noticing her rosy cheeks, Julienne playfully pinched her nose, teasing her for being lazy. After lunch, Julienne took her for a stroll by the sea. However, as a novice by the shore, she struggled to gather sea treasures, nearly getting pinched by a crab, prompting Julienne to send her off to play alone. Standing by the shore, gazing at the endless ocean, she recalled the vivid dream from the previous night. She wondered, could there truly be mermaids in the sea? Yet, after observing for a while, she saw nothing but the waves. She chuckled at herself, realizing how foolish she had been to dream so vividly. As she turned to follow Julian back, she failed to notice a massive, deep blue tail leaping out of the water behind her, only to vanish silently into the waves. Meanwhile, in the territory of the giant eagle clan, their leader, Shi-Er-Wei-Ya, was in a state of distress. His adversaries, Nan-Gong-Zhe-Tian and their cohorts, had taken to loitering outside his home daily, as if clocking in for work, all in pursuit of the little one. Upon receiving news of her impending labor, he grew anxious, fearing that if he did not accompany her, he would regret it for a lifetime. Just as he was in a frenzy, his steward arrived, accompanied by a masked figure. When the mask was removed, he was taken aback to see a face identical to his own. It turned out that the steward had prepared an impeccable decoy named Jibwa, whose mental prowess was slightly lacking, yet indistinguishable from the real Shi-Er-Wei-Ya, unless confronted directly. With this plan in place, Shi-Er-Wei-Ya left his doppelganger to guard, flying through the night to Giant Eagle Island. Meanwhile, after dinner, the little one wandered to the beach for a solitary walk, unaware that Julian had dispatched a bodyguard named Alon Cha to follow her discreetly. As she playfully walked barefoot on the sand, a massive shadow suddenly loomed overhead. Looking up, she saw a giant eagle unlike any other on the island. Its feathers a glossy, jet black. She felt an odd sense of familiarity, but could not place where she had seen it before. The black eagle dove into the sea, emerging with a colossal fish in its beak, dropping it onto the sand nearby. It then shook off the water, drenching her in the process and leaving her utterly soaked. Wiping her face, she found the eagle staring at her intently, the two of them locked in a gaze. Finally, she broke the silence with a sneeze, shattering the awkwardness. In an instant, the giant eagle transformed into a scholarly-looking young man. His youthful face was striking, and his physique was impressively toned. He awkwardly approached her, explaining, "Gigi, I apologize. I didn't see you there. I didn't mean to splash you." She was taken aback. "You know me?" The young man quickly replied, "It's me, Shi-Er. A few days ago, I carried you away from Xue-Longshan." "Oh," she exclaimed, finally recalling him as her savior. No wonder he looked familiar. As she opened her mouth to express her gratitude, another sneeze escaped her. The cold sea breeze made her shiver. Noticing her discomfort, Shi-Er quickly apologized, rummaging through his belongings to offer her a somewhat worn coat to keep her warm. As they walked back, they encountered Julian at the cave entrance. Julian, upon seeing the drenched figure of the little one and the young man following closely, felt a surge of anger rising within her. Before Shi-Er could explain himself, she delivered a swift reprimand to the back of his head, scolding, "You fool. She's about to give birth. Do you want her to catch a chill? Are your eyes merely for decoration?" Shi-Er did not retaliate, merely dodging with a smile. Once Julian had ushered the little one inside for a warm bath and closed the door, her expression shifted dramatically to one of gravity. The figure standing outside was none other than their leader, Shi-Er-Wei-Ya. Julian fixed her gaze on him, speaking firmly, "Leader, I am aware of your desire for Gigi to bear your child. However, let me warn you, should you dare to force her, I, Julian, will be the first to oppose you." As her words resonated, a formidable mental energy erupted from her. Shi-Er-Wei-Ya was taken aback. "Andy, are you out of your mind? How could you, a mere A level, forcibly elevate your mental prowess to SS level? Your body cannot withstand it." Tears welled in Julian's eyes as she replied, "I am already on the brink of death. After finally having such a daughter, I cannot bear to see her harmed. Sure, considering the years I have cared for you, I implore you, do not force her." Seeing the elder who had always protected him in such distress softened Shi-Er-Wei-Ya's heart, and he reluctantly agreed. Yet Julian pressed further. "You must swear." Sierra, feeling helpless, could only raise her hand and vow that she would never force Ouyang Xiaoji and would protect her well. As soon as she finished her oath, Julian immediately wiped her tears, lifted her apron, and murmured about the pungent onion smell that stung her eyes, leaving Sierra utterly speechless. When Xiaoji finished her bath and emerged, Sierra knocked on the door. He handed her a storage ring, claiming it contained snacks and trinkets for her. Without waiting for Xiaoji to refuse, he transformed into a giant eagle and flew away. Upon opening the ring, Xiaoji was astonished to find it filled with snacks, girls' clothing and jewelry, as well as a collection of baby toys and clothes. Though not particularly valuable, they were evidently chosen with care. She felt overwhelmed, pondering how to repay such a significant favor in the future. Unable to resolve her thoughts, she decided to put them aside and crawled into the shell bed to sleep. As fate would have it, the familiar scene unfolded again. the conch shell by her ear once more filled with song, and she was drawn into the underwater illusion. This time, she maintained her composure, immediately searching for the handsome figure with the blue tail. He swam down from above her, embracing her intimately right away. Moreover, this time he could speak. His voice was so melodious it could bring one to their knees. Introducing himself, he said, "I am Siren, the king of the sea tribe." Xiaoji realized she could speak too, quickly responding, "I am Ouyang Xiaoji." Siren gazed deeply into her blue eyes and said, "Xiaoji, you are a gift from the sea god to me. Will you be my queen?" Who could understand, in a dream, being proposed to by an unparalleled handsome man? Xiaoji's romantic instincts kicked in, thinking that since it was just a dream, she might as well enjoy it, and she nodded in agreement. Seeing her nod, Siren's smile grew even brighter, almost stealing Xiaoji's very soul. She thought, since this is merely a dream, and she had never been in a relationship in 2 lifetimes, soon to be a mother, she had nothing to lose, and today she must take the initiative. With that thought, she embraced Siren's head and boldly kissed him. However, she accidentally bit her own lip in the process. Rubbing her lips, feeling a bit embarrassed, she noticed Siren's surprised yet delighted expression and steeled her resolve, kissing him again. This time, the pressure was just right, and she even extended her tongue to lick him, feeling the refreshing chill. Just as she thought to pull away, Siren's large hand gripped the back of her head, deepening the kiss. In that instant, Siren's eyes were filled with possession and desire, as he held Xiaoji tightly, as if wanting to merge her into his very being. A wave of deep blue light emanated from him, reaching Xiaoji's heart, transforming into a tiny mermaid design before vanishing. The next day, the voices outside awakened Ouyang Xiaoji. As she opened her eyes, she gazed at the glowing pearls above her, the passionate dream from last night replaying in her mind like a high-definition film, causing her cheeks to redden profusely. I tell you, she was so embarrassed she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Just then, the shell bed was abruptly opened, and the sunlight stung her eyes. Immediately, Sienna's doll-like face appeared right in front of her. To her surprise, he reached out to help her. But before he could even touch her, Julian's motherly instinct kicked in, pushing him aside with an impressive display of authority. I must say, Julian's combat prowess was formidable. Hands on her hips, she unleashed a tirade at Sierra. "You little rascal, what are you staring at? Can't you see Xiaoji just woke up? You a grown man, hovering around a young girl's bedside. Have you no shame?" After berating Sierra, she turned to me. Her expression changed in an instant, transforming into a radiant smile as she reached out to help me up, chattering, "Xiaoji, my darling daughter, hurry and get up for breakfast. Today we're having roasted meat prepared by Sierra, whose culinary skills are second to none on our island." Hearing her voice warmed my heart. I leaned against her shoulder and playfully asked, "Mama, have I overslept again?" She smiled indulgently, stroking my head, saying, "Overslept? You are carrying a child. You should sleep more." Saying this, she bent down to help me with my shoes. I felt a bit embarrassed and quickly tried to intervene, but Sierra, ever the quick one, snatched my shoes and, without a second thought, squatted down to put them on my feet, even carefully smoothing out my pant legs. Watching this, Julian's gaze was filled with satisfaction, as if she were about to engrave the word son-in-law on Sierra's face. Once I was ready and seated at the table, I was utterly stunned. The roasted meat laid out before us was enormous, resembling a small mountain. I felt certain I couldn't finish even a fraction of it. However, unable to resist their enthusiasm, I braced myself to dig in. You won't believe it. The 3 of us could barely manage to eat 1/5 of it. Julian, seeing my disappointed expression, suggested we share the leftovers with the single men on the island, then immediately signaled Sierra to take me out for a stroll, urging us not to stay cooped up indoors. Sierra, obedient as ever, promptly led me to the massive platform. In the next moment, he transformed back into his giant eagle form, extending his wings and allowing me to climb up. Little did I know as we took off, the gossiping eagle men below were chattering away, claiming that I must have been tricked by Sierra, saying that climbing onto the beastman's back was tantamount to signing a contract to bear children. This was nothing short of an ancient version of CPU. Unfortunately, Julian overheard their ridiculous remarks. I tell you, the scene that unfolded was filled with an overwhelming aura of authority, and those chattering men nearly knelt in fear. Like a queen, Julian declared, "Listen clearly. Xiaoji now calls me mother. She is my daughter, Julian. As long as I live, no one shall force her, including your master. Do you hear me?" The eagle men dared not utter a sound, nodding vigorously. Julian, still not satisfied, waved her hand, and commanded, "Stop idling around and go into the mountains and seas to find rare treasures for my daughter to restore her health." With that, the eagle men transformed and took flight, leaving in haste. Only then was Julian satisfied, humming a cheerful tune as she walked away, muttering, "I have a daughter now, and my daughter is going to give me grandchildren." Sitting on Sierra's back, I was blissfully unaware of the commotion below. I was exhilarated, gazing down from the sky at the breathtaking scenery, feeling utterly elated. Sierra, noticing my happiness, said he wanted to show me something even more magnificent. A 10,000-year-old ancient tree atop the mountain. 10,000 years. I had never even heard of such a thing in my life. "We must go." Upon reaching the mountaintop, I was utterly astounded. My goodness, that was no mere tree. It was a mountain. The trunk was thicker than a building, and standing beneath it, I felt like a tiny ant. While I was still in awe, Sierra suddenly said to me, "Xiaoji, only beastmen with combat and mental power at the SSS level can partially beastify their bodies." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 enormous black wings sprouted from his back, making him look like a fallen angel in the sunlight. I was so stunned I couldn't even react as he swept me up and flew to the thick trunk. Once he set me down safely, he leaped to the opposite side and soon returned with a fist-sized white fruit. He explained that this was called an ancient tree fruit, packed with energy and highly nourishing. He had grown tired of it since he had eaten it since childhood, but it would be beneficial for me. Thinking it sounded good, I accepted it without hesitation and took a bite. To my surprise, it was delicious. A warm wave of energy spread through me, feeling incredibly comforting. However, in the next moment, I clutched my stomach and turned pale. That energy was wreaking havoc inside me. I looked at Sierra with a terrified expression and stammered, "Sierra, I think I'm about to give birth." The water broke. At that moment, Sierra was bewildered yet managed to maintain his composure. He promptly retrieved his light brain to contact a doctor, and without uttering a word, he wrapped me in a blanket and dashed down the mountain like an arrow released from a bow. When we urgently arrived at the clinic, Julian and Dr. Pernard were already waiting. Pernard scanned my abdomen with an instrument for an extended period, his expression growing increasingly grim as he declared that nothing could be detected. He explained that the psychic energy levels of the several little ones within me were exceedingly high, effectively shielding the instrument signals. With the fetal positions unclear, surgery was impossible. I would have to endure the ordeal. I was in excruciating pain, feeling as though I were on the brink of collapse. Outside, the sky appeared equally chaotic, with dark clouds gathering and a colossal waterspout swirling over the sea. Reminiscent of a disaster film, Pernard, drenched in sweat, stated that under these circumstances, unless the children's biological father was present to soothe them with psychic energy, both mother and offspring would be in peril. Upon hearing this, Julian attempted to rush outside to find someone, but Pernard firmly restrained him, warning that the waterspout could shred even an SSS-level beastman, making it impossible for anyone to venture out. Just as despair began to envelop us, Sheer burst in, looking remorseful as he confessed, "It was me who gave Gigi the ancient tree fruit at noon." Pernard nearly lost his temper, pointing an accusing finger at Sheer and chastising him. "You fool. Is the energy of the ancient tree fruit something a pregnant woman should consume? Has your brain been nibbled by fish? All the energy has been absorbed by the little ones. They're having a party in there. It's a miracle if they can come out safely." Despite the reprimand, saving lives took precedence. With reddened eyes, Pernard asked Sheer, "Can you immediately upgrade to SSSS level? This is a matter of life and death. Do not play tricks on me." Sheer inhaled deeply and responded, "I can, as long as I am freed from my constraints." However, Julian grasped his arm, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "Sure, if you reach SSSS level, it is highly likely you will never be able to have your own children." "Sure," filled with determination, replied, "Aunt, it was I who brought Gigi here. I am the one who harmed her. This is my responsibility. She is the hope of the entire beast realm. She cannot die." With that, he erupted in a blinding white light, enveloping the room in an indescribable surge of psychic energy. The light exploded forth, and Sheer ascended to SSSS level right there. He approached my bedside and, under the doctor's guidance, forcefully used his formidable psychic energy to soothe the raucous little ones within me. Outside, the world was in chaos. While I summoned my last ounce of strength to let out a piercing scream, and 3 tiny fur balls plummeted into the world, miraculously, with their resounding cries. The tumultuous waterspout outside gradually dissipated, the dark clouds receding, and the moon emerging. Meanwhile, far away in the Rose Castle, the father of the child, Nangongzetian, observed the totem on his shoulder, representing the child's vital signs, finally stabilize. The heart that had been suspended in anxiety all night plummeted back into his chest. As for me, I fainted immediately after giving birth. Julian, gazing at the three fluffy little beings in the incubator, shed tears of joy, but upon turning to see Shi'er, her anger flared up, and she delivered 2 punches to his handsome face, exclaiming, "You senseless fool! I asked you to take her out for a stroll, and you fed her ancient tree fruit? You nearly caused 4 deaths." That night, the entire giant Eagle Island echoed with the sound of their family's cries, resembling the wailing of a slaughtered pig. Of course, everyone understood that an SSSS-level Beastman could hardly be harmed by a couple of smacks from an SS-level Julian. It was all just an act, a pure display of self-inflicted suffering. I did not awaken until the following afternoon. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by a pig-headed Shi'er. My throat was too hoarse to speak, and he hurriedly moistened my lips, excitedly pointing at the incubator, exclaiming, "Gigi, you're awake. You've given birth to 3 little beastmen, all male. Do you know? Their psychic energy reached S level upon birth." S level. As he expressed his exhilaration, Dr. Pernard nearby rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that it was a disaster, as now there were 3 little troublemakers with explosive psychic energy. Where'd he find wise for them? Would they be caught in a loop of despair? Following his gesture, I looked toward the incubator and beheld 3 little white fur balls. My children, the offspring of Nangongzetian and me. Later, Julian brought me golden knife fish soup, and shortly after drinking it, I fell asleep again. Shi'er, curious about the precious fish's origin, received a glare from Julian, who informed him that it was Qi Li who had found it on the beach. Unfazed, Shi'er pounded his chest, declaring that once I fell asleep, he would personally dive into the sea to catch golden knife fish to nourish me. However, what transpired? This fellow floundered in the sea for an entire afternoon. Not only did he fail to catch a golden knife fish, he didn't even spot a single fish scale. Yet while he caught nothing, someone else did. I tell you, the golden knife fish is an SSR level rarity, difficult to encounter. Yet guess what happened? The next day, a fellow named Qi Li appeared, triumphantly holding a lively one. Julian's eyes nearly bulged out as she inquired about the situation. Qi Li scratched his head, wearing a clueless expression that screamed luck, stating he had just found it on the beach. Goodness, what luck! It was as if the beast god had come to provide him a meal. Thus, our heroine, Xiao Ji, endured an entire month of golden knife fish soup, to the point where she felt nauseous at the mere sight of fish, desperately praying that Qi Li Wu find any more fish on his next outing. But lo and behold, the soup didn't cease. Something even more astonishing occurred. Upon turning, the 3 fluffy little wolf cubs in the incubator transformed into 3 smooth, plump little boys, who could understand the excitement. Xiao Ji was momentarily stunned, trembling as she exclaimed, "Mom?" The baby seemed to have unlocked a hidden feature. Julian turned around, equally astonished, and then let out a scream as she dashed out, her commotion akin to a concert reverberating throughout the island. Pernard, the cubs have transformed. I must tell you, those 3 children were exceptionally beautiful. The eldest had silver hair, akin to his unreliable father. The second had silvery gray hair. The youngest had black hair, resembling his mother. Their 3 pairs of red eyes twinkled, staring at you intently, not crying or making a fuss, behaving remarkably well. After the doctor's examination confirmed their health, we were discharged. Xiao Ji was elated, finally able to hold her children. However, upon taking them into her arms, she froze like an ice sculpture, afraid to move. Yet she still had the audacity to tease Shi'er. He cradled the second child as if holding a ticking time bomb, his body tense and beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Xiao Ji teased him, "Shi'er, it's not hot today. Why are you drenched in sweat?" After a lengthy pause, Shi'er stammered, "I'm just wearing too many clothes." I found it utterly hilarious. He was bare-chested. These 2 novice parents were a comedy of errors. Upon returning home, Shi'er thoughtfully prepared 3 shell beds adorned with small pearls for the babies, moving Xiao Ji deeply, prompting her to grasp his hand and shower him with praises. The pure-hearted young man's ears turned crimson, and he hurriedly muttered that it was what he should do before disappearing from sight. As soon as he stepped out, he was surrounded by Qi Li and his group of beastmen. Upon seeing his red ears, they began to jeer, "Oh, has the master held hands or kissed?" "Sure, quite pleased with himself," replied. Gigi took the initiative to hold my hand. The group erupted in astonishment, as if they had discovered a new continent. Meanwhile, Julian and her group of women overheard this and immediately began to ridicule him. So excited over holding hands. How impressive. The master is over 300 years old. Yet, emotionally, he has still a greenhorn. This remark rendered Sheeter silent, his ears turning crimson as if they might bleed. Then, an even stranger turn of events occurred. Julian sent Shi Li to catch more fish, and he complied. However, today luck was not on his side, as he found nothing. While he pondered this, from the depths of the sea, with a resounding splash, a stunning blue tail emerged. Shi Li, as if bewitched, walked toward the sea with a dazed expression. Upon his return, he clutched 2 fish in his hands, resembling a puppet as he entered Xiao Zhi's room with a fixed gaze. He uttered not a word, merely stared at Xiao Zhi, then produced a blue scale and forcefully inserted it into her mouth, commanding her to consume it. Before Xiao Zhi could comprehend the situation, the scale dissolved. He then placed 3 blue beads beside the 3 babies, turned on his heel, and departed, moving as if controlled by a remote. This fellow headed straight for the seaside, diving into the water. It was only when the sea engulfed him to his waist that he jolted awake, bewildered. Spotting a golden knife fish floating nearby, he seized it and returned. Julian was astonished to see him return with another fish. Did you go fishing again? Chili rubbed his head, utterly perplexed. Huh? Did I not just ask Zhi about her calling me uncle? Julian was even more confused. Did you not just go inside? Chili, oblivious to his previous visit, with a head full of questions, knocked on Xiao Zhi's door once more. This time, his expression was clear, like a transformed man. He entered, awkwardly inquiring whether his earlier promise of being the children's uncle still held. Xiao Zhi was taken aback, thinking, did you not just come? Yet, seeing his bashful, hopeful demeanor, she acquiesced. Upon hearing her agreement, Qi Li was elated, bouncing like a child weighing 300 pounds. He produced a ring as a token of their meeting and squealed with joy as he dashed away. This stirred up quite a hornet's nest. The next day, every eligible bachelor orc on the island lined up to claim kinship. Each one, performing theatrics, lamented their lonely existence, expressing a desire to be an uncle. Xiao Zhi, soft-hearted, consented to all. Meanwhile, this group boasted outside, collectively ridiculing Sierra for his timid approach to courting, calling him a fool. Sierra overheard this, and let me tell you, the scene was extraordinary. With his cherubic face darkening, he seized the leading critic, Qi Li, like a chick, and unleashed his mental prowess, silencing the crowd. He then spoke, not merely to explain, but with an imperial proclamation. He declared, I, Sierra Weya, wish to play mind games with her. Can she escape? It is not that I cannot find a wife, but rather that I seek a partner who loves me, not just a vessel for progeny. He further unveiled the underlying motivations of the others, asserting that their eagerness to become relatives was merely an attempt to emotionally bind Xiao Zhi, ensuring her permanent presence here. Finally, he asserted his faith in time, believing that one day she would willingly fall in love with him. With that, he instantaneously altered his demeanor, reverting to the simple fisherman, pathetically scurrying back to Xiao Zhi. He entered and asked, Zhi, if they can be uncles, what about me? Upon seeing his pleading eyes, Xiao Zhi felt exhausted, thinking another one trying to garner sympathy, and resignedly replied, fine, just tell me what you want, as long as I can manage it. To which Sierra, after a long pause, boldly proclaimed, Zhi, I wish for the babies to call me daddy. I was right beside them, nearly spitting out my drink. Xiao Zhi exploded with outrage. What nonsense is this? Call you daddy? What does that make our relationship? Before she could finish her retort, Sierra launched into an impassioned performance. I tell you, his acting could have earned him an Oscar. He grasped Xiao Zhi's hand, lowered his head, his voice laden with emotion. Zhi, my combat prowess and mental strength are at 4S rank. You know I will never have children of my own. Have pity on me. I do not wish to die alone. Such a tragic appeal softened Xiao Zhi's heart, causing her discomfort. However, the issue remained that he desired to be a father, not merely a godfather or uncle. How could their relationship be defined? As Xiao Zhi wrestled with her thoughts, Sierra added another layer of persuasion. Rest assured, if you refuse, I will harbor no ulterior motives. I will summon all the islanders as witnesses. All I desire in this life is to hear a child call me dad. That is my only wish. I watched as Xiao Zhi gazed at his reddened eyes, her resolve crumbling, stammering as she withdrew her hand. If you can truly let everyone understand that you are merely the children's father and that I have no connection to you, then I will agree. Oh, the family dynamics. No sooner had the words left her lips than Sierra sprang from his seat, dashing out of the door like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, It was as if a press conference had commenced outside, with Sierra's booming voice echoing throughout the island. Everyone bear witness. I, Sierra, only wish to be the father of these 3 babies. Under no circumstances will I touch her without her consent. Should I betray this vow, may the beast god strike me down. The commotion outside erupted, voices rising in unison. Agreed. Count me in, Sierra. Inside, Xiaoji listened to the ruckus outside, glancing at the 3 content babies happily smiling at her, her face flushed like a boiled shrimp. She gently caressed the babies' little faces, whispering, "Though your real father is not here, you were born into a world filled with love, and you will surely find happiness." As she spoke, Sierra returned, surrounded by a throng of supporters, akin to a triumphant general. He squatted before Xiaoji, his gaze earnest. "Ji, they are willing to bear witness now. Can I be a father? Fine, but I shall reiterate, you are solely the baby's father. Our relationship remains unchanged, understood?" Understood. Sierra nodded vigorously. Then, let me tell you, the most audacious move followed. He reached into his spatial ring and produced a stack of documents thicker than bricks, presenting them to Xiaoji. "Here, Ji, please sign." Xiaoji was taken aback. "What are these?" "The father agreement. Now that I am the baby's father, my assets naturally belong to them. Since they are still young, as their guardian, you merely need to co-sign." Xiaoji held the thick stack of papers, utterly bewildered. She flipped through a couple of pages and, good heavens, it was filled with legal jargon. While she recognized the terms separately, together they seemed incomprehensible. However, she could not bring herself to accept something without giving in return. "Sierra, just treat the babies well. I cannot accept your wealth. I cannot sign this." She began to return the documents. What happened next? Tears streamed down Sierra's face as he feigned a pitiful tone. "Ji, do you think I am poor? Which is why you do not want me to be a father." "No, I do not think you are poor. It is just wrong to take something for nothing. But in our giant eagle clan, becoming a father necessitates relinquishing all wealth. If you refuse, it means you think I am poor and do not wish for me to be this father." "No, I truly do not think you are poor. Please do not be upset. I will sign now." Xiaoji was at her wit's end, grabbing the pen and hurriedly scribbling her name. Upon seeing her signature, Siena's face transformed from sorrow to joy in an instant, radiating sunshine. "Ji, thank you. Rest assured, if the babies do not recognize me as their father when they grow up, it is simple. Just return half of these assets to me. Truly, it is an easy resolution." He then turned to the crowd of onlookers and exclaimed, "Isn't this a simple resolution?" The crowd, under Siena's threatening gaze, struggled to contain their laughter, their expressions nearly breaking. "Ah, yes, it is indeed simple." Once they departed, I assure you, they were nearly in fits of laughter. Simple? Easy? It was a hellish joke. The wealth amassed by their giant eagle clan over generations was beyond measure. Moreover, Sierra had invested all his assets, accruing interest daily. If Xiaoji ever realized her mistake and wished to retract her agreement, merely dividing the assets could take her several lifetimes. Should Sierra manipulate the accounts further, she would never escape her ties to him in this lifetime. This is not merely a matter of becoming a godfather. It is quite evidently akin to signing a lifelong contract of servitude. Thus, with a sense of satisfaction, Sierra rose to her feet, her expression radiating joy. "Ji, my dear, the little ones have reached their first month. Have you thought of names for them?" This question momentarily left Xiaoji speechless. The children belong to Nangong Zetian, and their resemblance is striking. If they carry the Nangong surname, it will inevitably reveal their lineage. If they take her surname, Ouyang, and Nangong Zetian comes knocking, how could she possibly stand against him? Observing her dilemma, Sierra promptly suggested, "How about we start with nicknames? We can let them choose their formal names when they are older. Perhaps we could call them the Bao, Air Bao, and Xiao Bao. Simple and memorable." Sierra nearly burst into laughter, suppressing her amusement as she agreed. "That works for now. However, they will outgrow those names quickly, as little beastmen develop at an astonishing rate." "I truly cannot think of anything else," Xiaoji replied, with a look that screamed, "I am proudly illiterate. May I propose names? How about Hong 1, Hong Xian, and Hong Yu?" The character Hong signifies the origin of all things and embodies hope. All right, those are far more melodious than my suggestions of Bao and Air Bao." Xiaoji instantly concurred. That evening, Mama Julianne took the 3 children away, allowing Xiaoji a moment of respite. Yet, as soon as she lay down, she found herself dreaming of the dashing figure with a blue fishtail, Siren. Siren embraced her, his voice soothing like a lullaby. Gigi, I give you my heart's scales. I shall enter hibernation. Wait for 3 years, and when I awaken, I shall come to wed you, and together we shall bear descendants of the sea god clan. Shall we? Xiao Ji, likely exhausted, thought to herself that since it was merely a dream, agreeing would incur no loss, and she found herself nodding in affirmation. Splendid. In 3 years, I shall orchestrate the grandest wedding to make you my queen. Very well. I shall await you. In her dream, Xiao Ji agreed with utmost conviction. Upon awakening, she found the situation absurd. She was already a mother to 3 little ones. Yet she still indulged in such whimsical dreams. Could it be a result of postpartum hormonal imbalance? No, it must be that she had too much leisure time. If only she could tire herself out during the day with the children, she would surely collapse in a bed at night, leaving no room for dreams. Thus, she embarked on her full-time maternal duties, tirelessly attending to her children. Remarkably, it proved effective. She was so exhausted that she fell asleep the moment her head touched the pillow, and she no longer dreamt of that fish. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The 3 little darlings had grown into 3 spirited toddlers. One day, as Xiaoji idly observed her 3 sons diligently studying at their desk, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Dear family, whose 3-year-old children exhibit such studiousness, shouldn't they be at an age of mischief-making? Yet, her trio had never caused her a moment of worry since their birth. She recalled that when they were 2 years old, she deemed it time for their enlightenment and presented them with a children's learning device. My dears, come take a look at this, and feel free to ask me any questions. To her surprise, Dabao glanced at it and calmly remarked, Mama, isn't this meant for little toddlers? Papa Shear is already teaching us strategies for warfare. After saying this, he produced a hefty tome titled Beast World Combat Strategies, which could easily crush someone. Xiaoji flipped through it cautiously. She recognized every character, but understood none when strung together. She anxiously inquired, My dears, is this material a tad too challenging for you? Not at all, Mama. Papa Shear says this is foundational knowledge that every little darling should learn. At that moment, Xiaoji nearly choked with laughter. Foundational knowledge? If this were presented to me, it would be at the level of graduate-level coursework. Dabao then took her hand, pointing to a battle record in the book, and began to analyze. Mama, observe. Even though the Tiger clan won this battle, the commander was incompetent. Had he dispatched the elite troops to capture the Leopard clan's territory first, then Airbao chimed in immediately. Exactly. If it were me, I would have cut off their logistic supply first, causing chaos in their ranks. Sanbao joined in. Second brother is correct. We could set an ambush on their way back, eliminating them in one fell swoop. The 3 little ones engaged in a lively debate, each contributing their insights. Xiaoji's expression transitioned from gentle to dazed, eventually becoming utterly petrified. Is this truly the topic of discussion for 2-year-olds? Mama, are we correct in our assertions? The 3 boys gazed at her expectantly. Xiaoji, utterly bewildered, could only muster a forced compliment. Yes, yes, indeed. However, my darlings, isn't this rather dull? Not at all. Mama, didn't you say we should study hard and strive for improvement every day? Xiaoji felt as though she had shot herself in the foot, her embarrassment reaching such heights that she nearly wished to burrow into the ground. She quickly concocted an excuse to escape. Oh, Grandma Julianne has baked bread. Mama needs to help. She simply could not comprehend how the children of the beast world possessed such extraordinary intellect. At 2 years old, she had been playing in the mud. She approached Shear with her concerns, only to find him equally puzzled. Is it too early? Not at all. I could recite such things effortlessly at 2. Beside them, Panada handed her an even thicker volume, Beast World Policies, claiming it was for the children's enlightenment. In that moment, Xiaoji profoundly realized that her intelligence was merely present to make up the numbers in this world. From that day forward, she refrained from meddling in her children's education and resigned herself to the role of a supportive, tea-serving mother. One day, after the 3 children had grown weary from studying, Xiaoji hurriedly offered them water. Hong Wen, Hong Xian, Hong Yu, take a moment to hydrate. Thank you, Mama. Each of the 3 little cool kids planted a kiss on her cheek. Suddenly, Dabao Hong Wen asked, Mama, do you know what light brain is? Xiaoji, peeling fruit, halted abruptly. For 3 years, she had deliberately avoided the outside world, fearing an encounter with Nangong Zetian. Steadying her nerves, she inquired, Where did you hear about that? From Uncle Panada. He was speaking secretly with Papa Shear, and we overheard. Mama, have you seen one? Yes, I have. It is used for accessing the internet and making calls. If the opportunity arises, I will buy each of you one. Mama, is this what you mean? Xiaoji looked up to see Bao holding a light brain, and she was momentarily stunned. Hongwen, where did you acquire this? I got it for Papa Shin. He left it unlocked in his box. I just wanted to ask you about it. I will return it shortly. This is a light brain, but does not belong to us. Quickly return it. Understood. Xiaoji did not dwell on it further. Little did she know, her prodigious children, on their way back, swiftly cracked the numerous passwords Sheer had set on the light brain. Just as they were exploring the new world within it, a video call came through. The three brothers exchanged glances, curiosity compelling them to answer. As the light screen illuminated, a man with silver hair and crimson eyes appeared. In that instant, all three brothers were taken aback, for this man bore an uncanny resemblance to them. Before the man could utter a word, the light brain abruptly shut down. The brothers fumbled for a while, unable to restore it, and reluctantly returned it in silence. Just as they placed it down, Sher entered. He picked up the light brain, and his expression shifted dramatically as he urgently asked, "Did you tamper with this?" Upon seeing his anxious demeanor, Bao stepped forward. "Papa Sher, we merely took a look. It shut down on its own." Sheer quickly inspected it. Fortunately, he had set up an automatic recognition system, which locked it if it was not operated by him. The communication records were also empty, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He smiled at the three boys. "Do you wish to play with the light brain? In due time, Papa will buy each of you one. However, you must not meddle with Papa's things, understood?" "Yes, we understand." Once he had sent the three boys away, Sheer checked the light brain once more. He was unaware that, at that very moment, in the Rose Castle of Shuelang Mountain, Nangong Zetian was furiously typing on the keyboard. He reacted swiftly, hacking into Sheener's light brain, deleting the recent communication records, and reverse-tracking their location. Gazing at the three identical little faces, Nangong Zetian, if not blind, would undoubtedly recognize that they were the offspring he had searched for tirelessly over the past 3 years. That scoundrel, Zirwaya, had indeed hidden his Ji and children away. However, the dilemma was that their three clans had been monitoring Zirwaya for 3 years, and he had never left the Great Eagle clan. How could he possibly have concealed them? Suddenly, Nangong Zetian realized that over these 3 years, they had only observed his movements without ever confirming whether the individual processing documents in the Great Eagle clan was truly Zirwaya himself. He immediately connected with Sonia via communication. "Sonia, is Zirwaya still in the Great Eagle clan?" "Yes, I'm personally keeping watch," Sonia replied languidly. "I wonder if this guy is sick. For 3 years, he has either been looking at documents or on his way to look at documents. I'm about to throw up." "Sonia, we've been deceived. The person we've been monitoring is likely a decoy." Nangong Zetian's words instantly made Sonia sit up straight. "What is the evidence?" "I just hacked into his light brain and saw the faces of the babies. They are right next to Zirwaya. The one we have been watching is definitely a counterfeit." Upon hearing this, Sonia's anger surged, and she immediately wanted to rush in and tear that imposter apart. "Don't act impulsively." Nangong Zetian quickly stopped her. "I have pinpointed the location of the real body, but it is not displayed on the map. We must extract answers from the decoy. When I arrive, do not alarm the snake in the grass." "All right, I will wait for you." Meanwhile, on Great Eagle Island, no one was aware that the outside world had turned upside down. Today was the 3rd birthday of the 3 little ones. A particularly warm birthday party had been arranged for them. The 3 birthday stars received gifts until their hands were sore. Ji, the mother, was unknowingly indulging in the jovial atmosphere, having consumed quite a bit of the fruit wine brewed by Mama Julianne. This wine was sweet and delightful, yet potent. She rested her chin on her palm, her eyes hazy with intoxication as she watched the bonfire, where her 3 sons were hoisted on the shoulders of a group of beastmen, playing and laughing wildly. As she watched, she merrily raised her glass for another drink. Just as she was about to sip her 3rd cup, a large hand stopped her. "Ji, you are drunk and cannot drink anymore." Looking up, she saw Siener's doll-like face. In her drunken stupor, she pulled Sierra beside her to sit down. "Sierra, here, I toast to you. Thank you for taking care of us for these 3 years." Sierra accepted the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. "I've drunk the wine. No need for thanks." "You are drunk, and I will take you back." "I'm not drunk. I can walk by myself." Ji waved her hand and stood up, only to stumble and nearly fall, caught deftly by Sierra. "See, you are really drunk. Let me carry you back, all right?" "All right, then I'll trouble you." Ji obediently climbed onto Sierra's back. While on his back, she was restless, poking his face with her hand. "Sierra, how old are you?" 350. "I'm only 23. And you're 350? How come your face is even younger than mine? Gigi drunkenly blew warm air in his ear. Sierra's body stiffened, and he halted. Quickly tell me, how do you maintain your youth? I also want to look like you when I reach 350. Drunken Gigi, like a child, fervently rubbed his face. Sierra closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he transformed Gigi, who was on his back, into a Princess Carrie, holding her with one arm. Gigi was momentarily stunned. Sierra looked at her, his eyes filled with temptation and calculation. Gigi, I can tell you the secret to remaining forever young and beautiful. However, I fear you might regret it when you sober up. I want to regret it. I want to. Then quickly tell me. Siena's gaze bore a hint of provocation. You need only contract with me, and I guarantee you will look the same even at 800 years old. What do you say? Do you dare? Having already indulged in drink, Gigi, provoked by him, impulsively shouted, I dare. Why wouldn't I dare? It's just a contract. Let us do it now. A contract requires going somewhere less populated. Then let us go to my room. There's no one there. Gigi pointed fiercely. All right, let us go contract now. Sierra's eyes sparkled with a triumphant smile. Once inside and the door closed, Sierra pulled out a document from his ring. Gigi, in case you regret it tomorrow and claim I forced you, please sign here to prove my innocence. Fine, I'll sign. Gigi took the pen, not even glancing at it, and boldly scribbled her name. Sierra accepted the signed document, and the light in his eyes shone brighter than the stars in the sky. After 3 years, he had finally awaited this opportunity, legitimately becoming Gigi's husband. Now he could hold his head high. Even if Nangong Jitian, that ex-husband, came to kill him, Sierra was now the legitimate partner. Clutching the document, he felt an overwhelming sense of delight as he swaggered over to Gigi's bed. At this moment, Gigi was already quite intoxicated, her hazy eyes gazing at him. Sierra, fully aware of how to manipulate the situation, approached her, saying, Gigi, the contract was your idea. You must take the initiative later. Our Gigi, being a straightforward person, though her mind was muddled, still patted her chest and declared, All right, I'll take the initiative. Wait, how do I take the initiative? Upon hearing this, Sierra seized the opportunity, leaning his neck forward, his Adam's apple bobbing enticingly. The scene was simply captivating. He said, Simple, let us start with taking off our clothes. Who among us can withstand such temptation? Gigi felt her inner mischief awaken, lunging at his collar buttons with fervor. However, being intoxicated, her hands trembled, and after a long struggle, she couldn't unfasten a single one. In her frustration, she thought, never mind if my hands want to work. I'll use my mouth. Sierra was nearby, encouraging her. Yes, Gigi, your speed is a bit slow. You can rip it off. Use some strength. As he spoke, he reclined back, creating an optimal environment for Gigi to unleash her fervor. Upon hearing this, Gigi's mind cleared instantly, right? Just rip it and buy a new one later. I have money. In the next moment, with a tearing sound, Sierra's exquisite shirt was instantly reduced to mere shreds. I thought to myself, how could this clothing be of such poor quality? Later, I discovered that Sierra, the sly one, had secretly used his mental power, fearing Gigi couldn't tear it and covertly assisting her. How cunning. Now, with a handsome man in bed disheveled, Sierra gazed at Gigi with an innocent yet lustful look. Gigi, see how obedient I am. Are you still not satisfied? Gigi, not caring about anything else, immediately pounced on him, exploring with her hands. Sierra, feeling the heat radiating from her touch, his voice hoarse, whispered in her ear, Gigi, I actually prefer you to be a bit bolder. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped over and pinned the utterly dazed Gigi beneath him. After 3 years, he had waited for this moment. Just as the two were engulfed in their fiery passion, Chile and his group of beastmen were returning with the 3 children. Upon reaching the door, they heard some indescribable sounds from within, followed by an overwhelming SSS-class mental pressure that slammed down upon them. Except for the 3 children, Chile and his companions nearly knelt in shock. They exchanged glances, and without a word, they turned and fled, clutching the children. As they ran, Chile coaxed the little ones. Sweethearts, Uncle will take you fruit picking. Tonight, we'll sleep in the trees and build you a little house. The 3 children, hearing this, were quite pleased. Chile and the others quickly transformed back into great eagles, flapping their wings and darting away faster than anyone. Their hearts were filled with excitement. The beast God bless. Our master is finally single. In the room, after the event, Sierra gazed at the sleeping Gigi, but a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Just moments ago, it seemed he had glimpsed on Gigi's chest Not only the totems of the eagle and wolf clans, but also a fleeting fishtail totem. He pondered. Something feels amiss. The data indicated that Gigi had only encountered Nangong Jitian's foolish wolf once. Where did this fish beast man come from? Perhaps he was simply too excited and had become disoriented, having pretended to be naive for too long that he had genuinely turned foolish. With this thought, Sierra commenced his Oscar-worthy performance. He first produced a small vial containing an extract from ancient tree leaves, designed specifically for inebriated individuals to inhale, ensuring they would remember nothing the following day. Then, he conjured a multitude of vivid bruises on himself, using his mental energy, resembling someone who had endured domestic violence. Finally, he picked up a ragged piece of cloth from the floor and securely bound his hands to the headboard before contentedly closing his eyes to sleep. The next day, as the sun shone brightly, Gigi rubbed her hungover head and, eyes still closed, prepared to rise. As her hand brushed against something smooth and elastic, her eyes flew open. Lo and behold, Sierra's handsome face lay beneath her, his upper body marked with suggestive bruises and his hands tied to the headboard. Gigi momentarily froze, her mind a blank slate, unable to recall the events of the previous night. The only fragmented memory she possessed was of herself seemingly holding Sierra's face, insisting he teach her about skincare. Yet the scene before her painted a stark picture of her having taken the initiative. Looking at Sierra, bound and battered, and then at herself, untouched, she disregarded the need to dress and hurriedly reached to untie him. Just then, the fainting Sierra woke. Upon opening his eyes and meeting Gigi's panicked gaze, his expression transformed into one of pitiful grievance, reminiscent of an abandoned puppy. He uttered not a word, yet his eyes brimmed with accusation, as if to say, "You irresponsible woman." A wave of guilt washed over Gigi. She hurriedly loosened his bindings, hastily draping herself in a garment while searching for something for Sierra to wear, only to find a scattering of torn cloth. Awkwardly, she suggested, "How about you wear mine for now?" Just as she was about to step down from the bed, Sierra seized her wrist, his voice dripping with sorrow as he lamented. "Gigi, we formed a bond last night. Do you wish to abandon your responsibility towards me?" The weight of his words shattered her heart. She quickly clarified, No. Sierra, look, I already have 3 children. You're in a position to find someone better." Before she could finish, Sierra interrupted. "So you intend to enjoy the benefits and then deny your obligations? Is that it? I want to allow it. I am 350 years old. If I could find someone better, I would have done so. You simply do not wish to take responsibility." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. Nearly fainting with rage, and in a fit of despair, he pulled a knife from beneath the covers, pressing it against his neck. This terrified Gigi, who immediately grasped his hand, exclaiming, No, I will take responsibility. As long as you don't mind my 3 children, I will be responsible for you." "Really?" Sierra's eyes lit up. "Really?" Gigi affirmed resolutely. "Then swear to me now that no matter what happens in the future, you will never abandon me." "If you do, I will." He again pressed the knife against his neck, where a thin line of blood had already formed. Frantically, Gigi raised her hand to swear. "I swear. I, Ouyang Xiaoji, will never abandon Sierra. Should I break this oath, may I suffer ill fate." All right, as long as you want to abandon me." Sierra covered her mouth, casually tossing the knife aside and retrieving a new outfit from his spatial ring. Once dressed, he purposefully picked up the ragged cloth from the floor, his eyes continuing to accuse Gigi of her violent behavior from the previous evening. Staring at the impeccably dressed Sierra, Gigi remained perplexed. "Sierra, aren't you an SSSS-level beast man? Why didn't you resist when I treated you like that last night?" Sierra instantly switched to a shy, bashful demeanor, shielding his eyes with his hands as he replied. "It was because you held me and insisted on forming a bond with me, promising to bear many little ones. You even signed the bond document. I, too, have feelings for you, so I went along with it, albeit reluctantly. Although you were somewhat forceful, as a member of the Giant Eagle clan, I could endure." His words left Gigi's face as red as a boiled crab. Goodness, what unspeakable acts had she committed against him last night? Noticing her mortification, Sierra swiftly produced the bond document, pointing to her scrawled signature, delivering a fatal blow to her composure. Just as Gigi contemplated her impending demise, a savior arrived. The children were knocking at the door. She hastily instructed them to wait, flustered as she tidied the bed and cleared away the incriminating evidence before finally opening the door. Upon opening it, her eldest exclaimed, "Mommy, Uncle Chili said you and Daddy Sierra went to have a little sister for us last night. Is that true?" Gigi stood frozen in shock. She gazed into her children's innocent and curious eyes, then turned to Sierra's expectant expression, mustering the courage to nod. Sweethearts, Mommy and Daddy Sierra have formed a bond, and from now on, we are a true family. Hearing this, the three children erupted with joy, rushing to embrace Sierra, earnestly declaring, "We are so happy. Becoming a true family with Daddy Sierra is something we have long awaited." Sierra knelt down, enveloping the four of them in a warm embrace, feeling as if he possessed the entire world. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Nangong side plummeted to an icy chill. Observing Sierra diligently handling affairs in the surveillance feed, it dawned on him that this was merely a substitute. Clenching his fists, he said to Sonia beside him, "We have been deceived by this clumsy ruse for a full 3 years. Sonia, it is now up to you to locate Gigi and the others." Sonia flashed a charming smile. "Are you referring to me?" Literally. In the next moment, Nangong, Sonia, and Stephen appeared at the main hall of the Giant Eagle clan, as if by teleportation. Upon seeing them, the butler instinctively moved to shield the substitute Jibe, only to be knocked out by Stephen's palm. Jibe, recognizing the gravity of the situation, realized he had been exposed and prepared to act tough, determined not to yield. However, a glance upward met Sonia the White Fox clan leader's enchanting eyes, and he instantly succumbed, his mind turning to mush. Sonia's voice had an enchanting quality. "Good child, tell me, where is Sierra? Giant Eagle Island. What is the precise location of Giant Eagle Island? Be specific, there is a reward." Jibe, like a marionette, divulged the coordinates in full detail. Once Sonia acquired the desired information, she promptly knocked him unconscious again, dismissing him with a disdainful gesture. Then, she snapped her fingers, and two individuals who bore an uncanny resemblance to the butler and Jibe entered, perfectly stepping into their roles. Stephen, eager to flatter, remarked, "Sonia, your White Fox clan's enchanting techniques are indeed effective." Sonia didn't even spare him a glance. "Enough wasting time. Let us head to Giant Eagle Island," commanded Nangong. The three boarded their flying craft and set off. However, they were unaware that Giant Eagle Island was akin to a devil's map, plagued by dense fog and strong magnetic fields, causing their vessel to malfunction. Switching to a larger ship revealed treacherous reefs, and opting for a small kayak resulted in it being shredded by mysterious marine organisms. Nangong's face darkened. "Swim over." Sonia immediately protested, "I can't swim." Stephen scoffed, transforming into a colossal serpent, clearly indicating he would proceed without them. Upon exchanging glances, Nangong and Sonia, quite shamelessly, jumped onto Stephen's back. Stephen exploded. "What the hell? What do you two think you're stepping? My back is meant for my wife." Just as he intended to throw them off, Nangong calmly remarked, "Sierra may have already reached SSS level. Are you certain you can handle this alone?" Stephen pondered this, realizing he couldn't let these two fools gain the upper hand. Thus, he begrudgingly endured the indignity of carrying them both forward. Meanwhile on the island, Chile and the others heard the warning calls of the birds, their expressions transforming from those of innocent simplicity to that of elite warriors. "Someone is attacking the island. Quickly, inform the clan leader," Chile shouted, transforming into a giant eagle and soaring towards the island's outskirts. At the dining table, Sierra was calmly serving dishes to the mother and her 3 children when the sound of birds chirping erupted from outside. Before he could perform, the 3 talented children spoke up. The eldest, "Mom, the birds' calls are battle signals." The second, 3 long and 2 short, "Someone is attacking the island." The youngest, "Breaking news. Someone named Nangong is about to land on the island. They can't hold on much longer. Hurry, let the family head know." "Mom, who is the family head?" "Nangong. Family head?" Even if Gigi were foolish, she could sense something was amiss and put down her chopsticks to question Sierra. Sierra, more agitated than she, threw down his chopsticks, his eyes reddening. "Gigi, you don't trust me. It's not that I don't trust you. You need to explain first. You simply don't believe me. Fine, I'll tell you. I am the family head, and the family head is me." After saying this, Sierra turned away in grievance, and indeed, Gigi caught him by the arm. When Sierra turned back, his face was etched with hurt and sorrow, and he began his heartfelt confession. "Gigi, 3 years ago when I brought you back, I was aware of your connection with Nangong. Our Giant Eagle clan and the Snow Wolf clan are sworn enemies. I hid you here out of fear of his revenge. I never expected he would still find you. Gigi, I cannot defeat him. I fear you will disdain me and leave with the children." He spoke with a choked voice, embraced Gigi, then quickly stepped back. Gigi, I know you don't like him. I will do everything in my power to drive him away. There's a ship on the back mountain. I have prepared treasures and food for you. Chili will assist you. Hurry and take the children and escape. With that, he transformed into a giant eagle and flew heroically towards the battlefield. Gigi watched his retreating figure by the window, her heart in turmoil. She explained to the children that Nan Gongze Tian was their biological father, but when they asked her if she liked him, she hesitated and ultimately shook her head. After all, she was now the lawful wife of Xier. Since Mom doesn't like him, we don't like him either. But Mom, are we really going to abandon Dad, Xier, and run away? Gigi's gaze turned resolute. No. The predicament that Dad Xier faces today is because of me. I cannot abandon him. We must find him. On the coast, two factions were locked in a fierce battle. Xier confronted Nan Gong Zetian from height, throwing a copy of a marriage document. Nan Gong Zetian, take a good look. Gigi is now my lawful contractual partner. By what right do you claim her? Just because you forced her one night years ago? Upon seeing the signature on the document, Nan Gong Zetian's veins bulged with rage as he tore the document to shreds and transformed into a snow wolf, lunging at Xier. Sonia and Stephen immediately joined the fray, surrounding Xier. At that moment, a sudden series of urgent bird calls rang out across the battlefield. In the next second, a surreal scene unfolded. The previously fierce giant eagle clan warriors, as if choreographed, all collapsed simultaneously, lying on the ground, breathless and feigning exhaustion, their acting skills remarkable. Among them, Xier suffered the worst. Under the united assault of Nan Gong Zetian and the others, he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Falling to the ground, his gaze pitifully fixed on the bewildered trio across from him. Nan Gong Zetian reverted to his human form, glancing at his now empty hands. Then it's Sonia and Stephen, all three wearing expressions of confusion. What is going on? We didn't even hit him. How could he have fallen? Just as they pondered this mystery, a piercing scream perfectly resolved their doubts. Xier. Dad Xier. Gigi rushed out from the side with the three children, completely ignoring Nan Gong Zetian, and all threw themselves beside the gravely injured Xier. Xier, how are you? How'd you get so hurt? As Gigi wiped the blood from his lips, tears streamed down her face. Xier struggled to open his eyes, wanting to speak, but coughed up another mouthful of blood, which sent Gigi and the children into louder sobs. Gigi, don't be sad. I'm sorry. I'm powerless to protect you. You should go with Nan Gong Zetian. Xier reached out with his bloodied hand to touch Gigi's face. His breath faint. No, I want to leave. Dad Xier, we want to leave. The cries were heart-wrenching, the atmosphere truly tragic. Nan Gong Zetian and his companion stood by, utterly shocked by Xier's shameless act. This scoundrel's heart must be blackened. How could a level 4's powerhouse be so severely injured? In such a weak state, one might think he was on the brink of death. Yet, even more audacious actions followed. Xier made a strenuous effort to lift his head, looking at Nan Gong Zetian with eyes filled with fragility, pity, and helplessness. Nan Gong Zetian, our clans have enmity, that's fine. But you should not involve the Baihu clan and Tung Shi clan in exterminating the Giant Eagle clan. The females of our Giant Eagle clan are innocent. As soon as he finished speaking, Julianne rushed out from the side with all the females and sub-females on the island, crying and shouting. Each of them appeared disheveled and wounded, rushing to their respective partners and wailing. This cacophony of cries heightened the guilt and remorse felt by Gigi and her children to an apex. In the face of Xier's outrageous accusation, Stephen could no longer contain himself. His temper flared instantly. Let me tell you, he erupted, springing from beside Nan Gong Zetian, pointing at the Oscar-worthy performance on the ground. Xier, you old trickster, still pretending to be dead in front of me. You want to die, huh? Fine. I'll grant you that. With that, his massive fist flew toward Xier. What happened next? Incredible. Just as everyone thought this green tea bird was done for, he forcefully dragged his broken body and dove over, shielding Gigi and the three children beneath him, absorbing Stephen's blow with his back. In the next moment, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering Gigi. Xier, Dad! The family wailed, their cries tearing at the heartstrings. Stephen was left stunned, looking down at his hands, utterly bewildered. Wait, I didn't even touch you. Where did this blood come from? Did the ketchup delivery arrive? Beside him, Nan Gong Zetian and Sonia's faces turned as dark as a pot bottom. If they couldn't see that Xier was playing a tragic act, they had wasted their hundreds of years. This tactic was truly brilliant, heroically saving the beauty while framing the enemy. This combination of moves severed any remaining ties between Gigi and their three great clans, repairing their relationship in the future, more difficult than ascending to the heavens. How could they bully the frail and vulnerable members of the Giant Eagle clan right in front of them? Following this, the women of the Giant Eagle clan all knelt down, clinging to Nangong Zetian's legs, weeping. "Family head, please spare us. We have not wronged Gigi and the others in these 4 years." The older Aunt Julianne, even more significantly, clutched Chier, sobbing and beating her chest. "Chier, my son, I'm powerless to protect you." She then apologized to Gigi, admitting she had deceived her. Having never witnessed such a scene, Gigi cried, "No, Mom, it's not your fault. It's all my doing. I harmed Chier and all of you." With that, she stood up like a mother hen protecting her chicks, placing herself in front of Chier and shouted at Nangong Zetian, "Nangong Zetian, I owe you nothing. Why do you insist on clinging to me? I've avoided you for 3 years. Why do you still seek to harm me?" Nangong Zetian found himself at a loss for words, clearly seeing Chier hiding behind Gigi, wearing an extremely provocative expression. That little gaze seemed to say, "Buddy, are you angry?" But just as the green tea bird reveled in his triumph, the 3 children suddenly looked up, catching him in the act of that provocative gaze. Chier's body stiffened instantly. The youngest was just about to speak. "Dad, Chier, quick as lightning, pressed a hand to his chest, and with a cough, he spewed out another mouthful of blood. Regrettably, apart from Ouyang Xiaoji, no one else fell for the act this time. The 3 children exchanged glances, wiped away their tears, and quietly stepped aside to watch the performance. Who could understand their family? These 3 children were nothing short of high-quality human offspring, remarkably clear-headed. Zirwaya continued to feebly act. "Gigi, I can't go on. Don't you resent me for deceiving you?" Ouyang Xiaoji shook her head in tears. "No resentment, no resentment. It is I who have brought you trouble." Zirwaya, adopting a tone of someone delivering a final message, replied, "If you do not resent me, I can rest easy." Nangong Zetian and his companions clenched their fists in frustration. "Is this too much of an act, brother? Do you wish to perish? Very well, we shall help you." The 3 of them concentrated their mental energy, poised to send this thespian to meet the beast god. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The tranquil sea surface suddenly erupted into towering waves. I tell you, the scene was akin to Moses parting the sea. Hundreds of colossal whales paved a path through the waves, forcefully cleaving a way through the tumult. Following behind were countless exquisite fish, their mouths clutching coral treasures, transforming that watery corridor into a realm of wonder. As everyone stood dumbfounded, a man appeared, seated atop a giant whale, adorned with a magnificent blue fishtail, an enchanting merman. He strode upon the waves, surveying the scene from his lofty vantage point, and fixed his gaze upon Zirwaya's embrace of Xiaoji. With a furrowed brow, he raised his hand, summoning a wave that swept Xiaoji into his arms. Then, before all eyes, he proclaimed, "Gigi, I am Saran, the king of the sea god tribe. I've come to take you as my queen." Xiaoji was left in shock, pinching her thigh hard. Ow, that hurt. This was no dream. So those 2 indescribable dreams were real. Before she could fully comprehend, Saran lifted her chin and kissed her directly. The entire crowd erupted in chaos. Nangong Zetian, Sonia, Stephen, and even the seemingly lifeless Zirwaya sprang into action, rushing towards Saran like a swarm of bees. And what happened? Saran did not even flinch. With a mere wave of his hand, a massive wave sent all 4 of them crashing back onto the beach, immobilized on the ground. Such power, I can only say, is leagues ahead. Upon witnessing their mother being taken, the 3 children ran towards the sea in tears, only to be gently swept back by a tender wave. As countless treasures cascaded before them, Saran coldly declared, "This is the betrothal gift for marrying your mother. From this day forth, she is solely my wife, with no ties to you. I won't agree. My baby." Xiaoji's protest was cut short as Saran embraced her and vanished into the towering waves, leaving the onlookers in utter despair. Zirwaya and the others frantically rushed into the sea, desperate to retrieve her, but time and again, an invisible force pushed them back to the shore. They were utterly devastated, collapsing onto the sand in disarray. For 2 days they exhausted every means, yet could not enter that stretch of ocean, once esteemed as the pride of the heavens and the pinnacle of the beast world continent. They were now humiliated by an unknown sea god tribe. The 3 babies wept in their arms. Zirwaya cradled the second child, Nangong Zhitian held the eldest, and Julian embraced the youngest, each face etched with despair. Nangong Zhitian gazed at his son, whose likeness mirrored his own childhood, and felt a pain so profound it stole his breath. Suddenly, he turned and slapped Zirwaya across the face. Scoundrel! Zirwaya's face instantly swelled, and just as she was about to retaliate, the second child in her arms sniffled, forcing her to suppress her anger. Sonia and Stephen, reveling in the drama, quipped, "If you two wish to fight, hand the children over to us and step aside." Yet, neither relinquished their hold, merely glaring at one another. Stephen's temper flared again, mocking Zirwaya. "You foul bird, wasn't it said you'd form a bond? How come you haven't even produced a child? Now look, your beloved has been snatched away by a fish, and you are destined to be childless for life." Zirwaya replied coolly, "Without Gigi, your fate is equally childless." Her words rendered everyone silent. Indeed, they had fought for 3 years, only to be outmaneuvered by a fisherman who had appeared from nowhere. Zirwaya turned to Julian. "Aunt, having grown up by the sea, have you never heard the sea god tribe?" Julian, holding the youngest, shook her head in bewilderment. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ocean, Ouyang Xiaoji found herself seated on a colossal shell bed, utterly perplexed. She discovered she could breathe freely in the depths of the sea. As she pondered this strange turn of events, Saran swam over, placing a splendid crown upon her head, saying, "Gigi, let us form a bond tonight, shall we?" Xiaoji hastily refused. "Saran, you are handsome and wealthy. Why would you seek me, a mother of 3? My 3 babies are waiting for me on the shore. Could you return me?" Saran gazed at her with a sorrowful expression. "No, you have received my heart-protecting scale. You must be with me for life. Otherwise, within 3 months, I shall fall into eternal slumber." With that, he led Xiaoji to a vast underwater chasm, where hundreds of enormous shells lay. He casually opened one, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful golden mermaid in slumber. "Do you see? They have all fallen into sleep due to the loss of their heart-protecting scales. I am the only one left awake in the sea god tribe." As he spoke, a crystalline tear slipped from his eye. Who could withstand the sight of a grieving beauty? Xiaoji, being a connoisseur of beauty, felt her heart soften. She immediately inquired, "When did I offend you?" Saran looked even more aggrieved. "In your dreams. Your bed was my shell, and out of curiosity, I ventured into your dreams to play, only for you to take action against me upon our second meeting." Xiaoji froze, recalling that dream. It seemed she had indeed been the one to initiate. "My goodness, I'm truly a beast. I have done such unspeakable things to a handsome man." Saran continued to entice her. "That night, we formed a soul bond. Furthermore, when I gifted you the heart-protecting scale using my extraordinary body, you accepted it." Xiaoji felt urgency, but I did not know it was you, nor did I realize it was a heart-protecting scale. "Stop speaking." Saran covered her mouth, turning away, his shoulders trembling slightly. Looking utterly pitiable, "You despise me so much that you would rather see me fall into slumber than be with me. If that is the case, I shall return you now." Xiaoji panicked, urgently asking if there was a way to reclaim the heart-protecting scale. Saran turned around, his blue eyes shimmering with an ethereal glow, his voice imbued with a certain magic. "Gigi, would you truly wish for me to fall into slumber?" Xiaoji, lost in thought, replied, "I would not." "Then, will you bond with me, becoming my queen, and remain by my side forever?" "Yes." As she mechanically agreed, the glow in Saran's eyes extinguished, and Xiaoji instantly slumped. Saran caught her, his gaze filled with a fervent possessiveness. "Ha! Having taken my heart-protecting scale, whether you consent or not, you must stay and bear new hope for the sea god tribe." In an instant, 5 years passed, on an island surrounded by storms. Ouyang Xiaoji was dragging a massive shell ashore with her 3 sons, each bearing short, water-blue hair. One child asked, "Mom, will Dad be angry if we left it behind?" Xiaoji, exerting herself, replied, "Let him be angry. Am I afraid of him? I would rather my head explode than stay in the depths." Another child voiced his concern, but Dad said the land-dwelling creatures would cook us. "No worries, I have the great whales on watch." Xiaoji dismissed the notion nonchalantly. Just then, they realized they might have dragged the wrong shell. Upon opening it, they found not their own bed, but rather the slumbering golden mermaid ancestor inside. The 3 children were instantly dumbfounded. "Mom, what should we do? Where will we sleep tonight?" Xiaoji glanced at the pile of jewels within the shell, her eyes twinkling. "My darlings, toss out all these worthless stones. We shall squeeze in together." With that, she began to throw out the treasures. Three children exchanged glances, helplessly assisting their mother in clearing away broken stones. Soon, the shell lay empty. Xiaoji gently nudged the golden mermaid within, urging the little ones to jump inside. Hurry, it's getting dark, and the bipeds are coming to catch us. The four of them squeezed into the shell, wide-eyed at one another. Xiaoji still felt fear. What if the bipeds turn us into fish soup? The eldest comforted her. Don't worry, Mama. When you wake up, Daddy will take us back. Only after Xiaoji fell asleep did the three children begin to whisper among themselves. The second child, Xian, asked with guilt, Big brother, is it right to deceive Mama like this? The youngest, Yi, asserted, What else can we do? Daddy said if we don't deceive her into thinking she's a biped too, she might be taken away by the bad people on shore. And then we would lose Mama. Upon hearing the eldest's words, even if the youngest, Di, felt wronged, he had to swallow his feelings. After all, what was a little discomfort compared to the absence of a mother? Thus, each child drifted into slumber, lost in their thoughts. Yet, let me tell you, the excitement was only just beginning. They believed they were leaning against their mother, unaware that the large shell, which Xiaoji had mistaken for a mere cushion, was not inanimate at all. Once they fell into deep sleep, the mermaid within the shell, the eldest brother, suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced at the large and small figures nestled against him, his expression complex, before silently closing his eyes again. What a clever move, as long as I remain still. The awkwardness falls upon others. The next day, the true master of the house, Run, finally made his entrance. Let me tell you, this fellow made quite the impression. He waded through the seawater to arrive at Thunder Island, casually waving his hand, and a giant whale swam to him as if responding to a summons. Run, with an air of nonchalance, inquired, Have Ji and the little ones returned to the island? The whale let out a sound in acknowledgement. With that confirmation, Run swam directly to shore. Who could understand the scene? As the water grew shallow, his magnificent blue fish tail transformed into two long, sturdy legs. The scales on his body morphed into a loose, flowing blue robe, radiating an aura of purity and desire. He followed the footprints on the beach, including the marks left by the shell, and soon came upon the enormous shell. He was perplexed. Hadn't Ji left home, empty-handed? Where did this luxurious shell abode come from? Then, his gaze fell upon the scattered gems on the ground, and his mind buzzed with alarm. He pressed a hand to his forehead, realizing with dread, no way, Gigi hasn't dragged the moving coffin of the ancient sea god over here for rest. Has she? He lifted the shell, and at that moment I could feel the air grow cold. There lay his wife, Xiaoji, peacefully cradling the three children, sleeping soundly. The crucial detail was that her back was nearly entirely nestled within the embrace of the Ancient One. The smile on Run's face vanished instantly, replaced by a frown darker than a pot's bottom. He raised a hand, and Xiaoji flew into his arms as if drawn by an invisible force. In the next moment, the unfortunate shell slammed shut with a resounding thud, and a rush of water dragged it into the sea, clean and swift. Run commanded coldly towards the sea, ensure the safety of the children and the elder, return them to Hongo. The giant whale obediently dragged the shell into the depths of the ocean. Once he dealt with his rival and the three unwanted guests, Run retrieved a new, larger shell abode from his spatial ring, cradling Xiaoji as he lay down inside. He gazed at the sleeping face he had admired for 5 years, feeling a sense of longing. It was this timid yet mischievous little creature that finally painted some color into his otherwise dull life. Unable to resist, he leaned down to kiss her, his possessiveness soaring. She is my queen, and no one shall take her away. The following morning, Xiaoji awoke groggily, her body aching as if crushed by a truck. With her eyes closed, she reached out beside her and felt that familiar warmth, without a second thought. She snuggled closer and fell back asleep. Run watched her clingy demeanor, nearly overflowing with affection, thinking he might let her sleep a little longer after last night's adventures. However, she slept on until noon. When Xiaoji finally opened her eyes, she was met with Run's strikingly handsome face, one that could incite envy among the gods. She stirred and glanced back, noticing sunlight streaming through the cracks of the shell, but beside her lay empty. Where were the three children? Let me tell you, her sleepiness vanished in an instant. Run, wake up. The babies are missing. This is terrible. They must have been taken by the bipeds. She was frantic to the point of tears. What do you think? Run said. He leisurely pulled Xiaoji back into his embrace, seemingly indifferent. If they were taken, so be it. It's just as well. Those little troublemakers were always encouraging you to run away from home. Now, it's peaceful for us. We can even have a few obedient little daughters. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxi exploded. No, they will be turned into soup by the bipeds. I can't let my babies be eaten. If they die, I won't live either. Observing Xiaoji sobbing, struggling for breath, Siren finally sat up, locking his deep blue gaze onto her, as if his eyes could draw her very soul in. He began his subtle manipulation. Ji, how many times have I told you? The shore is perilous. Those bipeds love to feast on mermaids like us with long tails. Not only do they make us into soup, but they also gut us, wrapping us in egg batter, coating us in breadcrumbs, and frying us until golden and crispy, making the neighboring children weep with desire. I tell you, Xiao Ji's face turned ashen, paler than A4 paper. She was so frightened her lips trembled, unable to utter a word. Once Siren saw the moment was right, he pressed on. Therefore, Gigi, for our safety, you, a defenseless little mermaid, must stay far away from the bipeds. From now on, when you see them, turn around and run. Do you understand? Xiaoji was so frightened her mind felt on fire. Looking into Siren's eyes, she repeated slowly, yes, I understand. As a little mermaid without the ability to protect myself, I must keep my distance from the bipeds on the shore. Yes, that is more like it. Siren, Satisith, pulled her into his embrace, a glimmer of blue light flickering in his eyes. After quite some time, Xiaoji finally gathered her wits and timidly asked, what about the babies? Are they really gone? Yes, they were taken. Siren vitli gartli. What? Why aren't you going to rescue them? Xiaoji panicked again. Siren held her tightly, casually saying, don't worry, they've been rescued. When I arrived, those 3 little misfortunes had already been washed clean and tossed into a pot, with ginger and garlic ready to go. Luckily, I got there in time, otherwise, we would have missed dinner. He kissed Xiaoji's hair. So from now on, don't wander off. The bipeds are far too terrifying. Yes, I want to wander off again. But what about the babies? They were quite frightened, so I had the giant whale send them home first. You finally come out to play. Let us enjoy it before we head back. Siren noticed Xiaoji's pale complexion and felt a pang of sympathy. He pulled out several warm packages from his ring. Here, I specially bought this for you from the world of bipeds. Xiaoji opened it, gasping in surprise. It was fragrant roasted chicken. The aroma wafted up, and her mouth watered uncontrollably. Having eaten seaweed every day, she felt like a grass carp. Just as she was about to reach for it, she remembered the frightened children and halted her hand. Did you buy some for the babies? They love to eat too. I did. They've all had their share. You were the last one left. Siren handed her the roasted chicken. Xiaoji was moved to tears. Siren, you're too good to me. Siren wiped the grease from her mouth, his blue eyes brimming with an overwhelming possessiveness. He thought to himself, what does it matter if happiness is obtained through deceit? As long as I can deceive you for a lifetime. This ephemeral firework can transform into eternal stars. As for those 4 individuals who have searched for you across the seas for 5 years, I possess ample means to ensure that they remain forever devoid of wives. Meanwhile, on the ocean, the grand vessels of the 4 illustrious noble families occupy their respective territories. But what are they doing? Fishing. No, they're engaging in a more audacious act of fishing with explosives. On one opulent yacht, Sonia, with an impassive expression, wields a knife and fork as she slices sashimi. With each slice, she discards a piece into the sea until the fish is reduced to mere bones. She then instructs the steward, next one, deep fried. The steward promptly retrieves a sizable fish from the tank, rendering it unconscious with a swift blow before presenting it. The oil pot is already prepared. Upon seeing this, Sonia's displeasure is evident. Who permitted you to render it unconscious? The steward, with a look of concern, responds, head of the family. Frying it while alive would result in splattering oil all over you. Ignoring him, Sonia seizes a large knife and begins a furious assault on the incapacitated fish, reducing it to a pulp. Dispose of it. Bring me a live one. Remember, I want a live for frying. The steward wipes his brow, contemplating the peculiarities that have arisen over the past 5 years. These heads of families have become rather eccentric. Each day involves either live slicing or live frying, only to be fed to the fish afterward. At this rate, the ocean's fish population will be utterly depleted. Just as the steward retrieves another live fish, a thunderous sound erupts from a distance. Without lifting her gaze, Sonia inquires, is that Stephen causing trouble again? Indeed. Head of the family, the Tungsha clan's leader, is frying fish at sea. Every day with the frying. Yet, he hasn't managed to catch that blue-tailed fish. By the way, what are Nangong Jitian and Sylvia up to? I've heard they have invented a new type of underwater detector and plan to dive this afternoon. Another detector? Have their brains been trapped in a door? After 5 years, the discarded detectors could form a mountain. If I were to go bankrupt, I could follow them and gather scrap metal to rebuild my fortune. The steward's lips twitch as he thinks to himself how difficult it would be for one so wealthy to face bankruptcy. While he grumbles, Sonia casually tosses a flour-coated fish still flopping into the oil. Soon, a tantalizing aroma wafts through the air. Emotionless, she retrieves the fish and places it on the deck, allowing the fragrance to drift away with the wind. She resolves, "You deceased fish, until you present me with a little yame, I shall fry fish daily. I refuse to believe that I cannot successfully fry your entire family in this lifetime." Surprisingly, the enticing scent draws attention. Under the sea, Ouyang Xiaoji, enchanted by the aroma, swims towards the grand yacht with her 3 children in tow. Debeo, quickly stop her. "Mom, Dad said we mustn't approach the 2-legged beast ship." I know. I will only take a distant glance," she replies, inhaling deeply. "Children, do you not find this scent irresistible?" The 3 children collectively facepalm, thinking, "Oh dear mother, you just devoured a roast chicken yesterday, leaving us with nothing, and today you're craving again?" At that moment, the other 3 grand vessels approach. Startled, Xiaoji quickly pulls her children down to the ocean floor. Once the ships stabilize, her inquisitive nature compels her to stealthily take her children to eavesdrop beneath the ship. On the deck, 4 dashing men sit together, exchanging glances filled with mutual understanding, the atmosphere reminiscent of a gathering of forlorn single souls. Sonia initiates the banter. "Nangong Zhitian, where are your 3 little wolf cubs? Did they not accompany you today in search of their mother?" Nangong Zhitian's expression darkens. "At least I have 3 sons. What of you? Your life is destined to be childless. You dare seek death." Sonia is ready to strike. Sylvia hastily restrains him. "Sonia, we are here to discuss matters, not a brawl." Stephen interjects with sarcasm. "Sylvia, you featherless wretch, stop pretending to be virtuous. If you hadn't brought Yame to the island 5 years ago, could she have been abducted by that blue-tailed fish?" Sylvia retaliates. "Stephen, clean up your language. 5 years ago, it was your own foolishness that prevented you from taking Gigi away. Your breath reeks of serpentine odiousness." Nangong Zhitian pounds the table, exuding royal fury. "Silence. Were it not for your collusion 8 years ago, Gigi would still be safe in my castle. My child would not be yearning for her mother daily. If anyone has the right to be angry, it is I. What face do you have to quarrel here?" Sylvia retorts, "What face do I lack? I am now Gigi's lawful husband. You are but a mere third party." As tensions escalate, the steward rushes in to mediate. Frustrated, Stephen kicks Sonia's fried fish into the sea. "What use is arguing? Who among you can capture that blue-tailed mermaid?" He glares at the sinking fried fish, gritting his teeth and vowing, "When I catch him, I shall meticulously peel off his scales, slice open his belly, and extract his entrails. Half shall be steamed, half shall be fried, and the bones will be used for soup." Little did he know, beneath the ship, Xiaoji turned pale upon hearing this. Although the fried fish still smelled delightful, the imagery was too disturbing to bear. Her children, witnessing their mother's expression, sighed inwardly. "Oh dear, scheming father. You surely intended for mother to overhear this." Debeo urgently pulls her back. "Mother, the people above are too wicked. Let us return." Yes, we must hurry back. Father is right. The 2-legged beasts are too terrifying." Xiaoji, nearly paralyzed with fear, pulls her children into the depths of the sea. Just as they depart, Saren swims over. Listening to the 4 individuals aboard the ship discussing various methods of ending his life, a scornful smile creeps onto his face. In the vast ocean, he is a god. In the next moment, the weather shifts dramatically. The previously clear sky is engulfed by ominous clouds, conjuring towering waves. Saren thinks to himself, "Today, with Gigi and those little brats absent, I shall eliminate these 4 bothersome pests once and for all. Once they are gone, I shall no longer fear Gigi leaving me." The 4 men aboard the ship, sensing the impending storm, exchange knowing glances and swiftly return to their respective vessels, hastening their escape while discarding copious amounts of explosives into the sea. Once at a safe distance, the explosives detonate in a series of thunderous explosions, raining seafood upon the surface. Gazing at the fish that had perished in the explosions, Saren's eyes darken with malice. With a wave of his hand, the colossal waves, as if possessing consciousness, crash violently against the four massive vessels. With a deafening roar, the ships are instantly reduced to splinters. Saren surveys the wreckage upon the sea's surface, a derisive smile forming, before he turns and swims back to the depths. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, a colossal serpent surfaces, cradling a drenched white fox. Nearby, a giant eagle clutches a person in its talons. Stephen spits out seawater, cursing, dead fish. Thankfully, I was prepared, or I would have met my end today. He flips over, submerging Sonia back into the water. Observing the thrashing white fox, he disdainfully wraps his tail around its neck, hoisting its head above the water as he swims towards the shore. Sonia coughs out water, calling, "Stephen, can you place me on your back? If you keep squeezing me like this, I shall surely suffocate." Silence. "Dead fox, I am doing you a favor by saving you. And yet you are so picky." Once ashore, Sylvia and Nangong Jitian await, already dressed. Sonia transforms back into human form, producing a spatial folding device from her bosom to release her steward and attendants, who have been safeguarded. Stephen gazes at the now tranquil sea and tosses a stone. "Do you think that fish truly wish to kill us? That wave nearly crushed me." Sylvia sighs. "No doubt, it intended to deal a fatal blow. My S-Class mental strength has been injured. Do not speak of Emir S-Class." With everyone in a sour mood, Sylvia and Nangong Jitian depart promptly. Stephen pats Sonia's shoulder before darting away. Once all have left, Sonia's previously languid demeanor vanishes, replaced by a profound seriousness. He inquired of the steward, "Have we successfully located the mermaid?" The steward respectfully replied, "Indeed, master. Our biological mermaid detector has been deployed, and now we await the catch." I was taken aback, realizing that this fellow was indeed the cunning one. Sania collapsed onto the beach, laughing aloud. He had been performing this charade of fishing every day just for this moment. By pretending to fall into the water, he not only delayed Stephen and his companions, but also allowed the steward to use the newly developed detector to pinpoint the essence of Siren. The steward, still worried, asked, "Master, what if Stephen truly does not rescue you?" Sania scoffed, "You underestimate me. I've already reached level 4S and have learned to swim. How could I possibly reveal my weaknesses to them?" His gaze sharpened, and he thought, "Now it is time for me to cast my net. I shall incite them to turn against one another." After 5 years of rehearsing this act of slicing raw fish, it was about to pay off. Meanwhile, beneath the sea, Xiaoji was trembling in her shell bed, terrified. Her mind replayed Stephen's words about half-steamed and half-fried fish, alongside the image of the fish that refused to close its eyes. She yanked the blanket over her head and exclaimed, "This is too frightening. It's terrifying. And yet, it smells so delicious." On the other side, deep in the trench, Siren looked at his 3 sons, his face filled with disdain. "Why are they all males? Not a single daughter?" He scolded them. "Did I not tell you not to let your mother near the 2-legged beasts? If she gets scared again, you shall face the consequences." After reprimanding them, he recalled that he had actually signaled Xiao Ji to approach today, feeling a bit awkward. He cleared his throat and tossed 3 ring storage devices towards them, saying, "All right, enough pretending. Inside are star coins for the 2-legged beasts. Go ashore, I'll buy some snacks for your mother. Remember to hide your tails. Do not let yourselves be cooked." With that, he swam eagerly towards Xiaoji's shell. She had been frightened today, and he needed to comfort her. With the 3 little rascals dispatched, he could finally engage in some heartfelt communication with Xiaoji. After all, he had long desired a daughter. Let me tell you, he was utterly desperate for a daughter, yet his 3 unfortunate sons were completely unappreciative. Witnessing their father's infatuation, the 3 brothers rolled their eyes in exasperation, internally mocking, "What a joke. You fear our mother approaching the 2-legged beasts, yet you secretly wish for them to abduct us. Don't you? You can't be serious." The 3rd son, Saidi, was quaking in fear, poking his elder brother's arm. "Brother, are we really going? I'm scared. I've never been to the human territory." The 2nd son, Saishin, tried to appear brave, patting his younger brother on the shoulder. "What are you afraid of? Just hide your fishtail. Who would know we are fish?" In truth, he was equally anxious, merely putting on a brave front. The eldest, Saitsong, was the most decisive. Waving his hand, "Enough with the hesitation. Let us hurry up and return. If we delay, we might really be dragged away in a shell." After speaking, he cast a final glance at their home in the deep sea and pulled his brothers towards the surface. To be honest, who wouldn't he be afraid? Every day, those 2-legged beasts either sliced raw fish or tossed bombs. He felt apprehensive too. He could only pray that this time, nothing would go awry. However, unbeknownst to them, their father, Siren, had already made all necessary arrangements. Embracing his wife, he sensed the presence of his 3 offspring growing distant and slowly opened his eyes. He understood well that as the children grew, they must see the world. He could not raise 3 naive fools. Moreover, he had arranged for someone to protect them from the shadows on shore. As long as these 3 little mischief makers did not cause a catastrophe, he could ensure their safety. Now, let's transition the scene. As the 3 brothers reached the shore, their first task was to transform their beautiful fishtails into 2 smooth legs. Upon looking down, their faces contorted in distaste. I must say, their expressions seemed to convey, "What on earth is this? It's hideous. There are no scales." The eldest, Saitsong, retrieved a giant seaweed from the ocean, skillfully slicing it into 3 pieces with his fingernail, handing them to his brothers. "Wrap it around your waists. Remember, the 2-legged beasts are different from us. They must wear clothes when they go out." The second son reminded him, "Brother, you should also trim your nails. Human nails are rounded, and yours are sharp enough to serve as daggers." I know, Saitsong replied, retracting his nails. Taking a deep breath, he led his 2 brothers confidently towards the city. Meanwhile, 3 bodyguard beasts stifled their laughter at the sight. Should we not provide them with some clothing? Going out like this, just wrapped in seaweed, seems a bit too abstract. Another remarked, "The master said to ignore them as long as they are not in danger. Let them have their fun. After all, they are not our kin." This is what? This is creating a vivid, abstract memory for their childhood. Thus, who could understand the family's plight? On the bustling street, 3 striking blue-haired youths, each clad only in a strip of seaweed, made an unexpected appearance. The attention they garnered was simply astounding. Bystanders instinctively searched for hidden cameras, assuming it was a filming for a public service advertisement. After scanning the area and finding nothing, they quickly realized, oh no, these 3 children must be lost. A kind-hearted uncle approached cautiously, asking, "Little ones, where are your parents?" The eldest, Saitsong, suppressing his anxiety, attempted to appear nonchalant. "They're at home sleeping." The uncle was further bewildered. "Then why are you out here?" The second son, Saishin, chimed in. "Mother was craving something tasty, and father sent us out to buy snacks." Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd instantly concocted a melodramatic scene in their minds. A pair of lazy, gluttonous, and irresponsible parents had sent their 3 young children out to purchase food in such a state. It was simply outrageous. An elder in the crowd, unable to bear it any longer, exclaimed, "Little ones, let me take you to buy some clothes. You might catch a cold dressed like this." Upon hearing this, the eldest, Saitsong, agreed, realizing that they should adapt to local customs. Their current sea-inspired attire was indeed a bit too shocking. Puffing out his little chest, he declared, "All right, uncle, lead the way. My father has given us plenty of money." The uncle, beaming with delight, led the way, his demeanor warm and approachable. Yet as he turned, the calculating glint in his eyes was hard to conceal. The place he guided them to was dazzlingly opulent, clearly a high-end luxury store. The 3 brothers gazed at the garments on display, feeling perplexed. None of these flimsy fabrics could compare to the beauty of their fishtails. Eventually, they reluctantly settled on a few sequin dresses, as the bling-bling reminded them somewhat of scales. The sales associate, upon seeing 3 identical little handsome boys wanting to buy dresses, was taken aback, and all eyes in the store turned towards them. The associate hurried over, professionally stating, "Little friends, dresses are meant for girls. How about I help you choose some cool outfits instead?" The eldest, Saitsong, maintained a serious expression, replying, "All right, please assist us." When the 3 brothers emerged from the changing room, I tell you, the effect was absolutely stunning. However, the trio of little mermaids looked down at the shoes on their feet, their faces twisting in disgust. "These things are hideous. It's much more comfortable barefoot." "All right, little ones, you can come over to pay now," the sales associate announced. Just as she finished her sentence, the guiding uncle immediately pulled out his light brain and declared, "No need. I will pay. There is no need to trouble uncle. My father has provided us with funds." Saikong Vima, producing a luminous device from his spatial ring and handing it over. At the moment, the sales assistant and the older gentleman beheld the azure seashell emblem on the device. A spark of realization flickered in their eyes as they exchanged knowing glances. It worked. The head of the family was indeed correct. These little rascals were the offspring of the mermaid Siren. After all this time, they had finally caught their prize. After settling the payment and bidding farewell to the kind-hearted uncle, the 3 brothers made their way out, blissfully unaware of the scheming smiles behind them. Their singular focus was on purchasing delectable treats for their mother before making a hasty exit. However, upon reaching the entrance. They collided head-on with another trio of triplets, Hong Wen, Hong Xian, and Hong Yu. The two sets of triplets stood frozen, six bewildered faces staring at one another in astonishment. I must tell you, the wheels of fate had begun to turn. The hearts of Hong Wen and his brothers surged with tumultuous waves. For within the eyes of these three tiny beings, they not only saw the reflection of their mother, but, more crucially, they detected her scent. That aroma, even after 5 years, was indelibly etched in their memories. A silent exchange of looks among the brothers, and in that instant, they understood each other perfectly. The plan was set into motion. Hong Wen immediately adopted a friendly demeanor, crouching down to project an aura of innocence. Little brothers, are you also triplets? The youngest, Saidi, instinctively felt a sense of kinship upon seeing the three identical older brothers. Yes, are you also? Indeed, what a coincidence. Since we are so fortunate, would you like us to take you out to play? On wen si gentil. Although the eldest, Sai Tsong, was aware of the need to remain wary of bipedal creatures, he found himself nodding in response to Hong Wen's gentle gaze. Thank you, brother. We wish to buy delicious food for our mother. Can you take us? Certainly. Hong Wen promptly began his introduction while also introducing his brothers. Sai Tsong reciprocated by sharing the names of his siblings. Xiao Tsong, Xiao Xian, and Xiao Di, correct? Cool, me. Let's go buy some tasty treats, Hong Wen declared, exchanging a conspiratorial glance with his brothers as he took the hand of each little one, leading them toward the snack section. Upon arrival, Hong Wen enthusiastically introduced various items while subtly inquiring. Xiao Tsong, what flavors does your mother enjoy? Mother loves fragrant roasted chicken. Sai Gong et Golim. The roasted chicken shop is somewhat distant. Shall we purchase some other items first, and then go? All right, brother Hong Wen. Observing the three curious yet cautious little ones, Hong Wen's mind began to race. He picked up a bag of snacks. Xiao Tsong, our mother particularly enjoys these sweet and sour treats. Does your mother like them? Mother has never tried them. She should like them. Sai Tsong responded, promptly placing an entire box into their cart. Hong Wen's eyes sparkled as he picked up a spicy snack. What about this? Does she enjoy this spicy flavor? She should like it too. Sai Tsong added another box. And this one? Hong Wen inquired, holding up a bitter-flavored snack. This one is particularly refreshing. Before he could finish, the youngest, Sai Di, snatched it away, exclaiming, Brother Hong Wen, our mother likes everything except for Hai Xan Chao and Jin Dao Yu. You can choose anything else. Oh, really? Hong Wen turned, his hand on the shelf tightening. The expressions of Hong Xian and Hong Yu behind him turned grave. Hai Xin Gao, Jin Dao Yu. Remarkably, the three little fish indeed had come ashore. With a nod from the eldest brother, the trio led the little mermaids to check out after purchasing snacks and headed straight for the roasted chicken shop. Xiao Tsong, this roasted chicken is exceptionally delicious. Our mother adores it. Hong Wen pointed to the store. However, upon seeing the various sea fish in the tank at the entrance, Sai Tsong became restless. Brother, we only want to buy chicken, not fish. My mother does not eat fish. Fear not. Their roasted fish is also exquisite. I shall have you taste it soon. Hong Wen replied, his smile warm and inviting, completely disregarding the sudden tension in the little mermaids' bodies as he led them inside. Upon entering, Hong Wen first instructed the staff to package the roasted chicken, then, with a discreet gesture, brought Sai Tsong and his siblings to the side of a large glass tank. Xiao Tsong, do you find the fish inside to be beautiful? Not all. They are hideous. The three brothers replied in unison. I concur. They are quite ugly, Hong Wen chuckled lightly, placing a hand on Sai Tsong's back and whispering in his ear, for I have seen the most beautiful fish, adorned with a splendid blue tail. Have you ever encountered one? No sooner had he spoken than, before Sai Tsong and the others could react, the three mischievous little rascals each seized a little mermaid and, with a swift motion, sent them tumbling into the large fish tank. Following that, a massive lid came crashing down. Brother, what if we guessed incorrectly? Hong Xian asked, watching the three little beings thrash about in the water, feeling a pang of sympathy. Do not worry. The doctor is outside. Hong Wen clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the tank. The youngest, Hong Yu, had already leaned over the tank, watching the little one struggle, his heart twisting in anguish. Just as he contemplated asking his brother to retrieve them, a sudden sound of fabric tearing pierced through the water. Hong Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw three stunning blue tails burst forth. Stammering, he exclaimed, Be brother. They are truly little mermaids. I can see them. Hong Wen approached the tank, his expression complex. These little mermaids' eyes mirror their mothers. At that moment, one of the subordinates hurried in, escorting an individual. Young master. We captured two, but one escaped. They have been secretly protecting these 3 little mermaids. Hand them over to the steward. We must extract all the information they possess. It has been 5 years. It is time for our mother to return. On went commanded coldly. He then ordered the lid of the tank to be opened and retrieved a photograph from his luminous device, presenting it to the little mermaids. This is our mother. Do you recognize her? You lie. She is our mother. The youngest, Saidi, shouted in anger. Their father had been correct. These bipedal creatures were indeed villains aiming to snatch their mother away. You little ones, Hong Wen's expression darkened. Her name is Ouyang Xiaoji. 5 years ago, we witnessed her being taken by a merman with a blue tail. That merman is your father, Siren. Now tell us, how should we deal with you since your father abducted our mother? He gestured toward the roasting rack, a sinister smile spreading across his face. There's a roasting rack right here. Perhaps I shall roast you for a meal? I particularly enjoy roasted mermaids. Upon hearing this, the 3 little mermaids exchanged terrified glances, and the next moment, their cries erupted into the air, resonating with an ear-splitting intensity. I must tell you, their wails were piercing enough to shatter eardrums. Even more astonishing, as their tears fell, they transformed into glistening pearls. What a sight! It was as if real-life babies cried and produced gold coins. The 3 little rascals initially attempted to cover their ears, but upon witnessing the shimmering pearls scattered across the floor and the pitifully sobbing little ones, their hearts softened. After all, they were their younger brothers. The youngest, Hong Yu, could no longer contain himself. He reached out and pulled Saidi into his arms, only to be met with a bite on his arm from Saidi. Hey, be careful. Don't damage your teeth. False teeth are no match for real ones. Hong Yu chuckled mischievously. Saidi was taken aback, realizing his full strength had failed to leave a mark on Hong Yu's arm, while his own teeth ached from the effort. Pouting, he let a few more pearls tumble down. Hong Yu picked up a pearl, commenting, "Oh dear, this one is quite exquisite. It could fetch a handsome price." Saidi, you must cry even more. The more you cry, the more I can sell. Upon hearing this, the 3 little mermaids instantly stifled their cries. Yet the pearls continued to trickle from their eyes uncontrollably. Hong Wen's lips twitched, and he exchanged glances with Hong Xian before stepping forward to retrieve one each. He turned to the little side song in his arms. Why have you stopped crying? Continue to weep. For the pearls shed from your tears shall serve as our compensation for the spiritual anguish of losing our mother. Sai Tsung gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, feeling utterly wronged. How could this wicked brother change his demeanor so swiftly? Just moments ago, he was so gentle, and now he has turned so cruel. He gritted his teeth, resolutely refusing to cry. Hong would observe the 3 little ones valiantly suppressing their tears, yet pearls continued to fall, and he found it amusing. He promptly scooped them up and strode outside. Upon exiting the shop, the steward was already waiting. Although he was prepared, he was still taken aback upon seeing the 3 young masters cradling the tiny mermaids, especially when he noticed their eyes were identical to those of the mistress. Young masters, allow me to handle this. The steward extended his hand to take them. Hong Wen tightened his embrace, his gaze turning icy. Steward, these are the ones we captured ourselves. You had best refrain from laying a finger on them, or else do not blame us for lacking compassion. The steward, overwhelmed by the SS-level spiritual pressure from the 3 young masters, bent at the waist and quickly replied with respect. Yes, young masters, my apologies. Very well. We shall manage these 3 little mermaids ourselves. We will explain the situation to father. Once they were in the carriage, Hong Wen felt the tiny mermaids trembling from the cold and hurriedly retrieved 3 blankets from his spatial pocket to wrap around them, feeling satisfied at last. Meanwhile, at the Rose Castle, Nan Gongjiqian was recuperating from his injuries when his 2 arch-rivals, Sylvia and Stephen, barged in uninvited. The 3 were engaged in their usual banter when the door swung open. Father, what are you all doing? Hong Wen and his brothers entered, cradling the mermaids. Nan Gongjiqian begrudgingly withdrew his hand. Sylvia raised an eyebrow at him, reveling in her victory. The 3 brothers had grown weary of their father's daily squabbles and simply settled onto the sofa. Upon seeing the mermaids in Hong Wen's arms, Uncle Stephen immediately perked up. Hong Wen, are these the offspring of that scoundrel Siren? Indeed, Hong Wen confirmed, only to notice that the mermaid in his arms was trembling violently, attempting to burrow deeper into him at the sight of Stephen. The brothers instinctively wrapped the blanket tighter around her. Stephen, displeased, thought it unreasonable to coddle them as they were prisoners. He charged over, reaching for Saikong. However, his hand was swiftly intercepted by Hongwen. Uncle Stephen, what do you intend to do? Faced with Hongwen's cold gaze, Stephen nonchalantly replied, what do you think? I intend to use these 3 little fish to bargain for your mother. What else would I do with them? Boil them for soup? His words sent the little mermaids into a deeper tremor. Hongwen comfortingly patted the trembling mermaid in his arms, a flicker of compassion flashing in his eyes. After all, they were also the children of his mother. Therefore, he could not allow anyone to harm them. Chapter 84. The plan. Hongwen shoved Stephen's hand away and met his gaze, saying, Uncle Stephen, while these 3 mermaids are the offspring of the sea god clan Sai Run, they are also my mother's children. Thus, without her consent, no one is permitted to harm them. He then directed a scrutinizing gaze at Sylvia and Nan Gongzhitian. Faced with the triumphant eyes of the triplets, Sylvia and Nan Gongzhitian sighed inwardly. Ever since Ouyang Xiaoji was abducted by Sai Run 5 years ago, these 3 young children seem to have matured overnight. Throughout these 5 years, although the children never blamed them, their actions had filled their fathers with guilt. When the children realized that their 2 fathers alone could not retrieve their mother, they began fervently enhancing their combat skills and mental abilities. Now, at merely 8 years old, their power and mental prowess had reached the peak of 2S level. Such a frightening rate of growth left even the exceptionally gifted Nan Gongzhitian and Sylvia in awe. Sylvia straightened, her gaze serious as she looked at the triplets, her eyes filled with complexity. Although these children were not of their giant eagle clan, they had watched them grow since childhood. How could he not feel for them? Hongwen, Hongxian, Hongyu, I assure you, without your consent, I shall not lay a single finger on these 3 little mermaids. As for how to retrieve your mother, I fully respect your decision. Thank you, Uncle Sylvia, Hongwen replied, then turned his attention to Nan Gongzhitian, asking, Father, and what of you? Hongwen, Hongxian, Hongyu, 5 years ago, I told you all to respect your decisions. Therefore, as for how to handle these 3 little mermaids, I shall defer to you. However, I still hope that you can utilize them to find your mother. Thank you, Uncle Sylvia. Thank you, Father. The 3 little wolves stood up, gave a deep bow to Nan Gongzhitian and Sylvia, then sat back down with the mermaids. Wait, Nan Gongzhitian, Sylvia, how can you heed the words of 3 little children? They are but a few years old. What do they understand? Before Stephen could finish, Sylvia and Nan Gongzhitian's hands on his shoulders made him wince in pain, collapsing onto the sofa. Stephen, Nan Gongzhitian, and I are still alive. Therefore, you had best treat my 3 children with respect. Ouch, you bald bird, stinky wolf. Let go of me already. I agreed, okay? As the 2 immense spiritual pressures eased from his shoulders, Stephen leapt from his sofa to the other side, casting a resentful glance at the entire family. You lot are bullying me, aren't you? Once I find that little A female, I'll ensure she gives me a few offspring stronger than these triplets. If anyone dares to bully me again, I'll have my little ones take revenge, infuriating those dogs. And as for Sonia, that dead fox, she was merely knocked over by a wave. He hadn't seen her injured that severely. If he had been present, at least he would have had a companion. Wouldn't he? Ignoring Stephen's resentful gaze, Sylvia directed her attention to the little mermaids in the triplets' arms. With their blue tails, aquamarine hair, and identical black eyes to Gigi. Seeing those familiar black eyes caused Sylvia to close her eyes in sorrow. Had Gigi not been taken by Sai Run 5 years ago, it should have been her 3 little offspring sitting here today. Contemplating that blue-tailed fish, Sylvia felt an overwhelming desire to flay it alive. Yet, for the sake of the triplets, she maintained a composed smile. Hongwen, Hongxian, Hongyu, how do you intend to utilize these 3 little mermaids to retrieve your mother? Facing Sylvia's inquiry, Hongwen exchanged glances with his 2 younger brothers before speaking first. Uncle Sylvia, Father, after capturing the mermaids, we also apprehended 2 shadow guards secretly protecting them. Although one escaped, that shadow guard undoubtedly informed Sai Run of our actions. Now, we can set a trap using the mermaids, and when Sai Run comes to us, we shall be ready. What kind of trap do you intend to set? Nan Gongzhitian inquired at just the right moment. Father, is there not a cold valley behind our Xulong mountain? It is not only frigid, but also extremely arid. The energy of the sea god clan's mermaids derives from the ocean, and they are particularly fearful of the cold. Thus, we set the trap there, as it remains our best option. As he spoke, Hongwen pointed to the blanket wrapped around Sightzone. My elder brother is indeed correct. At that moment, we can allow the Xulong clan to conceal themselves in the snow, while the Zhuyin clan provides aerial support. Furthermore, the Tangsha clan and the Baihu clan will guard the entrance of the Hanggu. Once that individual, Saren, enters, I assure you, he will not escape. The second brother, Hong Xuan, continued. Indeed, once we capture Saren, we can utilize the underwater detector and the guidance of the little mermaids to locate our mother with ease. The third brother, Hong Yu, embraced the little mermaid and exclaimed with excitement. Hey, although you three little ones are young, your ideas are quite commendable. Siphon quickly chimed in, eagerly saying, once we capture that blue-tailed mermaid, I shall skin him, break his bones, slice his flesh into sashimi, and simmer his bones for soup. Hearing Siphon's exuberant voice, the three little mermaids, held tightly by the Hong brothers, trembled even more. The three little wolf cubs, upon seeing the small pearls suddenly appear on the blanket, exchanged glances and, without greeting Siphon, angrily departed. Siphon, watching the three little wolf cubs leave, poked Nangong Zetian's shoulder in confusion. What happened to your three little ones? They were just fine a moment ago. Why did they suddenly turn against us? In response to Siphon's puzzlement, Nangong Zetian offered no glance and simply departed with his steward. Shirwea, look at that foolish wolf's demeanor. What have I done to provoke him to receive such a scornful look? Imbecile. After casting a disdainful glance at Siphon, Shirwea took her entourage and left. After all, the three children were still quite young and had overlooked many details. It was necessary for him to refine the plan himself. I curse you, you featherless bird. Who are you giving that look to? How am I foolish? In the living room, only Siphon's furious roar remained. The triplets returned to their room, where a servant had already prepared a temporary glass fish tank. After testing the water temperature with his hand, Hongwen placed the little mermaid into the water. The three little wolf cubs sat on the sofa, resting their chins in their hands, intently watching the three little mermaids huddled in the corner of the tank, shedding pearls in silence. After a while, the third brother, Hong Yu, gazed at the layer of pearls at the bottom of the tank and nudged his two elder brothers. Eldest brother, second brother, I feel it is about time. If they continue to cry, they will turn into dried fish. Indeed, the time is indeed approaching. Chapter 85. The secret language of mermaids. Hongwen and Hongshuan received a tube of snacks from the servant and approached the glass fish tank. Little Saizong, have you tired of crying? If you are weary, have a bite before you continue to weep. After all, you have already shed enough pearls for us to utilize. Here, these are fried little fish snacks, quite delicious. With a mischievous grin, Hongwen and Hongshuan each took a snack from the tube, crunching down audibly. The three little mermaids, hiding by the edge of the tank, gazed at the two brothers munching on the snacks with increasing frequency of pearl drops from their faces. What is wrong? Do you not enjoy fried little fish snacks? Then I shall have the servant make you fish soup. It is also quite savory. Hongshuan continued. Little Saizong, if you dislike fish soup, I will immediately ask the servant to prepare sashimi for you. The taste of sashimi is delightful. You little mermaids will surely adore it. As soon as Hongwen finished speaking, the three little mermaids, who had been quietly weeping, burst into loud cries. Father, come save us. The babies are going to be turned into little fish snacks by the two-legged beasts. Oh, mother, please come save us. I do not wish to be made into soup by the two-legged beasts. Oh, father, I wish to return to the sea. The two-legged beasts are terrifying. They want to eat the babies alive. Hongwen and Hongshuan looked at the three little mermaids, now in a state of utter distress, and could not help but sigh. They had not even begun yet. How could these three little mermaids cry so pitifully? The usually silent third brother, Hong Yu, shot a glance of reproach at his elder brothers, pulled them aside, and approached the fish tank. Little Saizong, Xiao Xin, and Xiao Di, please do not cry. Your brother will not eat you. Nonsense. Just a moment ago, you were saying you wanted to eat fried little fish snacks, make fish soup, and enjoy sashimi. With the two-legged beasts are truly terrifying. As they spoke, the three little mermaids cried even louder. Hong Yu observed the increasing number of pearls at the bottom of the fish tank, feeling a sense of urgency. If they continued to cry, they would indeed turn into dried fish. If Mother found out how they were bullying these three little mermaids, what would happen when she became angry with them? Thus, Hong Yu snatched the snack tube from Hongwen's hands and placed it before the little mermaids. Little Saizong, take a whiff. This is not fried little fish snacks. These are made from the flesh of Lulu beasts, merely resembling little fish snacks in appearance. The three little mermaids, who had been crying sorrowfully, were instantly captivated by the alluring aroma wafting before them. They ceased their tears and, like little puppies, stretched their necks to sniff. Brother, this is truly not fried little fish snacks? Saizong asked with tear-filled eyes. Indeed, it is not. If you do not believe me, you may taste it first. Hong Yu offered the snack to Saizong's mouth. Hesitantly, Saitsong took a bite, and her eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder Mother enjoys the food of the two-legged beasts. It is truly delicious, exquisite. Watching his elder brother relish the treat, the second brother Saishin and the third brother Sadie, with reddened eyes, quickly reached into the snack tube. Hong Yu, observing the three little mermaids enjoying the snacks, let out a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to appease them. It was all the fault of the elder brother and second brother. If they wished to extract information, they ought to have done so gradually. Why frighten the three little mermaids to such an extent? Gazing at the pearls scattered across the bottom of the fish tank, Hong Yu felt a pang of compassion. They are just little fish. How could they shed so many pearls? If they continue to cry, they might dry up altogether. Brother, is there more to eat? We are still hungry. Meeting the three little mermaids' dark eyes, Hong Yu glanced at the now empty snack tube and immediately summoned the servant to bring over a new one. Little Saitsong, would you like to wear some clothes and eat outside the fish tank? It is inconvenient for you to eat while sitting inside. We do not wish to wear your two-legged beast clothing. Your clothing is far too unattractive. It cannot compare to our tails. Saying this, Sadie splashed the water in the fish tank vigorously, drenching Hong Yu completely. With a resigned wipe of his wet face, Hong Yu swept his hand over his head, and instantly, his damp hair became dry. The three little mermaids, witnessing Hong Yu dry his hair as if performing magic, momentarily forgot about the snacks and tugged at his hand, eager for him to teach them this wondrous trick. Little Saitsong, if you wish to learn, you must first come out of the fish tank. Otherwise, we cannot teach you from across this tank. All right, then you carry us out. Observing the outstretched arms of the three little mermaids, Hong Yu signaled his two elder brothers to lift them out. Unfortunately, the three little mermaids rejected the offer. We do not want those two big bad guys to carry us. They eat mermaids. Seeing the fierce demeanor of the three little mermaids, Hong Wen and Hong Xuan could not help but laugh. Little fish, if you continue to disdain us, we might indeed have to feast on mermaid flesh. After all, we have grown up without ever tasting mermaid meat. In the face of Hong Wen's threat, the little mermaids could only reluctantly allow them to carry them out. However, when they saw the clothes handed over by the servants, they adamantly refused to wear them. Their reasons for rejection were clear. They found them uncomfortable and, more importantly, ugly. Hong Wen observed the three little mermaids, carefree and engrossed in their snacks while seated on the sofa, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. He then called upon his servants, instructing them to procure some skirts, utilizing the softest silk for the inner lining and adorning the exterior with the utmost opulence. The servants complied. As you command, young master. After dismissing them, and draped a blanket over the mermaids' bare forms, only to have it kicked away by the trio in unison. We don't want to wear it. It's so ugly. Their refusal left one on the verge of losing his patience. He retrieved the blanket once more and covered them, adopting a mock-serious tone. Little ones, do you know that we bipeds rather enjoy feasting on tender little mermaids? If you don't cover yourselves, what if another biped comes and devours you? His words immediately rendered the little mermaids stiff with fear. Without waiting for further persuasion, they grabbed the blanket and wrapped it around themselves. Observing the trio indulging in their snacks, having secured the approval of his two brothers, sat beside the little mermaids and inquired, Little ones, do you know what mother loves most? Delicacies crafted by bipeds, replied he, stuffing another morsel into her mouth. Since mother enjoys such delectable treats, when does she prefer to come ashore to buy them? Oh, when you're so foolish. Father said mother must not encounter bipeds. If she is discovered, they would turn her into dried fish. The little ones explained that their mother, a female rabbit type, spent most of her time in their shell house beneath the sea, only venturing to land occasionally, fearing for her safety. Their revelations left the three brothers in disbelief. How could their mother, a rabbit-type female, remain confined to the depths of the ocean? Moreover, how could she fear the beastmen? What had transpired over the past 5 years? Regaining his composure, Hong Yu pressed on. Little ones, do you know where Li Dindao is? I do, exclaimed she, raising her hand after hastily consuming a handful of snacks. Li Dindao is enveloped by lightning and storms. Apart from glowing stones, there is nothing else there. She produced a fine gem from her finger-s ring space and handed it to Gu, declaring, This is what the island is covered with. As he examined the gemstone, S eyes reflected a complex mixture of emotions. Such a peculiar stone indeed. Would you be willing to gift it to me? I could trade it for snacks. Of course, we have plenty of these stones. Can we exchange more for snacks? Facing the gleaming eyes of the little mermaids, affectionately ruffled their hair. No need, a single stone suffices. As for snacks, indulge as you wish. Once the little mermaids had satisfied their hunger, Owen gazed at the three little bundles sleeping at the bottom of the fish tank. With a soft sigh, he beckoned his brothers to exit, leaving the space for the trio. When tranquility enveloped the room, the little mermaids, previously asleep, opened their eyes. Sensing their solitude, they gradually closed them again, but their breaths transformed into a subtle, secretive language, akin to a whisper shared among mermaids. Chapter 86. Sonia's Plan. Brother, why did you disclose Mother's situation? What if one and his brothers take her away from us? The youngest, Sadi, breathed rapidly with closed eyes. Little one, Mother is a biped. Thus she cannot remain submerged for long. She often complains of headaches, which arise from prolonged stays underwater. If she lingers too long, her headaches will worsen, explained Saichen. The eldest, his breathing steady. Brother is right. Father has been employing a siren's charm on Mother. Over time, her intelligence may degrade to that of a fool. I don't want Mother to become a fool, but I cannot confront Father. Hence, we must rely on the bipeds to help Mother escape from Father's grasp, the second brother added, his breath calming. But second brother, what if an brother captures Father? I don't wish harm upon him, even though I dislike him, the youngest protested. Fear not, Father is formidable. Besides, we know he possesses considerable strength in the biped world. If he sustains some injuries, it's a small price to pay. Far better than allowing Mother to descend into foolishness, the second brother reassured, inadvertently shifting his arm overseas to conceal his anxious breaths. Meanwhile, observing the three little mermaids succumb to slumber from the monitor, shifted his gaze away. Butler, have the origin of this gemstone identified. Once the precise location is ascertained, we shall seek Mother immediately. As you wish, young master. The trio of young wolves exchanged glances before standing together at the window, gazing toward the sea. Mother, please wait. Once we rescue you, 5 years have passed, and we have grown capable of safeguarding you. In the depths of the ocean, Siren diligently prepared dinner for Unka when he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the waters. Pausing his task with the Haishinsao, he continued placing it into a shell plate and swam toward her dwelling. Jir, dinner is ready. Upon opening the shell, he beheld Dungsha curled up within, and a flicker of reluctance crossed his eyes. However, he knew that if he brought her ashore, the 4 great noble families would inevitably find her. Once her returned to life on land, he could never retrieve her back to the ocean's depths. For the sake of this precious bond, may the sea god forgive his selfishness this once. Setting the plate aside, he swept her into his embrace. Jir, it's time to eat. I don't want to. I prefer the food of bipeds. No. She mumbled lazily, eyes still shut. If you eat the Haishinsao, I promise to fetch you delicious treats from the biped shortly. All right? Will you keep your word? Upon meeting her sparkling gaze, Hyun nodded with a smile. Very well. I shall eat now. After sharing a smile, Ouyang Shoder accepted the shell plate from Sun and began stuffing the Haishinsao into her mouth. The sweetness of the Haishinsao was delightful, yet she could not bear the monotony of consuming it daily. Watching her devour her meal with such fervor, Hyun's eyes sparkled with hope. May this Haishinsao help you adapt better to life beneath the waves. Taking the empty plate from Ouyang Xiaozhi, Siren gently tousled her soft hair. I'm off to procure some biped goods for you. Please do not wander off, and especially do not stray beyond the boundaries of the Fengou, understand? I know. Now hurry and get me something delicious. I refuse to eat Haishinsao tomorrow. She playfully nudged him away, urging him on. All right, I understand. Gigi, remember, when I am not around, you must not approach the 2-legged beasts, not even the male sea fish. Do you understand? I understand. Hurry up and buy me some delicious food. All right, I shall take my leave now. With a smile directed at Ouyang Xiaozhi, Siren turned and swam towards the sea. Those damned humans, how dare they capture the offspring of the sea god clan? Do they truly think that Siren, once ashore, is merely a soft and vulnerable shrimp to be bullied? Within a private villa by the seaside, Sonia reclined on the sofa, her eyes closed as she listened to the updates from her subordinates. Master, the big fish has finally emerged. Upon hearing the butler's excited voice, Sonia immediately opened her eyes and inquired, Siren has come ashore? Indeed, master. Just moments ago, after Siren of the sea god clan came ashore, he headed towards the Snow Wolf clan's Snow Wolf Mountain. Ha! Finally, we have the opportunity we have long awaited. After 5 years of scheming, it is time for our Baihu clan to reap the sweet fruit. Sonia placed her hand on her forehead, her eyes filled with desire and madness. 5 years ago, members of the Baihu clan, using their enchanting arts, inadvertently discovered that the immensely wealthy Ocean Group belonged to the Sea God clan. When she saw the shell logo of the Ocean Group, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the shell that Ouyang Xiaoji had slept with 5 years ago, she began to suspect that this Ocean Group indeed belonged to the Sea God clan. Thus, over the past 5 years, she stationed personnel at every coastal entry to monitor for any unusual individuals frequently entering and exiting. Finally, she awaited this moment, as Siren had been appearing at various coastal entries under different identities. The destination Siren sought was none other than the Ocean Group. The Ocean Group. Siren is truly overconfident in his own strength, even too lazy to disguise his name. This conveniently allows me to observe all the movements of the Ocean Group. 2 days ago, he foolishly believed he had injured them and carelessly placed his offspring on the shore, perfectly setting the stage for his ruse. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that the 3 offspring of Nangong Zhitian encountered the little fish, if they had not directly crossed paths? Those 3 little mermaids could not have been taken to Snow Wolf Mountain by Nangong Zhitian's 3 offspring. Master, just now the Snow Wolf clan sent word that they wished to call upon our Baihu clan's elite to guard the entrance of Han Valley. Should we lend them our people? Of course, we must lend them, Sonia replied, turning to sit on the sofa, resting her feet on the coffee table, and supporting her chin as she looked at the butler. Butler, send all our capable individuals over. Instruct them to be cautious, and while they are there, they must perform their roles perfectly. They should get injured if needed, and when it comes to bargaining, they must not fall short. Ideally, we want to infuriate Nangong Zhitian and Sylvie to the point of losing their composure. And one more thing, do not let your lives be lost on Snow Wolf Mountain. After all, Saren's abilities are formidable beyond measure. I understand, Master. I will make the arrangements right away. Yes, once arranged, inform them to provoke the anger between Nangong Zhitian and Siren as much as possible upon reaching Snow Wolf Mountain. Ideally, let them engage in a fight to the death. That would be splendid. After all, our Baihu clan's enchanting arts must be utilized in the right context, mustn't they? The butler, observing the triumphant smile on Sonia's face, could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Heavens, when our master becomes ruthless, she truly is formidable. In the Rose Castle on Snow Wolf Mountain, Nangong Zhitian and Sylvie furrowed their brows tightly, capable of crushing a fly. They gazed at Stephen's smug smile, and then at Bert, the vice leader of the Baihu army, sent by Sonia, whose face was also beaming with delight. If not for the lack of time, they would have relished the thought of slapping those 2 smiling faces into oblivion. Masters, our master has said that although he is injured and cannot attend, he has dispatched only the elite of our Baihu clan this time. Therefore, once we capture that Siren of the Sea God clan, our Baihu clan must receive a share of the spoils. Indeed, Master Sierra is the legal husband of that little mermaid, while Master Nangong has had 3 offspring with her. At this point, Bert turned back, thoughtfully glancing at Stephen. Currently, it is just our master and the Tungsha clan's master. Yet they have not even tasted a drop of soup. Since you both seek something from us, you must be prepared to pay the corresponding price. So, esteemed masters, what are you prepared to offer for this operation against Siren of the Sea God clan? Exactly. That wretched fox Sonia is right. What will you offer? You cannot expect me to do all the work for you. Stephen joyfully chimed in. Hearing Stephen's tirade, Nangong Zhitian could not help but clench his fists. After exchanging glances with Sylvie, he finally spoke. I can offer you 1% of the Snow Wolf clan's assets. Along with 1% of the assets from our giant Eagle clan, Sylvie added. That won't do, Master Nangong. You must understand that our Baihu clan does not lack money. What we lack is a new master to lead the Baihu clan into the future, Bert remarked with a smile. Exactly. I'm not short on money. I'm short on a little offspring. Of course, if it's a little mermaid or a female, that would be even better, Stephen excitedly supplemented. Bert, Stephen, you must realize that Ouyang Xiaoji is an independent individual and not merely the possession of Nangong Zhitian or Sylvie. Thus, whom she chooses to be with in the future is entirely her decision. We have no authority to interfere. Therefore, we cannot agree to your terms, nor can we comply. Nangong Zhitian stated coldly. Since Master Nangong has said so, please sign this document, Bert said, producing several documents from his spatial ring and respectfully presenting them to Nangong Zhitian. Sylvie and Sonia. Upon glancing at the impeccably smiling Bert, Nangong Zhitian and the others curiously opened the documents. The contents stipulated that once they rescued Ouyang Xiaoji, no other party could interfere with her choice of partner, nor could they engage in malicious retaliation. Furthermore, No party could leverage their power to force Ouyang Xiaoji into actions she did not wish to take. Should any party violate this agreement, the remaining three could collaborate to address the offending party. After meticulously reviewing the contract, Nangong Zhitian and Sylvie found no traps or loopholes. Once they rescued Ouyang Xiaoji, they could utilize their 3 children and their lawful marriage to ensure that Ouyang Xiaoji remained close to them. As for Sonia and Stephen, aside from meeting Ouyang Xiaoji once on Giant Eagle Island, they had not seen her since. Most importantly, their initial encounter had left a very poor impression on Ouyang Xiaoji. Therefore, signing this contract, while seemingly unbeneficial to them, also bore no adverse consequences. After a moment's hesitation, Nangong Zhitian and Sylvie signed the documents. Stephen gazed at the contract. Although he felt the terms were not particularly favorable, they were the best he could secure at present. An opportunity, after all, is better than none. Thus, he boldly signed his name, knowing that he would eventually have to deal with Siren. For now, his priority was to rescue that little mermaid from the depths of the sea. Only when she returned to land did he have the opportunity to take that little Yami to the Tengshi clan. Bert gazed at the already signed document, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. With this document in hand, the subsequent endeavors of their clan leader could proceed smoothly. He hoped everything would go well for the clan leader, allowing them to retrieve that little Yami from the depths of the sea soon. As long as their clan leader could locate the little Yami first, he was confident that, given the clan leader's capabilities, winning her heart would not be beyond reach. After securing the document, Bert immediately addressed the 3 clan leaders, saying, "Esteemed leaders, since you have signed the document, the elite members of the Baihu clan will fully cooperate with you to capture the Sea God clan Seiren." "Very well, as long as you understand," came a response. Sylvia, observing Bert's earnest smile, felt a warning bell ringing in his mind. However, after contemplating, he could not find any issues with the document and suppressed his lingering doubts. They had already discerned the origin of the gem held by the Little Mermaid. Once the 4 clans united to capture Seiren, their giant eagle clan could be the first to ascend the island shrouded in thunder and storms, retrieving the branches ahead of the others. As Sylvia contemplated the 3 individuals in the living room, he devised a plan. This time, he would let these 3 clans and Seiren engage in a life-and-death struggle, allowing the giant eagle clan to reap the benefits. Nangong Zhitian and Stephen exchanged knowing glances with Sylvia, their hearts harboring silent derision. The first move had yet to be made, and it remained uncertain which clan would gain the upper hand. Thus, the 4 formidable noble clans maintained their composed smiles, preparing for the impending clash. As Seiren approached the shore, he was met by someone who had long awaited his arrival. Upon locking eyes with Seiren's deep blue gaze, the individual instinctively took a step back. "My lord, what has happened? With your abilities? How could you be captured and allow my little fish to be taken by the Shuelang clan?" Faced with Seiren's frigid inquiry, the newcomer dared not meet his gaze, kneeling respectfully. "My lord, we fell into a trap. When we realized something was amiss and rushed in, we inadvertently stepped into a trap set by others. I barely managed to escape. We failed to protect the young masters. Please punish us. First, tell me the details, and then you shall bear the consequences." "Understood, my lord." Seiren's blue eyes swept disdainfully over the kneeling figure before he strode directly toward the aircraft. His little Sea God clan cubs were not mere pawns to be used against him. The consequences of offending him were too dire to bear. Descending from the aircraft, Seiren's blue eyes coldly surveyed the surroundings. So, they believed that having left the vast ocean, they lost the ability to confront him? The Sea God clan had thrived not solely on the ocean's energy. "My lord, the environment here is quite unfavorable for us. Should we scout the area before proceeding?" "No, they will not grant us the opportunity to scout." As he spoke, Seiren took the lead into the cold valley. The biting chill elicited a sneer from Seiren. After so many years, how could anyone resort to such clumsy tactics against him? If he were truly so easy to deal with, the hundreds of his Sea God clan would have long been eliminated by the brutal Beast World continent. Upon reaching the valley, Seiren stood firm and declared, "I have arrived. Where are my Sea God cubs?" As soon as his words fell, 3 melodious voices echoed from above the valley. "Daddy, hurry and save me. Daddy, we are so cold. Please come to our rescue. Daddy, I don't want to become frozen fish." Seiren looked up at the massive cage suspended from the aircraft, containing his 3 children. Upon seeing their attire, his lips twitched involuntarily. Sekan, Sisin, and Seidi were each clad in vibrantly colored puffy skirts adorned with glimmering gems. Under the glaring sunlight of Shuelang Mountain, they sparkled dazzlingly. That was one thing, but more importantly, fearing the cold, each wore a fluffy hat atop their heads. The hats, besides the shimmering gems, were embellished with two long blue fake braids on either side, secured with pink bows made of gems. Although the three little mermaids were quite beautiful, capable of withstanding such a ridiculous ensemble, to say run, the sight was simply unbearable. He felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave, unwilling to acknowledge that these three silly little mermaids were his offspring. Truly, it was too glaring to behold. Yet, when he saw his three foolish sons sobbing with snot bubbling and recalled how distraught Ji would be if she discovered the children were missing, he slightly restrained his unnatural expression and gazed upward toward the valley. When Se Ren's eyes met Nan Gong Zhe Tian's crimson ones, it was as if ice-cold blades clashed, both wishing they could slay each other with mere glances. Nan Gong Zhe Tian, I have come. Release my little cubs at once. It is a rule of the Beast World continent that wars between clans must not affect the young. Facing Se Ren's haunting blue eyes, Nan Gong Zhe Tian waved his hand, and Hong Wen, Hong Xian, and Hong Yu swiftly approached the cage, retrieving the three little mermaids. Wrapping a blanket around the little mermaids, Hong Wen led his two younger brothers to the edge of the battlefield. They were still children and should remain spectators rather than participate in the adult conflict. Observing the tense standoff, little mermaid Se Song tugged at Hong Wen's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, will your father really kill my father? No, your father's abilities are not to be underestimated. Moreover, look at those behind your father. They are no ordinary individuals." Following Hong Wen's gaze, the three little mermaids noticed the imposing figures trailing behind their father. Though their faces seemed unfamiliar, their sizes were truly remarkable. Now, in human form, they could not discern the race of those individuals. "Little Song, if your father gets hurt, will you feel sad?" Hong Wen quietly inquired, observing the tense atmosphere. "No, Brother Hong Wen." Little Song looked up into Hong Wen's eyes and said, "After we rescue Mommy, where shall we take her? To a place far from these people. Your father, just like ours, is not a good person. Their concern for Mommy is merely because they wish for her to bear children for them." Hong Wen tightened the blanket, his expression cold as he gazed at Se Run and Nan Gong Zhe Tian. "Once they are both wounded and weakened, we shall immediately seek out Mommy. We will take her to a place where they can never find her, and only we will live together with her. Is that agreeable?" "Yes," the brothers chorused in unison. At that moment, excitement filled their gazes as they looked upon the battlefield, dispelling any remnants of tension from earlier. Meanwhile, Nan Gong Zhe Tian and Se Ren remained oblivious to their precious son's scheming thoughts. They silently assessed one another, refraining from making the first move until provoked. Standing at the entrance of the cold valley, Bert observed the peculiar atmosphere before him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As expected by the family head, Nan Gong Zhe Tian and his companions were overly cautious, making it quite difficult to instigate a conflict. Since they were reluctant to take action, the Baihu clan should extend a helping hand. After all, their family head was eagerly awaiting good news from this place. Bert turned to Stephen, who stood beside him, hesitating for a moment before stepping forward to softly inquire, "Family head Stephen, the hour grows late. Do you believe that remaining in this stalemate will yield any result? Patience is key. The main battlefield is under the control of the Shuelang clan and the Juing clan. We are merely in a supporting role. There is no need for haste. My concern is that the three little mermaids are currently under the control of those three wolf cubs from the Shuelang clan. If that mermaid, Siren, is also captured by the Shuelang and Juing clans, what will become of our two clans? After all, there is only one little female, which certainly cannot be divided among the four clans." Upon hearing Bert's words, Stephen's brow furrowed deeply. He pondered for a moment before asking, "What do you propose we do?" Listening to Stephen's inquiry, Bert's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned his head to softly suggest, "Family head Stephen, since they are unwilling to strike first, why not assist them? After all, only when they are both weakened will we have the opportunity to seize that singular fruit. Will we not?" Stephen turned to Bert, noticing the glint in his eyes, and instinctively nodded. With a somewhat vacant expression, Stephen asked, "Bert, how do you suggest we assist them?" Observing Stephen's dazed demeanor, Bert inwardly sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had succeeded. Indeed, as the rumor suggested, the head of the Tongshi clan, Stephen, was a hot-tempered and impulsive individual. Otherwise, with his high spiritual power, how could he be swayed by Bert's enchanting technique? "Family head Stephen, your Tongshi clan is renowned for its assassination skills. Why not dispatch some of your assassins to create a distraction? Very well, I shall attend to this matter at once. Stephen replied mechanically before turning towards the Tang-Shi clan's encampment. However, once he turned away, the confusion and daze in his eyes dissipated. Sonia's cunning had dared to employ his fox cubs to cast enchantments upon him, pushing him to be the scapegoat. Since he had the audacity to utilize the Baihu clan's enchantment against him, he might as well turn the tables. After all, he could easily lay the blame on the Baihu clan when the time came. The Tang-Shi clan was not only unparalleled in assassination techniques, but also in their ability to evade capture. Once the battle commenced, he would have his clan remain concealed, watching as they tore each other apart. Upon returning to the Tang-Shi encampment, Stephen briefly instructed his subordinates and then returned to Bert's side. Standing there with a vacant expression, the beastmen of the Tang-Shi clan, upon transforming into giant serpents, cast a mocking glance towards the Baihu clan. They truly underestimated their family head's intellect. If it did not show the Baihu clan a thing or two soon, they would be seen as easy prey. Just as Nangong Zetian and Sai Ren exchanged glances, a tremendous tremor erupted from beneath the Hanggu. Amidst the shaking earth, a deluge of snow cascaded down from the valley. In the midst of this chaos, both Sai Ren and Nangong Zetian struck simultaneously. The Zhu Ying clan, which had been circling above the valley, joined the fray alongside the Shuelang clan. Meanwhile, Stephen and Bert, who had been guarding the valley's entrance, led the Baihu and Tang-Shi clans into the battle. A group of unfamiliar figures stood behind Sai Ren, surprising Nangong Zetian and the others when they transformed into their beast forms. To their astonishment, it was none other than the long-lost Zhu Xiang clan. No wonder. When they first saw them in their human forms, their bodies were nearly twice the size of ordinary humans. However, the Zhu Xiang clan had always dwelled deep within the misty grasslands. How could they possibly be entangled with the Haishan clan, which resided in the depths of the ocean? Although the reason eluded them, the immediate priority was to capture Sai Ren and use him to locate Ouyang Shaoji. While the beastmen of the Zhu Xiang clan may not have been particularly agile, their immense strength was undeniable. Thus, when they faced off against the beastmen of the Shuelang clan, they held their ground firmly. However, once the Zhu Ying, Tang-Shi, and Baihu clans entered the battlefield, it became evident that the Zhu Xiang clan's beastmen were struggling to withstand the onslaught. Standing at the center of the battlefield, Sai Ren observed the one-sided conflict, his blue eyes unwavering. Is it true that your four clans can only bully the weak with your numbers? Bullying the weak is also a skill of ours. If you have numbers, you could just as easily turn the tide against us. Sylvia stood beside Nangong Zetian, her gaze icy as she stared at Sai Ren. It was he who had snatched Ji from her arms 5 years ago. Today, she vowed he would not return. In the next instant, a giant eagle and a snow wolf lunged towards Sai Ren, while Stephen and Bert, stationed at the valley entrance, swiftly joined the fray. Perched on the flying contraption, the 3 little wolf cubs and 3 little mermaids watched the unfolding chaos below with bated breath. Brother Hongwon, who do you think will emerge victorious? Sai Tsung anxiously inquired, pressing his face against the contraption's glass. I cannot say. Regardless of who is the most formidable, the ultimate victor will surely be us. As you mentioned, Mother can no longer remain in the depths of the sea, nor can she fall into the hands of our fathers. The 3 little wolf cubs observed the battle below with calm resolve. Indeed, our fathers are merely vying for Mother to bear their offspring. Their intentions are not rooted in love, but in utility. Once they are all sufficiently injured, we shall make our move, the second brother, Hong Xian, added. Correct. After all, the combat prowess and spiritual power of the beastmen below exceed SS rank. Ordinary battles will not claim their lives. The third brother, Hong Yu, turned to the little mermaid in his arms. Little D, are you all prepared? If we truly strike at our fathers, we may lose them forever. Brother Hong Yu, we have long made our decision. Our father has never cared for us, so we shall not care for him either. We only desire Mother. Little D replied in her youthful voice, determination flashing in the eyes of the 6 brothers. From this day forth, their only desire was to be with their mother. Chapter 89. Sonia's mermaid disguise. Sai Tsung looked up puzzled. After observing the prolonged stalemate in the battle, Brother Hong won. With so many from the 4 clans engaged, why has there been no resolution after such a long time? Each clan harbors its own ulterior motives, all desiring to emerge as the ultimate victor. Thus, they refrain from exerting themselves, resulting in this unending standoff. Hongwen replied with a sardonic smile. But how long will this continue? We are freezing. Saidi tugged at his garment, wrapping it tighter around himself. The attire of the two-legged beast was indeed quite splendid. For instance, the sparkling stones adorning his outfit were undeniably beautiful. Not much longer. Their stamina is limited. After so long of feigning combat, they must be weary. Additionally, the sedative we placed in the Hanggu will soon take effect. Once it does, the Shuelang mountain will surely stir. Hong Yu reassured as he patted Saidi's head with a smile. No sooner had Hong Yu's words left his lips than the combatants below began to slow their movements. Nangong, Tian, Sylvia, and the others, witnessing their bodies becoming increasingly uncontrollable, speculated in silence about which side had managed to tamper with their actions right under their noses. As Sai Ren inhaled the familiar fragrance wafting from the Hanggu, his eyes involuntarily darkened. Before he could contemplate the scent, a sharp and resonant voice echoed throughout the valley. The intensity and frequency of the sound were astonishingly synchronized. In a mere moment, the accumulated snow above cascaded down, filling the vast Hanggu to the brim. The tumult within the valley abruptly subsided. Stepping down from the aircraft, Sai Tsong gazed at the now tranquil battlefield, his worry evident as he inquired, "Brother Hongwan, will father and the others suffocate?" No, their mental fortitude is too formidable. Even if buried for 10 days or half a month, they would remain unharmed. This avalanche, combined with the alluring fragrance of the mermaids, will only delay them for a while. Hongwan turned to Sai Tsong. "Little Tsong, we must seize this moment to rescue Mother. We must act swiftly. Do you understand?" "We understand." The three little mermaids nodded in unison. As Hongwan looked into their eyes, which mirrored their mother's, he let out a deep sigh. 5 years had passed. They had grown and were finally able to protect their mother with their own strength. In a coastal villa district, Sonia scrutinized his reflection in the mirror, examining his new attire. Despite his efforts to assess from different angles, something felt amiss. "Butler, do you not see anything peculiar about this mermaid outfit?" The butler kept his head bowed, lacking the courage to meet Sonia's gaze, fearing that any upward glance would provoke uncontrollable laughter. At that moment, Sonia donned a specially designed mermaid costume, his long red hair cascading down, while the lower half was adorned with a striking red mermaid skirt. Although the garment was exquisitely crafted to resemble that of a mermaid, Sonia's larger frame and unfamiliarity with maneuvering a mermaid's tail rendered him an amusing sight. To exacerbate the situation, 2 artificial enhancements had been added to his chest to better suit his somewhat alluring visage, making Sonia, a beast man, appear utterly ridiculous. Adjusting the sagging embellishments, he turned to see the butler's shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. "Butler, why has the designer crafted me an outfit meant for a female mermaid?" "Master, we had no choice. The biological underwater detector was designed in haste, and thus it was fashioned in the likeness of a female mermaid. To facilitate your approach to Ouyang Shaoji, you must endure this identical female mermaid ensemble." The butler's evasive reasoning nearly caused Sonia to grind his teeth in frustration. What did it mean that they could only design a female mermaid-esque attire? Surely, crafting a male version wouldn't take too long. Did they not consider that designing these artificial enhancements would also be time-consuming? It was all the butler's doing. His mirthful demeanor revealed his hidden intentions. Was it truly necessary to humiliate him so? Just as Sonia prepared to confront the butler, a shadowy figure appeared beside him. What news? Who has triumphed? Maintaining a composed facade, Sonia continued to adjust his red hair while assessing his reflection. "Master, all parties involved have been buried within Hanggu. What transpired? Who was responsible?" Sonia turned, puzzled. "Master, it was the 3 little brats from Nangong Tian and Siren's trio of little mermaids." "Them?" Sonia chuckled in disbelief. Their motives were all too clear. The 6 underdeveloped little creatures had developed a grudge against them. It seemed he would need to alter his strategy, lest the offspring born to Ji also bury their own father alive. "Where are those 6 little brats now?" "Master, they're aboard an aircraft heading towards the coast." "Detain them. We cannot allow those 6 little brats to ruin the intricate trap I have set for 5 years." "As you command, master." Dismissing the shadowy figure, Sonia turned to the butler. "Butler, we must set sail immediately. Our time is running short." "As you wish, master." Aboard the great vessel, Sonia, clad in the mermaid suit, scrutinized the display in his hands. This device was linked to the camera of their biological mermaid detector submerged underwater. It allowed him to operate the underwater detector while seamlessly integrating with the biological mermaid probe. On the screen, Ouyang Shaoji languidly lay within a massive shell, idly counting her fingers. As she counted, she murmured about roasted chicken, jerky, and candies. Her appearance showed no signs of change from 5 years prior, save for her skin's increased pallor and a notably smaller visage. It seemed she had spent these 5 years in the depths of the sea. Though the method by which the mermaid allowed a being with rabbit genes to thrive in the deep remained a mystery, it was clear that the approach was far from benign. After all, enabling a terrestrial beast-man to dwell in the ocean's abyss would exact a far greater toll than they could imagine. Chapter 90. Inaccessible Master. Why do I feel that this little sub-female's gaze is off? Indeed it is. Her eyes appear somewhat vacant. Even if she hasn't fallen prey to the enchantments of our White Fox clan, the difference is negligible. It seems that mermaid is quite formidable. Shall I activate the biological mermaid detector now? Proceed. The avalanche in Hanggu had delayed Sai Run and Nangong Zetian for an extended period. Butler, ensure the surrounding gigantic whales are contained. If necessary, we must eliminate them to prevent any disturbances during my impending operations. Master, our people are already stationed around. No giant whales will approach. Sonia donned a helmet-like device handed to him by the butler. In the next moment, the eyes of the biological mermaid detector, submerged in the deep, emitted a human-like glow. Their 5 years of arduous research had finally borne fruit. Now, Sonia embodied the biological mermaid detector, and the detector was, in essence, Sonia. The mermaid had somehow rendered all electronic devices submerged in the deep sea inoperable. The ocean's depths were too profound, and the water pressure too immense, preventing the beastmen from descending to such depths. Thus, for 5 years, they've been unable to utilize high-tech devices to rescue Ouyang Xiao Ji from the depths. At last, the biological mermaid detector developed by the White Fox clan had successfully descended into the abyss. Sonia harnessed his S-class mental power, combined with the unique enchantment techniques of the White Fox clan, guiding the biological mermaid detector towards Ouyang Xiao Ji. However, as the detector approached the chasm, an inexplicable energy emanating from within prevented it from advancing any further. After exhausting various methods to cross the divide, Sonia grew increasingly anxious. No, we cannot afford any more delays. The avalanche cannot confine Sai Ren for too long. Once he escapes the valley and returns to the ocean, it will be impossible to extricate Ouyang Xiao Ji from here. Butler, deploy some snacks down below, preferably those Ouyang Xiao Ji is currently craving. I will arrange it immediately. The butler glanced at the display before hastily moving away. He released a bag of snacks into the water, and in no time, the bag filled with treats fell beside the biological mermaid detector. Upon receiving the bag of snacks, Sonia expertly maneuvered the mermaid detector to tear it open and poured the jerky into the trench. As the morsels cascaded into Ouyang Xiaoji's shell, she, captivated by the food prepared by the bipedal creatures, was astonished to see her long-desired snacks materialize before her eyes. In that instant, she ceased counting her fingers and eagerly scooped the treats from the shell into her mouth. Only after devouring the contents did she recall their origin. Emerging from her shell abode, she gazed upwards towards the trench, where she spotted a mermaid with a crimson tail scattering food into the depths. Contemplating her usual fruitless attempts to procure snacks, she felt a surge of indignation at the apparent wastefulness of the mermaid above. Ouyang Xiaoji swam furiously to the base of the trench, pointing an accusatory finger at Sonia. Hey, you with the red tail. Siren said that wasting food would get you caught by the bipedal creatures and turned into fish soup. Sonia, observing Ouyang Xiaoji not far from her, attempted to guide the biological mermaid detector closer, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier above the trench. Reflecting on Ouyang Xiaoji's words, Sonia's gaze turned icy. Clearly, that Siren had indeed manipulated Ouyang Xiaoji's mind. Otherwise, how could she have uttered such phrases? She was undeniably a sub-feminine, yet had used the term bipedal creature. Regardless of Ouyang Xiaoji's predicament, the immediate priority was to lure her out of the trench. Sonia tore open another snack package, feigning mystery as she poured the treats into the trench while declaring, I am the sea god, tasked with granting wishes to mermaids. I overheard your desire for snacks, so I brought you some. Ouyang Xiaoji, witnessing Sonia's relentless pouring of snacks, felt a mix of greed and urgency. Sea god, weren't you here to deliver snacks? Why are you spilling them without letting me eat? She looked longingly at the snacks submerged in the sea, her eyes brimming with reluctance. I won't give them to you simply because your intentions lack sincerity. I brought the snacks to your side, yet you refuse to come and collect them. If you come to take the snacks, I will give you all that are here. With that, Sonia shook the snack bag enticingly beckoning Ouyang Xiaoji to approach. Faced with the temptation of the snacks, Ouyang Xiaoji merely gazed longingly, hesitating in place. What's wrong? Don't you want the snacks? Hurry and come take them. If you don't come, I will leave. As she spoke, Sonia turned to swim away with the snack bag. Wait, don't go, I will come. Gritting her teeth, Ouyang Xiaoji finally swam out of the trench towards Sonia's outstretched snack bag. Upon handing the bag to Ouyang Xiaoji, Sonia attempted to manipulate the biological mermaid to pull her up to the surface, but found she could still not approach her. What had Siren placed on Ouyang Xiaoji? Why was the detector unable to reach her, even after she had emerged from the trench? Steward, the biological mermaid, still cannot approach Shiji. I wish to descend personally to bring her back, Sonia said anxiously from the deck. Master, that would be unwise. The pressure of the deep sea is too great. Even with your 4S level mental power, you cannot withstand such immense pressure. After contemplating, the steward instructed an attendant to bring some snacks, binding them to a weight and casting them into the sea according to the coordinates. Master, control the biological mermaid to coax that little subfeminine to float up a bit more. Once she rises, the pressure will lessen, and you can personally descend to replace the biological mermaid and bring her back. Understood, Sonia replied. Meanwhile, Ouyang Xiaoji accepted the snack bag tossed by the biological mermaid, preparing to swim back into the trench. After all, Siren had warned her not to venture beyond the trench while he was away. Without the protective energy of the trench, she would be easily captured by the bipedal creatures. Watching Ouyang Xiaoji about to depart, Sonia felt a surge of urgency. Having come this far, she could not allow Ouyang Xiaoji to leave. Little mermaid, I have many more snacks. Do you still desire them? Ouyang Xiaoji turned back, puzzled at Sonia's empty hands. But you have no snacks left. How could you give me any? I may not have any now, but I have plenty at home. You can have as many as you desire. What do you say? Would you like to come with me to fetch them? I wish to go, but Siren forbids me from leaving the trench. Moreover, I am afraid. Ouyang Xiaoji hesitantly clutched the snack bag. What are you afraid of? You can return shortly after getting the snacks. By the time Siren comes back, you will have already finished them, and he will never know you left the trench. But I fear the bipedal creatures on the shore will capture me. Siren said they love to eat mermaids. As Ouyang Xiaoji explained her fears, Sonia's eyes darkened with growing hostility. Yet, in an effort to entice Ouyang Xiaoji to the surface, she continued to speak gently. You need not worry. Look, I'm also a mermaid. Furthermore, I am the sea god who commands the oceans. As long as you come with me, I will ensure your safety. Observing the spark of hope in Ouyang Xiaoji's eyes, Sonia pressed on. Additionally, my home is filled with a variety of snacks, flavors galore, more than one could ever finish. If you truly do not desire them, I shall take my leave to enjoy them alone. Seeing the biological mermaid poised to depart, Ouyang Xiaoji bit her lip, ultimately surrendering to her cravings. Wait, I will come with you, but you must not deceive me. I assure you, I will not deceive you. At my home, you will find all the delightful treats you could wish for. After flashing a reassuring smile at Ouyang Xiaoji, Sonia guided the biological mermaid towards the surface. When they reached a depth acceptable for the beastmen, Sonia swiftly removed her headpiece, nodding at the steward before plunging into the water. After 5 years of swimming lessons, the moment had finally arrived to put them to use. Now, he would personally retrieve his beloved companion. In the depths of the sea, Ouyang Xiaoji glanced at the biological mermaid beside her, noticing its sudden rigidity. She reached out to tug at its arm. Hey, sea god, why have you stopped swimming? The moment her hand brushed against the biological mermaid, it emitted a crackling sound of electricity, darting about erratically, as if in a frenzy. The spectacle left Ouyang Xiaoji utterly paralyzed with fear. Siren had warned her that these electrifying beings were tools used by the bipedal creatures to capture mermaids. In terror, Ouyang Xiaoji shrank back, dropping the snack bag and preparing to swim to the ocean floor. Yet before she could act, another identical mermaid swam toward her, wrapping its arms around her waist and propelling her swiftly toward the surface. Siren, help! Before Ouyang Xiaoji could finish her cry, she was rendered unconscious by Sonia's intervention. Meanwhile, in the chilling valley of Shualong Mountain, a flurry of snowflakes erupted as Siren leapt from snowdrift. Gigi, something has gone awry. Within the cavernous shell at the bottom of the trench, a mermaid adorned with a golden tail and hair opened her eyes and gazed upward. With a long sigh, she closed her eyes once more. The obsession and possessiveness of the sea god clan truly inflict harm upon both others and themselves. Once he has recovered, he should venture forth. Upon Sonia's return to the grand vessel with Ouyang Xiaoji, the steward directed the guards to swiftly navigate towards the shore. The vast ocean was the domain of that mermaid. They, as beastmen, were no match for her in these waters. Sonia gently wiped Ouyang Xiaoji's face with a blanket and commenced a thorough examination of her body. Indeed, as he had surmised, there was a protruding patch of skin on Ouyang Xiaoji's back. Upon touching it, he discovered a hard object embedded beneath the skin. With a subtle glance at the steward, Sonia promptly carried Ouyang Xiaoji into the treatment chamber. In mere moments, the hard object lodged within Ouyang Xiaoji's skin was extracted. Sonia scrutinized the object, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. That mermaid truly possessed remarkable skill. Such an advanced electronic jamming device. How had she managed to develop it? It seemed he had underestimated her prowess. The Sea God clan was undoubtedly more complex than merely being a maritime conglomerate. Master, this is an electronic jamming and positioning system, the steward reported. Catch a swift fish and attach this device to it. Understood, Master. Observing Ouyang Xiaoji's wound, now neatly sutured, Sonia gazed through the treatment chamber at her face. If his initial interest had merely been her 10 fertility points, then after 8 years of pursuit, he had unknowingly fallen in love with this petite Aya female. Throughout those years, he had frequently perused her data, transitioning from casual interest to an all-consuming affection. Faced with this sudden surge of emotions, even if he wished to deny his feelings for someone he had initially intended to exploit, each night his thoughts were consumed by memories of their time spent together in the rose castle of Nangongzetian. Now that his heart was engaged, he resolved to seize his own happiness, regardless of her fertility score. What he desired was none other than this very Aya female before him. When the 6 little ones finally extricated themselves from their persistent pursuers and arrived at the seaside, Siren and Nangongzetian, accompanied by their subordinates, soon followed suit. The moment the 6 brothers locked eyes with their fathers, a complex glimmer flashed in the older men's gazes. Siren, Nangongzetian, and Shirwia never anticipated that the little ones they had nurtured with such care would conspire to bury their own father alive in the cold valley. Although the recent avalanche posed no threat to them, the hearts of these fathers ached with sorrow. They could not fathom why their beloved children would treat their father in such a manner. Siren cast a glance at his 3 flamboyantly dressed offspring and strode toward the sea. Upon receiving a report from the giant whale, he abruptly turned and confronted the 3 little mermaids. Saitsong, where is your mother? Meeting Siren's cerulean gaze, the little mermaid's eyes were devoid of any innocence or confusion. Their 3 pairs of black eyes bore into their father's. Wasn't she hidden by you in the deep sea? Why are you asking us? Saitsong positioned himself protectively in front of his younger brothers, his eyes sharp with defiance. The giant whale informed me that your mother has been taken away. Do you dare to claim that this matter does not concern you? Saitsong's words sparked a flicker of panic in the eyes of the 6 brothers. What was happening? They had yet to take any action. Who possessed the capability to abduct their mother from the depths of the ocean? Their father had made significant preparations at the gorge with their mother. What beastman could possibly infiltrate the deep sea and take their mother away? Chapter 92. Consultation suppressing their inner turmoil. The 3 little mermaids raised their heads once more, their eyes glistening with a thin veil of mist. They pursed their lips, gazing at their father with an expression of grievance. Upon witnessing his 3 little ones in this state, Siren felt utterly speechless. He reached out and delivered 3 light yet firm slaps to their foreheads. Do not attempt to enchant me with your mermaid sorcery. Know that your charms are only effective on your mother. Before me, they are utterly naive and laughable. After hearing their father's dismissive words, the 3 little mermaids swiftly wiped away their tears and audaciously rolled their eyes at him. Father, mother is lost. Shouldn't you be urgently searching for her instead of standing here, questioning us? We are not the ones who hid her. Observing the defensive claws displayed by his 3 little ones, Siren felt a vain pulse on his forehead. Saitsong, mind your tone when addressing me. Were it not for your mother, I would not even acknowledge you as my offspring. Listening to Siren's frigid tone, Sadie retorted, as you said, if it were not for mother, we would indeed prefer not to recognize you as our father. So, you conspired with those 3 little wolf cubs to bury your own father in the cold valley? As Siren's words fell, Nangongzetian and Shirwia turned their gazes toward their 3 children. Hongwen, Hongshuan, Hongyu, can you explain why? Why would you do such a thing? We are your fathers. Meeting the puzzled gazes of Nangongzetian and Shirwia, Hongwen stepped protectively in front of his younger brothers. Shirba, father, may I ask you, if mother did not have 10 fertility points, Would you still fight over her so fiercely and care for her so deeply? Yes, yes. Hearing their fathers respond in unison, the little wolf cub's eyes brimmed with derision and distrust. Shirba, father, lying to us is as easy for you as conversing normally. Hongwen regarded the discontented expressions on his two fathers' faces and continued unflinchingly. When we were younger, we did not understand. Mother was merely an ordinary Aya female, neither particularly intelligent nor striking in appearance. Yet you, as the heads of the four great noble families, fought vehemently over her, including that wretched blue-tailed mermaid. It was only after we returned from the Great Eagle Island and saw the sensational reports about Mother's fertility value being 10 points that we realized you did not love her. You only valued her for the offspring she could bear. At this juncture, Hongwen's eyes were filled with reproach and resentment as he looked upon his two fathers. Mother is an independent individual. She is not a mere tool for you to fight over in order to propagate your lineage. Why must she be compelled to live with you? Hearing Hongwen's inquiries directed at Nangang Zetian and Shirwia, the three little mermaids also turned their gazes toward their father. Father, like Hongwen said, if Mother's fertility value were not 10 points, would you have gone to such lengths to abduct her from Great Eagle Island to the deep sea? Confronted with his children's questions, Siren found himself momentarily speechless. Deep down, he knew that had he been aware of Ouyang Xiaoji's fertility value being below 10 points, he would not have gone to such great lengths to bring her to the depths. Yet, 5 years had passed, and throughout those years spent together, he had fallen in love with that pure-hearted little Aya female. Now, his love was solely for Ouyang Xiaoji, and not merely for the Aya female with a fertility value of 10 points. He could assure that for Xiaoji, he would relinquish everything. Sai Cong, Sai Xin, Sai Di. Perhaps in the beginning, my decision to bring your mother back from the depths of the sea was indeed influenced by her remarkable fertility value. However, 5 years have passed, and I have genuinely fallen in love with your mother. Before Sun could finish his sentence, the youngest Sadi interjected, Father, you are fully aware that Mother is a rabbit-like female. Keeping her in the deep sea would harm her health. Why then? Do you insist on her residing in the abyss and using the enchantments of mermaids to turn her into a puppet who only obeys your commands? Sadi's voice faltered for a moment before locking eyes with her father. Father, does such behavior truly constitute love? The weight of Suadi's inquiry rendered him momentarily speechless, for he himself recognized the flaw in his actions. Each time he witnessed branches of pain etched upon her brow from the pressure of the deep sea, he felt anguish. Yet, he feared releasing her to the surface. He was terrified that a single moment of negligence would shatter the happiness he had fought so hard to attain. Branches was his only wife, and thus she could only remain with him. If he were to truly bring her to land, could he safeguard this singular affection? Turning his gaze to Nangong Zetian and Shirwei, he recalled the noble families of Baihuzu s Sonia and Tongsuzu s Sudifan. These four eminent clans coveted branches with fervor. Alone, could he protect her against their desires? The answer was evidently no. Hence, he chose to expend his own life force to enable branches to adapt to the depths of the ocean. However, regardless of his sacrifices, the act of employing mermaid enchantment upon her was undeniably wrong. No justification could redeem such transgressions. The three little mermaids observed their silent father, sighing softly before redirecting their attention to Mangongjikan and Chuya. We know you harbor disdain for us. Likewise, we do not harbor fondness for you. You two-legged creatures are just as wicked as our father. This is precisely why we, alongside Kung Gugug and his companions, seek to confront you and ensure that you vile beings stay far from our mother. Shinyar gazed into the three little mermaids' dark eyes, which mirrored Branches perfectly. 5 years had elapsed, and she wondered how Branches had changed. She instinctively reached out to touch the little mermaid's eyes, only to have them shy away. Faced with their rejection, Shinyar lowered her hand and asked, Little fish, could you share how you conspired with one and the others? It seems only days ago you were in opposition. Upon hearing Suya's inquiry, Mangan and Sun exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed, the six brothers had not spent much time together. How had they come to devise a plan against their fathers? Chapter 93. The Mysterious Clan, the Three Little Mermaids, upon noticing the confusion in the eyes of those present, exchanged glances before their eldest, Saichong, stepped forward to explain. When we were young, Mother occasionally called us Xiaowen, Xiaoxin, Xiaoyu. Initially, we believed those were mere nicknames. Gradually, through her fragmented tales, we learned that Mother had 3 other children in the world of two-legged beings, our elder brothers. Each time Mother regained consciousness and wished to ascend to the surface, Father would discover her and cast his enchantments upon her once more. Over time, Mother forgot about her 3 children on land. Recently, when Father allowed us to go ashore, we resolved to seek out our brothers during that window of opportunity. To our surprise, we encountered them by chance. At first, we feared they were as wicked as Father, so we pretended to be foolish fish before them. Unexpectedly, our brothers shared our disdain for their father and yearned to rescue Mother. Thus, we naturally surrendered to them. Saichong raised his gaze to Sairun and the others. We have conspired with our brothers. Once we rescue Mother, it shall be just the 7 of us living together without you. After all, we possess considerable wealth. Indeed, Saidi chimed in with pride. Our brothers mentioned that our tears could fetch a pretty sum. Whenever we find ourselves short of money, we can simply cry to earn more. Hongun observed this boastful demeanor, glancing at his 2 brothers, who mirrored his incredulous expression and instinctively covered his eyes. How could such a foolish little fish so brazenly divulge their plans? As Sarun regarded his 3 seemingly dim-witted offspring, he felt that if he continued listening, he might be driven to exasperation. After hearing the little one's declarations, Shura and Nangakan shared a look of resignation. Clearly, they had underestimated their own offspring, who had devised such a troublesome scheme right beneath their noses. Making an effort to compose his strained expression, Xia bent down to meet the gazes of Hongshan and Hongyu. Xiaoan, Xiaoshan, Xiaoyu, your mother has been taken by someone unknown. However, I must ask you, once we locate her, how do you envision our relationship with her? Hongwen gazed directly, responding straightforwardly, sure, Father, your concern should not be how we wish to handle our relationship with you, but rather who our mother will choose once she is found. Regardless, we have made our decision. We will only live with Mother. Of course, if Mother chooses none of you, we shall live separately. After all, as Yao Di stated, we have wealth. Brother speaks wisely, Hongshan interjected. Shi'ar Baba. The laws in the beast world dictate that if a female desires to live independently with her children, the male is obligated to provide substantial support annually. Thus, should we live with Mother, you need only provide for our expenses. Beyond that, we require nothing from you, for we have matured and can independently care for Mother. Indeed, our brothers are correct, echoed the 3 little mermaids chimed in unison. Our brothers are right. Hearing responses from the 6 little ones, Nangong Zetan, Shi'er Wei Ya, and Siren felt a profound sense of futility. Their offspring were not only alive, but had concocted a plan to sever ties with their mother. Truly, the male offspring were the bane of their fathers. Rubbing his aching forehead, Nangong Zetan patiently explained, Xiao Wen, Xiao Shen, Xiao Yu. Perhaps your father has not uttered any heartfelt words to your mother. However, I assure you, on the day I bring your mother back to the Rose Castle, she will be the matriarch of our Snow Wolf clan. Father genuinely loves your mother without any ulterior motives. I feel the same. Shi'er Wei Ya added, continuing from Nangong Zetan's sentiments. Xiao Wen, Xiao Shen, Xiao, I admit that my initial intent in acquiring your mother was for her fertility value. Yet, having spent 3 years together, I have truly fallen for her. As long as I draw breath, your mother shall remain the matriarch of my great eagle clan. Sure, Baba, Father, please do not make assurances to us. Such declarations ought to be made to our mother, the little mermaids retorted. After all, we stand on the same front as her. Our current discussion should not revolve around your feelings for Mother, but rather the pursuit of her whereabouts. Eldest brother is indeed correct. Since Mother was taken from the depths of the sea, where could she possibly be now? By the way, what about Uncle's city? Han Yu instinctively glanced behind Nangong Zetian. Stop looking around. When we left, the Tungsha clan and the Baihu clan were still buried in the Han Valley, Sylvia explained. If Mother is not here, and the Tungsha clan and Baihu clan remain in the Han Valley, then who captured her? Is there a family on the Beast World continent with power surpassing our 5 clans? Listening to Hongwen's mutterings, Sylvia and Nangong Zetian couldn't help but recall that enigmatic family. Could it be that Ouyang Xiaoji was indeed taken by that mysterious family? Standing opposite them, Siren observed the confusion in Nangong Zetian and Sylvia's eyes and spoke directly. I have heard of that mysterious family. As he noticed the collective gaze directed at him, he began to elaborate. Our predecessors in the Haishin clan had interactions with that mysterious family. According to the elders of the Haishin clan, this family has always remained hidden from the world, making their tracks exceedingly difficult to trace, even if one were to capture a glimpse of their whereabouts. Their exceptional talents grant them battle prowess that is unparalleled, rendering even our Haishin clan's ancestors incapable of matching them. Most importantly, despite their extraordinary gifts. They do not face the difficulties of reproduction. Siren's words left those present in a state of shock and confusion. If that family does not encounter issues with procreation, then they would not go to great lengths to capture Ouyang Xiaoji. So who, then, has taken her away? Chapter 94. Subconscious Suggestions in the Baihu Clan's Tao Wayugu, Sonia, clad in an eye-catching female mermaid outfit, sat by a vast fish pond, engaging in a glaring contest with Ouyang Xiaoji. Gigi, you silly fish, hurry and come eat. If you keep dawdling, I will devour all the delicious food on the plate, Sonia exclaimed, snatching a fragrant roasted chicken leg from the plate at the water's edge and taking a hearty bite. Ouyang Xiaoji, curled at the bottom of the pond, glanced at the roasted chicken leg in Sonia's hand, instinctively rubbing her empty stomach. This red-tailed mermaid seemed like a bipedal beast sent to fetch her. What if she surfaced and was eaten? Yet, remaining submerged left her terribly hungry. Just as she hesitated, Sonia grabbed a sweet little cake and stuffed it into her mouth. Although she was not fond of overly sweet treats, she suppressed her distaste upon noticing Ouyang Xiaoji peering at her from the pond's depths. Oh dear, this cake is so sweet and fragrant. What a pity, it's almost gone, and that silly little fish hiding in the pond will miss out. Ouyang Xiaoji, watching the plate nearly empty, grew anxious as she observed Sonia relishing the cakes. Wait, I want to eat too. Want to eat? Then come up and get it yourself. If you don't come up, I will finish it all, Sonia declared, popping another piece of cake in her mouth. Seeing only 2 pieces of cake remaining in the plate, Ouyang Xiaoji disregarded whether Sonia was truly a bipedal beast. She sprang up from the pond's bottom, snatched the cake from Sonia's hand, and stuffed it into her mouth. In her haste, she began to cough. Cough, cough. Silly fish, slow down. I will get you more once you finish, Sonia said gently, patting Ouyang Xiaoji's back while retrieving a glass of juice from the pond's edge and offering it to her. Drink some juice. Watching Ouyang Xiaoji devour the cake, Sonia felt a pang of pity. That wretched mermaid had somehow caused a subfeminine with rabid genes to struggle adapting to life on land after surfacing. Moreover, her behavior and intellect currently resembled that of a child. If this continued, who could foresee how her intelligence might regress? Fortunately, the Baihu clan's enchanting arts could dissolve such psychological suggestions, though it required considerable time. Suppressing her concern, Sonia looked at the now empty plate and asked softly, silly fish, do you want more cake? Yes, Ouyang Xiaoji replied, scavenging the crumbs from the plate without looking up. Steward, bring more cake. Upon hearing Sonia's summons, the steward outside grimaced as if a fly had landed on his face. He shot a glare at the chuckling guards, took the plate from them, and adjusted his peculiar mermaid attire with one hand. Once he regained a composed smile, he glided into the room. As the steward entered, Ouyang Xiaoji, who had been picking up cake crumbs, abruptly halted her actions, staring intently at him. He, following Ouyang Xiaoji's gaze. Sonia turned to regard the steward's mermaid costume and nearly burst into laughter. Struggling to suppress his grin, Sonia pointed at the steward, saying, silly fish, he is my steward, and his daily task is to bring you delicious food. Holding back laughter, Sonia took the plate from the steward and presented it to Ouyang Xiaoji. But he looked so old and ugly. Ouyang Xiaoji murmured, clutching the plate. Gigi, it is true that the steward is both old and unattractive. However, despite his appearance, he makes quite delectable cakes. Don't believe me? Try one. Ouyang Xiaoji eyed the food warily, but ultimately succumbed to the tempting aroma. She picked up a piece of fruit cake, and, the next moment, her eyes sparkled with delight. How is it, silly fish? Am I right? The steward's food is delicious. So tasty, really good. After finishing a piece of cake, Ouyang Xiaoji turned to Sonia and asked, are you truly a sea deity? Of course. What about me doesn't resemble a sea deity? Sonia replied, twirling in front of Ouyang Xiaoji and flaunting his faux fishtail. Then you're a female mermaid? Ouyang Xiaoji poked Sonia's fake chest. It was smooth and soft, rather pleasant to the touch. Indeed, I am a genuine female mermaid, Sonia declared, shamelessly shaking his 2 prominent fake breasts. Was it really you who saved me in the ocean? Absolutely. If I hadn't saved you back then, you would have been captured by a bipedal beast resembling me. You wouldn't eat me, would you? Of course not. You must understand, we mermaids do not consume fellow mermaids. Sonia leaned closer, his enchanting face right before Ouyang Xiaoji, his dark eyes fixed intently on her as he asked, Gigi, do you think I am beautiful? Yes. Ouyang Xiaoji nodded earnestly. Since I am so beautiful, I must certainly not be a man-eating bipedal beast, right? As she spoke, Sonia flirtatiously tossed her red hair. Ouyang Xiaoji tilted her head, earnestly contemplating Sonia's convoluted reasoning. Being beautiful signifies that one is a splendid mermaid. A lovely mermaid, surely, cannot be a bipedal beast. However, as Ouyang Xiaoji shifted her gaze towards the butler behind her, Sonia promptly steadied her head, fixing her gaze intently upon her. Gigi, the butler has grown old, which is why he has become less handsome. You are a good child and should not disdain the old and unappealing fish, correct? Yes, I do not disdain him, Ouyang Xiaoji affirmed, nodding earnestly. That is good. Gigi is truly obedient, Sonia replied with a sly smile. The butler, observing Sonia's exceedingly audacious demeanor, felt that if this continued, he would surely be driven to despair by the master. Ever since the master brought this little female back, he had been compelled to don this garishly eye-catching mermaid attire to accompany her. This was tolerable, for the master's constant presence with the little female would aid in nurturing their bond. Yet, why must he, an elderly beast man, wear this mermaid outfit? In just a few short days, his dignity as a butler was at risk of being utterly diminished by this attire. Paying no heed to the butler's resentful glances, Sonia gradually leaned closer to Ouyang Xiaoji and softly inquired, Gigi, having eaten and drunk well, shall we take a stroll? No. I am a mermaid and cannot venture out carelessly. If I am seen by bipedal beasts, they will eat me. As she spoke, Ouyang Xiaoji set down her empty plate and attempted to retreat to the bottom of the pool. Gigi, we are all mermaids here. There are no bipedal beasts, as you fear. If you do not believe me, we can go out and see. No, I will not go out. I am afraid. Regardless of Sonia's coaxing, Ouyang Xiaoji remained huddled at the bottom of the pool. Realizing that persuasion was futile, Sonia cast a glance at the butler and directly commanded the glide device to exit the room. Once the door was shut, Sonia's demeanor shifted from gentle to somber. She removed her garish mermaid suit and strode purposefully outside. Gazing at the expanse of peach blossom trees, her eyes brimmed with ire. Since bringing Ouyang Xiaoji back, she had repeatedly attempted to employ the enchanting techniques of the Baihu clan to dispel the psychological suggestion that the mermaid had imposed upon her. Yet, despite the passage of time, Ouyang Xiaoji instinctively feared approaching strangers. If this continued, when would she ever recover and lead a normal life? Most critically, her body could not remain submerged in the pool indefinitely. Chapter 95. The peach blossom tree. Contemplating this, Sonia's gaze flickered as she regarded the peach blossom grove. The Baihu clan traditionally plants a peach blossom tree in the valley during weddings, leading to the proliferation of these trees over time. I hope that beneath these beautiful peach blossoms, Gigi can recover swiftly. Butler, instruct everyone in the clan to dig a maze-like swimming passage amidst the gaps in the peach grove. Also, have them create numerous mermaid outfits. And let the clan's most adept enchantresses and young females don these costumes to impersonate mermaids. They must effectively utilize their skills to dispel the enchantment that the dead mermaid has cast upon Gigi. As you command, master, the butler replied, his spirits lifted. Turning back, he offered a benevolent smile to the guards who had been mocking him earlier. Let those young fox cubs laugh at me for a couple more days. Soon enough, they shall share both fortune and misfortune. The guards, noticing the butler's ominous smile, instinctively felt a twinge of fear and considered fleeing. Alas, they were caught by the grip of destiny, unable to escape. The following day, after Sonia had finished feeding Ouyang Xiaoji, he seized her as she attempted to retreat to the bottom of the pool. Gigi, look how much you have eaten. Shouldn't you help me with some tasks in return? I have money. I can give it to you now. Siren said these stones are quite valuable. As she spoke, Ouyang Xiaoji began to extract gems from her ring space. Sonia's eyes flickered at the sight of the gems, and after signaling the butler with a glance, he turned back to firmly grasp Ouyang Xiaoji's hand, preventing her from taking out more gems. Gigi, I have plenty of these worthless stones. If you don't believe me, go take a look outside. I need your help, not your stones. Observing Ouyang Xiaoji's hesitant expression, Sonia continued, Gigi, if you do not assist me, I will not bring you any food. If I do not bring you food, you will miss out on those delicious little cakes. Faced with Sonia's threat, although Ouyang Xiaoji was reluctant, she begrudgingly nodded in agreement. Seeing her acquiescence, Sonia felt a surge of joy. If Gigi could take that first step, he would arrange the remaining 99 steps. Outside the room, the butler was directing people to carry boxes of gems into the swimming pool that had been hastily excavated overnight. Move quickly, the master is about to come out. All the little fox cubs dressed as mermaids must perform flawlessly. We cannot afford any mistakes. If you ruin the master's grand plan, I shall have your foxtails clipped. Hearing the butler's threats, the guards and females clad in mermaid outfits exchanged exasperated glances, silently lamenting their predicament. The Baihu clan, by nature, were often poor swimmers. To prepare for the day's performance, the butler had made them practice swimming throughout the night. Having never learned to swim, donning these mermaid outfits made it even more challenging. They fervently hoped that the beast god would protect them from revealing any flaws before the mistress. Otherwise, the butler would be the first to punish them. Once everything was prepared, the butler signaled for all unrelated personnel to withdraw swiftly. He approached the door and gently knocked 3 times. Upon hearing the knocking, a satisfied smile appeared on Sonia's face. He took Ouyang Xiaoji's hand and coaxed, "Gigi, having finished your meal, it's time to work. Now, will you walk out on your own, or shall I carry you?" Listening to Sonia's words, Ouyang Xiaoji glanced down at her legs, momentarily frozen. Siren had mentioned that she was a mermaid and could not walk on land except at Thunderbolt Island. If she walked on land, the scales on her fishtail would wear away. Realizing this, Ouyang Xiaoji extended her hand towards Sonia, saying, "Sea God, please carry me out." "Very well. I shall carry you out." Sonia maneuvered the glide device beneath him, cradling Ouyang Xiaoji like a child in his arms. He playfully shook her as he held her, causing Ouyang Xiaoji to clutch his neck tightly in fright. "Gigi, are you holding on tightly? If you are, then we shall head out to work." "I am holding on tightly," Ouyang Xiaoji replied, tightening her embrace around Sonia's neck. Feeling the warmth at her neck, Sonia seemed to understand why the dead mermaid had employed enchantment on Gigi, because at this moment, Gigi was indeed exceedingly easy to deceive and utterly adorable. Once outside, Sonia shook Ouyang Xiaoji gently and pointed towards the peach blossom grove, saying, "Gigi, we have arrived. Would you like to see where you will be working?" Ouyang Xiaoji lifted her head slightly from Sonia's neck and beheld a breathtaking scene of fluttering peach blossoms and beautiful mermaids beneath the trees. Some mermaids held baskets, retrieving gems from the depths, while others gathered floating peach petals. A few mermaids lounged by the pool's edge, playfully flicking their tails and laughing. The sight before her was like a picturesque painting. "What do you think, Gigi? Would you like to go down and take a look?" "Yes." Ouyang Xiaoji turned her head and locked eyes with Sonia. "Are you truly not a biped?" "Of course, I'm not a biped. If you don't believe me, just ask them." As she spoke, Sonia maneuvered her glider towards the edge of the swimming pool. After exchanging a glance with the butler seated nearby, Sonia lifted Ouyang Xiaoji into her arms and stepped into the pool, accepting the basket handed to her by the butler. Sonia pointed at the colorful gems scattered across the pool's bottom. "Gigi, your task today is to collect the broken stones from the bottom of the pool. If you do not finish, you shall not be fed. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." Taking the basket, Ouyang Xiaoji gazed at the gems below, preparing to dive to retrieve them. The Fox tribe females, having received instructions from the butler, swiftly swam to Ouyang Xiaoji's side, grasping her hands. "Are you a little mermaid brought by the sea god? What is your name?" "I am brought by the sea god, and my name is Gigi." Ouyang Xiaoji replied earnestly, nodding. "Since you are new here, why don't you walk by yourself? Why let the sea god carry you?" Turning to look at Sonia seated at the pool's edge, Ouyang Xiaoji glanced down at her own legs. Saran had mentioned that a mermaid lacking self-defense abilities would wear down the scales on her tail if she walked outside the boundaries of Thunder Island. If the scales on a mermaid's tail were worn away, she would transform into an unattractive mermaid, much like he did. With that, Ouyang Xiaoji pointed directly at the old butler sitting by the pool. Her gesture nearly elicited laughter from the Fox tribe female and the guards behind her. However, upon noticing the butler's threatening gaze, they suppressed their amusement and continued conversing with Ouyang Xiaoji. "But Gigi, even weaker mermaids can walk on land. Moreover, walking on land does not wear down the scales on their tails." As she spoke, the Fox tribe female directed Ouyang Xiaoji's attention towards another direction where a peach blossom tree stood. "Gigi, look, that mermaid has weak abilities, yet he can still walk on land." Following the direction indicated by the little female, Ouyang Xiaoji spotted a male mermaid with a white tail, who was leaning against a sturdy peach tree, making his way onto the shore. When a male mermaid emerged from behind the tree, he transformed into a youth clad in a simple white robe. Beneath the robe, 2 straight legs were visible. Behind the peach tree, another youth donned in a mermaid outfit was tightly constricting his body, fearful of revealing his true identity. "Is his ability truly so weak?" Ouyang Xiaoji inquired, pointing at the boy in the white robe, perplexed. "Indeed, it is weak." The Fox tribe female grasped Ouyang Xiaoji's hand, her eyes glinting slightly. "That male mermaid, despite being a mermaid, cannot even dive. His swimming style is merely a dog paddle. If he can walk on land despite being so weak, surely Gigi, who swims so well, can also do so, right? Listening to the words of the Fox tribe female, Ouyang Xiaoji remained in a momentary daze before resolutely shaking her head. No, I am afraid. I do not dare to walk. With that, she released the little female's hand and swam towards the pool's bottom. Observing Ouyang Xiaoji swimming away, Sonia, who had been anxiously watching from the shore alongside the butler, let out a long sigh. The allure of that mermaid on Gigi was indeed profound. It would take more than a day or two to restore her to normalcy. Butler, instruct everyone to use their time with Gigi to entice her to approach the shore. The first step is to bolster her confidence. From now on, no matter what she does, you must lavish her with praise. Tell her she is doing well, that she is remarkable, and that she is unlike anyone else. Do you understand? Master, I shall do so at once. Upon receiving the butler's directive, the Fox tribe guards and females, in the next moment, began to approach Ouyang Xiaoji intentionally, yet casually. Gigi, the stones you collected are truly beautiful. A male mermaid with a green tail swam over to exclaim. Hearing the somewhat awkward compliment from the male mermaid, Ouyang Xiaoji instinctively glanced at the gems in his basket. They were all the same gems. How could there be any distinction? In an instant, the once resplendent gems in his basket transformed into a pile of worthless debris under the influence of his mental energy. Looking utterly unappealing. How did your stones become like this? Ouyang Xiaoji asked, puzzled. The male mermaid replied awkwardly, I am but a weak and unfortunate mermaid. Whenever I touch beautiful stones, they turn to debris. Do not believe me? I shall show you. With that, he picked up a gem from the pool's bottom. In the next moment, that gem, under the effect of his mental energy, also turned into debris. Ouyang Xiaoji glanced at the remnants in his hand, somewhat perplexed. Well, you truly are unfortunate. I do not break stones when I touch them. Yes, yes. Therefore, Gigi, you are truly remarkable. As the male mermaid praised her, Ouyang Xiaoji found his words and expression strange, yet she could not pinpoint what was odd. Thus, she merely cast him a sidelong glance and swam away. The butler, who had been observing from the shore with a disapproving gaze, directed his ire at the guard. You little fox cub, if you cannot give compliments, then step aside. Do you have any idea how precious the gems in your basket are? You turn them all into debris? These gems will be deducted from your wages. Ah, butler, it was you who asked me to give compliments. The guard, who had turned to leave, felt utterly defeated. A whole basket of gems. It would not even cover a lifetime's wages. Fool, is this how you compliment a beautiful little female? A few nearby Fox tribe females cast disdainful glances at the guard before swimming over to Ouyang Xiaoji. Gigi, your tail is truly beautiful. It sparkles in the sunlight. It is the most stunning fishtail I have ever seen. Is it really beautiful? Ouyang Xiaoji asked excitedly while gazing at her own legs. Indeed, it is beautiful. One Fox tribe female, gazing at Ouyang Xiaoji's legs, earnestly praised her without a hint of hesitation. Yes, Gigi, your eyes are also lovely, round and dark, utterly adorable, unlike mine, which always tilt upwards. Gigi, your skin is so fair and porcelain-like, unlike mine, which is far too dark. Gigi, your waist is so slender. Gigi, your eyelashes are so long. Gigi, your collarbone is so exquisite. Sonia and the male guards watched as Ouyang Xiaoji beamed with joy from the praise of the Fox tribe females. For a moment, they felt a pang of envy. Is this truly how you compliment a little female? What the guard who had shattered gems with his mental energy? They all directed sympathetic looks at the unfortunate one. Gigi, you are so beautiful. You must be incredibly capable. In response to the Fox tribe female's praise, Ouyang Xiaoji looked at her in confusion. Gigi, does the sea god look handsome? Ouyang Xiaoji examined Sonia seated by the pool, nodding earnestly. Yes, he is handsome. Therefore, Gigi, because the sea god is handsome, he is the most capable sea god. Since you are so beautiful, you must be even more formidable than the sea god. The eyes of several little females from the Baihu tribe locked onto Ouyang Xiaoji's gaze. So, Gigi, being so beautiful, you must be the most powerful mermaid. Now, can the most powerful mermaid freely walk onto the shore? Yes, Ouyang Xiaoji nodded, her gaze momentarily vacant. Then let us go to the shore now, shall we? All right. Sonia, observing Ouyang Xiaoji's obedient nod, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Today, Gigi had taken her first successful step. Under the enchanting allure of the young female from the Baihu clan, Ouyang Xiaoji truly took her first step into the world after setting sail. Upon reaching the shore and gazing at her own legs, she finally emerged from her stupor. "See God, where's my fishtail?" "Ji, your fishtail has transformed into the legs of a bipedal creature. You can now walk freely on land," Sonia replied, observing the look of uncertainty on Ouyang Xiaoji's face. She pointed towards the pool beside them and said, "Ji, when you wish to become a mermaid again, all you need to do is enter the water, and your legs will revert to a fishtail, just like mine." At that moment, Sonia had already removed her rather revealing mermaid attire, deliberately showcasing her long, slender legs. "Really? I can turn back into a mermaid?" Sonia nodded seriously at Ouyang Xiaoji's puzzled expression. However, internally, he couldn't help but scoff. Once Ji was on land, how could he possibly send her back into the water to become some ridiculous mermaid? She would never be able to return to the sea in her lifetime. Ouyang Xiaoji, looking at Sonia's serious nod, suddenly pointed at Sonia's chest. "See God, aren't you a female mermaid? After turning into a biped, what about your chest?" Her words caused the female foxes and guards who had been watching from the poolside to erupt in laughter. How could the head of the family, who had rushed to change, forget to bring her fake breasts? Now, it seemed that Ji was about to expose this farce. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Sonia's shamelessness. "Ji, I am the sea god. I can change my breasts at will. If you don't believe me, close your eyes and count to 3, and I will make them appear." "Really?" "Yes, close your eyes quickly. Count to 3, and my breasts will be there." As Ouyang Xiaoji obediently closed her eyes, Sonia swiftly took the fake breasts handed to him by the butler and slipped them on. Once he positioned the fake breasts correctly, Ouyang Xiaoji opened her eyes after counting to 3. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of Sonia's newly added chest, and she instinctively reached out to poke it. "See God, you are truly amazing. Is that so?" Sonia proudly puffed out her chest and graciously took Ouyang Xiaoji's hand, pressing it against her fake breasts. "Ji, my breasts are quite bouncy, aren't they? See God, your breasts feel really nice." Ouyang Xiaoji nodded earnestly. "By the way, Ji, see God is just my title. I do have a name, so can you call me by my name from now on?" Sonia leaned forward slightly, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Sure. What is your name, see God?" "Well, my full name is Husband, and my nickname is Dear. Ji, you can choose either one. But see God, I find your name a bit strange." "What is strange about it?" "Ji, we name things like this here. If you don't believe me, ask them what their names are." At Sonia's prompting, the fox beast men and females lounging by the pool began to fabricate their names without batting an eyelash. "Ji, I'm called Sweetheart. Ji, I'm called Darling. Ji, I'm called Little Cutie." Watching Ouyang Xiaoji's bewildered expression, Sonia took her hand and leaned down, enticingly saying, "Ji, sweetie, call my name Husband." The guards and the young female foxes observed the scene unfolding before them, akin to a cunning fox deceiving an innocent rabbit, and they couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Their master truly was utterly shameless. In the following days, every time Ouyang Xiaoji attempted to return to the depths of the pool, Sonia staunchly refused. After finally coaxing Ouyang Xiaoji onto the shore and taking that first step, how could he allow her to retreat? While Ouyang Xiaoji slept, he filled all the pools of the Baihu clan that could be used for diving. With no access to the depths, Ouyang Xiaoji became increasingly agitated and frightened, fearing she would never be able to transform back into a mermaid and that she could not breathe on land. Faced with her anxious emotions, Sonia remained by her side daily, guiding her as one would a child, helping her adapt to the life of an ordinary person, including how to communicate with others and handle situations. Gradually, under the encouragement of the Baihu clan, Ouyang Xiaoji grew braver each day. Sonia fully embraced his identity as a female mermaid, sharing meals and living together with Ouyang Xiaoji, thoroughly showcasing his audacious spirit. One night, as Sonia gazed at the peacefully sleeping Ouyang Xiaoji, his heart softened. During this time, teaching her the essentials of daily life felt akin to instructing a child on how to face the world anew. However, this child was destined to become Sonia's contract partner one day. As the days passed, Sonia awaited Ouyang Xiaoji's recovery with growing anxiety. If she were to regain her mermaid form one day, would she still willingly stay by his side as she did now? Regardless, Sonia knew he could only wait until Ouyang Xiaoji was fully restored to discover the answer. "Husband, what do you think of this dress?" Ouyang Xiaoji asked, holding a book and pointing to a dress illustrated within. "It's beautiful. Do you want a lovely dress, Ji? If you do, shall we go out to buy one?" Sonia gently coaxed, wrapping an arm around Ouyang Xiaoji. But I'm afraid of being a biped. Ouyang Xiaoji hesitated. But Ji on land. Our fishtails have become legs. Therefore, bipedal creatures 1T recognize us as mermaids. Still, facing her hesitation and retreat, Sonia grasped her hand firmly. Ji, look at my dress. It's torn beyond wear. I want a new dress. Can't you accompany me to buy one? The area Sonia had touched on the once beautiful dress now bore several rips, transforming a luxurious garment into a worthless rag. Observing Sonia's pitiful expression, Ouyang Xiaoji pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, since Ji has agreed, let us go buy clothes now. Fearing Ouyang Xiaoji might change her mind, Sonia directly took her arm and led her outside. The butler, who had been standing beside Sonia, pulled out a communicator after they left and instructed, "Little fox cubs, prepare yourselves. The mistress is going shopping. Immediately clear out a mall and ensure it's filled with our people." Understood, we will prepare right away. By the time Sonia and Ouyang Xiaoji arrived at the prepared mall, the performers from the Baihu clan were already waiting. As Sonia and Ouyang Xiaoji passed by, the Fox Beast Man, acting as the doorman, let out a sigh of relief. Over the past few months, he had portrayed a mermaid, a pastry chef, a beggar, and various other peculiar roles. Originally, another Beastman was scheduled to welcome the guest today, but due to a mission, he had to fill in. Before the master and mistress arrived, he had worried about being too visible and revealing his identity. Fortunately, his performance as the greeter had been quite successful, as neither the master nor mistress had even glanced in his direction. Sonia, observing Ouyang Xiaoji tightly clutching his sleeve since they left, felt a surge of luck wash over him. Fortunately, before that cursed mermaid could completely bewitch Ji into a mindless puppet, Ji was rescued from the depths of the sea. Given a little more time, he would undoubtedly be able to break the enchantment that the mermaid had cast upon Ji. However, as he gazed at the splendid gown adorning his figure, Sonia felt a pang of helplessness. During their first encounter, he had to disguise himself as a sub-feminine to evade the watchful gaze of Nangong Zetian. Little did he expect that he would find himself within the territory of the Baihu clan. In order to facilitate Ji's swift recovery, he had no choice but to continue his masquerade as a sub-feminine. The dignity of his position as the clan leader had been utterly compromised in front of his kin. Sonia turned slightly, his gaze sweeping over the butler orchestrating the crowd from a corner. Upon noticing the barely contained amusement on the butler's face, he felt that perhaps he had been too kind-hearted. After all, how could he have agreed to let the butler shed that garish mermaid costume without insisting that he don women's attire again, with the butler providing some cover? At least his spirits might have been lifted. Retracting his gaze, Sonia took Ji by the hand and led her toward a boutique. After exchanging glances with the sales assistant, Sonia was the first to release Ji's hand. Ji, we have arrived at the store. Please choose whichever dress you like and approach the sales assistant yourself. Understood? But, darling, I am quite lovely, so I must be quite capable. Therefore, when it comes to buying clothes, you must communicate directly with the assistant. Do not be afraid. I'll be right here with you. After offering Ji a reassuring smile, Sonia settled onto a nearby sofa. The small feminine members of the Baihu clan, prompted by Sonia's gesture, approached Ji with smiles, carefully selecting dresses for her. Observing Ji gradually relaxing under the sales assistant's guidance, Sonia let out a relieved sigh. Given a little more time, this little sub-feminine, who fancied herself a mermaid, would return to her normal self. Only then could he pursue Ji. Sonia held his pride. What he desired was not merely Ji's body, but her heart. In the rose castle of Shuelang Mountain, Nangong Zetian, Sylvia, Stephen, and the grim-faced Sei Ren sat at a table, exchanging cold glances. While Nangong Zetian, Sylvia, and Stephen harbored a desire to eliminate Sei Ren. After all, the actions of that vile mermaid towards Ji were unforgivable. They realized that Sei Ren's formidable mental prowess meant they could only match him in strength when united. Most importantly, their immediate priority was to locate Ji, rather than allowing internal strife to delay their search. Nangong Zetian, Sylvia, and Stephen exchanged furtive glances, contemplating how to eliminate Sei Ren without alerting Ji or the three little mermaids. Sei Ren, seated on the sofa, was acutely aware of their scheming minds. Yet, what did it matter? In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy was futile. His only concern was whether Ji would forgive him once she regained her senses. For it was his obsession and possessiveness that had harmed her. Even if he regretted his actions now, it was too late. Months had passed, and they still could not uncover Ji's whereabouts. They never imagined that a clan could abduct her right under their noses. Sylvia, father, where is Uncle Sonia? I haven't seen him in months. The three little wolf cubs led Seiren's three little fish down the stairs, following the sound. When Seiren looked up and saw the three little fish adorned in gem-studded gowns, his lips twitched in irritation. Say Tsong, say Xin, and say D. Did I not tell you that you are male mermaids and cannot wear dresses meant for sub-feminines? Meeting C. is fiuscase. The excitement of the three little fish over their new gowns dissipated instantly. They tugged at the custom-made dresses from their three elder brothers, feeling somewhat at a loss. After all, these gowns were not only comfortable to wear, but also dazzlingly beautiful. That cursed mermaid! All your foul temper is wasted on these innocent little fish. If it weren't for you, could that little sub-feminine have been taken away? Stephen, care to repeat that? Seiren's eyes gleamed with icy intent. Smack! Stephen slammed his hand on the table, rising to point an accusing finger at Seiren. I could repeat it 10 times. It's all because of you, you ugly creature. If it weren't for you, we would not be unable to find Gigi. Uncle Stephen, my father is not ugly. Little fish, Sei Tsong interjected. Confronted with Sei Tsong's pitiful gaze, Stephen retorted scornfully, Did I speak incorrectly? This cursed mermaid lacks my grace, my brilliance, and even the beauty of Sonia, that dead fox. What sort of mermaid enchantment can he conjure? If he dares to try his tricks on me, I will pluck out his eyes. Stephen instinctively glanced around, only to find Sonia absent. That's right, it's been months. Why isn't he that dead fox healed yet? How could he be so fragile? Taking months to recover from a minor injury? The moment Stephen's words left his mouth, they captured everyone's attention. Indeed, Sonia's combat prowess and mental strength had already reached the pinnacle of 3S level, perhaps even 4S level. How could he need months to recover from a mere injury? After all, he had never missed a single detail regarding Gigi. Moreover, when they confronted Seiren in the Cold Valley, Sonia had only sent Bert to assist. That was also the day Gigi had vanished. Realization dawned upon them, and they felt something amiss. Butler, go to the Baihu clan immediately. At once, my lord. In the shopping mall, Sonia observed as Gigi, now unafraid under the guidance of the sales assistant, wore a smile that reflected his own. Gradually, she would return to normal. Just then, the butler approached Sonia with a tense expression. My lord, that mermaid and Nangongzetian have arrived at the entrance of the Baihu clan's Taoyu Valley. Understood. Butler, proceed as we previously discussed. Close the doors and prepare to deal with the mermaid. Yes, my lord. After the butler departed, Sonia turned to Gigi, taking her arm gently. Gigi, have you chosen your new gown? Darling, I have made my selection. Upon hearing Gigi call him darling, Sonia's eyes sparkled with joy. Very well. Since you have chosen, can you handle the checkout on your own? Gigi turned to the sweetly smiling sales assistant, immediately lowering her defenses. Darling, I can do it. After paying with star coins, Sonia helped Gigi store her dress in the ring space, then turned aside and feigned a long sigh. Darling, what is wrong? It's nothing. I can manage on my own. Gigi, noticing the helplessness on Sonia's face, grew anxious. Darling, if you have any concerns, you can share them with me. I can help. Sonia lowered her gaze, the dim light flickering in her eyes, as she turned to Ouyang Xiaoji, who appeared somewhat troubled. Gigi, I have a few adversaries among the bipedal creatures on the shore, and they take particular delight in tormenting me. Just a few days ago, they set their sights on me, seeking to bully me. Now that you seem unafraid of the bipedal creatures, could you possibly assist me when they come looking for trouble? I will help you, my dear, Ouyang Xiaoji replied, grasping Sonia's hand with an unprecedented determination gleaming in her eyes. Yes, I will rely on you, Gigi, Sonia replied, a flicker of amusement crossing her features. Upon returning to the Taoyogu of the Baihu clan through the side entrance, Sonia made sure Ouyang Xiaoji was settled and looked at her earnestly. Gigi, remember, you must help me. Do not trust those bipedal creatures' words lightly, understood? I understand, dear. Good. After signaling to her steward, Sonia led her guards outside the Taoyogu. As she observed the guards barring the entrance to Seiren, his eyes brimmed with an unmistakable murderous intent. This merman truly deserved to perish. In response to Sonia's unmasked hostility toward Seiren, Nangongzetian, Sylvia, and Stephen instinctively stepped aside. Let's watch the spectacle, Sonia remarked, her interest waning as she glanced at the onlookers. Nangongzetian, Sylvia, Ouyang Xiaoji is indeed in my Taoyogu. If you wish to see her, you must wait until I settle matters. Please go ahead, Baihu clan leader, Sylvia said gracefully. Regardless of how Sonia and Siren fought, it would be beneficial for them. and they merely wasted a bit of time in the spectacle without any loss. Sonia, ignoring the calculating glint in Sylvia's eyes, coldly chuckled. Who knows who will end up scheming against him? She turned to Siren, her gaze icy. Merman Siren, what have you done to Gigi? Why does her behavior no longer resemble that of a normal female? Siren was momentarily at a loss for words in the face of Sonia's inquiry. After all, he had spent 5 years ensnaring Ouyang Xiaoji with his merman enchantment, psychologically convincing her that she was a mermaid, not a female living on land. Just as Siren struggled to formulate a response, 3 innocent voices answered Sonia's question. Uncle Fox, we know what Daddy did to Mommy. Following the voices, Sonia spotted 3 children brought down by Nangong Zetian's little wolf cubs from the flying vessel. Upon seeing their eyes, Sonia immediately recognized that these were the offspring of Ouyang Xiaoji and the merman before her. Uncle Fox, Daddy has been enchanting Mommy as a mermaid. He told her she was a mermaid, not a bipedal creature, and forbade her from walking on land. One of the little fish cubs, Sai Zong, clung to Sonia's leg, looking pitiful. And, Uncle Fox, Daddy always feeds Mommy sea core grass to help her adapt to the sea. He doesn't let her surface at all. Only when Mommy suffers from headaches does he take us to Thunder Island for a few days' respite. Another cub, Sai Xian, complained while clutching Sonia's other leg. Moreover, Daddy even threatened Mommy, saying that if she surfaces, bipedal creatures would turn her into sashimi, deep-fried, or fish soup. Saidi stood before Sonia, pointing an accusatory finger at his father. Listening to the plaintive voices of the 3 little mermen, Sonia and Nangong Zetian's brows furrowed deeper. For months, they had been preoccupied with finding Ouyang Xiaoji, coupled with their existing grievances against Siren. Thus, their relationship had been one of temporary cooperation. Now, hearing the children's words, both Nangong Zetian and Sylvia's expressions darkened, and they felt a surge of murderous intent toward the merman. In contrast to Nangong Zetian and Sylvia's rage, Sonia, who had been diligently caring for Ouyang Xiaoji and assisting her in breaking free from the merman's enchantment, found her own murderous intent bubbling to the surface. Siren, today we shall engage in a battle relying solely on our physical strength to the death. Do you dare? Siren hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Confident in his own abilities, the 3 little fish cubs, who had been reporting grievances, sensed the tense atmosphere and grew increasingly excited. Hongwen, do you think Uncle Fox is stronger? Or is my daddy stronger? If it's just a battle of strength, I have no idea who would win. But I know that no matter how they fight, they die, as none of them are ordinary beastmen. Hongwen coldly observed the standoff between Siren and Sonia. As Hongwen's words faded, Sonia and Siren abandoned the use of mental powers and commenced a hand-to-hand combat. Watching the 2 humanoid weapons move so swiftly that they became mere blurs, the confused little fish cubs pulled out a bag of snacks from their backpacks and offered them to their 3 older brothers. Hongwen, shall we sit down and watch? It seems they are putting in a lot of effort. Thank you, Xiao Kong, accepting the snacks from the little fish. The 6 brothers, unbothered by the dirt, sat on the ground, munching away as they awaited the outcome. Observing the 6 brothers with no sense of decorum and recalling the little fish cubs' earlier complaints, Sylvia and Nangong Zetian were reminded of their own past behavior. Well, they had buried their father alive. They prided themselves on their treatment of the children, questioning how they had fostered such misunderstandings. As the 6 brothers finished their snacks, the battle between Sonia and Siren drew to a close. Despite the life-and-death struggle, those present understood that neither would easily relinquish their lives for the other's gain. Sylvia regarded the 2 combatants, now ceased in their fighting, and noted the differing injuries they bore. A hint of unease flickered in her eyes. Why must this stubborn fox engage in battle with that merman at this moment? Moreover, all of Sonia's injuries are on his face, while the mermans are all on his body. Just as Sylvia pondered this confusion, the troops belonging to the Baihu clan surrounded them in Taohua Yogu. Siren, we have reached an impasse with our physical strength, unable to determine a victor or settle our fates. Thus, the Taohua Yogu of my Baihu clan does not welcome you. If you wish to see Gigi, you must wait until she recovers and decides whether to meet you. Before Siren could respond, the 3 little fish cubs could no longer contain themselves. Uncle Fox, can we see Mommy? Sonia looked down at the 3 pairs of jet black eyes, a gentle smile flashing across his face. Little fish cubs, you may certainly see your mother. However, you must assist your uncle with a small task. Meeting Sonia's enigmatic smile, the 3 little fish cubs hesitated briefly before responding. Uncle Fox, as long as you do not harm Mommy, we agree to help you. Very well. Let us wish for a pleasant first collaboration. With a cheerful exchange of high-fives with the 3 little fish cubs, Sonia turned to the three little wolf cubs, inquiring, "What about you? Do you wish to go in and see your mother?" The three little wolf cubs exchanged glances, observing Sonia's battered visage, and after a moment of hesitation, replied, "Uncle Sonia, we share the same opinion as our younger brothers. As long as you do not harm Mama, we shall grant your request." "Very well, little wolf cub. May our first collaboration be a pleasant one." Satisfied with her answer, Sonia coldly remarked while observing the scowling Saren. "Saren, you should be grateful that in these 5 years, Gigi has borne you 3 children. If it were not for the sake of these 3 offspring, I would ensure you would never return today. Now be gone. The Baihu clan does not welcome you." No sooner had Sunia's words faded than the weapons of the Baihu army were aimed squarely at Saren's head. Faced with the weapons of the Baihu army, Saren remained unfazed, locking eyes with Sunia. In the midst of this standoff, the 3 little fish cubs could no longer contain themselves. They rushed in front of Saren, clinging to his hands, and anxiously exclaimed, "Daddy, this isn't the ocean. You can't possibly defeat so many people. We miss Mama, so please leave quickly, all right? Don't delay our reunion with her, please, Daddy." Listening to his 3 little cubs, Saren felt an overwhelming urge to swat them back to the sea. However, they were right. This was not the ocean, and he was indeed no match for the entire Baihu army. Knowing that Gigi was here, he would have ample time to bring her to his side in the future. With that thought, Saren glanced at the door behind Sunia before turning to leave. After Saren departed, Sunia waved to the Baihu army, leaving only the deputy leader Boita by his side. Taking the document handed to him by Boita, Sunia opened it and, with a smile in his eyes, addressed Nangong Zetian, Shirwia, and Sidifan, saying, "Gentlemen, several months ago, prior to our conflict with Saren, did we not sign an agreement?" He then displayed the document towards Nangong Zetian and the others. Observing the various injuries on Sunia's face and the smug smile he wore, a warning bell rang in their minds. Yet, recalling that the document they had signed months prior contained no discrepancies, they could only nod in agreement. Chapter 100. Auntie Sunia. Upon receiving their affirmation, the delight in Sunia's eyes was unmistakable as he squinted slightly, scrutinizing the document in his hands. Nangong Zetian. The essence of our agreement was that as long as Gigi wishes to be with someone, no party shall interfere or threaten her. Should any party violate this, the remaining parties may join forces against the violator, correct? Indeed, Nangong Zetian replied cautiously, his eyes wary as they met Sunia's cunning gaze. "Very well, then, when you enter, as long as Gigi is willing to stay with our Baihu clan, that would not constitute a breach of our agreement, would it?" "Correct," Shirwia affirmed. "Moreover, if Gigi does not wish to leave with any of you, you cannot forcibly take her away, can you?" "Correct," Sidifan growled, growing somewhat impatient. Sidifan ran his fingers through his hair and pointed an accusatory finger at Sunia, exclaiming, "You cunning fox, take us to that little ya female now. As for whom she chooses to be with, I will personally inquire of her shortly. There's no need for your prattle." He shoved past Sunia and strode directly toward the door with Nangong Zetian and Shirwia in tow. Watching the 3 retreating figures, Sunia smiled at the 6 little cubs behind him. "Little cubs, remember, if you wish to see Mama, you must assist your charming Uncle Sunia." After casting a flirtatious glance at the 6 brothers, Sunia took the clothing handed to him by Boita and changed right before their astonished eyes. Thus, before the wide-eyed gazes of the 6 little cubs, Sunia, a genuine fox beast man, transformed into a ya female whose garments were tattered and torn from abuse. What do you think? Does your Aunt Sunia's attire look splendid? Absolutely stunning. The 3 little wolf cubs gritted through their teeth in response. Meanwhile, the 3 little fish cubs were momentarily perplexed by Sunia's motive behind this change. The 3 little wolf cubs, however, were keenly aware of his intentions, having witnessed such antics throughout their upbringing. "Well, as long as it looks good, let the performance begin." Sunia tousled his crimson locks, tugged at the neckline of his garment to reveal his fake bosom, and applied eye drops from Boita. In an instant, a pitiable ya female with reddened eyes appeared before the 6 brothers. Sunia flashed a smile at the stunned little cubs before his expression shifted dramatically. "Gigi, help!" Sunia, clutching his tattered skirt, scampered inside. Behind him, Boita and the 6 little cubs could not help but twitch their lips at Sunia's antics, anticipating the ensuing spectacle. Hidden behind the butler, Ouyang Xiaoji, who had been exchanging glances with Nangong Zetian, Shirwia, and Sidifan, heard Sunia's cry for help. Momentarily forgetting her fear, she dashed outside. Upon reaching the exterior, she was greeted by the sight of the disheveled, bruised Sunia. Gigi, I couldn't stop those three bipedal beasts. Did they harm you upon entering? Suania's eyes were red as he anxiously grasped Ouyang Xiaoji's arm, scanning her for injuries while trembling uncontrollably, effectively portraying a victim of severe trauma. Darling, how did you get hurt so badly? And your clothes? Were they responsible for this? Touching the wounds on Suania's face, Ouyang Xiaoji's eyes brimmed with concern. The term darling that escaped her lips sent a chill through Nangong Zetian and Shiruia, who stood behind her. Despite their considerable efforts, they had yet to earn such an endearing title from Ouyang Xiaoji, while Suania, having only known her for a few months, had already been bestowed this honor. Gigi, you mustn't call him darling. Gigi, you mustn't call him darling. Nangong Zetian and Shiruia shouted in unison, causing Ouyang Xiaoji to leap into Suania's embrace. Darling, I'm scared. Nangong Zetian and Shiruia, witnessing Ouyang Xiaoji's trembling frame, recalled the words of the three little fish cubs and realized their earlier exclamations had frightened her. With a concerted effort to control their fury, they exchanged glances before crouching down to speak gently. Gigi, as long as you refrain from calling him darling. You may address him however you wish. Indeed, Gigi, darling is not a term to be used lightly. You may refer to him by another name. Shiruia and Nangong Zetian both urged. Ignoring the ravenous stares from Nangong Zetian and Shiruia, Suania flashed a triumphant smile before lowering his head to Ouyang Xiaoji, saying in a pitiful tone, Gigi, since they do not permit you to call my name, you may call me by another name. As long as they're not angered, I'm open to anything. Fearing the wrath of Nangong Zetian and Shiruia, Ouyang Xiaoji buried her face in Suania's embrace and murmured, Dear. Nangong Zetian and Shiruia exchanged glances, their expressions growing icy. The onlookers collectively gazed skyward in disbelief. Standing beside Nangong Zetian, Sitifan approached Suania, raising his hand as if to strike him. Gigi, help. Hearing Suania's exaggerated plea for help, Ouyang Xiaoji, already frightened, instinctively turned to look behind her. She raised her head and did not see Stephen's fist, but rather the 6 children standing behind Sonia. In her moment of astonishment, Sonia was struck solidly by Stephen's punch. Ouyang Xiaoji turned her head to see the blood incessantly flowing from Sonia's nose, and she could not help but let out a terrified scream. Gigi, mama. Sonia and the 6 little ones quickly surrounded Ouyang Xiaoji, watching her trembling body, and their expressions immediately turned cold. Uncle Stephen, did you frighten Mama? Stephen, are you seeking death? Mama, are you all right? Suddenly, the scene descended into chaos. Stephen, who stood by with his fist raised, was also taken aback by the disorder before him. When did that wretched fox become so fragile? One punch was enough to draw his blood? Moreover, this scene felt oddly familiar. Contemplating, Stephen turned to glance at Shiruia behind him, meeting Stephen's piercing gaze. Shiruia instinctively turned her head away, recalling that this was a tactic he had once employed. However, she never expected it to be used against him by Sonia. Chapter 101. Fear. Surrounded by everyone, Ouyang Xiaoji instinctively clutched the 3 little fish in her arms, trembling as she pointed at Stephen. Baby, he is a bipedal beast. He is so fierce. The 3 little wolf cubs, seeing Ouyang Xiaoji holding the 3 little fish and reporting the situation, felt a pang of sadness. Had their mother truly forgotten her 3 sons after 5 years? Amidst their sorrow, recalling Saren's manipulation of her, the 3 wolf cubs could only suppress their bitterness. Looking up coldly at the bewildered Stephen. Uncle Stephen, my mother is afraid to see you. Could you please leave? Stephen, locking eyes with Hongwen, gestured to Nangong Zetian and Shiruia. If these 2 dogs refuse to leave, why should I? Furthermore, when did that wretched fox become so weak that I can make him bleed with just 1 punch? Stephen scratched his head in frustration. Suddenly, as if he had discovered a new continent, he seized Sonia by the collar. Wretched fox, how did you transform from a male fox to a female fox in such a short time? Saying this, he reached towards Sonia's false chest, curious to see what it was made of, as it appeared so convincing. Gigi, you rogue. Sonia's scream startled Stephen, causing him to retract his hand in confusion as he watched Sonia dash into Ouyang Xiaoji's embrace, seeking comfort. Gigi, those 3 bipedal beasts hit me, and they also... Sonia tugged at her clothing over her chest, trembling as she covered her false chest with her hand, pointing at Nangong Zetian, Shiruia, and Stephen. Tears welling in her eyes. Coupled with her pitiful expression, it was easy to imagine the distress she had just endured. Sonia's performance made the veins on Nangong Zetian's and his companions' foreheads throb. They could never have anticipated that Sonia could act so provocatively, especially Stephen, who pointed at Sonia, cursing, "You wretched fox, you are a male fox, not a female. Am I losing my mind? Why would I even look at you, or treat you like this?" The look Stephen cast at Sonia was as if he had just eaten a fly, filled with disgust. "Gigi, if you do not believe me, you can ask these 6 little cubs. You should know, little cubs are the least likely to lie." Sonia indicated the 6 little cubs surrounding Ouyang Xiaoji, their eyes filled with mockery. "Babies, did those 3 bipedal beasts really hurt dear mama?" The 3 little fish, witnessing the worry on Ouyang Xiaoji's face and through her shoulder, glanced at Sonia's threatening gaze. They could only close their eyes and pointed at Nangong Zetian and his companions, saying, "Mama, just now, those 3 bipedal beasts not only hit Aunt Fox, but they also made inappropriate advances towards her." Nangong Zetian, Shirwiya. Stephen. The words of the 3 little fish caused Ouyang Xiaoji to look at Nangong Zetian and his companions with a newfound suspicion. These 3 bipedal beasts were downright demonic. She pulled the butler over, pointing at Nangong Zetian and his companions. "Butler, please hurry and drive these 3 bipedal beasts away. They are bad guys." Facing Ouyang Xiaoji's rejection and fear, Nangong Zetian and Shirwiya felt their hearts ache. More than that, they were infuriated on behalf of Sonia, the wretched fox. Nangong Zetian and Shirwiya squatted before Ouyang Xiaoji, wanting to take her hand, but she instinctively recoiled. "Don't touch me." All right, we want to touch you." Seeing the fear in Ouyang Xiaoji's eyes, Nangong Zetian and Shirwiya immediately took a step back. Nangong Zetian pulled over the 3 little wolf cubs who had remained silent. "Gigi, they are your children. Do you still remember them?" "Mama, I am Hongwen. This is my brother Hongshuan and Hongyu. Do you remember us?" The 3 little wolf cubs crouched before Ouyang Xiaoji, their eyes brimming with tears. Since Ouyang Xiaoji was taken by Saren, they had not shed a single tear in 5 years. Now, they could no longer control their emotions. The 3 little fish gazed at Ouyang Xiaoji's puzzled expression, pulling the hands of their 3 brothers. "Mama, weren't you always calling us Xiaowen, Xiaoshuan, and Xiaoyu? They are your children. Don't you remember?" Listening to the words of the 3 little fish, Ouyang Xiaoji stared intently at the 3 little wolf cubs. Although their faces seemed familiar, she could not recall anything. However, upon seeing the tears on their faces, maternal love surged within her, overwhelming her thoughts. "Babies? Yes, Mama, it's us. It's been 5 years. We miss you so much." Ouyang Xiaoji looked down at the 3 children who had thrown themselves into her arms, crying uncontrollably, and her own tears began to flow without her understanding why. Nangong Zetian watched the poignant moment of reunion between mother and children, wanted to step forward to embrace them, but he was halted by Ouyang Xiaoji's scream, leaving his hand awkwardly suspended. "Father, Mama is afraid of you, so please keep your distance. Don't frighten her." Hearing the cold voices of his 3 sons and seeing the rejection in Ouyang Xiaoji's eyes, Nangong Zetian felt a deep sense of loss and could only retreat to the side. Shirwiya, observing Nangong Zetian's dejection, bit her lip and crouched down in front of him. "Gigi, I am Shir, your husband. Do you remember me?" Ouyang Xiaoji gazed into Shirwiya's deep eyes, shaking her head indifferently. "I do not remember. What proof do you have that you're my husband?" Shirwiya promptly retrieved their marriage contract from his ring space, pointing to the signature. "Gigi, 5 years ago. This was our marriage contract. Look, this is your signature." Ouyang Xiaoji leaned forward to look at the scrawled handwriting, stating firmly, "This is not my handwriting. Mine is much more beautiful. You are a big liar." Shirwiya stared at the handwriting on the document, momentarily at a loss for words. He could not possibly explain that the signature was obtained by deceiving her while she was intoxicated. Just as Shirwiya felt troubled, Sonia timely interrupted. "Gigi, do not believe him. Just now he was tugging at my clothes, and now he claims you are his wife. He is nothing but a big liar and a bad guy." After saying this, Sonia cast a glance at the 3 little wolf cubs, signaling them to support her fabrication. The 3 little wolf cubs gazed at Ouyang Xiaoji with a hint of confusion. Disregarding the pleading looks thrown their way by Zirwaya, and mustering their courage, they declared, "Mother, what Aunt Fox said is correct." Upon finishing their statement, the 3 cubs immediately lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet Zirwaya's astonished gaze. "Gigi, this 2-legged creature is the most nefarious, with the darkest of hearts. Therefore, you must not trust a single word he utters." "Very well, my dear, I trust you." Ouyang Xiaoji instinctively took a step back, noticing Zirwaya's increasingly dark expression. "Wretched fox," she began, but before Zirwaya could finish, Sonia, the dramatic one, interjected, "Gigi, this 2-legged creature is quite fierce. I am frightened. My dear, I too feel afraid. Ouyang Xiaoji admitted. Chapter 102. The Achillesheel Zirwaya observed the two huddled together before him, alongside Sonia's triumphant gaze cast in his direction. He was tempted to confront the audacious fox who had the audacity to masquerade as a tormented female, seeking to elicit sympathy from Gigi. Suppressing his pent-up frustration, Zirwaya attempted to explain gently, Gigi, Sonia is a white fox beast man, hence I shall not harm him. Gigi, he is deceiving you, Sonia interjected, disregarding the fire igniting in Zirwaya's eyes. Indeed, my dear, I believe you, Ouyang Xiaoji affirmed as she embraced Sonia, nodding earnestly. Zirwaya gritted his teeth, casting a fierce glare at Sonia, who retaliated with a playful smirk. Gigi, this two-legged creature is still glaring at me. I saw it too, my dear. Ouyang Xiaoji replied, hastily retreating with Sonia in her arms. As it became evident that reason was futile, Zirwaya could only glare angrily at Sonia, stating, Sonia, I have something to discuss with you. Let us step outside. Without waiting for a reply, Zirwaya strode toward the door, followed by Nangong Zhitian and Stephen, who recognized that Ouyang Xiaoji, under the influence of that mermaid's hypnosis, was now extremely fearful of him. Moreover, her intelligence appeared to be severely compromised. My dear, they are gone. We are safe now. Ouyang Xiaoji exhaled, releasing Sonia from her embrace, still trembling. Yes, we are safe. Sonia helped the collapsed Ouyang Xiaoji to her feet. Casting a knowing glance at the three little wolf cubs before lowering his voice, Gigi, I will step out and close the door. So you must hide with the three little mermaids, all right? Understood. With a worried glance at Sonia, Ouyang Xiaoji took the hands of the three little mermaids and followed the butler into the room. As she walked, she couldn't help but glance back at Sonia. Noticing Ouyang Xiaoji's anxious gaze, Sonia feigned strength, urging her to quickly follow the butler inside. The moment the door closed, Sonia's expression transformed, shedding the earlier pitiful demeanor. Uncle Sonia, what do you want us to do by staying here? Hongwen asked warily. Nothing at all. I merely wish for you to assist me in conveying a few words. After all, you wish to be by your mother's side, do you not? Sonia rubbed his sore nose, not waiting for a response from the three little wolf cubs before striding outside. Sonia spread his legs and sat casually in a chair, propping his head up with his hand, a smile gracing his lips. My dear, feel free to ask any questions now. After all, as Gigi's husband, I must attend to my little white rabbit shortly. Sonia, do not provoke us here. I simply want to know what is going on with Gigi. Has her intelligence been compromised? Zirwaya, as long as you have your sight, you can see that her intelligence is gravely impaired. This situation is the result of my painstaking efforts over the past several months. What do you mean by that? Nangong Zhitian asked coldly. What I mean? Sonia stood up, gritting his teeth. Nangong Zhitian, months ago, when I rescued Gigi from the depths of the sea, she could not adapt to life on land, was afraid to walk on solid ground, and could only hide in the fish pond. She trembled at the sight of people and would not communicate with anyone. Most alarmingly, I assessed her intelligence and found it to be inferior even to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Who among you could have inflicted such a fate upon her over these 5 years? Who possesses the power to transform Gigi in this manner? Sonia's words cast a shadow over the faces of those present. They realized they had underestimated the mermaid's influence. Can Gigi's intelligence be restored? Zirwaya asked, fists clenched, his voice strained. Yes, but a complete recovery will require a considerable amount of time. Sonia sighed, resuming his seat. The reason she is willing to trust me now is due to my efforts to appear agreeable over the past few months, aided by our White Fox clan's enchanting techniques. However, the mermaid has subjected Gigi to 5 years of psychological manipulation. It will take time for us to fully restore her. Therefore, for Gigi to return to normal, I need your utmost cooperation. Wretched fox, since literally a female has been transformed by that mermaid, can't we simply confront him? Stephen interjected. The mermaid's enchantment is far superior to our White Fox clan's charm. If he encounters Gigi again and employs his enchanting powers, do you think we will have any chance of saving her? For a moment, Stephen fell silent, realizing he could not guarantee success in such a situation. Sonia, what do you expect from us in terms of cooperation? Nangong Zhitian asked coldly. It's quite simple. We must create some obstacles for that mermaid. Until Gigi has recovered, we cannot allow him the opportunity to see her. Wretched fox, if I exert myself outside while you indulge in treachery here, what then? Stephen, do not presume everyone thinks as you do. If I desire Gigi, I will first win her heart. After all, I do not wish for my future little fox offspring to bury their own father alive. Sonia's words darkened the expressions of Nangong Zhitian and Zirwaya. Although they found Sonia's reasoning compelling, they were hesitant to place the vulnerable Ouyang Xiaoji in the presence of such a cunning fox. Otherwise, they feared she might become nothing more than a meal for him. Recognizing the hesitation of Nangong Zhitian and Zirwaya, Sonia smiled slyly and exchanged glances with the three little wolf cubs. Now it is up to you. After all, you are the Achilles heel of these two. Upon receiving Sonia's signal, the three little wolf cubs exchanged glances and stepped forward. Father, we wish to remain by Mother-S side, so she can recover as swiftly as possible. With us accompanying her, I believe Uncle Sonia will not dare to act inappropriately toward her, Hongwen asserted through gritted teeth. Indeed, we will protect our mother, Hongxian added. Father, we long for Mother to recognize us. We miss her, Hong Yu chimed in, causing a heavy silence to envelop Nangong Zhitian and Zirwaya. After 5 years apart from their mother, witnessing the heart-wrenching state of the three children was undeniable. Now, faced with the brothers' earnest request, they found themselves unable to refuse. Chapter 103, Venting sitting aside, Stephen observed the interaction between Nangong Zhitian and Shirwia as they seemingly accepted the presence of three little wolf cubs. An unsettling urgency washed over him. That cunning fox. Even if they consent, I certainly do not. Why must the little female stay with your Baihu clan for recuperation? I can take her to the Tungsha clan instead. Sonia, noticing Stephen's flustered demeanor, retrieved a document from her spatial ring. Stephen, take a serious look at this document. You have signed it. According to its content, Gigi is currently voluntarily staying with the Baihu clan. Clearly, she is quite averse to you and would not wish to return to the Tungsha clan. Therefore, you cannot compel her to do anything against her will. If you dare to force her, our three clans can unite against you. Upon hearing Sonia's words, Stephen glanced at the contract, and his displeasure surged. That cunning fox, it turns out this agreement was specifically devised to trap me. Stephen, we are in the same boat. After all, we too have vulnerabilities in his hands. Shirwia shot a glance at Sonia and the three little wolf cubs behind her before rising and striding outside. That accursed merman, having harmed Gigi so grievously, would not escape unscathed. Nangong Zhitian cast a glance at his three children and followed suit, his intent mirroring Shirwia's, to ensure that merman faced some retribution. All right, you cunning fox, you played me months ago. I knew it. Your deputy leader Bert actually presented such a contract for me to sign. So you set a trap for me. Seething with rage, Stephen turned to the three wolf cubs. You little cubs, keep a close watch on that sly fox. If I harbor ill intentions toward your mother, he certainly will not fare any better. With that, he hurried after Nangong Zhitian. If he is to suffer, then that accursed merman shall not have it easy either. If I cannot confront him openly, I shall find a way in the shadows. After all, our Tungsha clan boasts a multitude of assassins. Finally, after sending away the most troublesome trio, Sonia exhaled a sigh of relief. However, when she turned around and saw the three little wolf cubs with glum expressions, her triumphant demeanor faltered momentarily. Little cubs, if you wish for your mother to remember you, it would be wise not to cause any trouble. Should you dare to obstruct me, I can deal with the old one. I certainly can handle the three of you. Faced with Sonia's stern warning, the little wolf cubs ignored her completely and walked straight inside. Mother, we are finally back by your side. Watching the three brothers' retreating figures, Sonia sighed deeply. Hey, Bert, does this next act become difficult for me? After all, Gigi is accompanied by 6 burdens. Master, I believe with your unmatched charm, you will surely win the heart of our mistress, Bert encouraged before darting away. Little fox cubs. Turning around, Sonia surveyed her tattered attire, a smirk creeping across her lips. Well, since the show has commenced, let us continue. Upon entering the room, Ouyang Xiaoji was delightedly entertained by her 6 sons, while the steward diligently attended to the needs of the 7 of them. Sonia entered without disrupting the harmonious scene, instead adopting a pitiful posture, cradling her arms and sitting opposite her. Her fox-like eyes radiated vulnerability and helplessness. Sonia's performance elicited involuntary reactions from everyone except Ouyang Xiaoji. Dear, how are you? Ouyang Xiaoji released the little fish cub and directly approached Sonia, her concern palpable. Gigi, I am fine. I just need a moment to rest alone. You need not keep me company. Sonia lowered her head, her eyelashes trembling as she spoke softly. Dear, do not be disheartened. I will stay with you. Ouyang Xiaoji gently reassured, taking hold of Sonia's arm. But what about your children? They need their mother, and I fear they may object. Just as Ouyang Xiaoji hesitated, the six little cubs received a simultaneous warning glare from Sonia. It was clear that if they dared linger by their mother's side, they would be sent away. Exasperated, Hongwen stepped forward on behalf of his brothers. "Mother, you should accompany Aunt Sonia. My brothers are tired. I will take them to rest." With that, the six little cubs flashed comforting smiles at Ouyang Xiaoji and followed the steward to their room. However, upon reaching their designated quarters, they realized just how far Sonia had arranged their lodging. In the expansive Taoyu Valley, their room lay to the east, while their mother's was situated to the west, almost at opposite ends. The journey back and forth would take at least an hour. "Young masters, you have arrived at your room. Please settle in. Our Baihu clan will ensure your stay is pleasant. Simultaneously, I hope you refrain from interrupting your mother, as she requires our master's assistance to regain her senses." Offering the six brothers a polite smile, the steward then withdrew. Yet, once he was out of sight, he instructed those lurking in the shadows, little fox cubs, during this time, ensure our guests are well treated and prevent them from disrupting the bond between our master and mistress. "Understood, steward." From the shadows, several figures responded in unison. In Sonia's room, now clad in pajamas, she trembled as she nestled in the embrace of Ouyang Xiaoji. "Dear, are you all right?" Ouyang Xiaoji comforted Sonia while frequently glancing outside. "I'm fine. Gigi, if you are worried about the children, you may go see them now. I'm not afraid alone, truly." Sonia's evident fragility, coupled with the bruises adorning her face and her tattered clothing, made it impossible for Ouyang Xiaoji to feel reassured enough to leave. "Dear, rest assured, I will stay with you today." Gently wrapping her arms around Sonia's shoulders, Ouyang Xiaoji harbored deep resentment toward Nangong Zetian and the others. Those three bipeds were truly despicable. Not only did they resort to violence, but they also committed such shameless acts against her beloved. Comfortably nestled in Ouyang Xiaoji's embrace, Sonia's eyes gleamed with pride. "Ah, Gigi's embrace is so soft. By the way, dear, why did those three bipeds refer to you as Cunning Fox and claim you are a male beast man?" Ouyang Xiaoji's inquiry caused Sonia, who had been reveling in pride, to stiffen. Chapter 104. Deception. "Gigi, I have deceived you about something." Sonia covered her eyes, brimming with mirth. Yet her tone betrayed an unprecedented sorrow. "Gigi, do you know why those three bipeds harassed me today?" "Dear, is it because you are exceptionally handsome?" "Gigi, that is not the most significant reason. Those three bipeds originally had a beloved named Sonia. However, due to their rivalry for her affection, they ultimately drove her to her demise. In their desperation, they discovered that I bore an uncanny resemblance to that Sonia, which led them to drag me back from the sea. Transforming me into this state within a laboratory is a fate I did not foresee. Gigi, I was once a magnificent merman, yet now I find myself an abomination, neither male nor female." The words of Suo and I only deepened Ouyang Xiaoji's empathy for him. She could hardly comprehend the wickedness of those three bipeds, who would so callously alter a fine male merman for their selfish desires. Truly, it was reprehensible. Gently, Ouyang Xiaoji ran her fingers through Suo and I's long hair, in her heart cursing Nangong Zetian and his companions countless times, wishing she could personally rend those scoundrels to pieces. "Gigi, now you understand that I am a creature devoid of gender. Will you disdain me?" Suo and I buried his head in Ouyang Xiaoji's embrace, his voice as fragile as porcelain. His slightly trembling shoulders evoked an overwhelming sense of compassion. "My dear, I could never disdain you. This is not your fault. The blame lies squarely with those three bipeds. They are truly despicable, harming you for their own selfish whims. Indeed, Gigi, it is such a comfort to have you by my side." Suo and I nestled deeper into Ouyang Xiaoji's embrace, his voice a soft lament, yet his fox-like eyes sparkled with barely contained mirth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nangong Zetian and his companions, engaged in a fierce struggle with Sai Run, simultaneously sneezed loudly. They exchanged bewildered glances before resuming their relentless assault. Moved by Suo and I's tragic plight, Ouyang Xiaoji became almost overly compliant with his requests in the days that followed. During her free moments, she initially intended to seek out her children. However, each time she went, her children were either out playing or simply too busy to accompany her. Reflecting on how all her children were little beast men, it seemed quite natural for them to be so energetic, and thus, Ouyang Xiaoji dismissed it without concern. In the ensuing days, under the special guidance of the Baihu clan's enchanting techniques, her rationality steadily returned to normal, and she no longer proclaimed herself a mermaid. However, the butler was growing increasingly anxious as a result. Master, Ouyang Xiaoji is becoming more and more rational, yet you remain utterly silent. When she fully recovers, do you truly believe you will have a chance to win her heart? Suo and Aya, clad in a flowing gown, carelessly spread his legs across the coffee table, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Butler, stop pacing. I too wish to develop further with Gigi, yet I cannot force myself upon her. I fear she would resent me once restored. Had it not been for his status, the butler would have been tempted to slap him. After some contemplation, he suppressed the urge and shot an unamused glance at Suo and Aya, striding straight out the door. On another front, Hong Won, accompanied by several younger brothers, wandered aimlessly through the peach blossom grove. Since their arrival at the Baihu clan, this had become a familiar routine. Each time they ventured out, they unwittingly fell prey to the clan's enchanting techniques. Although they had been walking steadily, the enchantment caused them to spiral endlessly within the grove. After being toyed with, when they sought an explanation from the Baihu clan, the butler would merely state that they had been using the clan's enchantment for an extended period to help their mother regain her normal state, thus forming a habit. While the brothers seethed with frustration, they found themselves powerless against the Baihu clan. Shout Song, you three are mermen. Your father possesses the allure of a merman. Surely you can wield it too? Indeed, but our abilities are not strong enough. We are no match for the charming young ladies and gentlemen of the Baihu clan. The three little mermen munched on the snacks provided by the Baihu clan, thoroughly enjoying themselves. You are not lacking in ability. Rather, you have been silenced by their treats. Hong Wen lamented, pinching Xiao Song's cheek with exasperation. It was disheartening to see these little fish succumb so easily to bribery. Before arriving at the Baihu clan, they had often bought them snacks. No worries, we shall wait a bit longer. Mother is almost back to normal. Once she is, we will naturally leave this place. Meanwhile, Bert trembled as he accepted the vial handed to him by the butler, nervously inquiring, Butler, do we truly have to proceed with this? I fear the master will flay me alive if he finds out. Fool, once we accomplish our task, the master will be so pleased that he won't have time to dwell on this. Remember, this blood charm must be given to the master. I refuse to believe that after consuming it, he can remain his virtuous self. Bert gazed at the vial in his hands, then at the smug expression on the butler's face, and weakly asked, Butler, the blood charm is effective for 3S level beastmen. Our master's combat prowess and mental strength have both reached 4S. Do you think this will still work on him? Bert's inquiry caused the butler to falter momentarily. This was untested. How could they know its efficacy? Regardless, whether successful or not, they would simply let the master endure a bit of hardship. Hurry. When you deliver the documents to the master, ensure that he consumes this potion. Observing the butler's furious visage, Bert could only resign himself, pursing his lips as he made his way toward the study. Master, this is the tea the butler instructed me to bring you. After delivering the documents, Bert, with a racing heart, cautiously presented the enhanced tea to Suo and Aya. Upon receiving the tea, as Suo and Aya raised a cup to his lips, he suddenly paused, casting a wry smile at Bert. Butler, this truly has nothing to do with me. If you were to assign blame, direct it toward the butler. I am merely a victim. Bert instinctively took a step back. Chapter 105. Blood Charm. Setting down the teacup, Suo and Aya felt a sudden headache wash over him. Gigi was recovering rapidly. Once she regained her senses, he could no longer sustain her presence with such a flimsy lie. However, he also despised the idea of employing such a lowly tactic to keep Gigi by his side, fearing a fate akin to Nangongze Tian, buried alive by his own progeny. Yet, the thought of facing a future where Ouyang Xiaoji, once restored, would depart from him was equally unbearable. To be honest, he had been troubled by this predicament for some time, yet found no solution. Uncle Fox, may we come in? Hearing the voices of the little fish outside, Suo and Aya set down the cup and gestured to Bert to step outside. Little ones, come in, as he laid aside the documents. Apolites my grasso, ni ya ese face. These little ones were Gigi's children, and establishing a rapport with them could only be beneficial. Uncle Fox, where is Mama? We couldn't find her in her room. Suo and Aya chuckled upon seeing the three little fish enter. Their taste was truly peculiar. Despite being male beastmen, they chose to don shimmering skirts. Whether it was due to Siren's failure to teach them, or simply the inherent aesthetic of mermen, was unclear. Suppressing his amusement, Suo and Aya donned an appropriate smile. Little fish, your mother was looking for you. If you didn't encounter her, perhaps she took a wrong turn. Why not wait here for a moment? Your mother will surely return when she cannot find you. Thank you, Uncle Fox. As she gazed at the three little mermaids obediently seated on the sofa, a flicker of envy passed through Sonia's eyes. How wonderful it would be if she could also have her own child someday. Someone bring some snacks and candies, she commanded. At once, my lady, came the reply. Sonia watched the trio of little mermaids quietly indulging in their treats, letting out a soft chuckle before returning to the tedious paperwork that lay before her. When the little mermaids finished their snacks and prepared to leave, Ouyang Xiaoji entered the room accompanied by three little wolf cubs. Xiao Tsong, Xiao Xin, Xiao Di. So this is where you've been. Your brother and I have been searching for you everywhere. Ouyang Xiaoji pinched the cheek of one little mermaid, her throat parched, and her gaze swept across the table, only to find an array of empty snack bags. As her eyes landed on Sonia's table, she seized the now-cold cup of tea, and before Sonia could react, she drank the spiced tea that Bert had delivered earlier. Em parched. It's scorching outside. Setting down the cup, Ouyang Xiaoji plopped down between the little mermaids, stretching her arms languidly. Xiao Wen, Xiao Xian, Xiao Yu. Hurry up and sit down after such a long walk. She pointed to the space beside her, inviting them warmly. Over these past few days, she had ceased to refer to herself as a mermaid, and her mind felt as if it had unlocked a new realm of peculiar knowledge. However, before she could ponder further, a wave of heat surged through her body. Assuming she had simply overheated, she instinctively fanned herself. Sonia, seated at the table, was stunned to see Ouyang Xiaoji consume the cup of tea laced with an aphrodisiac specifically designed for 3S, grade beastmen. He looked up to see Ouyang Xiaoji's face rapidly flushing. He realized today might be his fortunate day, or perhaps the catalyst that would lead to his future burial by his own child, much like Nangong's Etienne. Ji, you drank my tea. So what? It was just a cup of tea. Why are you being so stingy? I can always pour you another one later. Ouyang Xiaoji's voice grew somewhat irritable as the heat coursed through her body. But Ji, that tea contained an aphrodisiac. Sonia's words immediately froze Ouyang Xiaoji and the six little cubs in their tracks. Ouyang Xiaoji felt the uncontrollable fire within her, and as she met Sonia's alluring gaze, the heat intensified. Uncle Sonia, why would you drink an aphrodisiac? Is there an antidote? Hong Wen, who had been supporting Ouyang Xiaoji, asked anxiously as she slumped against the sofa. It's blood charm. I intended to dispose of it, but your mother accidentally consumed it. The moment the three little wolf cubs heard it was blood charm, their hearts sank. Blood charm is incurable, and its potency was such that their mother would undoubtedly struggle to endure it. As the little wolf cubs fell silent, Ouyang Xiaoji, fueled by an insatiable hunger, lunged towards Sonia like a ravenous wolf, only to be restrained by Sonia with a single hand. The three little cubs understood that the unfolding events were beyond their comprehension, so they covered the eyes of the little mermaids and hurriedly led them away from the door. Just as they closed the door, Sonia's voice echoed from within. Little wolf cubs, you must bear witness to this. It was your mother who forced my hand, not the other way around. Shut up. Hong Wen gritted his teeth. Brother, what is wrong with mommy? The little mermaids asked innocently. Don't ask too many questions, little mermaids. Fearing further inquiries, Hong Wen gestured to his siblings and quickly led them away. Inside the room, Sonia watched Ouyang Xiaoji, under the influence of blood charm, recklessly groping him. Struggling to contain the desire simmering within him, he hastily activated his light brain to document the evidence. Ji, this time it was you who forced my hand. You can't pin the blame on me once the effects were off. If you still have any awareness, you should respond now. Otherwise, I will toss you into the fish pond. All right, it was I who forced you. Under the influence of the aphrodisiac, Ouyang Xiaoji had lost all rationality and was already unbuttoning Sonia's shirt. Then, Ji, you must take responsibility afterward. As a virtuous beast man, I cannot be taken advantage of so easily, Sonia declared, lifting Ouyang Xiaoji, who was on the verge of collapsing, and reaffirming his stance. Yes, I will take responsibility. Saying this, Ouyang Xiaoji bit down on Sonia's neck, while Sonia lay helplessly on the ground, surrendering to her whims. Once sufficient evidence had been recorded, he closed the light brain and lifted Ouyang Xiaoji, carrying her towards the bedroom behind the study. He hoped that by this time next year, his little fox cubs would be born. Chapter 106. Awakening outside the study, the butler and Bert exchanged sly glances as they listened to the sounds of gasping from within. How about that? The old fox is still the craftiest, isn't it? You little fox cubs understand nothing. You still aspire to be virtuous, but one sip of blood charm, and all notions of virtue fly out the window. The butler patted Bert on the shoulder, walking away with a sense of pride. Well, Now that our master's plans have come to fruition, it is time to prepare the rooms for the little fox cubs. Left behind, Bert was overwhelmed by the 4S grade mental pressure emanating from the room and collapsed to the floor. Master, I am sorry. I will leave at once. Regardless of whether Sonia heard him, Bert scrambled on all fours towards the exit. He decided to return to the White Fox Legion to avoid any ire from his master, which could spell disaster for him. Inside the room, staring at the canopy above, Ouyang Xiaoji's mind raced. Now she had 3 children with Nan Gong Zetian from the Snow Wolf clan, was legally married to Sylvia from the Giant Eagle clan, and had 3 children with Siren from the Sea God clan. And now, she had entangled herself with Sonia, the head of the White Fox clan. The thought made her wish she could disappear. Why couldn't she have awakened sooner? What madness was this? Was this the absurdity brought on by the crossing deity, thrusting her into chaotic relationships with powerful beings, leading to a relentless contest of pursuit and evasion? As she attempted to lift her hand from her waist to rise, Ouyang Xiaoji was halted by the pain coursing through her body, causing her to collapse back onto the bed, awakening Sonia, who had been pretending to be asleep. Ji, you're awake? Ouyang Xiaoji looked at Sonia's androgynous features, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Sonia was quite wonderful. If it weren't for him, she would still be the foolish girl, imagining herself as a little mermaid. Moreover, she had retained some memories of the events from the previous night. Had it not been for her mistakenly drinking Sonia St, influenced by the drug, she wouldn't have found herself in such a compromising position with him. Ultimately, the events of the previous night were her fault. She couldn't solely blame Sonia. Seeing the conflicted expression on Ouyang Xiaoji's face, Sonia's smug demeanor faltered. He gently touched her arm and tentatively asked, Ji, are you fully aware now? Yes, I remember everything. Sonia, can we at least get dressed before we talk? It feels wrong to discuss this while we are both naked. Ouyang Xiaoji tugged at the blanket covering her. To be candid, she truly does not have the habit of conversing with others while unclothed. It was indeed an embarrassing situation, especially considering that it was someone she had just shared a bed with. As Ouyang Xiaoji composed herself and exited the room, 3 little wolf cubs were waiting outside, accompanied by 3 little mermaids. Upon seeing Ouyang Xiaoji, they immediately rose and awkwardly called out Mama. The sight of the children's bashful expressions tugged painfully at her heart. Not long ago, she had foolishly failed to recognize her own children standing right before her. 5 years had passed, and her 3 precious ones were now 8 years old. Although Hong Wen and the others had always exhibited mature and composed personalities, they had never seemed so mature that it caused her heart to ache. Zabao, Ezabao, Xiaobao, I am so sorry, dear children. I have forgotten all about you. Ouyang Xiaoji stepped forward and embraced the 3 children, who had grown tall enough to reach her shoulders tightly in her arms. Simultaneously, her feelings for Siren grew increasingly complicated. They had spent 5 years together, and to claim she held no feelings for him would be sheer self-deception. Yet, Siren should not harbor illusions of transforming her into an oblivious fool. If she truly became someone devoid of understanding, would she still be herself? Or could she be regarded as an independent individual? Such a man, with his overwhelming possessiveness, was indeed terrifying. Resting her head on Hongwan's shoulder, Ouyang Xiaoji gently stroked the thin shoulders of the 3 children, who were painfully slender. Externally, the children appeared tall, yet their bodies were so frail that one could feel their bones beneath the skin. What else could this be but a state of emaciation? How had Nan Gongzhitian and Zirwaya cared for the children to allow them to become so thin? Yet, she could not ignore her own failures as a mother. Had she not left, her children would not have suffered this way. Of course, Ouyang Xiaoji conveniently overlooked that as the children's mental powers had increased, their skin had also grown tougher. The 3 little wolf cubs had already reached the pinnacle of 2S level mental strength. Hearing Ouyang Xiaoji's choked voice, they had many words to express, but in that moment, they could only cling to her and call out Mama. In that instant, they seemed like the 8-year-old children they were, rather than the capable heirs of the Snow Wolf clan. The 3 little mermaids, witnessing this scene, rushed to embrace Ouyang Xiaoji's legs and began to cry alongside the wolf cubs without reason. When Sonia emerged from the room, she was met with the sight of a mother and her 7 children huddled together in tears. Sonia signaled to the butler at the door to prepare lunch, as Ouyang Xiaoji had not eaten a single bite since last night. Once the emotions of the mother and her 7 children had settled, Nan Gongzhitian, Zirwaya, and Stephen also arrived. Meanwhile, Siren of the Sea God clan found himself blocked outside by the White Fox clan's troops, anxiously pacing in circles. fearing that Ouyang Xiaozhi might abandon him upon awakening. After all, it was he who had enchanted her for 5 long years, nearly reducing her to a puppet devoid of awareness. At the dining table, Ouyang Xiaozhi ignored the penetrating gazes of the 4 strong men and focused solely on serving food to the 6 children. Once they had eaten their fill, she set down her chopsticks and raised her head to signal Sonia and the others to step aside for a conversation. Her 6 children closely followed their mother, fearful that she might be deceived by Nan Gongzhitian and his companions. As she regarded the 4 men seated before her, Ouyang Xiaozhi felt a whirlwind of emotions. She was not a universal favorite. Why did they all strive to be with her? If there were no ulterior motives, it would be hard to believe. After all, in this life, people are often driven by self-interest. If she possessed nothing of value, why would these high-ranking individuals desire her? Yet, as a powerless woman cast out by the Ouyang family, what could she possibly offer them? Ouyang Xiaozhi scrutinized them with a complex gaze, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Before she could speak, Nan Gongzhitian seized her hand and, visibly anxious, said, "Ji, do you remember everything now?" "Yes, I remember everything," Ouyang Xiaozhi replied, pulling her hand back uncomfortably. Although she had borne 3 children for Nan Gongzhitian, there was little genuine affection between them. The faint fondness that had developed during those few months at the Rose Castle had mostly faded over the past 8 years. Observing the estrangement in Ouyang Xiaozhi's eyes, Nan Gongzhitian awkwardly withdrew his hand. "Ji, since you've recalled everything, when will you return with me to Juing Island? After all, we are legally married." Zirwaya cast a disdainful glance at Nan Gongzhitian, wearing a composed smile. Her words caused a blush of embarrassment to appear on Ouyang Xiaozhi's face. She had once forced Zirwaya into an unwanted situation while intoxicated. Initially, she had thought it would be nice to find someone to spend her long life with. Who could have anticipated that in the subsequent 5 years, she would be taken to the depths of the sea by Sai Run and bear 3 children? Moreover, just last night, she had found herself entangled with Sonia due to an accidental consumption of an aphrodisiac. Thus, as she faced Zirwaya, she felt a pang of guilt. She felt akin to a scoundrel from a previous life, where she maintained a facade of fidelity at home while indulging in affairs outside. Now, as she looked at Zirwaya, she could not help but feel the weight of the 2 metaphorical green hats she had placed upon him. Bowing her head in silence, she felt utterly ashamed. Chapter 107. Fury. Nan Gongzhitian was incensed by the hint of disdain in Zirwaya's eyes. Typically known for his composure, he suddenly pushed Zirwaya and angrily pointed a finger at him, exclaiming, "Zirwaya, it was you who tricked Ji into leaving with you 8 years ago. You even took advantage of her drunkenness to make her your legal wife. How dare you bring this up in front of me? Why should I not bring it up? Not only will I mention it, but I will also state that I have given all my assets to Ji," Zirwaya retorted, sizing up Nan Gongzhitian with a mocking glance. "Nan Gongzhitian, Ji has already borne 3 little wolf cubs for you. What else did you provide for her apart from forcing her to stay in the Rose Castle to bear your children? If Ji desires, I can transfer all the wealth of the Snow Wolf clan to her. Zirwaya, let me make this clear. Ji will only ever be my wife," Nan Gongzhitian declared. Just then, Sonia interjected, visibly displeased. With a sly glint in his fox-like eyes, he looked at the furious Nan Gongzhitian and said, "Nan Gongzhitian, just last night, I formed a bond with Ji, and it was Ji who took the initiative. Ji even stated that she would take responsibility for me, right, Ji?" Ouyang Xiaozhi met Sonia's enchanting gaze, and before she could respond, Nan Gongzhitian pulled her aside. "Sonia, cease your seductive tactics. If you dare to use your charm on Ji again, I will gouge out your fox-like eyes right now. Sonia, do you dare deny that last night's events were influenced by your use of the White Fox clan's enchanting techniques? Nan Gongzhitian, your words require evidence. You can certainly ask your 3 little wolf cubs about yesterday's events. Furthermore, I have retained evidence to prove my innocence." Sonia's fox-like eyes glinted with mockery as she gazed at Nan Gongzhitian, saying, "Nan Gongzhitian, what I, Sonia, desire is not merely Ji's body, but her heart. Only those cubs born of loving parents will cherish their fathers. After all, I do not wish to wait until my little fox cub grows up only to bury her own father alive." With that, Sonia hurled her light brain into Nan Gongzhitian's embrace. "If you do not believe me, open it and see for yourself. I preserved the evidence yesterday." With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, Nan Gongzhitian opened the light brain. When he, Sylvia, and Stephen beheld the video Sonia had deliberately recorded the previous night, They were momentarily at a loss for words. Faced with this irrefutable evidence, it was Stephen who first regained his composure. "You wretched fox, tell me, where did the blood charm that Xiaya drank come from? You must know that only the four of us, the super nobles, possess the means to obtain such a charm. You cannot possibly claim that it was given to her by me, Nangong Jitian, and that bald eagle." Stephen's words rendered Sonia, who had been so smug moments before, utterly speechless. Deep down, he was aware that the cup of blood charm was a gift specially bestowed upon him by his old steward, regardless of whether he had sanctioned the steward's actions. It was Sonia who ultimately reaped the benefits. Noticing Sonia's silence, Stephen felt as though he had seized her proverbial foxtail and turned to Ouyang Xiaoji. "Xiaya, the events of last night were undoubtedly orchestrated by this wretched fox. You see, once we learned that you had fallen victim to the blood charm, we rushed here, only to find that the steward of the White Fox clan had already stationed the White Fox army outside, preventing our entry. Nangong Jitian, Sylvia, and that dead fish. Had it not been for the 6 cubs you bore, we would have stormed in long ago, allowing this wretched fox to savor the taste of victory." With a dismissive shove, Stephen pushed Sonia aside and leaned closer to Ouyang Xiaoji, earnestly stating, "Xiaya, these worthless creatures have their eyes peeled for deception. You should choose me. I am willing to entrust all the wealth of the Tengsha clan to you." Faced with Stephen's beaming smile, Ouyang Xiaoji instinctively took a step back. "Sir, we have only met once. You have not yet reached the level of familiarity that warrants my lifelong trust. As for your fortune, you may keep it. I have no need for it." "Very well, Xiaya. If you do not wish to choose me, that is acceptable, but do not choose them either. For these scoundrels are all deceitful. Everything you have done is merely part of their grand scheme." Stephen's remarks caused Ouyang Xiaoji's expression to darken. Early that morning, she had been racked with regret over her actions the previous night, entangling herself with men she could not control. Now, hearing their exchange, she realized that everything had been meticulously planned. However, she found herself lacking in captivating beauty, extraordinary talent, and her character was unremarkable, compliant to a fault. Why then were these powerful men so drawn to her? Could it be that after her transmigration, the deity had bestowed upon her an irresistible charm, making her the object of affection for all? Perhaps sensing Ouyang Xiaoji's confusion, the 3 little wolf cubs exchanged glances before producing their light brains, clearly displaying the information that her fertility value was set at 10 points. The more Ouyang Xiaoji scrutinized the reports, the colder her heart became. What nonsense about a deity granting her allure. The reality was that these men regarded her merely as a breeding sow. They were solely interested in her reproductive capabilities, each eager for her to bear their offspring. In their eyes, could she be considered a person at all? At best, she was merely a functional womb. Fuming as she regarded the men surrounding her, Ouyang Xiaoji's anger reached its zenith. She seized the water jug from the table and poured it over the heads of the men beside her. "You dogman, all this talk of love and wanting my heart is nothing but utter nonsense. You treat me like a breeding sow and pretend to be sincere in my presence. It's utterly revolting. Get lost." As Ouyang Xiaoji's fury erupted, her dark eyes turned a vivid crimson. When her eyes transformed, her feminine ears and tail emerged uncontrollably. Most strikingly, her prominent incisors elongated dramatically, gleaming with a sharp glint. Chapter 108. Assault in an instant. A wave of Orcish psychic pressure enveloped Ouyang Xiaoji. This force was so overwhelming that even the 4S level Sylvia and her companions struggled to withstand it, let alone the 3 little fish cubs, who possessed no psychic abilities. While everyone was taken aback by Ouyang Xiaoji's sudden transformation, she teleported before Nangong Jitian and Sylvia. With a wicked smile, she effortlessly seized both their collars and slammed them to the ground. The resounding thud of bodies hitting the floor echoed as Ouyang Xiaoji pummeled the 2 4S orcs like ragdolls. It was not that Nangong Jitian and Sylvia lacked the capability to fight back. Rather, Ouyang Xiaoji's speed was astonishingly swift, and her strength had surged to an incredible degree. Furthermore, they could not retaliate against her, for she was not only an A female, but also their beloved. Any violence directed at her would surely result in her severe injury. Witnessing their mother's wrathful transformation and the 2 deep craters left in the ground, the 3 little wolf cubs instinctively retreated several steps, huddling in the corner. Their mother, with her exposed ears and tail, was simply terrifying. As Nangong Jitian and Sylvia struggled against Ouyang Xiaoji's unexpected outburst, Sonia's voice broke through their predicament. "Gigi, please calm down. Allow us to explain." Sonia's words successfully redirected Ouyang Xiaoji's attention. She released Nangong Zhitian and Sylvia's collars, her body stiffening as she turned to face Sonia. In that instant, her black ears and tail stood erect, her blood-red eyes gazing curiously at the visibly anxious Sonia. The next moment, Ouyang Xiaoji appeared before Sonia, gripping his neck tightly and staring fiercely into his eyes. The sight of her blood-red gaze evoked a sense of dread within Sonia. Was this fierce individual, radiating an aura of menace, truly the gentle and unassuming Ouyang Xiaoji he once knew? Why had she become so fearsome in her fury? Standing aside, Stephen recognized the gravity of the situation and discreetly slipped away. He had no desire to provoke Ouyang Xiaoji in her enraged state. Casting a glance at the incapacitated Nangong Zhitian and Sylvia on the ground, he felt a mix of pity and schadenfreude. Serves you right. They won't die. It will just sting for a bit, he thought to himself, relishing their plight. When Stephen's gaze returned to the furious Ouyang Xiaoji, astonishment filled his eyes. Over the past 8 years, the investigation revealed that the petite Yazi before him had always been a gentle and timid soul, somewhat characterized by her cowardice. However, the scene unfolding now, with her single-handedly lifting Suania, was a stark departure from her previously gentle and docile demeanor. It was no wonder that others remarked when provoked, even a rabbit would bite. Was this not a living example? As Stephen observed Ouyang Xiaoji clutching Suania's neck with a vice-like grip, he hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. Just then, the cries of 3 small fish-like creatures saved Suania from peril. As Ouyang Xiaoji's eyes turned crimson, her sharp fangs glimmering ominously against Suania's neck, she bit down, drawing blood. The 3 little mermaids, unable to withstand her overwhelming mental pressure, cried out in unison. "Mama, please don't bite. Mama, stop. Mama, we are scared." The sound of their desperate pleas caused Ouyang Xiaoji's body to stiffen, and her formidable mental pressure began to dissipate. The black ears upon her head, her long tail, glimmering fangs, and the blood-red hue of her eyes gradually returned to normal. Ouyang Xiaoji released Suania's neck, turning, bewildered, toward her 6 children. Upon regaining her senses, the sight of her pale-faced little ones huddled in the corner struck her heart with an overwhelming pang. "Babies, what happened? Who bullied you?" As she approached, the 3 little wolf cubs instinctively shielded the 3 little fish behind them. Their mother's earlier transformation had genuinely frightened them. In their memories, she was forever gentle and kind, a Yazi devoid of any temper. No matter the circumstances, her face always bore a kind smile. Oblivious to the little wolves' instinctive reaction, Ouyang Xiaoji focused entirely on the 3 pale little fish. The little wolves gazed at their mother, who comforted them softly, seemingly unaware of the powerful mental force she had emitted or the confrontation with her father. Their eyes reflected astonishment and confusion. Their mother was undeniably a Yazi. Yet how could she possess such an overwhelming mental force? Such strength should have been beyond the capacity of her Yazi form. Moreover, her mental power had evidently surpassed that of their 4S level father, Sierra. Yet, after the commotion, she bore no recollection of the events that transpired. Chapter 109. Departure. Hongwen slowly extended his hand, wiping the blood from the corner of Ouyang Xiaoji's mouth under her perplexed gaze. When she noticed the blood on his fingertip, confusion filled her eyes. She touched her own mouth, finding her fingers stained with crimson. "Huh, what is going on? Why do I taste blood?" As she spoke, Ouyang Xiaoji tilted her head, spitting the blood from her mouth, her expression one of bewilderment. "Mama, did you accidentally bite your tongue?" Hongwen, suppressing his shock, spoke softly. "But my tongue doesn't hurt." Ouyang Xiaoji pressed her lips together, puzzled. "Perhaps the wound is minor? Is that so? How could such a small wound bleed so much?" Ouyang Xiaoji continued to wipe the blood from her mouth, her face a canvas of confusion. As the 3 little wolf cubs prepared to inquire about their mother's earlier behavior, they hesitated upon meeting the concern in her eyes, instinctively swallowing their questions. It was evident that their mother was unaware of the earlier events. Thus, they could not allow her to worry or be frightened. After all, such a sudden transformation was simply beyond belief. "Mama, are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" Hongwen grasped Ouyang Xiaoji's hand, asking cautiously. "Yeah, me fine. Just my arm aches a bit. How strange, it didn't hurt a moment ago." With a reassuring smile toward her children, she turned to see 4 burly men behind her, her expression shifting to one of shock. "What's going on? How did these 4 men turn into this sorry state in the blink of an eye?" She looked at the disheveled Nangong Zhitian and Zirwaya, along with Suania, who lay on the ground clutching his neck, and Stephen, who was peering cautiously from behind table. Ouyang Xiaoji turned back to her little wolf cubs, her gaze filled with questions. "What happened to your father?" she inquired, pointing behind her. Through her shoulder, Hongwen caught sight of Nangong Zhitian and Zirwaya silently shaking their heads, understanding that it was best not to reveal the truth of the situation to their mother at this moment. Retrieving his gaze, he looked into Ouyang Xiaoji's eyes and said, "Mama, just now, Uncle Suania used a White Fox Clan-S enchantment technique on you. When Father and the others got angry, they fought with Uncle Suania. Right after that, you awakened from the enchantment. Is that so?" Ouyang Xiaoji mused, rubbing her head and redirecting her attention to the three little fish. Yes. The fox uncle fought just now, and the snake uncle bit the fox uncle's neck. Manga. Look, the snake uncle even broke the fox uncle's neck. The three little fish recounted without a hint of fear. Suania, clutching his neck, and Stephen, hiding behind the table, could not help but grit their teeth upon hearing the children's words. Why did these 6 little ones have to frame them for their misdeeds? It was precisely due to their deceit that Ouyang Xiaoji had been pushed to the brink of becoming a violent rabbit. If she believed the 6 little ones, her anger would surely be reignited. After listening to her children, Ouyang Xiaoji turned to the disheveled Nangong Zhitian and his companions, gritting her teeth in frustration, wishing she could simply bite them in retaliation. How dare Suania use enchantment on her the moment she regained her senses? More importantly, she had unwittingly fallen victim to it as well. Looking at their feeble forms sprawled on the ground, Ouyang Xiaoji's mind was consumed with thoughts of seizing the opportunity to retaliate. In her fury, she couldn't help but consider that Nangong Zhitian and Zirwaya were not only immensely powerful, but also wealthy and influential. Given her own meager abilities, it would be best not to confront them directly, as it would only bring shame upon her. After all, her former fiancé, from the aristocratic Shuwan family, was merely a second-tier noble. With a single word from Nangong Zhitian, they could be utterly erased from the aristocracy, as an insignificant Yazi without wealth, power, or influence. Confronting them would be akin to a fragile egg striking a boulder. She would stand no chance against them. Closing her eyes to suppress her rising anger, she decided to avert her gaze and her troubled heart, avoiding immediate conflict and planning to address the matter gradually in the future. Thus, Ouyang Xiaoji looked at her 3 little wolf cubs and asked, "Hongwen, Hongxian, Hongyu, I ask you, do you wish to live with your mother or return to the Shui Lang clan with your father?" "We all want to live with Mama." The 3 little wolf cubs answered without a moment's hesitation. Their response brought a sigh of relief to Ouyang Xiaoji. To be honest, she truly did not wish to be forced back to the Rose Castle due to a custody dispute with Nangong Zhitian. After all, she has owed these 3 children for 5 years, and it is impossible for her to abandon them and frolic alone. "Very well, since you wish to accompany your mother, let us depart from this den of foxes." With a fierce glare at Nangong Zhitian and his companions, Ouyang Xiaoji stormed away with the 6 children. As the 3 little wolf cubs left, they turned back to reveal a gleeful smile at Nangong Zhitian and Shi Erweiya, which only darkened their expressions further. Observing the departing figures of the mother and her 7 offspring, Nangong Zhitian, Shi Erweiya, and Suo and Aya exchanged bewildered glances. What is happening? Why does Ji exude such mental pressure? Moreover, her speed in striking was unlike that of a mere sub-female. As swift as lightning. Most importantly, her level of mental power is exceedingly high, at least surpassing level 4S. Such formidable mental energy is beyond the capacity of a sub-female's body to withstand. Furthermore, when she bit Sonia's neck, the sight of blood elicited disbelief in their eyes. Sonia, now possessing 4S level mental power, has skin that could withstand even high-energy particle guns. Yet, Gigi managed to break through Sonia's neck with just her 2 prominent incisors. Had it not been for the 3 little cubs who, unable to bear the overwhelming mental pressure, cried out, restoring Ouyang Xiaoji's composure, they were certain she could have bitten off a piece of flesh from Sonia's neck. Nangong Xian, Elf Evaya. Have you witnessed her in such a state before? Stephen inquired, his voice trembling. No, Nangong Zhitian and Shi Erwei responded in unison. Chapter 110, Biting. In both her daily life and interactions, Ouyang Xiaoji's character is that of a gentle and obedient nature, as long as it is not excessive. She appears soft and without anger. Even when confined by Nangong Zhitian in the Rose Castle due to her pregnancy, her gaze remained mild, exuding a sense of submissiveness. It seemed as if she were inherently devoid of temper. However, just moments ago, her fury instilled fear in them. Had the three little mermaids not cried out in response to the immense mental pressure, they could guarantee that Ouyang Xiaoji's wrath would not have been limited to merely drawing blood from Sonia's neck. Standing aside, Stephen instinctively touched his own neck. Goodness, that little sub-female is no mere rabbit sub-female. When she becomes enraged, she resembles a tiger sub-female. If I were to truly be with her, what if she reveals those rabbit teeth in anger and resorts to domestic violence? After all, those incisors of hers are no ordinary weapons. Witnessing Sonia's current state, he could already foresee his own grim future. Stephen gazed at the retreating figures of Ouyang Xiaoji and her 7 children, timidly asking, "Shall we not stop her? She is in a rage. If you are unafraid of being struck, you may attempt to intervene. We are not hindering you." Sonia turned to look at Stephen, recalling how he had deliberately undermined her, causing Gigi to completely misinterpret his feelings, regarding him as a scheming beastman. Observing Stephen's unscathed demeanor now, Sonia's claws could not resist striking at his handsome face. "You wretched eel, I hardly see you speak so much today. You cannot bear to see me gain even a slight advantage, can you? Although I gained from last night's incident, I did not harbor the vile thoughts you possess. Goodness, you dare strike me, you rogue fox. I have yet to blame you for your selfishness, yet you have initiated trouble for me first." Saying this, Stephen seized a chair beside him and hurled it at Sonia, only for it to be intercepted by Sonia and smashed against Xierwei, disintegrating into dust under her 4S level mental pressure. "You two brainless fools." Xierwei brushed off the dust from her body, suppressing her shock as she spoke disdainfully. "Featherless bird, I may not have your cunning, yet we are alike. Even with that contract in hand, what good is it if the little sub-female does not favor you? You failed to ensnare that wolf, instead dragging yourself into the mess. Having just been thoroughly beaten by the little sub-female, watching you and Nangong Jitian suffer misfortune brings me great joy. You are just as foolish as I am. You wretched eel, who are you calling foolish?" Xierwei squinted at him. "I am saying you are as foolish as that wolf, an incapable creature. Just now you were battered by the little sub-female. You deserve it. It is truly a disgrace to our kind." Stephen articulated each word with emphasis. "You wretched eel, if you're unafraid of embarrassment, why did you hide behind the chair just now? An incapable thing, just as quick with your tongue." Instantaneously, Nangong Jitian and Xierwei, who had been spectating, joined in their quarrel. At the entrance, the butler observed the almost demolished house and tugged at Bert, who was eager to rush inside. "Young fox, do you wish to seek death?" "No, butler. Are we not helping the master?" Bert anxiously inquired, witnessing the chaos within. "Help? You are merely delivering your head on a platter. Hurry and leave. Once the house is sufficiently dismantled, they will naturally calm down. After all, this is not the first time a house has been torn apart." As Ouyang Xiaoji stormed out of the Baihu tribe with the 6 little wolf cubs, she happened upon Sai Run waiting at the entrance. This man, she had spent 5 years with, she had thought she had encountered a sweet and tender romance. Yet, it turned out that this merman was merely a deceiver. He had almost turned her into a fool with his enchanting merman tricks, and she felt the warmth of her affection grow cold. Zhang Wuji's mother was right. Beautiful women are dangerous, but handsome men are even more perilous. This merman before her is a quintessential example. Now, gazing at his captivating face, how could she have suspected the malice lurking within? "Gigi, you have emerged. It is Sai Run." Ouyang Xiaoji released the little merman's hand, flashed a smile at Sai Run, and approached him. In the next moment, under Sai Ren's astonished gaze, the beaming expression on Ouyang Xiaoji's face vanished entirely. She seized Sai Ren's arm and bit down hard on his wrist. Instantly, a bloodied mark appeared on Sai Ren's arm. The 3 little wolf cubs and Sai Ren stared in awe at the bloody bite mark, admiring Ouyang Xiaoji's formidable teeth. It is worth noting that due to Sai Ren's immense power, his skin was exceptionally tough. Yet, Ouyang Xiaoji managed to create such a deep imprint with just her teeth. However, considering her recent transformation, this bite mark now seemed quite reasonable. Or perhaps, one could say that Ouyang Xiaoji's bite was rather gentle. "Gigi, are your teeth all right?" "I am fine. You vile creature, despite your handsome appearance, you dared to hypnotize me, imprisoning me in the deep sea, deceiving me into believing you were a merman. Reflecting on how foolish I was not long ago, I feel utterly embarrassed. You, with your deceitful heart, have truly wasted your attractive face, and yet you still attempt to feign deep feelings. If I were to trust you again, I would simply take my own life. It is incorrect. If I trust you again, I will directly gouge out your eyes." Faced with Sai Ren's melancholic gaze, Ouyang Xiaozhi instinctively stamped down hard on his foot. Pretending to be deep and sentimental, what a farce. Was it not merely to compel me to bear your offspring? The next moment, disaster struck. Ouch, that hurts. Ouyang Xiaozhi cried out in agony, clutching her foot. Damn it, what is Sai Ren's foot made of, that it is as hard as stone? Gigi, are you alright? Sai Ren hurriedly supported Ouyang Xiaozhi's arm, only to be shrugged off by her. Get lost. Ouyang Xiaozhi retorted fiercely, a grimace on her face. Mom, how is your foot? Mom, you should use a stick to hit, not kick. Your foot will hurt. If it comes to that, I can fetch a particle gun for you. The little mermaid quickly handed Ouyang Xiaozhi an iron rod. Chapter 111. We will no longer be mermaids. Grabbing the iron rod, Ouyang Xiaozhi gritted her teeth and swung it towards Sai Ren. This wretched creature. She had thought that mermaids living in the depths of the ocean would be pure in nature due to their limited encounters with others. But in reality, she was the only foolish one. Over the past 5 years, she had been deceived by this dead fish, feeling like a complete idiot. Reflecting on those 5 years of her life, she realized it was akin to that of a simpleton, all thanks to this mermaid. This thought only fueled her anger further. When the rod struck Sai Ren, he didn't even flinch. Considering his immense mental strength, Ouyang Xiaozhi felt too lazy to exert any more effort. Hitting him was no different than tickling him. Tossing the iron rod aside, she shot him a fierce glare, her eyes narrowing at the exposed skin on his wrist, making her teeth itch again. She should have bitten a chunk of flesh from his wrist earlier. Mere bloodshed was trivial and hardly painful. However, when she saw the 3 little mermaids standing aside, their eyes shining with anticipation, she suppressed that thought. She could not leave an impression of a shrew upon the children, nor could she strike their father in their presence. After all, adult matters should be resolved by adults. Son, support your mother. My foot hurts. All right, Mom. The 3 little wolf cubs quickly surrounded Ouyang Xiaozhi. Mom, come this way. I've arranged for the flying device. Hong Wen and Hong Xian carefully assisted Ouyang Xiaozhi toward the flying device. Behind them, the 3 little fish turned back to make faces at their father. Dad, we're leaving with Mom. You can return to the ocean alone. Dad, we want to see you again. Dad, we 3 no longer want you. Dad, hurry back to the sea. We are going to live as land creatures and indulge in delicious food. We will no longer be mermaids. The cheerful farewell of the 3 little fish successfully darkened Sai Ren's expression. Indeed, male mermaids were exceedingly annoying. If they were female, they would surely defend their father during parental disputes. Those 3 little fish were truly better off without. Inside the flying device, Ouyang Xiaozhi contemplated her fertility value of 10, feeling an unbearable headache. Previously, her younger sister Ouyang Hua Duo's fertility value of merely 5 had attracted the attention of noble families, leading her scoundrel fiancé, Guanming, to break off their engagement, resulting in the former's demise. Yet now, her fertility value had reached 10. Such a score was a miracle in the beastly world. It was no wonder that she bore the child of Nangong Zetian, who possessed 3S level mental strength, causing the 4 major noble families to vie for her. It seemed they merely sought her as a vessel for offspring. However, contemplating Nangong Zetian, Sierra, Sai Ren, and the androgynous Sonia, who had restored her, Ouyang Xiaozhi's emotions became exceedingly complex. She was a human, a being filled with emotions, not an emotionless creature. How could she remain indifferent to the affections of such remarkable men? Yet, when she considered their ulterior motives, it became unbearable. Their kindness was solely due to her possessing a fertility value of 10. If she were to be with them solely for that reason, what would distinguish her from a mere tool? With that thought, Ouyang Xiaozhi could not help but sigh deeply. Given the 4 major noble families' emphasis on lineage, they would never allow her to live independently. The only reason she could escape now was that they were wary of provoking her in her current state. It would not be long before they pursued her again. At that moment, how would she confront them, and what means would she have to resist? If she refused to bear their children, could she withstand any forceful measures from the 4 noble families? Clearly, she could not. She was powerless to resist. It was a stark reality, and a rather helpless predicament. A powerless individual like her stood against the wealthiest and most powerful 4 noble families of the beastly world, with no hope of victory. Yet, escape was equally impossible. Had she known her fertility value had reached 10 back in Rose Castle, what would she have fled for? After all, she was merely a piece of meat in the eyes of those noble families, and every capable individual would be eager to take a bite. And she She had no means to retaliate. Mom, what are you thinking? Hongwon, noticing the vulnerability in Ouyang Xiaoji's eyes, handed her a bottle of water, asking with concern. Son, I'm fine. Accepting the water cup, Ouyang Xiaoji forced herself to regain composure and looked outside the flying device. Xiaowen, where are we heading now? Mom, some time ago, we purchased a manor in the misty grassland. There is not a soul around to disturb us, and we shall live there. Mom, rest assured, we have prepared everything. Trust us. With us around, no one will dare harm you. On spoke Brother is right. Mom, not only did we buy a house, but we also collected many gems from the seabed to support our living expenses. As he spoke, Sai Zong produced a particularly fine gem from his spatial ring and placed it in Ouyang Xiaoji's hand. Moreover, Mom, I have bought you lots of your favorite snacks. Sai Xin pulled out a bag of treats and handed it to Ouyang Xiaoji. Mom, I have also hired the best security company and legal advisors to protect our safety. So, even if Dad and the others come looking for you, do not fear. We will protect you. Han Yu chimed in. Ouyang Xiaoji gazed at her 6 underage children, who were so small yet took on the roles of protectors for their mother. Therefore, she should no longer evade or fear. After all, this was not her old world, but the beastly world, a realm where the strong preyed upon the weak. And she, as Ouyang Xiaoji, lived in the beastly world, was no longer the ordinary Ouyang Xiaoji from before transmigration. She could no longer escape this reality. What use was there in fear and confusion? Nangong Zetian and the others would not spare her due to her trepidation. With this realization, Ouyang Xiaoji felt the future was no longer bleak. Since escape was futile, she would face it with courage. How one chooses to confront the situation must ultimately be decided by her, Ouyang Xiaoji. After all, since it is they who wish to bear children with her, the reins of control must remain firmly in her hands, should it not? Henceforth, she ought to reflect more upon her own desires. Chapter 112. The manner, my dearest children, do not fret over me. Mother is quite well. You must trust in me, for I shall protect you diligently. Yes, we believe in you, Mother. Gazing into the bright, sparkling eyes of her 6 offspring, Ouyang Xiaoji felt emboldened to face any challenge that might arise. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, she beheld the butler and servants who had long awaited her at the manor's entrance, and she looked incredulously at her children beside her. Xiaowen, did you truly prepare all of this? Indeed, Mother. Due to the urgency of the matter, our preparations were somewhat hasty. Please bear with us for now. Once we settle in, we shall gradually improve everything. My son, this is hardly a matter of mere accommodation. You have all truly outdone yourselves. As Ouyang Xiaoji walked through the meticulously maintained manor alongside her children, she could not help but admire her son's capabilities. Managing such a grand estate with her own intellect would undoubtedly prove impossible. Alas, intelligence is indeed an unforgiving prerequisite. After a brief overview of the manor's layout and a concise discussion with the butler, Ouyang Xiaoji settled in with her 6 children. However, to her astonishment, on the second day of their stay, she encountered someone utterly unexpected. Julianne, the mother she had met on Giant Eagle Island, the one who had cared for her so devotedly for 3 entire years. Gigi, my child, Julianne exclaimed as she embraced Ouyang Xiaoji at the manor's entrance, weeping with joy. The warmth of that embrace caused Ouyang Xiaoji's own tears to flow in sympathy. My child, it has been 5 years. I have searched for you for 5 years, and at last I have found you. Mother, I am so sorry for causing you worry. Ouyang Xiaoji buried her head in Julianne's arms, tears streaming down her face. Despite knowing that her time on Giant Eagle Island had been a manipulation by Zirwaya, the maternal love Julianne offered was something she could never forsake. Once her emotions had settled, Julianne hesitated before asking, Gigi, you are aware of your fertility value. Do you harbor resentment towards the head of the family for bringing you to Giant Eagle Island because of it? In response to Julianne's inquiry, Ouyang Xiaoji merely shook her head. To speak candidly, during my 3 years on Giant Eagle, I have always been aware of Sieter's kindness towards me. If I claim to have no feelings for him at all, that would be a lie. However, Mother, I despise his deceit and loathe the fact that he approached me solely for my fertility value. It makes me feel as though I am not regarded as an independent being in his eyes, but merely a tool to be exploited. Therefore, I do not wish to forgive him at this time. Gigi, if you do not wish to forgive him, then we shall not forgive him, Julianne said, gently patting Ouyang Xiaoji's back with a long sigh. When you first arrived on Giant Eagle Island, I understood why Sierra brought you there. I am not afraid of your anger toward me. Initially, We did indeed intend to use you to bear offspring for the giant eagle clan. Yet, Gigi, we are also made of flesh and blood. Over the course of 3 years, we have come to regard you as family. And my feelings for you surpass those I have for Sierra. After all, you're my only child, Julianne. Yes, mother, I know. I have always known. During her 3 years on Giant Eagle Island, Julianne's kindness had been evident to Ouyang Xiaoji, and she could not overlook it. Wiping her tears, she glanced behind Julianne, puzzled, and asked, Mother, how did you come here? I did not see your aircraft. Gigi, it was me who brought Aunt Julianne here, a voice interjected. Ouyang Xiaoji turned to Si Chili, who immediately continued, Gigi, I know you resent the head of the family for deceiving you, but I assure you I, Chili, have now betrayed the Giant Eagle clan and have no ties left with that dastardly fellow Sierra. So, Gigi, could you possibly take pity on this homeless beast man? Given that I am the uncle of your children, I beg of you. Chili's playful demeanor elicited a laugh from Ouyang Xiaoji. Even though she was acutely aware that both her mother and Chili had been sent by Sierra, she found it impossible to refuse them. Sierra had played his emotional card exceptionally well. Ultimately, in the realm of Giant Eagle Island, Chili had been attentive to her and her 3 children. And how could she cast him out? After welcoming Julianne and Chili into the manor, Ouyang Xiaoji soon found that, over the next 2 months, more and more traders from Giant Eagle Island appeared at the manor's entrance. They all claimed to have betrayed Sierra and now found themselves at a dead end, seeking refuge in the manor for various reasons. In their desperation to remain, they shamelessly disparaged Sierra as though he were their enemy rather than their master. Ouyang Xiaoji, recognizing familiar faces she had known for 3 years, felt compelled to welcome them despite knowing they were merely pawns in Sierra's emotional game. Very well, one step at a time. After all, her grievances towards Sierra and Nangong Zetian had little to do with these inhabitants of Giant Eagle Island. Thus, there was no need for her to project her anger onto others. Initially, Ouyang Xiaoji believed that matters had come to a close. However, one morning, as she opened her eyes and approached the window, she could scarcely believe her sight. 5 magnificent castles had appeared around her manor overnight. What on earth? Has a lamp spirit from a fairy tale crossed over to the beast world? Why have 5 such opulent castles emerged around my manor in a single night? As Ouyang Xiaoji hastened downstairs, rubbing her eyes in astonishment at the sight before her, 5 men emerged from the castles, prompting her to roll her eyes dramatically. Dogmen, she thought, believing they would no longer trouble her after 2 months of silence. Yet, to her surprise, they had concocted such a grand scheme overnight. Chapter 113. Father, good morning, Gigi. Nangong Zetian greeted her, his usual icy demeanor replaced by warmth as he presented her with a red rose. Wife, good morning. I have prepared breakfast for you. Would you care to join me? Zirwaya chimed in, donning a pink apron and wearing a friendly smile. Gigi, you must take responsibility for me. You have completely consumed me. How can you not be accountable? Sonia lamented, dressed in a striking red dress, brandishing a handkerchief as she theatrically recounted Ouyang Xiaoji's supposed heartlessness. Gigi, this is the finest fish from the sea. I shall take it to the kitchen shortly. Ouyang Xiaoji gazed at the enormous fish being dragged in by Siren, her eyes nearly rolling back in disbelief. After 5 years of fish, the mere sight of it now sparked a visceral aversion within her. How on earth would she ever consume such a massive creature? Looking at the 4 men before her, before she could utter a word, Stephen's next comment nearly drove her to the brink of exasperation. Littleya, I did not come here to marry you. Then what exactly are you here for? Ouyang Xiaoji gazed at Stephen, who was clad in pajamas, with a look of bewilderment and inquired with curiosity, What brings you here? I shall not marry you, but I can certainly marry you. Here, this is the entirety of our Tangsha clan's wealth. I shall use it as my dowry, and you can take me as your little husband. If not as a husband, then perhaps as a mistress will suffice. As she observed the handsome face of Stephen, who was forcefully shoving documents into her hands, she felt an old itch return to her long-quieted teeth. Could this master of the Tangsha clan truly be a reincarnation of a fool? What could possibly be going through his mind? How could a grand nobleman contemplate becoming a little husband, or even a mistress? It was simply shameless. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed the documents at Stephen's face and stormed toward her room, her temper flaring. Remaining in his presence any longer would surely drive her mad. These 4 men were utterly shameless. Sylvia watched Ouyang Xiaoji's retreating figure, removed her apron, and cast a disdainful glance at Stephen. What a shameless fool. Even being a mistress is beyond your reach. How utterly embarrassing. Shameless? I embrace it. As long as Xiaoyu agrees to marry me, I would wipe the table and the floor with my face right in front of you. Do you believe me? Stephen retorted with audacious bravado, causing the expressions of the other 4 men to darken. Though Stephen might be somewhat foolish, his audacity was not without merit. To win a wife, why should one concern oneself with dignity? Perhaps they should give it a try themselves tomorrow. Upon returning to her room, Ouyang Xiaoji approached Chili, who was amusing 3 little fish. Chili, what is the story behind those 5 castles outside? How could they possibly be constructed overnight? Seeing the incredulous expression on Ouyang Xiaoji's face, Chili scratched his head awkwardly. Ji, you must understand, behind the 4 great noble families stand for legions. They could build a palace overnight without breaking a sweat, let alone a castle. What about Saren's castle? Does he have a legion behind him as well? Mom, Dad, doesn't he have a legion, but he is wealthy. He once said that money can make the world go round. Therefore, constructing a castle overnight is quite simple for him. Listening to the words of the 3 little fish, Ouyang Xiaoji found herself momentarily speechless, gazing up at the heavens. Alas, she possessed neither wealth nor legions. She had resigned herself to fate. Noticing Ouyang Xiaoji's exasperated expression, Chili hesitated for a moment before leaning closer. Ji, if you dislike them so much, should we consider moving elsewhere? Move? Why will we move? No matter where we go, they will follow us. What will be the point? Standing on the balcony, Ouyang Xiaoji surveyed the 5 castles surrounding her, wishing for a bolt of lightning to strike and obliterate them. Unfortunately, the sun shone brightly, with not a hint of rain. Mom, if you're angry, I could place some explosives under the castles and blow them up. If that doesn't work, I could build a tall wall around our castle to block their view. Mom, how about we find something for Dad to do outside? Keeping him busy so he has no time to bother you? The concerned words of the 3 little wolf cubs unexpectedly drew a laugh from Ouyang Xiaoji. Enough. You are still young. Do not think so much. Your father is clever. If you can think of these things, surely he can too. Out of sight, out of mind. We shall simply ignore them. Upon returning to her room, Ouyang Xiaoji no longer wished to look at the 5 men flaunting themselves outside. It wasn't until lunchtime that a servant entered, announcing that a man claiming to be Ouyang Songting wished to meet her. Hearing this, Ouyang Xiaoji, who had already lost her appetite, felt even more repulsed by the prospect of lunch. She cast aside her chopsticks and strode directly toward the estate's entrance. If her instincts were correct, this man claiming to be her father was none other than Ouyang Songting, who had been expelled from the Ouyang family 8 years prior. Having shown no interest in the original owner's life, he now sought her out, which could only spell trouble. In the original owner's memories, her father was a selfish and profit-driven beastman. His motives for seeking her out today were likely either for money or power, and certainly not out of paternal affection. Accompanied by Chili and the beastmen of the giant eagle clan, Ouyang Xiaoji arrived at the estate's entrance. When she saw the elderly man standing there in tattered clothing, she could hardly believe that this was the once proud master of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Songting. In just 8 short years, he seemed transformed beyond recognition. Clearly, losing his position had not treated him kindly. Otherwise, he would not appear so disheveled. Chapter 114. Not by blood. Upon seeing Ouyang Xiaoji, Ouyang Songting's face immediately broke into a fawning smile. Xiaoji, I am your father. Come here and let me see you. It has been 8 years since we last met, and I have missed you dearly. Ouyang Songting intended to embrace Ouyang Xiaoji, but Chili forcefully pushed him away. As Ouyang Xiaoji looked at the fallen Ouyang Songting, an inexplicable wave of sorrow surged within her, and tears began to fall unbidden. Covering her racing heart, she felt that familiar sensation returning. 8 years had passed, yet the original owner's spirit had not departed from her body. Struggling to maintain control over her emotions, Ouyang Xiaoji wiped her tears and coldly inquired, Ouyang clan master, do you not recall that 8 years ago you severed all ties with me and publicly declared that Ouyang Xiaoji was no longer part of the Ouyang family? Pray tell, what brings you here today? And do refrain from referring to yourself as my father, for my father perished the day he abandoned me. Ouyang Songting, upon witnessing the icy glare of Ouyang Xiaoji, felt a tightening in his chest. What was happening? In his memory, his eldest daughter had always been timid. Where had this cold, fierce aura come from? However, knowing he needed something from her, he forced a smile and spoke pitifully. Xiaoji, 8 years ago, it was I who wronged you. I was blinded by greed and listened to that wretched Dallas, driving you from the Ouyang family. Now I understand my mistake, and I have expelled that vile woman and her 2 children. Xiaoji, Can you find it in your heart to forgive me this once? Before Ouyang Xiaoji could respond, Hongwen, who had been standing beside her, interjected, Mom, Ouyang Songting's wife was not driven away by him. She left of her own accord after being expelled from the Ouyang family. Furthermore, those children, Ouyang Chung and Ouyang Huaduo, are not his. They were the result of that woman's betrayal. When she fled, they even attempted to kill Ouyang Songting. But we saved him. I believe he is your father, so I think the decision regarding his fate should rest with you. Hongwen's words caused Ouyang Songting's expression to darken. In the years past, he had always believed himself fortunate to have been saved by kind-hearted people. However, he never anticipated that the person who saved his life would be his little grandson, whom he had never met before. Ouyang Songting gazed at the youthful faces of Hongwen, Hongxian, and Hongyu, initially wishing to address his little grandson to foster a sense of closeness. Yet, considering that these three youths were now the young masters of the Xuelong clan, and the potent spiritual energy they exuded made it difficult for Ouyang Songting to utter a word. As waves of sorrow surged within him, Ouyang Xiaoji realized that the soul of the original self still lingered here, affecting her emotions. Thus, there were certain matters that she needed to clarify for the original self. Consequently, Ouyang Xiaoji approached Ouyang Songting and posed the questions that had long weighed on her mind. Ouyang Songting, I am aware that you came today seeking my assistance. I am willing to help you, but you must answer my questions honestly. Under Ouyang Xiaoji's scrutinizing gaze, Ouyang Songting instinctively wanted to evade her. However, recalling the bullying and ridicule he had endured over the past 8 years, he mustered the courage to meet Ouyang Xiaoji's eyes directly. Ouyang Songting, I wish to inquire about my mother. Is it true that she has passed away? Why, after her death, have I never seen her remains? You announced her demise without hesitation. Just a day before her death, she smiled tenderly at me and prepared breakfast. How could she have died without reason? Ouyang Xiaoji's words rendered Ouyang Songting's face noticeably pale. He shut his eyes, remembering the woman he had never truly possessed. In that moment, a surge of hatred erupted in his gaze directed at Ouyang Xiaoji. If the two children born of Dallas were not his own, then how could Ouyang Xiaoji be his offspring? Yet, considering his current state of despair and humiliation, he could only suppress the anger within and force a smile. Xiaoji, your mother truly passed away. How could I possibly deceive you? The aircraft she was on exploded, leaving nothing of her but ashes. Therefore, how could you have seen her remains? Seeing the evasion in Ouyang Songting's eyes, Ouyang Xiaoji was unwilling to believe a single word. How could that be? There were others aboard the aircraft besides my mother. How could it be that all the other passengers survived, while only she perished, her remains reduced to ashes? Ouyang Xiaoji insisted, if you desire my assistance, you must divulge everything regarding my mother's circumstances. Otherwise, you may continue to lead your wretched life. Furthermore, do not harbor delusions about returning to the Ouyang clan as its master. After all, did the elders of the Ouyang clan not state that you could only return with my consent? Upon hearing Ouyang Xiaoji's threats, Ouyang Songting instinctively sought to argue. However, as he lowered his head to formulate new words, he was met with 3 pairs of black eyes. Ouyang Songting, we are Mama's little treasures. Do our eyes resemble Mama's? Indeed, very much so, since our eyes are so similar to Mama's. Could you share all the questions Mama has for you? The 3 little fish gazed up at him, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Very well, Ouyang Songting replied, lifting his gaze to meet Ouyang Xiaoji's. Xiaoji, your mother is not dead. She was taken away by a beast man unknown to me. I've spent over a decade trying to uncover the identity of that beast man, but to no avail. As for your mother's whereabouts, I am equally in the dark. Ouyang Xiaoji looked at her 3 little fish with pride at their cleverness. She lifted her head and continued to inquire about the questions that had long troubled her original self. Ouyang Songting, you were fully aware that Dallas and Ouyang Huaduo conspired against me at the Ouyang Huaduo banquet, ruining my reputation. Why did you still support them in driving me out of the Ouyang clan? Am I not your daughter? No, you're not my daughter. I married your mother for her wealth. When we wed, she was already with child. As Ouyang Songting finished speaking, the dullness in his eyes vanished. He suddenly lowered his head, staring at the 3 little fish. What have you 3 little beasts done to me? Chapter 115. Dissipation. Seeing the 3 little fish making faces at him, Ouyang Songting, in a fit of anger, unleashed his spiritual power against them. However, before his hand could reach the little fish, an external force sent him flying. He crashed to the ground, spitting blood. The offspring of the Haishin clan are not to be trifled with by scum like you. said Siren coldly. The three little fish hurried to Siren's side, excitedly praising him. Daddy, you are amazing. You sent the big bad guy flying with just one blow. Indeed, Daddy, you truly are a wonderful protector of little mermaids. We love you. Siren looked down at the little creatures clinging to his leg, a flicker of warmth in his eyes. Little ones, if you think your father is great, then you should speak a few kind words for your father in front of your mother. Convince her to forgive me and reunite with me, will you? As soon as Siren finished speaking, the three little fish covered their eyes to resist their father's charm and dashed toward Ouyang Xiaoji. Daddy, you should just remain a bad guy. Honestly, since Mama left you, we get to sleep with her every night. So, Daddy, you should live alone. We feel quite happy now. Exactly. We believe Mama has been much better off without you. If Mama forgives you, we won't be able to sleep with her anymore. Siren gazed at his treacherous offspring, rendered speechless by their betrayal. How was it that during their time in the deep sea, he had been unaware of the cunning nature of these three little fish? To think they would conspire to keep him and their mother apart just to enjoy her company every night. Truly, he felt he had wasted his care on them. Ignoring Siren's disgruntled expression, Ouyang Xiaoji turned to the now-standing Ouyang Songting and asked, Ouyang Songting, you claim I am not your child. You married my mother for her wealth. Is what you say true? Ouyang Songting wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared fiercely at Ouyang Xiaoji, stating, Indeed, you are not my child. When I met your mother, she was already pregnant. She promised to use her money to elevate me to the position of head of the Ouyang clan, needing the status of matriarch to evade pursuers. Yet, after our marriage, she never regarded me, not allowing me even the slightest touch. Once, while we were attending to business, a man brazenly knocked her out before my eyes and took her away. That man threatened me, warning that if I dared to utter a word about your mother, he would annihilate the Ouyang clan. His spiritual power was terrifying, and we were no match for him. Therefore, we had no choice but to declare that your mother had perished in an accident, her remains consumed by flames. Ouyang Songting fixed his gaze on Ouyang Xiaoji. Xiaoji, I dare say, aside from expelling you from the Ouyang clan, I have never neglected your needs throughout your life. Ouyang Songting, do not elevate yourself so high. In terms of sustenance and clothing, you have never failed me. However, all that I have spent comes from the inheritance left to me by my mother. Moreover, the reason you initially agreed to marry my mother was that you accepted her wealth. To take someone's money and then wish them ill is indeed shameless. Yet, you not only accepted my mother's fortune, but also dared to entertain unseemly thoughts about her. Your audacity is truly appalling. When I was young, I could never comprehend why. Despite being your daughter, you harbored such disdain for me, never once gracing me with a smile or a word. It became clear that you were never my father, which explains your treatment towards me, allowing that Dolly C and her 2 children to bully me. Yet, I never anticipated that the 2 children you cherished as your own were not your progeny, but rather the offspring of infidelity bestowed upon you by Dolly C. Ouyang Songting, you are indeed unfortunate. After saying this, Ouyang Xiaoji took the child's hand and walked towards the manor. At that moment, the pent-up frustration within her was almost suffocating. All she desired was to return and rest. However, before she could take more than a few steps, she was halted by Ouyang Songting's voice. Xiaoji, I admit my fault, but you just promised me that you would help me return to the Ouyang family. Very well, I will voice my forgiveness on Xinguang. However, whether the Ouyang family chooses to accept you is beyond my concern, replied Ouyang Xiaoji without looking back. As she continued to walk, suddenly darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed forward. Mother, Ji. In that instant, Ouyang Xiaoji felt an overwhelming sense of lightness, as if reclining on a soft bed. Too comfortable to even contemplate opening her eyes. You've arrived, awaken quickly. Hearing the gentle whispering beside her, Ouyang Xiaoji instinctively opened her eyes and turned towards the sound. To her astonishment, she beheld a girl, identical to her, sitting beside her, gazing at her with timid eyes. Who are you? Ouyang Xiaoji sat up, perplexed. I am Ouyang Xiaoji, the original owner of this body. Upon hearing the girl's words, Ouyang Xiaoji's heart tightened. Did she intend to reclaim her body? It was only natural for her to reclaim what was rightfully hers. However, what would become of the 6 children she had borne? Furthermore, would her entangled emotions here come to an end? The girl seemed to perceive the reluctance and sorrow in Ouyang Xiaoji's eyes, causing her to squint and smile silently, her face radiating a gentle beauty. Sister, do not be afraid. I am not here to reclaim this body. It now belongs to you. What do you mean by that? I am an interloper, not the rightful owner of this body. If you wish to take it back, I have no objection. Yet I cannot help but feel a sense of reluctance. Ouyang Xiaoji replied helplessly. Sister, I took my own life. After my death, my soul no longer belonged to this body. However, I was unwilling to accept how my father treated me, so I lingered in the shadows, observing your every move. But now, knowing he is not my true father, I find no reason to harbor resentment. The bitterness in my heart has dissipated, and thus I must leave. I have come to ask for your assistance. Upon meeting the hopeful gaze of the girl, Ouyang Xiaoji's heart softened immensely. This girl was genuinely kind, evoking a sense of compassion within her. Speak freely. As long as I am able, I will assist you. Sister, since mother is alive, I wish for you to help me find her. Tell her I miss her dearly and love her. I do not resent her for leaving me. As long as she lives, I will be content. Very well, I will help you. I promise to locate your mother. From this moment forth, your mother will be my mother, and I will fulfill all the responsibilities a daughter ought to bear. Thank you, sister. I must take my leave now. From henceforth, this body belongs solely to you. I shall no longer intrude upon your life. Sister, please love mother well, cherish the children, and love those who love you. And sister, unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal your ears and tail. As she watched the fading figure, Ouyang Xiaoji spoke, her voice thick with emotion. I promise I will love mother, the children, and those around me. At this point, Ouyang Xiaoji found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Did they truly love her? As for revealing her ears and tail, she thought she would likely refrain from doing so unless absolutely necessary, for she had no desire to become a rabbit girl. Anger was certainly not an option, as she was not one to lose her temper. Chapter 116. Expecting a fox cub when Ouyang Xiaoji opened her eyes once more. The first sight that greeted her was the bruised face of Sonia. He was perched by her bedside, grasping her hand, grinning foolishly without reason. Sonia, in his excitement, spoke in a jumbled manner. Gigi, you're awake. What do you wish to eat? Hee, I shall find someone to prepare it for you right away. Ouyang Xiaoji gazed at Sonia's foolish demeanor, feeling a twinge of unease. Had she merely slept, and this cunning fox had turned into a simpleton? Instinctively, she withdrew her hand. Collecting her thoughts, Ouyang Xiaoji sat up and glanced towards the other side of the bed. On that side stood Nangong Zhitian, Zirwaya, and Stephen, along with her 6 children, all wearing grim expressions as they glared at the still grinning Sonia. What happened to his face? And Sonia's tone seems a bit off. Why does it sound so silly? Ouyang Xiaoji quietly inquired of Nangong Zhitian and the others. Before Nangong Zhitian could finish his explanation, Sonia stepped forward and seized her hand, his face plastered with a foolish grin. Gigi, do you know how happy I am today? Well, as long as you're happy. Sonia, could you keep your distance? You seem a bit strange. Ouyang Xiaoji instinctively wanted to pull her hand away, but Sonia held it tightly, preventing her escape. Gigi, do you know why I'm so happy? No idea. Sonia, if you have something to say, just speak directly. Your incessant giggling is making me feel uneasy. Upon hearing Ouyang Xiaoji's words, Sonia gently placed his hand on her abdomen, his fox-like eyes narrowing into slits of joy. Gigi, in 8 months, I will become a father. Thank you for making me a father. Sonia's declaration left Ouyang Xiaoji in a state of shock for several seconds. After a moment, she placed her hand on her abdomen and stared at Sonia in disbelief. Are you saying I'm pregnant? Indeed, after you fainted yesterday, I had Bernard check on you. You are already 2 months along. Looking into Sonia's exuberant eyes, Ouyang Xiaoji felt a surge of irritation. How could this be? She thought that by distancing herself from them, she could sever all ties. Yet, she never anticipated that in just one night, she would find herself expecting again. No wonder her appetite had been poor lately. She had assumed it was due to the stress from these individuals. Ouyang Xiaoji touched her abdomen, pondering that the laws of the beast world prohibited females from terminating pregnancies without permission, and given Sonia's evident concern for the child, it was clear she could not consider such an option. Furthermore, when she engaged in intimacy with Suania, it was indeed due to her mistakenly consuming that cup of tea infused with blood charm. This matter cannot solely be attributed to Suania. At the very least, she bears the brunt of the fault. Thus, she must bring the child within her to term. Most importantly, as a mother of 6, she simply cannot bring herself to harm her offspring, even if they currently reside within her womb and have not yet taken shape. Contemplating this, Ouyang Xiaoji felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, as if she were truly inescapably bound to the task of bearing them. Shiruia approached Suania and unceremoniously kicked him aside. This wretched fox certainly has the luck of the devil. In just one night, he managed to impregnate Gigi. Why, 5 years ago, Could he not have caused her to conceive his little cub? Had he succeeded in that fateful night 5 years prior, his little eaglet would undoubtedly have been far larger than those 3 little fishlings. Before Suania could rise from the ground, he was knocked down again by Sidifen. This wretched fox had not even tasted the flesh yet, but in 8 months, this unfortunate fox's cub would be born. Reflecting on this, Sidifen delivered another fierce kick to the fallen Suania. "You foolish mudloach, are you courting death?" Before Suania could finish his words, he was met with 2 heavy blows. As he lay on the ground, Suania watched as Nangong Zetian and Saren stepped over him, nearly coughing up blood in his fury. Ever since Panah Day discovered that Gigi was pregnant yesterday, these 4 rascals had united against him. Meanwhile, his loyal old steward and the Fox clan subordinates merely sat by, munching on seeds and enjoying the spectacle. As they watched, they even placed bets on how long he, as the master of the house, could endure against the combined forces of Nangong Zetian and his companions. Once he had settled Gigi's emotions, they would see how he dealt with those little fox cubs who were merely there for amusement. When Suania climbed to his feet and approached Ouyang Xiaoji's bedside, Shirwia and the others were already gathered there, showering her with various forms of concern, leaving no space for him to interject. Gazing at the 5 men standing before her, Ouyang Xiaoji felt a sense of helplessness. She understood that her fertility value of 10 would keep them tethered to her, and thus she could not continue to evade them. However, before making a decision, she needed to clarify her thoughts. After all, she had already formed an intimate bond with them. Motioning for the 6 children who had been leaning against her bed to sit aside, Ouyang Xiaoji finally spoke. "Saren, Nangong Zetian, Shirwia, Suania, and Sidifen, I wish to inquire clearly. Do you truly harbor affection for me and wish to be with me? Or is it solely due to my possessing a fertility value of 10 that you feel compelled to stay?" Upon facing Ouyang Xiaoji's inquiry, the 4 men, except for Sidifen, exchanged glances and nodded earnestly at her. "Xiaoji, when I brought you to the Rose Castle, I was unaware of your fertility value. I initially believed that since the lives of beastmen are long as I treated you well, you would eventually come to love me through our daily interactions. However, I did not anticipate that you would be taken away by that dog, Shirwia, which caused our relationship to grow increasingly distant. Gigi, I hope you can grant me, and yourself, an opportunity. If you later discover that you do not truly like me, I will leave on my own accord and not pester you any longer. All right?" Nangong Zetian's words stirred something within Ouyang Xiaoji. Initially, she had indeed come together with him because of the child she carried. Yet at the start, he had no knowledge of her fertility value. Observing the emotion in her eyes, Shirwia swiftly pushed aside Nangong Zetian, seizing Ouyang Xiaoji's hand and earnestly stating, "Gigi, we have spent 3 years together. After 3 years, I cannot believe you have not noticed my feelings for you. Gigi, while I may have initially sought to utilize you for childbirth, after 3 years, I have genuinely fallen in love with you, not merely due to your fertility value. I, Gigi, have spent 5 years with you, and you have given birth to 3 children for me. Is our bond not stronger than that of this eagle?" Saren interjected. 5 years are of little consequence. Saren, the 5 years you spent with Gigi were gained through your use of the mermaid S enchantment. Had you not applied that enchantment on her, you would not even have 3 little fishlings to your name now, I assure you. Suania scoffed. Suania shoved aside Saren and leaned toward Ouyang Xiaoji. "Gigi, 8 years ago at the Rose Castle, you promised me that you would bear my children. Had it not been for that bald eagle's interference, my little fox cubs would have been born long ago, not still residing in your womb." As he spoke, Suania reached toward Ouyang Xiaoji's belly. Stop. Ouyang Xiaoji swatted Suania's hand away, perplexed. "Suania, when did I ever meet you at the Rose Castle 8 years ago and promise to bear your children?" "Gigi, do not be so direct. It makes them a little shy to respond." Ouyang Xiaoji observed Suania's beguiling face and his coy demeanor, which sent shivers down her spine. "Suania, to say it plainly, with your bruised face and this ridiculous demeanor, it is honestly quite frightening." Ouyang Xiaoji's words caused Suania's body to stiffen slightly. However, after a moment, he nonchalantly tossed his hair and winked with his fox-like eyes. "Gigi, 8 years ago, I was your Gelia teacher. We were together every day, and you promised me that you would bear me a child." Upon hearing Suania's words, Ouyang Xiaoji suddenly recalled that vibrant and flamboyant Gelia teacher. After escaping from the Rose Castle, she had often worried whether Gelia would suffer repercussions due to her association with Nangong Zetian. Yet, she never expected that Suania, a beast man and the head of the White Fox clan, would disguise himself as an alpha female to approach her. However, recalling how he had coaxed her into calling him husband and dear recently, she felt that Suania's antics fell within the realm of his normal behavior. With a soft sigh, Ouyang Xiaoji turned to Sitifan and said, Sitifan, since you do not harbor feelings for me, why do you linger here? Why, of course, I am waiting for you to bear me a child. Now, aside from that bald eagle, I have yet to receive even a single hair. Therefore, little alpha female, how about you bear me a child? I promise to give you whatever you desire, should you agree. Ouyang Xiaoji found herself somewhat exasperated by Sitifan's incessant use of I. Yet, gazing at his smug expression, she advised him, Sitifan, you do not like me, and I do not like you either. I do not desire your money, nor do I wish to bear your offspring. Therefore, you should leave quickly. I will not leave. What does liking or disliking matter? Little alpha female, I tell you now, Nangong Zetian, Shirwiya, and that wretched fox have all grown up alongside me. Throughout our lives, they have harbored 800 schemes. Their affection for you is merely a means to exploit you for childbirth. You will be better off trusting me than them. At the very least, I have not uttered a single falsehood to you. Sitifan, I am feeling a bit unwell. It would be best if you left for now. Ouyang Xiaoji directly issued the eviction order. Although she acknowledged that Sitifan's words held merit, she could not shake off her discomfort. It seems to resonate with the saying that harsh truths are beneficial for action and bitter medicine is good for ailments. Nangong Zetian and Shirwiya discerned the impatience flickering in Ouyang Xiaoji's eyes. Understanding that further dialogue would be futile, they could only pull Sitifan towards the exit. Ignoring Nangong Zetian and Shirwiya's attempts to usher him out, Sitifan continued to shout loudly as he walked away. Xiao Yasi, if you do not wish to marry me, that is fine. I am more than willing to be your male mistress, even stealing Shirwiya's thunder. Foolish serpent, be quiet. You cannot even qualify as a male mistress. Nangong Zetian is the true candidate for that role. Shirwiya, with one hand free, unceremoniously smacked Sitifan on the head. Vulture, go away. Xiao Yasi, I may not be able to be your male mistress, but I could very well be your male fourth or fifth. Listening to Sitifan's raucous banter, Ouyang Xiaoji felt her good temper nearly depleted. She glanced up at Saren and Suania, who stood by the bed, and without hesitation, issued her own eviction order. It is said that when a woman engages in an argument, it is akin to the clamor of 500 ducks. Yet, it seems that when a man raises his voice, the resultant chaos surpasses that of 10,000 ducks. As tranquility finally enveloped the room, Ouyang Xiaoji exhaled a sigh of relief. Mother, do not dwell on father and the others for now. You are expecting a little one and must not get angry. Please come and eat quickly. Ouyang Xiaoji looked up at the 6 children who had already set the meal on the table. In that instant, her troubles dissipated. What do men matter? She now had these obedient 6 little treasures, and her finances were sufficient to last her a lifetime, with both wealth and children. What could she possibly fret about? Whenever she had time, she would play with them. When she was busy, she would simply ignore them. Having come to this realization, Ouyang Xiaoji suddenly felt an overwhelming hunger. Recalling the times when she was pregnant with Hongwen, Hongshuan, and Hongyu, her appetite had been insatiable. She looked down at her still flat belly. Could it be? Would she give birth to 3 little ones again this time? The thought made a few dark lines appear on her forehead. Surely, she would not truly become a sow giving birth. Never mind, the world is vast. But food is paramount. Right now, she was indeed starving. Thus, focused solely on her meal, Ouyang Xiaoji remained oblivious to the furtive glances exchanged among her 6 little ones. It was only after she set down her chopsticks that the children tentatively spoke up. Mother, we have a solution for the matter concerning father and the others. What solution? Ouyang Xiaoji wiped her mouth and asked, puzzled. Mother, according to the laws of the beast world, a female who has given birth can live independently. If you wish to raise us on your own, father and the others cannot interfere, and they will be required to provide you with substantial financial support each year. Hongwen's words opened a new world for Ouyang Xiaoji. Indeed, how had she forgotten this? In the beast world, a female who has given birth can indeed live with her offspring. Hongwen is right. When the time comes, mother will separate from father and reside solely with her children. Moreover, mother can use father's money to support the children, alleviating her from the burdens of daily life. Little mermaid Saitsong expressed her delight. Mother, we will sleep together every day, of course, along with the little sister in your belly. Sadie gazed at Ouyang Xiaoji's abdomen with wonder. Little D, the baby in mother's belly may not necessarily be a female. There's an equal chance it could be a male offspring. I will love whatever you give birth to. Mother, you can rest assured, I will protect my little brother or sister. The 3 little wolf cubs chimed in unison. Just as Ouyang Xiaozhi reveled in her children's proposal, she remained unaware that the entire conversation among the 7 of them had been overheard by Nangong Zetian and the others standing outside the door. Hearing their son advising his mother on how to leave his father, Nangong Zetian and Saren's faces darkened considerably. Meanwhile, the bystander Sunia silently prayed, hoping that Ouyang Xiaozhi would give birth to a little female. A soft, delicate little female would surely be far more agreeable than a little beast man. If there were ever a conflict between Gigi and him, surely his little female would stand by her father's side. As the laughter of Ouyang Xiaozhi and her children resonated from the room, Nangong Zetian finally spoke. You have all heard what Gigi said. As for her desire to leave with the children, what do you propose we do about it? What to do? Shiruya laughed lightly. Nangong Zetian, we all know that it is impossible for any of us to eliminate one another and monopolize Gigi. Instead of squabbling, it would be more prudent for us to sit down and discuss how we should treat her moving forward. We need to interact with her in a more constructive manner that will not provoke her ire. Shiruya surveyed the room, noting the silent expressions on their faces. Her eyes darkened slightly as she smirked and continued, Ladies and gentlemen, in the beast world, if our 4 great noble families unite and contribute 1% of our wealth, we can obtain the power to amend the laws. Moreover, Saren is not lacking in funds. If he contributes an amount equal to ours, he too can partake in the legal amendments. Nangong Zetian, do you believe we would care about that 1% of wealth, or would we choose Gigi? Shiruya's words instantly illuminated the minds of all present. Indeed, how had they forgotten? In the beast world, the 4 great noble families could amend laws by contributing merely 1% of their wealth. However, how could they ensure that the new laws would not negatively impact the lives of ordinary people? As the group fell into silence, Shiruya concealed her satisfaction and spoke once more. Since we all wish to be with Gigi without affecting the common folk, I propose that the new law stipulate that only beastmen with a combat power and mental strength of 4S, along with those who contribute the same wealth as us, may form a contractual partnership with females or little Yasi who possess a fertility value of 10. After all, in the beast world, those who reach 3S level in combat power and mental strength are exceedingly rare, and those who achieve 4S level, aside from us, are virtually non-existent. Naturally, we must keep this matter secret from Gigi. Once we become Gigi's legal partners, we will have a legitimate reason to stand beside her. However, our actions may provoke her disdain. Your statement is akin to saying nothing at all. If we proceed in this manner, what if Gigi becomes upset and refuses to acknowledge us? Are we beastmen to resort to coercion against Gigi? Suania pondered, exasperated. Then do you have a better solution to this matter? If so, kindly propose it now, lest you find yourself in the same predicament as Nangong Zetian once the fox cub in Gigi's belly is born. Shiruya's words left Suania momentarily speechless. Indeed, Nangong Zetian already had 3 little cubs, yet because he had not won Gigi's heart, those 3 little wolf cubs wished to bury their father alive. If the little cubs in Gigi's belly are born and, like the 3 cubs of Nangong Zetian, do not favor their own father, what will happen if they bury him alive? At the thought of this, Sonia couldn't help but shudder. He certainly did not wish to be buried alive by his own offspring. Just as the atmosphere grew thick with silence, Stephen, unable to contain his displeasure, stood up and pointed an accusing finger at Sylvia. Sylvia, your mental prowess has reached the esteemed 4S level, and even Nangong Zetian's mental strength attained that level during the battle at Hangu. Yet I am left with a mere 3S level. Are you attempting to exclude me from this law? Let me tell you, if I cannot become the contract partner of Xiaoya, then you shall all remain single. Stephen, is it that your mental power cannot truly reach 4S, or have you been suppressing your abilities, afraid to ascend? You know the answer to that yourself. I've said my piece. As for what you choose to do, ponder at your leisure. After all, I am currently Gigi's lawful husband, and I have entrusted all my assets to her. As long as I desire, I shall remain by her side for eternity. With a scoff, Sylvia was the first to leave, turning back with a glint of cunning in her eyes. She hoped these foolish individuals would heed her words. If they did, they would never win the heart of Ouyang Xiaozhi. Chapter 119. Child support. Watching Sylvia depart, Stephen fell into a contemplative silence before finally uttering, what if another orc with 4S mental strength and considerable wealth emerges on the Beast World continent? Can we truly allow him to approach Xiaoya? If such a being were to appear, I would eliminate him without hesitation. After casting a cold glance at Stephen, Saren also took his leave. Left behind were Nangong Zetian, Stephen, and Sonia, their faces reflecting their discontent. though they were swayed by Sylvia's words. They understood that if they disregarded Ouyang Xiaoji's wishes and exploited their power to become her lawful husband, they might lose even the fragile warmth they had managed to maintain. Ouyang Xiaoji had not exhibited overt disdain for her pregnancy, which was a testament to the lingering feelings she held for them. Should they follow Sylvia's advice and forcibly claim her as their legal wife through the law, any remaining affection she harbored would surely dissipate. Realizing this, the three exchanged glances, acknowledging that Sylvia was indeed trying to ensnare them right before their eyes. After all, Sylvia was already Ji's lawful husband. When had he ever been so benevolent as to resolve their relationship with her? That cunning fox. Why does Sylvia's scheme seem so transparent to me now? Why then did that wretched mermaid agree with him? Stephen questioned in confusion. It was not mere agreement. That mermaid sought to use Sylvia's hand to eradicate us all. Once he is rid of three rivals, do you think he would spare Sylvia? Nun Gong Shitian replied coldly. Sylvia was indeed shrewd. He was aware of their eagerness to cultivate a relationship with Ji. Thus, he would exploit their impatience, pushing them to use their authority to compel Ji. In the end, Sylvia would claim that he had become Ji's lawful husband, distancing himself from the conflict while placing the blame squarely on their shoulders. Sylvia is truly calculating, Sonia remarked, noticing the increasingly dark expression on Nangong Zetian's face. All right, everyone disperse. Ji is carrying my fox cub. I must fetch her some nutritious supplements. With Sonia's departure, Nangong Zetian followed suit, knowing he must remain vigilant. After all, Sylvia's cunning was boundless. Last to leave, Stephen stood before Ouyang Xiaoji's door, listening to her laughter with the cubs inside, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not take action against her while she was pregnant. Who could say what fate awaited them once her fox cubs were born? The next morning, Ouyang Xiaoji stared blankly at the stack of documents before her, bewildered as she looked at Nangong Zetian, Sonia, and Saren. What does this mean? Ji, you have given birth to 3 children for me. Thus, regardless of your feelings towards me, I must entrust these assets to you. If, in the end, you cannot accept me, then these assets will serve as a means of support for you and the children. Meeting Nangong Zetian's sincere gaze, Ouyang Xiaoji opened the stack of documents. Despite her limited education, the multitude of properties, shares, and various mineral rights astonished her, far exceeding her expectations of the financial capabilities of the Xuelang family, one of the 4 great noble families. Ji, for the children's sake and for your own, please sign, Sonia urged. As Ouyang Xiaoji hesitated, fearing a trap set by Nangong Zetian, Hong stepped forward to examine the documents. Finding nothing amiss, he presented them to Ouyang Xiaoji. Mom, please sign quickly. If it's free, why not take it? Facing Hong Wen's serious expression, Ouyang Xiaoji found it amusing. It felt as though their roles had reversed, with her child checking for obstacles on her behalf. Fine, if it's free, I shall take it. As soon as Ouyang Xiaoji completed her signature, Sonia pushed aside the documents brought by Nangong Zetian and placed another stack before her. Ji, although I was at fault last time, you are now carrying my cub. Thus, whether as compensation or a gesture of gratitude, you must accept these. Consider it child support. Flipping through briefly, but finding it incomprehensible, Ouyang Xiaoji deemed it best to leave the document review to her 3 little wolf cubs. Once they found no issues, she finally signed. The children were right. She had no qualms about receiving more funds. With money, she could provide a better living environment for her children. Next came the documents handed to her by Saren. As Hongwen opened the file, his curiosity about Saren's identity grew with each property record he perused. Apart from being the behind-the-scenes power of the Ocean Group, what other assets did he possess on land? How could he be so wealthy? However, since these were for their mother and the documents carried no additional conditions, adhering to the principle of not passing up free resources, Hongwen nodded to Ouyang Xiaoji, prompting her to sign. Saren observed Ouyang Xiaoji's signature, a glimmer of relief flashing in his blue eyes. Fortunately, the 3 little wolf cubs were still young and had yet to consider the management and transfer of these assets post-signature. With his understanding of Ji, he knew she had never learned about asset management. Therefore, he could take the initiative to teach her, thus creating opportunities for them to spend time together. As time passes in companionship, it is inevitable that Ji will eventually soften her heart and forgive him. Raising her gaze, she exchanged a glance with Nangong Zetian and Sonia before they promptly turned and exited, wary of lingering too long. They feared that Ouyang Xiaozhi might realize their presence and return those property transfer documents to them. Once the door closed, Ouyang Xiaozhi rested her chin on her hand, observing the array of documents laid out before her. She casually flipped through a few pages and remarked, Xiao Wan, regarding this substantial wealth and shares in mines, Mother simply lacks the capacity to manage it. I fear that within a few years, I might end up losing it all. Mother, you need not worry, Hongwen reassured her, handing her a glass of water. We have been studying property management for 5 years now, and we have an exceptionally talented team to assist us with these matters. Therefore, there's no need for you to be anxious about managing these assets. After all, you still have us. Hearing her son's words, a glimmer of pride sparked in Ouyang Xiaozhi's eyes. Although she might not be the sharpest, how could her children be so remarkable and intelligent? A wave of pride surged within her as she embraced her 3 little wolf cubs, exclaiming, My dear ones, you are simply extraordinary, so incredibly brilliant. You surpass your mother by 1,000, 10,000, even 1,000,000,000 times. Ha, Mother, that's not true. To us, you are the smartest and the greatest. Ha. My sons, you're truly adorable. Outside, as Nangong Zetian, Sonia, and Siren overheard the conversation among the 4. Their expressions darkened. What is happening? Aren't those 3 little wolf cubs only 8 years old? When did they learn about property management? With this thought, suspicion crept into Sonia, and Siren's gazes directed at Nangong Zetian. Could it be that this fellow had been deceiving them? If those 3 cubs were so capable, what relevance did the assets handed to Gigi hold? Don't look at me like that. I've never taught them these things. In the Shuelang clan, all we taught them were methods to enhance combat prowess and mental strength. Then who taught them? Are these 3 little wolf cubs truly self-taught? Sonia questioned through gritted teeth. It was I who instructed them. Following the voice, the trio spotted Sylvia standing at the end of the corridor, sipping tea. Upon seeing her ostentatious demeanor, Nangong Zetian's expression darkened. No wonder yesterday, when he was sorting through the assets, Sylvia had exhibited that peculiar smile upon seeing them. It appeared she had anticipated today's events and had been waiting to witness their folly. Handing her teacup to a servant, Sylvia approached Nangong Zetian and the others with a composed smile, saying, Nangong Zetian, when the children were small, I had already taught them the strategies of beast world combat. Now that they are 8, your assets are as simple for them as drinking water or eating. To think you would attempt to use those paltry assets to trouble Gigi, hoping to deepen your relationship with her. As long as I am here, your endeavors will be nothing more than a daydream. Sylvia's words rendered the expressions of Nangong Zetian and his companions increasingly grim. Yet before they could retort, her next statement plunged them further into dismay. By the way, Nangong Zetian, when the little ones were very young, I entrusted them with the entire estate of the Great Eagle clan. By the 2nd year of their return to the Shuelang clan, they were already managing the bothersome assets of the Great Eagle clan. Oh, and thanks to their management, the value of the Great Eagle assets has significantly increased. With a sly smile, Sylvia departed swiftly, fearing that if she lingered, she might incur the wrath of the irate trio. Meanwhile, Stephen, who had been standing downstairs clutching a box of property transfer documents, turned back quietly upon hearing Sylvia's remarks. That featherless bird certainly had a knack for creating trouble without making a sound. If only he could possess even half of Sylvia's cunning. After dinner, feeling fatigued from her pregnancy, the 3 little wolf cubs took their younger siblings out to sleep. Lying in bed, Ouyang Xiaozhi, who had initially been very sleepy, found herself wide awake. Feeling somewhat deflated, she sat up, her gaze vacant. Suddenly, a soft, furry sensation at her feet startled her. Instinctively, she retreated, clutching her blanket, and upon pulling it aside, she discovered a small fox with 9 fiery tails. The tails danced gracefully like a peacock's plumage, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, rendering the fox breathtakingly beautiful. Sonia, Ouyang Xiaozhi tentatively called out. However, the fox, seemingly unable to comprehend her words, elegantly approached her and plopped down on the bed, tilting its head and gazing at her with wide, innocent black eyes. Sonia, Ouyang Xiaozhi. Yet, much like before, the fox simply stared at her, devoid of any human-like gestures or expressions. Chapter 121. Suspicion it appeared that this was a wild fox, not Sonia, which relieved Ouyang Xiaozhi. Tentatively extending her hand to stroke the fox's tail, she found that it showed no signs of distress. Gradually, she cradled the little fox in her arms. Fluffy creatures are universally adored by children, and she was no exception. As she caressed the fox's head, The delightful texture brought her joy. The little fox was impeccably clean and exuded a unique fragrance. Watching the obedient little fox nestled in her embrace lifted her spirits. Curiosity piqued, she lifted the fox's tail to discern its gender, but the little fox evaded her grasp. You can be shy too. Ouyang Xiaozhi laughed at the sight of the little fox, now on the opposite side, covering its face with its paws. This little fox was simply too adorable. All right, I shall not concern myself with whether you are male or female. Come here and let me hold you, she teased the little fox. Before long, the drowsiness that had previously eluded her enveloped her as she succumbed to sleep, cradling the little fox. Once Ouyang Xiaozhi's breathing steadied, the little fox in her arms transformed into the Sonia she had long suspected. Gently brushing her cheek with a paw, a glimmer of amusement crossed Sonia's eyes. It seemed the butler was indeed correct. The youthful beast form of a beast man could indeed win the affection of a young female. Gigi was pregnant, and he had heard from Pinard that she was carrying 3 little cubs. These 3 cubs would require their father's mental reassurance. However, Gigi currently exhibited a strong aversion towards him, thus he could only approach her in this manner. He hoped that, through prolonged companionship, Gigi would soon come to favor him. Bending down, he softly kissed Ouyang Xiaozhi's forehead before gently enveloping her in his arms to provide her with mental solace. After a night of peaceful slumber, the following morning, after breakfast, Ouyang Xiaozhi pulled aside Sonia's butler to inquire further. Butler, may I ask you something? Please, my lady. Just call me by my name. Do not refer to me as my lady. It sounds rather odd. Very well. Gigi, what do you need from me? With a slight pursing of her lips, Ouyang Xiaozhi softly inquired. Butler, are all the beastmen of the Baihu clan white in their beast form? Indeed, Gigi, like our name. The fur of the beastmen of the Baihu clan is entirely white. Is there a specific reason for your inquiry? In response to the butler's curiosity, Ouyang Xiaozhi quickly waved her hand. It's nothing. I was merely asking. After offering a smile to the butler, Ouyang Xiaozhi realized she had been overthinking. This morning, when she awoke, the fiery red little fox was not at her bedside. After inquiring with the servants, they too had seen no sign of any little fox. The little fox that had mysteriously appeared in her room and vanished without a trace instinctively led Ouyang Xiaozhi to think of Sonia. After all, that fellow was indeed part of the Baihu clan, and Sonia's beast form was also a fox. Now that the butler had mentioned that all beastmen of the Baihu clan were white, the fiery red little fox that had shown up last night must surely have been a wild fox. Amused, Ouyang Xiaozhi shook her head and decided not to dwell on the matter. Later that night, the fiery red little fox reappeared at the foot of her bed. Ouyang Xiaozhi sat up, cradling the little fox closely in her arms, and promptly dialed Sonia's communication. She was eager to ascertain whether this little fox was indeed the cunning male fox belonging to Sonia. However, when a video call connected and Ouyang Xiaozhi beheld Sonia lounging in a bath, his bare torso exposed, her cheeks flushed crimson. Gigi, calling me so late. Do you miss me? If you do, I can come over to keep you company right now. As he spoke, Sonia's fox-like eyes playfully winked at Ouyang Xiaozhi through the screen. No, I don't need your company. I intended to send a message to the children and accidentally contacted you instead. I'm going to bed now. Farewell. Upon ending the call, Ouyang Xiaozhi's face remained aflame. The image of Sonia, languidly reclining in the bath and casting flirtatious glances her way, made her feel the warmth rush to her cheeks. She patted her flushed face and looked down at the obedient little fox in her arms, unable to suppress a chuckle. It seemed she had been overly suspicious, mistaking such an innocent little fox for Sonia's mischievous self. With a twinkle in her eye, Ouyang Xiaozhi kissed the little fox, and in no time, she drifted back to sleep. Once she was sound asleep, the little fox in her arms transformed into Sonia. With a soft chuckle, he playfully flicked Ouyang Xiaozhi's forehead, unable to conceal the mirth in his eyes. Today, when Gigi tested the butler, he had sensed her suspicion towards him. Thus, he had deliberately left several holographic projections to counter her unexpected inquiry. Thankfully, his caution proved effective. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. The following morning, when Ouyang Xiaozhi awoke to find the little fox absent, she likely assumed it had run off, no longer suspecting Sonia. During a stroll after lunch, Ouyang Xiaozhi fortuitously encountered Sonia. Gigi, I knew you missed me last night when you called. Look, I've come to see you today. Ouyang Xiaozhi brushed aside Sonia's grin, feeling somewhat flustered. Sonia, I told you last night, I mistakenly contacted you. It was an error. Really? I thought perhaps you were lonely and needed my warmth to keep you company. What a pity that you do not appreciate such a splendid offer. As he spoke, Sonia leaned closer to Ouyang Xiao Ji, but before she could react, he was shoved aside. Do you lack bones? Why are you always leaning towards Ji Ji? Ouyang Xiao Ji turned to see Nangong Zetian, who draped a light cloak over her shoulders. Ji Ji, the wind has picked up. Be careful not to catch cold. Thank you, Zetian. Ouyang Xiao Ji looked up at the silent Nangong Zetian, her heart swirling with complex emotions. Since he had moved here, he had quietly attended to her needs, but rarely spoke a word. Unless she inquired, he remained taciturn. Nangong Zetian's demeanor oddly reminded her of the term straight man. His character, acting without words, seemed akin to that of a straight man in many respects. Sonia, having been pushed aside, felt a pang of dissatisfaction as he observed the subtle chemistry between Ouyang Xiao Ji and Nangong Zetian. He interjected directly in front of Nangong Zetian, leaning against Ouyang Xiao Ji like a boneless creature. Ji Ji, if you need my warmth tonight, remember to call me. I am at your service, and I guarantee your satisfaction. No need. I have a wild fox that keeps me company every night. I don't require your warmth. After pushing Sonia away, Ouyang Xiao Ji smiled at Nangong Zetian before walking back. Once she had departed, Nangong Zetian turned to Sonia and remarked, Sonia, the little fox Ji Ji mentioned, it wouldn't happen to be you, would it? In response to Nangong Zetian's scrutinizing gaze, Sonia maintained a composed smile. Nangong Zetian, Jai Jian is no fool. She recently acquired a little fox, and, concerned it might be me, even held that little fox while calling me. Do you think I possess the ability to split myself into two, one half as a beast, and the other half chatting with Ji Ji? Before Nangong Zetian could inquire further, Sonia strode away. After Sonia's departure, Nangong Zetian's eyes narrowed slightly. Ji Ji's room was protected by the 4 great families in Sairon, such that not even a mosquito could enter. It was implausible for a wild fox to have wandered into Ji Ji's room. It seemed he would indeed need to confront that troublesome wild fox tonight. Chapter 122. The Fight. That evening, as Ouyang Xiao Ji emerged from the bathroom, she noticed 2 small creatures perched on her bed. One was the fiery red little fox, while the other was a snow-white puppy. They stood facing each other on either side of the bed, their fur bristled, baring their teeth and emitting the distinctive warning sounds of beasts. Upon hearing the bathroom door open, both little creatures promptly sat down on the bed, blinking adorably at Ouyang Xiao Ji. Had she not seen them clearly as she emerged, Ouyang Xiao Ji would have thought she was imagining things. It turned out that these 2 adorable little beings were merely putting on a facade. Approaching the bed, Ouyang Xiao Ji first patted the little fox's head before turning her attention to the puppy on the other side. Finding the puppy to be endearing and seemingly harmless, she pulled it into her embrace. As she stroked the puppy's clean body, a familiar scent wafted from it. It was evident that this little puppy was not wild, but rather domesticated. Who could have brought it to her room? Initially, Ouyang Xiao Ji considered taking the puppy outside to ask the servants who had delivered it to her chamber. However, realizing it was getting late, she decided against it. Instead, she affectionately patted the heads of both the puppy and the little fox before pulling the covers over herself to sleep. She would inquire about the puppy with the servants tomorrow. As Ouyang Xiao Ji succumbed to slumber, her small puppy and little fox gradually shifted their bodies and leaped out of the window. When the window was closed from the outside, an intense sound of combat erupted in the courtyard. The shadow guard stationed outside Ouyang Xiao Ji's window, upon witnessing the fierce struggle below, paused in astonishment for a moment before retrieving some snacks from their ring storage and consuming them with impassive expressions. They had suspected all along that the red phantoms they had observed each morning were no mere figments of their imagination. It turned out to be the head of the Sonia family. For some time, they had been concerned about the security of the area due to the appearance of that phantom. Now, seeing the heads of the Shuelang clan and the Baihu clan engaged in battle, they felt reassured. After all, they were all on the same side, were they not? Nangong Zetian and Sonia fought throughout the night, with nearly everyone secretly enjoying the spectacle. They were eager to ascertain whether Nangong Zetian of the Shuelang clan or Sonia of the Baihu clan would emerge victorious. In the end, neither could claim supremacy after a night of conflict. Alas, it had truly been a futile anticipation. While having breakfast, Ouyang Xiao Ji observed the yawning Qi Li with curiosity and inquired, Qi Li, did you not rest well last night? You have yawned several times already this morning. Indeed, Ji Ji, I was engrossed in gaming all night and only fell asleep this morning, Qi Li replied, yawning once more. By the way, Qi Li, a small puppy appeared in my room last night. Could you help me find out who delivered it? Ouyang Xiao Ji's words caused Qi Li to pause momentarily. He turned back, lips pursed, and said, Ji, do not worry. I will inquire shortly. After speaking with Qi Li, Ouyang Xiao Ji turned to the 6 children who were on the verge of dozing off. Hongwen, did you all not rest well last night? Why do you appear so fatigued? Mother, we studied all night and only rested when the sun rose, Hongwen explained, taking a sip of the iced water on the table to invigorate himself. Hearing the children's words, Ouyang Xiao Ji felt an overwhelming pang of compassion. Her children were already so understanding. Why were they so diligent in their studies as well? She gently touched the almost asleep Saidi and extracted the fruit from his mouth, advising, Hongwen, you all should study within your limits. Do not stay up so late any longer. If you do not rest well at night, how will you have the energy to learn during the day? If you do not wish to eat, then do not. Hurry and take your younger brothers to rest. All right, mother. After exchanging pleasantries with Ouyang Xiao Ji, the 3 little wolf cubs each carried a small fish and headed toward the bedroom. Outside the manor, Stephen observed the bruised faces of Nangong, Zhetian, and Sonia, chuckling coldly. For the past few days, as Sylvia and Cyrun had gone out to attend to matters, he had only returned that morning. Upon his return, he learned that Nangong, Zhetian, and that flirtatious fox, Sonia, had transformed into their juvenile beast forms and had been courting the Xiaoya female in her room. They had even fought all night over her affection. Observing their battered appearance, Stephen felt a surge of irritation. While they were out, these 2 had undoubtedly taken advantage of their juvenile forms to gain favor with Xiaoya. You damned wolf dog, and you flirtatious fox. We had previously agreed that none of us would approach Xiaoya until she had given birth to her cubs. Yet, you took advantage of my absence to indulge yourselves. Stephen glared at the silent Nangong, Zhetian, and Sonia, continuing, now that I have returned, I will guard Xiaoya's door tonight. If either of you dares to sneak in, I shall break your legs. With that, Stephen snorted haughtily and strode away. Sonia nudged Nangong Zhetian, saying, Hey, little wolf dog, do you think Stephen will actually stay outside Gigi's door tonight? If it were you, would you be able to remain composed outside? I'm going to rest. There will be a good show tonight. Chapter 123. Quite the entertaining affair. A smirk played at the corners of Nangong, Zhetian's mouth as he walked directly toward his castle. That foolish Stephen thought they were oblivious to his scheming? Since he had willingly offered himself up, what objections could they possibly raise? Nangong Zhetian rubbed his shoulders, letting out a hiss. That wretched fox, Sonia, was indeed too ruthless. Later that evening, as Ouyang Xiao Ji emerged from the bathroom, curious about the absence of the little fox and puppy from the previous night, she noticed a large lump under her blanket. Assuming the little fox and puppy had burrowed beneath the covers, she set down her towel and bent to pull back the blanket. In the next moment, she found herself staring directly into a pair of golden eyes. Upon seeing the large coil resembling a snake beneath the blanket, Ouyang Xiao Ji instinctively stepped back. As she retreated, the snake rose up, advancing a step toward her. Instantly, cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Realizing she was at a safe distance, Ouyang Xiao Ji could no longer suppress her fear and screamed loudly, Help! There's a snake! At her cry, Sonia and Nangong Zhetian, who had been waiting outside, rushed into the room. They swiftly opened the cage, pinched the snake at its vital point, and placed it inside the cage, executing the actions seamlessly and without hesitation. Sonia looked at the snake, trying to escape the cage, and gently remarked, Stephen, Gigi is so afraid of your beast form. Do you think if she knew that this snake was you, she would be even more frightened of you in the future? Sonia's words caused the snake in the cage to instantly calm down, coiling itself into a spiral and feigning death. Gigi, it's all right now. We have captured the snake. Ouyang Xiao Ji lifted her head, instinctively gripping Nangong Zhetian's arm as her hands trembled uncontrollably. Yes, Gigi, look, the snake is already in the cage. You need not be afraid. Go rest now. Upon seeing the cage Sonia had placed before her, Ouyang Xiao Ji instinctively burrowed into Nangong Zhetian's embrace. Sonia, quickly take it away, please. Sonia glanced at Nangong Zhetian, who was tenderly holding Ouyang Xiao Ji, and felt a surge of displeasure. He had been waiting for this moment, expecting to claim the credit for capturing the snake. Sonia was unwilling, and Stephen in the cage was even less pleased. Not only had he failed to win the affection of Xiaoya that night, but he had also instilled such fear in her, allowing Nangong Zhetian to reap the benefits. Yet, he was too afraid to emerge from the cage, fearing Ouyang Xiao Ji's disdain. Therefore, Stephen raised his head and hissed at Sonia. Ji, do not be afraid. I will dispose of this foolish creature right now. Saying this, Sonia walked to the window and unceremoniously threw the cage down. Looking down at the shattered remnants of the cage and the now human form, Stephen silently cursing him, Sonia smirked triumphantly before swiftly closing the window. The shadow guards of the Tongue Shi clan, concealed in the darkness, observed their lord's misfortune and silently chuckled. Their lord should consider that the beast forms favored by females were predominantly fluffy, not the forms of cold-blooded creatures like them. Now it is well. The attempt to steal a chicken has resulted in a loss of rice. As if sensing the amusement of his hidden guards, Sita Fin shot a fierce glare into the shadows, and in an instant, the guards who had been mocking their master vanished into the darkness. Looking up at Ouyang Xiaoji's room, Sita Fin felt increasingly uncomfortable. His beastly form was indeed quite handsome. His scales were as beautiful as jewels. Yet that little sub-female lacked discernment, preferring that dead fox and foolish dog. Contemplating that Nangong Zetian and Suania were still in Ouyang Xiaoji's room, Sita Fin hurriedly dashed through the main entrance towards her chamber. After retreating from Nangong Zetian's embrace, Ouyang Xiaoji gazed at her bed, and even with 100 times more courage, she would not dare to sleep upon it again. Sensing her fear, Nangong Zetian's eyes flickered slightly as he softly inquired, "Gigi, if you feel scared, why not come rest at my place for the night? Tomorrow, when my servants finish checking here, you can return. Come to my place. I have plenty of empty rooms. And I assure you, I will not lay a finger on you." Suania squeezed past Nangong Zetian, leaning close to Ouyang Xiaoji with earnestness. "Little sub-female, come to my place. My house is far superior to that of the dead fox." Bursting into the room, Sita Fin exclaimed angrily, "Sita Fin, are you out of your mind? Gigi is already terrified by that wretched snake, and now you want her to sleep in your lair? Do you wish for her to be nestled among snakes? I dare you to utter another word, and I shall strike you down," Sita Fin retorted, disregarding the quarrel between him and Suania. Nangong Zetian gently lowered his head and asked, "Gigi, it's quite late, and you must be tired. Why not rest at my place for the night?" "No, no," Ouyang Xiaoji exclaimed, observing the 3 men who had swiftly positioned themselves in front of her, ready to argue once more, and felt a headache coming on. "Stop. I'm going nowhere. I will rest right here." She turned to Nangong Zetian and said, "Zetian, could you help me change the bedding? I just feel uneasy sleeping on it." "Of course, I will do it right away." Seeing that the argument was futile, Sita Fin and Suania assisted Nangong Zetian. When Ouyang Xiaoji lay back down, Nangong Zetian settled beside her and said, "Gigi, do not be afraid. I will stay here to guard you tonight." Before Ouyang Xiaoji could express her gratitude, Suania plopped down on the other side of the bed, declaring, "Gigi, I will keep you company here. Little sub-female, if these 2 dogs do not leave, then neither will I," Sita Fin added, ignoring Ouyang Xiaoji's protests as he unceremoniously flopped onto the other side of the bed. Glancing at the 3 men occupying her bed, Ouyang Xiaoji's earlier feelings of gratitude vanished without a trace. She pulled the covers and urged Nangong Zetian and Suania deeper into the bed, saying, "Come, sleep well. I shall cover you." Confused, Nangong Zetian and Suania could only comply, lying down as directed. On the other side, Sita Fin observed Ouyang Xiaoji's actions, his eyes lighting up with excitement. This little sub-female, usually so gentle, turned out to be quite playful at night. 3 at once. Who would she choose first? Chapter 124. Heart to heart, just as Sita Fin was lost in his musings, brimming with excitement, Ouyang Xiaoji smiled at the 3 men lying side by side on the bed and said, "Well then, I shall relinquish the bed to you. Please keep an eye out for any snakes that may still be lurking tonight. I shall manage to squeeze in with my treasures." With that, she immediately wiped the smile from her face and left without looking back, locking the door behind her. The 3 men, lying on the bed, stared blankly at the now-closed door. They turned back to face one another, their expressions quickly morphing into disdain. Suania, lying in the middle, instinctively unleashed his mental power towards the others. However, the clash of their mental energies soon shattered the bed into a flurry of fluff. In the room filled with floating feathers, Nangong Zetian, Suania, and Sita Fin could only stand there, speechless. They had hoped to comfort Ouyang Xiaoji under the pretense of staying in her room. Yet here they were, 3 grown men sharing a bed. If anyone were to discover this, their reputations would be utterly tarnished. Suania attempted to open the door, only to find it locked from the outside by Ouyang Xiaoji. He could have easily forced it open with a light tap, but fearing her anger the next day, he opted to head toward the window instead. "Little fox cub, come out. Master. Sonia addressed the hidden guards standing behind him, pointing to the disarray in the room. Clean this up tonight and replace the furniture with identical pieces. Do not let Gigi notice any discrepancies. Understood, Master. After issuing the command, Sonia shot a disdainful glance at his companions and leaped out of the window. Once he departed, Nan Gongze Tian followed suit, leaving Si Tefin alone in the room, seated on the sofa, motionless. Little fox cub, hurry up and tidy this up. I've had a long day and need to rest. Si Tefin, are you not leaving? I will not leave. I am determined to sleep here tonight. Enough with the chatter. Hurry up and clean. Once the room was restored to its former state, Si Tefin lay down on the bed, staring at the canopy above, lost in thought. In the Tangsha clan, females typically gave birth to multiple offspring. Yet, why was it that his mother had only borne him? Growing up, he had always been under the care of the steward. His irresponsible parents had never cared for him, nor had he ever seen them. The only one he could call uncle, the former head of the family, Wei-er, had only visited him a few times when he was young. After that, Wei-er had vanished from his life as well. Perhaps, like his parents, Wei-er had abandoned him too. Every time he saw Ouyang Xiaoji with her 6 little cubs, envy welled up within him. How wonderful it would be if one day he could have a family of his own. Unfortunately, over a century ago, the female named Alia had merely used him. Even the little cub she carried had vanished with her death. If only Dahlia had given birth to that child after using him, at least he would have had someone to accompany him, no longer alone in this world. With a faint sigh, Si Tefin buried his head in the covers, slipping into slumber. In dreams, anything was possible. He would let himself drift into that realm for now. The next day, after breakfast, when Ouyang Xiaoji returned to her room, she found Si Tefin lying stiffly on her bed. She had assumed that after she left the previous day, Si Tefin would have departed alongside Nan Gongze Tian and Suan Ya. Now that breakfast time had passed, why was he still here? Remembering that she had agreed to let Si Tefin stay, she felt hesitant to wake him. As she turned to leave, leaving the door open for Si Tefin, he caught her hand. Little sub-female, I wish to speak with you. Turning to meet Si Tefin's earnest gaze, Ouyang Xiaoji took a seat at the edge of the bed, awaiting his words. What do you wish to say? I am listening. Xiao Jiasi, I am aware that you are not lacking in wealth or in admirers who shower you with flattery. However, I must still inquire whether you would grant me the privilege of bearing a child, one who could accompany me through life. Gazing into Stephen's golden eyes, Ouyang Xiaoji felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Though she wished to avoid being a vessel for others, she found herself compelled by various circumstances to fulfill that very role. Just months ago, she was infuriated by Nan Gongze Tian and his companions, who had reduced her existence to that of a breeding machine. Yet, 2 months later, under the influence of blood charm's effects, she found herself pregnant with Sonia's child. Deep down, she recognized that what transpired between her and Sonia could not be solely blamed on Sonia. The primary cause lay in her own folly of consuming that cup of tea laced with blood charm, which led to their entanglement and ultimately to her pregnancy. Turning to Stephen's golden gaze, Ouyang Xiaoji questioned, Stephen, if you desire companionship, why not marry a wife? After all, it is only your wife who can truly accompany you throughout your life. With a scoff, Stephen released her hand and reclined back upon the bed, his eyes vacantly fixed on the void. Shall you see, aside from being worthless in your presence, I am quite sought after outside. After all, I am the head of the Tangsha clan. There could be an entire misty grassland filled with females eager to become my wife. Sighing softly, Stephen continued, those females do not genuinely care for me. They are enamored with my power and wealth. Should I meet my demise one day, they might rejoice, for they would be poised to inherit my fortune. Thus, I have concluded that having a child to accompany me would be preferable. Even if I were to pass, at least my offspring would shed a few tears for their father. Stephen's words stirred a sense of pity and helplessness within Ouyang Xiaoji. He yearned for a child, yet his heightened spiritual power hindered him from achieving that desire. Meanwhile, she was burdened by her own exceptional fertility, which forced her into entanglements with several men. Stephen, there is no emotional bond between us. I truly cannot bear your child. Upon hearing Ouyang Xiaoji's response, Stephen laughed heartily, turning to her with a glimmer of mischief. Shall you see, to be frank, I hold a certain admiration for those 4 scoundrels, Nan Gongze Tian and his ilk. They have you firmly in their grasp, yet refrain from acting upon their feelings. Honestly, were it not for their constant protection of you, I would be tempted to abduct you to the Tangsha clan and compel you to bear my offspring. Chapter 125. Shedding Scales. Listening to Stephen's taunts, Ouyang Xiaoji couldn't help but chuckle. Each time she witnessed Stephen argue with Nan Gong's Tion and the others, his voice was the loudest, his words the sharpest. Yet he was often the one left at a disadvantage. It was only last night that she noticed something amiss. How could her room attract a parade of small creatures that ventured in at midnight? From tiny foxes to playful puppies. The most outrageous was a snake that had slithered beneath her blankets. Just as she let out a terrified scream, Nan Gong's Tion and Sonia rushed in, armed with tools to assist her in capturing the snake. Their movements were fluid and seamless. Recalling this, Ouyang Xiaoji chuckled softly. She teased Stephen, saying, "Stephen, that snake from last night must have been you." At her words, Stephen's body stiffened momentarily. However, fearing that Ouyang Xiaoji might notice his discomfort, he swiftly pulled the blanket over his head. Watching his comical display, Ouyang Xiaoji couldn't suppress her amusement as she tugged at the blanket covering him. "Stephen, that snake from last night was definitely you. And so what if it was?" Stephen shot back, sitting upright in bed, pointing a finger at her in indignation. "I've told you, Xiaoyi, you have no taste, preferring those furry creatures. Have you considered that those furry beastmen shed fur and are rather unattractive? None can compare to my splendid tail." Noticing the laughter in Ouyang Xiaoji's eyes, Stephen realized that she had not taken his words to heart. Frustrated, he transformed, and a massive tail erupted from the bed, filling the entire space. The sight of Stephen, part human, part serpent, emerged before Ouyang Xiaoji. The weight of his tail was such that it crushed the newly acquired bed beneath it. As Ouyang Xiaoji lost her balance, she instinctively grasped at the empty air. Failing to seize anything, she found herself lifted by Stephen's embrace. In that moment of shock, their gazes locked, and Stephen scrutinized her, disdain evident in his expression. "Xiaoyi, you claim to be unattractive and ill-tempered, yet your standards are incredibly high. I have already stated that if you do not wish to marry me, you may take me as your male lover, or rather, your male fourth, if you prefer. And yet, you reject even that." Ouyang Xiaoji, noticing the disdain in Stephen's eyes, chuckled instead of getting angry. This head of the tongue, she clan, was remarkably simple-minded. He expressed whatever was on his mind. In being with him, one need not worry about being deceived. "Stephen, could you kindly set me down before we continue this conversation?" "Absolutely not," he declared, wrapping her gently with his serpent tail and lifting her into the air. "Xiaoyi, now touch my tail, and by your conscience, tell me if it is not beautiful." Gazing at the tail coiling around her, its golden scales shimmering in the sunlight streaming through the window, Ouyang Xiaoji raised her eyes to Stephen's furious countenance. For a fleeting moment, she found that serpents were not so terrifying after all. "Very well, Lord Stephen. Your tail is indeed the most beautiful in the entire beast realm, all right? Do you truly mean that?" "Indeed, truly, and I cannot emphasize that enough. Stephen, I've declared your tail beautiful. Now, will you please set me down?" Stephen observed Ouyang Xiaoji, suspended in the air by his tail, and detected the evident teasing in her tone. After a moment's contemplation, he revealed a mischievous grin. Suddenly, Ouyang Xiaoji's astonished gaze met the sight of Stephen's upper body transforming into a colossal serpent's head. The massive head, with its long flickering tongue and piercing golden eyes, locked onto Ouyang Xiaoji. "Xiaoyi, do you still find me appealing?" Hearing that chilling voice and seeing the enormous head before her, Ouyang Xiaoji instinctively swallowed hard. Overcome by fear, she let out a scream and, in a moment of desperation, bit down on the tip of the gigantic serpent's tail. The sharp crack echoed through the air, and amid Stephen's incredulous stare, the door swung open as Nan Gong's Tion, Sonia, and their allies rushed into the room. All fell silent in that charged atmosphere, where one could hear a heartbeat. The tranquility was shattered by Stephen's furious roar. Sonia leaped into the air, grabbing Ouyang Xiaoji and pulling her aside just in time to witness Stephen, transformed into a part human, part serpent, clutching the section of his tail that Ouyang Xiaoji had bitten, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at her. He picked up the snake scale that had fallen to the ground, now split in two, and instantly a veil of mist clouded his golden eyes. "Xiaoyi, Ouyang Xiaoji, you ugly creature. How dare you bite off my scale?" he lamented, his voice filled with anguish. Hearing Stephen's pained roar, Nan Gong's Etienne and Sonia couldn't help but burst into laughter. Stephen was particularly vain about his golden tail, often indulging in various grooming products to maintain its luster. Whenever they sparred with him, they were always careful to avoid his tail, fearful of provoking this stubborn fellow into a relentless pursuit of vengeance. Now, however, Gigi, a mere female, had audaciously bitten off one of Stephen's scales. Trouble was inevitably brewing. Chapter 126. The Overlord Rabbit Standing on the Ground. Ouyang Xiao Ji felt a twinge of embarrassment upon witnessing the mighty beast man, Stephen, in tears. Had she perhaps gone a bit too far? How could she have bullied a beast man to the point of tears? Hesitantly, she approached Stephen, tentatively taking the shattered scale from his hands and softly suggesting, "Stephen, don't cry. Perhaps I could use some glue to fix it. It might even look quite nice." Her words only provoked more laughter from Nangong's Etienne and Sonia. In response to their mockery, Stephen angrily grabbed a lock of Ouyang Xiao Ji's hair and retorted, "You little female. I ought to shave you bald right now and put a wig on you. How about that?" Alarmed, Ouyang Xiao Ji instinctively stepped back, genuinely fearing that in his fury, Stephen might indeed carry out his threat. "You can't do it. So how could I?" Stephen snapped, reclaiming his scale from her grasp. His eyes once again filled with grievance. He turned to her, his gaze accusing, as if she had committed some unforgivable sin. "Stephen, you were the one who frightened me first. I only bit your tail out of shock," she defended herself. Stephen placed the 2 pieces of scale before her, gritting his teeth as he said, "You ugly creature, my mental strength is at the peak of 3S. My scales are harder than Teclin metal. What on earth are your rabbit teeth made of that they could bite my scale in two?" He stared intently into her mouth, seeking to discern the structure of her teeth with his naked eye. Instinctively, she covered her mouth with one hand while pushing Stephen's head away with the other. "Stephen, I've already bitten off your scale. How do you want me to compensate you?" she inquired. "Compensate? How can you possibly compensate for such precious scales with money? Do I look like I'm in need of it?" he shouted, his voice hoarse with indignation. "What do you want me to do? I've bitten it off, and I can't just stick it back on." "Ouyang Xiao," Ji exclaimed, which only deepened Stephen's sense of grievance. He gazed at the scale in his hand, and then at Ouyang Xiao Ji, his expression casting her as a villain beyond redemption. "You ugly creature. Until my new scales grow back, you'll help me care for my tail every day, understand? Care for your tail? I don't know how," she protested. "What if I find someone else to help you?" "No," Stephen firmly rejected. "You made a mistake, so you must take responsibility. It's basic courtesy, do you understand?" Before Ouyang Xiao Ji could defend herself further, Sonia stepped in front of her and addressed Stephen. "Stephen, Ji is pregnant and cannot be burdened. Why must you be so petty?" "Petty?" Stephen waved the scale in front of Sonia. "Fine. If you don't want me to be petty, then you cunning fox. Since you have 9 tails, why don't you cut one off? Then I 1T hold this against the ugly creature." Observing the escalating tension between them, Ouyang Xiao Ji sighed and stepped in, saying, "All right, enough of this bickering. Stephen, I'll agree to help you care for your tail. Is that acceptable?" "Good. Since you've agreed, from tomorrow onwards, you will help me care for my tail after breakfast every day. If you skip a session, I'll eat a little wolf cub today and a little fish cub tomorrow." Stephen's declaration narrowed Ouyang Xiao Ji's eyes. She menacingly lifted his tail to her mouth, threatening, "Stephen, dare to say that again. What are you going to eat?" Quickly retracting his tail, Stephen nervously swallowed. "I meant food. You ugly creature. Not only are you hideous, but your ears are also problematic." With that, he leaped out the window, fearing that if he lingered, Ouyang Xiao Ji's rabbit teeth would claim another scale. Watching him depart, Ouyang Xiao Ji exhaled softly. As she turned to face the now collapsed bed, she rushed to the window and called out to Stephen's retreating figure, "Stephen, you foolish snake, you better compensate me for the bed. Otherwise, I'll bite off another scale." From afar, Stephen's curses echoed back, calling her an ugly creature, a fierce tiger, a violent rabbit. Nangong's Etienne and Sonia exchanged helpless glances, then approached Ouyang Xiao Ji to offer comfort. Ji, you're carrying little ones. Don't be angry. I'll arrange for a better bed for you, all right?" "No. Whoever broke it must compensate," she insisted, grinding her teeth as she turned to the now vanished Stephen. "I truly was too merciful. I should have bitten off a few more of that scoundrel's scales." Her words caused both Nangong's Etienne and Sonia to shudder. He gently guided her to a chair and asked cautiously, "Ji, Stephen's scales are harder than Teclin metal. Are your teeth all right? What's hard about it?" "I bit it off, didn't I?" Ouyang Xiao Ji replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, the 6 children observing from the doorway couldn't help but shrink back at her words. "Big brother, I think Mama's teeth are really powerful. Last time she got angry, she bit Dada's wrist and made him bleed. Dada's skin is so tough. Mom bit him and didn't even chip a tooth." Sidesong's remark made the 3 little wolf cubs question whether their mother truly was a female with rabbit genes. A rabbit female? Was she really that formidable? Yet, why hadn't they ever heard of the Ouyang family's beast form? Also a rabbit, possessing such powerful teeth. Regardless of whether it was Sai Run, Nangongzetian, or Sylvia, their combat prowess and mental strength had all reached the 3S level, with Sai Ren even higher. Beastmen with mental strength exceeding 3S had exceptionally tough skin. But Ouyang Xiaoji, she had managed to injure Sai Run and others with merely her 2 rabbit teeth. Oh dear, even if their mother was a rabbit, she was certainly a rabbit overlord. The following day, after breakfast, Ouyang Xiaoji found herself perplexed by the assortment of bottles and jars presented before her by the serpent-tailed Stephen. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and take care of it, he urged, as he lounged on the golden bed he had received from the Tengsha clan. Chapter 127. A good mood the previous afternoon. The beastmen of the Tengsha clan had delivered a bed crafted entirely from gold. Due to its considerable weight, it required the combined effort of 4 beastmen to transport it. Upon its placement in the room, the wooden floor was immediately dented with 4 large impressions. Not only that, but the bed was adorned with a myriad of colorful gemstones that sparkled in the sunlight, nearly blinding her. While Ouyang Xiaoji had an affinity for gold, she feared that such a glaring bed would attract unwanted attention from thieves. Initially, she intended to move the bed to the storeroom. However, her 3 little fishlings took an immediate liking to it, compelling her to keep it. That night, as she lay upon the bed, a thought of opulence filled her mind. Should her finances dwindle in the future, she mused, she could simply saw off a piece each day to sustain herself. Bringing her thoughts back to the task at hand, Ouyang Xiaoji casually picked up a bottle, devoid of any labeling, and poured its contents on a Steven's serpentine tail. Hey, Violent Rabbit, you should first wipe your tail clean with a towel before massaging it. After that, apply the essential oil. Remember, start with the blue short bottle. That's the base. Then use the green tall bottle, which will make my scales even smoother and shinier. Lastly, use the one on the left. Listening to Steven's incessant chatter, Ouyang Xiaoji couldn't help but bare her teeth at him. The sound of her grinding teeth immediately silenced him. With the noise subsided, she poured some essential oil into her hands and applied it to Steven's tail. In the next moment, Steven's voice broke through once again. Ouyang Xiaoji, you ugly creature. Are you envious of the beauty of my tail? Is that why you're doing this on purpose? You think applying that oil directly to my wound will prevent my scales from growing back, turning me into an ugly creature like you? Steven, are you seeking death? Who are you calling ugly? I call you ugly. What's wrong with that? You look like this, and I can't say anything? What? You're not happy about it? Even if you're not, you can't outdo me. You fool, foolish snake. I see you're just asking for trouble. In a fit of rage, Ouyang Xiaoji bit down on her tail once more. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed throughout the estate. My scales, you dead rabbit. This isn't over. Steven roared, his eyes aflame as he lunged at Ouyang Xiaoji, brandishing the fragments of his scales. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? A beast man, acting all delicate with so many bottles to maintain his tail. Honestly, my skincare products don't even match half of yours. Ouyang Xiaoji, cradled in Sonia's arms, seized a bottle of essential oil and hurled it at Steven. Though she missed, the bottle shattered into pieces. My precious oil, you ugly creature. Violent Rabbit, I shall devour you. I dare you to try. Do you think I fear you, you delicate foolish snake? With that, Ouyang Xiaoji threw another bottle of essential oil at Steven, which again missed its target, resulting in yet another high-end essential oil meeting a tragic end. Unable to restrain the furious Steven, Nangongzetian had no choice but to pull him back while urging Sonia, quickly take Gigi away. This foolish snake is too heavy. I can barely hold him. Sonia, you dare? If you take me away, I swear I will pluck every last bit of your fox fur if you ever set foot in my estate again. Faced with Ouyang Xiaoji's fierce glare, Sonia could only cast a helpless glance at Nangongzetian. Yesterday, when Steven had asked Ouyang Xiaoji for assistance in caring for his tail, he had wanted to refuse but was subtly restrained by Nangongzetian. The reasoning provided was that with Steven's temper, Ouyang Xiaoji would surely form a negative impression of him within a day. As long as Ouyang Xiaoji found him unlikable, Steven would be automatically eliminated from their circle without any need for confrontation. Initially, the plan seemed sound, yet the outcome was surprisingly beyond their expectations. Not only did Steven leave a bad impression on Ouyang Xiaoji, but they also engaged in a physical altercation over the lost scales. Amid Steven's roars and Ouyang Xiaoji's clattering bottles, the entire estate was filled with their cacophony. Eventually, once every bottle was shattered into smithereens, the 4 of them collapsed onto the carpet, utterly exhausted. Violent Rabbit, ugly creature, little dwarf. At that moment, Ouyang Xiaoji sat unceremoniously on the carpet. sipping the nourishing soup that Sonia brought to her lips, not sparing even a glance for Stephen. If she had felt a twinge of guilt over biting off Stephen's scales yesterday, the tumultuous argument had completely dispelled any lingering remorse. In fact, the earlier quarrel had eradicated her concerns about her meager fertility points, allowing her to enjoy the moment without a care. In short, after the confrontation with Stephen, her spirits soared. With her mood lifted, the soup in her hands tasted all the more delicious. Hearing Ouyang Xiaoji's exaggerated slurping sounds as she drank, Stephen, glancing at his tail, missing 2 scales, felt his mood sour even further. Seizing the opportunity while Ouyang Xiaoji was distracted, he stealthily extended his tail toward the soup pot beside her. However, before his tail could touch the pot, Ouyang Xiaoji swatted it away without hesitation. What do you think you're doing? This soup is for the pregnant woman. Do you have the audacity to sneak a sip? I'm injured. Why can't I have some soup? I want it. With that, Stephen's tail coiled around the soup pot. I want to give it to you. Remove your tail. I want it. Hurry up and give it to me. If you don't move it, I'll bite it. You dare. If you don't let me drink, I'll spill your soup. Watching the skirmish reignite, Sonia swiftly carried Ouyang Xiaoji to the other side and retrieved an identical soup pot from her storage ring, placing it on Stephen's tail. Enough, enough, stop arguing. I made 2 pots of soup. This one is still warm, so you both take one. As soon as Sonia placed the pot on Stephen's tail, he rejected it, instead wrapping his tail around the one Ouyang Xiaoji had in her arms. Ha ha! You won't let me drink? Then I shall drink it all, Stephen declared, guzzling the soup in one go right in front of Ouyang Xiaoji. Once he finished, Ouyang Xiaoji erupted into laughter. Dead rabbit, what are you laughing at? Ha ha! Foolish snake. I knew you would try to sneak a drink. So I spat in the soup earlier, ha? Chapter 128. The truth. Ouyang Xiaoji's words darkened Stephen's expression. Before he could retort, noticing the escalating tension, Nangong Zhitian swiftly grabbed him and jumped out the window. Remaining any longer would only lead to another childish brawl. His earlier plan of benefiting from their quarrel had proven utterly foolish. Given the forthright nature of city fun, it is inconceivable that any romantic sparks could ignite between him and Gigi, as long as they refrained from engaging in physical confrontations. It would be a cause for gratitude. When Ouyang Xiaoji approached the window, Nangong Zetian and City Fan had already vanished from sight. She began to rub her belly, groaning in discomfort. Her earlier laughter had been too exuberant, provoking a reaction from the little one within her, resulting in her current abdominal pain. Standing nearby, Sonia observed the gleeful Ouyang Xiaoji, a flicker of contemplation passing through her eyes. Each time Gigi interacted with them, she remained gentle and composed. She was not one to speak much and possessed a notably shy disposition. However, it was unexpected to witness her in a brawl with a hot-tempered City Fan, hurling profanities and referring to herself in a rather brash manner, all while laughing unabashedly. This version of Ouyang Xiaoji seemed to encapsulate her truest self. The gentle and demure Ouyang Xiaoji that she presented to them was likely a facade. The primary reason for this behavior was her inherent understanding that she was alone, powerless to resist them regardless of her actions. Thus, she instinctively cloaked herself in a protective guise. It appeared that the gentle, reticent Ouyang Xiaoji was indeed her authentic self. With a sigh in her heart, Sonia maintained her composure as she handed a napkin to Ouyang Xiaoji, aiding her in wiping her saucy hands before assisting her to bed and exiting the room. It seemed they should reevaluate their approach. Their awareness of Gigi as a solitary little female led them to unconsciously weave a thread of scheming in their interactions with her. However, even if they succeeded in their short-term calculations, they could not hope to manipulate her indefinitely. Affection built on deceit would always be hollow. Only by presenting their genuine selves to Gigi could they dissolve her defenses and encourage her to reveal her true self in their presence. In the reception hall of the Tongxi clan, City Fan occupied the foremost seat, cautiously applying essential oil to his tail. He gazed at the 2 missing scales at the tip of his tail, his brow furrowing deeper with concern. The loyal butler stood at attention, accompanied by servants, waiting patiently. After a lengthy silence, once City Fan had finished with the oil, the butler tentatively spoke. Master, why did you engage in a confrontation with Ouyang Xiaoji today? Shouldn't your priority be winning her heart? In response to the butler's cautious gaze, City Fan transformed his tail into legs. Butler, do you truly believe that little female lacks for anyone to curry favor with her? The butler promptly shook his head. Since she does not lack for others' concern, do you think she would value my insincere flattery? Certainly not, City Fan replied, and therein lies the truth. Butler, Sylvia and the others have all been deceived by that little female's innocence. Her apparent compliance before them stems merely from her belief that she cannot oppose them and must acquiesce. However, if this continues, Sylvia and Nangong Zetian shall never earn Ouyang Xiao Ji's genuine affection in this lifetime. City Fan rose, a wry smile gracing his face. Butler, my current aim in lingering around Ouyang Xiao Ji is simply to have her bear me a child, a companion to share my life with. We both understand this. Thus, even if I were to indulge her now, it would be futile and only serve to heighten her wariness towards me. Rather than that, it would be better for me to confront her directly, ensuring she harbors no suspicions of my intentions. Only then shall I find an opportunity. The butler sighed at City Fan's words. Ever since the master's parents had departed from his life in his childhood, he had lost all contact with the former head of the family. Growing up in an environment devoid of love had fostered an unprecedented longing for familial bonds within the current master. His desire for a child stemmed solely from the yearning for a companion to share his life. The old butler sighed softly, hoping that the master would ultimately achieve his wish. Since their quarrel, Sonia and Nangong Zetian had not returned to Ouyang Xiaoji's room that evening. Yet, each morning, Ouyang Xiaoji would find a couple of fox fur strands beside her pillow. When questioned by Ouyang Xiaoji, Sonia placed his hands on her shoulders, saying, Ji, I sneaked into your room last night, but I did not engage in any inappropriate behavior. The little one in your womb needs the soothing of a father's spiritual energy. If I do not provide that, it would surely cause you discomfort. Sonia's words brought to mind her time in the Rose Castle, where she had been pregnant with Hong Wen, Hong Xian, and Hong Yu. Upon awakening, she had found herself lying among the Shuelang clan, one of the four great noble families, feeling utterly lost. At that time, she feared becoming a mere vessel for Nangong Zetian and felt immense trepidation towards the formidable man, although her feelings for him had since developed positively. At that moment, communication between them was lacking, leading to a series of ensuing events. In the evenings, Nangong Zetian would also attempt to soothe the children within her through his spiritual energy. Yet in a fleeting moment, she found herself pregnant with Sonia's offspring as well. Sonia, too, felt compelled to provide her with spiritual comfort due to her pregnancy. Ouyang Xiaoji looked up, her heart involuntarily pondering whether the man before her cared for her more or for the child she carried. Feeling the uncertainty in Ouyang Xiaoji's eyes, Sonia took her hand, speaking earnestly. Ji, I can now swear that my initial approach to you was indeed motivated by that 10-point fertility value. However, at this moment, I genuinely like you. Ouyang Xiaoji gazed intently into Sonia's dark eyes and, after a moment's hesitation, posed a question that had long lingered in her heart. Sonia, if I were to say that I no longer wish to keep the child in my womb, would you consent to my terminating the pregnancy? Upon hearing her words, Sonia's grip on Ouyang Xiaoji's arm tightened. It was only when he noticed her brow furrow in pain that he realized he had overstepped. Ji, the laws of the beast world do not permit females and little females to terminate pregnancies at will. If the law allowed it, would you agree to let me assist you in terminating the child? Ouyang Xiaoji pressed further. Faced with her probing, Sonia instinctively averted his gaze, for he could not bear the thought of parting with the hard-won child. Observing Sonia's evasive eyes, Ouyang Xiaoji understood in an instant. She patted Sonia's arm, feigning nonchalance. Sonia, I was merely jesting. The little one in my womb is not solely yours. It is also a part of me, Ouyang Xiaoji. I cherish my child, and I will see to it that they are born safely. With a slight smile at the stunned Sonia, Ouyang Xiaoji turned and departed. Sonia watched her retreating figure, feeling a wave of despondence wash over him. He and Nangong Zetian both understood that since Ouyang Xiaoji had become aware of her 10-point fertility value, that very value had transformed into a thorn lodge between them. It is impossible to let them swallow it, and even more so to have them digest it. Just now, Ji must have felt disappointed in him. She likely believes that he is approaching her now solely for the sake of the little one growing within her. However, Ji's belly has grown so large. The thought of abandoning the child truly pains him. The sense of loss in Sonia's eyes was clearly visible to Nangong Zetian and Stephen, who were hiding nearby. In truth, the anguish Sonia currently experiences resonates with both of them as well. Initially, Nangong Zetian was motivated by the child in her womb, while Stephen was driven by her reproductive value. Thus, faced with this awkward predicament, these individuals, usually so elevated, found themselves at a loss on how to untangle the complex web of emotions. Sylvia and Saren have been gone for quite some time now. Why Haven Tea they returned? Their progress seems to be rather sluggish. Let's wait a bit longer. Gigi is under the care of the three of us, and nothing untoward should happen. Very well. Stephen glanced at the dejected Nangong Zetian and left without hesitation. Fortunately, he had not yet become ensnared in that chaotic emotional turmoil. Back in her room, Ouyang Xiao Ji confronted her 6 little ones directly. The 3 little wolf cubs gazed at Ouyang Xiao Ji's facade of strength. And in that moment, the children felt an overwhelming sense of sympathy. Mom, don't be sad, you still have us. Meeting the children's concerned gazes, Ouyang Xiao Ji felt as though she had failed as a mother. Not only was she unable to be a shield for her children, but she also had to rely on them for solace. At this thought, her eyes grew warm, and she enveloped her children in her arms. I'm sorry. It's Mom who is inadequate. I've caused you to worry. Hongwen hugged his mother back, pursing his lips, and softly said, No, Mom. It's not that you're inadequate. It's just that Dad and the others are too strong, and you simply cannot resist. Trust me, Mom. One day we will become stronger than Dad and the rest. At that time, no one will dare to force you to do something you do not wish to do. Listening to Hongwen's words, Ouyang Xiao Ji gently released her hold on the children and looked directly into their eyes. My darlings, thank you. Rest assured, one day, I will grow stronger. As for the child in my womb, I will ensure that I bring him into this world safely. After all, they're already active. How could I bear to harm them? Her earlier inquiry to Sonia was merely a test of his stance. Unfortunately, he still hesitated. My dears, do you think what I asked earlier was too much? No, Mom, that's not it. You only asked Uncle Sonia that because you were scared. Hongwen reassured her, making Ouyang Xiao Ji's emotional defenses crumble instantly. The reproductive value of 10 points has granted her an extraordinarily luxurious life. Yet it has also ensnared her in a daily fear of becoming merely a breeding tool. Currently, Nangong Zetian and the others are willing to wait for her to willingly bear children for them. If there comes a day when they lose patience and attempt to coerce her, how will she choose then? Will she compromise with them or completely abandon herself? Perhaps due to her emotional turbulence, the child within Ouyang Xiao Ji stirred several times. She gently caressed her belly, and once the fetus calmed down, she let out a soft sigh. Well then, she shall take it one step at a time. Although the beast world is vast, where can she truly hide? She will no longer run blindly. A blind escape only lead from one wolf's den to another tiger's mouth. If she were to be captured by a malevolent beastman, she would lose the peaceful life she currently possesses. Thus, amidst this anxiety, the days passed, and Ouyang Xiao Ji's belly grew. As she had suspected, she was once again carrying 3 babies. Although their genders had not been determined, Bernard confirmed that she indeed bore 3 little ones. Lying on a lounge chair, Ouyang Xiao Ji turned to gaze at the 3 little wolf cubs diligently handling documents and the 3 little mermaids playing with toys at her feet. In that moment, she felt as though the deity who transported her to this world did so to augment the population of this beast world. While other females give birth one by one, she has transformed the process into a trio. Gently stroking her belly, she realized that if her children are as clever and adorable as they are now, wholeheartedly devoted to their mother, then what more could she possibly complain about? In the castle of Nangong Zetian, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly tense. Even Sylvia and Saren, who had been away for some time, returned simultaneously. What have you discovered? Do we have any leads on Gigi's mother? Nangong Zetian inquired in a grave tone. Chapter 130. Clue: there are no leads whatsoever. Gigi has publicly forgiven Ouyang Sangting on the Star Network. Now that Ouyang Sangting has returned to the Ouyang family, I utilized his connections to thoroughly investigate the Ouyang household, but aside from some clothing, I found no useful information. Gigi's mother seems to have appeared out of thin air and vanished just as mysteriously. Saren added, moreover, I have also persuaded Ouyang Sangting regarding the merfolk, and I can confirm that his words are indeed accurate. Gigi's mother was taken away by a stranger. However, Ouyang Sangting has never laid eyes on the man, not even catching a glimpse of his face. As Sylvia spoke, a sense of defeat crept over him. Despite his meticulous investigation, he had uncovered no clues regarding Gigi's mother. If he hoped to find anything in the future, it seemed even less likely. Saren, what about you? Have you uncovered anything? Sonia asked coldly. When I returned to the deep sea, the ancestral members of the Sea God clan, who had been in slumber within the abyss, suddenly awakened and left. As for their whereabouts, I have no idea. Therefore, I have no leads on that mysterious family either. What do we do then? We are unable to uncover anything about that mysterious family or any clues regarding Gigi's mother. Thus, we cannot ascertain the cause of the sudden psychic outburst that occurred when Gigi was enraged. A mere sub-female exhibiting such high levels of psychic energy when angered. How can her body endure if she experiences more fits of rage? Sonia turned to Saren and asked Saren, is there truly a connection between the psychic energy Gigi releases when she is angry and that mysterious clan? I have heard from the ancestors of the Sea God clan that when that mysterious clan becomes enraged, their psychic energy surges dramatically and is exceedingly powerful. I feel that the changes witnessed in Gigi during her last fit of anger are remarkably similar. However, we currently cannot find Gigi's mother or that mysterious race. With Gigi's impending delivery, we dare not allow her to experience any stress. Still, it is imperative that we address this latent danger surrounding Gigi sooner rather than later. Saren's words plunged everyone into silence. Yet, even if they understood the situation, what could they do? Without a foolproof plan, they dared not conduct any experiments on Gigi. However, if the psychic energy within her were to grow unchecked, what would happen if one day it became uncontrollable and harmed her? By the way, Sylvia, I remember that Julian, who is referred to as Mom by the little sub-female, is a female from your giant eagle clan. Her mental strength has now reached the 2S level. Have you not inquired how to resolve the sudden surge of mental power in Xiaya? In response to Stephen's inquiry, Sylvia felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Now, Julian's mental strength was nearing the pinnacle of the 2S level. If she were allowed to continue on this path, it would not be long before her demise was inevitable. Rubbing her temples, Sylvia finally spoke. Stephen, in the beast world, there are very few females who possess mental power. It is not due to a lack of talent, but rather because their bodies are simply incapable of withstanding such high levels of mental energy. Julian's mental strength was also an unexpected occurrence. Once, she returned from an outing with her husband, and she was the sole survivor, bringing back a child, Chili. After returning, Julian completely forgot about her husband. She knows nothing about her mental power or Chili. Now that her mental strength has automatically ascended to the peak of 2S, she is equally unaware of the sudden emergence of power within Gigi. Sylvia's explanation plunged everyone into silence once more. Gigi was on the verge of giving birth, yet after several months of investigation, they remained ignorant of the situation regarding her mental power. With a soft sigh, Sylvia turned to Sonia and asked, Sonia, how much longer until Gigi gives birth? Pernod stated that Gigi was expecting 3 little fox cubs and that premature birth was quite possible. If all goes well, the cubs will be born by the end of this month. Stephen, observing the unmistakable glee on Sonia's face, felt an overwhelming urge to tear apart that fox-like visage. The little fox cubs were soon to arrive, yet Xiaya still held him in disdain. Is everything prepared? Let us not encounter any mishaps during Gigi's delivery. Sylvia inquired. Everything is ready. I have dispatched the finest doctors equipped with the most advanced medical devices to stand by around the clock. Additionally, our clan's medically skilled shadow guards are constantly by Gigi's side. Should anything seem amiss, the doctor will be ready within a minute, Sonia assured. Listening to Sonia's preparations, Sylvia could not help but ask, Sonia, if you had to choose between Gigi and the cubs, whom would you select? Sylvia's words rendered everyone present speechless. After a brief silence, Sonia chuckled softly. Sylvia, last time, G Village posed the same question to me. Regrettably, I hesitated then, which is why Gigi remains distant from me. Now, I tell you, had I met Gigi for the first time, I would have undoubtedly chosen the cubs. After all, the reason we are all seated here today is due to Gigi's remarkable reproductive value. However, if you were to ask me today, I would choose Gigi, for I have fallen in love with her. Naturally, I must place the one I love dearly in the foremost position in my heart. During this time, I have contemplated that once I am gone, I could select a branch of the Baihu clan to assume the position of clan leader. After all, the role of the leader is one that one cannot take with them in life or death. Sonia's words left everyone but Stephen in silence. Stephen understood that what he desired was not merely a female, but a companion in the form of a cub. He hoped that once Xiaya recovered, she could bear him a cub and grant him a family. Deep within the Mist Mountains, there lies a rabbit clan. This clan is surrounded by natural barriers, and with the perpetual fog enveloping the Mist Mountains, neither advanced instruments nor the formidable strength and mental prowess of beastmen could uncover its presence without the guidance of a rabbit clan member. Within the rabbit clan, a fair-faced female was chasing several beastmen with a stick, striking them. Behind her, A dozen or so beast children watched eagerly as their mother engaged in this amusing spectacle, offering no praises for their fathers. "Is there any news about my sister?" inquired a handsome beast man. "Yes, she is currently at the manor at the entrance of the Mist Prairie, not far from here. However, she has already formed bonds with several beastmen," replied another composed beast man. "What about our clan leader? He has a betrothal with her," asked the first. "What can we do? It's a done deal. The betrothal between my sister and the clan leader was arranged by our mother and the former clan leader, and the clan leader has known about it since childhood. Now that my sister has formed bonds with several outside beastmen, she no longer needs the clan leader. After all, in our matriarchal clan, polyandry is practiced. Having multiple high-spirited beastmen as partners can only benefit her. Come on, Xiao Shi. Don't forget that our mother ran away because she disliked being forced into marriage and the constant jealousy among the fathers. It was when she was unaware of her pregnancy with my sister that she fled. Eventually, our mother was found by Jiaya and the others, but upon their meeting, she was hypnotized by Jiaya and fell into a deep sleep for over a decade. Now that the Sea God clan's Jiaya has returned, our mother has awakened. But alas, so many years have passed, and my sister has already been taken away by those outsiders. Most importantly, the identities of her bond partners are quite formidable. The handsome man reflected on the bond partners he had secretly observed his sister with, and a shiver ran down his spine. Why did my sister choose such partners? Why not someone else? "Elijah, you've been at this for quite some time now. How about taking a break?" A golden-haired, handsome man cautiously suggested. "A break? I have given birth to so many male cubs throughout my life. After finally having a female cub, I lost her for over a decade. A decade? I have no idea how that scoundrel Ouyang Shong has treated my precious child." With that thought, the female named Elijah picked up her stick once more and struck at the several large men nearby. Faced with Elijah's playful swats, the 7 men before her could only stand silently. Regardless of the circumstances, it was indeed their fault. Had they not resorted to jealousy and fighting, Elijah would not have felt compelled to leave home while carrying a child. They had searched tirelessly for her, only to discover she had formed a bond with another beast man. At that time, they ignored Elijah's explanations and, in their mutual blame, inadvertently hypnotized her, causing her to sleep for over a decade. Now that Elijah had awakened, they realized that the events of the past were part of a grand conspiracy. Their only female cub, whom they had fought so hard to protect, had been deceived into forming a bond with those outsiders and had even given birth to several cubs for them. As they thought of those beastmen, the eyes of the 7 men standing before Elijah glimmered with a mix of anger and helplessness. After all, they were their own descendants, whom they had painstakingly protected. Once Elijah's emotions had calmed slightly, she looked at the 7 beastmen before her and felt an urge to bite her teeth. These men, who only knew how to compete with one another, were the reason her precious child had been abandoned for so long. As I pondered the information gathered from the investigation, my dear child has endured such hardships under the command of Ouyang Song that I, Ilya, am almost driven to the brink of fury, wishing to tear flesh from their bones. Hypnosis, those damn merfolk are well versed in it. My precious little darling, my only daughter, the more I think about it, the angrier I become, and my once dark eyes begin to blaze a blood-red hue. The 7 men facing me instinctively take a step back, apprehensive of my transformation. Meanwhile, my 18 sons, who had been spectating nearby, instinctively flee upon witnessing the crimson glow in their mother's eyes. If they linger, they may face her wrath when enraged. She shows no mercy, not even to her kin. I fervently hope the beast god blesses us, guiding my beloved daughter back to us swiftly. With a sweet little sister brought home, perhaps she would no longer unleash her temper on us, as she did before. Ilya, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please, do not be angry. It is not good for your health. A cautious orc named were suggested. Indeed, Ilya, we truly understand our errors. We realize you are upset. How about I prepare something delicious right now? Said a man with fox-like eyes and a charming smile. Akleri, do not attempt to curry favor with me now. If you truly comprehend your wrongs, then bring my precious daughter back at once. Ilya, my sweet daughter is about to give birth. The child within her needs the father's spiritual energy for comfort. What if we encounter complications during her delivery? A composed man analyzed coolly. Yet, my dear daughter has been taken advantage of by those vile boys, and I refuse to let it go unpunished. Ilya lifted her head, surveying the 7 men before her, and broke into a disarming smile. Since we cannot bring my daughter back at this moment, you shall venture to the misty grasslands and give those wretched boys a thorough beating on my behalf. Ideally, break their legs, so they learn that my darling daughter is not to be trifled with. Aaliyah glanced behind her, her teeth nearly grinding in rage as she realized her sons had long since vanished. Oh, and bring those 18 little rascals with you. If they remain here, they will undoubtedly become foolish rabbits. Additionally, I will instruct the clan leader to send some individuals to accompany you. Remember, you must thoroughly teach them a lesson and relieve my grievances. Is that understood? Upon meeting Aaliyah's threatening gaze, the 7 orcs nodded in unison, silently mourning their younger counterparts. After all, enduring injuries was preferable to facing the wrath of their wives. Besides, those rascally boys were tough. A beating wouldn't do them any lasting harm. It was merely a matter of breaking a few bones. Once healed, they would be none the worse for wear. Chapter 132. Brown, the leader of the Rabbit clan, is an orc with a visage as gentle as jade. His appearance may not be strikingly beautiful, yet his soft countenance naturally invokes an air of approachability. At present, he diligently attends to the documents at hand, bathed in a serene glow of sunlight filtering through the window, imparting an aura of tranquil passage of time. Leader, Aaliyah, how may I assist you? The orc inquired, rising with a warm smile directed towards Aaliyah. As Aaliyah gazed upon this admirable orc and recalled the ones who had formed contracts with her beloved daughter, her teeth clenched in resentment. How could her precious daughter be so brazenly courted by those wild boars? If she did not express her frustration, the pent-up emotion would surely suffocate her. Leader, I wish to enlist the help of the clan's orcs for a certain matter, Aaliyah explained, meeting the leader's questioning gaze. It is a private family affair. And Aaliyah, if you wish to borrow some individuals, you must inform me of your intentions. Without that knowledge, I cannot grant your request. After pondering the leader's inquiry, Aaliyah decided to share the plight of her daughter. Leader, do you recall the betrothal between my daughter and your kin? Due to my prolonged slumber, I left my dear daughter to wander alone for over a decade. Recently, upon awakening, I returned to the Ouyang family to search for her. Alas, she has been missing for 8 long years. Just days ago, I finally received news of her whereabouts, only to discover that she had been taken to a den of wild beasts. Aaliyah's words stirred the leader, whose previously placid expression transformed into one of fervent excitement. He grasped Aaliyah's hand, eagerly inquiring, "And Aaliyah, have you truly discovered Gigi's location?" "Indeed, just days ago, we uncovered her whereabouts. However, she is now pregnant and on the verge of childbirth, making the situation rather delicate. We cannot simply bring her back without caution. Yet, I have no intention of letting the orcs who formed contracts with her escape my wrath. Thus, I wish to borrow some members of the clan to punish them thoroughly." Listening to Aaliyah's gritted words, the leader maintained a gentle demeanor, though a fleeting glimmer of intensity flickered in his eyes. He smiled softly at Aaliyah, saying, "And Aaliyah, since you have asked, I have no reason to refuse. However, may I inquire how many individuals you require?" "How many indeed?" Aaliyah contemplated for a moment before responding, "Leader, please lend me as many as possible. Their backgrounds are formidable, and I fear we may suffer if we do not have sufficient numbers." "Very well. I shall have Aki arrange for your reinforcements immediately." "Thank you, Leader." Aaliyah expressed her gratitude. "And Aaliyah, before you became pregnant with Gigi, my parents arranged a betrothal between her and me. Henceforth, should you require my assistance, feel free to command me directly without formality. Furthermore, you may simply call me Brown. There is no need for formal titles. Once Gigi and I are bonded, we shall be family, and formality will be unnecessary." "Excellent, Leader." "No, Brown. I greatly appreciate your assistance. You are truly a good child." Aaliyah smiled at Brown before joyfully departing. "Soon, those wretched boys will learn the extent of my power. After all, I, Aaliyah, am not to be trifled with." Brown watched Aaliyah's retreating figure and called out to the shadows, "Aki, Leader, deploy our finest warriors to assist Aaliyah in teaching a lesson to those audacious orcs who have contracted with Gigi. Aki, remember, our clan as females must not fall prey to outsiders. You must act covertly, utilizing Aaliyah's influence to eliminate those orcs without hesitation. My fiancée is not for the hands of others." "Leader," Aaliyah mentioned that her little female offspring is already pregnant. "What shall we do about the child within her?" "Bring her back. I shall care for her. I am more than capable of providing for her. Our Rabbit clan shall no longer allow outsiders to divide our precious females. Furthermore, Gigi possesses advanced spiritual energy. Leader, if Aaliyah discovers our actions, we may face repercussions. Fear not. I will shoulder any consequences. Even if her backing is formidable, she remains a female of the rabbit clan. She would not dare plunge us into irreversible peril. Achi gazed into Bulang's calm eyes, letting out a quiet sigh in his heart before dutifully stepping out to make arrangements. The once tranquil Tu tribe, having enjoyed a few centuries of peace, now faced the looming threat of turmoil again due to the rare female with psychic abilities. Thoughts of Elia and the former clan leader filled Achi with an involuntary sense of despair. Although they belonged to the Tu tribe, they were the most domineering and violent of the rulers. The Bawang Tuesday females or sub-females endowed with advanced psychic powers were exceedingly rare. In fact, apart from Elia and her daughter, there were no other young females or sub-females in the Tu tribe possessing such abilities. Over the years, all the young females and sub-females had been taken away by the dogs from outside their tribe. Among the mighty Bawang Tu, those females with exceptionally high psychic powers usually appeared gentle and harmless. Yet, once their sensitive spots were touched, their tempers could turn explosive. When angered, they would treat any beastmen, regardless of their might or psychic strength, as mere punching bags. The beastmen of the Tu tribe bore the brunt of this wrath, as their psychic abilities were inherently inferior to those of the females with powers. Achi hoped that the little sub-female born to Elia would not follow in her footsteps, for not everyone was blessed with such extraordinary fortune, culminating in a happy ending. Chapter 133. 18 sons emerging from the clan leader's residence. Elia surveyed the line of beastmen waiting outside. 7 were her bonded partners, and 18 were her beastly offspring. A sense of headache washed over Elia as she regarded her 18 beast sons. When would these bachelors ever find young females to take as their bonded partners? Why was it that none of the young females or sub-females in the Tu tribe ever showed an interest in her foolish sons? Shaking off her thoughts, Elia approached her 7 partners and sternly admonished them. The clan leader has agreed to lend us some manpower. When you head to the misty grasslands, make sure to properly teach a lesson to the beastmen who took my precious daughter. If I find any of you showing mercy, you'd best be prepared to leave immediately. Do you understand? We understand, dear. We will certainly give those beastmen a good lesson, they assured her. Good, as long as you comprehend. If you dare to go easy on them, be wary of your legs when you return. After delivering her warning, Elia turned to her 18 children, noting how, despite their lineage from their father, they bore the temperament of soft, gentle rabbits. If it weren't for her awakening, her 18 children would undoubtedly have become mere rabbits in a few years. Though they inherited the genes of their Tu tribe, she feared that they possessed the gentleness of rabbits without the fierce spirit of their lineage. If this continued, they would surely meet their doom. Elia's expression grew serious as she scrutinized each of her sons, her frown deepening with every glance, her heart growing heavier. The more she looked at her 18 sons, the more she felt they were lacking in ambition. Other young men their age were already establishing families and careers, while her sons had yet to find even a single bonded partner. Was it possible that they were simply too timid? Just as Elia was lost in her thoughts, her 7 partners ignored the pleading looks from their sons and turned to engage in idle chatter. Some even wore mocking smiles at their sons' expense. Serves them right. What goes around comes around. When Elia chased me down, these little rascals did not lift a finger to assist their father. Instead, they sat aside, enjoying the show. Even worse, they stood behind Elia, scheming on how to punish their own father. The 18 sons, each towering over their mother, bit their teeth in frustration at their father's gleeful expressions. Before they could react, Elia delivered a sharp slap to the back of their heads. However, due to their height, her aim was slightly off. With you all so tall, how am I supposed to reach you? Why don't you lower your heads voluntarily instead of forcing me to ask? At Elia's words, her sons quickly bowed their heads in submission, awaiting her attention. After she finished delivering her slap, her 7 partners rushed forward, offering her a stick they had picked up from the ground. Darling, don't use your hands. These rascals are tough-skinned. You might hurt yourself. Use the stick and hit them hard. They are grown now, yet still manage to anger their mother. They clearly haven't been disciplined enough in their youth. The sons watched their father's antics with growing irritation, their teeth nearly crunching in frustration. The 7 partners continued to incite trouble, and one even tossed a stone to Elia, urging her to use it instead. Now, with a stick in one hand and a stone in the other, she calmly surveyed the battlefield of glances between her partners and sons. Once she felt the atmosphere was sufficiently charged, she hurled the stone aside and began to strike indiscriminately at the group of men before her. Do you dare to cause trouble in my presence? Have you forgotten that my precious daughter is waiting for her mother to avenge her? If any of you dare to go easy on them, I shall ensure you regret it upon your return. Elia declared angrily. Honey, we understand. Please don't be angry. Dear, please don't be upset. We acknowledge our wrongs. Mother, we one dare to disobey. Be gentle with us. Ouch, that hurts, Mother. Please stop. As her sons and partners scattered in all directions, Elia pursued them with her stick in hand, the sounds of laughter and playful curses echoing throughout the two tribe. Meanwhile, standing by the window, Bulang watched the joyous chaos of Elia's family with a tinge of envy in his eyes. When would he have a family like that? Regrettably, his parents were no longer with him. They had all departed, leaving him behind. He could not attain the happiness that others enjoyed. They only knew they were beast men of the two tribe, yet they were unaware that even rabbits could bite when provoked. And Bulang was among the most formidable of them all. In the estate within the misty grasslands, Ouyang Xiao Ji lay lazily on a rocking chair, cradling her belly while basking in the sun. Meanwhile, Stephen stood vigil beside her, gently rocking the chair with his tail. 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, time's up. Little sub-female, you lazybones, it's your turn to rock now. Stephen jabbed a gentle poke at Ouyang Xiao Ji's arm with his tail before reclining on the adjacent chair. I'm asleep. I can't hear you, Ouyang Xiao Ji replied, covering her ears and feigning stubbornness. Come on now, you lazybones. We agreed to take turns rocking 100 times each. I've done my fair share, and you can't just play dead now. Ouyang Xiao Ji set down her hands and turned her head to glare at the furious Stephen, exclaiming, You scoundrel! I am but a pregnant woman nearing her time, and yet you dare to command me to rock your chair. Is there no shame in you? Of course, I feel no shame, Stephen retorted. Just the other day, Pinard remarked that your excessive eating has led to your current rotundity, suggesting you should consider a diet. Besides, assisting me in rocking a chair is hardly a strenuous task. Stop your nonsense and get on with it. With that, Stephen deftly coiled his tail around Ouyang Xiao Ji, pulling her close. Now rock, and mind you, I will count. If you miss a beat, you shall start anew. Chapter 134. The fragrance Ouyang Xiao Ji observed her legs ensnared by Stephen's tail, then glanced back at the leisurely Stephen reclining in his chair, his eyes closed in satisfaction. A mischievous glint flickered in her gaze as she flashed him a wicked smile. With a sudden push, she nearly toppled Stephen from his seat. By the heavens! Ouyang Xiao Ji, you insufferable heavy-set woman, were it not for my fortitude, you would have sent me sprawling to my demise. Foul creature, with your elevated mental prowess, do you truly think you could be felled by me? That is laughable, and should you dare to call me a heavy-set woman again, I shall take a bite out of you. Saying this, Ouyang Xiao Ji seized the tip of Stephen's tail and brought it to her mouth, implying that another insult would cost him a scale. All right, you win. A beast man should not strike a heavily pregnant woman. Were it not for your imminent labor, I would have given you a proper thrashing. After this warning, Stephen plopped back into his chair, waving his hand dismissively. Enough of your mischief, you hideous creature. Be compliant and rock the chair. Ouyang Xiao Ji, seeing Stephen's arrogance, resigned herself to his demands, rocking the chair while muttering curses under her breath. On the balcony, Zirwaya, Nangong Zetian, Sonia, and Siren watched the raucous exchange below, a tinge of envy flickering in their eyes. Ouyang Xiao Ji was always gentle and composed in their presence, never showing any hint of temper. The sole occasion she had expressed anger was upon discovering her 10 points of fertility value, a momentary flare that had only worried them about the potential repercussions of her mental energy on her health. Since then, she had consistently maintained her docile demeanor around them. Do you believe Ji has feelings for Stephen? Sonia inquired quietly. Absolutely not, Nangong Zetian replied. Both she and Stephen are aware that they do not harbor affection for one another, which is precisely why she can be so open with him, unlike the carefulness she exhibits with us. His words cast a pall of silence over the group. The thorn that lay between them and Ouyang Xiao Ji remained firmly embedded. After all, they had genuinely fallen for her. What they truly desired was not her fertility value, but her heart. Amidst the silence, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, yet the group remained oblivious to its significance, accustomed as they were to the plethora of potted flowers Sonia had arranged in an effort to please Ouyang Xiao Ji. It was not until they overheard the conversation of 3 small fish practicing their mental powers in the courtyard that they sensed something amiss. Uncle Bert, why can't we elevate our mental strength? Just a moment ago, everything was fine, Saitong questioned. Indeed, I could channel my mental energy just moments ago, yet now it eludes me. Could it be that my practice method is flawed? Saixin pondered. Exactly. Uncle Bert, I too cannot muster my mental energy. It feels as if it has all fled, Side-Eye chimed in. Impossible. You three little rascals must be attempting to shirk your duties. Allow me to demonstrate, Bert chuckled. Moments later, Bert's astonishment echoed through the air. What is happening? Why can I not summon my mental energy? Scoundrel, do you not smell that delightful fragrance in the air? Ah, it is indeed exquisite, even more so than the flowers arranged by that cunning fox. The exchange between Ouyang Xiaoji and Stephen immediately captured Saren's attention. He caught a whiff of the aroma, and his expression darkened. Everyone, take heed. This fragrance poses a threat. As Saren's warning fell, the guard stationed at the manor's gate collapsed, their bodies hitting the ground with a heavy thud. After the commotion, only Siren and the 5 others remained standing, barely holding their ground. Just as Ouyang Xiaoji slumped to the ground in exhaustion, Stephen's tail wrapped around her, gently lifting her back into the chair. At that moment, Stephen had shed his earlier recklessness. His eyes now glimmered with a sharp, commanding light. He surveyed his surroundings, and in an instant, the hidden dark guards of the Tangsha clan melted into the shadows. Stephen, the children. Ouyang Xiaoji weakly grasped his hand, her voice barely audible. Do not worry, little female. In the beast world, familial enmity cannot touch the young. I have commanded the Tangsha clan's dark guards to escort the little ones to safety. Stephen's assurance calmed Ouyang Xiaoji instantly. She strained to turn her head and gaze outside the manor. What had once been an empty courtyard was now filled with beastmen wearing various animal masks. They stood unarmed outside the house, yet their eyes were fixed intently upon her. Who is the master of this manor? The leading beastman stepped forward, lightly tapping a viewing tree by the roadside. In an instant, the sturdy tree snapped in two. Witnessing this scene, Ouyang Xiaoji grasped the gravity of the situation. Their intentions were far from benign. Before she could speak, Nangong Zetian stepped forward, declaring, I am a master of this manor. Who are you, and what do you seek? Nangong Zetian gestured for those lurking in the shadows to refrain from making any hasty moves. After all, the visitors bore ill intentions. Most importantly, he sensed that the mental energy emanating from the masked beastmen was remarkably potent. A furrow formed on Nangong Zetian's brow. In the beast world, aside from the 4 great noble clans, which other faction possessed such formidable mental energy? Their power could easily be described as overwhelming. Therefore, until they were certain of victory, they had to rely on clever strategies. The leader of the beastmen observed Nangong Zetian's composed demeanor and the subtle gestures he made, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. It had been several centuries since he had last seen him, and he had grown remarkably. Truly, he was the heir to the Xuelong clan. However, today he would face some trials, for he had to provide a satisfactory account to Aaliyah. Suppressing the fleeting smile in his eyes, the leader of the beastmen unleashed a formidable wave of mental energy, directing it forcefully towards Nangong Zetian. The expressions of Siren, Zirwaya, and Sonia, who stood behind Nangong Zetian, morphed into one of shock. What is happening? How can there be someone in the beast world whose mental energy surpasses ours? Chapter 135. Attitude. Now that their mental strength had reached the 4S level, it was startling to witness the orc before them exerting mental pressure on Nangong Zetian. Zirwaya and the others exchanged glances and stood resolutely by Nangong Zetian's side, their stance unmistakably indicating their intent to present a united front against external foes. Observing Zirwaya and her companions flanking Nangong Zetian, the lead orc and his followers exchanged glances, a flicker of intrigue passing through their eyes. However, they quickly suppressed the strange glimmer and continued to fixate on Nangong Zetian. Are the 4 of you all bound by a contract with that little female, serving as her contracted companions? The lead orc inquired. Indeed, Nangong Zetian and the others replied in unison. The lead orc's eyes glimmered with a knowing smile as he turned to Stephen, who had been guarding Ouyang Xiaoji's side. And you? Do you have any ties with that little female? Have you formed a contract? What if I say yes? What do you intend to do? Stephen asked in a low voice. If you are her contracted partner, then none of you will leave here alive today. The lead orc's words caused Nangong Zetian and the others to involuntarily flinch, instinctively positioning themselves protectively in front of Ouyang Xiaoji. Sensing the lead orc's formidable mental strength, Stephen's eyes flickered before he spoke again, his tone laced with a hint of flattery. Everyone, what if I declare that I am not this little female's contracted partner? Would you then spare me? If you're not her contracted partner, then you may leave at once. However, I have noticed you have been guarding her side since earlier. Are you truly not her contracted partner? The lead orc questioned, as Stephen gestured toward Zirwaya and the others standing before him. Of course, I am not this little female-s contracted partner. Her contracted partners are these four individuals. Look, this bird is her legitimate partner. This wolf is the male third wheel. This fish is the male fourth. And this dead fox is her male fifth. As for me, I cannot even attain the title of male sixth, as this ugly creature, this bulging pregnant one, disdainfully rejects me. With that, Stephen lifted Ouyang Xiaoji's chin with his tail and leaned his face closer to hers, addressing the lead orc. Look at this little female. She is on the verge of giving birth, and she has become both fat and unattractive. Yet, she dares to ridicule my appearance. I have no interest in such a short-sighted female. Gently releasing Ouyang Xiaoji, Stephen continued, though I am unaware of your motives for troubling this foolish female. I must say that in the beast world, family feuds should never involve the young or the females. Moreover, this little female is about to give birth. Therefore, I advise you not to harm her. In response to Stephen's counsel, the lead orc's eyes darkened. This little mudfish was remarkably similar to his uncle, embodying a blend of rascality and shamelessness. His manner of speaking was reminiscent of a family tradition. Reigning in his amusement, the lead orc turned to his companions. After receiving no response, he cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Very well, we understand the rules and will not harm a pregnant female. However, her contracted guardians must bear the brunt of the calamity." With that, the lead orc gestured for his companions to take action. "Wait, since this matter does not concern me, may I take my leave?" Nangong Zetian and the others were momentarily incredulous at Stephen's words. When had these mudfish become so cowardly? Yet, when they noticed the slight upward curve of his tail, they instantly grasped his intention. With a subtle shift in their gaze, Nangong Zetian was the first to reprimand Stephen. "You cowardly mudfish! Just a few days ago, you were fawning over Ji like a loyal servant. Now, upon seeing her in danger, you wish to distance yourself from her. I hold you in disdain. Nangong Zetian, spare me. At least this ugly creature has borne you 3 young ones. So your protectiveness is understandable. But she has not even laid a single snake egg for me. Why should I risk my life for her?" Observing Stephen's arrogant demeanor, Zirwaya interjected, "Stephen, if you lose Ji, you might as well abandon any hopes of having descendants. Your mental strength has already reached the pinnacle of 3S. If you seek another female to bear your young, you're simply dreaming. Whether she gives birth or not is irrelevant. I merely desire someone to keep me company. If she refuses to bear young, I shall take 10 or more little lovers after I leave, ensuring they entertain me daily. After all, I possess both wealth and power." Stephen's remarks stirred a mixture of pity and resignation in one of the orcs concealed behind a snake mask. Years ago, for the sake of the greater good, he had entrusted the duties of the Tungsha clan to a mere child. Had he truly made the right choice? Although Sonia knew Stephen was speaking nonsense, she found herself somewhat speechless at his earlier declarations. With his temperament, the notion of keeping 10 or more little lovers seemed utterly preposterous. She couldn't help but wonder how his former lover, Dahlia, had ended up with him under the influence of blood charm. After all, Stephen possessed a tongue capable of inciting rage with just a few words. Chapter 136. Escape. Steadying her emotions, Sonia gazed at Stephen with concern. "Stephen, when you were young, you swore that we would live and die together. Are you truly willing to abandon Ji and our years of friendship? Enough, you dead fox. Had it not been for my resilience over the past few centuries, I would have been led to my doom by you long ago. As for those vows of living and dying together, consider them mere words. Though they may stink, they are certainly preferable to losing my life here. Once you perish, I shall promptly seize your fox den. After all, your white fox clan is known for producing beauty, far surpassing this ugly creature." Turning his gaze to Siren, Stephen noticed him shaking his head and then pointed at him. "If you seek trouble, focus on this dead fish. Among us, he possesses the darkest heart. He cunningly kept the little female for 5 whole years, during which he had her bear him 3 little fish. Since he has benefited the most, feel free to punish him severely without hesitation." Stephen's words caused everyone's mouths to twitch involuntarily. His knack for manipulating others was truly remarkable. "Enough. You can cease your chatter. If you wish to leave, do so quickly," the lead orc urged. "All right, I shall take my leave now." Stephen turned, poking Ouyang Xiaoji's pouting face with his tail, boasting, "You ugly creature, I am off to save my life. You can lie here and watch as Nangong Zetian and his foolish companions perish for you." Having regained a bit of strength, Ouyang Xiaoji, upon witnessing Stephen's triumphant expression, could not resist grabbing his tail and playfully shoving it toward her mouth. A crisp crack reverberated clearly in everyone's ears. "Ah, Ouyang Xiaoji, you hideous creature, you fat sow. How dare you bite my tail again? I will not let this go. I shall end you now," Stephen bellowed, encircling Ouyang Xiaoji with his tail. Just when everyone assumed he would harm her and prepared to intervene, he astonishingly dove underground with Ouyang Xiaoji in tow. Only a voice emerged from below. "Damn fox. For the sake of your kits, hurry up and cover my retreat." As soon as Stephen's voice faded, the rejuvenated Nangong Zhitian and several others clashed with the invading beastmen. Unfortunately, despite having attained a 4S level of spiritual power, they were still no match for those masked individuals. Even when their 4 great legions arrived to support them, it merely resulted in a few extra targets to be pummeled. After all, the 4 legions could not deploy firearms amidst the chaos. The outcome was that Nangong Zhitian and Sylvia were soundly beaten by those masked figures. Once they felt they had delivered sufficient punishment, the assailants arrogantly waved goodbye to Nangong Zhitian and Sylvia before departing. Now, they had not only exercised their limbs, but could also return to report to Elijah. Once the masked figures were out of sight, the lead beastman removed his mask and addressed his comrades. "Hey, well, do you suppose your Tingsha clan possesses the genes of a mole? How could Stephen dig that tunnel so swiftly?" asked a rabbit beastman named Ikaya. "Ikaya, do you think Stephen stood there complaining and plotting his escape? The moment he sensed our spiritual power far exceeded theirs, he instructed his subordinates to dig the tunnel. Yet, that kid has grown up and still hasn't changed his habits. He wags his tail every time he tells a lie. When he was wagging it so obviously earlier, I nearly burst into laughter," Will replied, his eyes gleaming with mirth. Turning to a silver-haired beastman wearing a snow wolf mask, he remarked, "Ida, I noticed you showed no mercy when you were thrashing your junior just now. Zhitian is over 300 years old and has only just reached 4S level of spiritual power. He is so weak. If I don't beat him, who should I beat?" Ida nonchalantly retorted. "Ida, for someone of Nangong Zhitian's age, to achieve 4S level is commendable. After all, apart from us, we can say our juniors are invincible in the beast world." A fox beastman with red hair interjected with a smile. "Cleary, what good is high spiritual power? Without the rabbit clan, those of us with advanced spiritual abilities would live a life of solitude. Thankfully, we encountered Elijah," lamented a golden-haired beastman from the Sea God clan. "Indeed, we are fortunate to have met Elijah. However, do think about our juniors. Don't you find their circumstances somewhat reminiscent of our own?" pondered a giant eagle beastman named Darren. "Darren, if you hadn't pointed out, we might not have noticed. I just hope those little ones can fight without turning a good situation into a disastrous one. Unlike us," added Ikaya. The 7 exchanged glances, observing the departing beastmen with a glint of cold light in their eyes. Has that fellow truly extended his reach here? But how did he learn of Gigi's situation? After all, they have concealed her whereabouts so thoroughly. Could it be because of the clan leader? With a soft sigh, they reflected on the emotional entanglements of their juniors, hoping they would not interfere too much. Nevertheless, they would not allow anyone to harm their offspring. "Dad Ikaya, shall we really not intervene?" asked a younger beastman, cautiously tugging at Ikaya's sleeve. "Intervene? How can we meddle in matters of the heart? We cannot even resolve our own issues. How can we possibly untangle theirs? Matters of love, once ignited, often lead to bloodshed, and they will never turn back. All we can do is protect them from the shadows. But what about my sister? Are we truly not bringing her back this time?" The beastman's words caused Ikaya and the others to pause in their tracks, contemplating Ouyang Xiaoji's face and speculating about her parentage. Yet, they reasoned, regardless of who Gigi's parents were, when she returned to Elijah's side, she would surely call them father. Thinking this, they exchanged smiles and continued on their way home. Only Ikaya, a warrior of the rabbit clan, turned back with a glint of pride in his eyes. Whose child could she possibly be? Gigi must undoubtedly be my Ikaya's child. After all, a little one with such high spiritual power must have parents who are all rabbits. It has been far too long since I last stretched my limbs. After giving my junior a good thrashing, I feel much better now. Chapter 137. News having suffered a thorough beating, the group led by Nangong Zhitian, still sprawled on the ground, simultaneously sneezed loudly. "Nangong Zhitian, don't you find those who just assaulted us rather peculiar?" Sonia lazily inquired, rubbing her nose. She had intended to turn over, but winced in pain when her wound was disturbed and settled back down. "Peculiar?" Nangong Zhitian pondered, recalling that those who had attacked them seemed merely intent on delivering a beating, not taking their lives. Most importantly, The techniques used by the assailant bore a striking resemblance to those employed by the elders of their Snow Wolf clan. However, centuries ago, the elders of the Snow Wolf clan had vanished without a trace. Could the one who struck him truly be an elder of the Snow Wolf clan? Deep in thought, Nangong Zetian turned to Sylvia. Sylvia, did you feel that the beastmen who attacked us used techniques that felt eerily familiar? Familiar? Sylvia forced herself to sit up, surveying the fallen beastmen, and sighed. Nangong Zetian, it is more than familiar. I am certain the one who struck me is undoubtedly an elder of our long-lost Giant Eagle clan. Centuries ago, the elders of our 4 great clans disappeared simultaneously, leaving everyone bewildered about their fate. Hundreds of years have passed, and I had assumed they were long gone. Yet, I never imagined they would reappear here, and in such an unexpected fashion. Sylvia rubbed her waist and looked at Siren, who was leaning against the wall. Siren, tell me, I saw that person suppressing and beating you. You had no ability to retaliate. If you claim not to know who he is, no one would believe you. Siren glanced at Sylvia, sarcasm glinting in his eyes, and coldly replied, You need not provoke me. The one who struck me is indeed an elder of our Sea God clan. They vanished shortly after awakening. I thought they had left for something significant. Yet, our first encounter following their awakening turned out to be in such a manner. I simply do not comprehend why the esteemed predecessors would resort to employing the mermaid fragrance of the Shanghai Shini clan if they truly intended to assault us. More importantly, what could possibly motivate them to strike us without cause? Is it merely due to their disdain for our presence? Or is it for the sake of convenience when they do choose to attack? As for their reasons for targeting us, I am at a loss. Sonia, using her arm to prop herself up, recalled the orc who had just subdued her, and a pang of discomfort coursed through her. She could now confirm that the orc was none other than Uncle Akili, whom she had encountered in her youth. He had briefly held the position of clan leader for a few decades, yet inexplicably relinquished his title to her parents and vanished without a trace. Ever since Uncle Akili disappeared, her parents had abandoned her in their relentless search for him, leaving her to grow up akin to a forsaken cub, accompanied solely by the butler. Contemplating this, Sonia cast her gaze towards Nangong Zetian and Siren, thinking of Stephen, who had fled with Gigi. Although these 4 individuals were the heads of the 4 great families, their encounters with their parents throughout their lives have been exceedingly rare. Among them, Nangong Zetian's parents were relatively considerate, returning to see him every decade or so. In stark contrast, the other 3 had hardly glimpsed their parents at all as they matured. With so much time elapsed, one wonders if their parents still live. However, considering their formidable mental prowess, they should be safe, right? Yet, why has no one sent back any word from those they dispatched to seek their parents? Do their parents truly still survive, or have they encountered misfortune? But who possesses the power to capture their parents? Sai, Nangong Zetian, I recently heard your parents vanished in the Misty Mountains. Do you have any news of them? Sonia inquired as she lay on the grass. No, I have dispatched numerous individuals to the Misty Mountains, yet not a whisper of news has reached me. My father's mental strength is exceedingly high. He should not be in peril, right? Nangong Zetian replied uncertainly. When Ji was expecting, his parents sent him a message expressing their desire to return and see his wife and children. Yet, 8 years have passed, and, aside from that single correspondence, there has been no further word. Previously, his parents would return after considerable time away, allowing him to track their activities. However, their current disappearance felt alarmingly different, as if they had vanished into thin air. Yet, he could scarcely fathom who could possibly harm his father. Could it be that his parents have found the elders of the Shuelang clan and are now in their company? But if they were together, why leave no message behind? Just as Nangong Zetian, Sylvia, and the others regained some strength, preparing to summon their guards to tidy the disordered estate, the masked orcs who had just departed unexpectedly returned. Without uttering a word, these masked figures unleashed a barrage of devastating weaponry upon them. Within moments, the entire estate was thrown into chaos. The already injured guards could no longer withstand the onslaught. Master, what should we do now? Should we retaliate? First, let us suppress them with heavy firepower and allow the injured to retreat. Nangong Zetian and Sylvia spoke in unison. Clearly, those who returned were the very individuals their predecessors had summoned. If the earlier assault was merely intended to teach them a lesson, it was evident that these newcomers sought to eliminate them. Though uncertain whether these individuals were indeed sent by their predecessors, it was prudent to avoid direct confrontation until the situation was clarified. Retreating was the wisest course. Otherwise, casualties or misunderstandings could arise. leaving them unable to justify the losses to their predecessors. Chapter 138. The Fire-Melting Cave Master. You all go first. Nangong Zetian and his companions turned to the hovering aircraft behind them, signaling to their injured subordinates to retreat. After all, as individuals with S-class mental strength, they deemed this firepower inconsequential. However, the personnel from their 4 legions could not afford casualties. The current low birth rate in the Beast Realm made it challenging to replace any losses. Years of collaboration had allowed Nangong Zetian, Salivia, and Sonia's subordinates to quickly comprehend their master's intent. Indeed, they were already injured. If they did not depart, their presence would only serve to hinder their master, adding to his burdens. Only by retreating could their master utilize his skills to extricate himself more effectively. Thus, the guard from the various clans swiftly boarded the aircraft and soared into the distance. Watching the aircraft depart, the 4 exchanged glances before swiftly leaping into the hole previously excavated by Stephen. Their bodies darted through the underground passage like arrows, racing towards safety. As they lost their target, an orc wearing a rabbit mask anxiously inquired of his companion. Aki, what should we do? Should we continue the pursuit? Do not pursue. With our mental strength, we are no match for those 4 beasts. Had those orcs not spared us for Achilles' sake, we would have long since had our necks broken. But if we do not pursue, we cannot justify ourselves to the clan leader. It is better to avoid certain death here than to face the leader's wrath. Moreover, the leader is well aware that our mental strength renders us incapable of confronting those orcs. If he commands us to kill them, it is merely to teach them a lesson. Although Aki spoke thus, a feigned fear of the leader's reproach flickered across his brow. After a moment of silence, Aki leapt into the underground cavity alone. He traversed the tunnel for a considerable distance before realizing that the second passage led directly towards the fire-melting cave. And a look of relief swiftly crossed his face. They had sought their demise, and he could not be blamed for their ruthless fate. With their demise, the leader could embrace his beloved without stain upon his hands, avoiding the ire of Aaliyah and his kin. Emerging from the tunnel, his subordinates quickly surrounded Aki, questioning him with urgency. Aki, did you uncover anything? Did you catch up to those orcs? If I had caught them, do you think I could have emerged from this tunnel alive? Aki rolled his eyes at his companions in disbelief. Fools! This ploy of using another's blade to kill is far too overt. That wretched old fool truly believes the clan leader to be an ignorant child, easily manipulated. Suppressing the glimmer of cunning in his eyes, Aki turned his gaze back to the orc beside him, feigning simplicity. Aki slightly smirked, feigning pride as he explained to the orc, who was peering anxiously at the tunnel entrance. The tunnel that Snake dug leads directly towards the fire-melting cave. Once Nangong Zetian and the others draw near, they will not survive, regardless of their mental prowess. The words of Aki caused those around him to involuntarily gasp. The Hua Rong Dong, a forbidden realm for the beastmen, is characterized by its extreme temperatures. Once a beastman steps into that place, their mental prowess temporarily dissipates. Should misfortune befall a beastman who encounters the molten lava that flows from the Hua Rong Dong, their mental abilities may never recover. They would be condemned to a life devoid of mental faculties, and if fate were to turn further against them, they might perish prematurely due to their lost mental strength. Entering the Hua Rong Dong is akin to placing one foot into the embrace of the beast god, just as the beastman was reveling in his thoughts. A sudden epiphany struck him, draining the color from his face. Aki, the daughter of Aaliyah, had also descended through this tunnel. If she were to approach the Hua Rong Dong, her demise would be inevitable. The words of his subordinate darkened Aki's expression. He had been preoccupied with the notion of eliminating those beastmen, and had completely overlooked the fact that the beastman named Stephen had already led the young female into the tunnel before their confrontation began. Quickly send a message to the chief. The young female must not perish. She is the destined mate of the chief, Aki instructed, anxiety palpable in his voice. But Aki, in our clan, we cannot receive any signals. Even if I send it, the chief won't receive it. Then what shall we do? Aki's worry intensified. If that young female truly met her end, not only would Aaliyah and his followers not spare them, but even the chief would exact retribution. Wait, did you bring any distress flares with you? Yes, right here. Aki took the flare and swiftly launched it toward the misty mountain range. Once the fireworks erupted in the sky, Aki finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning to those beside him, he urged, to ensure the chief sees the flare, hasten back to the clan and relay everything that transpired here. Speed is of the essence. Remember, Even if we perish, that young female birthed by Aaliyah must not come to harm. Do you understand? Rest assured, Aki. I will return at once. Aki cast a glance in the direction the beast man had departed, and then leaped into the tunnel, pursuing the path taken by Nangong Zetian and his companions. The demise of those beastmen was inconsequential, but the safety of the young female was paramount. Otherwise, the chief, in a fit of rage, might truly flay his skin. Chapter 139. Ping Tuga. Meanwhile, on Ouyang Xiaoji's side, ever since Stephen had whisked her down into the abyss with his tail, he had exchanged a few words with the shadow guards. After passing a fork in the tunnel, Stephen separated from Gigi and the shadow guards to flee in different directions. After all, a larger group would attract more attention, and dispersing would facilitate their escape. The tunnel, being freshly dug, was somewhat narrow, forcing Ouyang Xiaoji to lie flat on Stephen's back as he navigated forward. She gently touched the cool scales on Stephen's body, her heart tranquil. After their prolonged entanglement of love and conflict, she was no longer afraid of his beast form. In fact, during her moments of displeasure, she had often playfully bitten Stephen's tail. Stephen, we've escaped. Are Nangong Zetian and the others all right? Ouyang Xiaoji inquired with concern while lying on his back. Without you dragging them down, they will surely be fine. Just lie still. Don't fall and hurt yourself. If anything happens to you, that dead fox would surely gouge out my heart, he replied. All right, as long as they're safe. What's this? Have you developed feelings for them? Didn't you disdain them for treating you as a breeding vessel? If they perish, you will be free. Hearing Stephen's sarcastic remarks made Ouyang Xiaoji chuckle. Stephen, don't provoke me. I am genuinely worried about Nangong Zetian and the others. After all, they're the fathers of my child. Considering my child, I wouldn't wish for their demise. Fine, for your sake, I suppose you're not entirely heartless. Enough chit-chat. We must move quickly to avoid being caught and having our skins flayed. With that said, Ouyang Xiaoji grew curious. The original character was timid and meek, incapable of stirring up trouble. Yet, since arriving in this strange beast world, she had scarcely encountered anyone, making it improbable for her to incite any conflict. If anyone were to seek trouble with her, aside from the bothersome Ouyang clan, it would undoubtedly involve Nangong Zetian and his companions. After all, their status was not ordinary, and there might be young females enamored with them who could resort to hiring someone to eliminate her out of jealousy. Just as Ouyang Xiaoji's mind raced with these thoughts, she heard Stephen's complaints. Those little snake offspring. How could they make such a convoluted path for me to traverse? What's wrong? Do we take a wrong turn? Ouyang Xiaoji asked, tilting her head. Yes. They dug haphazardly, and now I have no idea where we are. What shall we do? Simple. If this path proves unpassable, I'll dig a new one myself. I've done plenty of underground digging. Hearing the prideful tone in Stephen's voice, Ouyang Xiaoji couldn't help but laugh. Hey, Stephen, I remember your beast form is that of a soaring serpent, not a mole. How could you dig tunnels so adeptly? You foolish fatty, you know nothing. Our Tangsha clan excels in assassination, and digging tunnels has been our training since childhood. After all, in the event of a failed mission, it's essential to quickly excavate an escape route. Digging a tunnel is no faster than flying. Ouyang Xiaoji muttered. You don't understand. Many beastmen can fly, but few can dig tunnels. If we attempt to flee on a flying craft after a failed mission, we would be easily hunted down by other beastmen. However, if we escape underground, they wouldn't dare follow us so readily. All beastmen harbor a sense of wariness toward the unknown underground world. But Stephen, your Tangsha clan seems quite formidable. Would you truly fear being harmed by others? Little female, they're always stronger beings beyond. You must not harbor blind confidence in yourself. Once a beastman adopts such a mindset, their potential ceases to grow. Listening to Stephen's solemn words, Ouyang Xiaoji found herself intrigued by him. Truly, the leader of the Tangsha clan spoke with a gravity that contrasted sharply with his usual brash demeanor. Stephen, I've come to realize that, at times, you can be quite reliable, Ouyang Xiaoji said earnestly. Of course, you're just too blind to see my merits, not even granting me a position worthy of a 5th or 6th rank. You should be quiet. With your temperament, if we were to truly be together, we would end up fighting every day. Enough with the chatter. Hurry up. Just as Ouyang Xiaoji finished speaking, Stephen's voice of complaint echoed. The path is blocked by a massive rock. What shall we do? Should we go above ground? No, those earlier individuals possessed formidable mental strength. If they catch up to us, I wouldn't stand a chance against them, especially with you as my burden. As Stephen spoke, he maneuvered around the boulder, heading in another direction. Due to the obstruction, his pace slowed considerably, and Ouyang Xiaoji gradually succumbed to sleep during their slow journey. When she finally awoke, she found herself ensnared by a gigantic tail, while Stephen's upper body remained poised at the tunnel's entrance, vigilant and peering outside, observing the expression in his eyes. It was evident that he was filled with anxiety. Rubbing her eyes, Ouyang Xiaoji followed the direction of Stephen's gaze. At first glance, she noticed a vibrant expanse of green grass. On this lush meadow, a group of small creatures was huddled closely together. These animals bore gray fur only on the tops of their heads and backs, while the remainder of their bodies was entirely black. Due to the distance, Ouyang Xiaoji could not discern their intentions for gathering. "Hey, Stephen, they are." Before she could finish her sentence, Stephen's large hand covered her mouth. "Be quiet. Don't draw their attention," he urged. Seeing the tension in Stephen's eyes, Ouyang Xiaoji could only nod silently in understanding. Once Stephen removed his hand, she tugged at his arm and inquired, puzzled, "Stephen, are they merely small animals? Why are you so frightened of them?" "Honey badgers. They are indeed honey badgers." Hearing the astonishment in Stephen's voice, Ouyang Xiaoji turned her gaze back to the group of small creatures. Although their appearance was not particularly striking, it was hardly terrifying in her eyes. In fact, they seemed quite adorable. Just as Ouyang Xiaoji pondered Stephen's anxiety, the honey badgers began to disperse. Once they had scattered, she understood the source of Stephen's fear. Moments ago, the honey badgers had been devouring a 10-meter-long venomous snake. Now, all that remained of the snake was its skeleton, with only the red and black skin left. At that moment, Ouyang Xiaoji recalled that these honey badgers were akin to what she had referred to in her previous life as the formidable Pingtu Gu, known for their tenacity. Chapter 140. Honey Badger Beastmen, considering the diminutive size of the honey badgers compared to Stephen's large beast form. It was akin to a normal-sized snake being afraid of an ant, which struck her as rather amusing. "Stephen, you can't possibly be telling me that you are afraid of those honey badgers. Lower your voice. Those honey badgers are the natural enemies of our Tungsha clan. How can I not be fearful?" As he spoke, Stephen instinctively shrank back deeper into the cave. "Stephen, you are truly cowardly. The Tungsha clan is also the foe of our rabbit clan, yet I am not as frightened as you." Ouyang Xiaoji scoffed. "You have no idea. Deep down, you know that I would never harm you. So, of course, you aren't afraid of me. But those honey badgers are different. They prey on snakes. Right now, they are satiated, but what if they become hungry again? Would it not devour me alive?" As he spoke, Stephen involuntarily shuddered, as though the honey badgers outside had already sunk their teeth into him. Seeing Stephen's cowardice made Ouyang Xiaoji chuckle involuntarily. However, the moment she laughed, Stephen shot her a fierce glare. "Be quiet. No laughing. You might attract the honey badgers." All right, I won't laugh anymore. "Stephen, if my mind serves me correctly, your mental prowess is exceptionally high. With a flick of your tail, you could easily dispatch them. Yet, here you are, trembling before those honey badgers." Stephen glared at Ouyang Xiaoji, his expression a mix of irritation and embarrassment. "You overweight hag. Fear is a matter of the heart. It has nothing to do with mental strength. When I was young, I nearly became a snack for honey badgers. How could I not be afraid?" With that, Stephen instinctively recoiled his neck. Stephen's cowardice was utterly embarrassing. Ouyang Xiaoji waved her hand dismissively and pointed toward the open area outside. "Stephen, the honey badgers have already left. Having feasted, they will not return anytime soon. If you are truly afraid, we can retrace our steps and take another route." "We cannot. I just brought you out, and that large boulder behind us is about to crush down. Moreover, the alternate path is infused with a powerful energy that would drain my mental strength. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the legendary Fire Melting Cave, a forbidden place for beastmen. One step inside the Fire Melting Cave, and beastmen have no way back. I cannot risk leading you through there. Your life doesn't matter, but I still cherish my own. Foolish snake, I fear death too. But what shall we do now? Is this the only path we can take?" Ouyang Xiaoji inquired with a hint of humor, gesturing to the outside. Stephen looked down at Ouyang Xiaoji's eyes, which sparkled with amusement, and felt a wave of frustration. Yet, his fear of the honey badgers kept him from voicing his grievances loudly. Noticing Ouyang Xiaoji's noticeably large belly, a glimmer of inspiration flickered in his eyes. "The most gentle and beautiful Gigi," Stephen said softly. "Stop. Speak to me in your normal tone. Do not use such endearing language. It sends chills down my spine." Suppressing his irritation, Stephen gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes, continuing in a familiar tone, "Gigi, are you not afraid of those honey badgers outside?" "Not afraid. Why do you ask? What do you intend to do?" As Stephen's face loomed closer, Ouyang Xiaoji instinctively wanted to retreat, but Stephen's tail wrapped tightly around her, leaving her with nowhere to escape. Ignoring Ouyang Xiaoji's struggles, Stephen persisted. Gigi, since you're not afraid of the honey badgers, could you take me outside? You hefty creature. How could I possibly carry you? Even if I tried with all my might, I wouldn't be able to pull you out. It's quite simple. I will shrink my body, and you can tuck me into your belly. The honey badgers wouldn't even notice. Hearing Stephen's ridiculous suggestion, Ouyang Xiaoji couldn't suppress a laugh. She turned to face him seriously. Stephen, you are a beast man with nearly 4S mental strength, and you want a pregnant woman nearing childbirth to protect you? Isn't that a tad embarrassing? Not at all. Fearing for my life is not something to be ashamed of. My life is more important than any embarrassment. As Stephen released Ouyang Xiaoji, he swiftly transformed into a slender snake and began to slither up her pant leg. However, Ouyang Xiaoji grabbed his tail and lifted him off the ground. Stephen, do you really think you can hide inside me? You, a beast man, want to crawl in my belly? In frustration, Ouyang Xiaoji swung Stephen around in midair before reluctantly wrapping him around her arm and pulling down her sleeve to cover him. Stay still. If you dare to move, I will toss you straight into the jaws of the honey badger. Taking a deep breath, Ouyang Xiaoji began to carefully maneuver out of the cave. Due to her large belly, she could barely see her footing, causing her to move at a painstakingly slow pace. After several minutes, she had not encountered a single honey badger, which brought her a sense of relief. If she were to face a honey badger now, she would be utterly defenseless. Just as Ouyang Xiaoji pondered Stephen's foolishness for sending her out to confront the honey badgers, the very creatures that had been absent moments ago suddenly appeared in front of her. Surrounded by 6 honey badgers, Ouyang Xiaoji's brow furrowed in apprehension. If the honey badgers were to simultaneously attack her, she would simply throw Stephen, this unfortunate soul, out to shield her from disaster. Stephen's beastly form is so large that his sheer weight could crush these honey badgers. As Ouyang Xiaoji nervously observed the honey badgers, she was astonished to see the 6 of them transform into beastmen right before her eyes. Staring at their bare upper bodies, her mouth nearly dropped open in disbelief. They were beastmen, so why had they just consumed a venomous snake raw? On the Beast World continent, beastmen had long since abandoned the savage lifestyle of eating raw flesh. They would not resort to such primitive behavior as transforming into beast forms to consume raw snake meat. Chapter 141. The sedative. The 6 honey badger beastmen assessed Ouyang Xiaoji silently before making a gesture inviting her to follow them forward. Although uncertain of their intentions, Stephen remained quietly coiled around her arm, indicating his tacit agreement for her to accompany the honey badger beastmen. If he disagreed, he would have already leaped from her arm. Thus, Ouyang Xiaoji feigned calmness, offering a meek smile to the 6 beastmen as she obediently followed them. After all, given her large pregnant belly, confronting these 6 honey badger beastmen directly would be most unwise. As she proceeded, Ouyang Xiaoji realized she was at the bottom of a valley. The cliffs on either side appeared remarkably smooth and steep, as if cleaved by a knife. The honey badger beastmen resided at the valley's base. Strangely, upon entering the honey badger settlement, she observed only adult honey badger beastmen. Not a single female or sub-female was in sight, let alone any younglings. Could it be that this honey badger settlement had some peculiar reason for its composition? Why was it that such a large community lacked even a single female, sub-female, or juvenile? Fortunately, as Ouyang Xiaoji entered the honey badger settlement alone, the gazes of the beastmen were rather respectful. In fact, they seemed completely uninterested in her as a heavily pregnant woman, their eyes reflecting only sympathy when they glanced in her direction. When Ouyang Xiaoji was led by the honey badger beastmen into an empty room, she noticed that they had not spoken a word to her throughout the journey. Were all these honey badger beastmen mute, or did they simply disdain conversing with her? Observing the now vacant room, Ouyang Xiaoji poked Stephen, who had been playing dead. Hey, Stephen, there's no one here now. Do you want to come down? She shook her arm, trying to dislodge him. Before she could shake her arm again, the closed door swung open, revealing the honey badger beastman who had exited earlier, now carrying some fruits and snacks into the room. After placing the tray on the table and gesturing for Ouyang Xiaoji to help herself, he promptly turned and exited again. As soon as the door closed behind him, Stephen leapt from Ouyang Xiaoji's arm to the table. After sniffing the fruits and water, he jumped down to the floor. Pregnant lady, don't touch the food on the table. It's laced with sedatives. Understood, Ouyang Xiaoji replied. Stephen meticulously surveyed the room and chose to dig a hole against the wall near the cliff. Stay here and don't move. I have a feeling something is amiss in this settlement. It's not far from a lava cave, and if those honey badger beastmen are sensible, they wouldn't establish their home in such a perilous location. Moreover, there are no females or younglings, and the living conditions are rudimentary at best, indicating that this place is newly established. Everything feels terribly wrong here. All right, Stephen, do you need my help? You big pregnant lady, just focus on protecting yourself. I'll be back shortly. After reassuringly nodding to Ouyang Xiaoji, Stephen promptly burrowed into the hole. Once he was inside the earthen wall, Ouyang Xiaoji gently propped 2 chairs against the door and placed a decorative painting in front of the hole he dug to conceal it from any curious beastmen who might enter. Just as Ouyang Xiaoji anxiously watched the hole, the door, which she had barricaded with chairs, was effortlessly pushed open from the outside. As a masked beastman clad in white entered, Ouyang Xiaoji felt an immediate sense of foreboding. Instinctively, she positioned her body to block the decorative painting, preventing the masked beastman from discovering it. You are Ouyang Xiaoji? The masked beastman inquired directly. Perhaps due to her own trepidation, she perceived a chilling tone in his voice. Who are you? Ouyang Xiaoji scrutinized the masked beastman, convinced that she had never encountered him before based on his physique. The masked beastman stepped closer, examining her intently. Under her wary gaze, he extended a hand toward her face. However, before his hand could make contact, she swiftly swatted it away. Gigi, I am Abduo. You may call me up. The masked beastman introduced himself. I'm afraid there won't be a future for us, as I intend to leave here shortly. Indeed, she needed to depart, for the lava cave was on the verge of eruption. If she lingered, not only would she be in peril, but even the mudfish burrowed within the cave would be scorched. What do you mean? Abduo did not respond, instead stepping past her to inspect the decorative painting with a bemused expression. This painting isn't quite suitable here. Gigi, do you think I should relocate it? What are you up to? Ouyang Xiaoji asked in a low voice, since Abduo had already discovered the hole behind the painting. Any further pretense on her part would be futile. Yet, who exactly was this Abduo, and how did he recognize her? Could it be related to her 10 fertility points? As this realization dawned on her, Ouyang Xiaoji's expression turned cold, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. Chapter 142. Abduo's Deception. Gigi, please don't be agitated. I'm not concerned about what is hidden behind that painting. My sole interest lies in you. After all, you bear an uncanny resemblance to someone I know. Abduo scrutinized Ouyang Xiaoji's face, his tone filled with astonishment and admiration. I can manage on my own, but I am curious. Who do you think I resemble? Ouyang Xiaoji replied coldly. It has nothing to do with you. Gigi, matters that do not concern you are best left unknown to avoid trouble. Abduo stepped back, pointing at Ouyang Xiaoji's belly. Gigi, is the child within you the offspring of that beastman, named Suania? Before you gained the ability to protect yourself, you were bound to bear his child, even if you wished otherwise. Rather than compromising yourself, you might as well impose upon others. If you desire, I can ensure that no one dares to covet your belly, allowing you to bear children for them instead. What do you say? Would you like to collaborate with me? Faced with Abduo's tempting offer, Ouyang Xiaoji couldn't help but snort in derision. Speak plainly. To attain something, one must be willing to make sacrifices. What do you desire from me? I am curious to hear your terms and see if I can acquiesce to your demands. It is quite simple. You are to become my sole instrument, as long as you obediently heed my commands. I can assure you that no one in the beast world will dare to lay a hand on you again. Is that so? If I were to comply with your wishes, would I not merely be escaping from one den of wolves, only to fall into the jaws of your dog? Regardless of where I go, I am destined to bear offspring. So what purpose does it serve to change my dwelling? Furthermore, although I find Stefan insufferable, at least he pursues me openly and honorably, unlike you, who can only negotiate from behind a mask. Stefan, the head of the Tungsha clan, who lost both his mistress and offspring years ago. With that, Abu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Gigi, your judgment is rather lacking. How could that dimwit Stefan possibly be worthy of you? Worthiness is not for you to determine. Moreover, do you not feel ashamed for exposing his wounds behind his back? Ouyang Xiaoji retorted. Gigi, that is not the way to speak. Stefan is a fool beyond redemption, but I am not the one revealing his vulnerabilities. Abu replied with a light laugh. What do you mean by that? My point is that, a century ago, Stefan's mistress Delia was not even carrying his child. He was merely a fool without the luxury of a green hat. Nonsense. Once a female becomes pregnant, totems will manifest on the bodies of beastmen. If Delia never bore Stefan's child, how could totems appear on him? Ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at? Ouyang Xiaoji asked coldly. Ji, you are exceedingly naive. In the beast world, there is no shortage of the extraordinary. A mere totem is nothing. I can make it appear on whomever I wish. What Stefan experienced was not some blood charm, but merely a concoction of love potions and psychological suggestion. The totem upon his shoulder was simply a potion we applied to him that would manifest at intervals. What a pity, that fool. Who actually turned against Nan Gongzhitian according to my plan? It is fortunate they managed to restrain themselves and did not come to blows. Just as Abu's words concluded, Stefan, who had been hiding behind the painting, could no longer contain his fury and charged at Abu. If it is a disgrace for a man to wear a green hat, discovering that the green hat upon his head is merely a tool for others' amusement is a humiliation no beast man could endure. Moreover, he, Stefan, is the head of the Tungsha clan. If word got out that the mistress and offspring he celebrated over a century ago were all part of a ruse by this Abu, would he still have any face left? Ouyang Xiaoji, witnessing the chaotic brawl between the two, instinctively ran towards the door. Not wishing to be heartless, but knowing she lacked the resilience of Abu and Stefan. If the house were to collapse under their commotion, it would certainly crush her. As she anticipated, the moment Ouyang Xiaoji dashed outside, the house collapsed. Turning back to see the two still entangled in their fierce fight, she found herself curious about Abu's beast form. At present, Stefan had reverted to his half-human, half-snake state, while Abu retained his human form, matching Stefan blow for blow. More accurately, Abu's mental prowess was utterly overwhelming Stefan. Just as Ouyang Xiaoji was engrossed in watching, a honey badger beastman approached her. Observing the scene, it was clear that matters could not be resolved amicably. She could not afford to allow these honey badger beastmen to seize her as they had before. However, with her pregnant state, she possessed little combat capability. Just as anxiety surged within her, Stefan found himself pinned to the ground by Abu, unable to move. Ji, do not resist, simply comply and go with the honey badger beastman. Rest assured, once you give birth to the little fox inside you, I will take you away. Hearing Abu's words, Ouyang Xiaoji coldly asked in confusion, Abu, what do you mean? What do you mean by me giving birth to the fox cub? How can you so confidently assert that I will give birth soon? It is quite simple. With a single injection, the little fox in your belly will have no choice but to be born. You must be joking. How dare you? Ouyang Xiaoji and Stefan both exclaimed in unison. Abu, if you dare to harm that fat woman, I will kill you right now. Stefan weakly protested from ground. Kill me? With your 3S level mental strength? Abu scoffed, before bringing his foot down harshly upon Stefan's head, the weight causing Stefan to be rendered speechless. Abu, release Stefan. Do not harm him. Seeing the blood flowing from Stefan's mouth, Ouyang Xiaoji cried out anxiously. Ji, if you simply comply and accept the induction injection, I will let this foolish mudfish go. How's that sound? Upon saying this, Abu signaled the honey badger beastmen gathered before Ouyang Xiaoji to advance and seize her. Ouyang Xiaoji glanced at the encroaching honey badger beastmen, then turned to see Stefan's pleading eyes, silently urging her to flee as he struggled in vain. Moreover, the anxious movements of the little cubs inside her belly were incessant. No, Stefan cannot die, and the little cubs within me cannot be born prematurely. Given that I am already at risk of premature birth due to carrying triplets if they were induced, the survival of my little fox cubs would remain uncertain. With this thought, Ouyang Xiaoji's eyes rapidly turned blood red in her fury, her tail and ears sprouting simultaneously. In an instant, a powerful mental force unleashed indiscriminately upon all present, with Abu standing directly before her as the primary target. You dare to harm my children? I will take your lives. As her words echoed, Ouyang Xiaoji, her pregnant form swift as a shadow, appeared before Abu. She twisted his arm, and a sharp crack of breaking bone echoed, causing all the beastmen to instinctively take a step back. Scoundrel, ugly creature, and despicable wretch, how dare you harm my children? I will kill you. Ouyang Xiaoji cursed as she lifted Abu, slamming him to the ground before he could react. The resounding thuds of his body hitting the ground sent the honey badger beastmen surrounding them fleeing in terror. This subfemale is truly terrifying. Stefan, struggling to prop himself up, watched in astonishment as Ouyang Xiaoji hurled Abu about like a sandbag. As he beheld the large crater formed upon impact, a shiver ran down his spine. Goodness, this fat woman in a rage is simply too fearsome. That Abu, with at least 4S level peak mental strength, now found himself utterly defenseless against Ouyang Xiaoji. Recalling the many quarrels he had with Ouyang Xiaoji in the past, Stefan felt as though he had stared death in the face multiple times. Thankfully, he had never crossed this fat woman's line. Otherwise, he would have been used as a punching bag numerous times. Filled with dread, Stefan instinctively shrank back, retreating further. In a mere moment, amidst the swirling dust, Abu was rendered unconscious by Ouyang Xiaoji. Enraged, Ouyang Xiaoji, with eyes aflame, relentlessly stomped on him several times. The sound of cracking bones instinctively caused Stephen to shrink further into the corner. Goodness, this wretchedly plump woman is truly terrifying when enraged. Once Ouyang Xiaoji, that heavily pregnant woman, finished with Abu, she must not direct her gaze towards him. He was timid, pitiable, small, and helpless. Stephen had always been a well-behaved darling. Sensing that Abu lay motionless, Ouyang Xiaoji finally ceased her assault, her gaze locking onto Stephen's. As Stephen met her bloodshot eyes, cold sweat cascaded down his brow. Wretched woman. No, beautiful lady, dear one, grievances have their origin and debts their masters. You have already subdued Abu. Surely, you can quell your anger now. Furthermore, we are allies. You cannot indiscriminately slay the innocent. As Stephen retreated into the corner, Ouyang Xiaoji approached him, her hand extending toward his neck. Please, don't hit me. I am afraid, he pleaded. Just as his words escaped his lips, Ouyang Xiaoji collapsed forward. Reacting swiftly, Stephen caught her and placed his fingers before her nose. Thankfully, she still breathed. She was not dead. He cradled Ouyang Xiaoji in his arms, relieved. If that little plump woman had truly attacked him a moment ago, would he escape or fight back? As Stephen stood upright, the valley trembled violently, a surge of immense energy rushing toward him. Instinctively shielding Ouyang Xiaoji behind him, Stephen straightened up and gazed into the distance. Witnessing the lava spewing from within the valley, he recalled Abu's earlier words. The fire-melting cave is about to erupt. They could not remain there any longer. Should he encounter the lava from the fire-melting cave, even if he miraculously survived, his mental strength would be entirely consumed by it. He needed to leave immediately. Conjuring thoughts of urgency, Stephen's previously irreverent demeanor transformed into one of utmost seriousness. He cast a sweeping glance at the unconscious Abu on the ground, marveling internally at the quality of the mask firmly affixed to Abu's face. Despite the punishment inflicted by Ouyang Xiaoji, the mask remained intact. Feeling the increasing heat, Stephen lost interest in the face behind the mask. Ultimately, once the lava flowed here from the fire-melting cave, Abu was undoubtedly doomed. Thus, there was no need to concern himself with Abu any longer. With a flick of his tail, Stephen mockingly stated, "Fool, do you think the four of us super nobles maintain our position at the pinnacle of nobility merely through confrontation? If we did not unite behind closed doors, we would have long been obliterated by the other noble factions. You once deceived me using Delia, that mistress. Do you think I was unaware? I merely used your own scheme against you. Alas, it seems I am destined to remain alone." With that, he scooped Ouyang Xiaoji into his arms and swiftly swam toward the valley's exit. After covering some distance, he remained oblivious to the barely twitching eyelids of the comatose Abu. As Stephen cradled Ouyang Xiaoji and rapidly advanced, a violent explosion erupted at the valley's entrance. Following the sound, he discovered that the entrance had been artificially blocked, rendering escape impossible. Assessing the smooth cliffs on either side, Stephen realized that with a pregnant woman in his grasp, he could not ascend. Lowering his head to gaze at Ouyang Xiaoji, now peacefully asleep in his embrace, he felt no fear, only tranquility. "Wretched woman, allow me to clarify. I do not desire a child. I merely wish for companionship. Initially, I believed you could shoulder this responsibility, yet you misjudged my intentions. Had I truly harbored ulterior motives, I would have confronted Nangong Zhitian and those scoundrels directly, seizing you for myself. I have done so before." Gently adjusting Ouyang Xiaoji in his arms, he leaned down and placed a kiss on her forehead. "A kiss is harmless. I may not have another chance," he mused with a light chuckle. Chapter 144. Danger. Stephen gazed at the smooth cliff face, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. Even if he were to perish today, he would ensure that this ungainly, heavy-set woman made it out alive. After all, she was the one he had resolved to protect. He would not allow her to suffer even the slightest harm. From his ring's spatial pocket, Stephen produced a high-energy cannon and fired a powerful shot at the mountainside. As rocks and debris flew, he observed the small platform that had been blasted out of the mountainside. Coiling his tail, he prepared to leap onto it. However, before he could act, The newly created platform was shattered by another blast from above. Looking up, he was startled to see Abu, who had just been rendered unconscious by Ouyang Xiaoji, standing on the cliff. What was happening? Given Abu's injuries, there was no way he could have awakened so soon. Was it all a ruse? Or was Abu's recovery ability extraordinarily high, allowing him to recover rapidly from serious wounds? Yet, Stephen had never heard of any Beastman tribe in the Beast world possessing such swift recuperative powers. His expression grew cold. He should have taken Abu's life while he had the chance during his unconsciousness, thus avoiding the current predicament. Stephen had been overly careless, too confident in his judgment. If you wish to survive, hand over Gigi, Abu's voice rang through the air. Otherwise, when the lava from the fire-melting cave reaches here, you both will undoubtedly perish. As Abu tossed down a basket large enough for a single person, Stephen swiftly smashed it to bits with his tail. Dream on, he retorted, cradling Ouyang Xiaoji closer. You vile creature, if I were to hand Gigi over to you, what fate would await the 3 little fox cubs in her womb? You are well aware of the harm that inducing labor would inflict on her body, are you not? Though Nangong Zhitian and his ilk may covet Gigi, we have never wished her or her children any harm. Even if this ugly woman does not favor me, I have never contemplated hurting her. Who do you think you are to demand her from me? Stephen's words caused Abu's aura to grow even colder. The honey badger beastmen surrounding Abu instinctively took a few steps back, overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from him. The lava from the fire-melting cave is nearly upon us. When it arrives, not only you, but even Gigi in your arms will not survive. Your lives depend entirely on your choices, Abu stated. Just then, another basket slid down the rope beside him. Stephen's gaze flickered at the sight of the rope before him. Then, feigning reluctance, he embraced Ouyang Xiaoji with one arm while using the other to touch the rope binding the basket. Above the cliff, Abu observed Stephen's compromising demeanor, a glint of triumph flashing in his eyes. The orcs outside were inherently cowardly and self-serving. Otherwise, his family would not have perished at their hands. After a while, when he brought Gigi up, this orc from the Tung Shi clan would meet his demise. However, before Abu could revel in his delight for a single moment, Stephen abruptly yanked the rope, pulling down an unsuspecting honey badger orc standing precariously on the cliff. Swiftly, he ensnared the honey badger orc's neck with his tail and gazed upwards at Abu. Abu, your man is in my grasp. If you wish for him to live, lower the rope and allow Gigi and me to ascend. Otherwise, as Stephen tightened his grip, the honey badger orc instantly rolled its eyes back in distress, tugging at the tail, constricting its neck, while silently pleading for help from Abu above the cliff. Yet, rather than feeling anxious, Abu erupted into a boisterous laugh. Stephen, he is merely a dog I keep. If you wish to kill him, simply snap his neck. Should that not suffice, I have plenty more where he came from. Abu's words caused the honey badger orc to cease its struggles, resigned to its fate, striking its arm weakly. Recognizing that this tactic was futile, Stephen knocked the honey badger orc unconscious with his tail and tossed it into the basket. Upon witnessing Stephen's actions, a flicker of disdain crossed Abu's eyes. As the head of the Tung Shi clan, Stephen's lack of murderous intent would ultimately lead to the clan's demise. Abu gestured to those behind him, instructing them to pull up the orc from the basket. When he turned back, he found that Stephen had already maneuvered to the opposite edge of the cliff. Stephen surveyed the sheer cliff face, devoid of any footholds. Moreover, they were within the firing range of Abu's particle cannon. If he were to obliterate the footholds, Abu would undoubtedly interfere. Should he fall while cradling Ouyang Xiaoji in midair, he, as an orc, could withstand the impact, but Ouyang Xiaoji, a pregnant woman on the verge of giving birth, must not be harmed in any way. Most critically, the particle cannon was already depleted of energy. As Stephen sensed the encroaching lava, he used his tail to carve several footholds into the cliff, preparing to attempt to ascend with Ouyang Xiaoji once more. As he had anticipated, each hold he carved was quickly destroyed by Abu. Judging by Abu's obstructive antics, he seemed intent on ensuring both Stephen and Gigi met their end. Amidst their back-and-forth confrontation, Ouyang Xiaoji gradually regained consciousness in Stephen's embrace. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the chaotic scene of rocks flying about as Stephen tirelessly attempted to carve a viable hold into the rock face with his tail. Noting the state of Stephen's once pristine tail, Ouyang Xiaoji, puzzled, inquired, Stephen, do you not care about your tail? It is so dirty now. Little fatty, you're awake. Stephen replied, casting a glance at her before resuming his efforts. when a particle shot detonated at the newly carved hold. Ouyang Xiao Ji belatedly realized the gravity of their situation. Turning her head, she beheld Abu standing atop the cliff, with the lava creeping ever closer. Chapter 145. An orc without spiritual energy might as well be dead. Upon seeing Ouyang Xiao Ji regain consciousness, Abu set down his particle cannon, a hint of smugness in his voice as he proclaimed, "Stephen, Ji is awake, and the lava is nearly upon you. You must understand, when the lava arrives, it will be too late for regrets. You are aware that the lava in the magma chamber will absorb the spiritual energy from your body. Now, should you not obediently hand over Ji? After all, she carries your offspring. You surely do not wish for her to perish along with the child." Abu signaled for his subordinates to let the basket slide down, watching Stephen with a smug expression. He was confident that Stephen would not sacrifice his life for Ouyang Xiao Ji. After all, he was well aware of the cold hearts of the Tongue Shi clan orcs. Unfortunately for Abu, Stephen paid no heed to his words, continuing to carve into the rock face with his tail. As he struck the rock, creating a hold large enough for a person, Abu fired another shot from his particle cannon towards it. However, this time, Stephen astonishingly blocked Abu's particle cannon with his tail. After a violent explosion, a noticeable gash marred Stephen's tail, with many of the scales he cherished falling away. Ji, you must believe me. I will protect you. Now hold on to my neck. I'm going to climb. Once Ouyang Xiao Ji grasped his neck, Stephen utilized his long tail to leap up to the newly carved opening. Placing Ouyang Xiao Ji inside, he then positioned his body at the entrance, fiercely digging his claws into the cliff face while using his tail to shield against the particle cannon fire from Abu. As they were locked in this standoff, the lava flowed beneath them. Despite the suffocating heat, Abu relentlessly continued firing his particle cannon. Stephen, caught off guard, felt his tail struck by the cannon, causing it to fall into the lava with a sizzle. Stephen, Ouyang Xiao Ji instinctively clung to Stephen's wobbling form, preventing him from plummeting entirely. "You ugly beast, do not move." Despite having always cherished his tail, Stephen seemed unfazed by the pain, expressionless as he raised it once more to carve another hold for a person. As the opening appeared, Ouyang Xiao Ji could clearly see large patches of scales shedding from Stephen's tail. The typically irritable Stephen, who would react fiercely even to the loss of a single scale, now appeared unfazed as he coiled his tail around Ouyang Xiao Ji, continuing to place her into the newly carved cave above. "You ugly beast, hold on. You must not let that damned Abu catch you. Otherwise, all my efforts to protect you will be in vain." At the moment Stephen spoke, the lava was nearly engulfing the hold where Ouyang Xiao Ji had just been. Meanwhile, Stephen's tail, under the scorching heat of the lava, began to emit plumes of black smoke. "Stephen, hurry up. The lava is already scorching your tail." Ouyang Xiao Ji leaned over the opening, desperately reaching down. "Do not waste your energy, Ji. All my spiritual energy has been drained by this magma. It seems there is no hope. No. Just extend your tail to me. Shrink your body a little, and I will pull you up." Ouyang Xiao Ji lay sideways at the opening, straining to reach Stephen. "You ugly beast, do not lie on the ground. You are still carrying a child inside you." Stephen made an effort to raise his hand, but it fell limply. "Ji, if there's a next life, would you consider being my family? One that does not require bearing children? I truly long for a family to accompany me. I'm so incredibly lonely." "All right, Stephen, I will be your family. Whether or not I bear children, I will always be by your side. Hurry, extend your tail. Your tail is about to be roasted. Little fatty. Thank you for agreeing to be with me." With that, Stephen smiled at Ouyang Xiao Ji, closed his eyes, and helplessly fell backward into the lava. As Stephen hung at the cave opening, watching him plummet into the lava, Ouyang Xiao Ji desperately shouted, but her vision suddenly darkened, her body collapsing to the ground, utterly drained of strength. "Stephen, has he died? Stephen, you fool. Quickly give me your hand. I will pull you up. Hurry, don't fall." Ouyang Xiao Ji could only perceive darkness ahead, her mouth weakly shouting. A piercing pain suddenly engulfed her entire body. Stephen had died to save her. Had it not been for her, with Stephen's formidable mental strength, how could he have failed to escape? It was all her fault. Just as Ouyang Xiao Ji felt herself sinking into an endless abyss, she sensed a lifting sensation in her body. She struggled to open her eyes, and before her was Sylvia's doll-like face, now filled with concern. "Ji, are you all right? I'm sorry I'm late." "Sigh. Sylvia, Stephen died saving me. Before Ouyang Xiaoji could finish her sentence, the curses of the giant eagle clan's beastmen erupted nearby. Among them was a voice that sounded most familiar to her. Chili, could you exert a bit more strength? The half-beast form of the Tungsha clan's master is too heavy. I can barely lift him. I'm already trying my best. It's you who is useless, idiot. Hurry up. The next surge of lava is about to erupt. If we linger above the lava of the fire-melting cave, my mental strength will be completely drained. Turning her head weakly, Ouyang Xiaoji saw Stephen, with a human body and a serpent's tail, being lifted into the sky by Chili and another beastman from the giant eagle clan. Fortunately, Stephen was safe. Watching Stephen being rescued by Chili, Ouyang Xiaoji managed a faint smile before succumbing to darkness. After the giant eagle clan's beastmen and Sylvia had all departed, Akri and his group arrived swiftly. They gazed at the departing figures of Abdu and the honey badger clan's beastmen on the opposite cliff, their eyes filled with coldness. Father Akri is a master of the Tungsha clan, all right? Once a beastman gets caught in the lava of the fire-melting cave, all their mental strength is lost. A beastman without mental strength is no different from a worthless being, remarked a handsome beastman with regret. 15. Be quiet, Akri replied coldly. The group of Akri stared icily at Abdu and the honey badger beastmen, gritting their teeth. For centuries, this scoundrel had ruined their lives, using their kin to threaten them, and just moments ago, nearly jeopardized their daughter's future. After all this time, he still dared to dream of capturing their daughter to fulfill his insatiable ambition. Thankfully, Sylvia had acted swiftly and rescued Stephen and Gigi. Otherwise, he would have had no way to return and explain to Aaliyah and Weir. Nor could he ever forgive himself. After all, Stephen was the last family member remaining to Weir. Chapter 146. The Other Side's Cave. Akri closed his eyes, pondering the tribe members captured by Abdu, helplessly swallowing the frustration in his chest. They had endured for so many years. They must not ruin everything at the final moment due to a moment of impulse. Regaining his composure, Akri delivered 2 solid slaps to the heads of the 2 beastmen behind him. 13, 14. Did I not instruct you to guard the entrance of the fire-melting cave? How could they end up here? This is Abdu's territory. If Stephen and Gigi appear here, it is akin to lambs walking into a tiger's den. Father Akri, 14, and I have always guarded the entrance of the fire-melting cave. However, we only managed to stop Nangong Zetian, Sylvia, and Sonia. That Stephen, the clan master, burrowed around like a mole, digging his way to Abdu's lair. How could we possibly stop him? Still defiant. If Sylvia had not arrived in time, if Stephen had died, how would I explain this to your mother and Uncle Weir? You must understand, Uncle Weir has only this one descendant left. If anything were to happen to Stephen, how could he bear it? Akri admonished sternly. 13. Glancing at the severity in Akri's eyes, dared not speak further. After a moment, he quietly asked Father Akri, Stephen's tail has already touched the lava in the fire-melting cave. Is there any hope for his mental strength? I do not know. Whether he can recover depends on whether he can win your sister's true affection. However, since he sacrificed his mental strength to save your sister, it is likely that he will regain it in time. Casting a glance at the rising lava below the cliff, Akri walked off into the distance. The fire-melting cave truly deserved its reputation as a forbidden ground for beastmen. They were so far from the lava, yet he could still feel it draining their mental strength. That old rascal Abdu had extended his reach too far, daring to threaten their daughter. Once everything was prepared, it would be time for them to take action. In the Tungsha clan's other side cave, Ouyang Xiaoji was leaning against a massive healing chamber, listening as the long-absent brothers, Pernod and Perkele, were engaged in a hushed argument. After Stephen's injury, Nangong Zetian had promptly summoned Perkele to the other side cave of the Tungsha clan. Upon their reunion, they discovered that the 2 renowned genius doctors in the beast world were actually brothers. Pernod had remained hidden on Giant Eagle Island largely due to his connection with Perkele. Had it not been for Stephen's severe injury, Pernod would have almost slapped Perkele across the face. Through the glass of the healing chamber, Ouyang Xiaoji gazed at Stephen, whose tail was wrapped in bandages, his golden hair cascading carelessly behind him. Under the illumination of the lights, his face appeared extraordinarily handsome. This was the same beastman who had consistently claimed to dislike her and only wanted her to bear his offspring. Yet, in the face of danger, he had risked his life to save her. Reflecting on his words when he had asked her to be his family, Ouyang Xiaoji truly felt what it meant to care for someone. Stephen, you said you wanted me to be a family that would always accompany you? I promise. When will you wake up? Ouyang Xiaoji murmured to herself. Unfortunately, the unconscious Stephen could not hear her, but Nangong's Etienne and Sylvia, who were standing nearby, caught every word. Has Stephen's mental strength really been absorbed by the lava in the fire-melting cave? Nangong's Etienne inquired softly. Bernard said that his mental strength is irretrievable. Besides, because he has lost his mental strength, his body can only maintain its half-beast form. He may never revert to his original beast form. Sylvia replied with difficulty. Is there no way to heal him? If it weren't for saving Gigi, how could Stephen, with his abilities, have failed to escape that valley? Sonia asked anxiously. There is no way. Sylvia shook her head. Sonia, since the establishment of the beast world, have you ever seen a beast man whose mental strength was absorbed by the fire-melting cave and managed to recover? Sylvia's words left Sonia utterly disheartened. Although they had frequently quarreled and fought, he had never wished to harm Stephen. Now that he had lost his mental strength, what was he to do? A beast man without mental strength would see their lifespan drastically shortened. Moreover, Stephen was the clan master of the Tangsha clan. The Tangsha clan, renowned for their expertise in assassination, has always commanded respect through their formidable strength. Given Stephen's current state, it is evident that he is unfit to assume the role of clan leader. How will the proud Stephen confront such a devastating fate? Ouyang Xiaoji pressed her forehead against the glass of the treatment chamber, quietly listening to the conversation among Sylvia and the others. This moment inevitably reminded her of the instant Stephen voluntarily relinquished his life. For the beastmen, mental prowess holds paramount importance. Moreover, Stephen, with his sharp tongue, has always been a paragon of excellence. How could he endure the repercussions of losing his mental abilities? Yet, what means does she possess to restore his mental strength? As Ouyang Xiaoji succumbed to despair, Stephen, lying within the treatment chamber, awakened. He opened his eyes, remaining silent, his gaze devoid of life as he lay motionless. Bernard, perkily, Stephen is awake. Come quickly. Ouyang Xiaoji's voice barely faded before everyone rushed to the side of the treatment chamber, anxiously observing Bernard and perkily as they hastily attended to Stephen. After their efforts, Stephen had not uttered a single word, nor did he even move a finger. Witnessing Stephen's condition, Bernard and Perkale's expressions darkened significantly. They exchanged glances with Ouyang Xiaoji and then took the lead in stepping outside. Once outside, Ouyang Xiaoji, clutching her abdomen with unease, inquired Bernard, Perkale, how is Stephen? Is there any hope for his mental strength and tail? Xiaoji, please sit down before we discuss this. Perkale gently guided her to a nearby sofa. He shared a meaningful glance with Bernard before sighing deeply. Xiaoji, everyone, given our current medical capabilities, we can only mend Stephen's tail. As for his mental strength, observing the troubled expressions on Perkale and Bernard's faces, Ouyang Xiaoji and the others grasped their unspoken thoughts. Stephen's mental prowess, it seemed, was beyond salvation. There is one more matter, and I hope you are prepared. Perkale adjusted his glasses, speaking in a grave tone. What is it? Just tell us, Ouyang Xiaoji urged, attempting to rise but was gently restrained by Perkale. Xiaoji, please remain seated and calm. After a difficult exchange of glances with Bernard, Perkale continued, Xiaoji, the clan leader, Stephen, currently possesses no will to live. His spirit is profoundly diminished. If this trajectory continues, combined with his loss of mental strength, it is likely that Stephen will not survive beyond 3 years. What? The collective voices rose involuntarily, particularly Ouyang Xiaoji, who felt her body trembling uncontrollably. Just recently, Stephen had been a vibrant and brilliant beast man. How could he so swiftly approach the brink of death, all for her sake? With tears streaming down her face, Ouyang Xiaoji resolved that she could not allow anything to happen to Stephen. Bernard, is there truly no way to save Stephen? He is the leader of the Tangsha clan. He cannot die. She grasped Bernard's arm, pleading earnestly. There is a method to extend Stephen's life. Though it may only be for a decade or so, it is the best we can offer. However, it requires everyone's cooperation. What is this method? Sonia inquired first. Bernard surveyed the 4 individuals accompanying Nangong Jitian, all of whom were the elite of the beast world, now united due to Ouyang Xiaoji. He hoped they could collaborate effectively to prolong Stephen's life. Siren from the Sea God clan and Sonia, I need both of you to work together to hypnotize Stephen, allowing him to forget his loss of mental strength. Let him believe he has merely sustained severe injuries and cannot use his mental abilities temporarily, thus giving him a reason to strive for survival. Can you accomplish this? Bernard's proposition silenced Siren and Sonia. Although they could hypnotize beastmen, achieving success with Stephen, even in his weakened state, would be a formidable challenge. Bernard, while Stephen may have lost his mental prowess, His will is exceptionally strong. We can only promise to do our best regarding the hypnosis, they replied in unison. Very well. As long as you exert your utmost effort, Bernard responded, then turned to Sylvia. Sylvia, I need you to return to Giant Eagle Island immediately and procure the fruit from the oldest ancient tree to sustain Stephen's rapidly depleting vitality. Remember, it must be the oldest fruit. Nothing else will suffice. After a brief hesitation, Sylvia consented. On Giant Eagle Island, the fruit of the oldest ancient tree is typically reserved exclusively for the clan leader and matriarch, but for Stephen's sake, this rule could be bent. After acknowledging the group, Sylvia swiftly exited. Observing her departure, Perkele spoke up, Nangong Zetian. Due to the Tungsha clan's focus on assassination, their internal conflicts are intense each year. I need you to leverage the influence of the Snow Wolf clan and your own power to suppress all internal strife within the Tungsha clan. We cannot allow any assassins to approach Stephen. Before Nangong Zetian could respond, the Tungsha clan's hidden shadow guards emerged from the darkness into the light. Accustomed to the shadows, their eyes had long adjusted to the dark. The illumination was merely to accommodate Ouyang Xiaoji. Gazing at Nangong Zetian and Sonia, the shadow guards bore expressions of resignation. It was unfortunate that their clan leader's loose tongue had led others to believe there was significant animosity among them. Esteemed guests, while it is true that internal strife within the Tungsha clan is severe and we value strength above all, what you may not know is that we have no traitorous assassins. Regardless of whether our leader possesses greater mental strength, we would never harm him. As for the internal conflicts, rest assured, we will diligently protect our leader and the Tungsha clan during this time of his vulnerability. Upon finishing, the shadow guards bypassed Nangong Zetian and knelt at the door, proclaiming, Leader, for the sake of the Tungsha clan, we hope you will rally. Just as their voices faded, Stephen, who had been lying in the treatment chamber, strode out with resolve. He surveyed his kneeling subordinates, and the despondency that had clouded his eyes was gone. I, Stephen, am the leader of the Tungsha clan. Even in death, I shall remain its leader. I was born proud, and I shall die with dignity. He then turned his gaze to Siren and Sonia, speaking gravely, I appreciate your goodwill, but I do not require your hypnosis. How long I may live is my fate to accept, and I will not regret it. Stephen then faced Ouyang Xiaoji, who was biting her lip in an effort to hold back tears, and settled beside her. Xiaoji, you promised me that you would be my family, the kind that requires neither offspring nor contracts. Will you still agree to marry me under these circumstances? Ouyang Xiaoji wiped her tears and nodded with a smile. As long as you promise not to call me a fat woman again, I will accept. All right, I promise. I will never say that again. Xiaoji, you are not at all fat. I was merely careless with my words. Now you realize that. Ouyang Xiaoji gently tapped Stephen's shoulder, and upon seeing the mirth in his eyes, she could no longer restrain her tears, collapsing silently onto his shoulder. This time, regardless of whether it was a scheme or not, she willingly accepted the prospect of marriage. Standing aside, Sonia, Siren, and Nangong Zetian observed the two weeping in each other's embrace, sighing softly before turning away. The dark guards of the Tungsha clan, who knelt on the ground, exhaled deeply and rose, granting space to Stephen and Ouyang Xiaoji. Their master had finally attained the family he so desired. Although their master often spoke harshly and delighted in teasing others, he only sought to provoke those he held dear, such as Nangong Zetian, Sonia, and Sylvia, with whom he had grown up. When the four of them were together, they frequently engaged in banter and even brawls. Yet when it came to outsiders, their master could hardly be bothered to spare a glance. Recently, despite his incessant disparagement of Ouyang Xiaoji, calling her plump, unattractive, and devoid of any feminine grace, while mocking her buck teeth for nipping at his tail, those who followed him could discern the unbidden laughter in his eyes as he spoke ill of her. They understood that their master had unwittingly fallen for the diminutive female with a reproductive score of merely 10. Unlike others, their master's desire for offspring stemmed solely from a longing for family. Now, he had finally acquired the family he so yearned for, yet his life was drawing to a close. How had events spiraled into such a state? The leader of the Dark Guards signaled to his subordinates and stealthily concealed himself in the shadows. They would not let the one responsible for their master's plight get away, regardless of who that Abdu was or his status. The Tungsha clan would forever be at odds with him. As the leader and his subordinates approached the exit of the Bianchi cave, they were intercepted by the old butler. Where are you going? Butler, we seek vengeance for our master. The leader replied coldly. You cannot go. Return at once, the butler commanded, waving his hand. which promptly sealed the exit of the cave, blocking the sunlight that had been streaming in and plunging their position back into darkness. However, this darkness was nothing to the Tangsha clan, who had long dwelled underground. "Butler, if you prevent us from avenging our master, could you enlighten us as to why?" The leader inquired, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the old butler. "Look at this, and you will understand the reason." The butler produced a white snake scale from his storage ring and placed it in the leader's hand. The scale emanated a faint glow in the darkness, and most crucially, it belonged to a beast man with a psychic power exceeding the 4S grade. In the Tangsha clan, only the former master, Wire, who had relinquished his title, possessed such formidable psychic strength. Yet, after Wire's disappearance, had he not been considered lost forever? Well, then had the old butler procured this scale? As you surmise, Master Wire is not dead. He deliberately left this scale in my room, imbued with his essence. Alongside this scale, he also left behind 4 words. Examine them. Do they not bear the handwriting of Master Wire? The note handed to the leader bore the 4 words, remain inactive. The handwriting indeed resembled that of Master Wire. Yet, if Master Wire had not perished, why did he not return? After so many centuries, how could he bear to abandon Stephen for such an extended period? Enough. Since Master Wire has spoken, you are all to withdraw. When the time comes, I will inform everyone to avenge our master. After all, the Tangsha clan does not remain silent after suffering loss. After placing the note into his storage space, the butler continued to issue orders. Once all had returned to their posts, he narrowed his eyes. That despicable Abdu had dared to harm the child he had watched grow. If he sought death, the butler was more than willing to expedite his journey to the beast god. This old wretch had taken countless lives from their 4 great noble clans. They had plotted for many years. It was time to close the net. Yet, could their master truly restore his psychic abilities? Shaking his head slightly, he thought that if their master were to perish due to the loss of his psychic power and return to the beast god, then he would accompany him. What would become of a beast man without psychic power if he ventured forth alone, vulnerable to the bullying of others? In the treatment room, Ouyang Xiaoji lay despondently atop the treatment pod, observing Stephen, who had just awakened but had once again slipped into slumber. Since her arrival in this world, she understood the paramount importance of psychic power for a beast man. However, she could never have anticipated that a beast man losing his psychic power midway would deplete his vitality. How long had it been? Stephen's once resplendent golden hair now appeared dulled. Recalling the words of Pernad and Perculi, she realized that the higher the psychic power, the greater the backlash on the body upon its loss. Stephen had attained the pinnacle of 3S grade psychic power. What did you do to save him now? Ji, you should rest for a while. You were about to give birth, and overexerting yourself could lead to complications. Pernad expressed his concern. Ouyang Xiaoji turned her head, her expression somewhat vacant as she regarded Pernad. Pernad, I no longer ask you to restore Stephen's psychic power. I only plead that you allow him to live a few more years. Is that possible? Meeting Ouyang Xiaoji's fragile gaze, Pernad led her to a nearby chair, locking eyes with her as he spoke. Ji, there is, in fact, a way to prolong Stephen's life. What method? Ouyang Xiaoji asked urgently. Ji, when a beast man with high psychic power forms a contract with a female, they share their life force with their partner. Similarly, if you're willing to sign a partner contract with Stephen after giving birth to your kids, you can share your life with him. However, this method would be extremely taxing on you. Ji, would you be willing? Yes, I am willing. No, I cannot agree. Ouyang Xiaoji turned toward the voice of dissent. Realizing it belonged to Siren, who had just entered, he wore a cold expression, placing the food he held into Ouyang Xiaoji's hands while regarding Pernad with indifference. Pernad, if a beast man without psychic power forms a contract with a female, he will continually draw from her life force throughout his existence. Given Ji's current condition, if she were to truly sign a contract with Stephen and become his partner, within a century, her life would be entirely consumed by him. As Siren spoke, his psychic power surged like a tide, pressing down upon Pernad, rendering his face pale. Pernad, Stephen saved Ji's life, and I am immensely grateful to him. If you possess a way to exchange my life for his, I, Siren, would willingly sacrifice my life for Ji. However, you must not, under any circumstances, inflict such a nefarious method upon her. I, Siren, will not allow anyone, for any reason, to harm Ji, not even her savior. Seated to one side, Ouyang Xiaoji observed the sudden pallor on Peinada's face and the ethereal blue light emanating from Siren's eyes. in a moment of desperation. Ouyang tio di borsifulu dushe soy rin aside. Siren, do not harm pay nada. He did not intend to. Steadying himself, Siren supported Ouyang Xiaoji, whose body leaned forward, and he directly embraced her, leading her toward the exit. Ji, you must come with me now. I cannot permit you to remain here any longer. Stop, wait a moment. Siren, listen to me. Siren, witnessing Ouyang Xiaoji's frantic struggles, halted his steps, bending down to meet her gaze. Ji, I do not care if your feelings for Taifun stem from love or guilt. However, I cannot allow you to resort to self-harm to save him. I can assure you that if you were with anyone else, be it me or Nan Gongze Tian, they would do everything in their power to protect you. Ji, initially, we were drawn to you because of the 10 points of fertility value you possessed. But now, let me be unequivocal. We care solely for you, not the 10 points of fertility value. As for Taifun's mental strength, we will find every means to restore it. Yet, we absolutely will not permit you to harm yourself in the process. Do you understand? Siren's words left Ouyang Xiaoji momentarily speechless, her thoughts stilled as she stared into his clear eyes, seeking any hint of deceit. However, Siren's eyes reflected nothing but clarity and sincerity. Siren, is what you said true? Does he truly love her now? Ji, Siren is right. If a life could be exchanged for another, I would willingly sacrifice my own for Taifun. Nevertheless, I absolutely will not permit you to sacrifice your life. Turning her head to glance at Sonia, who had just entered, Ouyang Xiaoji felt a pang in her heart. Sonia, had Taifun handed me over to that beastman named Abu Duo, he would not have been injured, nor would he have lost his mental strength. Therefore, I cannot abandon this singular solution. 100 years is a long time for me. I do not mind. After all, there are few who live to 80 in a past life, let alone to 100. That would make one a true longevity star. If I can live to 100 in this world, I would gladly accept it. Ji, I do not agree. Hearing the voice behind her, Ouyang Xiaoji instinctively turned to see Taifun, who was seated in the treatment pod. He swam toward her, dragging his injured tail, his eyes displaying a hint of helplessness. Ji, I'm the head of the Tongue Shi clan. I previously told you that I only wish for you to be my family without a contract, to stay by my side. Furthermore, if I truly needed to burden you to survive, I would choose death instead, for my pride does not allow me to do so. Therefore, do not mention the matter of contracts again. I will not agree. Do you understand? After speaking, Taifun turned to Paynada, who was being assisted by Po Kuli. Paynada, I sincerely appreciate your concern for me. However, I do not wish to hear such words from your lips a second time. Taifun examined his tail, wrapped in bandages, with an expression of disdain. If you two are fine, focus on how to expedite my tail's recovery. After all, I am quite handsome and tall. Dragging around such an ugly tail is unacceptable. His words left Ouyang Xiaoji torn between laughter and tears. She understood that Taifun was attempting to lighten the somber atmosphere. But upon seeing his charred and wounded tail, tears welled in her eyes. Clearly, Taifun cherished his tail deeply. Just as Ouyang Xiaoji's vision blurred, Taifun gently patted her head. Enough, stop crying. I'm not dead yet. You ugly creature, how can you wail like this? You rascal, did you not say you would not scold me? I said I would not scold you for being fat, but I never said I would not scold you for other things. You were already unattractive, and now you cry. It is simply unbearable to witness. Saying this, Taifun rolled up the medical bandage on the table and handed it to Ouyang Xiaoji. Here, ugly creature, use this to wipe your tears. You are on the verge of becoming grotesque. You. Ouyang Xiaoji shot Taifun an exasperated glare, helplessly replying, I only have tears. I have no mucus. I say there is, so there is. Hurry and wipe. It is about to drip into your mouth. Grudgingly snatching the bandage from Taifun's hand, Ouyang Xiaoji unceremoniously tore it open and wiped her tears. Afterward, she wrapped it back up and handed it to Paynada, who looked at the stained bandage in silence, unsure if he could still use it. Chapter 150. Snatching the child, ugly creature, I'm taking you to a place, come. Ouyang Xiaoji observed as Taifun pulled her arm and led the way, her gaze inadvertently drifting to his injured tail. Taifun, your tail. The tail is fine. I am not dead yet. Furthermore, beastmen have remarkable recovery abilities. In less than a month, the scales on my tail will regrow. Then why did you trouble me over the scales that fell off? Ouyang Xiaoji's words caused Taifun to momentarily pause. After a brief silence, he nonchalantly replied, You bit off the scales from my tail. Who else should I trouble if not you? Enough questions. Follow me. Ouyang Xiao Ji looked at the large hand, gripping her arm, and then down at her belly, which was rapidly expanding, and could only helplessly say, Si Te Fun, my belly is in the way. I cannot walk fast. Upon hearing this, Si Te Fun immediately halted. He turned around and effortlessly lifted Ouyang Xiao Ji into his arms. Little fatty. At the sight of Ouyang Xiao Ji's threatening glare, Si Te Fun swiftly changed the subject. Ji, it is a privilege for you that I am carrying you. Do you understand? Understood. But Si Te Fun, your tail is injured. You should put me down. I can walk slowly. Do you look down on me? Si Te Fun widened his eyes, feigning a ferocious demeanor. No, I am merely worried about your injury. Ouyang Xiao Ji quickly waved her hands. Enough. My mental strength is indeed gone, and my tail is injured. However, if it comes down to mere physical strength, no ordinary person can match me. Besides, carrying you this round ball is nothing. Si Te Fun, who are you calling a ball? Of course, you're a round ball. With such a bulging belly, who else could it be? Ouyang Xiao Ji felt a sudden itch in her teeth at Si Te Fun's teasing. Si Te Fun noticed the glint of mischief in Ouyang Xiao Ji's eyes, and a smile crept into his own. This vibrant and spirited Ji was the little Yamei he cherished in his heart. He would never allow her to succumb to despair. Amid their playful banter, Si Te Fun led Ouyang Xiao Ji to a blank wall. Ji, I shall show you my treasure. You, a little Yamei, will surely adore it. With that, Si Te Fun placed his palm against the wall, which swiftly slid open. As the door revealed its secrets, Si Te Fun continued to guide Ouyang Xiao Ji inside, leading her to their destination at the end of the corridor. Pushing open the door, Ouyang Xiao Ji was met not with a dazzling array of gems, nor with the weaponry favored by beastmen. Instead, the room was filled entirely with plush toys. The largest of these was a giant eggshell-shaped little house situated in the center of the room. The illumination within came from a glowing orb nestled in the corner, a familiar sight as she had encountered similar luminous orbs while living in the depths of the ocean, where such gems adorn the chasm. This orb. It was acquired during confrontation with Siren, that dead fish. Does it not resemble the one in your room? Almost like two peas in a pod? In response to the pride gleaming in Stephen's eyes, Ouyang Xiao Ji chuckled and nodded. Stephen, enveloping Ouyang Xiao Ji in his embrace, curled up within the eggshell house, falling into a contemplative silence. The soft glow cast a tranquil ambience around them. Ji, when I was younger and got hurt, I loved to hide here. Back then, the old butler always caught me without fail. I despised him for forcing me to learn this and that, ignoring my protests. Under his watch, I defeated the Dark Guard leader of the Tungsha clan at a young age, becoming the head of the clan. Looking back, the Dark Guard leader must have shown me mercy. How could someone of his age possibly lose to me? At this, Stephen couldn't help but chuckle. Ji, aside from the old butler and me, you are the fourth person to enter here. Curiously, Ouyang Xiao Ji inquired, who was the third? That dead fox, Sonia. Our Tungsha clan is naturally cold-blooded, yet I have always had an affinity for plush toys. As a child, I attempted to snuggle up to Nangong's Etienne, but that wolf scorned me, leaving me no choice but to wrap myself around Sonia the fox. After all, he was rather warm. However, as I grew older, Sonia no longer allowed me to use his fur for warmth. Listening to Stephen's sigh, Ouyang Xiao Ji couldn't help but laugh. Stephen, why not seek out Sylvia? His feathers are quite warm too. I would love to, but that featherless bird, Sylvia, warned me that the giant eagle clan preys on snakes. I was so frightened that I dared not approach him, let alone snuggle up to him. Ha, Stephen. It seems your bond with the four of you has always been strong. Indeed, it's quite harmonious, all thanks to our irresponsible parents. After giving birth to us, they vanished without a trace. Throughout our lives, we have effectively been raised by the butler at our side. Stephen's voice carried a hint of melancholy, resonating with Ouyang Xiao Ji. Those who cherish enclosed spaces often do so due to a lack of security. Just as she adored the shell bed on Eagle Island, Stephen found solace in this eggshell house. Contemplating this, Ouyang Xiao Ji instinctively reached out to hold Stephen tightly. Two individuals, both lacking in security, could surely find comfort in one another. Ji, when your little cub is born, will you allow them to call me daddy? Just ensure they don't recognize that dead fox. Sonia, as their father. Stephen's words elicited a smile from Ouyang Xiao Ji, whose earlier sorrow dissipated. She thought of Nangong's Etienne and Sylvia, who often quarreled over which of the three little wolf cubs should call whom father. When her little fox cubs were born, Sonia would likely bicker with Stephen over the same matter. One could only hope that the sounds of such arguments would linger a bit longer. All right, once they're born, I'll have them call you Daddy, and Sonia can have nothing to do with it. That will surely infuriate him. Agreed, it's settled then. Yes, it's a promise. Ouyang Xiaoji replied with a light laugh. As Ouyang Xiaoji and Stephen emerged from his secret haven, Sonia awaited them with crossed arms. Sonia, I have some delightful news to share. Would you care to hear it? Stephen exclaimed excitedly. No, I would rather you keep your mouth shut. I have never heard any good news from you, Sonia retorted with an eye roll. You may not wish to hear it, but I must share. Just now, Gigi promised me that when her little fox cubs are born, they will call me Daddy. Soon, I shall have 3 plush little cubs to keep warm. You wish. You delusional creature, Sonia shot back without hesitation. TCH, Gigi has already given her word. I'm merely informing you. Your objections hold no weight. With that, Stephen proudly strode ahead, cradling Ouyang Xiaoji in his arms. Ouyang Xiaoji glanced back, offering Sonia a half-hearted, apologetic expression before turning to smile at Stephen. Sonia, left standing, watched the two ahead with a sense of resignation. In their youth, though Stephen was a foolish serpent of the Tangsha clan, he was fearful of darkness, cold, and solitude. Thus, he would always seek warmth by wrapping himself around Nangong Zetian and his companions. Nangong Zetian would not permit it, and Stephen dared not approach Sylvia, leaving him no choice but to cling to Sonia. However, as they grew older, there came a night when Stephen nearly suffocated Sonia in his sleep. After that incident, Sonia refused to let Stephen wrap around him ever again. It was from that point onward that this foolish serpent began referring to himself as Old Man, a remark that was utterly irksome. Sonia gazed at the bandaged tail of Stephen, filled with sorrow. This foolish serpent, having lacked security since childhood, had a habit of biting his tail and curling up into a ball while sleeping. The one who cherished his tail the most almost sacrificed his life in the molten depths to save Gigi and her 3 little cubs. Stephen truly harbored genuine feelings for Gigi, or perhaps his affection was more innocent and straightforward than theirs. Though he possessed cunning, he never directed it towards Gigi. In her presence, he always revealed his most authentic self. How could such a person fail to win her heart? Were you pondering? Sonia turned to see Siren standing before him, both sharing a mutual understanding of their plight. Siren, we strive endlessly to win Gigi's heart. Yet the first to earn her genuine affection turns out to be that person who always opposes her. Do you not find this amusing? Not amusing, Siren replied calmly. Sonia, our mare folk are notoriously devoted, to the point of obsession. Thus, our possessiveness far surpasses that of land-dwelling beast-men. Our sea god clan, consumed by our intense devotion, wishes to bind our beloveds to ourselves. This fervent devotion has cursed our clan for generations. The lifespan of the sea god clan far exceeds that of your terrestrial beastmen. We could have utilized this lengthy existence to forge a legacy for our clan. Yet, no member of the sea god clan can escape the judgment of love. Thus, generation after generation, we find ourselves ensnared by our emotions, gradually succumbing to slumber. Siren turned to Sonia. 5 years ago, I made the same mistake as our ancestors. At that time, my heart was set on keeping Gigi by my side, even at the cost of my own life, ensuring she had no chance to depart from me. However, the enormous cost incurred has resulted in harm to Gigi and her disdain for me. Sonia, it was only after witnessing Stephen's actions that I realized that matters of the heart cannot be overly calculated. For while we may strategize regarding wealth and status, we can never truly calculate a sincere heart. Patting Sonia on the shoulder, Rin proceeded toward the direction in which Ouyang Gigi had departed. Yet, without calculation or contention, I find myself unable to attain even the present. Even if Gigi harbors animosity towards me, at the very least, I occupy a place in her heart, do I not? Sonia murmured to herself. In the restaurant, Ouyang Gigi stared in astonishment as Stephen wielded a cleaver to slice meat. With his dazzling display of skill, an entire roasted Lulu beast was reduced to uniform, thin slices, artistically arranged on a massive plate before her. Stephen, what is that knife in your hand typically used for? Ouyang Gigi timidly inquired. Ah, it is of course intended for assassination. Impressive, isn't it? Gigi. Take a closer look. Among the Tongshi clan, mine is the finest blade, Stephen declared, placing the knife before Ouyang Gigi for her scrutiny. As she observed the blade, mere centimeters from her neck, Ouyang Gigi instinctively recoiled. Stephen's demeanor was indeed rather intimidating. The old butler, witnessing Stephen's foolishness, swiftly pressed him into a chair, and discreetly stored the knife in his spatial ring. This foolish child, does he not see how frightened little Yashi is? The butler thought to himself, bemused by Stephen's obliviousness in placing the knife near Ouyang Jiji's neck. After reclaiming the knife, the butler thoughtfully pushed the plate of meat closer to Ouyang Jiji, saying, "Madam, the master's knife has never harmed anyone. It is quite clean, so please eat without worry. It is not as though you allow me to use my knife for killing," claiming that it would bring disgrace to the Tongue Shi clan's beastmen. Otherwise, this knife would have tasted blood countless times. Master, focus on dining. When sharing a meal with the beautiful little Yashi, refrain from speaking too much, especially about such bloody matters. The butler gritted his teeth as he shoved a large bone into Stephen's mouth. Master, please eat well and continue your treatments after the meal. Noticing the disapproving glance from the old butler, Stephen, despite being unaware of his previous misstep, obediently began to gnaw on the bone in his mouth. There's hardly any meat. Ouyang Jiji chuckled at Stephen's adorably foolish demeanor. Being with this fellow always kept her spirits light and carefree. Perhaps it was because being around individuals with too many ulterior motives made her feel rather foolish. Yet, with Stephen's straightforward nature, Ouyang Jiji felt a sense of intellectual superiority, for without comparison, there is no harm. Chapter 152, A Hasty Escape. By the way, Stephen, where are my 6 children? Did you not say you brought them to the Tongue Shi clan? I conferred with Sei Run and the others. The group that came last was quite formidable, and we feared for the children's safety. After discussion, Sei Rin mentioned he sent the children to Lei Dian Island, and our 4 clans dispatched the finest butlers and shadow guards to protect them. Upon recalling Lei Dian Island, Ouyang Jiji could not help but think of the foolish things she had done during those 5 years, and she instinctively covered her face. During that time, she was, indeed, rather foolish. Stephen, there are no houses on Lei Dian Island. How will Hongwen and the others live? Ji, do you underestimate the strength of our 4 clans? And Sei Rin? We can certainly erect a house on Lei Dian Island, Stephen replied, his tone laced with complaint. Reflecting on Stephen's words, Ouyang Jiji recalled how they had constructed 5 castles overnight near her estate. It seemed her worries were somewhat unwarranted. Outside the Bian Shui of the Tongue Shi clan, Nangong Zetian and the chief of the Tongue Shi clan shadow guards hid in the shadows, observing the suspicious figure burying something outside. At that moment, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Recently, when he and the other 3 nearly stumbled into the fiery molten cave due to the labyrinthine underground passages, they were intercepted by 2 masked beastmen. Fortunately, it was them. Otherwise, had they unwittingly entered the fiery molten cave, their mental energies would have been depleted by the magma within. By his intuition, he sensed that while the 2 individuals before him deeply disliked them, they bore no malice. It was from them that he learned to be cautious of a beastman named Abduo, who was conspiring with certain nobles to target the 4 great aristocratic clans and Jiji. They were also urged to swiftly relocate the 6 little cubs born to Jiji to a safe place, lest Abduo, in desperation, resort to harmful actions against Jiji and her children. Originally, when they sent the 6 cubs to Lei Dian Island, they intended to take Jiji along and have Sonia accompany her with the best medical team. Alas, Stephen's incident occurred, and Abduo's subordinates had fixated on them. Hence, they could no longer send Jiji away alone, as doing so would not only expose the children's location, but also risk Jiji's capture. After all, she was still pregnant with the little cubs who were close to being born. Now, at this critical juncture, the birth of the little fox cubs would require the mental energy of their father, Sonia, for soothing. As he recalled Stephen's revelations regarding Abduo, Nangon Zetianes Bro Furovit. In the beast world, regardless of familial grudges, it was an unspoken rule to never involve females in young cubs. Yet, Abduo intended to administer a labor-inducing injection to Jiji, endangering the lives of the cubs she carried. Such a beastman was truly despicable. Once the lurking beastmen outside the Tongue Shi clan departed, Nangong Zetian waited a moment to ensure they would not return before leading the shadow guards to the location where they had buried their items. Without awaiting instructions, the Tongue Shi clan shadow guards expertly began to dig. Observing the bomb in the hands of the shadow guards, a flicker of derision crossed Nangong Zetian's eyes. What old trick this was! The Tongue Shi clan were masters of assassination and bomb placement. Did Abduo truly think he was sending them toys? Casting a disdainful glance, Nangong Zetian turned and walked a few paces before abruptly stopping. No, if Abduo could harm Stephen under their very noses, He would not engage in such foolishness just outside the Tang Shi clan's territory. Unless upon this realization, Nan Gong Zhe Tian immediately commanded the shadow guards to disarm the bomb. Indeed, as he suspected, it was merely a blank charge. The bomb Abduo had ordered his subordinates to bury was intended to divert their attention. Their true objective was to notify Say Run, Stephen, and Sonia to swiftly escort Ji away. As soon as Nan Gong Zhe Tian's voice fell, a resounding explosion echoed from within the Bian Shui of the Tang Shi clan. Ouyang Ji, amidst her meal, heard the distant sound of the explosion drawing nearer. Before her mind could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself ensnared by Stephen's tail, rapidly whisked away to safety. Sonia, Say Run, I have no mental energy left. You two cover me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Stephen leaped into the hovering vehicle of the underground passage, and in an instant, he and Ouyang Ji vanished without a trace. As they gazed at the recently sealed entrance to the dark passage, Sai-Ren and Sonia found themselves a loss for words, utterly dumbfounded by Stephen's shameless behavior. His speed in fleeing was truly remarkable. Perhaps sensing their thoughts, the old butler merely smiled and remarked, "Please understand, our master has just lost his mental power, and prioritizing his escape is indeed a sensible choice. After all, if he had stayed, he would have only hindered us. Therefore, we of the Tang Shi clan will be relying on you both quite a bit moving forward." With that, he turned and strode toward the dining hall. The moment the old butler turned away, his previously cheerful demeanor transformed into a frigid glare. Which audacious scoundrel dared to bully them in the very stronghold of the Tang Shi clan? Did they truly believe the Tang Shi clan was so easily intimidated? They ought to open their eyes and recognize who they were dealing with. He issued orders for the uninjured shadow guards to remain concealed and to eliminate the intruders as soon as they emerged. Understood, Butler, came the responses from the shadows. Once the sound of the explosion faded, tranquility returned to the Tang Shi clan, so profound that even the sound of breathing was imperceptible. After a considerable time, as the smoke began to dissipate, dozens of figures emerged from the darkness, observing the silhouettes groping about in the shadows. The hidden shadow guards of the Tang Shi clan exchanged glances filled with lethal intent. Such inconsequential pests dared to invade the Tang Shi clan, essentially offering themselves as appetizers. Chapter 153. Darkness. Hey, why is it so dark here? Not a sound to be heard. Did the explosion kill all the beastmen? A beastman speculated, though he doubted it. After all, the Tang Shi clan was a super noble family. If they were so easily extinguished, their master would not have schemed for so many years. It was unervingly quiet, quiet enough to instill fear. One beastman instinctively inched closer to his companion. Fool! The master has arranged everything so meticulously. Even if the Tang Shi clan members could not die, they would hardly be unscathed after such a violent explosion. Another beastman shoved the one who had leaned in and resumed his search through the darkness. Yet, even if the Tang Shi clan members were gravely injured, the shadow guards should still be able to protect their master who had lost his mental power. Lilia, I feel like our master sending us to assassinate the head of the Tang Shi clan at the Bian Cave is akin to sending us to our deaths. Upon hearing the words of the beastman hidden in the shadows, the butler immediately halted the actions of the Tang Shi clan shadow guards. Abdu is truly audacious. He thought this explosion was merely a means to disrupt the Tang Shi clan. Little did he realize that he fancied killing our master. How utterly foolish. It was already a dereliction of duty to allow Abdu to place explosives within the Tang Shi clan. Now he sought to kill their master. The butler felt as if his years of service had been for naught. The current Tang Shi clan was not the same as it had been over 300 years ago. The audacity of that old man Abdu to contemplate their annihilation was laughable. The old butler gritted his teeth, suppressing the fury within. No, Master Wei has already instructed us to remain passive for the time being. Thus, we cannot reveal the strength of the Tang Shi clan, lest we grant Abdu an opportunity to exploit. He gestured for all the shadow guards of the Tang Shi clan to withdraw. Once the old butler and the guards retreated to another room, he spoke again. Jian-1, Zhongjie, you are to infiltrate the ranks of those fools and capture a human substitute to die in place of her master. Understood. The butler turned to glance at Sai-Run and Sonia, who stood silently to the side, before continuing with the arrangements. Zhuyi Wushao, create chaos and lead them towards the master's chamber. Remember to perform convincingly during the act. Ensure they are convinced they have slain our master. Yes, Angola, Papua. Once they successfully assassinate him, Immediately seal off the Bayan cave of the Tengshi clan and spread the word that our master has sustained grave injuries. Yes. Watching the departing shadow guards, the butler turned back to Sai Run and Sonia, bowing respectfully. Esteemed masters, once those petty intruders have assassinated our master, I hope you will provide them with psychological suggestions to instill the belief that they have truly killed him. Butler, why complicate matters? You could simply have us hypnotize them. Sonia asked, perplexed. That is not possible, my lords. Abdu's subordinates also possess hypnotic skills, and they may even be more proficient. If they discover that those returning have been hypnotized, our entire charade will be in vain. After pondering the butler's words, Sonia lowered her gaze, reflecting briefly, then nodded in agreement. It seemed the old butler knew more than they did. Ultimately, he was acting in Stephen's best interest. So acquiescing to his plan was not too burdensome. After all, they were dealing with mere trifles. She refused to believe they could not handle them. Outside the room, Jian-Wen and Zhong Jie exchanged a glance and stealthily approached the group of intruders. Without making a sound, Jian-Wen swiftly snapped the neck of one beastman and dragged him into the shadows, while Zhong Jie silently took his place among the intruders, continuing to move forward. Sensing something amiss, the leading beastman whispered, "Count off and see if anyone is missing." The already tense intruders quickly scanned their surroundings and shook their heads. Just then, Zhu Yi and Wu Xiao, accompanied by their shadow guards, deliberately created sounds of dragging tails and muffled cries of pain nearby. Those fleeting sounds, barely perceptible, seemed like mere illusions. Yet, such indistinct sounds heightened the anxiety of the already apprehensive intruders, who, upon their leader's consent, hurried towards Stephen's chamber. Inside Stephen's chamber, the butler observed the body dragged in by Jian-Wen. After wrapping it in bandages and making slight adjustments, he placed it into the treatment pod and swiftly hid alongside Sai Run and Sonia. When the intruders, following the butler's plan, burst into the room, they were met with the sight of a figure shrouded in bandages lying within the treatment pod in the dimly lit chamber. Though the face was obscured, the opulence of the pod and the room signified that the individual was none other than Stephen, the head of the Tengshi clan. It appeared that Abdu's claims were indeed accurate. The head of the Tengshi clan had suffered severe injuries under the scorching lava of the fire-melting cave. After all, if they had intruded into his chamber, how could he not exhibit even the slightest reaction? The intruders exchanged glances and quickly approached the treatment pod, bypassing any examination, and drew their specialized particle guns, aiming for the head of the body. Following the brief sound of gunfire, the butler and the shadow guards promptly emerged in a feigned panic from the shadows, crying out for their master. The old butler and the shadow guard's superb acting further convinced the intruders that the figure in the treatment pod was indeed Stephen, the head of the Tengshi clan. As they prepared to flee, they unexpectedly encountered individuals blocking their path in the darkness. Sai Zhua and Sonia, their faces concealed, toyed with the intruders as one would with a playful puppy before proceeding, as instructed by the butler, to implant psychological suggestions, ensuring the intruders were utterly convinced they had slain Stephen. However, the dark guards of the Tengshi clan did not share the light-hearted mood that Sai Rung and Sonia had, as if they were toying with a small dog. Although the recent explosion had not harmed them, these intruders had dared to invade their territory. They could not let a few lives slip away. That would be far too lenient for the detestable Abdu. Consequently, in the ensuing conflict, the intruders, originally numbering around 40 to 50, were reduced to but a few by the Tengshi clan. Those who remained were subtly influenced by Sai Rung and Sonia to deliver news back to their master, Abdu. Under their deliberate leniency, the few surviving intruders managed to escape from the Tengshi clan's Bayan cave, hastily making their way to their rendezvous point. Standing at the exit of the Bayan cave, Angola and Papua witnessed the disheveled figures of the intruders. After exchanging a glance, they suppressed the murderous intent in their eyes and, following the old steward's instructions, commenced the next phase of their plan. They spread the rumor that the clan leader of the Tengshi had been gravely injured by the intruders, offering a reward of 100 million star coins for capturing the intruders, quickly disseminating this information across the star network. Chapter 154, The Passage of Life. Meanwhile, at Stephen's location, he and Ouyang Xiaoji were seated on the sofa, watching the live footage on the surveillance screens. Stephen, why did the steward release the news that you are dead? Fool! Abdu is no ordinary opponent. He is in the shadows while we are in the light. If he learns of my supposed demise, the Tengshi clan can shift from light to shadow to monitor his movements. Do you understand? Oh, I see. Taking a bite of the small cake in her hand, Ouyang Xiao Ji pursed her lips in response. Yet, within her heart, tumultuous waves surged. It appeared that the beastmen of the Tungsha clan were indeed formidable. Under the old steward's leadership, they had managed to react with remarkable speed. If the same situation were to occur to her, she would only be contemplating how best to hide and evade the villains. Truly, intelligence was a critical asset for her. Shaking her head involuntarily, Ouyang Xiao Ji reached for another piece of cake. In the next moment, her body suddenly stiffened. Holding a fork in her right hand and cake in her left, Ouyang Xiao Ji turned to look at Stephen, who was savoring roast meat, and slowly said, Stephen, you might become a father sooner than expected. Giving birth cannot be rushed. Little fatty, have another piece of cake. Without lifting his head, Stephen placed another piece into her hand, holding the cake and inhaling its delightful aroma. Ouyang Xiao Ji could not resist but took a bite and continued, Stephen, my water broke. It seems like I am about to give birth. What is amniotic fluid? Stephen paused momentarily with the roast meat in his hand, then leaped up from the sofa. No, Ji, are you really going to give birth? He asked, astonished. Yes, my water has broken, and I'm about to give birth, but it just doesn't hurt yet. As she spoke, the carefree Ouyang Xiao Ji took another bite of cake. Seeing her casually eating cake, Stephen was nearly petrified with fright. Regaining some composure, he immediately dialed Sonia's communication device, urgently shouting into it, Dead Fox. Ji is about to give birth. Hurry and bring Bernard and Perkley. After hanging up, he anxiously turned to Ouyang Xiao Ji. Ji, do you feel uncomfortable right now? Not at all. Aside from my water breaking, I have no other sensations. Saying this, Ouyang Xiao Ji shoved another piece of cake in her mouth. It tasted delightful, and she thought it best to indulge a little more before her body reacted, so she would have the energy to deliver her little fox cubs. Stephen, observing Ouyang Xiao Ji's nonchalant demeanor, felt his anxiety heighten. Everything had been meticulously arranged, from the doctors to the operating room for the delivery. He and Sonia had prepared thoroughly. Yet, he never anticipated that Ouyang Xiao Ji would go into labor at this moment. Although he had read some books on the birthing process of young AO females, he was utterly clueless when it came to practical application. The normally unflappable Stephen was now drenched in cold sweat from his anxiety. Ji, why don't you hold off for a bit? Don't give birth until Bernard and the others arrive. Otherwise, I won't know how to assist. Seeing Stephen's frantic state, Ouyang Xiao Ji couldn't help but chuckle lightly. She currently felt no signs of impending labor. Why was he so anxious? Besides, could she control whether to give birth or not? Was it possible for her to shove the babies back into her womb at the moment of delivery? Ouyang Xiao Ji smiled helplessly at Stephen, who was pacing anxiously beside her. This guy was truly amusing. Besides, giving birth was not something that happened in an instant. However, in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. A wave of pain surged upon her, overwhelming her to the point where she could scarcely breathe. Seeing the sudden pallor of Ouyang Xiao Ji's face, Stephen felt the sweat trickling down his forehead. She looked at him in terror, her mouth opening slightly. Her eyes filled with fear, yet no words escaped her lips. Ji, what is wrong? You said it didn't hurt just now. Why is it so painful now? Gently cradling Ouyang Xiao Ji in his arms, Stephen wiped the sweat from her forehead, his face etched with concern. What is happening? Why hasn't that dead fox arrived yet? Ji is in pain. At this moment, Ouyang Xiao Ji felt her vitality rapidly depleting, as if being consumed by the little cubs within her. The swift passage of her life force caused her consciousness to blur. She felt as though she might not survive the day. But why? Why were the children in her womb draining her life force? This had never occurred during the births of her little wolf cubs and merfolk. Stephen, witnessing Ouyang Xiao Ji's increasingly pallid complexion and her eyes losing focus, was at a loss for what to do. He called her name several times, but Ouyang Xiao Ji, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, showed no response. Ji, you must hold on. The dead fox is almost here. You must endure. With that, Stephen reconnected with Sonia's communication device, shouting desperately to the hurried Sonia. Sonia, dead fox, hurry. Ji is in trouble. You must come quickly. Hearing Stephen's frantic voice, laced with anguish, both Sonia and Sai Rung felt their hearts constrict. Ji is in critical condition. Thus, Sonia and Sai Rung, accompanied by Bernard and Perkley, raced toward the location where Stephen was. Upon reaching the entrance of the dark room, they heard Stephen's heart-wrenching cries. In the next moment, Sonia and Bernard collapsed onto the ground, their legs giving way. Fool! Dead fox, hurry and get over here. Ji has a contract with you. You all are still alive. Ji can still be saved. Hercules swiftly pushed aside Cyrong, pulling Bernard into the room. The two steadied their spinning heads before quickly prying Stephen away from Ouyang Xiaoji, laying her on the sofa. Then, Bernard and Hercules began to examine Ouyang Xiaoji with urgency. Stephen, did Ji come into contact with the magma from the fire-melting cave? Bernard inquired anxiously. No. How could I possibly allow her to be harmed? Penato, how is Ji? As he gazed at the unconscious Ouyang Xiaoji, Stephen inquired anxiously. She inhaled the fumes emitted from the volcanic eruption before giving birth, which caused some damage to the cubs in her womb. Consequently, the cubs, upon their arrival into the world, would instinctively absorb their mother's vitality to ensure a smooth delivery. Penato's words immediately rendered the expressions of Sonia and the others grim. After exchanging a glance with Stephen, Sonia resolutely declared, Penato, Hercules, you must eliminate the fox cubs in Gigi's belly at once. I only wish for Gigi to survive. Chapter 155, Delivering the Young and Inflicting Harm. Sonia's proclamation startled Stephen and Cyrun, yet they could only acquiesce. For no matter how significant the cubs may be, the importance of the mother far outweighs it. With no other options left, they had to resort to this method. Fools! If the cubs perish in their mother's womb, then Gigi stands no chance of survival either. Penato and Hercules swiftly worked to rescue Ouyang Xiaoji while issuing commands. Sonia immediately summoned Zirwaya and Nangong Jitian. The four of you have successfully formed a bond with Gigi, and your mental powers have reached above 4S level. You and Sai Ren must first forcibly soothe the cubs in Gigi's womb with your mental energy. When Nangong Jitian and Zirwaya arrive, you will simultaneously comfort Gigi with your mental energy. Once the cubs stabilize somewhat, we will proceed with the surgery to extract them from Gigi's belly. Understood? After swiftly sending communications to Nangong Jitian and Zirwaya, Sai Ren and Sonia joined forces to forcibly soothe the cubs within Ouyang Xiaoji. After a short while, once the cubs ceased absorbing Ouyang Xiaoji's vitality, she gradually regained some consciousness, yet could not utter a single word. Only able to listen in a daze to the conversation between Sonia and Stephen. Penato, how is Gigi now? Stephen landed anxiously beside Ouyang Xiaoji. Get lost. Don't block the way. Hercules, rudely pushing Stephen aside, worked diligently alongside Penato to rescue Ouyang Xiaoji. Sonia, according to the data, the cubs are no longer absorbing the mother's vitality for now. However, Sonia, if during the surgery the cubs resume absorbing the mother's vitality, we will have no choice but to eliminate them upon their birth to preserve Gigi. Do you agree with this? I agree. Penato, I do not wish for the fox cubs. I only want Gigi to survive. Sonia, gazing at the pallid Ouyang Xiaoji, simultaneously endeavored to soothe the child within her womb with her mental energy while suppressing her heartbreak. All right, your assurance brings me some peace. Having received an affirmative response, Penato turned back, somewhat coldly, to continue preparing the instruments needed for the upcoming surgery. At this moment, he and Hercules had to maintain their composure, for if they faltered, Gigi would truly be beyond saving. Hearing Sonia's words, Ouyang Xiaoji wished to plead for the preservation of her children. Yet she could not utter a single syllable, only shedding silent tears. She had carried the children for nearly 8 months, 3 in total. How could she bear to let them perish at birth? Unfortunately, she could not prevent it. No, her children must not die. She had carried them for over 8 months. They simply could not die. Absolutely not. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Ouyang Xiaoji's eyes swiftly transformed into a blood-red hue, and a formidable mental energy emanated from her being. The individuals surrounding her, including Sonia, were swept aside by this powerful force. As Sonia and the others regained their footing, Ouyang Xiaoji's female ears and tail emerged. My children must not die. Sonia helped the incapacitated Stephen to his feet, gazing in astonishment at Ouyang Xiaoji. With each anguished roar of pain from Ouyang Xiaoji, Sonia and the others found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer force of her mental energy, collapsing to the ground. Even if they wished to assist at this moment, the intensity of the mental energy rendered them breathless. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as Ouyang Xiaoji succumbed to unending agony. Under this high-pressure mental force, the 3 little fox cubs miraculously entered the world, and, simultaneously, the mental pressure surrounding Ouyang Xiaoji diminished significantly. Witnessing this, Hercules and Penato, despite their trembling legs, hastily approached, efficiently placing the 3 cubs into a temperature control box. Ouyang Xiao Ji glanced at the tiny foxes resting within the box, and in an instant, she found herself before Sonia. You want to harm my children? Meeting Ouyang Xiao Ji's blood-red gaze, Sonia instinctively attempted to retreat, but unfortunately, she was seized and thrown to the ground by Ouyang Xiao Ji. Sonia, do you dare harm my children? Stephen, witnessing Ouyang Xiao Ji's fury, quickly hid behind Siren. Heavens! When Ji gets angry, it is truly terrifying. Had I known her anger would facilitate the birth, I would have fanned the flames earlier. After all, it is not I who will bear the brunt. When Nangong Zhitian and Zirwaya rushed in, they were met with the sight of Sonia, incapacitated and unable to rise, looking bewildered. Nangong Zhitian and Zirwaya, observing the three little foxes in the temperature control box, turned their heads to see Ouyang Xiao Ji administering a beating to Sonia, both struck dumb. Can a newly delivered mother be this formidable? She can even stand and attack. Zirwaya silently mouthed to Siren, "What is happening with Ji?" The only response was a slight shake of Siren's head, as he too wished to avoid incurring her wrath during her fury. After all, when Ouyang Xiao Ji is enraged, she does not discriminate between friend and foe. Presently, as she was assaulting Sonia, she might soon turn her ire towards him. Although he did not fear pain, it would still be somewhat shameful to be perpetually beaten by his wife. Only when Sonia could rise no longer did Ouyang Xiao Ji direct her gaze toward Peinato and Pukali, who were tending to the children. Hey, Ouyang Xiao Ji, we were merely trying to save your children. Let grievances have their roots. If you wish to strike someone, then go for Siren and the others. They are tough-skinned, and no harm will come from beating. As he spoke, Peinato quickly pulled Pukali to hide behind the temperature control box. Ouyang Xiao Ji approached the box, gazing at the three fluffy little fox cubs sleeping peacefully inside. The blood-red hue in her eyes gradually transformed back to black. She gently touched the three soft bundles through the box, her eyes now filled with warmth. These are her children, the little fox cubs she shares with Sonia. Smiling at the three cubs, Ouyang Xiao Ji's body involuntarily collapsed, only to be caught by Nangong Zhitian, who followed closely behind her. Once everything settled, Nangong Zhitian looked at the unconscious Ouyang Xiao Ji and the three little fox cubs in the temperature control box, asking what just happened. Sonia informed us that Ji was in dire straits. Indeed, she was. The three little fox cubs within her nearly absorb her life force completely. Had it not been for her sudden transformation, it remains uncertain whether she or the cubs could have survived by the time you both arrived. Chapter 156, The Injustice. Pukali's words caused Nangong Zhitian and Zirwaya to furrow their brows involuntarily. Then why did Ji transform? I recall her previous transformations were always due to anger. What about just now? What could possibly provoke a pregnant woman in the midst of her labor to such fury? Sylvia inquired, perplexed. I was merely acting in her best interest, he continued. The three little fox kids within her were incessantly drawing upon her life force, which compelled me to consult Sonia. I asked whether we should prioritize Ji or the kits. Sonia declared we should save Ji and abandon the kits. Upon hearing that we intended to eliminate her young, Ji unexpectedly transformed. Perkily, diligently tending to the three kits in the incubator, chuckled lightly. However, it is commendable that Ji, even after her transformation, managed to wait until we secured the kits before confronting Sonia. Perkely's words left Sonia with his bruised visage, feeling utterly resigned. Well, considering Ji risked her life to bear those kits, I suppose this beating is warranted. At the very least, both Ji and her three offspring are unharmed. Though I previously stated I would forsake the kits, how could I not feel a pang of sorrow? After all, they're my own flesh and blood. Yet, when placed beside Ji, my priority is unequivocally her. At that moment, Stephen approached the incubator, gazing at the trio of red-furred kits with excitement. Haha, I have offspring now. They will be the heirs of my Tongue Shi clan. When I pass, they shall inherit our lineage. Yet, Sonia, how is it that your Baihu clan's direct descendants possess red fur? Regardless of color, I adore them. You insolent fool. I am not dead yet. When did they become your kits? Sonia retorted, bemused. Hey, Sonia, Ji promised that once the kits were born, they would call me father. Moreover, I have a grand surprise to show you. Upon seeing the mischievous grin on Stephen's face, Sonia's internal alarm bells rang loudly. Whenever this rascal wore such a smile, trouble was sure to follow. Indeed, as he predicted, Stephen pressed a button on the monitor, which promptly displayed Sonia's earlier words about saving only Ji and abandoning the kits. Sonia, you said that when the kits grow up, I should tell them their father does not love them and wish to execute them at birth. Do you think they might end up burying you alive? Just like those 3 wolf cubs? Stephen, you dare? Sonia shouted in exasperation. Oh, I truly dare, Stephen replied, a smug expression plastered across his face. Sonia, observing Stephen's arrogance, couldn't help but chuckle. Fine, I shall wait for the kids to grow up and be swayed by you to bury their own father alive. But you must live long enough to witness that, understand? Sonia's words rendered the entire room silent, with Stephen lacking spiritual energy. No one could ascertain how long his physical form would endure. One could only hope that someday the beast god would bless him with health. As for his desire to be the father of the 3 kids, he was more than willing. Gently patting Sonia on the shoulder, Stephen replied, You stubborn fox. I will strive to survive. After all, in this world, I now have family to protect. He then turned his gaze towards Ouyang Shaoji. In this realm, she was his family. For the sake of his only family, he would undoubtedly fight to live. Meanwhile, in the Mian clan, Elia listened with a stern expression as her partners recounted the events unfolding outside. With each detail, her brow furrowed tighter. Will, what has become of your descendant who ventured into the magma of the fire-melting cave to save Gigi? How is he faring? The external injuries are manageable, but his spiritual energy has been entirely absorbed by the magma. Without that, I am uncertain how many years he has left, Will responded somberly. Akri, did you uncover that Gigi had previously transformed and emitted powerful spiritual energy? Indeed. Why do you ask? Akri queried, confused. Akri, do you not wish to know whose child Gigi truly is? I can now clarify. Gigi is the offspring of Ikaya. Facing the puzzled expressions of her partners, Elia continued, in the rabbit clan, only females or sub-females of the rabbit clan can produce young sub-females or females with the potential to become powerful rabbits possessing high spiritual energy. Conversely, a female of the rabbit clan and a non-clan beast may bear young females or sub-females, but they can never transform into powerful rabbits when enraged. Ikaya, as a warrior of the rabbit clan, is fully aware of this. The reason he has not disclosed this to you, you may inquire with him directly. Elia's statement caused her partners to direct their inquisitive gazes towards Ikaya. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Ikaya proclaimed with a hint of pride, You cannot blame me for not revealing this. I noticed your joy upon learning of Gigi's existence and feared that my words might dampen your spirits. Besides, while Elia has borne you 3 young beastmen, I have only 1 sub-female, which is 2 less than you. I do not feel wronged. Why should you? Ikaya's words ignited jealousy in Akri and the others, their eyes nearly brimming with envy. They turned to glance at their foolish sons, now transformed into beast form, lazily basking in the sun, and grimaced in disdain. Ikaya, may I exchange my 3 foolish sons for your daughter? 3 for 1, you would not suffer a loss. Will suggested eagerly. No need. I am kind-hearted and cannot allow you to engage in such an unbalanced trade. Therefore, I shall not agree, Ikaya replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. By the way, Elia, I recently received news that when Abdu sent assassins to the Tangshi clan, Gigi happened to give birth to her kids at that very moment, and both mother and offspring are safe. Elia, Abdu is becoming increasingly bold. Should we not bring Gigi back? Will remarked, his tone grave. What of Gigi's other 6 children? Are they unharmed? Elia asked, her concern evident. They are safe. They have been sent to Thunder Island, a forbidden territory for our merfolk. Without a merfolk guide, any beastman who approaches will be torn to shreds by lightning and storms. Gaia reassured her gently. Well, as long as the kids are safe, Elia sighed, then turned to Will. Will, you were originally the head of the Tangshi clan, so you're most familiar with them. Please lead a group to bring Gigi and her kids back. She cannot remain out there any longer. That old fool Abdu has lost his mind and will not spare Gigi, just as he did not spare me in the past, Elia lamented. Elia, what shall we do about the clan leader once we retrieve Gigi? He has harbored misunderstandings towards us, believing that we were responsible for his parents' demise. Will expressed his concern. Fear not. Once we capture Abdu, the misunderstandings between the clan leader and us will be resolved. After all, I promised the old clan leader that I would protect his kin. In that fateful year, Brown witnessed the tragic demise of his parents before his very eyes. It is only natural for him to harbor prejudices against us, incited by Abduo, as Elijah sighed. Elijah, you have done more than enough. Without your protection, Brown would not have survived to this day. Very well. I shall join Will shortly to retrieve the precious daughter and the little ones from the Tungsha clan. At that moment, Akaya's eyes sparkled with the anticipation of reuniting with her daughter. Hurry back. The sooner you leave, the sooner you return. Be sure to keep an eye on your tail, Elijah advised. The Tangsha clan. Stephen gazed at his fully healed tail, momentarily lost in thought. Though his injuries had mended, his mental fortitude had waned. The mental energy siphoned by the magma in the fire-melting cave was irretrievable. Now he simply hoped to live a few more years, for he found it difficult to part with this world. After exchanging pleasantries with Bernard, Stephen made his way to Ouyang Xiaoji's room. It had been nearly a month, and his 3 little fox kits were on the verge of transformation. Once they transformed, they would be able to emerge from the incubator. As Stephen approached the door to Ouyang Xiaoji's room, he overheard the excited chatter of Ouyang Xiaoji, Sonia, and Nangong Zetian within. Bernard and Perkley, who had just been in the treatment room, hurried past him into the room. What was happening? Could it be that something had gone awry? With these thoughts, Stephen hastened toward the room, dragging his tail behind him. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of 3 plump little kits in the incubator, blinking their black fox eyes, identical to their father's, and quietly gazing in his direction. In that moment, Stephen felt his heart melt completely. These 3 little ones would become the hope of his Tangsha clan, his family. Without hesitation, he swept Sonia aside with his tail and nestled beside the incubator, gazing excitedly at the 3 little babies. "Ha, I've got sons now. My dear sons, I am your father." Just as Sonia regained her balance, she rolled her eyes at Stephen's exuberance. This insufferable mudfish certainly knew no restraint. However, witnessing his joyous expression brought her a sense of happiness as well. Regardless of whom the 3 little fox kits chose as their father, it was clear that this mudfish genuinely cared for them. After a thorough examination, Bernard and Perkley exchanged puzzled glances. When Gigi was pregnant with them, she absorbed a considerable amount of the magma's scent from the fire-melting cave. Logically, the 3 kits should have been quite frail. Yet, to their astonishment, the examination revealed that the little fox kits were remarkably healthy, with no signs of weakness whatsoever. It appeared that the beast god had truly blessed them, just as Ouyang Xiaoji and her companions rejoiced at the successful transformation of the 3 little foxes. The lights in the room flickered. In an instant, the previously exuberant group collapsed to the ground, rendered powerless. Ouyang Xiaoji fell helplessly into Stephen's arms, her eyes wide as she watched a group of individuals enter through the doorway. This group was none other than the ones who had caused trouble in her estate before. Confronting Nangong Zetian and the others, wearing an array of masks, they strode into the room with an air of arrogance. First glancing at the 3 transformed little fox kits in the incubator, they playfully teased the kits before turning their attention to the incapacitated individuals on the floor. This time, my sedative is far more potent than last. Odorless and tasteless, yet incredibly effective. You see, last time these little ones were able to stand and fight us, but now they lie like turtles, utterly motionless. As he spoke, the individual with the fish head mask kicked Siren a few times without reservation. Such poor reflexes. Truly a disgrace to our sea god clan. Just as he prepared to deliver another kick, a companion stopped him. "Dead fish hold off on kicking. Let's take Gigi and the little ones first. After the situation stabilizes, you can teach these youngsters a lesson." "All right, I understand." With that, he delivered one last unceremonious kick to Siren before departing. Chapter 158, Impressions. Ouyang Xiaoji, helplessly slumped in Stephen's embrace, watched as the individual wearing an eagle mask opened the incubator, carefully wrapping the 3 little fox kits and placing them into a small portable incubator. Seeing her children being taken away, her eyes instantly filled with tears. In the next moment, the beast man beside her, donning a rabbit mask, gently pulled her into his embrace. His tender gesture gradually restored the blackness to her reddened eyes. Once her emotions settled, she gazed curiously at the beast man holding her. "My little one, do not worry. Your father will not harm you. Close your eyes and rest for a moment. I shall take you home." As he spoke, the rabbit-masked beastman's voice trembled with emotion. Locking eyes, Ouyang Xiaoji clearly discerned her own astonishment reflected in his gaze, alongside an undeniable sense of affection. In that warm exchange of glances, she unknowingly fell asleep in the beastman's arms. As the rabbit-masked beastman reached for a blanket to lift Ouyang Xiaoji away, he was abruptly seized by Stephen, who clutched his leg with unwavering determination. The beastman exchanged a glance with his companion, recognizing Stephen's resolve. Remembering the loss of his mental energy, he delivered a swift blow, rendering Stephen unconscious before carrying him toward the exit. Just as they reached the door, Another beast man wearing a giant eagle mask approached Sylvia and similarly knocked him out, taking him away as well. Once the door closed again, Nangong's Etienne and Sonia finally heard voices from outside. Darren, why are you bringing that little eagle along? I'm taking him back to run errands for us. Waste not, why not? The disdain in Darren's tone was palpable. As their footsteps faded into the distance, the butler, who had been lurking in the shadows, slowly emerged with the hidden guards. Butler, why did you stop us just now? The leader of the guards demanded angrily. If I had not stopped you, would you have gone out to seek a beating? The butler reprimanded. What do you mean? The guard leader asked, confused. My dear little ones, who but I can open the secret passage of the Tingsha clan? The family heads of past generations. As soon as the guard leader spoke, his eyes brightened. Butler, are you suggesting that the person wearing the snake mask was? Stop. Just know what you need to know. In any case, since he intends to take the family head away, rest assured that the family head will be safe. Perhaps by the time we meet again, the family head will have regained his mental energy. The butler spoke with hopeful anticipation. Butler, do you truly believe the family head's mental energy can be restored? The eyes of the guards sparkled with newfound hope. I did not say that. Now, little ones, hurry and get to work. After dismissing the guards, the butler entered the room to find Siren and Sonia still slumped on the ground. My lords, we cannot assist you in counteracting such potent sedatives. You will have to rely on the effects to wear off gradually. Siren, Sonia, and Nangong's Etienne exchanged glances, a flicker of helplessness crossing their faces. Amidst their helplessness, however, a greater sentiment of excitement emerged. The last time their predecessors confronted them, they remembered to conceal their identities. However, this time, they almost blurted out their identities quite overtly. Siren reflected on his predecessor's dissatisfaction with him, and an unbidden pang of jealousy stirred within his heart. Over the years, he believed he had strived diligently to uphold his responsibilities. Aside from matters concerning Gigi, he had never once faltered. Yet, his predecessors had merely returned, declaring their intention to enter slumber without regard for his wishes, selfishly succumbing to sleep. As a result, he had spent years alone in the deep sea, attending to official business while guarding their legacy. Recently, upon awakening, they departed without a word. Yet, their first encounter with him had been to strike him. And just moments ago, they had even scorned him for bringing shame to the Sea God clan. If they found him disgraceful, why had they forcibly thrust the position of clan leader upon him? Did they truly think he coveted it? Had he known that being the leader of the Sea God clan would be so arduous, he might have chosen to succumb to slumber before them. Should they slip into sleep again, he would no longer feel inclined to guard them. Let them be devoured by fish. This would spare him the trouble of dealing with them upon their return. Siren's azure eyes flickered. Once Ji forgave him, he would bestow the burdensome title of Sea God clan leader upon the little fishlings, and then he would take Ji to wander the mountains and waters. After all, he now had a successor, did he not? In stark contrast to Siren's contemplations, Sonia felt herself nearing a boiling point. His little foxlings had just transformed, and he had yet to embrace them. Now, they had been whisked away by his predecessors. Casting a glance at Nangong Zetian, he mused that if the little foxlings were to acknowledge that dead mudfish, Stephen, as their father, would they, under his influence, bury him alive when they grew up? The thought filled Sonia with unease. Once the effects of the potion wore off, Nangong Zetian, Siren, and Sonia remained motionless on the ground. After what felt like an eternity, Sonia finally voiced her frustration. Big-tailed fish, Zetian, shall we not pursue them? Chase after what? Whether or not we could catch up is one thing. Even if we did, we would only be asking for a beating, Nangong Zetian replied, uncharacteristically letting slip a curse. However, they took Gigi, along with those 3 freshly transformed little foxlings, Siren said somewhat reluctantly. If you weren't deaf, you would have heard that orc wearing the rabbit mask claim to be Gigi's father. What? Did you intend to provoke your future father-in-law unprepared? Nangong Zetian's words silenced Sonia and Siren. It seemed the primary reason their predecessors had come to the estate to confront them was due to their resentment over having taken Gigi. Had they known that the orc in the rabbit mask was Gigi's father, they would not have dared retaliate, even if beaten to death. They hoped that their brief encounters would not leave a poor impression on Gigi's father. Chapter 159, Mother in the Rabbit Clan. When Ouyang Xiaoji awoke, she beheld a fair-faced female sitting by her bedside, affectionately cradling her newly transformed little foxling and feeding it milk. Gazing at this tender scene, Ouyang Xiaoji simply stared in awe, hesitant to disrupt the serene moment with her words. Once the female set down the milk bottle and gently patted the little foxling's back, Placing it in the crib, she finally noticed Ouyang Xiaoji, who was wide-eyed and dazed. "My dear, you are awake," the female said, leaning closer and tenderly taking Ouyang Xiaoji's hand, her eyes brimming with remorse. "Mother." Ouyang Xiaoji murmured softly. "Yes, it is mother. I am your mother." Aaliyah could no longer contain her tears as she embraced Ouyang Xiaoji, sobbing heartily. Years ago, she had fled to avoid the jealousy of her 7 quarrelsome partners. The primary reason, however, was that upon leaving the rabbit clan, she discovered she was likely to bear a female child. To prevent her daughter from being found by Abdu, she sought out Ouyang Song Ting, a beast in rabbit form. Outside the clan, she had funded Ouyang Song Ting's ascension to the position of clan leader in the Ouyang family, insisting that he provide her with a suitable identity to conceal herself within the populace. Little did she know that this decision would lead to her precious daughter suffering so many grievances during her years of slumber after being brought back to the rabbit clan by Jiaya. Recalling the information she had gathered recently, Aaliyah's heart shattered. Her only precious daughter had been cast out by that coward, Ouyang Song Ting. He failed to realize that the Ouyang family had only risen to the status of second-tier nobility because of the substantial amount she had invested to secure their position. Having been trapped in slumber for years, and with Gigi's father's unaware of her existence, her beloved daughter had endured far too many hardships. Now, reflecting upon it, Aaliyah felt a deep pang of sorrow. Her daughter should have been a beloved little princess, showered with affection, yet her negligence had rendered her darling's life arduous. Aaliyah's eyes gleamed with determination. Those who dared to bully her precious child should see the Ouyang family ousted from their status as second-tier nobility. As the emotions of the mother-daughter duo settled, Ouyang Xiaoji gazed at the familiar face before her feelings becoming increasingly complex. The original host had longed to see her mother before departing. Regrettably, she had been unable to witness her mother with her own eyes due to the unfair treatment she had endured. "Mother, I miss you so much," Ouyang Xiaoji whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably, regardless of whether for the sake of the original host or herself. The profound maternal love reflected in the female's eyes softened Ouyang Xiaoji's heart immensely. "My child, my precious one, I am so sorry. If it were not for me, you would not have suffered so," Aaliyah lamented, overwhelmed with guilt. "Yet, upon our first meeting, you harbor not a single grievance towards me. My child, how can you be so kind? That is not true, mother. I have never blamed you, truly. I just missed you so deeply. I never believed you had passed away." Ouyang Xiaoji gazed at the fair face before her, pondering how the original host had missed her mother so dearly. And how could she possibly hold her mother accountable? "I am sorry, mother. If only I had not quarreled with your fathers back then. You would not have endured such suffering. At the very least, while I was in slumber, they could have easily found you and brought you home." Aaliyah held Ouyang Xiaoji tightly, tears flowing uncontrollably. In the rabbit clan, both females and subfemales were gentle and timid by nature. Without the protection of formidable spiritual power, they would have been eliminated during the selection of females by the 4 major noble clans, never having survived to this day. Yet, even those who had continued to live now found themselves confined within the rabbit clan, fearing to leave freely. For now, it was not only various noble families that sought to seize the females and subfemales of the rabbit clan, but also that vile Abdu. If a little female or subfemale from the rabbit clan fell into Abdu's hands, the consequences would be dire. Thankfully, her beloved daughter was safe. Though she had endured far too much suffering, these are all her failures as a mother. Once the emotions of the mother and daughter stabilized, Ouyang Xiaoji wiped away her tears and noticed a cluster of heads peering in through the window. Before she could utter a word, Aaliyah swiftly grabbed a pillow from the bed and hurled it directly out the window. "Go away." The elders of the rabbit clan were indeed correct. Orcs were not to be trusted. A young orc effortlessly caught the pillow thrown by Aaliyah and with a somewhat pitiful tone said, "Mom, Gigi is at least our sister. Can't you introduce us?" "Yes. Aaliyah, we are also Gigi's fathers. Can't you introduce us to her?" Several tall men pushed aside those peering at the window and leaned in. Ouyang Xiaoji gazed at the figures outside, and one of them looked strikingly familiar. That face, along with his golden hair. As she pondered, Ouyang Xiaoji rose from the bed and pointed at the golden-haired orc, her voice uncertain. "You, are you a senior from the Sea God clan?" "Indeed, Gigi. We meet again." Jaya smiled. "Sweetheart, have you met Jaya the fish?" Aaliyah asked in confusion. "Yes, I lived in the deep sea for 5 years. Once, while I was dragging a shell house to Thunder Island for an overnight stay, I accidentally dragged the senior's shell house instead. Ouyang Xiaoji explained, gesturing towards Jiaya. Ji, you need not call me senior. You should call me dad. Although I am not your biological father. Jiaya's words left Ouyang Xiaoji perplexed. What do you mean by not being her biological father? Was the man wearing the rabbit mask who intruded into the Tengsha clan not her real father? Then why did she feel an inexplicable familiarity upon seeing him? Perhaps sensing the confusion on Ouyang Xiaoji's face, Jiaya took her hand and said, Ji, let me introduce you to your relatives. Chapter 160, Beast Form Stepping Outside. Jiaya pointed to each individual. This one is Wire, an orc from the Tengsha clan, my first partner. This is Jiaya, a merman from the Sea God clan. My second partner. This is Darren, an orc from the Giant Eagle clan, my third partner. This is Yida, an orc from the Snow Wolf clan. Your mother's fourth partner. This is Akili, an orc from the White Fox clan, my fifth partner. This is Ikaya, an orc from the Rabbit clan, my sixth partner. And this is Berna, an orc from the Giant Elephant clan, your mother's seventh partner. From now on, they will all be your fathers. Of course, your biological father is Ikaya, the orc from the Rabbit clan. Once Yelia finished her introductions, Ouyang Xiaoji stared wide-eyed at the 7 distinct orcs before her, then turned her astonished gaze towards Yelia. Mom, are you saying that all 7 of these are your partners? Ouyang Xiaoji asked incredulously. Indeed, though it may seem few, the quality of my partners in the Rabbit clan is exceptional. Whether in physique or intellect, they are truly top-notch, Yelia proclaimed with pride. Just a few? Ouyang Xiaoji looked at the 7 orcs, momentarily feeling as if she had traversed into another realm. How could the world have transformed into such a fantastical place? Her mother had 7 partners, and she even claimed it was few. Was it possible that this place and the outside world were 2 entirely different realms? Yelia paid no heed to Ouyang Xiaoji's astonishment and pointed to a line of handsome young men standing to the left of the house. Ji, these are all your brothers. They are all the offspring of your mother. Although they may not be the most handsome and may lack intellect, they are obedient. There are a total of 18 of them. As for their names, I've forgotten. I usually just refer to them by their numbers. From 1 to 18. It's easy to remember. If you can't recall their names in the future, just call them by their numbers. They're used to it. Listening to Yelia's words, Ouyang Xiaoji gazed at her 18 handsome brothers, her mouth agape in astonishment. 7 fathers, 18 brothers, and a somewhat fiery-tempered mother. Oh heavens! How could familial bonds manifest so overwhelming? Just as Ouyang Xiaoji was lost in her thoughts about her 18 brothers, they immediately surrounded her, enthusiastically introducing themselves. Ji, I am your eldest brother. I am called Yaha. Here is a transfer deed for a Tekra metal mine. Please accept it. Eldest brother, you really don't know how to give gifts. Little I would not appreciate Tekra metal, a golden-haired orc squeezed in front of Ouyang Xiaoji, cheerfully saying, Ji, I am the second brother Yate. This is a transfer deed for a ruby mine. Keep it for future jewelry. But, second brother, I want to need that many rubies. Before Yate could finish, he was pushed aside by another identical orc. Ji, I am the third brother Yalo. This is the ownership deed for the Rose Mountain. You can visit it when you have time. Third brother, I can just visit. I don't need the ownership. Before Ouyang Xiaoji could refuse, her hands were filled with yet another document. Looking up at the strikingly handsome face before her, she barely had time to take it in before 2 more identical faces appeared beside it. Clearly, these 3 orcs, like the first, were also triplets. Thus, in a haze of confusion, Ouyang Xiaoji found herself with even more deeds for properties and weapons. Once her 18 brothers had completed their introductions, Ouyang Xiaoji gazed at their equally handsome faces. Now, she understood why her mother had assigned them numbers. It was because her 18 brothers were 6 sets of triplets. Not only did they look identical, but their expressions and movements were remarkably similar. Looking at the various transfer documents in her arms and then back at her 18 brothers, she felt like their introductions had been in vain. With their identical appearances, she could hardly tell one from the other. Yelia observed Ouyang Xiaoji's bewilderment as she clutched the documents, and a smile crept onto her face. Ji, don't focus solely on your brothers. Your fathers also have gifts for you. Thus, in this new round of gift-giving, Ouyang Xiaoji observed her 7 generous fathers, sensing that they were no ordinary men. They exuded a distinct aura of authority. Though they spoke to her with humility and kindness, their eyes carried an undeniable pride, reminiscent of the demeanor she often saw in Nangong Zhitian and the others. Among them, her biological father Ikaya was the most pronounced. Earlier, she had heard her mother say that her father's beast form was that of a rabbit. Yet, The aura he projected was certainly on par with that of Keely and the others. In fact, Ikaya's presence felt even stronger, more captivating. Ikaya, noticing the confusion in Ouyang Xiaoji's eyes, couldn't help but chuckle. Ji, are you wondering why my beast form is a rabbit, yet my spiritual power is so high? Yes, indeed, father. If you hadn't mentioned your beast form was a rabbit, I would have thought it was that of a ferocious beast. Ouyang Xiaoji remarked with a hint of awe. After all, Uncle Wire and the others were naturally the enemies of rabbits. Even though Ouyang Xiaoji knew that they were orcs and did not eat rabbits, the contrast was striking. However, the inherent sense of oppression that accompanies the beast forms is inescapable. Yet, her father displayed none of that sentiment when confronted with Uncle Wei and his companions. Ji, there are numerous varieties of rabbits. The Ouyang clan's beast form is also a rabbit, yet despite their utmost efforts, they have only managed to attain the status of second-class nobility. In contrast, although my father's beast form is also a rabbit, our lineage boasts the formidable Ba Wang Tu. Father, what is a Ba Wang Tu? Ouyang Xiaoji inquired, perplexed. My child, allow me to demonstrate what a Ba Wang Tu truly is. With that, Ikaya tore off his shirt, and before Ouyang Xiaoji's astonished gaze, he transformed into a rabbit the size of a small mountain. Ouyang Xiaoji looked up at the pitch-black rabbit before her, its fur exceptionally long, shimmering like satin in the gentle breeze. Its claws were as hard and sharp as steel blades, and its eyes glowed a blood-red hue. In Ouyang Xiaoji's understanding, rabbit tails are typically short, yet Ikaya's tail was remarkably long. With a casual flick, it smashed a massive boulder beside the house into dust. Although Ikaya's beast form was incredibly large, his body moved with remarkable agility. He gracefully leaped and, with his sharp claws, effortlessly snapped a tree that several people could barely embrace in two. This is truly magnificent, isn't it? Ji, isn't your father's beast form splendid? Elijah, standing beside Ji, spoke with a hint of pride as he observed Ikaya's transformation. Indeed, it is truly splendid. Ouyang Xiaoji nodded earnestly, gazing at Ikaya's awe-inspiring beast form. She finally comprehended why Ikaya referred to himself as a Ba Wang Tuesday. His massive stature, coupled with his sharp claws and powerful tail, indeed exuded an air of dominance. Chapter 161. The Fiancée Mother. I have seen Ouyang Santang's beast form. It appeared rather small and adorable. Ouyang Xiaoji cheerfully remarked. The Ouyang family's beast forms are insignificant. If it weren't for my efforts to help you conceal your identity, I would never have sought out that coward, Ouyang Santang, to pose as your father. I never anticipated that, after I faced difficulties, he would dare to mistreat you after taking so much of my money, Elijah said indignantly. By the way, Ji, you can no longer be called Ouyang Xiaoji. From now on, you will take your father's surname and be known as Ikaya Ji. We shall refer to you simply as Ji, all right? All right, I will be called Ikaya Ji from now on. Ouyang Xiaoji obediently nodded. Elijah gazed at her obedient daughter with immense satisfaction in her eyes. Indeed, little Yu was much more compliant than her 18 beastly sons. Elijah observed the various property transfer documents in Ji's arms, a flicker of confusion crossing her gaze. Her 18 foolish sons. Did they not spend every day like rabbits within a rabbit clan? Then where did these assets they presented to Ji come from? Or perhaps they were collectively concealing something from their mother. Suppressing her internal doubts, Elijah took Ji's hand and said, Ji, I have a magnificent gift to present to you. I assure you will adore it. Before Ouyang Xiaoji could refuse, Elijah set aside the thick stack of property transfer documents in Ji's arms and led her in another direction. Ji, the gift I am giving you is quite unique. I promise it will be far more precious than what your father and brothers have bestowed upon you. Mother, I have already received many gifts. I do not require more. Ouyang Xiaoji intended to retract her hand, but found it firmly grasped by Elijah. Ji, do not rush. You will soon see the gift your mother has prepared for you. As they conversed, Elijah guided Ji to a particularly exquisite and cozy house, knocking on the door without hesitation. Tribe leader, Brown, are you in? As Elijah's voice fell, a warm voice emanated from within. Annie Elijah, please come in. As soon as the voice faded, Elijah pushed the door open and led Ji inside. Upon entering, Ji's eyes were immediately drawn to a beast man standing by the window, his countenance gentle and refined. When their eyes met, she perceived tranquility and peace in his gaze, as if no matter the challenges life presented, he would effortlessly resolve them. In her moment of daze, Elijah pulled her before the beast man and said, Brown, this is my precious daughter whom I just reclaimed, your fiancée. Turning to Gigi, she placed her hand into Brown's. Gigi, this is the tribe leader of the rabbit clan, Brown, who is your betrothed, the finest gift I can bestow upon you. Gift? Gigi looked up at Brown, who smiled gently at her, then down at the large hand enveloping hers. Feeling the warmth, she instinctively withdrew her hand. Mother, I'm already married, and I have 9 children, each with different fathers. Most importantly, this is my first meeting with Brown. Therefore, I cannot accept this marriage. Gigi firmly rejected. What does that matter? Elijah placed Gigi's hand back into Brown's, speaking earnestly. Gigi, I have long been aware of your marriage and the 9 little ones you have. However, in our rabbit clan, we practice polyandry. Just like me, I have given birth to 19 children in my lifetime. Moreover, our tribe leader is an exceptionally fine young man. In terms of appearance, character, and mental prowess, he is no lesser than the beastmen you have partnered with outside. Most importantly, Brown is a child I have watched grow up, so I trust him with you. Before Gigi could refuse once more, Elijah turned to Brown and said, Brown, Gigi has just returned and is unfamiliar with our rabbit clan. If you have the time, please take her out for a walk to help foster their connection. Of course, Elijah, Brown replied warmly. Once Elijah departed, Gigi swiftly withdrew her hand, feeling somewhat awkward. Tribe leader, before returning to the rabbit clan, I had already formed partnerships with 4 beastmen and have 9 little ones. Hence, this marriage is quite unfair to you. Most importantly, we have never met before. Therefore, I will speak with my mother shortly and ask her to abandon this marriage. Gigi declared. Just as she was about to leave, Brown gently grasped her arm. Gigi, if you return now, Elijah will surely be upset. You just arrived back at the rabbit clan, and you are likely unfamiliar with it. So let me take you out for a walk first. Afterward, you can return and explain to Elijah, all right? Unable to voice her intended refusal in the face of Brown's warm and expectant gaze, Gigi reluctantly acquiesced. Fine, I will walk a bit with Brown before returning. He is right. It gives me a reason to tell my mother that Brown and I do not share a connection, thus allowing her to relinquish this engagement. Noticing Gigi's lack of refusal, a faint smile graced Brown's gentle face. Gigi, come, let's go this way. Gesturing politely, Brown led Gigi out from the other side of the room. Not far from the room, Ikaya and Elijah's group were hiding behind a boulder, observing every movement of Brown and Gigi within the room. Elijah, as soon as Gigi returned, did you introduce her to Brown a tad prematurely? My precious daughter hasn't spent much time with me, and now you wish to place her in the hands of some scoundrel. I refuse to accept this. Ikaya expressed her unease. Chapter 162, following. Ikaya, what reservations do you hold? Even if Gigi were to bond with the clan leader in the future, we would merely be marrying, not giving her away. Ultimately, Gigi shall continue to reside with us, won't she? Elijah retorted dismissively. But mother, what if Brown, due to misunderstandings between us, harms Gigi? After all, he harbors considerable prejudice against our family, Xiaoshi anxiously remarked. Little Xiaoshi, let me assure you, Brown may harm anyone, yet he would never harm Gigi, just as your father Ikaya would never harm me. If Brown could unite with Gigi sooner, it would not only benefit her, but also help us resolve the misunderstandings between him and us through their relationship. Elijah's words rendered the group of beastmen behind her speechless. Indeed, in the rabbit clan, when beastmen are betrothed to young females or young sub-females, they instinctively adhere to the ancestral teachings, pledging everlasting devotion to their partners. Just like Ikaya's father, no matter what difficulties or misunderstandings Elijah encountered, his heart and mind were solely devoted to her mother, willing to believe in and protect her wholeheartedly. This arrangement of betrothal among the rabbit clan resembles a love spell bestowed upon them by the beast god. Once the recognition of both sets of parents is attained, the offspring they bear are destined for a life of happiness and fulfillment. Hence, even though it was their first meeting, Brown, who typically shunned closeness with others, displayed a somewhat cordial demeanor as he earnestly introduced everything about the rabbit clan to their little sister. Brown, I feel there are so few young females and young sub-females in the rabbit clan. As they walked, Gigi inquired with curiosity. Gigi, that's because among the offspring born in the rabbit clan, there are many beastmen, but few females and young sub-females. Furthermore, the females and young sub-females of the rabbit clan possess exceptionally high fertility values, and to protect them from external threats, our clan has remained in seclusion. This is to prevent outsiders from capturing our females and young sub-females to use as breeding tools. However, despite these protective measures, the number of young females and young subfemales is still diminishing year by year, and those with spiritual powers have become even rarer. Why is that? Hasn't the rabbit clan always been in seclusion? Shouldn't the number of those with spiritual powers be increasing instead? Gigi asked, perplexed. Gigi, look over there. Following Brown's gaze, Gigi spotted a small female or young subfemale surrounded by several beastmen in front of a row of houses. Given their intimate demeanor, they appeared to be in a partnership. Yet, why did she find some of the beastmen accompanying those young females somewhat familiar? Sensing the confusion in Gigi's eyes, Brown gently explained, Gigi, no matter how powerful our beastmen may be, they cannot rely solely on their strength to protect so many highly fertile females and young subfemales. Thus, despite their reluctance, we must accept the assistance of beastmen from other clans to safeguard our females and young subfemales. The familiar faces you see are from the Sea God clan, along with beastmen from other tribes. However, once a beastman joins the rabbit clan and becomes a partner with a female or young subfemale, they can never return to their original clan. Just like Aunt Elijah's partners, they must relinquish their status and identity in the outside world due to their bond with her. What happens to the children they bear? Do they only belong to the rabbit clan? Gigi asked, bewildered as she gazed into the distance. The offspring they bear, if female or young subfemale, will belong solely to the rabbit clan. If they give birth to young beastmen, they will follow the father's form and may return to their father's clan. If they inherit the mother's form as rabbit beastmen, they must remain within the rabbit clan. So, do all my brothers have rabbit forms? No. Your brothers' forms all take after their father. It's just that, due to various circumstances, they have not returned to their own clan. Brown slightly turned his head, observing Gigi's back with a glimmer in his eyes. Yet he maintained an impassive expression while patiently explaining to her. Gigi, shall we continue walking forward? There are still many beautiful places in the rabbit clan. Certainly. Brown, please lead the way. Gigi, you need not be courteous with me. Brown looked at Gigi, speaking softly. Meanwhile, Elijah, along with her partners and children, watched Brown and Gigi's retreating figures, straining their necks to catch snippets of their conversation. Unfortunately, due to the distance, they heard nothing. Mother, Brown and Gigi have already gone far. Should we not follow? 14 whispered. Of course we shall follow. My precious daughter is on a date with her fiancé. I must see how their relationship progresses. Thus, as Brown leisurely guided Gigi ahead, recounting amusing tales of the rabbit clan, the atmosphere between them grew harmonious. Though Brown's storytelling lacked exaggerated tones or gestures, his tales piqued Gigi's interest, igniting her curiosity and eliciting peals of laughter. In contrast to the amiable ambience shared by Gigi and Brown, Elijah trailed behind with her 7 partners and 18 sons, stealthily following. Consequently, as the curious onlookers in the rabbit clan realized their leader was courting Elijah's beloved daughter, they instinctively joined the procession behind her. In no time, the throng following Brown and Gigi had grown increasingly numerous, nearly forming a line. Chapter 163, Seeking Another. Brown plucked a bouquet of vibrant wildflowers from grass, feeling the growing number of clan members trailing behind him, and he couldn't help but sigh. Could they not pay a bit more attention? Glancing at the heads peeking out from behind the rocks, Brown genuinely feared Gigi would notice and feel uncomfortable. Thank you for the flowers, Brown. Ouyang Xiao Ji cradled the wildflowers, lowering her head to inhale their fragrance, a rare blush gracing her cheeks as a young subfemale. Gigi, there's no need for thanks. Brown initially intended to take Gigi's hand, but upon reconsideration, worried that his gesture might offend her, he lowered his hand again. Brown's hesitant action elicited a collective sigh from the crowd behind him. The sound was so pronounced that it caught Gigi's attention as she walked ahead. Hey, Brown, did you hear something? With that, Gigi turned a glance behind her. Unfortunately, she saw nothing. Following Gigi's gaze, Brown observed the well-hidden heads behind the rocks and chuckled softly. Gigi, it was likely the sound of the wind blowing against the rocks. Is that so? I thought it was a human sigh. It seems I misheard. Turning back with a hint of skepticism, Gigi offered Brown an awkward smile. She couldn't quite comprehend why, but perhaps it was simply because Brown's demeanor was so approachable. Upon encountering him, Gigi inexplicably felt a flicker of trust towards him. Concerning this peculiar sentiment she harbored for Brown, Gigi instinctively attributed it to his striking appearance, a somewhat superficial attraction. As Gigi emerged from the towering stone forest, she beheld a vast sea of flowers. The rabbit tribe's temperate climate ensured that butterflies danced gracefully throughout the year. Gigi, would you like to go and take a look? Brown suggested. Certainly. With a sea of flowers and butterflies, how could I resist? Gigi's heart brimmed with yearning at Brown's description. Upon traversing the stone forest, Gigi stepped into the sunlight, gazing at the endless expanse of flowers beneath the azure sky. The countless butterflies fluttering above the floral tapestry almost brought her to tears. As she had never witnessed such breathtaking beauty, neither in her past life nor since her arrival here. Cradling a handful of wildflowers, Gigi wandered into the flower sea, a look of enchantment gracing her features. Embraced by the gentle breeze and bathed in warm sunlight, she closed her eyes, feeling as though she had stepped into a wondrous fairy tale. This place was truly exquisite. Gigi, open your eyes and look over there. Brown gently tapped her shoulder, plucking a leaf and blowing into it. The sound of the leaf resonated soothingly in the air. Just as Gigi assumed Brown merely wished to entertain her with the leaf, she followed his gaze and beheld the most beautiful scene in the world. As Brown blew into the leaf, the butterflies in the flower sea astonishingly arranged themselves into words. When Gigi discerned the message formed by the butterflies, she felt as though she were becoming the heroine of a fairy tale. The words were, "Gigi, my fiancée, will you accept my courtship?" Turning to face Brown, whose eyes were filled with affection for her, she momentarily considered responding affirmatively to this orc who had just declared his love. The moment was undeniably romantic, and Gigi felt that no female, or even a sub-female, could resist such a declaration of love from the butterflies. She had never anticipated experiencing such a romantic confession. Under the enchanting atmosphere conjured by Brown, her eyes sparkled with delight. Releasing the leaf, Brown tenderly grasped Gigi's hand, his voice imbued with gentle anticipation. "Gigi, may I have the chance to accompany you for a lifetime?" Just as Gigi contemplated agreeing under Brown's warm gaze, a panicked roar echoed from behind her. "I will not permit it. You gluttonous woman, if you dare agree, I." The furious voice abruptly jolted Gigi back to her senses. Following the sound, she saw nothing out of the ordinary. Glancing back at Brown, she lowered her head shyly and murmured, "Brown, it's getting late. I must return." Without daring to meet Brown's gaze, Gigi hurriedly fled along the path she had come, leaving Brown filled with regret. Had it not been for that irritating interruption, he might have successfully confessed his feelings. As Gigi dashed past the stone forest, she remained oblivious to the gathering of orcs behind the stones, firmly restraining a half-human, half-snake orc who was being reprimanded for his disruptive behavior. Unable to tolerate the defiant look in the half-orc's eyes, Will swiftly knocked him unconscious. They should have administered more sedatives when bringing him here, ensuring he slept longer. Otherwise, how could he have spoiled such a critical moment? Alas, the chieftain would undoubtedly direct his ire towards this foolish Stephen for the failure of the confession. By the time Gigi, clutching her flowers and blushing, returned home, Elijah and the others had already taken a shortcut back. They feigned normalcy, engrossed in their books, amusing the little fox cubs or basking in the sun. After calming her slightly anxious heart, when Gigi entered the courtyard, Elijah and the others put down their activities to feign surprise at her return. "Gigi, how did your conversation with the chieftain go? Did he confess to you?" Before 17 could finish, 15 swiftly covered his mouth. After exchanging an awkward smile with Gigi, 15 dragged 17 aside. Indeed, it was prudent not to let the simple-minded 17 speak first. Otherwise, their covert observation of Gigi's romantic encounter would have been discovered. "Mom, what's wrong with brother?" Gigi inquired, puzzled. "Oh, he's just a bit itchy. Let him brother sort him out," Elijah replied nonchalantly. "Gigi, what do you think of the chieftain? Does he meet your expectations?" Elijah inquired, her tone probing. "Mom, I already mentioned it. I have formed a partnership with 4 orcs. Moreover, I have promised Stephen that I would be his eternal family. I already have 5 orcs by my side, and they are quite enough to give me a headache. I really do not need another." "My dear child, what is wrong with having 5 orcs? Your mother has 7 partners. Remember, our rabbit tribe practices polyandry. 7 is quite modest for me. If it weren't for your 7 fathers always vying for attention, I would have sought yet another partner." Elijah retorted candidly. "Elijah, what more do you want?" The 7 irate voices from behind caused the previously triumphant Elijah to change her expression instantly. She involuntarily clapped her mouth shut, turned, and planted a fervent kiss on the face of the nearest Gaia. "Darling, you must have misheard. I truly said nothing just now. You can ask her, dear daughter. Gigi watched her mother divert the conversation toward her, left speechless by her mother's maneuvering. How could she respond? Yet, facing her 7 fathers, Gigi could only stammer. Papa, you almost have misheard. Mom truly said nothing. Believe me. Gigi nodded earnestly, striving to infuse her tone with sincerity. Very well. If my precious daughter insists we misheard, then we must have indeed misheard. Ikaya stepped forward, gently tousling Gigi's hair, his eyes radiating warmth. His obedient daughter, even when lying, was irresistibly charming, surpassing those 18 rascals by 1,000-fold. Mom, what about the babies? Did they cry at all? Gigi asked, turning to Elijah. Sister, I hired someone to look after the little fox cubs. They haven't made a peep. Old Nine smiled. Yes, Gigi, for now, do not concern yourself with the cubs. Please tell me, do you truly feel nothing for the chieftain? Facing Elijah's expectant gaze, a bittersweet sensation welled up in Gigi's heart. Mom, recently, Stephen risked his life to save me and the little one in my womb, depleting his mental strength. I have just promised him to be his only family, to be by his side for life. However, if I were to accept another orc as a partner, it would be unfair to Stephen. I genuinely cannot do it. Gigi's words enveloped the room in silence. If only they had acted with a swifter resolve and a more meticulous plan. The near-fatal encounter for Sitafun and Gigi could have been averted. The blame lies squarely on their excessive confidence, which ultimately led to this tragic outcome. By the way, Mother, do you know the current circumstances of Sitafun and the others? You brought me here so suddenly. They must be frantic searching for me. Gigi voiced her concern. Do not worry, Gigi. Nangong Zetian and the others are fully aware of your whereabouts. As for Sitafun, he is merely next door. If you wish to see him now, you may. Elia reassured her gently. Gigi turned to Ikaya and asked, Father, you truly brought Sitafun here? Indeed. Would you like to visit him now? Yes, I'm going at once. Nodding at Ikaya, Gigi dashed toward the adjacent room. Upon opening the door, she immediately spotted Sitafun and Shirweya, bound and gagged. Approaching them, she carefully peeled away the tape covering their mouths. Before she could untie the ropes, Sitafun managed to free himself with a vigorous struggle, causing the bindings to slide off his body. Gigi, you must not waver in your affections, and certainly do not bond with that hideous rabbit. I was never meant to form a pact with you. I was merely a male Xiao Wu. If you were to form a contract with that ugly rabbit, I would become Shaoli instead. No, I refuse to be Shaoli. That name is utterly dreadful. Sitafun's lamentations caused Gi's cheeks to flush crimson. What was he even saying about Xiao Wu and Shaoli? Before Gigi could offer a rebuttal, Sitafun pointed at Wei Er and the others standing at the door, his expression one of pitiful grievance. Gigi, I just tried to sneak out to find you, and those so-called fathers of yours took advantage of my weakened state to assault me. Look, I have bruises all over. As he spoke, Sitafun raised his tail, pointing to a specific scale that bore the marks of their aggression. Gigi lowered her gaze to observe the sleek, beautiful scales on Sitafun's tail and noticed the bruise he mentioned. Yet, faced with his woeful gaze, she could only respond with a hasty agreement. Gigi, please rub my tail. It hurts so much. I shall do it now. Seeing Sitafun's pitiable expression filled Gigi with an overwhelming sense of sympathy. Not only had he lost his spiritual power, but the scales on his tail had only just grown in. Newly developed scales were surely tender and painful to the touch. With this thought, Gigi's heart ached even more for Sitafun. Father, Sitafun sacrificed his powers to save me, and he has only just begun to heal. Gigi cast a disapproving glance at Ikaya and the others. Ikaya, through Gigi's form, regarded the self-satisfied Sitafun with clenched teeth. Their reports had indicated that Sitafun was the least intelligent among the 4 great noble clans. Yet, his current display of dramatics belied any semblance of foolishness. Shirweya, now free of her bonds, silently observed Sitafun's theatrical performance. What a fool he was to provoke Gigi's father and brothers directly. He would surely face dire consequences for his insolence. Despite having previously advised him against recklessly breaking free to pursue Gigi, he had disregarded her warnings and suffered for it, being knocked unconscious and brought back by her brothers. Such a sight was utterly mortifying. Gigi, your fathers acknowledged their mistakes. In the future, they and your brothers will treat the master of the Tungsha clan with utmost gentleness, Ikaya stated deliberately. Sitafun, confronted with the amiable gazes of Ikaya and the others, instinctively recoiled. Heavens, I seem to have overstepped my bounds. In my eagerness to complain, I almost forgot that they're all family to Gigi. Now I am truly finished. Chapter 165. Forgiveness, perhaps sensing the fear and regret in Si Tufun's eyes. Gigi's father and brother smiled even more kindly. One by one, they approached Si Tufun, gently taking his and Xie Weiya's hands, signaling a promise to refrain from any familial violence in the future. Witnessing this harmonious scene filled Gigi's heart with warmth. How wonderful it is to have family by one's side. Meanwhile, only Xie Weiya, seated quietly behind Si Tufun, could clearly perceive his trembling form. The ability of Gigi's fathers and brothers to deliver localized psychic strikes was truly formidable. When Xie Weiya's gaze met Daluan's, he felt an involuntary stiffness seize his body. Daluan, the most distinguished patriarch of the Qianing clan, had, during the peak of the Jiuying clan's glory, disregarded all opposition to pass the mantle of leadership to his cousin, Si Tufun's father, before vanishing without a trace. Centuries had passed, and the members of the Jiuying clan believed this illustrious leader had returned to the beast god. Little did they know, he was now Gigi's father. As Xie Weiya scrutinized the beastmen surrounding Wei, his astonishment grew. Why were so many eminent figures, long thought lost to the beast world, gathered here? If their only reason for being present was a pact with Gigi's mother, they could have continued their roles as clan leaders. As Xie Weiya pondered this, Gigi's father and brothers finished their apologies to Si Tufun and turned their gaze toward the previously silent Xie Weiya, their eyes glinting with satisfaction. Truly, he was the most astute patriarch in the beast world, demonstrating a remarkable ability to assess the situation. Despite being brought here under mysterious circumstances, he maintained his composure. Upon seeing Daluan, his eyes betrayed only a hint of surprise, devoid of any excessive emotion. Such a beast man was surely a worthy addition to their ranks. It seemed that the self-important Abu Dua would soon encounter a formidable opponent. Confused, Gigi slowly helped the still-seated Si Tufun to his feet, preparing to adjust his clothing when she noticed the forced smile on Xie Weiya's face, which tugged at her heartstrings. Xie Weiya, are you all right? Releasing Si Tufun's hand, Gigi hurried to Xie Weiya's side, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Earlier, she had focused solely on Si Tufun, neglecting to check on Xie Weiya. It seemed she had been rather biased in her attention towards them. Xie Weiya met Gigi's gaze, recognizing the hint of guilt in her eyes. He feigned indifference and replied, Gigi, I am fine. Do not worry about me. I was simply concerned for your safety when I could not see you, but now that I know you are well, I am at ease. His words only deepened Gigi's feelings of remorse. Just moments ago, she had nearly accepted the affections of that belong. Meanwhile, Xie Weiya had remained trapped, all the while worrying for her safety. She felt utterly remorseful towards him. As he had said, their bond forged over 3 years on Jiuying Island could not simply be dismissed as if it could be negated by her mere 10 points of vitality. Xie Weiya, I am truly sorry. You have always been concerned for me, yet I almost... Gigi, you must never utter an apology to me. If anyone owes an apology, it is I. In those years, it was indeed for your 10 points of fertility that I brought you to Jiuying Island. If this has caused you to harbor resentment towards me, I bear no grudge, for it was my misstep from the very beginning. However, Gigi, I now sincerely hope you can grant me forgiveness, allowing me a chance for redemption. Gigi raised her gaze to meet the earnest eyes of Xie Weiya, and just as she was about to respond, she was abruptly pulled away by Stephen. Gigi, you must not be so easily swayed by this guy. His pitiful demeanor is nothing but an act. If you choose not to believe me, then so be it. Xie Weiya slightly turned his body, his lashes gently drooping, and with his lips pressed together, he appeared exceedingly forlorn. At that moment, Ouyang Xiaoji, disregarding Stephen's admonitions, approached and took Xie Weiya's hand, softly speaking, Xie Weiya, I will give you a chance for atonement. However, I truly do not know how to balance the relationship between you and Nangong Zetian and the others. Over time, I fear I may come to see myself as a capricious and irresponsible woman. Gigi, please do not speak of yourself in such a manner, Xie Weiya interjected. I do not care for any lawful status or offspring. My only concern now lies with you. Gigi, should we truly be together in the future, I assure you, I will never impose upon you the expectation of bearing children. You can rest assured that my affection for you is not merely due to your 10 points of fertility. I believe you, Gigi replied, embracing Xie Weiya once more and whispering softly. In truth, when she gave birth to those 3 little fox cubs, Sonia, faced with the choice between her own life and that of the 3 cubs in her womb, had unhesitatingly chosen herself. At that moment, She realized that Sonia and the others truly loved her and were not merely seeking to exploit her. Yet, when confronted with 5 exceptional beastmen simultaneously, she found herself at a loss as to whom she should choose. Thus, she could only intentionally evade this reality. Now, witnessing the harmonious coexistence among her mother's 7 partners, a flicker of hope ignited within her heart. She yearned for a future where she could also live peacefully with Zirwaya and the others, just like her mother and her fathers. The onlookers at the doorway, upon witnessing the embrace between Gigi and Zirwaya and the frantic gestures of Stephen at the side, could not help but cast their gazes towards Darren and Wire. This scene seemed eerily familiar. In the past, Wire, belonging to the Tungsha clan, had often suffered at the hands of Darren, the cunning eagle. Could it be that the cunning of the Jueying clan is hereditary? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Darren shyly turned his head and rubbed his nose. How many years have passed, and yet everyone still remembers what transpired back then. However, witnessing Zirwaya's machinations against Stephen now truly bore a resemblance to his own past. That scoundrel Zirwaya has certainly not brought disgrace to their Jueying clan. Chapter 166, The Tale of Abduo. Once the spectacle had unfolded sufficiently, Aaliyah stepped forward to separate the couple, pulling Gigi from Zirwaya's embrace. Gigi, while the coast is clear, there are matters of great importance I must share with you. Initially, amidst the teasing glances of the crowd, Gigi felt a twinge of shyness. However, upon meeting Aaliyah's serious gaze, her demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. Mother, if you have something to say, please do so. After exchanging glances with her partners, Aaliyah took Gigi by the hand and led her outside. As they walked, she began to gradually introduce the surrounding environment. Eventually, they reached the edge of a profound cliff where Aaliyah gently began. Gigi, our rabbit clan resides within the Misty Mountains. However, beyond these mountains lies a forbidden land that strikes fear into the hearts of all beastmen. The fire-molten cave, a place dreaded by all. The magma and fumes within the fire-molten cave can disrupt a beastman's mental fortitude, prompting even the most powerful of them to instinctively steer clear of it. Yet, Gigi, did you know that on the opposite side of the fire-molten cave, there exists a group of individuals? They appear unperturbed by the magma, using the cave as a barrier to safeguard their safety. Who are they? Could it be that beastman named Abduo who harmed Stephen? Gigi inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Aaliyah affirmed. Abduo was once a member of the rabbit clan, but he defected many years ago. Why? Did something happen within the rabbit clan? Gigi asked, bewildered. Her question plunged Aaliyah into a painful reverie, yet she steeled herself, knowing they must act to prevent Abduo from causing further harm. Gigi. Abduo was originally the leader of the rabbit clan. His wife was also one of our kind, and they had a daughter together. They lived harmoniously until one day. Abduo's wife saved an outsider beastman. Under her meticulous care, the outsider soon recovered. However, the trouble began when the outsider discovered the rabbit clan's secret. Although they possessed immense mental strength, they had never faced difficulties in bearing offspring. To glean information, the outsider deliberately seduced Abduo's wife, promising to abandon his former identity in exchange for a life spent with her within the rabbit clan. The rabbit clan has historically practiced polyandry, so while Abduo was displeased, he had no grounds for objection, as the scarcity of females necessitated such arrangements for survival. After a brief pause, Aaliyah continued. After marrying the outsider, Abduo's wife gave birth to a daughter. It was this daughter that led the outsider to uncover the rabbit clan's greatest secret. Aaliyah turned to Gigi, her gaze earnest. Gigi, when a female of our clan with high mental strength gives birth to a daughter, she unconsciously transfers her mental strength to the child's father, preventing mental turmoil during the pain of childbirth, which could endanger her loved ones. Thus, when the outsider received Abduo's wife's mental strength, his greed became insatiable. He believed that once he had absorbed her strength, she would be devoid of it forever. Little did he know that the mental strength of our females is an enduring gift from the beast god, one that cannot be exhausted. To regain that mental strength, the outsider then set his sights on Abduo's daughter. After all, only offspring of both rabbit clan parents could possess such high mental capabilities, and Abduo's newly adult daughter fit his criteria perfectly. One fateful day, while Abduo was away, the outsider took both his daughter and Abduo's daughter and vanished. Upon returning and discovering his daughter had been taken, Abduo descended into a frenzy, desperately searching for her. However, many years later, when Abdu finally found his daughter, She had already descended into madness due to the relentless cycle of childbirth. Upon seeing her father, the child momentarily regained her sanity. After embracing Abdu and weeping profusely, she tragically took her own life in front of him. The news of her suicide drove Abdu's wife to madness as well. Before long, the members of the Tu tribe discovered her lifeless body at the foot of the cliff. The sequential loss of his wife and daughter transformed Abdu from a benevolent leader of the Tu tribe into a man consumed by hatred for outsiders. In a single night, he exterminated all foreign tribesmen within the Tu community, severing all ties with outsiders, and then vanished without a trace. And then what happened? Gigi asked with concern. After all, which beastman would not go mad upon witnessing the deaths of his wife and daughter? Subsequently, the members of the Tu tribe searched extensively for him, but could not locate Abdu. Initially, they assumed he had perished, but unexpected news from outside revealed that he was indeed alive. Elia turned to Gigi, embracing her gently, and said, Gigi, Abdu has found the foreign beastman responsible for the deaths of his wife and daughter. He annihilated the entire clan of that foreign beastman and took his daughter away. Employing a method of poetic justice, he forced the daughter of that foreign beastman to bear children for him. The offspring, whether male or female, were disposed of in the fiery abyss, while the female or sub-female children were kept as pawns to be lent out to nobles with advanced mental powers, allowing him to gain the power and status he desired. But mother, those children are also Abdu's offspring. How could he bear to do such a thing? Gigi, the loss of his wife and daughter has already driven Abdu to madness. In truth, he no longer possesses the conscience that a beastman should have. His hatred now extends beyond the foreign beastman responsible for his family's demise. He harbors animosity towards all outsiders, Elias stated with a frown. But why did he attempt to capture me last time? I am merely a sub-female of the Tu tribe, not an outsider, Gigi questioned, perplexed. Chapter 167. The contract. Gigi, it is because of your mother. Your mother's partners, apart from your father Ikaya, are all foreign beastmen, and their status in the outside world is quite significant. Abdu believes that my association with so many foreigners constitutes a betrayal of the Tu tribe. Thus, 20 years ago, under his instigation, a significant misunderstanding arose between my mother and your father's. Consequently, your mother fled the Tu tribe, unaware of her pregnancy. At that time, I was angry at your father's and feared that Abdu would find me and cause me harm. Hence, I collaborated with Ouyang Songting to hide myself within the Ouyang family. However, when you were a few years old, Abdu eventually discovered my whereabouts. He initially intended to capture me to threaten your father's, but was thwarted by your father Jaya, who found me first, foiling his plot. As you know, your father Jaya belongs to the Sea God clan, and his emotions are particularly obsessive. After being swayed by Abdu's manipulations, he believed that I had betrayed our bond by forming a contract with Ouyang Songting and bearing you. In a fit of rage, he hypnotized me with his life force, plunging us both into an endless slumber. The result was that I, under Jia's hypnosis, slept for over a decade, while your father Jia also succumbed to the backlash of the contract and fell into a deep sleep. However, when he fell into slumber, he was taken back to the depths of the ocean by his kin. Elia reminisced, her eyes filled with helplessness and sighs. But mother, Siren once told me that his kin of the Sea God clan had fallen into slumber due to the loss of their heart-protecting scales, and they would only awaken when the scales grew back after 10,000 years. Just as Gigi finished speaking, her words were interrupted by laughter. Turning around, she saw Jia, her father from the Sea God clan. Gigi, you have been deceived by that little scoundrel Siren. The heart-protecting scales of the Sea God clan indeed only recognize their chosen partners. However, losing the heart-protecting scales does not lead to slumber, Jaya chuckled lightly. But Siren told me that my ability to live in the deep sea was due to his heart-protecting scales. Upon hearing this, Jaya sighed deeply. He sat beside Elia and said to Gigi earnestly, Gigi, our Sea God clan has always possessed an innate obsession and possessiveness regarding emotions. For instance, my initial feelings for your mother were similar to Siren's feelings for you. Gigi, I entrusted my heart-protecting scales to your mother, yet she could not thrive in the deep sea. A terrestrial sub-female simply cannot alter her lifestyle due to a piece of heart-protecting scale from the Sea God clan. The reason you have been able to live in the deep sea for 5 years is that Siren has been using his mental power each month to condense a drop of his lifeblood for you to consume. Only by drinking the lifeblood condensed by the Sea God clan can you survive in the deep sea. The loss of that drop of lifeblood causes immense pain to the Sea God clan for half a month. Gigi, you have consumed Saren's lifeblood for 5 years. Gigi, I once attempted to condense my lifeblood for your mother to drink and bring her to live in the deep sea. However, I could only manage it once before I could no longer endure the excruciating pain and never attempted it again. Jaya lamented. What? Is it that serious? Jaya. Will Saren's 5 years of consuming lifeblood harm his body? Gigi asked anxiously. Yes, Saren's mental power will never improve again in this lifetime. Unless you bear him a subfemale or female child to transfer your mental power to him. His mental power is beyond salvation, Jaya affirmed. Gigi pondered for a moment and then looked at Aaliyah earnestly, asking, Mother, if I bear a subfemale or female child for Stephen, will I transfer my mental power to him? If Stephen gains mental power, won't he be saved? As she spoke, Gigi's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, Gigi, I must forewarn you that only by bearing a subfemale or female child can you transfer your mental power to him when yours is on the verge of bursting. If you bear a male beast man, you will not be able to transfer your mental power to him at all. Understood, Mother. Gigi nodded excitedly. After a brief pause, she continued to inquire, Mother, did Abdu capture me for my seemingly endless mental power? That is one aspect, Gigi. After all these years, Abdu has aged, yet his mental power has not grown due to his resentment. If his mental power does not increase, his life will soon come to an end. He intended to capture me to prolong his life, as I am the only one in the two tribe with high mental power. However, because your fathers have protected me so well, he found it impossible to act, which is why he shifted his focus to you. Aaliyah responded helplessly. But Mother, the last time Abdu tried to capture me, I managed to give him a thorough beating in my fury. Therefore, I am not afraid of him coming after me. Gigi declared with a hint of pride. Gigi, the mental strength of the female members of the two tribe is indeed the nemesis of male beastmen. However, Gigi, Abdu's current inability to be controlled is not solely reliant on his mental prowess, but also on his extraordinary intelligence and audacity. Gigi, relying solely on brute force will never suffice to protect oneself adequately. Therefore, you must exercise caution in your future endeavors. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Mother. Gigi nodded earnestly. Returning to her room, Gigi beheld Stephen and Sylvia waiting inside, reflecting on what Elijah had just informed her. A look of uncontrollable joy spread across her face. Stephen is saved, as long as he forms a contract with me and I bear a female or sub-female child. I can transfer my mental strength to him during my mental surge. At that time, Stephen would no longer need to maintain his half-human, half-beast form due to the loss of mental strength, nor would he be in danger of an early demise. With this thought, Gigi's face radiated uncontainable delight. She rushed forward and embraced Stephen tightly, exclaiming, Stephen, I have a way to save you now. For your sake, let's form a contract tonight. As soon as Gigi's words left her lips, Stephen immediately pushed her away, his expression turning cold. Gigi, I have told you before, I only wish for you to be my family. I do not want you to bear cubs for me. Therefore, I do not wish to hear such words from you again. With that, Stephen turned away, his demeanor filled with anger as he strode out of the room. Hey, you foolish man, at least let me finish my words before you leave. Gigi shouted furiously at Stephen's retreating figure. Gigi, I understand your desire to save Stephen. However, I share his sentiments. I do not wish for you to resort to contract formation as a means to save him. Gigi, you are now the mother of 9 children. I cannot allow you to harm your body for the sake of saving Stephen. After speaking, Sylvia followed Stephen out. Gigi stared in disbelief at the departing figures of the two, momentarily rendered speechless by their self-righteousness. Hey, you two fools. Can you at least let me finish my words before leaving? Stephen, you foolish snake. Sylvia, come back. Can you both listen to me? Yet the more Gigi shouted, the more oblivious Stephen and Sylvia seemed, hastily departing. Goodness, can't these two wait for me to finish speaking? Gigi sat on the couch, utterly exasperated. My dear daughter, what troubles you? Elijah asked as she returned, holding a plate of fruit and offering it to Gigi. It's nothing. With a slight sigh, Gigi recounted the events that had transpired. Mother, can't they at least wait for me to finish speaking before they leave? They didn't even allow me to complete my thoughts before they chastised me and walked away. Elijah chuckled lightly. You let such a trivial matter upset you so much. After a brief pause, she retrieved a small vial from her storage ring and presented it to Gigi. Gigi, while this aphrodisiac may not be as potent as blood charm, its effects are undeniably significant. When Stephen returns, simply add this to his tea, and he will be more than willing to form a contract with you. Elijah winked playfully at Gigi, a smile gracing her lips. As Gigi gazed at the vial in her palm, her cheeks flushed. How could her mother be so bold? Oh my precious daughter has turned red. Clearly, she has never experienced love before. It's merely a matter of giving your partner a little aphrodisiac to spice things up. Look at how shy you are, Elijah teased, pinching Gigi's cheek. Mother, is this truly all right? Gigi asked, uncertainty lingering in her voice. Of course, not only will it alleviate your awkwardness, but it will also enhance the experience. A perfect 2-for-1 deal. Unless, do you no longer wish to save that snake? I absolutely wish to save him, Gigi declared, her grip on the vial tightening, her gaze resolute. After all, she had already formed contracts with 4 beastmen. One more, Stephen, would not make a difference. Once she added the aphrodisiac to Stephen's tea, they could both drink a large cup together. When the effects took hold, who would still be concerned about feeling shy? Elijah observed the determination in Gigi's eyes and the way she unconsciously straightened her back, unable to suppress her laughter. Her daughter, who had never properly dated, appeared to treat this small matter as if it were a monumental life event. It was utterly amusing. In the two tribe, young females and sub-females were raised in pampered environments. Selecting a partner was as simple as drinking a glass of water. Now, merely forming a contract with her chosen partner seemed to Gigi as though she were embarking on a grand adventure. It appeared that tonight would be quite the spectacle, but she couldn't enjoy it alone. She must call her partners and little ones to witness it together. That evening, after lulling her 3 little fox cubs to sleep and entrusting them to Elijah, Gigi settled in Stephen's room to await his return. Clutching her teacup, she felt both nervous and shy. The prospect of administering the aphrodisiac to a beast man for the first time filled her with trepidation. Just as she was grappling with her anxiety, Stephen finally returned, dragging his tail behind him. Upon opening the door and spotting Gigi in the room, surprise and confusion flickered across his face. The joy of seeing the one he cherished upon his return was evident. Yet he wondered why Gigi was sitting alone in his room so late at night. Gigi, you're back. Come, sit down and have some water. Gigi, eager to welcome Stephen, took his hand and guided him to the sofa, presenting him with the tea she had laced with the aphrodisiac. Stephen observed the cup she offered, his gaze meeting hers, filled with anticipation. Although he sensed something was amiss with Gigi's behavior that evening, he felt a flicker of joy at her unusual attentiveness. After all, which beast man would not be pleased by the affections of the female he admired? Stephen smiled at Gigi, puzzled, as he lifted the teacup to his lips. Just as he was about to take a sip, he hesitated, realizing something was off. The taste of the tea was not right. Gigi had slipped him an aphrodisiac. Astonished, Stephen looked at Gigi, a mix of emotions swirling within him. He had already expressed his wish for her not to harm herself to prolong his life. Yet here she was, the usually shy sub-female, resorting to such measures. It seemed she was genuinely concerned for his well-being. While he lacked mental strength, his body was not on the brink of death yet. As Stephen felt touched, a sense of helplessness crept in. He recalled what Nangong's Etienne and Sylvia had privately discussed regarding the difficulty of reaching Gigi's heart. At that moment, he wanted to scoff at their comments. The issue was that they had initially approached Gigi with the wrong methods. In truth, had they set aside their pride from the beginning and engaged her as an equal, discussing matters openly, they could have forged a deeper connection. They would no longer feel at a loss regarding the emotions that plagued Gigi. Upon meeting Gigi's tense and expectant gaze, Stephen hastily downed the tea in his hand. Chapter 169. Chaos. Although he had lost his mental power, the aphrodisiac meant to enhance the mood could not lead him to lose control. Gigi took the empty cup that Stephen handed her, letting out a long breath of relief. Thankfully, Stephen did not notice the drug in the tea and drank it without hesitation. If he discovered that she had drugged him, she would surely be mortified. To mask her embarrassment, Gigi picked up the water cup nearby and drank it all at once. After all, they were about to share a bed, and consuming such enhancers would not harm her, right? It would only heighten the experience, she thought, her cheeks flushed with thoughts. Gigi, it's quite late now. You should return to rest, Stephen reminded helplessly, observing her fidgeting beside him. Oh, it's fine. There's still plenty of time. I want to stay a bit longer and chat with you, Gigi said, inching closer to Stephen. In her moment of awkwardness, she was at a loss for what to do next. After all, she could not bring herself to take the initiative in such a bold manner. Stephen, noticing her fidgeting demeanor, felt a pang of helplessness. In the beast world, apart from blood charm, he hardly regarded other aphrodisiacs. As the head of one of the four noble families, he and his companions had been subjected to various non-lethal drugs throughout their upbringing to develop resistance. Consequently, they could easily identify any drug by scent alone. However, now that he saw the girl he admired so dearly sitting beside him, gazing at him with eager anticipation, he found it difficult to refuse her. If it weren't for his loss of mental power, what was about to unfold would have been the most anticipated moment of his life. Amidst their awkward silence, the effects of the aphrodisiac began to take hold of Gigi. Swaying under the influence, she instinctively leaned her body closer to Stephen. Stephen turned to look at her, nearly pressing against him, and a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. How wonderful it would be if his mental power were still intact. To bond with the one he loved was a profoundly joyous occasion. Yet, the harsh reality was that such a desire could not be fulfilled. Gently wrapping his arms around Gigi, Stephen bestowed a soft kiss on her forehead, akin to a dragonfly touching water. Though he could resist the drug's effects, his heart's desires urged him to indulge just once. After all, the person nestled in his embrace was the one he longed for day and night. Yet, reality dictated otherwise. He could not drag Gigi into the abyss of suffering along with him, especially with the limited time he had left. With great difficulty, he closed his eyes and lifted Gigi, making his way to the bed. As he lowered his gaze, he saw Gigi lost in the throes of the drug, gazing at him with a dazed expression. "Stephen, I can save you. I can help you regain your mental power. Once we bond and I bear your offspring, I can rescue you," Gigi mumbled incoherently, weakly pulling Stephen closer. However, her feeble attempts were swiftly halted by Stephen. "Gigi, while I long to be with you, I cannot harm you. I cannot bond with you under the condition of having lost my mental power. Such an act is unbecoming of a beast man," he said, his eyes closed in anguish. "No, Stephen, listen to me. I can save you. If you bond with me now, I can," hearing Gigi's fragmented words. Stephen lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers before swiftly striding toward the door. The group of Elijah, who had been lurking in the shadows, exchanged bewildered glances as the door suddenly swung open. What is happening? Although the aphrodisiac she provided isn't as potent as blood charm, it should still be effective. Why is Stephen coming out after consuming it? Moreover, he certainly does not appear to be the stoic gentleman one would expect. If he is emerging now, there can only be one reason. Stephen is indeed a man devoid of humanity. If he is so devoid of humanity, why does he continue to cling to my dear Gigi? Truly, he is a menace to both himself and others. Alas, what a waste of the fine potion prepared for Gigi, squandered on such a fool. As Elijah continued to grumble internally, Stephen turned and approached Sylvia's door, knocking firmly. "What is it? Foolish snake, why do you seek me at this hour?" Sylvia, clad in sleepwear, leaned against the door, her voice cold. "Sylvia, come here. I have something to discuss," Stephen replied tersely. Seeing the serious expression on Stephen's face, Sylvia assumed it was of significant importance and approached him unguarded. In the next moment, Stephen swiftly seized her neck and poured a vial of potion directly into her mouth before she could react. Sylvia intended to use her mental power to push him away, but quickly realized that with Stephen's current lack of mental power, any force she exerted would only result in injury to him. Moreover, he could not afford to be injured at that moment. For a brief instant, Sylvia hesitated. However, during that moment of indecision, Stephen seized the opportunity to pour the drug down her throat. "Stephen, what have you made me drink?" Sylvia inquired sharply, feeling the potion slide down her throat. Observing Sylvia's furious expression, Stephen's anger flared, and he struck her face with a punch. "Curse you, damn feathered fiend. I have endured your bullying since childhood. I have no idea how many times you have tormented me. Yet today, I must endure the pain of sending you to my beloved's bed." With that, Stephen mercilessly began to pummel Sylvia. Although he had lost his mental power, his physical strength remained intact, and his punches were still quite effective. "Foolish snake, cease this at once. If you do not stop, I will retaliate." Sylvia managed to defend herself against the frenzied Stephen, internally questioning what had provoked him to confront her at such an hour. If it weren't for their shared upbringing, she would have already sent him flying with a slap. Thus, Stephen and Sylvia engaged in a chaotic scuffle like two children until Sylvia finally sensed something amiss within her body. "Stephen, did you just give me blood charm?" "Indeed. Otherwise, why do you think I would hit you?" "It was to expedite the drug's effects on you," Stephen growled, grabbing Sylvia by the collar and dragging her to his door, kicking her inside. After shutting the door, the bravado that had adorned Stephen's face faded away. Moments later, hearing the heavy breathing from within the room, Stephen lowered his head, pouted, and, like a child, began to fiddle with his fingers before departing without a backward glance. Chapter 170. Coiling into a spiral hidden in the shadows. The group led by Aaliyah observed Stephen's peculiar behavior. Casting anxious glances at one another, they followed him, apprehensive of his potential folly. What if this fool were to do something reckless? Ultimately, they discovered Stephen, curled into a spiral like an incense coil behind a massive rock, wailing mournfully. The thunderous cries of Stephen left Aaliyah and his companions momentarily speechless, exchanging looks of incredulity. Weir, witnessing the disgrace of his kin, approached and gently patted the serpentine figure. Stephen, you are the head of the Tungsha clan now. Can you refrain from such lamentations? Is this truly how you wish to present yourself? As Weir's words faded, Stephen unfurled his body, ensnaring Weir with his tail and bellowing in rage. You old fool. Instead of fulfilling your responsibilities as clan leader, you abandoned the Tungsha clan and left me to deal with this mess, while you frolic in comfort. Now, I find myself bereft of mental energy. I shan't survive for long. If I perish, I will make sure to strangle you first. Weir rolled his eyes at the serpentine tail coiled around him. In the next moment, he transformed into a large black serpent, retaliating with a one-sided assault on Stephen. Once he had subdued Stephen, Weir returned to his human form, straightened his attire with elegance, and crouched down to pat Stephen's body in perplexity. Little serpent, why did you flee when Gigi was so eager to bond with you? Do you think I desired to escape? I have no mental energy left. Now that I have formed a bond with Gigi, wouldn't I be a burden leading her to an early demise? Such treachery is beyond even my worst inclinations. Besides, I hold Gigi dear. How could I ever wish her harm? Stephen buried his head in his tail, his voice tinged with sobs. We turned to Aaliyah, confused. Aaliyah, did you not inform Stephen that once Gigi bonds with him and produces a female offspring or a sub-female, he could restore his mental energy by transferring it to him during her surge, without causing her any harm? We intended to mention it. But when Gigi expressed her desire to bond with this foolish creature, he lectured her and fled. In an effort to enhance their bonding experience, I even provided Gigi with a rare stimulant to expedite their connection. Yet, who could have anticipated that this imbecile would generously relinquish the opportunity to Sylvia? As Aaliyah's words concluded, the coiled Stephen sprang upright, swiftly swimming before Aaliyah, his eyes wide with urgency. Are you saying that after Gigi and I bond, as long as a female or sub-female is born, I can regain my mental energy without harming her? Indeed, and it will not cause Gigi any discomfort, Aaliyah affirmed. Momentarily stunned by Aaliyah's revelation, Stephen turned to swim back, only to be halted by Weir's grip on his tail. Where do you think you're going? Weir asked coldly. Let go of me, old man. I must return to Gigi. Stephen thrashed his tail, futilely attempting to free himself from Weir's grasp. Stephen, you are the one who sent Sylvia to Gigi's chamber. It is too late for you to return now, Weir replied, exasperated. Too late? Not at all. I must return immediately. Gigi is my wife, and I foolishly handed her over to that wretched Sylvia. Stephen lamented. Stephen, it is indeed too late. You cannot go back now. Moreover, you must explain this to Gigi tomorrow. After all, the bonding partner has changed midway. Do you believe Gigi will not be furious upon awakening? Aaliyah added, pouring salt on the wound. Aaliyah's words gradually quelled Stephen's struggles. He cast a final glance at Weir, forcefully retracted his tail, and curled himself into a spiral once more. Weir, observing Stephen's cowardice, couldn't help but sigh. Is this truly the current head of the Tungsha clan? He had learned from others that the current leader, though somewhat tempestuous, was otherwise quite astute in decision-making. Yet now, he appeared utterly foolish. Exchanging a look with Aaliyah, Weir and his companions departed, leaving this foolish lad to contemplate his errors. To squander such a significant opportunity for bonding on another. To call him foolish is merely a compliment. He is utterly devoid of sense. Ultimately, regardless of their words, it was all too late. As dawn broke, Stephen, curled in a spiral, had spent the night weeping silently, lost in thought. Just as he prepared to return to Gigi to offer explanations, he heard the sound of digging from behind the massive rock. Considering the presence of the rabbit clan in this area, along with the foreign beastmen residing among them, Stephen thought little of it. However, upon hearing the hushed voices behind the rock, he sensed something was amiss. Devoid of mental energy and in a semi-beast form, he glanced back at the rock and soon spotted the tip of it. Holding his breath, he cautiously peered over the edge. What he beheld were numerous gopher beastmen emerging from the earth. The group of gopher beastmen surveyed their surroundings before transforming into their beast forms, consulting a map, and burrowing back into the ground. Clearly, this group of gopher beastmen was not affiliated with the rabbit clan, and they bore a distinct scent of molten fire. These gopher beastmen were likely subordinates of Abdu, who, days earlier, had been taken back to the rabbit clan along with Sylvia, where had informed them about Abdu's intentions, revealing that the Ancient One sought to capture Ji for nefarious purposes. Stephen had believed that with the rabbit clan under Weir's protection, Abdu would be unable to infiltrate their realm. Yet to his dismay, it appeared that Abdu had established a connection with the Gopher clan and devised a plan to breach the rabbit clan's defenses from below. Chapter 171. Gopher hunting gophers. Digging. The Tungsha clan excels in both digging and filling holes. Now, stripped of my mental energy, I cannot confront them directly. With that thought, Stephen emitted the unique hissing sound of the Tungsha clan into the air. Weir, cradling a slumbering Elia, awoke immediately upon hearing the hiss. He gently released Elia and stepped outside, only to find that the sleeping companions had vanished without a sound. They exchanged solemn glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. Abdu's minions had indeed found their way to the rabbit clan. Have the little ones awakened? Are they prepared? Weir inquired in a hushed tone. If they are still asleep, I might as well end them with a single blow, Gaia remarked, surveying the surroundings with a cold demeanor. At the break of dawn, the 18 weary sons of Elia, unable to keep their eyes open, immediately lost all traces of drowsiness upon receiving information from their fathers. After hastily preparing, they concealed themselves in the shadows, waiting for the fish to take the bait. Over the years, they had deliberately disguised themselves as weak and inept to lower Abu Duo's guard, all for the sake of protecting their mother. Now, it was time for them to reap the rewards of their efforts. Meanwhile, Stephen watched the moronic, ground-dwelling beastmen burrow into the earth and smirked coldly. The wretched creatures, wanting to snatch away his wife from beneath the ground, could not comprehend that she was someone he could never bear to harm, let alone allow Abu Duo to inflict any harm upon her. He retrieved several enhanced tear gas grenades from his ring storage. These were treasures of the Tungsha clan, excellent for escape and assassination. Stephen kissed the tear gas grenades gently, usually reluctant to use them, but today he found it amusing that his prized possessions would be used against those subterranean vermin. With that thought, Stephen opened the grenades and tossed them directly into the burrow. Then he heaved a massive stone to cover the entrance. Feeling a twinge of unease, he wrapped his tail around a large tree and snapped it in half, holding it as he listened intently to the sounds emanating from below. After a while, just as he began to doubt the efficacy of his grenades, he suddenly spotted a ground-dwelling beastman's head poking out from a mound of dirt. How adorable! Stephen chuckled and swung the tree, trunk down, with great force upon the creature's head. Feeling a surge of frustration, he tossed the remaining tear gas grenades into the burrow and stood at the entrance, eagerly awaiting the moment when the beastmen could no longer withstand the grenade's potency and would emerge. As expected, the enhanced tear gas forced the ground-dwelling beastmen to poke their heads out of the surface. Watching their heads emerge, Stephen relentlessly struck at any beastman attempting to surface for air, finding unexpected amusement in the act. Once this matter concluded, he thought it would be entertaining to have the younglings of the Tungsha clan undergo a similar training, to prevent them from being mistaken for ground-dwelling creatures during their own assassination endeavors. Just then, while Stephen was enjoying his playful assault, Will and his companions, stationed outside Elia and Gigi's door, sensed something was amiss. Given the speed at which the ground-dwelling beastmen dug, they should have long since reached this location. Why were they still not here at this hour? 11 and 12. Go check on Stephen and see what is happening. Time seems off. Understood, Father Gaia. Upon finding Stephen, 11 and 12 were greeted by the sight of him gleefully batting at the unconscious ground-dwelling beastmen at the burrow's entrance. Stunned for a moment, they exchanged glances before 12 hurried back to report, while 11 approached Stephen cautiously. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up a stick and gently poked Stephen's side. Stephen, you have defeated all the ground-dwelling beastmen. You can rest now. No, I'm just getting started. Once this is over, I'm going to capture some ground-dwelling beastmen for fun. This is quite enjoyable. With that, Stephen picked up the tree trunk again, swinging it down at another beastman's head that had just surfaced. After waiting for a while without seeing any more beastmen emerge, Stephen's brow furrowed in concern. Just moments ago, he had counted 35 beastmen, yet only 30 lay at the entrance now. Where had the remaining 5 gone? As Stephen pondered this, deep within the burrow, 5 ground-dwelling beastmen donned gas masks, watching in rage as their kin were toyed with by Stephen. After a moment's thought, the leader of the beastmen retrieved a small particle gun from his ring storage. This weapon, given to them by Abu Duo before their departure, appeared small but possessed immense power. Due to its high consumption, it could only fire twice. Yet those 2 shots would be sufficient to eliminate the accursed leader of the Tungshi clan. Though they couldn't capture the little Ya female with a reproductive value of 10 today, killing Stephen would suffice to report back to Lord Abu Duo. Chapter 172. Reporting the black situation after a brief exchange of glances among the 5 ground-dwelling beastmen, the other 4 deliberately spread out in different directions, peering out of the burrow to draw Stephen's attention, allowing the beastman with the particle gun to circle around behind him, waiting for the perfect moment to shoot. As Stephen stood there, puzzled as to why the beastmen had not yet revealed themselves, suddenly, 4 of them popped their heads out simultaneously from the burrow. In an instant, excitement surged through Stephen. His little toys were presenting themselves for him to play with. After a series of thuds, the 4 ground-dwelling beastmen collapsed at the burrow's edge. Just as Stephen was about to set his stick down, he sensed something was amiss behind him. Unfortunately, the beastman had already fired twice. Faced with the immense energy, 11, standing beside Stephen, furrowed his brow and swiftly deflected one of the energy blasts. However, the second shot, though partially blocked by Stephen's tree trunk, still pierced through, heading straight for Stephen's forehead. This is it, he thought despondently. I haven't even received Gigi's forgiveness yet, and now I'm going to meet my end. As he braced for the impact, he was startled to see a massive white tail swat the energy away, dissipating it into the air. Having narrowly escaped death, Stephen turned to see his savior. To his astonishment, it was a gigantic white rabbit. The rabbit's fur fluttered in the morning breeze, and as it glanced down at Stephen, it transformed into Brown, the leader of the rabbit clan who had professed his love to Gigi the day before. Akui, capture all intruders here and await my interrogation. Understood, leader. Brown turned to Stephen, who stood in shock with his stick. His thin lips parted to utter 2 words, waste. Who are you calling a waste? You damn rabbit. I could swallow you whole. Stephen retorted, hurling the stick at Brown, only for it to disintegrate into dust at Brown's mental command. You, a once formidable being now devoid of spirit, how dare you linger beside Gigi? Brown mocked. Oh, I have no sense of self-awareness at all. I enjoy being around Gigi, and she enjoys being around me. If it weren't for the misunderstanding last night, we would have bonded already. Where can one find an individual like you, who merely pretends to be a paragon in public while revealing their true nature in private? A wretched creature attempting to encroach upon my territory, yet daring to call themselves Gigi's fiancé. I declare you are nothing but utter nonsense. Stephen slightly pursed his lips and cast a disdainful glance at Brown. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, by the way, wretched rabbit, you may not know this, but Gigi has already given birth to 9 little ones. Once I have dealt with matters here, I will return and have Gigi bear me a child as well. You, on the other hand, can only watch in despair, witnessing but unable to partake, driving you to frustration. Upon hearing Stephen's taunts, Brown's expression darkened. With a flick of his hand, Stephen was sent sprawling backward like a kite severed from its string. He fell to the ground, spitting blood, defiantly gazing at Brown while continuing to mock him. Wretched rabbit, let me inform you, Gigi already has a 3rd, a 4th, and a 5th by her side. If you were to approach her now, you wouldn't even be able to find a 6th. Go ahead, give it a try. Listening to Stephen's derision, an enraged Brown hurled his psychic energy once more at Stephen, leaning against a massive stone. Stephen observed the impending surge of psychic force and the rapidly approaching footsteps. As the energy struck, he could no longer suppress the torrent of blood rising within him and expelled it in one violent cough. Hearing the anxious calls around him, Stephen surrendered to the darkness. At last, he could report to Gigi. Brown's timely arrival was truly fortuitous. Stephen, are you all right? Gigi supported the bloodied Stephen, her eyes filled with concern. This morning, upon awakening in Zirwaya's embrace, disbelief consumed her. After hearing Zirwaya's explanation, she had planned to confront Stephen. That foolish man. How could he push her toward Zirwaya during their bond? What was he thinking? Yet to her shock, upon stepping outside, she found Stephen lying in a pool of blood. Now, regardless of her previous fury, it had vanished in the face of Stephen's injury. Gigi, you have finally arrived. Stephen weakly grasped her hand, blood staining his fingers, pitifully gesturing toward Zirwaya and Brown. Gigi, last night, Zirwaya and that wretched rabbit conspired against me. That rabbit, fearing I would report him to you, attempted to silence me permanently. If you had arrived even a moment later, I would have perished here. Stephen's tearful words left Gigi stunned as she glanced at the expressionless Brown and the inscrutable Zirwaya. This foolish serpent had truly devised a cunning plan. Not only did it perfectly explain his absence from Gigi's side that morning, but it also skillfully shifted the blame onto him and that foolish rabbit. Since his arrival, the beastmen here had praised the rabbit clan's leader as gentle and wise, yet his recent actions revealed him to be utterly unthreatening. After all, to harm others in front of one's beloved is nothing short of self-sabotage. Meanwhile, Brown, upon hearing Stephen's complaints to Gigi, struggled to maintain his calm demeanor. Heavens! This wretched snake is truly insidious. He endured my attacks solely to complain now, hoping to sow discord between Gigi and me. Chapter 173. Pretense. Noticing the astonishment on Brown's face, Zirwaya quickly concealed her amusement and approached Gigi with a feigned anxious demeanor. Gigi, you must believe that what I say today is the truth. Last night, Stephen forcibly fed me blood charm, rendering me defenseless and tossing me into your room. Nonsense. I had no psychic energy left. How could I possibly force you to consume blood charm? Stephen retorted, Zirwaya, if you're going to lie, at least choose a credible story. Furthermore, I was just attacked by that wretched rabbit, resulting in my injury and blood loss. Are you blind? Hearing Stephen's resolute accusations, Gigi immediately grasped that there was something amiss about his injury. If he had indeed been wounded, how could he now appear so vigorous and accusatory in her embrace? However, before she could ponder further, Stephen resumed his feeble demeanor, languidly resting against her. Gigi, that wretched rabbit, just called me a useless being without psychic energy, suggesting such a waste should not linger around you. If you truly disdain me, I shall leave and not cling to you any longer, Stephen said, bowing his head, tilting his neck to appear utterly fragile. Stephen, I have never thought of you as a burden. If it weren't for your desperate efforts to save me in the fire-melting cave, I would have long been captured by Abduo. How could I possibly disdain you now? As soon as Gigi finished speaking, Brown swiftly approached her, his expression serious as he inquired, Gigi, are you saying that Abduo targeted you in the fire-melting cave? Indeed, when Stephen and I inadvertently stumbled into the honey badger's territory, Abduo intended to administer labor-inducing drugs to terminate my pregnancy. Had it not been for Stephen's fierce intervention, I and my 3 children would have perished in the fire-melting cave. Upon hearing Gigi's account, Brown lifted his gaze to Elijah, who had been standing nearby. And Elijah, is what Gigi said true? Brown, and Elijah can swear to the beast god that everything Gigi has said is accurate. At that time, Abduo schemed to separate us all, utilizing the complex terrain of the fire-melting cave to trap Gigi and Stephen in the valley of the eruption. Had it not been for Zirwaya's timely arrival, they would have perished there. Elijah's words darkened Brown's expression. His willingness to collaborate with Abduo stemmed primarily from a desire to uncover the truth behind his parents' deaths. He had always been deeply concerned for Gigi. Previously, he had dispatched Aki and others to intercept Nangong Jitian and his companions, yet he had never contemplated harming Gigi. Suppressing his astonishment, Brown looked earnestly at Gigi, stating, Gigi, regardless of whether you believe me or not, I had no knowledge of the events from last night. Aki and the others can vouch for me. As for my earlier confrontation with Stephen, I admit my involvement. However, the force I used would only cause him discomfort, not blood loss. Gigi, this foolish snake, is deceiving you. Otherwise, how could his voice have suddenly grown so loud? After all, the only fate for a person who bleeds from my attacks is death. My strength is well known among the Rabbit clan. Saying this, Brown gestured, and a boulder at his left shattered into dust. Gigi, this is my true power. If I truly wished to kill Stephen, I would not have allowed him time to lie in your arms and complain. With that, Brown departed with Aki. For the pressing matter at hand was to uncover what Abduo had concealed from him. He sensed that certain events were slipping beyond his control. Now, he could only hope that matters had not escalated to a point beyond his grasp. If Abdu truly dares to deceive him, then Bulang will undoubtedly not spare that traitor. Gigi gazed at Bulang's departing figure and then looked down at the dark-faced Stephen in her arms, speaking with some annoyance. Stephen, are you still going to keep pretending? Of course, I must pretend, Stephen replied, leaning further into Gigi's embrace, ignoring Zirway's disdainful gaze, and began to wail in pain once more. Observing Stephen's antics, Gigi could only roll her eyes in exasperation. This fellow's skin was likely forged from iron. His lies had been exposed, yet he still lay in her arms, feigning agony. He truly was a source of irritation. Without further ado, Gigi pushed Stephen onto the ground and walked away. Stephen, lie here and wail all you want. Once you're done, we shall slowly settle last night's accounts. Hey, Gigi, wait for me. I don't want to wail anymore. Ignoring the dirt on him, Stephen darted past Zirwei, giving him a sharp tail swipe, and hurried to catch up with Gigi. Zirwei brushed off the dust from his clothes, watching Stephen fawn over Gigi with indifference, too fatigued to engage further. After all, he had already emerged as the biggest winner last night. Aren't you going to chase after them? Elijah inquired, standing beside Zirwei, puzzled. No, I won't. I already gained quite an advantage last night. Now, after being swatted by that foolish snake, I concede. Most importantly, in Gigi's heart, Stephen, that foolish snake, is indeed more significant than I am, Zirwei replied calmly. Zirwei, I am aware of what transpired between you and Gigi. Are you not regretting it now? You believed yourself to be exceptionally clever, constantly devising schemes to win Gigi's heart. Yet in the end, you all lost to someone you considered the most foolish, or perhaps the least hopeful, Elijah mocked. Indeed, I fancied myself intelligent enough to manipulate everything, even emotions. Yet the outcome reveals that matters of the heart are far too elusive to be calculated. With a respectful bow to Elijah, Zirwei turned to leave. Chapter 174. What does he truly desire? Watching Zirwei's retreating figure, Elijah leaned against Wei Er's embrace and whispered, Wei Er, don't you think the relationship between Zirwei and Gigi resembles ours from the past? Indeed. However, Elijah, we are far happier than they are. Those young ones cannot possibly compare to our maturity. Elijah, for the sake of the children's happiness, we must hasten our steps. Many of our relatives are under Abdu's control, and if we do not find a way to rescue them soon, I fear they may not endure much longer. I understand. However, Wei Er, I sense that Zirwei's children seem aware of their parents' plight. They must have known about their parents' troubles long ago. After all, as leaders of the four great noble families, their disappearance cannot be so absolute. Nonetheless, these children have exhibited remarkable restraint by keeping this matter to themselves. Wei Er sighed. Now that Bolang has discovered what Abdu has done to Gigi, I hope he can quickly resolve the misunderstandings surrounding us. We truly cannot afford further delays. Abdu has become increasingly unhinged. Elijah lamented. It will be resolved, Elijah. Just moments ago, Bolang began to harbor suspicions about Abdu. Once he sees through Abdu's true nature and lends us his support, we can act against Abdu, Wei Er remarked, standing beside Elijah with a sigh. On the way back, Gigi, irritated by Stephen's incessant presence and his incessant chatter, finally could endure no longer and struck his head with her palm. Stephen, I had good intentions, wishing to save your life by giving birth to a little female, yet you dare to despise me and threw Zirwei onto my bed. Are you seeking death? In a fit of frustration, Gigi seized Stephen's arm and bit down hard until she drew blood. Stephen, gazing at the angry Gigi, remained still, simply watching her bite him. After a while, Gigi looked up to find Stephen staring at her with a foolish grin. With a resigned squint, she finally released her grip. What was the point of her biting him? She was here, fuming while Stephen stood there, grinning like a fool. It truly felt like hitting a punch into a pile of cotton. It was utterly futile. Stephen curled his tail around Gigi, gently cradling her in his arms. Gigi, I regret it. I regretted it last night. I regret my foolishness and my arrogance. Had I listened to you attentively yesterday, none of this would have happened with Zirwei. Gigi, I am not ashamed to admit that when I threw Zirwei into your room, I secretly stepped out to cry. I desperately wanted to be with you, yet feared I would burden you. Gigi, I don't want you to endure even a moment of suffering. Forgive me. Gigi, just this once, please? I swear I will never dare again. Meeting Stephen's earnest gaze, tears streamed down Gigi's cheeks. You foolish one. Your mind has never been particularly sharp. How could you let such matters slip through your fingers? Stephen, I do not wish for you to perish. Furthermore, I believe I have truly fallen in love with you. Therefore, you must live well, accompanying me as we grow old together. Gigi's words caused Stephen's eyes to gleam with emotion, his excitement evident as he lifted her before him, earnestly asking, Gigi, could you please repeat that you love me? Stephen, I said I have fallen in love with you. Say it again. Stephen pressed his lips tightly together, asking solemnly, Stephen, I said I love you. It is not gratitude for saving me, but a pure love for you. Did you hear that? Gigi shouted. I heard it, Gigi. I heard you, Stephen exclaimed, pulling Gigi tightly into his embrace, tears streaming down his face. Gigi, thank you for choosing to like me, to love me. Truly, thank you. No need to thank me. you idiot. Liking you is my heartfelt wish, Gigi replied, returning Stephen's embrace tenderly. As the two shared a warm moment, it pierced the heart of Zirwei, who lay hidden behind a large rock. How wonderful it would be if one day Gigi could truly love him. The bond between him and Gigi felt like a ship adrift on the vast ocean. He feared that any moment of negligence could capsize the vessel amidst the waves. This elusive affection was driving him to madness. Yet, he could not afford to treat his feelings for Gigi lightly, for he could not bear to lose her. Gigi, like Stephen, I too long for a family. Could you possibly share a fragment of your love with me? Zirwei leaned helplessly against the boulder, gazing up at the azure sky and murmuring to himself. Shielding his eyes from the glaring sunlight, Zirwei could only hear the warm laughter behind the rock, reminiscent of a dream that had always felt unattainable. How wonderful it would be if one day he were the protagonist of that dream. Shoshin, why must he endure such hardship to attain a semblance of affection? Upon returning to the interrogation chamber of the dungeon, Bulang gazed upon the imprisoned gopher orcs, his eyes shrouded in shadows. These were all dispatched by a Bujuo to the Tuzu, and, as the former chieftain of the Tuzu, he was acutely aware of the precarious circumstances surrounding them. Yet, he audaciously sent orcs unrelated to the Tuzu into their midst. The population of female and juvenile subfemales within the Tuzu had been dwindling year by year. Apart from Aunt Yulia and Gigi, there were no longer any with psychic abilities among them. If this trend persisted, the Tuzu would inevitably face extinction through natural attrition, long before the external orcs ever discovered their location. However, during such a perilous moment for the Tuzu, a Bujuo had the audacity to fan the flames of danger. Should he capture Gigi, it would not only mean the loss of Bulang's soulmate, but the Tuzu would also plunge into an abyss from which there would be no return due to Gigi's absence. A Bujuo's motives for abducting Gigi could not possibly pertain to her reproductive value. The only other attribute that could have garnered a Bujuo's interest would be the psychic energy within Gigi. Yet, given that a Bujuo's psychic power had reached unfathomable heights, he had no need for superfluous psychic energy to embellish his already formidable abilities. Thus, what could he possibly intend by seizing Gigi? Chapter 175. The rotund gopher Bulang turned his head, suppressing the suspicion and resentment simmering beneath the surface. Restoring his originally gentle demeanor, he signaled for Chi to bring forth a gopher orc. Fixing his gaze upon its eyes, he inquired in a soft tone, I will not concern myself with your mission to the Tuzu for now, but I can assure you that your mission has failed. Tell me, upon your return, will a Bujuo easily pardon you for your shortcomings? The probing words of Bulang caused the gopher orc's countenance to darken. The chieftain of the Tuzu spoke the truth. They had failed in their mission. If they were to return only to face execution at the hands of a Bujuo, that would be one matter. But their greatest fear was that a Bujuo would implicate their kin. A Bujuo's method of dealing with the inept had always been to impose collective punishment. If one orc from their clan erred, the entire clan would bear the consequences. The gopher orcs were generally weak in both combat and psychic abilities. Their greatest skill lay in burrowing. It was precisely this talent that had drawn a Bujuo's attention, leading him to exert harsh control over their entire clan. Should the gopher clan lose their utility to a Bujuo, would they not meet the same fate as the recently annihilated honey badger clan, cast alive into the molten fire pit? Contemplating the kin waiting for their return, the gopher orc could no longer maintain the defiance it had shown towards Chi and knelt before Bulang, clutching his leg. Pleading in a hushed tone, Chieftain of the Tuzu, I beseech you, you are our only hope for salvation. If you agree to save the gopher clan, we will submit to your will. Ask us anything, and we shall divulge all we know. I implore you. Bulang observed the gopher orc, who repeatedly bowed before him, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. In his recollection, the former chieftain of the Tuzu, a Bujuo, had always been a gentle and benevolent orc. Since the passing of his parents, apart from Aunt Yulia, who spent the most time with him, it was a Bujuo who would quietly visit him under the cover of night, sharing knowledge he had never encountered before. During those times, a Bujuo was kind, gentle, and scholarly, always accommodating his modest requests. Thus, in a state of profound emotional deprivation, Bulang had unconditionally trusted a Bujuo, believing him to have been forced to depart from the Tuzu due to treachery. Yet, even in his absence, a Bujuo's heart remained with the Tuzu. However, from the conversation between Gigi and Aunt Yulia earlier, along with the current pleas of this gopher orc, Bulang sensed a significant disparity between the Abujuo Aunt Yulia spoke of and the Abujuo he had known. Suppressing the doubts swirling within him, Buelang lowered his head and asked, "What is your name?" "Your Excellency, I am called Panzai." The gopher orc's response left Buelang momentarily taken aback. He looked down at the notably gaunt gopher orc, puzzled by such a name. Perhaps sensing the confusion in Buelang's gaze, the gopher orc transformed, instantly revealing a plump, rotund figure before him. What was the meaning of this? Why is there such a stark contrast between your beast form and human form? Chi, standing behind Buelang, inquired in perplexity. "Your Excellency, our gopher orc forms are naturally quite stout. However, Abujuo disapproves of our corpulence, deeming it unsightly. Thus, when we transform into human form, we are compelled to absorb our excess fat. Additionally, the high-tech shaping garments provided by Abujuo further accentuate our slender appearance. Over time, our human forms have naturally become thinner." Panzai's words rendered both Buelang and Chi momentarily speechless. In the beast world, orcs would typically transform into human forms that best suited their beastly appearances. Yet, they could never have anticipated that Abujuo would impose his distorted aesthetic upon a rotund gopher orc, forcing them to slim down. How could Abujuo possess such twisted reasoning? Surely, the world could not be deemed beautiful solely by the slenderness of its inhabitants. Regaining his composure, Buelang regarded the still transformed gopher orc and commanded, "Return to your human form. But do not wear the shaping garment provided by Abujuo. Restore your original appearance." "Thank you, Your Excellency." As soon as the gopher orc's words fell, a short, round-faced gopher orc materialized before Buelang. If the slender gopher orc had conveyed a semblance of shrewdness, the plump gopher orc now exuded a sense of simplicity and charm. Observing the rotund belly evoked an instinctive urge to poke it playfully. Frankly speaking, this plump gopher orc appeared more endearing in its natural state. Clearing his throat to mask his momentary distraction, Buelang continued, "Are you aware of the incident when Abujuo sought to capture Gigi?" The moment Buelang's voice faded, the gopher orc involuntarily shivered, its expression morphing into one of agitation and terror. After a lengthy pause, it began to recount in a trembling voice, "Your Excellency, the last time Abujuo aimed to prevent any leaks of information, he coerced all the female honey badgers and their young into submission, forcing the adult honey badger orcs to willingly ingest a silencing potion. We were unaware of the specifics, but we knew that upon returning from his failed mission, Abujuo was seething with rage. In a fit of anger, he brazenly pushed all the adult honey badger orcs into the molten fire pit before the eyes of everyone present. Due to Abujuo's cruel actions, several young females from different clans were terrified to the point of death. Panzai's account darkened Buelang's expression. In the beast world, where the reproductive rates of orcs were already plummeting, neither the government nor the nobility would readily instigate wars that could decimate the population. Yet, Abujuo had dared to consign an entire clan of adult honey badger orcs to their demise. Could such actions still be deemed those of an orc? Abujuo was nothing short of a demon. Thus, the benevolence he had once exhibited before himself was merely a facade, meticulously crafted to deceive his own spirit. In his youth, Abduo had repeatedly convinced himself that the demise of his parents was solely the fault of Aaliyah and her 7 companions. However, based on the recollections of the current Groundhog Beastman, it seems that the death of his parents may also be linked to that old Abduo. After all, how could he possess such intricate knowledge about the circumstances surrounding their demise? It appears that he must find an opportune moment to engage in a heartfelt conversation with Aaliyah, lest he remain oblivious like a fool, unwittingly sold out by Abduo. "Fatty," he inquired, "what is the primary purpose of your visit this time? If you can clarify your intentions and demonstrate your worth, I shall consider the value of your lives and decide whether to rescue your kin. Do you understand?" Chapter 176. Brown's doubt, "We understand completely," Fatty replied earnestly. "Sir, Abduo has sent us to the rabbit tribe primarily to capture that young AE female with a fertility value of 10. He is currently conducting an experiment, and that young AE is a critical component. Moreover, Abduo is aware that his previous attempt to ambush the head of the Tungsha tribe, Stephen, was unsuccessful. Now that the head of the Tungsha tribe is within the rabbit tribe, he has instructed us to seize that young AE while simultaneously eliminating the head of the Tungsha tribe, inciting enmity between the rabbit and Tungsha tribes, leading you to mutual destruction." Fatty's words caused Brown's expression to darken immediately. Had Abduo, the former leader of the rabbit tribe, truly lost his sanity? Not only did he harbor disdain for foreign beastmen, but he also sought to instigate a war between the rabbit and Tungsha tribes. If a conflict were to erupt, The already diminished forces of the rabbit tribe would only lead to mutual annihilation with the Tungsha tribe before any peace could be achieved. Abduo aimed to plunge the rabbit tribe into utter despair. Yet what advantage would this bring him? Had the current Abduo truly forgotten his ties to the rabbit tribe? With a heavy sigh, Brown gestured to Chi, indicating the groundhog beastmen. Fatty, I cannot permit you to leave until matters are clarified. Once I resolve these issues, I, Brown, assure you that I will release you and rescue your tribe from Abduo's grasp. Thank you, my lord. The groundhog beastman immediately knelt, expressing gratitude to Brown. As Brown exited the dungeon, he gazed up at the azure sky and softly inquired, Chi, do you believe what the groundhog beastman said is true? Chief, I sense that the groundhog beastman is not lying. After all, in the beast world, no beastman would jest with the lives of their entire tribe. Is that so? Brown sighed lightly. If the groundhog beastman speaks the truth, have I misdirected my animosity all these years? Chief, whether you have misjudged or not, you ought to seek answers from Aaliyah. We cannot solely rely on Abduo's perspective. Indeed, I should inquire with Aaliyah about the events that transpired back then. Contemplating this, Brown made his way directly to Aaliyah's residence. There must be something amiss regarding the events of that time. When his parents were slain, upon his arrival at the scene, he found Aaliyah clutching a bloodied knife, cradling his lifeless parents. In response to his inquiries, Aaliyah displayed nothing but stubbornness and hatred, refusing to utter a word regarding the cause of their deaths. She merely informed him that some matters were not to be revealed to him prematurely. Yet, as he beheld his parents lying breathless in Aaliyah's embrace, his respect for her began to warp insidiously. Later, spurred on by Abduo's insidious manipulation, he firmly concluded that Aaliyah bore some responsibility for his parents' demise, as did her 7 companions. After all, he had known from a young age that Aaliyah's associates were no ordinary individuals. They had forsaken everything to accompany Aaliyah, settling in the rabbit tribe. His parents had maintained a particularly close relationship with Aaliyah. Thus, faced with such formidable foreign beastmen, they had embraced Aaliyah's companions with open arms. Given the strength of their bond, he simply could not fathom why she would wish his parents harm. Yet, each time his conviction wavered. A meeting with Abduo would rekindle his doubts, only to solidify them once more. Could it be that the Siren tribe's bewitchment was at play? Did Abduo possess such sorcery as well? How else could his thoughts shift so drastically in such a short span? However, the Siren's enchantment was innate. How could Abduo wield such power? With a myriad of uncertainties swirling within him, Brown arrived at Aaliyah's courtyard, only to find that she had gone out with her 7 companions and children, leaving only Gigi, Stephen, and Sylvia, who were joyfully playing with a small fox cub. The 3 little fox cubs were nearly 2 months old, their faces gradually becoming more distinct. Particularly, their eyes resembled those of their father, Sonia, to an uncanny degree, which was utterly delightful. As Sylvia and Stephen held the child, they daydreamed about how wonderful it would be if the little one were their own. Just as they indulged in this reverie, they noticed Brown entering the courtyard, his brow furrowed. Considering that Brown was Gigi's betrothed, and given the rabbit tribe's long-standing tradition of arranged marriages, it was believed that such partners would share a deep connection and live happily together in the future. The 5 of them had already engaged in fierce disputes over Gigi, and now with the addition of the gentle and refined rabbit tribe leader, Gigi's fiancé, and a beast man possessing formidable mental prowess, Sylvia and Stephen exchanged wary glances toward Brown. They certainly did not wish for another beast man to divert Gigi's attention from them. In response to Stephen and Sylvia's vigilance, Brown did not even cast a glance in their direction. 2 foreign beings with lesser mental capabilities were not worthy of his concern. After all, as long as his engagement with Gigi remained intact, it was only a matter of time before they would inevitably find happiness as partners. Gigi, cradling the small fox cub, looked up at the warm and gentle Brown and immediately rose to greet him. She could not quite comprehend why, but from the moment she laid eyes on Brown, she felt an inexplicable fondness for him. Could it be that what her mother had said was true, that in the rabbit tribe, those betrothed from birth were destined to be together? Shaking off her momentary embarrassment, Gigi stood up and warmly invited Brown. Brown, have you come to see my mother? She and the others have gone out for a bit. Would you like to sit and wait for them? They will return shortly. She gestured toward a nearby sofa, speaking courteously. Thank you very much, Gigi, Brown replied, disregarding Stephen's hostile gaze as he sat beside her, tilting his head to observe the small fox cub in her arms. Gigi, is this little one a cub from the Baihu tribe? He gently touched the cub's tiny paw, inquiring softly. Yes, He is Sonia's little one. Isn't he adorable? Gigi proudly presented the cub before Brown. Indeed, he is quite charming, Brown replied, releasing his hand and raising his gaze to Gigi with a serious expression. He asked, Gigi, your little fox cub has grown so much. Surely, your health is nearly fully restored. Gigi, while the rabbit clan is still at peace, I believe it would be prudent for us to hasten our bond. After our union, I would like you to bear me several offspring. Chapter 177. The duel. Brown's forthright declaration rendered Gigi momentarily speechless. With a slightly dazed expression, she stammered, Brown, isn't that a rather direct proposition? Direct? I perceive my words as quite tactful. Gigi, in the rabbit clan, is it not entirely normal for a beast man to propose to his beloved? However, you have abruptly shifted the discussion to offspring. Is that not excessively candid? Gigi retorted, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Gigi, marrying and having children is the most natural course of life. I do not believe my words to be too direct, or perhaps I feel they are not direct enough. Faced with Brown's earnest gaze, Gigi found herself at a loss for words. After all, their thoughts were not aligned. Brown envisioned a future filled with children, while she believed that a mutual understanding and love must precede their union. Yet, gazing into Brown's serious eyes, Gigi swallowed her intended response. Brown, did I say anything incorrect? He inquired, puzzled. No, Brown, just moments ago, I promised Stephen that I would bond with him in a few days. Once I am bound to Stephen, I have no intention of seeking another beast man. Thus, I cannot accept your feelings. That simply will not do. Gigi, you are my fiancée. We are destined to be together. Moreover, even if you bond with an outsider, it does not preclude our union. After all, the Rabbit clan has always practiced polyandry. Having an additional partner is not a detriment to you. But Brown, we have only met twice and know nothing about each other. Is it not rather premature to propose a bond? Not at all. Once we are bonded, we shall have ample time to gradually understand one another. Gigi, although I am the same age as your elder brother, my high spiritual power allows me to live a remarkably long life. Such an extended period will suffice for you to truly know my character. Moreover, what you do not know, Gigi, is that before Aunt Elia conceived you, she pointed to her belly and declared that she would bear a female or a sub-female to be my partner. Gigi, I have waited for you for several hundred years. Therefore, I implore you to pity me and agree to our bond. As Brown's words fell, Stephen, who had been unable to endure the conversation, gently placed the little fox cub in his arms onto the bed, curled his tail around Gigi, and leaned closer to Brown, smirking as he said, Stupid rabbit, if you truly lack a partner, why not marry me? After all, I'm far more handsome than that ugly creature Gigi. Stephen's remark caused Brown's previously smiling face to stiffen. He could not comprehend Stephen's line of thought. Shouldn't he oppose Brown's pursuit of Gigi rather than suggest such a revolting proposal? In response to Brown's bewildered gaze, Stephen continued with words that nearly infuriated him. I see that expression. You do not wish to marry me, do you? Stephen squinted, his tone menacing. Tunksha's master. I'm not deranged enough to find pleasure in marrying a beast man as my partner. Brown gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. Then that settles it. You despise me. And my dear Gigi feels the same disdain for you. Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. You are a pitiful sight and dare to propose a bond with Gigi, even suggesting she'd bear you offspring. I say you are either dreaming or have lost your wits, having consumed rabbit droppings. Stephen, I believe you are courting death. Brown rose, his gaze fixed on Stephen with no intention of being polite. Hee. I have no intention of courting death. After all, Gigi has promised me that we shall bond tonight. Why would I seek death when I can enjoy a harmonious life? Stephen declared proudly while embracing Gigi. Observing the tension brewing between Stephen and Brown, Gigi intended to intervene, but Brown's next words choked her voice in her throat. Stephen, if you are still a beast man, let's engage in a duel. The loser shall withdraw. A duel? I lack spiritual power. I will not fight you. If you truly wish to duel, seek out Sylvia. Stephen turned to Sylvia, who had been watching the spectacle, and said, Sylvia, if you are still Gigi's partner, engage in a life-and-death duel with this stupid rabbit. Fight until one of you cannot continue. If you do not agree, you must declare that you will have no further connection with Gigi. Sylvia, who had been leisurely cradling the cub, stiffened at Stephen's words. How did this foolish snake drag him into this conflict? If he refused, he would be ridiculed by Gigi for lacking the ability. Yet, if he agreed to battle Brown, they would merely provide entertainment for that foolish snake. His keen eyes recognized the delight and malicious intent in that foolish snake's gaze. A life-and-death duel? How could that foolish snake even conceive of such a notion? As Sylvia hesitated, contemplating whether to accept the duel against Brown, Gigi seized the opportunity to alleviate his predicament. After extricating herself from Stephen's embrace, she gently placed the sleeping cub onto the bed. She then approached Sylvia, cradled the cub in his arms, and gestured for them to exit. Once Gigi saw that all 3 little fox cubs had drifted off to sleep, she quietly stepped outside. Upon exiting, she noticed the atmosphere among Stephen, Sylvia, and Brown was somewhat tense. With a soft sigh, Gigi approached Brown, gazing into his eyes as she earnestly stated, "Brown, I admit that I felt a favorable impression upon first seeing you. However, my affection for you does not obligate me to bond with you. Furthermore, my feelings cannot be won through duels. Victory does not grant one my affection, nor does defeat strip away the right to be with me. What I desire is a love that is utterly pure, devoid of any ulterior motives, including my reproductive value." With that, Gigi cast an irritated glance at the 3 before striding purposefully towards the courtyard exit. Seeing Gigi depart, Stephen exchanged glances with Sylvia and Brown before following her outside. "Gigi, are you upset?" Stephen gently tugged at her sleeve, inquiring cautiously. "I am not angry. I simply feel somewhat uncomfortable." Gigi turned her gaze back to Stephen, earnestly expressing, "Stephen, I understand that both you and Nan Gong Zetian genuinely care for me. Yet, do you know why I can openly confess my feelings for you while feeling a subconscious barrier with them?" "I do not know," Stephen replied honestly, shaking his head. Chapter 178. Rare Stephen, it is because you express your thoughts openly, whether positive or negative, leaving no room for me to guess. However, Nan Gong Zetian and Shi Er Wei Yi differ from the rest. Whenever I am with them, regardless of their actions, I invariably find myself pondering their motivations. Stephen, if the dynamic between 2 partners devolves into such a state, I would prefer that my relationship with them be limited to mere acquaintances, devoid of any deeper connection. The constant suspicion is exhausting. Therefore, Stephen, no matter what transpires in the future, you may engage in cunning tactics before others, but do refrain from displaying such cleverness in my presence. Understood? Very well, I promise you. Stephen embraced Gigi and spoke earnestly. Standing behind a massive stone, Shi Er Wei Yi and Brown observed the embrace of the 2, their eyes betraying a hint of desolation. As individuals of high status, they had been conditioned from a young age to resolve issues through cunning schemes. In matters of human relationships and emotions, employing strategies had become a survival habit for them. Thus, when they encountered Gigi, their instinct was to utilize their intellect to win her heart. Yet, ironically, it was this very pride in their intellect that repulsed Gigi. "My earlier actions were so direct. They surely shouldn't have displeased Gigi," Brown murmured as he gazed ahead. "Whether it displeased Gigi is not for you to decide." With a somewhat disdainful glance at Brown, Shi Er Wei Yi turned and walked toward the courtyard. It seems he must gradually alter Gigi's preconceived notions of him. Otherwise, if their relationship remains in such a stagnant state, his standing in her eyes will become increasingly precarious. When Gigi's mood had settled and she returned to the courtyard with Stephen, Elijah and her companions had already returned, though their expressions were far from pleasant. "Mother, your face looks rather pale. Has something happened outside?" Gigi asked, sitting before Elijah in confusion. Upon seeing her obedient daughter, Elijah managed to muster a strained smile. She gently embraced Gigi, her eyes filled with relief. Thankfully, she had brought Gigi back to the Rabbit Clan in time. Had she delayed even a moment longer, would her daughter have met the same tragic fate as those unfortunate females outside at the hands of Abdu? The thought of the grim fate that befell those females caused Elijah to dissolve into silent tears as she held Gigi tightly. With Elijah's silent weeping, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew increasingly somber. Will and his companions looked on at Elijah's sorrowful demeanor, only sighing in resignation as they slumped onto the sofa. Offering no further explanation, gently patting Elijah's shoulder, Gigi asked, "Mother, what has happened? Can you tell me?" "Gigi, I am so sorry for abandoning you for over a decade. Fortunately, I brought you back in time. Otherwise, I would have lost you forever." "Mother, hasn't that incident passed? Please don't be sad. I'm well now, aren't I?" Gigi's words caused Elijah's tears to flow even more uncontrollably. "Gigi, we arrived too late. The fate of those children was truly horrific. Abdu must die." Elijah's voice was filled with fierce determination, which left Gigi, Brown, Stephen, and Shi Er Wei Yi looking puzzled and somewhat grim. It seems that Abdu has committed yet another heinous act. However, since the last attack, the order outside has been meticulously arranged with the cooperation of the 4 great noble families. What malice could Abdu perpetrate in such a well-ordered environment? Once Elijah's emotions calmed, Gigi cautiously inquired, "Mother, can you tell us what you encountered out there?" Elijah wiped her tears and, after caressing Gigi's face, leaned weakly against Will. She held Gigi close and turned to Shierweya and Stephen. Shierweya, Stephen, you must have already received the news. Many high-fertility females and sub-females have vanished outside, with half of them gone. Yes, we intended to wait for your return to entrust Gigi to you before addressing the situation. After all, the number of missing sub-females and females is alarmingly high. The disappearance of so many high-fertility individuals has thrown everything into chaos. Shierweya, Stephen, you need not return to handle it. For those high-fertility females and sub-females have already been taken by Abdu to the back of the fire-melting cave. The lower fertility females and sub-females have been reduced to mere tools for Abdu's subordinates' gratification. By the time we exhaust all efforts to locate those sub-females and females, they will have already perished at the hands of Abdu's men. It is too late for you now, Elijah choked out. How dare he? Stephen rose in anger. His brow furrowed. How could he not? Stephen, I have long stated that Abdu has gone mad. What do you think a madman is incapable of? Listening to Elijah's words, everyone furrowed their brows in concern. What could Abdu possibly want by capturing so many high-fertility females and sub-females? Moreover, even if those lower fertility females and sub-females are of no use to him, why would he want to eliminate them? Abdu's actions are tantamount to instigating a war in the beast world. And Elijah, I would like to ask you, since you know where Abdu is hiding, why don't you allow us to take action and eliminate his lair? With the combined strength of our 4 families, taking down Abdu would be a trivial task. Elf-Eavaya spoke coldly. Wiping her tears, Elijah turned back to her companions, seeing their nods before turning to Shierweya and Stephen, her expression grave. Shierweya, Stephen, and Brown, you two are the leaders of the 4 great families. One is the current patriarch of the Rabbit clan, and your mental powers are all at the peak of 3S at the very least. But have you ever considered why, in the common perception on the Beast continent, the mental powers of beastmen are believed to only reach up to 3S? As for advancing to 4S, it is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Chapter 179, Transfer. Stephen surveyed the beastmen seated beside Elijah and earnestly remarked, "Is it not because our ancestors lacked the requisite talent?" No sooner had Stephen spoken than Will, in a fit of rage, slapped him, retorting, "Nonsense! My mental power has already reached the pinnacle of 4S. You little snake, do you think my abilities or talents are inferior to yours? Uncle Will, what does it matter if your abilities and talents surpass mine? You hide away like a turtle in the Rabbit clan for the sake of your wife and children. Otherwise, how would people outside know that your mental power has reached such heights?" Stephen countered, cradling his head. "Nonsense. Do you really believe we are merely hiding away for our personal feelings, content to live a sheltered life? If not for our wives and children, what else could it be? Certainly not for the Tongue She clan." Stephen shot a glance at Will, his tone tinged with resentment. This old fellow had burdened him with the heavy responsibility of the Tongue She clan. Over the years, he had nearly been overwhelmed by its weight. Will gazed at the indignant expression of Siphan, often perplexed by the stark contrast between the intellect of a young man's father, an exceptionally astute orc, and the apparent dullness of his offspring. With a sigh, he turned away and placed his arm around Siphan's shoulder, remarking, "You should know, our Tongue She clan typically lays several snake eggs in one brood. Yet, why is it that your mother only birthed 1 egg? The truth is, when your mother gave birth to you, all your siblings were crushed by a bujuo. Even you were snatched back from his clutches at great peril." "What?" Siphan exclaimed in disbelief. "What about my parents? Don't the hatchlings of the Tongue She clan have their parents nearby to incubate the eggs?" He continued, with parents present, "I cannot fathom how that old Retribujuo could have harmed my siblings. Indeed, your parents were by your side after your birth. Your mother was weakened from giving birth, and though your father was remarkably clever, he possessed the weakest mental prowess of any clan leader in the history of the Tongue She. Thus, despite their presence, they stood no chance against a Bujuo. Siphan, you cannot comprehend the extent of a Bujuo's current mental strength. At that time, he injured your parents and caused the demise of your siblings. We fought desperately, yet only you were saved. For these years, the offspring of the 4 great noble families have been able to grow up in peace because of our immense efforts. Even Gigi's brothers have refrained from returning to their own clan to ensure your safe growth. They have been secretly maneuvering against a Bujuo all this time. pretending to be foolish to avoid drawing attention while residing among the rabbit clan. The reason we have not directly destroyed Abujuo's lair is that your parents' lives are in his hands. Siphon. We do not dare to strike Abujuo because we fear he might resort to using your parents as human shields in desperation. Will's words caused Zirwaya and Siphon to rise abruptly. Siphon, with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, asked, "Uncle Will, are you saying our parents are still alive?" "Indeed, they are alive, but their existence is akin to a living nightmare," Will replied with a low sigh. Then, was it also Abujuo who captured Nangong Zetian's parents in the Misty Mountains? Yes, they were investigating the lost orcs among the 4 great families. We had urged them to refrain from involving themselves in the matter, but they insisted on pursuing it. The more they uncovered, the less likely Abujuo would allow them to reveal their findings. His abduction of Nangong Zetian's parents was merely a means to further torment us, Will lamented. But Uncle Will, you said Abujuo was incredibly powerful, yet I managed to incapacitate him alone in the last encounter at the fire-melting cave. Gigi interjected. Indeed, when your mental power surged, you could incapacitate him. However, have you considered that at that moment, you had brought him to the brink of death, and yet shortly thereafter, he appeared before you as if nothing had happened? Elia sighed. Is it not due to that dead rabbit's remarkable recovery ability? Siphon queried, puzzled. No, it is because he employed some insidious method to transfer his injuries onto others. And those others are the individuals among the 4 great noble families who possess high mental prowess, such as your parents. Will's revelation caused Siphon and Zirwaya's expressions to grow somber, especially Siphon's. In the previous encounter at the fire-melting cave, he had witnessed Abujuo on the verge of collapse, which led him to refrain from delivering a final blow and instead escape with Gigi. Yet, he never anticipated that in mere moments, Abujuo would rise unscathed, continuing his malevolent actions. Who had he transferred his injuries to? Was it Siphon's parents, Zirwaya, or others? It was no wonder Will had said their parents were living a fate worse than death. As expendable pawns of Abujuo, their parents could hardly be in a favorable position. Elia observed the troubled expressions of Siphon and Zirwaya, recognizing their unspoken thoughts. Siphon, Zirwaya. This is why we have hesitated to deliver a fatal blow to Abujuo all these years. We cannot predict where he would transfer his injuries if we struck against him. Losing anyone is not an outcome we wish to witness. Thus, despite being aware of his misdeeds, we have only been able to prevent him from committing worse acts until we find a definitive solution. But mother, is there truly no way to deal with Abujuo? Gigi inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. Gigi, in order to confront Abujuo, we must first rescue our relatives imprisoned by him. Secondly, we need to uncover the method by which he transfers his injuries to others. If we fail to achieve either of these objectives, we will remain at his mercy, unable to deal with him decisively. Elia's words plunged everyone into silence. This was their Achilles heel, a means by which Abujuo safeguarded himself. Without approaching him and gradually gaining insight, how could they uncover the answers? If they were to injure Abujuo while attempting to rescue others, he would undoubtedly shift his pain onto someone else. Such an outcome was not one they desired. However, permitting Abujuo to continue his rampage and harm the innocent would lead to chaos in the beast world under his machinations. Just as the situation fell into another impasse, the previously silent Bulang spoke up. Analia, I have but one question. Was it Abujuo who caused my parents' deaths? Indeed, it was Abujuo. Then why did you not tell me the truth when I asked about it back then? Bulang's brow furrowed deeply. Bulang, you were your parents' only child. When they perished, you were still quite young. If I had revealed the truth to you then, do you believe your heart could have borne it? Even if you could accept it, could you guarantee that you would not seek vengeance against Abujuo? I could not. Bulang shook his head honestly. Bulang, our reason for withholding the truth was to protect you from harboring hatred towards Abujuo. If you had succumbed to that emotion, Abujuo would have surely eradicated you without hesitation. You are the last remnant of your parents, and I could never allow you to come to harm, Elia stated, biting her lip to suppress her tears. I apologize. Analia, I have misunderstood you all these years. Now that we have reached this point, could you tell me why Abujuo sought to murder my parents? After all, they were also his kin. Elia regarded the glistening tears in Bulang's eyes, inhaling gently before parting her lips to speak. In the past, Abujuo sought to exploit the reproductive capabilities of the young female and sub-female members of the Tuzu, using them as leverage to arrange marriages with the outside nobility. His intent was to strengthen his ties with them by ensuring the birth of more young females or sub-females. More crucially, He desired to bind himself to the two Zhu females, obtaining their spiritual power after they bore offspring. Such a grotesque and repugnant scheme would undoubtedly have been rejected outright by your parents. To prevent Abu Duo from secretly abducting the young females and sub-females from their clan, your parents orchestrated marriages between them and the orcs from outside they favored. This way, the offspring of the two Zhu females and the external orcs would lack significant spiritual power, thus thwarting Abu Duo's plans for appropriation. Your parents' actions thoroughly infuriated Abu Duo, who felt that if they continued as leaders of the two Zhu, they would eventually jeopardize his grand designs. Seizing the opportunity during an altercation, Abu Duo ambushed your parents. To sow discord between you and us, he crafted a facade of a benevolent elder, manipulating your emotions to keep you under his control. By holding you close, he effectively grasped the two Zhu within his grasp. Aaliyah's words made Bulang clench his fists. He could hardly fathom that Abu Duo's motive for his parents' demise was the rare high-fertility young females and sub-females of the two Zhu. It was no wonder that over the years, Abu Duo had persistently advised him against allowing the young females and sub-females of the two Zhu to intermarry with outsiders. The purported concern for the well-being of the two Zhu was, at its core, a means to serve his own interests. Thankfully, the absence of high-spirited females and sub-females in the two Zhu over the years had kept Abu Duo's true nature concealed. Had they existed, his malevolence would have surely been unveiled much earlier. Bulang, your insistence on severing ties between the two Zhu and the outside world, along with preventing the young females and sub-females from forming bonds with outside orcs, was Abu Duo's instruction, wasn't it? Indeed. Bulang nodded honestly. Bulang, Abu Duo's ultimate aim is to bring forth high-spirited young females and sub-females within the two Zhu once more, then quietly abduct them to exploit their ability to bear offspring, thus transferring their spiritual power. Fortunately, you have inherited the kindness and wisdom of your parents and have refrained from heeding Abu Duo's words. Otherwise, when the two Zhu once again bore young females or sub-females akin to Gigi, their fate would merely be to become stepping stones for Abu Duo. Aaliyah's words darkened Bulang's expression profoundly. He had never anticipated that not only had Abu Duo caused his parents' demise, but he also harbored such vile intentions toward the young sub-females and females of the two Zhu. It was no wonder that Aaliyah had persistently endeavored to prevent the orcs of the two Zhu from forming bonds with the females, even at the risk of being misunderstood. And Aaliyah, have you been encouraging the orcs of the Haishun Zhu, Haisun Zhu, and the Juxiang Zhu, Jusheng Yizhu, to form bonds with the young females of the two Zhu to thwart Abu Duo? Indeed, Aaliyah replied earnestly. But why would you permit Gigi and me to form a bond? Are you not concerned that Abu Duo might take the children we bear? Bulang inquired with confusion. Bulang, if you truly believe you cannot protect Gigi, I would never agree to your union. Are you genuinely unable to safeguard her? Aaliyah retorted. Of course, I can protect Gigi, Bulang asserted resolutely. Then, that is sufficient. It is precisely because I believe in your strength that I sought to unite you two from the moment Gigi returned to the two Zhu. Bulang, at this juncture, you ought to mature independently, Aaliyah advised earnestly. Aunt, I will, Bulang replied solemnly. Aunt, Abu Duo's audacity stems solely from his grip on the lives of our kin. If we wish to extricate ourselves from this deadlock, someone must approach him to gradually earn his trust, allowing us to fully unravel this predicament. Oh, Bulang, am indeed the most suitable candidate to draw near to Abu Duo. Chapter 181. Bulang's undercover strategy. One cannot agree. Aaliyah immediately rejected. Bulang, I vowed to your parents to protect you diligently. Moreover, you are the sole leader of the two Zhu and our only hope. Anyone else could approach Abu Duo as an undercover agent, but not you. However, Aaliyah, if I did not go, who do you think would be sent to Abu Duo's side without raising suspicion? Bulang's words momentarily stunned Aaliyah. Indeed, Abu Duo had consistently appeared beside Bulang in the guise of an elder, intending to manipulate him from the shadows. In Abu Duo's eyes, Bulang was merely a pawn he had nurtured since childhood, a piece he could trust. As it stands, only Bulang could infiltrate Abu Duo's ranks without arousing his suspicion. Yet, what if Abu Duo were to uncover Bulang's true intentions? How could they conceal Bulang's presence from Abu Duo's watchful gaze and arrange for him to be by Abu Duo's side seamlessly? Just as Aaliyah found herself at a loss, Gigi's forthcoming words caused all present to furrow their brows simultaneously. Mother, Did you not say that Abu Duo wishes to capture me, to exploit my ability to bear young females or sub-females for the transfer of my spiritual power? If that is the case, why not use me as bait? I refuse to believe that Abu Duo would be unmoved by such an enticement. No, no, everyone unanimously rejected. Gigi, do not act recklessly. If you fall into Abu Duo's grasp, your fate will be far worse than those young females. Stephen opposed vehemently. Stephen, please calm down. Who said I intend to fall into Abu Duo's hands personally? What I just articulated was merely a ruse. In Abu Duo's perspective, has he not always regarded Bulang as his pawn? If Bulang were to genuinely fall in love with me, adhering to the traditions of the Tuzu, and were to insist on being together, while our parents feared that the child we bear would possess significant spiritual power, thus leading to Abu Duo's schemes, they would oppose us entirely. In a desperate situation, this ill-fated couple, driven by love, would turn against their families and flee the Tuzu, seeking refuge with Abu Duo. Mother, do you think Abu Duo, who has never managed to seize me, would agree to shelter us? Aaliyah and the others suddenly realized the cunning smile that flickered in Gigi's eyes. Gigi, are you suggesting that we use Abu Duo's offer of shelter as a pretext, then stage a dramatic rescue in front of him? We would reclaim you from Abu Duo while leaving Bulang to remain by his side as an informant? Aaliyah articulated carefully. Precisely this way, Bulang would have a perfectly justifiable reason to stay close to Abu Duo, and I would remain unharmed. I am not foolish enough to genuinely consider giving birth to children for strangers. That would be utterly disgusting. Gigi turned to Bulang, saying, Bulang, you will have to accompany me in this performance of a love that cannot be fulfilled. For the sake of the Tuzu and you, I am more than willing to partake in this act. Bulang stood up and gently grasped Gigi's hand, bestowing a tender kiss upon her knuckles. The unexpected display of chivalry and tenderness from him caused Gigi's cheeks to flush involuntarily. Before she could collect herself, she was abruptly pulled aside by Si Tae-fun. You insufferable fool. How can you be so shameless at your age? Spitting on Gigi's hand like that. Si Tae-fun scolded, wiping her hand clean before turning to glare at Bulang. And you, blind fool, do you not see? Gigi is my partner. How dare you flirt with her in my presence? Do you have a death wish? In the face of Si Tae-fun's furious outburst, Bulang merely took a step back, distancing himself from the wrath of Si Tae-fun. Foolish snake, I am Gigi's fiancé, with Auntie Ilia's approval. Look at you, so weak and ineffectual. Have you truly bonded with Gigi? Do you think it befitting for you to remain by her side as her partner? I intend to bond with her tonight, and if you object, I shall take her away for the bonding. Regarding Si Tae-fun's claim to Auntie Ilia's approval, he turned to see her leaning against Wei Air, enjoying the spectacle. He fell to her feet, clutching her leg, and whimpered, Mama, Aunt Ilia, Gigi and I are truly in love. Please do not separate us, this genuine pair. If you must intervene, let it be with that phony Bulang. For Gigi's future happiness, please allow us to be together. Auntie Ilia looked down at Si Tae-fun, who had transformed into a pitiful figure, and then turned to the amused Wei Air. Her eyes conveyed a sense of mockery, as if to say, how is it that your descendant mirrors your own behavior? Both of you are such dramatists. Kilaring hertrot, auntilia adresistet Si Tae-fun, little snake. Auntilia, I'm a vice and open-minded guardian, and I do not engage in the cruel act of separating lovers. As for your affair with Gigi, I shall not oppose it, and will even encourage it. After all, your appearance aligns well with my aesthetic. However, the matters between you and Bulang are yours to resolve. I am too old to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation. Therefore, regardless of how many beastmen Gigi wishes to take as partners in the future, I shall neither interfere nor object. With that, Auntie Ilia swiftly withdrew her leg, stepping back to avoid being dragged into the fray by Si Tae-fun, whose reasoning often diverged from others. Having secured Auntie Ilia's consent, Si Tae-fun promptly embraced Gigi as though she were a trophy, gleefully declaring to Bulang, Foolish rabbit, did you hear that? I too have my parents' approval. Thus you, an unmarried fool, are nothing in my eyes. Si Tae-fun's words tightened Bulang's fists, yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. After all, within the rabbit clan, polyandry had been practiced since time immemorial, with the blessing of elders. He could not prevent Si Tae-fun and Gigi from being together. However, he found Si Tae-fun's foolish demeanor utterly intolerable. Since he could not allow himself to be at ease, why should that insufferable snake bask in triumph? After all, he had been raised on Abu Duo's influence and could hardly be deemed virtuous. Now, as a self-proclaimed villain, it was only fitting to teach Si Tae Fun a lesson. Chapter 182. A public inquiry ignoring Si Tae Fun's bluster, Bulong turned to Gigi and spoke gently. Gigi, we have recently captured some gopher beastmen who have burrowed into the rabbit clan's territory. From their confessions, it appears they are also victims of Abudoa. They sought you out due to Abudoa's threats against their kin. In their desire to protect their families, they are willing to cooperate with us to confront Abudoa. Gigi, if you have the time, would you like to join me in meeting these gopher beastmen? Together, we can devise strategies to outsmart Abudoa. Gopher beastmen. What do they look like? In Gigi's mind, gophers were creatures that burrowed in the grasslands, resembling rotund little mammals. But they could transform into beastmen. She was quite curious about their human forms. Would they still appear plump? Brushing aside her fanciful thoughts, Gigi patted Si Tae Fun's arm, signaling him to release her. Si Tae Fun, Shuya, would you like to accompany me to see the gopher beastmen? You two are so clever. Perhaps we can extract valuable information about Abudoa from them. The more we know, the better we can deal with that scoundrel. Before Si Tae Fun and Shi Erweya could respond, Bulong interjected. Gigi, those gopher beastmen are currently imprisoned in the rabbit clan's dungeon. The dungeon is a forbidden area for outsiders. If you doubt this, you may inquire with Auntie Elia. Thus, Bulong continued, smiling and nodding at Auntie Elia before glancing at Si Tae Fun and Shuya. Due to the rabbit clan's regulations, Si Tae Fun and Shuya cannot accompany you. His words caused Gigi to waver, while Si Tae Fun and Shuya's expressions darkened. What nonsense! It's just a dungeon. When did it become a forbidden space for a whole clan? Aside from prisoners, do they keep treasures in there? Yet, Bulong's calm demeanor, as he lied with a straight face, made it seem all too plausible. At the very least, he had successfully deceived Gigi. However, upon witnessing the gleam in Auntie Elia's eyes as she watched the unfolding drama, Si Tae Fun and Shuya realized that Auntie Elia would not speak in their favor. After all, Auntie Elia and her companions had always enjoyed a good spectacle, and now that a show was at hand, they were likely eager for further chaos. Gigi, it is getting late. Shall we interrogate those gopher beastmen now? Very well, Gigi agreed, turning back to offer a reassuring smile to Si Tae Fun and Shuya. There was no choice. They were in the rabbit clan and must respect its customs. Seeing Gigi acquiesce, Bulong disregarded Si Tae Fun and Shi Erweya's disgruntled expressions, gently patting Gigi's arm before leading her toward the exit. As Gigi observed Bulong's decorous behavior, her fondness for him grew. A beastman who adhered to decorum in interactions with the opposite sex certainly enhanced his appeal. Si Tae Fun and Shuya watched as the two walked out of the courtyard, their eyes filled with discontent. Yet what could they do? This was the rabbit clan, where polyandry was the norm. If even their leader, Bulong, could do nothing about it, what power did they, as outsiders, possess? Auntie Elia, since Shuya and I are outsiders and cannot accompany you, why not allow you to follow Gigi to see those gopher beastmen? Si te fan leanit closer to Auntie Elia, si pikin ernestly. With Auntie Elia present, he was eager to see how Bulong would continue to fawn over Gigi. Vaya, did you not mention there was a gap on the outskirts of the rabbit clan? Let us go investigate it now. In order to prevent Abudoa from sending individuals through that loophole into the territory of the Tuzu, we must act promptly. Very well, let us proceed without delay. Those little ones from the Tuzu seem utterly oblivious to their duties, failing even to guard the perimeter. Day after day, I feel as though my training efforts have been in vain. With a few mutterings, Wire grasped Elia's arm and exchanged brief greetings with the onlookers before hastily heading toward the exit. Upon catching Wire's glance, the previously seated spectators, engrossed in the unfolding drama, suddenly found themselves distracted by pressing matters, bidding farewell to Stephen and Sylvia before departing in succession. If they did not leave now, would they wait to be dragged down by those two little brats? There was no time to waste. Stephen and Sylvia, witnessing the abrupt emptiness of the room and glancing back at Elia's departing figure, understood that assistance from Elia and the others was not forthcoming. After sharing a glance, they could only retreat to their respective chambers with a sense of resignation. There was little they could do, given that they were on someone else's turf. Moreover, they could not perpetually engage in petty rivalries, for they had more pressing matters to attend to. Once Stephen and Sylvia turned away, the shadows lurking in their eyes could no longer be contained. That wretched Abudoa dared to target their parents and siblings. Did he truly believe that the members of the four great noble families were mere fools? As heirs to these illustrious lineages, they had been raised amidst schemes and intrigues. In their youth, they had relied solely on their own strength to navigate the treacherous waters of conspiracy. Thus, their methods would certainly not be as simplistic as they appear before Gigi. If their intellect were truly so rudimentary, how could the four great noble families maintain their supremacy over other aristocrats for so many years? Suppressing her fury, Sylvia returned to her chamber and waved toward the shadows. Housemaster, you must return immediately and inform Nangong's Etienne, Sonia, and Siren of what has transpired. The reason Abduo feels so emboldened is that he undoubtedly has spies among the common nobility, and there must be many. Tell Nangong's Etienne and Sonia to conduct a thorough investigation into Abduo's agents amongst both the aristocrats and the commoners. Remember, they must conduct this inquiry overtly and with great fanfare. Only an open and vigorous investigation will cause Abduo's spies to panic and reveal themselves. At your command, Housemaster. The shadowy figure vanished instantly from the room. In chapter 183, I reluctantly marry you within Stephen's chamber. He regarded the shadowy figure lurking in the shadows with a grim expression. From this moment forth, all members of the Tungsha clan must blend into the shadows, observing all aristocrats and commoners. Should there be any signs of disturbance, inform the old steward and Nangong's Etienne immediately. I refuse to believe that with Sylvia and me working in tandem, I cannot uncover Abduo's spies. Once I have eliminated his agents, rendering him blind, let's see how he continues to wreak havoc. After a moment's contemplation, Stephen continued with further orders. Instruct Nangong's Etienne to investigate the clans or families that have mysteriously vanished from the Beast World continent. Gather accurate data on the species, numbers, and specialties of these disappeared clans or families. Additionally, have Sonia look into those aristocrats whose mental prowess is exceptionally high yet have never lacked for heirs. Sonia should prioritize these individuals, for they are the most suspect. At your command, Housemaster. Proceed. Stephen stood by the window, watching as the shadowy figure disappeared. He clenched his fists tightly. That wretched Abduo dared to imprison his parents and even had the audacity to murder his unborn brother, leaving him to grow up in solitude. In his youth, he had believed that his parents had abandoned him. Little did he know that they had been captured by Abduo. With this thought, the murderous intent in Stephen's eyes could no longer be restrained. He was not the naive Stephen in Gigi's eyes. He was the housemaster of the Tungsha clan. Stephen, in the dungeon of the Tuzu, Gigi sat in a chair, observing the line of Daimoshu beastmen. They maintained their beast forms, plump and round, adorably lined up, awaiting interrogation. Were it not for her knowledge of their identity as Daimoshu beastmen, she would have been tempted to leap forward and embrace them tightly. They were simply too adorable. Standing nearby, Brown watched Gigi's starry-eyed expression and could only helplessly rub his forehead. It seemed that Gigi and all the little females shared a common weakness, an affection for fluffy creatures. However, the Daimoshu beastmen, resembling little round gourds, were hardly an impressive sight. Moreover, compared to them, his beast form was undoubtedly more appealing. If Gigi wished to see something delightful, he could transform into his beast form for her, allowing her to touch him as well. As for those foolish Daimoshu beastmen, upon realizing that their interrogator was a mere little female, they all transformed into their beast forms, attempting to use their appearance to enchant Gigi. Clearly, their strategy was exceedingly successful. Just as Brown was mentally critiquing the Daimoshu beastmen, Gigi could no longer suppress her eager hands and gently poke the round belly of the Daimoshu beastman standing before her. It was soft and squishy, an utterly delightful sensation. This feeling was simply exquisite. She wondered how it would feel to touch it again. As Gigi prepared to extend her hand once more, the Daimoshu beastman instinctively took a step back, tightly clutching his belly and regarding Gigi with the wariness one might reserve for a lecher. My apologies, my apologies. My hands were itchy, and I couldn't help myself. Nevertheless, your beast form is simply too adorable. Gigi scratched her head awkwardly, offering sincere compliments to the apprehensive Daimoshu beastman. Little female, the belly of a Daimoshu beastman cannot be touched without permission. If you truly wish to touch it, you must first enter into a mate contract with me. The Daimoshu beastman's words caused Gigi to freeze in shock. Oh dear, this was awkward. Having lived in the beast world for a few years, she understood that females or little females could not casually sit on a beastman's back. If a female agreed to mount a beastman, it signified her consent to bear his offspring. However, She never anticipated that the Daimoshu beastmen had a rule against touching their bellies without permission. Yet, considering their small size, it was plausible that a female of average weight might inadvertently crush them if she sat upon their backs. Thus, their customs, though different from others, were understandable. It seemed she would need to exercise greater control over her hands and familiarize herself with the basic knowledge of the beast world. Regaining her composure, Gigi looked apologetically at the Daimoshu beastman. "I'm sorry. Your beast form is rather cute. I couldn't resist. Of course. My beast form is the most handsome and charming in our Daimoshu clan. Look at my belly. Is it not round?" The Daimoshu beastman proudly puffed out his already plump belly. "Indeed, it is quite round." Gigi observed the Daimoshu beastman's rotund belly and swallowed hard, responding earnestly. "And my fur, does it not appear shiny and beautiful?" "Indeed, it is extraordinarily lovely." Gigi nodded earnestly once more. "The sharpness of my claws is indeed remarkable." Gigi gazed at the round, pudgy claws of the Dishu Shorin, her eyes sparkling with delight. A gentle squeeze would surely feel delightful. Alas, he is an orc, not a mere beast, and thus cannot be casually touched. The Dishu Shorin, dragging his rotund body closer to Gigi, inquired, "Little Yumi, since you are so fond of my beast form, does that imply you have feelings for me? Although you are quite slender, lacking even a couple of pounds of flesh, and do not fall within my aesthetic preferences, I have grown so large and have yet to find a little female. How about I settle for you as my little Yumi? What do you think?" Gigi watched the small Dishu's mouth moving, then looked down at his plump physique, and upon hearing his proposal, could not help but burst into laughter. It reminded her of the chubby orange cat she had cared for before her traversing. It would stand on its hind legs, looking at her with disdain, exclaiming, "Hey, though you are quite poor, I, this esteemed cat, do not mind and will reluctantly accept you as my servant. All right?" As this thought crossed her mind, her laughter grew louder until she could hardly contain herself. Brown and the Dishu Shorin observed Gigi's exuberance, each interpreting the scene differently. Brown feared that Gigi might genuinely develop feelings for the plump, talentless Dishu Shorin, while the Dishu Shorin assumed Gigi was laughing with joy at his proposal. Chapter 184. The Fertility Blood Charm? He extended his chubby claws and gently poked Gigi's arm. "Little Yumi, since you like me so much, when shall we bond?" Striving to suppress her overwhelming laughter, Gigi rested her chin on her hand and asked the Dishu Shorin, "Little chubby, if you wish to bond with me, you must first tell me your name." "I'm called Pongzai. You may call me Zai Zai." "Pongzai, Zai Zai." Gigi scrutinized the Dishu Shorin's rotund form and nodded earnestly. "Indeed, this name is simply perfect for you. Of course, among the Dishu clan, my name is the most melodious," Pongzai declared proudly. "Is that so?" Gigi turned to the other Dishu Shorin, curiously inquiring about their names. "I'm called Pongxiao. I am Pongxiao. I am Pongzhu. Pongzhu Pongzhu." Listening to the string of names beginning with Pong, Gigi felt her laughter bubbling uncontrollably. However, when she heard Pongzhu's name, she could no longer suppress her mirth. How could these Dishu Shorin be so skilled at naming? Their names truly struck a chord within her heart. The Dishu Shorin's round and plump appearance was already endearing, but coupled with such adorable names, they were irresistibly charming. Earlier, Brown had shared how these Dishu Shorin had arrived at the Rabbit clan by burrowing tunnels and had clashed with Stephen, nearly injuring him with a high-powered particle gun. When she entered the dungeon, she had been filled with great anger. Stephen was her beloved, and how could she not be furious at those who nearly harmed him? Yet, upon hearing about Abdu's treatment of the Dishu Shorin, much of her anger had dissipated. Now, observing these chubby, uncomplicated beings, she had entirely forgotten her previous ire. "Ha ha ha." Brown noticed Gigi clutching her stomach with laughter, and even his dullness could not obscure the fact that she was not laughing because of affection for Pongzai, but rather for the delightful nature of the Dishu Shorin's beast forms. Gigi's joyful laughter stemmed purely from her enjoyment of these creatures. As she neared the point of breathlessness from laughter, Pongzai suddenly leaned in closer, sniffing her abdomen intently. His unusual behavior caused Gigi to gradually cease her exuberant laughter. "Pongzai, what is the matter? Why are you sniffing my belly?" she inquired suspiciously, shifting her body back in her seat. "Little Yami, is your belly perhaps carrying little ones?" Pongzai scrutinized her midsection with certainty. "What? Impossible. My little ones have just transformed into their human forms. How could I be pregnant?" Gigi waved her hand dismissively, denying the notion. She was not a sow, birthing litter after litter. Her little foxes were still so young. How could she possibly be expecting? You're definitely pregnant. The time since conception cannot exceed 5 days, so you must have just conceived, hence your unawareness. Pang Zai's conviction caused Ji to stiffen abruptly. She straightened her posture, instinctively touching her abdomen, incredulity washing over her as she gazed at Pang Zai. Pang Zai, can you Dishu Shorin truly detect when others are pregnant? Of course. This is our innate ability as Dishu Shorin. We can discern a female's pregnancy simply by scent. The most remarkable part is that we can even ascertain how many days she has been pregnant. Pang Zai boasted. However, little Yumi, the condition of the little one in your belly is somewhat unstable. You must take care. From now on, you can no longer allure innocent orcs into forming bonds, or else your little one may not survive. Pang Zai cautioned once more. Instability of the fetus? Ignoring the latter part of Pang Zai's statement, Ji looked down at her belly and suddenly sprang to her feet. In the past 5 days, the only one with whom she had been intimate was Shirwiya. If she were indeed pregnant, it was evident that she was carrying Shirwiya's offspring. The realization struck her, causing her to cover her face. She had just promised Stephen that she would bear him a little female or a little Yumi to restore his mental strength. But now, she had not conceived Stephen's child, but instead was carrying Shirwiya's giant eagle egg. The current predicament was also of Stephen's own making. Reflecting on Stephen's loss of mental strength, she recalled having just promised him that they would bond that evening. But now, she was already pregnant with Shirwiya's giant eagle egg, and the status of the little ones in her belly remained unstable. Thus, the prospect of bonding with Stephen was undoubtedly dashed. Thinking of Stephen, who had been so affectionate and pitiable, Ji couldn't help but exclaim, truly, he had brought this upon himself. Had he not been so generous as to send Shirwiya to her room that night, she would now be carrying Stephen's child. In an instant, Gigi's heart was a whirlwind of chaos. What on earth was happening? Gigi, are you all right? Brown gently inquired, noticing her furrowed brow. I'm fine, really. Gigi forced a faint smile and waved her hand dismissively, her thoughts elsewhere. Brown, can we discuss abuse matters tomorrow? This sudden pregnancy has left me with little focus for conversation. There's no rush. We can take our time. Calm your mind, and we shall talk tomorrow, Brown suggested warmly, seeing the helplessness etched on Gigi's face. Shall we take a stroll to lift your spirits? He proposed, contemplating how to explain the situation to Stephen and Shirwiya when they returned. The most crucial aspect is whether her body is overly susceptible to conception. Regardless of whether it was with Nangong Zetian, Suaniya, or now with Shirwiya, she became pregnant after just 1 or 2 encounters. Reflecting on her relationships with them, it was all due to that damned blood allure. Now, she cannot help but think that the cursed blood allure is not merely an aphrodisiac, but rather a fertility drug. Otherwise, what would explain the little life growing within her? Chapter 185. Intentions. Gigi lifted her head, looking at Buelang with a hint of grievance. Gently touching her belly as she incredulously asked, Buelang, do you know about blood allure? Yes, blood allure is the most potent aphrodisiac in the beast realm. Its effects can turn an orc with 3s mental strength into a mindless lunatic. Is that so? Does blood allure have any other effects, perhaps aiding in conception? Gigi pouted, her face reflecting her distress. Buelang, are you suggesting that my current pregnancy is related to blood allure? Indeed, Buelang, your pregnancy has nothing to do with blood allure. You must understand that your fertility value has reached 10 points. This fertility value is the key to your ease of conception. Ah, I see. However, I never imagined that my current pregnancy would be as simple as sharing a meal or drinking water with others. If I form a bond with Sidifin in the future, along with Nangong Zetian and Shirwiya, will my life be spent in a perpetual state of pregnancy? What meaning would my life hold then? I might as well become a sow. Listening to Gigi's exasperated cries, Buelang could no longer suppress the amusement in his eyes. Gigi, things are not as dreadful as you imagine. You must know that in the rabbit clan, the females and sub-females also possess high fertility values. Yet, they do not continuously bear offspring, as you suggest. Indeed, why didn't I think of that? Gigi turned to Buelang, her eyes sparkling as she asked Buelang, do the little females and sub-females of the rabbit clan have any methods of contraception? Buelang, noticing Gigi's flushed face, chuckled softly. Gigi, contraception methods are not exclusive to the rabbit clan. Even among the more affluent nobles outside, there are such means. However, the females and sub-females, they do not require them, due to their low fertility values. If you wish to avoid further offspring in the future, I can procure some non-harmful contraceptives for you. Would that be agreeable? Yes. That would be wonderful. Thank you in advance, Buelang. No need for thanks. Gigi, if you are not returning now, would you like to take a stroll with me to clear your mind? Meeting Buelang's gentle gaze, Gigi contemplated before saying, Buelang, let us visit the flowers see we went last time. I feel that the flowers and butterflies, they're truly beautiful. Very well, let us go now. Upon returning to the rabbit clan's flower sea, Gigi felt a different sensation. It was midday, devoid of the splendid sunset that had graced her previous visit. Yet, as the gentle breeze swept through the flower sea, stirring a dreamlike shower of butterflies, her previously agitated heart calmed unexpectedly. This place was indeed a sanctuary of serenity. Turning to admire Buelang's handsome profile, he appeared overwhelmingly noble in the sunlight, his demeanor exuding warmth. Such a refined and understanding orc seemed to be a favored creation of the divine, a dream lover in the hearts of all little females and sub-females. Pulling back her somewhat infatuated gaze, Gigi spoke, Buelang, do you think I'm fickle? I have already formed bonds with 4 orcs, yet I find myself unsatisfied. I just promised Citifen that I would bond with him tonight to bear a little female or sub-female, restoring his mental strength. Buelang, why would you think that? Buelang asked. Puzzled, Gigi turned to him, her eyes filled with inquiry. Buelang, do you not wish for the female you cherish to love only you throughout her life? Gigi, no orc would not hope for the female they adore to love them exclusively. However, have you considered that Nangong Zetian, Shirwea, and I are all prominent figures in the beast realm, each with significant responsibilities and pride? Now we find ourselves in love with you, each desiring to possess you solely. Would you wish to witness us fighting to the death over you? I would not. Gigi shook her head honestly. To speak frankly, disregarding her current fertility value, based solely on her appearance and intellect, she was still far from being one of those femme fatale. Exactly. Gigi, Nangong Zetian, and I are all gifted individuals, each with our own duties and pride. The reason we tolerate others standing by your side and becoming your partners is primarily because we love you and do not wish for our conflicts to place you in a difficult position. Much like how mothers and fathers behave, Gigi contemplated, beginning to understand that her 7 fathers held extraordinary identities. Had they not given up everything outside to remain devoted to her mother? Indeed, Gigi, your mother, Yulia, also had a fertility value of 10 points. In the past, her 7 companions fought fiercely to possess her, to the extent of risking their lives. However, the outcome of their struggles was that Aunt Yulia, witnessing her beloveds in such distress, ultimately left them in sorrow. It was then that Abdu took advantage of the discord, nearly leading to the demise of both them and Aunt Yulia. Otherwise, given Aunt Yulia's deep care for you, how could they possibly have allowed you to live outside for over a decade without concern? Buelang placed his hand on Gigi's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Gigi, sincerely examine your heart and ask yourself if you truly feel no love from Nangong Zetian and the others. If you genuinely believe they're only using you without any love, you may leave without hesitation, especially with Aunt Yulia and the others supporting you. However, if you find yourself in love with them, then embrace it wholeheartedly. Give them, give me, and give yourself a chance, shall we? Gazing into Buelang's tender and sincere eyes, Gigi found herself at a loss for words. She could sense that Nangong Zetian and the others indeed held genuine feelings for her. The only obstacle she faced was her own wavering heart. Yet, now she had family who loved, protected, and supported her, so it was time to affirm her own feelings. She must no longer allow Shirwea and the others to feel uncertain about their relationship. It was time for her to make a decisive choice. Since she was to commit, let it begin at this moment. With a deep breath, Gigi summoned her courage, grasped Buelang's wrist, and declared, Buelang, I will seriously consider your words when I return. I will also take your feelings to heart. By the way, thank you for accompanying me and guiding me. No need for thanks, Gigi. I'm more than willing to chat with my fiancé. Chapter 186. The childlike Shirwea. Very well. Let us conclude our conversation for today. Tomorrow, we shall discuss how to play the part of the ill-fated couple, devising a way to deceive Abdu's eyes and ears stationed in the rabbit clan. Gigi smiled at Buelang, her lips curving into a serious expression. Gigi, I truly hope that we, as a pair of star-crossed lovers, can swiftly transform into a genuine couple. Brown smiled at Gigi and earnestly declared, we shall discuss this matter at a later time. I can only say that it is up to fate. Brown, what I can assure you now is that if one day I find myself capable of embracing a polyandrous lifestyle like my mother and falling in love with you, I will not shy away from my feelings. I will wholeheartedly accept you. I sincerely hope that day arrives soon. That way, I can openly embrace my beautiful fiancée. Brown gently tousled Gigi's hair and spoke softly. Feeling the tenderness of Brown's touch atop her head, Gigi gazed up at him, standing amidst the sea of flowers. His slightly slender figure and handsome features appeared exceedingly noble under the sunlight. In that moment, Gigi could distinctly feel her heart racing. Brown was truly exceptional, so much so that her heartbeat quickened in his presence. She thought that if she continued to spend time with Brown, it was only a matter of time before she would accept his affections. As they emerged from the floral expanse, before Gigi could return to the courtyard, she spotted Sylvia and Stephen waiting at the entrance. At that moment, Sylvia resembled an exquisite sculpture, eyes closed and leaning against the wall, while Stephen curled up like an abandoned puppy, drawing circles on the ground with his finger. Due to the distance between them, Gigi could not discern what Stephen was muttering. However, standing beside Gigi, Brown clearly heard Stephen's incessant insults directed at him. Yet, with Gigi by his side, Brown suppressed his simmering anger, deciding to settle the score with that foolish serpent another time. Observing Stephen's foolish demeanor, Gigi recalled her promise to him that morning to form a bond by nightfall. Now, however, she was compelled to postpone due to the unexpected arrival of her little one. Stephen's moment of enlightenment would have to wait. Regaining her composure, Gigi called out from a distance, "Stephen, Sylvia, come here. I have something to discuss with you." Both Sylvia and Stephen, lost in thought, turned to look at her serious expression. They exchanged glances, anxiety creeping into their hearts. Could it be that Brown, that insufferable rabbit, had spoken ill of them in Gigi's presence? Otherwise, how could her demeanor have shifted so drastically after their brief outing? Seated on the couch upon returning to the room, Gigi pointed to her still flat belly and addressed Sylvia and Stephen. "Sylvia, Stephen, earlier in the dungeon, a creature named Fatty the Groundhog said I might be pregnant, and that it would be within 5 days. I am uncertain of the truth of his words, as they are merely hearsay. If either of you can arrange for a professional doctor to examine me, that would be appreciated." As soon as Gigi finished speaking, Sylvia and Stephen sprang to their feet. After exchanging a glance, they hurriedly moved toward the exit. Guards now, immediately Brimmy, Pernard, and Perkily. Little serpents, quickly fetch me the most advanced examination chamber available. Remember, it must be the best. Sylvia and Stephen rushed out, urgently instructing the hidden guards. No sooner had they exited than Sylvia and Stephen returned to Gigi's side. Cautiously squatting beside her, their eyes fixated on her belly. Especially Sylvia, who reached out to touch Gigi's still flat abdomen, but upon contact, he withdrew his hand as if he had touched a bomb. "Gigi, is it true? Are you really pregnant?" Sylvia asked, staring at her with wide eyes. His demeanor a far cry from his usual elegance. How to describe Sylvia's current appearance? Perhaps it could be said he looked adorably foolish. Nevertheless, Gigi appeared charmingly genuine. "Sylvia, if I truly am pregnant, would you be happy?" "Happy? Extremely so," Sylvia replied, quickly adding, "But Gigi, you're the most important to me. No number of little ones could ever compare to you, truly." "Ha ha, Sylvia, we have been through so much together. I am aware of my place in your heart. However, are you perhaps overthinking? The little ones growing within me are still my children. As a mother, how could I ever compete for affection with my own offspring?" "Gigi, you need not compete. All my affection is solely for you." "All right, I understand." Seeing Sylvia squatting at her feet with an innocent expression made Gigi chuckle. It turned out that Sylvia's intelligence sometimes made him appear overly serious. But now, as she looked at the obedient Sylvia, seeking her approval, she found his childlike face irresistibly adorable. It seemed unfair that at over 300 years old, Sylvia's complexion remained so youthful. Envying him, Gigi reached out and playfully pinched his cheek. So soft and supple. The texture is delightful. "Sylvia, I am hungry. Go prepare me a meal," Gigi commanded without hesitation. "What would you like to eat?" "I shall prepare it at once," he responded eagerly. "Anything, as long as it is delicious. After all, you've been cooking for me on Giant Eagle Island for 3 years. You know my taste well." "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately." Chapter 187. The duel between Stephen and Sylvia. Stephen watched as Sylvia hurriedly departed, then cautiously poked Gigi's belly with his finger. "Gigi, the little one in your womb. It wouldn't happen to be a giant eagle's egg, would it?" "Regardless of the type of egg, it certainly won't be a serpent's egg," Gigi retorted. "Stephen, had you been a bit more selfish and daring that night, I might be carrying a serpent's egg right now." With a sidelong glance, she teased him. Stephen's body stiffened at her words, yet recalling his own foolishness that night, he remained silent, merely massaging Gigi's leg in a conciliatory manner while internally praying, "Please, let it not be a bird's egg. Let it at least be a serpent's egg." Unfortunately for Stephen, his hopes were destined to be dashed, as Gigi could not conjure serpent eggs from thin air. If she were indeed carrying serpent eggs, Stephen's predicament would be utterly exposed. Ignoring Stephen's mutterings, Gigi gently caressed her belly, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. This child had arrived so unexpectedly. "Gigi, you should rest. I will come back to see you tomorrow morning." "All right, Brown." As Brown departed, Stephen quickly moved to sit beside Gigi, looking pitiful as he spoke. "Gigi, I am sorry. That night, I truly acted foolishly. If only—" He trailed off, unable to finish his thought. What was there to say now? Regardless of what he says now, it can only be a matter of conjecture. The thought of Gigi now carrying the giant eagle egg of Zirwaya ignites a gleam of jealousy in Stephen's eyes. He, Stephen, is nothing but a fool. Gigi cast a glance at Stephen's long-faced expression before turning her back and reclining on the sofa. Serve him right. This time, it will be a lesson well learned. Let him generously relinquish the opportunity for a contract to others. Now, it seems he is not only estranged from the little cub, but his mental strength remains uncertain as to when it will recover. On the following morning, Perkley and Penade carefully examined Gigi's condition. Under the scrutiny of Zirwaya, Stephen, and Aaliyah, they exchanged glances before turning to address everyone earnestly. Indeed, Gigi is pregnant. However, due to the early stage of the pregnancy, the fetal position is somewhat indistinct. Most importantly, Gigi has just given birth to the little fox cubs, and her body has yet to fully recuperate. Therefore, utmost caution is imperative this time. We must ensure she is not subjected to any stress, injury, or the scent from the molten cave. Otherwise, I fear Gigi may not be as fortunate as last time, relying solely on herself to safely deliver the little ones. Panade's words reminded Aaliyah of the time when Gigi was pregnant with the 3 little fox cubs and nearly lost her life alongside her cubs due to the odor of the magma from the molten cave. Fortunately, a sudden surge of her mental strength had protected them, sparing them from any repercussions. Thus, this time they must diligently safeguard Gigi, ensuring she suffers no harm whatsoever. Consequently, they must devise a foolproof plan regarding Gigi and Brown's act before Abduo. Contemplating this, Gigi, in the eyes of Zirwaya and Aaliyah, had become akin to fragile porcelain, untouchable. Additionally, as Gigi had just given birth, she could not engage in any nocturnal companionship until the giant eagle egg was laid. Perkley adjusted his glasses and solemnly added, "We must adhere to this." No sooner had Perkley's words left his lips than Stephen gazed longingly at Gigi's abdomen, then turned to look at the beaming Zirwaya. Pouting like a child, he dashed outside, wailing loudly. His despondent demeanor was more sorrowful than when he had lost his mental strength. Yet, no one felt any sympathy for him, as this predicament was of his own making, was it not? After Stephen had cried out long enough, he hastily wiped his tears and turned to Zirwaya, shouting, "Zirwaya, you feathered fiend, I challenge you to a duel. If you refuse, I shall bite you to death." Observing Stephen's furious expression, everyone stifled their laughter and tactfully vacated the area, sitting aside to await the clash between the two. Seeing Stephen's wrathful demeanor, Gigi showed no concern. Instead, she unceremoniously seized a piece of watermelon, scooping and eating it while encouraging Zirwaya to swiftly engage in a duel with Stephen. "Zirwaya, for the sake of the little bird egg in my belly, hurry and fight Stephen. Remember, you are a father now. Do not be cowardly. You must give that generous, foolish snake a good thrashing." With that, Gigi took another large bite of watermelon, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Zirwaya, observing Gigi's delight in the turmoil, turned to Stephen, who was nearly bursting with rage. He understood that today's fight was inevitable, whether he liked it or not. Even if he refrained from fighting today, it was only a matter of time before he had to, and he was bound to lose. Otherwise, Stephen would never let it go. After all, it was well known since childhood that once Stephen fixated on something, he would hold a grudge for a lifetime if he didn't vent his frustration. With a resigned sigh, Zirwaya stepped into the yard just as Stephen began his relentless taunting. "Feathered fiend, if you are still an orc, do not use mental strength to fight me. Do you dare?" "I do," Zirwaya replied, while internally scoffing at the foolish snake who was both inexperienced and troublesome. Aware that he could not win without his mental strength, he still insisted on fighting. If a fight was to ensue, he even established rules beforehand to avoid using mental strength, ensuring he had some advantages. However, given the current situation, He had no choice but to acquiesce. As soon as Zirwaya's thoughts settled, Stephen swiftly approached him, swinging his arm towards Zirwaya's face. Unfortunately, Zirwaya easily evaded the blow. You dare to dodge, feathered fiend? Am I supposed to just stand here and take the beating? Zirwaya retorted helplessly. Yet, Stephen was incensed, interpreting Zirwaya's words as mockery. Thus, he swung his tail towards Zirwaya. Noticing the fury in Stephen's eyes, Zirwaya allowed the tail to wrap around him without dodging. Regrettably, his moment of leniency only emboldened Stephen further. Feeling that he had gained the upper hand, Stephen seized Zirwaya's neck with both hands, intent on an unyielding confrontation. Foolish snake. Enough already, Zirwaya exclaimed, pulling at Stephen's arm in exasperation. Enough with your nonsense. You want to gain an advantage while I'm at a disadvantage? I'll bite you to death. If you die, that giant eagle egg in Gigi's belly will become my snake egg. As soon as Stephen finished speaking, he opened his mouth and bit into Zirwaya's arm, drawing blood. What the? Stephen, Zirwaya, are you two serious? Gigi exclaimed, shocked, spoon in hand. Stephen's reaction only fueled his anger further. Was he to pretend it was all a jest? Feeling aggrieved, he bit harder, causing even more blood to flow from Zirwaya's arm. Foolish snake, if you don't stop, I will retaliate. If I hurt you, don't blame me, Zirwaya warned angrily, gazing at the blood on his arm. Unfortunately, Stephen paid no heed to his warning. His sole focus was on the desire to eliminate Zirwaya. If he could just rid himself of that dog, perhaps the giant eagle egg would transform into a snake egg. Realizing persuasion was futile, Zirwaya seized Stephen's tail and swung him around vigorously before flinging him away. With the sound of a heavy thud as Stephen landed, he lay motionless on the ground without any sign of struggle. Could it be that Zirwaya had injured him? It was no wonder. The sound of his fall was thunderous. How could it not hurt? This thought made Gigi's heart ache. Stephen, that foolish snake, knew he had lost his mental strength, yet still insisted on fighting Zirwaya. Now, having been thrown like this, how could he not be in pain? Gigi immediately discarded the watermelon in her hand and rushed to Stephen's side, kneeling on the ground to lift his upper body with great effort. Stephen, how are you? Were you hurt? Does it hurt? As soon as Gigi's voice fell, Stephen, who had been feigning unconsciousness, immediately embraced Gigi, clinging to her neck and began to weep uncontrollably. Gigi, I regret it. I regret it so much, letting that wretched bird take advantage of me. Why am I so foolish? Stephen, please don't cry. Once my little one is born, I will bond with you, all right? No, I regret it, but I still can't defeat him. Gigi glanced at Stephen, who was sobbing like a child on her shoulder, and helplessly patted his back, turning her head to cast a reproachful glance at Sylvia. This guy, Sylvia, clearly knew that Stephen had lost his mental strength. Could he not go easy on him? Even if he wanted to teach him a lesson, he shouldn't have swung his tail and thrown him out. The loud noise from earlier not only caused Stephen physical pain, but also bruised his pride. Clearly, Gigi was biased. Moreover, she had forgotten that it was Stephen who initiated the conflict and was the first to bite with his words. Sylvia's actions were a forced response to Stephen's provocation. Brother-in-law, the child who cries gets the candy. Since Stephen could humbly shed tears in front of Gigi, why couldn't Sylvia cast aside his pride and embrace her as well? In that case, he would cry even louder and more sorrowfully. And then who would Gigi favor? 11 nudged Sylvia's arm, chuckling at Stephen's antics. This Stephen truly was remarkable. After all, he was the head of the Tongshi clan. To vie for affection, he could cry at the drop of a hat. Honestly, he admired him for being able to set aside his pride. If he could let go of his ego, he could firmly secure his beloved wife. Now, Stephen had completely captured his sister's heart. Gigi's affections were almost soaring to the skies. Sylvia turned to 11, who was enjoying the spectacle, and could only respond with a faint refusal. I'm sorry, but I'm about to become a father, and now I can only feel joy. I truly cannot cry. Watching Stephen cry like a fool, Sylvia couldn't help but feel admiration for him, despite the unfairness Gigi showed him. What a remarkable individual. To vie for affection, he could perform a dramatic display of tears and wails, shedding tears in front of so many people without a care for his dignity as the head of the Tongshi clan. Clearly, Sylvia had forgotten that he had once engaged in a similar display of tears and wails on Giant Eagle Island. The only difference being that he had no audience at that time. Stephen felt he had cried enough. Gigi had placed her heart in his hands. All right, it was time to stop. He slowly wiped away his tears and looked at Gigi, pitifully pointing at Sylvia. Gigi, considering my unfortunate and helpless predicament, could you grant me a small request? What do you wish to say? Gigi asked with a smile. Gigi, once you give birth to the chick egg, I want the chick egg to belong to me as well. I want to hatch the chick egg for Sylvia. I want to be the first person they see when they hatch, and I want them to call me daddy. But Stephen, you have already claimed Sonia's 3 little fox cubs. Right now, those 3 little foxes are closest to you. I don't care. I just want to hatch the chick egg. Stephen insisted stubbornly. Foolish snake. You are a beast man of the Tongshi clan, born with low body temperature. My little ones are from the giant eagle clan, and they require a very high temperature to hatch. If you attempt to hatch them, not only will you fail, but you may also harm them, Sylvia retorted angrily. No, I don't care. I want to hatch the chick egg. Gigi, will you agree or not? Gigi sighed, glancing around at the onlookers before turning back to the stubborn Stephen. Stephen, to ensure fairness, if you truly wish to hatch Sylvia's giant eagle egg, then when your snake egg is born, I will have to hand it over to Sylvia for hatching as well. If you agree, I will promise you now. Gigi's words caused Stephen, who had been feeling smug, to freeze. Their Tongshi clan snake eggs did not require a high temperature to hatch. If Sylvia were to hatch his snake egg, it would surely turn into a roasted snake egg. At this thought, Stephen involuntarily shivered. No, he absolutely could not allow his little ones to be roasted by that dog of Sylvia. Chapter 189, Maturity. Then let's forget it. I won't hatch the chick egg. However, Gigi, when Sylvia's little ones are born, I must be the first to approach them and have them recognize me as their father, all right? I cannot promise that. After all, things can always take an unexpected turn. If the little ones see someone else the moment they hatch, I cannot guarantee that for you, Gigi replied helplessly. Seeing his ploy fail, Stephen could only stand up with a bitter expression. Nevertheless, as he stood, he carefully helped Gigi up from the ground. Just as the onlookers were preparing to disperse, the arrival of Brown caused everyone to return to their seats. Waiting for the show. Ever since Gigi returned, their previously peaceful days had become incredibly exciting. With the clan leader's arrival, there was bound to be more entertainment. Everyone is here. As Brown's voice fell, Gigi's 18 brothers instantly surrounded him with enthusiasm, beckoning him to enter. Brown, observing the eager demeanor of Gigi's brothers, felt a sense of wariness arise within him. Since childhood, ever since Gigi's brothers learned of his engagement to their unborn sister, they had been secretly playing tricks on him to prevent him from stealing their little sister away, constantly subjecting him to lessons about the 3 obediences and 4 virtues of beastmen. They would say that beastmen must follow their partners when they go out, obey their commands, blindly follow when their partners make mistakes, wait patiently when their partners are getting ready, spend generously on their partners, endure when their partners are angry, and remember various little holidays for their partners. At that time, he was still young, so he had blindly trusted Gigi's 18 brothers. Now, coupled with the Rabbit clan's tradition of polyandry, he had always believed that a beastman must unconditionally adhere to these 3 obediences and 4 virtues when facing their partner. It wasn't until he grew up that he realized this so-called 3 obediences and 4 virtues were specifically tailored by Gigi's brothers. In fact, Gigi's 18 brothers, in an effort to avoid becoming obedient partners themselves, had not even sought out bonding partners. Even now, they remained the most renowned group of 18 bachelors in the Rabbit clan. Now that they had grown up, they would still play subtle tricks on him in trivial matters, making him suffer. In short, every time they explained their actions, it was simply to test him, their precious and beloved sister's future husband. With their usual cold demeanor suddenly replaced with warmth, how could he not be cautious? His caution was justified. As Gigi's 18 brothers surrounded Brown and approached Sylvia and Stephen, they began to chatter excitedly about what had just transpired. Zhuzhong, everyone, Gigi is my fiancée. You may call me Brown. When you suddenly address me as Zhuzhong, it fills me with trepidation. Brown cautiously took a step back, but unfortunately, he was surrounded by the orcs, and there was no retreat. Brown, just now. My family Gigi mentioned that anyone who wishes to be her partner must first defeat her current one. You see, that fool Stephen has already lost his mental strength, and yours is quite formidable. Thus, pitting yourself against him would be somewhat unfair. Therefore, you should engage in combat with Zirwaya. After all, that little golden retriever, named Poke, Lee just mentioned that Gigi is carrying the egg of a giant eagle. Brown, to assert your claim as her fiancé, you must bring Zirwaya down. After all, he just made that foolish snake cry. As soon as the words left 15's mouth, Stephen instantly became displeased. Who said I was made to cry by Zirwaya? Before he could finish, his mouth was covered by wire. Little snake, shut your mouth. There's a good show to watch, you fool. After dragging the aggrieved Stephen aside, Wire enthusiastically took a seat next to Elia, ready to enjoy the spectacle. Good daughter, you are now with child. Come, sit with your mother. Yulia pushed Wire, who was sitting beside her, aside and beckoned Gigi to sit next to her. Reluctantly pulled to sit beside Yulia, Gigi gazed at Zirwaya and Brown, who were being pushed to the center of the arena, then turned to Yulia and spoke. Mother, isn't it inappropriate to let Brown and Zirwaya fight? Why not? Fighting for a partner is a courageous act among the Rabbit clan, just like your father Ikaya. He often fought for your mother in his youth. Yulia turned to Ikaya, who was seated on her other side, and said, Isn't that right, dear? Fighting for one's partner is indeed a noble endeavor. Ikaya, under the curious gaze of Gigi and the pressure from Yulia, could only silently nod. He had no choice but to agree. After all, those were the foolish things he did in his youth. And now Yulia was revealing those youthful follies in front of Gigi, undermining his image as a great father in her eyes. However, with his wife threatening him, he decided to set aside his pride. After all, pride is not as important as a wife. Gigi watched her parents' affectionate display with a hint of amusement, but when her gaze met that of Brown and Zirwaya, only helplessness reflected in her eyes. She understood well that her parents and brothers were allowing Brown and Zirwaya to duel merely to bolster her standing. They were demonstrating through their actions that regardless of their status, her family would always stand as her unwavering support. Thus, in this harmless provocation, Gigi chose to remain silent and be a dutiful daughter. Most importantly, she was genuinely eager to witness the unfolding drama. Or rather, she was quite curious to see who would emerge victorious between Zirwaya and Brown. Zirwaya, noticing the excitement in Gigi's eyes that she could not conceal, turned to Brown and said, Zhuzhong of the Rabbit clan, I did not use mental strength when I fought Stephen earlier. Shall we employ it in our battle now? Yes. In orc battles, to forego mental strength would negate one's identity as an orc, Brown replied gently. However, as he spoke, his gaze subtly directed at Stephen, as if mocking his lack of orcish prowess. Indeed, Brown's words successfully provoked Stephen. Just as Stephen prepared to retort, he was restrained by Wire, who sat beside him. Little Snake, how can you not endure a single remark? Just let them speak. When they're nearly exhausted, you can simply step in and deliver a kick to each, reaping the rewards effortlessly. Uncle Wire, you are cunning, Stephen praised. Nonsense. I call this maturity. Do you even know how to use words, you little snake? Yes, maturity. Indeed. Chapter 190. Accepting Brown's affection, Stephen turned his gaze towards Zirwaya and Brown, who had moved outside the courtyard, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Zirwaya and Brown simultaneously transformed into their beast forms. One was a gigantic rabbit, the other a colossal eagle. The encounter between the rabbit and the giant eagle seemed to predict the outcome of the duel with apparent clarity. After all, the giant eagle is inherently the nemesis of the rabbit. Gigi recalled her initial fear upon encountering Zirwaya's beast form. But now, even without a profound understanding, she could clearly see the overwhelming mental strength radiating from the massive rabbit. Mother, what level has Brown's mental strength reached? Mother inquired with curiosity. He has reached the pinnacle of 4S level, the most formidable orc in our Rabbit clan, Yulia replied, her eyes gleaming with pride. Is Brown's mental strength superior to that of our fathers? Besides not surpassing your Ikaya father as a rabbit, Brown's mental prowess is indeed the most exceptional within our clan. It's worth noting that Brown is several hundred years younger than your Ikaya father. His achievements at such a young age are truly remarkable. Is that so? As Gigi and Yulia's words faded, Brown and Zirwaya had already commenced their battle. Gigi watched as Zirwaya's claw, sharp as a blade, lunged towards Brown's massive form. Even the giant eagle's beak glimmered coldly under the sun. Instinctively, Gigi shrank back, as if Zirwaya's claws had already struck her. Just when she believed Brown would surely be injured by Zirwaya, he unexpectedly propelled himself upward, colliding forcefully with Zirwaya's abdomen. In the aftermath, Zirwaya's beast form was sent sprawling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Brown's long tail ensnared Zirwaya's neck, and his sharp teeth sank into Zirwaya's flesh, drawing forth blood. Sensing the pain at his throat, Zirwaya struggled to roll over, but found himself unable to escape from beneath Brown. The immense pressure of Brown's mental strength rendered him immobile. Zirwaya, who had never faced defeat in his life as the leader of the giant eagle clan, was now vanquished by a rabbit. This was an utter humiliation, making him acutely aware of the existence of others beyond himself. No matter how much the orc's mental strength evolves, it knows no boundaries. In the clash between the rabbit and the giant eagle, the rabbit emerged victorious. Gigi was left in a daze, witnessing this astonishing spectacle. Oh my! How is Brown so powerful? He is merely a rabbit capable of defeating Zirwaya in just 3 moves. It's vital to note that Zirwaya's mental strength is among the elite in the beast world. Yet he still fell to Brown. More importantly, Brown effortlessly inflicted injury upon Zirwaya. If only one day she could adeptly wield her mental strength to contend against the orcs, how wonderful that would be. Perhaps sensing the anticipation in Gigi's eyes, Yulia leaned in closer to her ear, speaking in a tone laced with intrigue. Gigi, the female of the rabbit clan, although unable to harness her mental powers to combat foes like the beastmen, possesses an innate mental prowess that serves as the bane of her male counterparts. Gigi, as long as you forge a bond with Brown, his formidable abilities will inevitably yield to your will. Should you direct him eastward, he shall not dare venture westward. Mother, is there a way for female members of the rabbit clan to wield their mental powers, even in moments of calm? No, there isn't. However, Gigi, if in the future you wish to discipline your partner with your mental prowess, simply revisit their past transgressions. Reflect upon whether they have deceived you or done something to upset you. Once your heart is stirred, your mental energy will manifest. Gigi pondered for a moment and quietly inquired, Mother, what if I am simply not inclined to anger? That is straightforward. Regularly observe your partner and practice expressing your displeasure. In time, your temperament will naturally develop. See, just like me, my temper can flare up at will. If your fathers dare provoke me, will my mental powers surge? A mere strike will send them sprawling. Elia's words caused her partner and sons, seated beside her, to instinctively shrink back. Elia truly speaks boldly. Her temper can ignite at a moment's notice, rendering any past grievances unnecessary. Yet, when her temper flares, they're the ones who suffer the most. After all, they cannot, nor would dare, retaliate. Over the years, they have become the outlets for Elia's frustrations. Thankfully, their resilience has allowed them to grow accustomed to her outbursts. As soon as Gigi concluded her conversation with Elia, Sylvia and Brown also reverted to their human forms. The two stood facing each other, bare from the waist up. Particularly, Sylvia wiped the blood from his neck, his eyes filled with complexity. Since arriving in the rabbit clan, he was aware of the high mental prowess possessed by the beastmen. Yet he never anticipated Brown's abilities to be of such magnitude. With such heightened mental powers, how do they manage to reproduce? Sensing the confusion in Sylvia's gaze, Brown elucidated, Sylvia, our rabbit clan is distinct from yours. Regardless of whether we are female or beastmen endowed with advanced mental powers, we face no challenges in reproduction. No matter how elevated my mental prowess becomes, whether bonding with a female of the rabbit clan or an outsider, they will successfully bear my offspring. This is a blessing bestowed upon us by the beast god, ensuring our clan's continued propagation. Thus, Sylvia, I am fundamentally different from you. My desire to be with Gigi is solely rooted in my affection for her. This is the arrangement of the beast god, and none can thwart it. Brown's declaration plunged the gathering into silence. Especially for Gigi, his words stirred a tempest within her heart. Ever since she gauged her fertility, she had longed for a partner who cherished her for who she is. Contemplating this, it would be a lie to claim she was not moved. Disregarding the astonished expressions of Sylvia and Stephen, Brown stepped forward to Gigi, retrieving a grand bouquet of pale pink daisies from his ring space, and knelt before her, presenting the flowers. I, Brown, vow upon my life that you are my one and only partner. Through life and death, I shall always be by your side. Therefore, Gigi, grant me, and yourself, this opportunity, will you? Gazing at Brown's gentle visage and earnest eyes, Gigi regarded the bouquet thoughtfully before earnestly asking Brown, if we truly unite in the future, but I find my heart wandering, will you regret this proposal? No, once I, Brown, commit, I shall never look back. If we bond and you do not love me, I will remain at your side, loving and protecting you. Hearing Brown's assurance, Gigi accepted the daisies with sincerity. Very well, I accept you. Henceforth, you shall be my intended partner. Gigi, thank you for your acceptance. Brown lifted her hand and placed a tender kiss upon it. Chapter 191. The Invalidity of Sylvia's Contract. Gigi looked down at Brown, kneeling at her feet, and gently reminded him. However, Brown, I must inform you that legally, I'm already the legitimate partner of Sylvia. If you wish to bond with me, you cannot do so as my fiancé. Gigi, does the contract with Sylvia bear the name Ouyang Xiaoji? Indeed, Gigi, if I'm not mistaken, you now carry the surname Ikaya. Thus your name is Ikaya Gigi. Our rabbit clan's marriage agreements are also protected by law. Therefore, the contract you signed with Sylvia is rendered void on the Beast World continent. As Brown's words concluded, the onlookers erupted in applause. Among the most enthusiastic was Stephen, who relished the spectacle. Previously, during disputes with Sylvia over Gigi, Sylvia often belittled them, claiming his status as Gigi's legitimate partner, dismissing them as mere male interlopers. Now, the tables have turned. Sylvia has successfully transformed from a primary partner to a mere male interloper. With this thought, Stephen's applause grew louder and more exuberant, his grin nearly reaching his ears. He never expected that the cunning Sylvia would one day find himself outmaneuvered. However, now that Sylvia is no longer Gigi's lawful husband, does that not open the door for him to advance his own position? Contemplating this, Stephen approached Gigi, eagerly massaging her legs, and ingratiatingly suggested, "Gigi, since that scoundrel Sylvia is no longer your legal husband, would you consider placing my name in the partner section of your contract? Henceforth, I shall be your primary partner, while Sylvia and his ilk become mere male interlopers." Before Gigi could respond, Brown's retort shattered Stephen's hopeful fantasies. "Stephen, in the Rabbit clan, the ranking of partners is based on strength. Given your current lack of any mental prowess, regardless of whom Gigi bonds with, you shall always occupy the lowest rank." Brown's statement caused a smile on Stephen's face to falter. He turned to Will, confusion etched upon his features. "Uncle, is what this rabbit says true?" Meeting Stephen's disbelieving gaze, Will stifled a laugh behind his hand. "It is not strictly necessary to rank by strength. If someone willingly chooses to be at the bottom, that is permissible. Voluntarily placing oneself at the bottom, how could that be possible?" Stephen pondered. Could anyone truly forsake their rightful position to be ranked as low as 5th or 6th? Surely, being the primary partner would be far better than being a male interloper. Once he attained the top position, he could command Sylvia and this rabbit to cater to his every whim. Should they dare defy him, he would invoke the privileges of a primary partner to have them expelled from the household. Just as Stephen squinted, lost in his scheming, Will spoke again. "Little fool, being the top partner requires maturity and composure, and all the burdens of the household must fall upon your shoulders, just as they do for me. Although I currently hold the first rank, the multitude of family matters has significantly curtailed the time I can spend with Yulia. However, if one were to assume the role of the youngest, all it takes is a touch of charm and a desire to please one's partner, and one can receive all of Gigi's affection. Therefore, my dear little serpent, ponder carefully whether you truly wish to ascend to the position of the eldest." Will's words swiftly extinguished Stephen's desire to be the first to claim Gigi as his partner. What merits are there in being the eldest? It involves toil without the rewards of affection, and one cannot remain alongside Gigi. In such a scenario, what distinguishes him from a mere steward? The thought of becoming the eldest, burdened with the daily management of Sylvia and others' needs, is enough to give him a headache. He is indolent, and his wits do not match the quickness of Sylvia and the black rabbit before him. Thus, he shall content himself with being the youngest. After all, his heart belongs solely to Gigi, and he yearns for a sweet and tender companionship with her. In due time, while Sylvia and that foolish rabbit brave the dangers outside to create a beautiful haven for him and Gigi, he envisions himself and Gigi enjoying intimate moments at home, perhaps even welcoming a little one into their lives. The mere thought of a soft little offspring brings a radiant smile to Stephen's face. Observing his newfound contentment, Gigi hesitantly inquired, "Stephen, do you still wish to be the first to inscribe your name in my partner section? At present, my spiritual energy is depleted, rendering me incapable of contending with them. Thus, I resign myself to being the last to fill in my name. However, Gigi, you must promise not to lose affection for me simply because I am the last to inscribe my name. You must remember, your favoritism can only lean towards me. Understood?" Stephen wrapped his arms around Gigi and rested his head on her shoulder, playfully indulging in his charm. "Of course not," Gigi assured him. Standing before Gigi, Sylvia and Brown exchanged knowing glances, silently mocking Stephen's current state of affection. They understood precisely what the foolish serpent was contemplating. His dreams were indeed whimsical. He need not fear becoming the eldest, as they could easily dispatch him to the borders of the beast continent under the guise of managing domestic affairs. Such a dimwit, daring to challenge them, was merely courting disaster. After soothing Stephen, Gigi reluctantly withdrew her arm from his embrace and turned to face Brown and Sylvia. In an instant, her expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Brown, you recently had a confrontation with Sylvia during which you inflicted a wound upon her neck. Now, you must leverage this injury to inform the entire rabbit tribe that I am now with you and carrying your offspring. As my partner, Sylvia has become angered, leading to your fierce altercation, resulting in her severe injuries, and she is currently in recovery. Gigi, are you suggesting that we allow Brown's foolish rabbit to falsely claim paternity over Sylvia's offspring? That would be tantamount to placing a green cap upon Sylvia's head. Stephen interjected with a mischievous grin. Stephen, silence. We are addressing serious matters. All right, I shall refrain from speaking, Stephen replied, pouting obediently. Chapter 192. The Crisis of the Rabbit Tribe. Casting a glare at Stephen, Gigi turned her attention back to Brown. Brown, the most crucial point now is for you to arrange for trustworthy individuals within the rabbit tribe to widely circulate the narrative that my mother, due to your jealousy, has harmed Sylvia. This would portray you as an unstable and envy-ridden beastman, in violation of the rabbit tribe's polyandrous customs. Consequently, she would perceive you as unworthy of my lifelong devotion, leading to your departure from my life. Furthermore, your refusal to acquiesce would instigate conflict with my father's, resulting in chaos within the rabbit tribe. Gigi, are you indicating that we can commence our act? Elijah inquired earnestly. Mother, we can begin. The whereabouts of those high-fertility females abducted by Abdu remain unknown, and we must hasten our efforts. We will rely on your assistance. Gigi expressed her apologies. No waities. As long as we can capture the wretched Abdu, staging a performance is the simplest task for us. Contemplating the detestable Abdu, coupled with the turmoil outside, due to the loss of numerous high-fertility females, the divide between nobility and commoners had become tumultuous. In this critical moment, Abdu audaciously directed blame towards the rabbit tribe. Rumors proliferated outside, suggesting that the rabbit tribe harbored an abundance of high-fertility females and young subfemales. In recent days, several groups of beastmen had been sighted attempting to locate the rabbit tribe in the Misty Mountains. This thought ignited a simmering resentment within Elijah towards Abdu. In the ensuing days, under the orchestrated efforts of Brown and Elijah, various tales of discord between Brown and Elijah began to circulate within the rabbit tribe. In essence, the narrative conveyed that Elijah, who had always protected Brown, had now fallen out with him due to his precious daughter. Elijah even publicly declared that should Brown persist in pursuing his painstakingly reclaimed daughter, he would not hesitate to advocate for a new leader for the rabbit tribe. The commotion stirred by Elijah and Brown plunged the once warm atmosphere of the rabbit tribe into an unprecedented tension. Now, within the rabbit tribe, the very air seemed to thicken. The inhabitants trembled in fear, anxious that the conflict between Brown and Elijah might disrupt their lives. Their greatest dread was that Elijah might truly leverage her partner and sons to unseat Brown from the leadership position. After all, Brown was the sole offspring of the former chieftain, who had been exceedingly benevolent to them, while Elijah had also shown them great favor. More critically, many partners of the young females and sub-females within the rabbit tribe hailed from the Sea God clan, a faction known for their unprecedented unity. Should a rift arise between Elijah and Brown, they would undoubtedly side with Elijah due to Gaia's influence. Should a battle ensue, the casualties would be countless. As for whether the beastmen and young females of the rabbit tribe were genuinely fearful or merely feigning concern, only they understood the truth. After all, the rabbit tribe had managed to thrive in the perilous beast continent precisely because none among them were fools. Faced with internal and external strife, the rabbit tribe recognized that survival necessitated unity. Even without Elijah's urging, they were acutely aware that Abdu's spies had infiltrated their ranks. If they did not expel these spies soon, the rabbit tribe would inevitably succumb to Abdu's treachery. The allure of high-fertility young females and sub-females was a potent temptation for the beastmen from outside. Thus, this tense atmosphere lingered for an extended period. After observing for a while, Abdu's spies, who had long concealed themselves within the rabbit tribe, discerned that Elijah and Brown had indeed severed ties. They could no longer contain their jubilation and discreetly relayed all that transpired here to Abdu. They had existed like phantoms within the rabbit tribe for centuries. During this time, they refrained from forming bonds with the young females and avoided any contact with their families outside, fearing that exposure of their identities would endanger their loved ones. Yet now, Elijah had finally severed ties with that dim-witted Brown. Thus, the rabbit tribe was destined to return to Abdu's grasp. Once Abdu reclaimed the rabbit tribe, they too would attain their freedom. In the stillness of the night, as the spies stealthily disseminated information from the Tuzu, a collective sigh of relief escaped from Aliyah and her companions, who had been vigilantly observing the spies' movements. This elaborate ruse had finally coaxed the spies into action. They were utterly astonished to discover that the seemingly loyal orc within the Tuzu was, in fact, a despicable informant for Abduo. These orcs were also members of the Tuzu. It remained a mystery what promises Abduo had made to them, or what leverage he possessed over them, compelling them to betray their own kin. Retracting her gaze, Aaliyah exchanged a knowing glance with Wire. Their initial plan had succeeded, thus it was time to advance to the next stage. During this period, in a bid to deepen the rift between herself and Juzi, she had been performing a series of tragic dramas before her, even drawing in Stephen and Sylvia. In their own way, sought to amplify their sense of loss due to Juzi's shifting affections by isolating themselves in their chambers. At the break of dawn the next day, the entire Tuzu beheld Aaliyah, accompanied by her partner and sons, striding purposefully towards the abode of Brown. Shortly thereafter, Aaliyah forcibly extracted her daughter Juzi, clad in her nightgown, from Brown's quarters. Upon dragging her daughter into the courtyard, Aaliyah dealt a resounding slap to Brown, the clan leader. "Aaliyah," Brown interjected, "I have shown you leniency solely because you are Juzi's mother. Now that Juzi carries my offspring, should you dare to obstruct us, do not blame me for my lack of civility." "Uncivil? In what manner?" Aaliyah scoffed, boldly approaching Brown and disdainfully patting his face. "Brown, had it not been for the old patriarch's reputation, I would have long since ousted you from your position as clan leader. Reflect on this. If not for my partners and sons steadfastly safeguarding the Tuzu, the young females and lesser males would have been taken by outsiders long ago. Your continued tenure as clan leader is a testament to my influence. You ought to be grateful, yet you seek to monopolize my daughter and injure her partner. Brown, do you not comprehend your own limitations? Your jealousy renders you unworthy of being Juzi's partner. Your threats are nothing short of reckless." With that, Aaliyah seized Juzi's hand, disregarding her wishes, and prepared to exit. "Mother, I genuinely love Brown. Please permit us." Juzi pleaded. "Absolutely not. The hardships I endured will not be repeated for you. Binding yourself to a jealous orc will only plunge your future into chaos," Aaliyah firmly replied. "But I refuse to leave." Juzi countered. "No, you cannot be with Brown," Aaliyah decisively stated. However, before Aaliyah could take several steps, Brown obstructed her path. "Aaliyah, when Juzi first returned, you promised to allow us to be together. Why do you now rescind that agreement?" He pressed. "Because your jealousy is excessive. The Tuzu has traditionally embraced polyandry, yet you, driven by selfish desires, have grievously injured Sylvia." Aaliyah retorted. "With your overwhelming jealousy, how can Juzi find happiness with you? Partners who resort to jealousy invariably harm their wives. I, Aaliyah, possess the most authority on this matter. Had it not been for the jealousy of my partners, my Juzi would not have wandered for over a decade. Thus, Brown, you're disqualified. Your temperament is incompatible with Juzi." With that, Aaliyah forcefully pushed Brown aside and, taking her weeping daughter, advanced towards the exit. "Aaliyah, Juzi is with my child. You cannot disrupt our lives. Your actions are intolerable, so do not be surprised when I respond harshly," Brown warned, gesturing for Aki and his men to attack Aaliyah and her group. "Little Rabbit, still without proper fur," exclaimed Akia, a warrior of the Tuzu, as he shielded Aaliyah and launched an assault on Brown. In an instant, the previously tranquil courtyard erupted into chaos. Within moments, the serene atmosphere was shattered by the clamor of Orcish conflict. Tragically, even Aki, who had grown up by Brown's side, fell victim to the onslaught of Aaliyah's companions. As the situation spiraled out of control, it was not until Juzi, overwhelmed by the stress of her pregnancy, fainted that both parties were compelled to cease hostilities. Thus, the animosity between Aaliyah and Brown was indelibly etched. The Tuzu was on the brink of turmoil. Meanwhile, the lifeless Aki, along with Brown's loyalists, retreated into the shadows. That very night, Abduo received an urgent plea for help from Brown. The essence of the letter conveyed that Brown and Aaliyah's daughter Juzi were genuinely in love. And now that Juzi was pregnant with Brown's child, Aaliyah's disdain towards Brown, stemming from jealousy over his injury to Sylvia, had intensified her obstructions, even leading to the death of Aki, who had been Brown's steadfast companion. Brown expressed his willingness to abandon everything within the Tuzu and seek refuge with Abduo, hoping for assistance in opposing Aaliyah. On the opposite side of the fire-melting cave, Abduo sat calmly in his chair, perusing the letter with an inscrutable expression. The ominous aura surrounding him rendered the orcs standing below him motionless, for they knew well that when Abduo was angered, he delighted in casting them into the depths of the fire-melting cave for his amusement. As the atmosphere of the meeting grew increasingly tense, Abduo finally broke his silence. "Where are the young females we recently captured? My lord, we have confined them in the dungeons of the fire-melting cave. Rest assured, chameleon orcs are guarding them. They shall not escape," stammered one of the orcs before Abduo. "And what of my minions? How are they faring?" Abduo inquired. "Recently, one attempted to take their own life. But we rescued them," came the reply. "Ensure their safety. If even one dies, you shall all pay the price." "Enough. You may all leave," he commanded. "Yes, my lord," they replied, scurrying away. Abduo surveyed the now empty hall and reread the letter, a sardonic smile creeping across his face. What abysmal acting. Do Aaliyah and her companions truly believe Abduo, would relinquish such a delectable morsel? Is that why they are so certain I shall obediently bite the bait they have laid? Standing up, Abduo cast a sweeping glance around the dimly lit space. Residing in the depths of the fire-melting cave, where sunlight never penetrated, the atmosphere was stifling and oppressive. The absence of light suited him well, much like his heart, which had ceased to beat the moment his wife and daughter perished. Had he not been so soft-hearted, agreeing to save that wretched outsider at his wife's behest, his life might have remained blissfully intact, filled with a lively daughter and a charming wife. Alas, the happiness of his former life had been irrevocably lost, now replaced by a stagnant existence. He harbored resentment towards the selfishness and greed of outsiders, who so despicably caused his daughter to perish in despair. Yet, he bore an even greater hatred for the Tuzu and their insistence on the practice of polyandry. If it were not for this, he would have outright rejected his wife's request to accept that damned outsider as a companion. Had his wife not accepted that wretched outsider, his life would now be filled with happiness and contentment. Yet, in this world there are no ifs. Chapter 194. The wife follows the husband. Abdu closed his eyes and slowly approached the mirror, gazing at the reflection of himself, who had worn a mask for so long, like a ghost unworthy of being seen. He could only take vengeance on others in the shadows where no one watched. At present, he could only feel alive through the thrill of avenging others. Abdu raised his hand to touch his heartbeat, calm yet terrifying. Since he was neither happy nor fulfilled, he resolved to drag everyone down with him into endless despair, regardless of their status, power, or mental fortitude. In the end, he intended to turn them all into mere pawns in his hands, leading them into an abyss of nightmares. Removing his outer garments, Abdu examined the myriad wounds covering his body, both fresh and old, a horrifying sight. Such grotesque wounds on such a repulsive person. Yet he intended to drag all those self-righteous philanthropists into an unending hell at the moment of his demise. He had truly had enough of life and was utterly exhausted. If the beast god did not grant him even a glimmer of hope, he would soon reach his breaking point. Why had so many years passed without success in his experiments? Even a shred of hope would suffice. Confronting his reflection, he saw despair in his eyes. Grasping his chest, 5 fresh, bloody wounds suddenly appeared. Abdu regarded the wounds upon his chest as if they were exquisite works of art, his eyes filled with excitement. Look, even from this desolate body, crimson blood can flow. Despite the filth and disgrace within his veins, they still coursed with life. Would there ever come a day when the blood of his wife and daughter would flow like his? Dressing again, Abdu could not help but recall the little Ai called Gigi. She was truly worthy of being Elijah's daughter, as fierce in anger as her fiery mother. A veritable whirlwind. If his dear daughter were still alive, would she not be just as vibrant as Gigi? Yet, what would it matter? No matter how lively she was, if she too were dragged into this bottomless abyss? Those loathsome nobles, while proclaiming their lofty morals, despised their own unscrupulous methods. However, the deeds they committed in private were far more despicable than the villain they condemned. Reaching the only window, Abdu carelessly tossed the letter in his hand outside. Beyond that window lay the dreaded fire-melting pit of the beast realm, a source of fear for all. Is this not what they fear? Yet, what is so terrifying about the fire-melting pit? After all, aside from the occasional eruption, it is rather tame on most days. At this moment, Abdu's eyes were filled with madness and bloodlust. This performance would reveal who could sing until the end. Regardless of who emerges victorious, a conclusion must be drawn. He was utterly fatigued. In the rabbit tribe, Brown gazed at the letter in his hands and exchanged a glance with Elijah, his eyes filled with resignation. Abdu has seen through our charade, yet he still plays along, allowing me to take Gigi to seek his favor. Brown placed the letter into Elijah's hands, momentarily at a loss. How could such a suspicious man respond so swiftly to his plea for help? More importantly, His response was so direct. Openly sent to the rabbit tribe. Was this not an indication that he was aware of every move made by Elijah and himself? Gigi took the letter from Elijah. Reading through it, the handwriting was bold and audacious, mirroring Abdu's own unscrupulous nature. Mother, does Abdu truly know our plan, or is he merely testing us? Uncertainty loomed. Regardless of his knowledge, we must proceed as originally planned. The little females abducted by Abdu can wait no longer. I fear that if we delay further, they too will become tragedies. The chaos outside, caused by the little females, would escalate if we fail to retrieve them. The beast realm could descend into utter turmoil. Elijah's words cast a heavy silence over the group. Previously, when Abdu captured so many little females and young Ai, he had killed those with low fertility, leaving only the highly fertile behind. The loss of these little females had thrown the nobility into disarray. If it did not bring back these young females, the already precarious fertility situation in the beast giant continent would worsen, leading to an irretrievable crisis. However, to ask Brown to be a spy for Abdu, knowing the danger, would be akin to pushing him into a corner. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Brown stood and looked at Gigi. Gigi, I wish for you to accompany me to perform before Abdu once your condition stabilizes. Brown, have you made your decision? Are you truly going? Gigi grasped Brown's arm. Her eyes filled with concern. His departure left uncertainty about his return. Yes, I have decided. Gigi. Abdu killed my parents and now seeks to plunge the rabbit tribe into ceaseless conflict. More importantly, as a beast man, it is my responsibility to protect the weaker females. Abdu has taken so many hostages and young females to threaten us. This proves he is ready for a fight to the death. So Gigi, even knowing it may lead to my demise, I cannot retreat. I find myself with no other options. I understand, but I still fear for your life, Brown. Forgive me. I truly wish for you to be selfish this once. Gigi struggled to hold back her tears, her voice trembling. Gigi, please do not cry. If necessary, I will accompany this dead rabbit to Abdu. After all, my mental strength is depleted, and I fear not the fire-melting pit anymore. Stephen wrapped his tail around Gigi, offering comfort. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Brown and I are to approach Abdu as star-crossed lovers. What role do you intend to play alongside us? I am the devoted husband, and as your partner, I shall not part from you in life or death. How does that sound? Is my reasoning not sound? Stephen pressed his face against Gigi's, feigning a pitiful expression. Chapter 195. A scheme within a scheme. Foolish serpent. There are so many elders present. Do you not feel shame being so close to Gigi? Put her down at once. Sylvia chided. Feathered fool. Are you envious of me? What do the elders have to do with it? If they are envious, they should embrace their own wives. Stephen retorted, pressing his head further into Gigi's embrace, turning to taunt Sylvia with a grin. The onlookers were taken aback by Stephen's brazen actions, feeling a wave of emotions. Among Gigi's companions, Stephen was undoubtedly the most shameless, for his audacity allowed him to indulge in her presence the most. Sylvia and Brown, who usually consider themselves to be elegant and composed orcs, were certainly no match for Stephen. By the way, Sylvia and Stephen, how has your investigation outside been progressing? Will inquired, observing the silent standoff between Stephen and Sylvia. Uncle Will, we have received news from Nangon Zetian, Sonia, and Siren. They have uncovered that the races that suddenly vanished from the Beast World continent were all of low mental capacity. Their entire communities disappeared overnight. Due to their lack of mental prowess and their unremarkable status, they did not attract attention from outsiders. Stephen gently cradled Gigi in his arms. Yet his gaze was uncharacteristically stern. This mature and composed demeanor of Stephen was something Gigi had never witnessed before. Uncle Will, Uncle Darren, everyone, I have conducted a thorough investigation recently, and those families possessing high mental capacity but lacking reproductive issues are all first-class nobility. These first-class nobles are not particularly formidable in combat, and because they seldom frequent social venues, they remain largely unnoticed by others. If it weren't for my thorough examination, I would never have suspected that beneath the four major noble families lay so many inconspicuous first-class nobility. As Sylvia recalled the information gathered during her recent investigation, the frost in her eyes could no longer be contained. The data indicated that outsiders had never seen the partners of those first-class noble heads. It also revealed that whenever these noble heads desired offspring, they would quickly amass funds and, after 2 years, return home with their heirs. If anyone inquired about the mother of the young, these nobles would evasively claim that she had died during childbirth. Over time, even if outsiders harbored doubts. They found themselves powerless against the first-class nobility, both in terms of status and wealth. Thus, this matter gradually transformed into a tacit understanding among those first-class nobles. As for the origin of the children they brought back, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would deduce that for many years, those high-fertility little sub-females had been abducted by Abdu. Damn Abdu, now he treats those high-fertility females as mere breeding machines. Once this matter is resolved, those nobles who conspired with Abdu shall also pay the corresponding price. In the ensuing days, Sylvia awaited the stabilization of Gigi's fetal position before agreeing to cooperate with Brown in their act. After all, the last time Gigi had given birth to little fox cubs, she had become weakened due to an encounter with Abdu. After receiving repeated assurances from Bernard and Pecker that Gigi's health was robust and the baby in her womb was stable, Elijah earnestly instructed Brown, Gigi, remember this. Regardless of whether the mission succeeds or fails, your lives must be preserved above all. Especially you, Gigi. Be extremely cautious and do not approach the fire-melting cave again. Descent from the cave during your pregnancy could lead to the loss of your child. Do you understand? I understand, Mama. I promise I will not go near the fire-melting cave. As Elijah gazed at Gigi, who obediently assured her, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Recently, due to her impulsive decision to send her companions to confront Sylvia and the others, Gigi had inadvertently been driven into the territory of the honey badger orcs. The consequence was nearly fatal for Gigi and the 3 adorable little fox cubs, and it had even caused Stephen to lose his mental power. She had regretted this countless times. As a mother, she felt utterly inadequate. And now, in the pursuit of Abdu, she had to let Gigi serve as bait despite knowing it was a trap, putting her at risk while pregnant. With this thought, Elijah's tears fell uncontrollably. As a mother, she felt she had failed miserably. Mama, please don't cry. Daddy will, brothers and Brown, Sylvia, and the others are all fully prepared. Even if Abdu doesn't fall for it, we can always return. Yes, Mom understands, but I'm just so worried about you. Since this morning, my heart has been racing. I fear for your safety. Mama, rest assured, Daddy and the others have made thorough preparations and nothing will go wrong. Gigi embraced Elijah, earnestly comforting her. Yes, Mama understands. Elijah replied softly, but her hands trembled incessantly. I hope everything goes smoothly today. Brown, with Gigi wrapped in a cloak, arrived at the designated meeting spot with Abdu, a canyon summit. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, they found no sign of Abdu. Brown shielded Gigi while discreetly scanning the surroundings for potential ambush points, fearing that an early deployment of personnel might alert Abdu. They had to wait until their meeting before having Sylvia and the others swiftly escort Gigi away. Yet now, the surroundings were eerily silent, with only the howling wind from the canyon below. This place was unnervingly quiet. Something felt amiss. He needed to take Gigi away. Chapter 196, A Strenuous Effort. Meanwhile, Abdu, leisurely sipping tea, caught sight of Brown's vigilant eyes through his teacup, filled with disdain. Knowing this was a trap, Brown still brought the little sub-female to the aircraft. He had already given him a chance to retreat. Since he did not cherish it, he should not blame Abdu for his ruthlessness. Someone, serve our esteemed guest some tea. Abdu commanded loudly. The once quiet aircraft, where one could hear a pin drop, now erupted with Abdu's sudden raised voice, causing Gigi and Brown's nerves to tense. However, when they turned to see the malicious glint in Abdu's eyes, they exchanged glances, heightening their vigilance. As they observed the tea brought by the cloaked orc, they merely sniffed it before setting it down. Noticing their actions, Abdu smiled slightly and said, "What? Do you not like my tea?" "No, we're not thirsty," Gigi replied with a forced smile. To be honest, in such a stifling environment, she barely had the energy to speak. Yet after responding to Abdu, she sensed something was off. What was happening? Even if she were terrified, she shouldn't be unable to muster a single word. Realizing this, Gigi gripped Brown's hand, attempting to signal that something was amiss within the aircraft. However, Brown firmly grasped her hand, signaling her not to act rashly. The warmth of Brown's hand instantly reassured Gigi. Very well. Since Brown was aware, she needn't worry. When the aircraft finally landed and the door opened, Gigi could no longer endure the overwhelming stench of blood within the aircraft and dashed towards the exit. Yet before she could breathe in fresh air, an even more nauseating odor assaulted her senses. Turning around, she was met with a gruesome sight of massive orc corpses. The bodies, in various stages of decay, were infested with maggots, and pieces of rotting flesh occasionally fell from them. Upon witnessing this scene, Gigi could no longer suppress her nausea and retched until she could heave no more, ultimately collapsing weakly to the ground. Yet, as her hand grazed the earth around, glistening eyeball appeared in her palm. Trembling, Gigi gazed at the orb. Stifling an imminent scream, she flung the eyeball away. Remarkably, she managed to remain silent. Each time I brought young females or sub-females here, they would invariably scream like lunatics, which was utterly irksome. To mitigate the chaos, I had no choice but to eliminate them all. Behold, over there lies a heap of those young females' corpses. Following Abduo's pointed finger, Gigi noticed, not far ahead, mounds of corpses belonging to females. Atop the pile lay a naked female, who had likely endured tremendous torment before her demise, her eyes still reflecting terror and death. Strangely, upon seeing this, Gigi felt an unexpected lack of fear. Turning around, she beheld Brown, powerless, being choked by Abduo. Brown, did you not recognize the anomaly within the aircraft? How could you? In response to Gigi's bewilderment, Abduo couldn't help but scoff. Young sub-female, you truly underestimate me and overestimate yourselves. Your parents have battled me for years and have never triumphed. Yet, you dare to swagger into my aircraft. Tell me, isn't this tantamount to courting death? Hearing Abduo's derisive tone, Brown's expression soured immediately. Upon arriving here, Elijah and his companions had repeatedly warned him. If Abduo did not fall for their ruse, he must never lead Gigi to him. However, in a moment of arrogance, believing in his superior mental prowess and driven by the desire for vengeance for his parents, he had brought Gigi aboard the aircraft. His hubris had not only jeopardized Gigi, but also himself. His demise mattered little, but what about Gigi? Observing Brown's remorseful expression, Abduo's eyes brimmed with triumph. What a self-deluded fool. If I were truly so easy to handle, I would have perished long ago. It is ridiculous that these inconsequential children think they can confront me. As Brown sensed the arrogance and pride in Abduo's gaze, a flicker of disdain flashed across his previously remorseful eyes. To bring about one's downfall, one must first succumb to arrogance. Let this wretched Abduo revel in his arrogance for a while longer. Let us witness how he will be dealt with. Gigi, watching Brown's expression of regret, felt her own eyes redden with fury as she regarded Abduo. That despicable Abduo is truly a scoundrel. The Beast World continent, due to its persistently low birth rates, typically refrains from war among the great families. Even in cases of conflict, the explicit regulations dictate that wars among beastmen must not involve females or younglings. Yet, this Abduo disregards such principles, mercilessly slaughtering so many females. Regardless of their reproductive value, they are all treasures of the Beast World continent. Yet now, their bodies lie discarded like refuse, casually tossed aside by Abduo. If this dog of a beast man remains alive, it is truly an affront to justice. Noticing Gigi's suddenly reddened eyes, Abduo chuckled softly. Young sub-female, you would do well to remain calm. Otherwise, I might just snap Brown's neck. I hear you have formed a bond with him. Surely, you wouldn't want him to perish before your eyes. Observing Brown, who was struggling against Abduo's grip, Gigi felt her blood-red eyes gradually return to their natural hue. What? Can you now master your mental energy? Did Elijah inform you? Hearing Abduo's taunting words, Gigi merely glared at him in silence. Abduo, observing Gigi's silence and the captive Brown, was filled with murderous intent. What does it matter if her reproductive value is 10 points? Even now, she is still under his control. Since her reproductive value is so high, he must make good use of her worth. Otherwise, his efforts to bring her here would be in vain. Chapter 197, Playing Dead Someone, Take This Fool Away. Abduo knocked Brown unconscious and tossed him to the ground, signaling the cloaked beastmen standing behind him to take Brown away. Gigi watched the cloaked beastmen as they unfastened their cloaks, preparing to drape them over Brown. Realizing that the beastmen beneath their cloaks were entirely nude, Gigi felt a wave of embarrassment and turned her head. However, before she could fully look away, she quickly turned back, her eyes fixed on the beastmen. What is happening? Why are these beastmen's bodies transparent? Or rather, how do their bodies blend so seamlessly into the environment? Just as Gigi stared with wide eyes, her curiosity piqued. Brown's next words nearly stunned her into silence. Young sub-female, are you curious as to why their bodies can become transparent? What is this? Is it a racial trait of these beastmen? Indeed, they are chameleon beastmen. Their bodies can naturally blend into their surroundings. This remarkable ability to conceal themselves is only ineffective against the Tungsha clan, but I assure you, If utilized correctly, they will be invaluable allies, my most obedient little dogs. As Abduo spoke, he proudly patted the nearest chameleon beast man. However, as soon as Abduo made contact with the chameleon beast man, it frightened him into kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy. Aren't they supposed to be your great assets? Why are they so afraid of you? Also, why do you refer to your subordinates as little dogs? Gigi questioned in confusion. They are indeed my subordinates, but you see, there are obedient ones and disobedient ones. The disobedient, naturally, I will eliminate. As for the obedient, I merely have to make them endure a little hardship to ensure their compliance, Abduo replied. Regarding the chameleon beast man, as if it were an inanimate object, as he raised his foot and forcefully stepped on its head. Gigi watched as the chameleon beast man lay on the ground. Because of Abduo's weight, its eyes turned white. In pain, its mouth slightly opened, yet its hands clutched the blood-soaked earth, not daring to resist. Abduo, if you intend to intimidate me, I believe you have done enough. Gigi shouted angrily at the chameleon beast man, who was on the verge of being crushed. Not enough. This is far from sufficient. Abduo kicked the chameleon beast man aside and approached Gigi, seizing her hand and leading her to the aircraft. Gigi, come, feel the uniqueness of my aircraft. Ignoring Gigi's protests, he placed her hand directly on the aircraft. As a warm, smooth sensation coursed through her nerves, Gigi turned to Abduo in disbelief. This is, indeed, just as you surmised, this is the most advanced invisible aircraft I have invented. I have covered its exterior with the skin of the chameleon beast man, allowing it to seamlessly merge with the environment. Abduo's words, while repulsive to Gigi, ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within her. This Abduo must die. Are they still alive? Gigi's voice trembled noticeably. Alive? Of course they're alive. If they're not alive, how can they assist in rendering my aircraft invisible? After all, when I strip the skin from the chameleon orc, to achieve optimal results, their skin must remain vibrant. To keep the skin of these chameleons fresh, he has been subjecting them to electric shocks and soaking them in potions. Otherwise, once the skins lose their efficacy, I would have to peel more chameleon orc skins to replace them. I certainly dread the hassle. Abdu's words not only intensified the trembling of the chameleon orc, who had been standing by in fear, but also successfully provoked Gigi. Damn it, she could no longer contain herself. The wretched creature deserved a taste of her own retribution. For a moment, she even forgot Elijah's instruction not to kill Abdu. Under the provocation of Abdu, rage surged through her mind. Her eyes quickly turned a blood-red hue as she seized Abdu's hand and hurled him away. Before Abdu could regain his senses, Gigi tossed him around several times, then raised her foot and mercilessly crushed his head, driving it into the earth. Observing the dazed Abdu, Gigi, filled with indignation, picked up a leg bone belonging to an orc, preparing to thrust it into Abdu's skull. Such a menace, living another day, would only be a boon to him. However, when the sharp bone was just 10 centimeters away from Abdu's head, a chameleon orc intercepted her hand. Xiaoya, you cannot harm Abdu. The chameleon orc, half draped in a cloak, knelt on the ground, glaring at Abdu with resentment. Why? He has harmed you so grievously, and yet you wish to save him, Gigi retorted, her eyes ablaze, gazing at him as if he were a fool. Xiaoya, I am not protecting him. I am safeguarding my wife and children. The chameleon orc extended his arm, pointing to a black line on his elbow. Xiaoya, Abdu can transfer all his pain to others through this black line. In order to save his own life, he has implanted this line in many orcs. Thus, when he sustains injury, he transfers the pain onto others. If he dies, everyone will perish with him. Xiaoya, we may not care if we die, but Abdu has also implanted this line in the bodies of our wives and younglings. We cannot allow our chameleon clan to become extinct on this continent because of Abdu. Just as the chameleon orc finished speaking, Abdu showed signs of awakening. Damn it, he is recovering rather quickly. Seeing Abdu's head about to rise, Gigi swung the leg bone at him, knocking him unconscious again. Then she released Abdu and strode over Brown, unceremoniously kicking him. Stop playing dead and get up. Chapter 198. Still unconscious Brown, who had been lying on the ground, feigning unconsciousness, reluctantly rose from the blood-soaked earth upon hearing Gigi's command. Gigi, the plan is at a critical juncture. Why are you changing it so casually? According to the plan, I was to infiltrate Abdu's side. Infiltrate my foot. He already knows you are pretending. What is the point of continuing the charade? It would be a death sentence. Gigi, be quiet. After giving Brown a disdainful look, Gigi turned around and delivered a powerful kick to Abdu. I have a better strategy for dealing with Abdu and you need not infiltrate anymore. Do you have any ropes that can bind Abdu? If so, bring them to me immediately. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Just tie him up. Ji exclaimed, glaring at Brown. Fearful of her wrath, Brown, upon seeing the blood-red fury in her eyes, complied. He obediently retrieved a belt from his spatial ring, specifically designed for binding prisoners, and swiftly approached Abdu to secure him tightly. Ji stood before the regaining Abdu, brandishing the leg bone, and struck him on the head again, rendering him unconscious once more. Surveying the sea of corpses around her, Ji produced a signal flare and shot it into the sky. Ji, we need to go to Abdu's lair. Before Brown could finish his thought, Ji shot him a fierce glare, silencing him. Turning back to the panicked chameleon orcs standing to the side, she pointed at the aircraft. Are your kin beyond salvation? No, they've been skinned by Abdu and will not survive much longer, the chameleon orc replied sorrowfully. Since there is no saving them, you should destroy that aircraft. It is better to grant them release than to let them suffer in agony. But will Abdu let us go? The chameleon orc asked, fear evident in his voice. Are you all fools? He is about to skin your kin, and you still worry whether he will spare you. Are you out of your minds? Ji exclaimed. Brown, sensing Ji's growing fury, pulled her aside, turning his back to her as he spoke softly. Ji, they've been enslaved by Abdu for too long. Obedience has become their instinct. Speak to them kindly. For the sake of their kin, they will heed your words. Brown's remarks, while igniting Ji's anger, also led her to curse Abdu 100,000 times. Damn that old fool. This is a psychological and physical torment. After calming her emotions slightly, Ji faced the apprehensive chameleon orcs and spoke as gently as possible. Everyone, if you wish to escape Abdu's control, your attitude will be crucial. I want to ask you, if I can kill Abdu without harming you or your kin, would you be willing to assist us in rescuing those hostages he has captured and the surviving females from his lair? As long as you can save our kin, we are willing to help you. If we continue to follow Abdu, we fear that once we are dead, he will extend his hand to our females and younglings. The chameleon orc declared firmly, meeting Ji's gaze. Very well, it is settled. When our people arrive, you will explain the situation in the fire-melting cave in detail. Then lead them to rescue all the hostages Abdu has imprisoned. Ji concluded, turning to face the groans behind her as Abdu began to awaken once more. Gripping the leg bone, she struck Abdu's head again, rendering him unconscious yet again. What's wrong? Are we not supposed to kill Abdu? I cannot allow him to remain conscious indefinitely. Brown, holding the once again unconscious Abdu, was momentarily taken aback. Aunt Elijah and the others had refrained from dealing fatal blows to Abdu due to the fear of his ability to transfer pain, thus allowing him to grow increasingly reckless in his ambitions. Yet he never anticipated that the situation could turn in this manner. Indeed, they could not kill Abdu, but they could keep him unconscious. However, he now had to consider the plight of those elders with strong mental fortitude. After all, every time Abdu regained consciousness, he would transfer his pain onto them. Brown smirked, observing Ji, who held the leg bone with authority, her eyes brimming with determination. The tide of events had unexpectedly shifted thanks to Ji. As Aaliyah and Sylvia arrived at the scene, they were greeted by the sight of Ji, her eyes still red with fury, wielding a leg bone and intermittently striking Abdu's head. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and sudden understanding. Was it truly possible to confront Abdu in such a manner? Aaliyah cautiously approached Ji, observing as her eyes gradually shifted to black upon her proximity. Noticing Ji's anger had subsided, Aaliyah delicately inquired, My dear, did we not previously agree to a plan? While Abdu captures you, we would have Brown infiltrate his lair under the guise of a prisoner, correct? Indeed, that was our agreement. Ji affirmed with a nod. Yet, amid her nodding, she delivered another strike to Abdu's head, which was beginning to rouse. But Ji, if we capture Abdu now, what will happen to the hostages he holds? We shall have our fathers lead a team to rescue them. Yes, let the chameleon beastmen and the mole beastmen guide the way. Ji indicated towards the chameleon beastmen, who were currently digging graves. Yet, Ji, do you not fear that the chameleon beastmen might protect Abdu at our expense? Aaliyah turned to Ji, her voice lowered. Mother, if you approach the aircraft and touch it, you shall discern whether the chameleon beastmen will shield Abdu, Ji replied, striking Abdu's head once more without altering her expression. Damn it, that wretched Abdu awakens far too quickly. She was eager to see whether he would regain consciousness faster than she could strike. Aaliyah observed the swelling lumps on Abdu's head, her lips involuntarily twitching. After years of rivalry, she had never witnessed Abdu in such a disheveled state. How utterly satisfying. My clever daughter is truly remarkable. With a smile reined in, Aaliyah turned to her companions before striding towards the aircraft. As she placed her hand on the surface of the aircraft and felt the warm, damp texture, she incredulously glanced back at the chameleon beastmen. Lady, you were right. The exterior of the aircraft is indeed cloaked in the skin of our chameleon beastmen. You scoundrel. As the words left the chameleon beastman's lips, Aaliyah's eyes flushed crimson, and she seized a leg bone from the ground, aiming it at Abdu's head, only to be swiftly intercepted by Gigi, who had remained steadfast by Abdu's side. Mother, please do not be angry. Your strike may not harm Abdu, but it could result in the demise of innocent beastmen. Mother, think carefully. The lives of the former heads of the four noble families are still intertwined with his. Chapter 199. Dead, and Gigi's words compelled Aaliyah to relinquish her hold on the bone. However, harboring resentment, she delivered a fierce kick to Abdu's body, only to find that his resilience caused her pain instead. Gigi regarded Aaliyah's delicate demeanor with disdain. Humph. How much could it possibly hurt? I've kicked Abdu far more times without feeling such pain. Her mother could certainly charm her way into her father's good graces. Indeed, a woman who knows how to be endearing often finds herself in a favorable position. Gigi glanced at her mother, who was being gently consoled by Father Weir, and turned to Sylvia. Sylvia, send some individuals to bury the bodies here. We must afford them a proper resting place. Then, follow the chameleon beastmen to Abdu's lair. Remember, upon arrival, ensure you wear gas masks, for the odors within the fire-melting cavern could sap your mental fortitude. Most importantly, safely retrieve the hostages and the high-fertility females. Rest assured, Gigi, I have already informed Nangong Zetian, Sonia, and Saran. With the 4 legions present, there is little to fear. As for Stephen, his mental strength is depleted. He would be of no assistance, so I have left him in the rear to provide support as needed. Yes, just be cautious and avoid the magma within the fire-melting cavern. Sylvia, I do not wish for you to suffer the same fate as Stephen. Gigi, do not worry. We have developed new gas masks and protective suits. As long as we do not fall into the magma, we shall be safe. Sylvia stepped closer to Gigi, wrapping her arm around her gently. Gigi, you are with child. Do not let your emotions run too high. For any arduous tasks, delegate them to Brown. If you can avoid exertion, do so, and when I return, I shall assist you with whatever you need. All right? Meeting Sylvia's concerned and affectionate gaze, Gigi nodded earnestly. All right, Sylvia, I will be careful. And you must also take care. I await your safe return. Seeing Gigi so obedient, Sylvia could not resist placing a kiss on her forehead before leaving some individuals to handle the bodies and departing with the chameleon beastmen. Her loved ones awaited her, and she hoped to rescue her parents from Abdu's clutches. Once the aircraft vanished into the horizon, Gigi touched her forehead, kissed by Sylvia, before turning back to see Abdu, captured by Brown. In a fit of rage, she raised the leg bone once more to strike. Gigi, when a beastman dies, they must return to the earth. Could you perhaps set down the leg bone and strike with something else? Ika gently took the leg bone from Gigi's grasp, handing it to a nearby guard, letting out a long sigh of relief. My dear daughter, please do not emulate your mother and become a violent rabbit. I prefer my daughter to be well-behaved and charming. Is it not a bit excessive for Gigi to wield a beastman's leg bone in such a manner? More importantly, she is with child. What if this affects the little one? Ika pondered, gazing at Gigi's belly. In a few months, would he be welcoming a little beastman grandson or a little female granddaughter? Regardless of the outcome, they would all be his bloodline. Ika cast a glance at the unconscious Abdu, a flicker of relief crossing his eyes. Fortunately, his daughter was unharmed. Otherwise, he feared he might end up like Abdu, an unhinged madman. Regaining his focus, Ika turned to Aaliyah, whose eyes had returned to black. Aaliyah, with Gigi's unexpected capture of Abdu, what shall we do next? I'm unsure. Gigi's sudden change of heart leaves me uncertain about our next steps. As she spoke, Aaliyah directed a questioning look at Gigi, silently urging her to indicate their course of action. Mother, please send a portion of our people to tidy up the bodies here. For those whose families can be found, inform them to take their kin home. For those without families, let us place them in a good resting place, allowing them to return to the earth, which is far better than leaving them here. Very well. Gigi, I shall handle this matter. Akori nodded. Thank you, Father Akori. Gigi turned her head to gaze at Abdu, who was being held by Brown, and her eyes instantly turned icy. "Mom and Dad, let's return now," she declared. "Then let Pei Ku Li and Pei Na to devise a plan to determine how to sever the life bond between Abdu and the others." "Gigi, are you suggesting?" Elijah asked, suddenly enlightened. "Indeed, Mother. Rather than allowing Abdu to transfer his pain onto others, thereby tormenting them, it would be wiser to capture him directly and let Pei Ku Li and Pei Na to conduct experiments on him. Even if they cannot immediately discover a method to reverse the transfer of pain, we can keep Abdu in a perpetual slumber. I refuse to believe that with Pei Ku Li and Pei Na's medical expertise, they cannot find a way to alleviate Abdu's condition, thus resolving the situation entirely." Gigi spoke through gritted teeth as she looked at the unconscious Abdu. Upon hearing Gigi's words, the expressions of Elijah and his companions shifted with surprise. They had refrained from harming Abdu, primarily due to their fear that he could transfer his wounds onto his loved ones. However, they had not considered that it would be more prudent to incapacitate Abdu, allowing them to study his body directly to find a way to reverse the harm he inflicted. Realizing this, Elijah and his companions couldn't help but cover their faces in frustration. After all these years, they had foolishly considered themselves intelligent. They had truly trapped themselves in a dead end. Had they only thought of an alternative approach, they would not have allowed Abdu to revel in his power for so long. This time, their destination was not the Rabbit clan, but the Rose Castle of the Snow Wolf clan, recognized for its superior medical technology among the 4 clans. Furthermore, the finest medical equipment had been placed there by Pei Ku Li. Upon arriving at the Rose Castle, Gigi and Elijah's group, with the now unconscious Abdu in tow, found Stephen already waiting with Pei Ku Li and Pei Na. "Gigi, you're covered in blood. Are you hurt?" Stephen rushed to Gigi's side, examining her for injuries, his golden eyes filled with concern. Looking up at Brown, who was standing beside Gigi, his gaze reflected discontent. Brown had been utterly useless. Whenever Gigi was with him, he had never allowed her to come harm. Yet, after just a brief outing, the wretched rabbit had allowed Gigi to be injured. This rabbit truly deserved a beating. Noticing the blame in Stephen's eyes directed at Brown, Gigi quickly interjected to prevent another argument. "Stephen, I'm fine, not a scratch on me. The blood on me is all from others. For now, do not fret over me. Instead, let Pei Na and Pei Ku Li take Abdu back and find out how he transfers his injuries to others." "All right, as long as you're unharmed," Stephen replied, embracing Gigi before stepping aside. They had more pressing matters to attend to. After all, the ancestors of the 4 major noble families still needed Pei Ku Li and Pei Na to devise a solution. If they could not discover a way to stop Abdu's transfer of pain, even if they rescued their loved ones from his fiery den, they would still be subject to the wretched Abdu. Receiving Stephen's orders, Pei Na and Pei Ku Li exchanged a quick glance before signaling their assistant to bring forth a medical stretcher, indicating for Brown to place Abdu upon it. As Pei Na and Pei Ku Li regarded the mask on Abdu's face, they looked at Gigi with confusion. "Gigi, why is he still wearing the mask?" Pei Ku Li inquired. "We attempted to remove the mask during our journey, but despite numerous attempts, we were unable to do so without risking tearing Abdu's face. Fearing that he might transfer the wounds on his face to others, we had to abandon the idea. You and Pei Na should examine the mask thoroughly and devise a means to remove it," Ika explained patiently, standing beside Elijah. "Very well. We will investigate once we return." Just as Pei Ku Li finished speaking, Abdu, bound to the stretcher, began to show signs of regaining consciousness. Observing this, Gigi took the iron rod given to her by Ika and skillfully struck Abdu on the head. Faced with the puzzled gazes of Pei Ku Li and Pei Na, Gigi awkwardly explained, "You cannot blame me for being violent. This scoundrel Abdu can transfer his injuries to others. If I do not keep him unconscious, what will happen if he wakes up and causes chaos?" "Understood, Gigi. We'll handle it from here." Pei Na and Pei Ku Li exchanged a knowing look and accepted the medical kit handed to them by their assistant, extracting a vial of serum and administering it directly into Abdu's body. This is a potent anesthetic. One more injection, and regardless of Abdu's abilities, he will be oblivious and asleep for an entire day. This will restrict his movements without causing harm to others. After retracting the syringe, Pei Na and Pei Ku Li smiled politely at the group before solemnly departing with Abdu. Gigi watched them leave with a mixture of excitement and concern, realizing that 2 research enthusiasts could easily become too engrossed in their work. "Mom and Dad, you should assign someone to keep an eye on Pei Na and Pei Ku Li. What if they become so engrossed in their research on Abdu that they attempt a vivisection? After all, they are both quite mad on their own. Gigi's words instantly alerted Elijah and the others. Indeed, most scientists are somewhat deranged. Pei Ku Li and Pei Na De seem composed only because they have not encountered matters of interest. Now that they are together and have discovered the secrets of Abdu, it would be strange if they did not become excited. With this thought, Elijah promptly dispatched someone to guard the laboratory entrance, ensuring Pei Nada and Pei Ku Li would not impulsively dissect Abdu. If Abdu were to be killed by them, it would spell disaster. Their years of restraint would be rendered meaningless. Meanwhile, on Sylvia's side, everyone was clad in thick protective clothing and donned the most advanced gas masks. Recently, Pei Nada and Pei Ku Li had conducted research into the magma within the fiery den, discovering that it could sap the mental strength of the beastmen. This was due to a toxic gas in the magma that neutralized the mental energy within their bodies. The reason Abdu and his group could freely enter and exit the fiery den was that Abdu had found a solution to counteract that gas. Although they had yet to discover an antidote, with proper precautions, even if a beastman entered the fiery den, they would not sustain harm. The protective suits and masks worn by Sylvia and her team had been meticulously developed through collaboration among the 4 major families. Fatty, you take the beastmen of the Groundhog clan to Abdu's lair to inform the other victims like yourselves. Tell them that Abdu has been captured, and we have a way to reverse the harm he inflicted upon them. If they wish to escape Abdu, they must not resist when we invade the fiery den. Understood. My lord, we shall depart at once. After exchanging a glance with a nearby Dishi Shorin, the plump boy swiftly burrowed into the ground, heading towards Abduo's lair. Zirwaya turned her head, regarding the silent chameleon Shorin with a serious tone as she inquired, "How many beings dwell within Abduo's den?" Uncertain, the chameleon Shorin replied, "Abduo's lair is exceedingly vast. He fears our potential alliance against him. Hence we are prohibited from moving or conversing freely without his summons. What we do know is that for every race Abduo captures, he discards those he deems useless, casting them into the molten depths of the lava pit, all before the eyes of everyone present." As he spoke, the chameleon Shorin involuntarily shivered, indicating the deep impression Abduo's atrocities had left upon them. "And what about you? Where do you reside?" Zirwaya pressed further. "As chameleons, we can cloak ourselves at will. So Abduo primarily employs us for reconnaissance or to guard the human puppets in the dungeon. He has instructed us to immediately inform him if any of the puppets show signs of awakening." "Human puppets? What are those?" Nangong Jitian asked, perplexed. "They're the insects implanted by Abduo within the bodies of the beastmen, meant to absorb damage on their behalf. The human puppets confined in the dungeon are all beastmen with considerable mental fortitude. Abduo fears their potential rebellion should they awaken, which is why the insects he implanted within them are numerous, effectively saturating their bodies." "So, do those beastmen look like this?" Nangong Jitian queried, retrieving images from his holographic device to show the chameleon Shorin. "Indeed, they resemble this," the chameleon Shorin confirmed. "However, they spend most of their time in a deep slumber. Even if they were to awaken, their first instinct would be to seek death. And what their current state? Are they still alive?" Sonia anxiously grasped the arm of the chameleon Shorin. "Yes, they are alive. Abduo fears their demise, so there are always guards present, ensuring they have no opportunity to take their own lives. However, they have been in slumber for so long that even if rescued now, it would take considerable time for them to awaken." The chameleon Shorin's words caused the expressions of Nangong Jitian and Sonia's group to immediately turn cold. They had thought their parents perished, only to discover they were enduring such a tormenting existence at Abduo's hands. "Why couldn't we have rescued them sooner?" they lamented. "They have offspring now, yet their parents have yet to meet their little ones." Suppressing the sorrow in his eyes, Nangong Jitian coldly inquired of the chameleon Shorin, "What do the insects implanted by Abduo look like?" "They look like this," the chameleon Shorin revealed, displaying the insect embedded in his own arm for Zirwaya to see. Curiosity piqued, Nangong Jitian, Zirwaya, Sonia, and Siren all gathered around to closely examine the insect on the chameleon Shorin's arm. Particularly, Siren's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing the writhing creature. "This insect looks remarkably familiar." To verify his suspicion, Siren retrieved a gem imbued with frigid energy from his storage device and placed it against the chameleon Shorin's arm. As expected, the moment the icy gem made contact, the insect began to thrash violently. In response, the chameleon Shorin collapsed to the ground in agony, curling up and groaning helplessly. Observing this, Siren's eyes flickered with unease. What is this creature? Nangong Zhitian anxiously questioned, noticing the shock on Siren's face. It is an exceedingly rare insect, typically dwelling at the mouths of underwater volcanoes in the deep sea. Only the Sea God Clan's beastmen could possibly descend into the depths to capture such a creature. I once encountered it while wandering the ocean floor. This insect enters a dormant state when exposed to heat, but once it encounters a cold environment, it becomes highly active. Most importantly, when it becomes active, it seeks new hosts for rapid asexual reproduction. Once it burrows into a person's body, it can siphon the beastman's blood, reproducing endlessly until the host is utterly drained. Unless what? Please speak quickly, Nangong Zhitian urged, growing increasingly anxious. Unless the individual infected by this insect willingly releases it, at the cost of their own life, without a trace of resistance. Otherwise, with current scientific methods, we cannot extricate this creature from the beastman's body. Are you saying the insects on these chameleon shorin are those implanted by Abduo? Nangong Zhitian asked coldly. Indeed. More precisely, the insects on these chameleon shorin are larvae that have proliferated from the ones Abduo himself possesses, which he subsequently transferred to them. The sight of these repulsive insects elucidated why Abduo could shift his own injuries onto others. He relied on these rare creatures. Gigi and Analia have already brought Abduo to the Rose Castle of the Snow Wolf clan. The interior of the castle is relatively warm, but outdoors, the temperature is exceedingly frigid. In such a cold environment, could Abduo potentially transfer these insects to Gigi? Nangong Zhitian speculated. Or perhaps we have all fallen into his trap. Abduo's ultimate scheme is to present himself as a captive at the Rose Castle, taking advantage of Gigi and Aunt Elia gathering together, and then transferring the larvae within him to them. Before Nangong Zhitian's words could fully settle, the expressions of everyone present shifted to one of dread. The territory of the Snow Wolf clan is atop Snow Wolf Mountain, where temperatures plummet to extremes. If Abduo indeed harbors such insects, they would surely detach from his body in such a low-temperature environment. At that moment, should those insects invade others, Gigi and Analia would become mere puppets controlled by Abduo. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zirwaya and Nangong Zhitian exchanged a glance filled with astonishment. Abduo truly possesses a cunning mind. He dares to gamble everything, abandoning his lair and using himself as bait to ensnare them. In light of the urgency, Nangong Zhitian and Zirwaya swiftly conferred, leaving Siren and Sonia to handle matters here. As they proceeded, they urgently contacted Stephen and Brown, instructing them to immediately relocate Abduo to a warmer location. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. In the laboratory of Poke, Lee, and Paynada, just as they were brimming with excitement to take action against Abduo, they noticed his body beginning to tremble violently. At that moment, believing Abduo was about to transfer his injuries to another and on the verge of awakening, he suddenly opened his eyes. Abduo's gaze was slightly askew, filled with a sense of impending destruction. Upon meeting the astonished eyes of Paynada and Pokely, he merely smiled, the corners of his lips curving upward. The splendid performance has commenced, and you shall all accompany me to the grave. Abdu spat with venomous disdain. In that moment, to the astonished gazes of Bernard and Perkley, a multitude of insects began to rapidly emerge from Abdu's body, surging forth like a tide, scattering in all directions. However, instead of being terrified by the sight of these fleeing insects, Bernard and Perkley erupted into laughter. In the next instant, they abruptly adopted a serious demeanor. After exchanging a glance, they swiftly produced 2 large bottles of insecticide from behind them and, with stoic expressions, commenced spraying Abdu's body and the insects on the ground. Within moments, the insects were entirely eradicated by the insecticide. Gigi was correct. No matter how formidable mental prowess may be, it is still vulnerable to a well-placed brick. The insects on Abdu's body, no matter how powerful, were still susceptible to insecticide. Perkley, brandishing the insecticide, triumphantly waved it at Abdu. Regardless of the circumstances, the efficacy of our specially formulated insecticide is indeed remarkable. In less than 2 bottles, it has annihilated all the insects. Bernard aimed the insecticide once more at the astonished Abdu and unleashed another vigorous spray. Only when he felt satisfied with the application did he withdraw the insecticide under Abdu's murderous glare. At that moment, Stephen and Brown, having received the news, hurriedly rushed toward the laboratory. Hurry! Gigi is still at the entrance of the lab. She is currently with child and must not be harmed. As Stephen and Brown, along with the others, reached the laboratory's entrance, they beheld Ji devouring a large plate of pastries with great enthusiasm. "Stephen, quickly take Ji away from here. I shall deal with those insects," Brown commanded while forcefully kicking the laboratory door. Instantly, the two heavy metal doors were sent crashing to the ground. However, as the doors fell, they witnessed Bernard and Perkley in front of Abdu, meticulously using tweezers to pick up the dead insects from the floor and feeding them back into Abdu's mouth. "Bernard, pry open his mouth for me. Perkley, this old fool's jaws are clamped too tightly. I cannot budge them. If we can't open it, we shall feed the insects into his nostrils. After all, the mouth and nose are interconnected. It matters not where they are inserted." What a splendid idea. Bernard and Perkley exchanged lewd chuckles as they observed Abdu, who was stubbornly clenching his lips. Such valuable experimental material must not be missed. Let us witness whether the deceased insects will revive upon returning to their host. If these insects truly possess such capabilities, might we be able to transfer the pain from others onto Abdu? Gigi gazed blankly at Bernard and Perkley, watching the dead insects being fed into Abdu's nostrils, then glanced down at the assortment of exquisite pastries cradled in her arms. Turning her head, she exclaimed in horror, "Oh my goodness! Bernard and Perkley, those mad scientists, are utterly revolting. How could they force Abdu to consume dead insects?" Her once hearty appetite vanished in an instant. As Gigi's retching echoed through the air, the onlookers, who had been momentarily stunned by the bizarre scene, were jolted back to reality. "Gigi, are you all right? Bernard, Perkley, are you both unharmed? Has any insect burrowed into your bodies?" The crowd began to clamor with concern, completely overlooking Abdu, who was still struggling on the experimental platform. Once Gigi had finished retching, she accepted the cup of water that Stephen handed her, rinsed her mouth, and then turned to Abdu. "Old man, cease your struggles. The ropes binding you, including the experimental platform beneath you, have all been specially crafted by us. You cannot escape." With that, Gigi fought against her nausea and peered down at the dead insects on the ground. Indeed, as she had suspected, Abdu possessed no extraordinary abilities. He merely harbored these parasites under certain conditions and used them to inflict harm upon others. Bernard and Perkley, seeing Gigi diligently examining the insects, approached her with excitement. "Gigi, how did you know that Abdu's body was infested with insects?" That was revealed to me by the beast god," Gigi replied earnestly, fabricating story. She felt a bit embarrassed and turned her head away. She could hardly confess that prior to her journey here, her extensive reading of novels and watching television had acquainted her with the concept of curses in martial arts stories. This led her to wonder if Abdu's ability to transfer pain onto others was indeed due to the multitude of insects within him. Hence, she discreetly consulted Bernard and Perkley, sharing her theories and urging them to investigate the possibility. After 3 days and nights of research, Bernard and Perkley discovered a particular parasitic insect residing in the deep sea, which attaches itself to humans, extracting their blood for asexual reproduction. In order to thrive, these insects invariably implant their larvae into others, prolonging their own lives while minimizing harm to themselves. When the primary generation of insects dies, those residing in others will perish alongside their host. To ensure success, Bernard and Perkley intentionally transferred Abdu to the coldest environment, the Rose Castle, to lower his guard and facilitate the dispersal of the insects. Ultimately, their hypothesis proved correct. With this in mind, Bernard and Perkley excitedly approached Gigi, ready to embrace her warmly. Though Gigi may not possess medical knowledge, her intellect is truly remarkable in the field of medicine. However, before they could reach her, they were shoved aside by someone, while Gigi was tightly embraced from behind. The familiar scent of roses enveloped her. It was Nan Gong Jitian. Hadn't he gone with Zirwaya to Abdu's lava cave? Why was he back? Ji gently patted the arm wrapped around her, preparing to ask Nan Gong Jitian to release her, when she felt warm tears falling onto her neck. Ji, thank goodness you are unharmed." Nan Gong Jitian buried his head in her neck, tears flowing uncontrollably. Zirwaya, who had returned alongside Nan Gong Jitian, approached Gigi with reddened eyes and tightly embraced her from the front. "Gigi, we rushed over and thought of so much. What would we do if Abdu had controlled you, or if you were no longer here?" Zirwaya choked back her emotions, listening to the unrestrained sobs in her ears. Gigi gazed at the tears on Zirwaya and Nan Gong Jitian's faces, her own eyes involuntarily reddening. If she could not comprehend their feelings at this moment, she would be blind and foolish. They had truly fallen in love with her, not merely due to her fertility score of 10. The sight of two formidable beastmen weeping before so many people was profoundly moving. Overwhelmed, Gigi could no longer contain her own tears, allowing them to fall freely. She had waited far too long for this moment. At that instant, her heart felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. In stark contrast to the warmth shared by Gigi, Stephen and Brown, who had been standing aside, began to feel a twinge of jealousy. Nangong's Etienne and Shirwia, these two individuals, could shed a few tears and win the sympathy of Gigi. But what a citizen! He has shamelessly howled before Gigi countless times. Yet he has never witnessed such compassion from her. Just as Sidifen was consumed by jealousy, Abduo, lying on the experimental table, suddenly broke free from his restraints and lunged towards the nearest Brown. What in the world? How did Abduo manage to escape? As Ponad aimed his particle gun at Abduo, the latter effortlessly swatted him aside. Do not move. If you dare take another step, I shall snap his neck. Abduo's grip tightened around Brown's throat, his gaze fierce as he glared at the restless crowd. Faced with Abduo's threat, Brown displayed no fear and retaliated against him. However, he underestimated Abduo's capabilities. His ability to free himself from the specially designed experimental table indicated that his mental strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. After all, when Gigi tested the table's restraining power on beastmen, she had specifically invited the formidable mentalist, Ikaya, to try it. At that time, despite Ikaya's immense power, he could not escape the table's bindings. Yet Abduo, even in a weakened state without the controlling parasites, managed to break free with ease. They had indeed underestimated him. This beastman, Abduo, was remarkably formidable in both intellect and mental prowess. Before Brown could gather his mental energy, Abduo swiftly knocked him unconscious. Holding Brown aloft, he surveyed the anxious crowd and peered through their ranks into the distance. Yulia, you have finally arrived. Chapter 203. The turn of events with Abduo's somewhat agitated voice. Yulia approached Gigi, accompanied by her partner. Abduo, I understand your tragic plight, and I empathize with the suffering of your wife and daughter. However, you have avenged them. Why can you not let go? Abduo, tightening his grip on Brown's neck, laughed maniacally, tears streaming down his face. Once his laughter subsided, he regarded Yulia and her companions with a monstrous gaze. Yulia, I have slain all those wretched individuals. Yet, even after their demise, my wife and daughter remain dead. They cannot return. Each day, I continue to live in agony. Tell me, what meaning does this vengeance hold? What do you intend to do, Abduo? You have already taken too many lives. You now control Brown, but he was once of the Rabbit clan. Brown is now our clan's only chieftain. Do you truly wish to destroy the very clan that nurtured you? Rabbit clan, Abduo scoffed. He slightly turned his head, observing Yulia's nonchalant smile. Yet a flicker of darkness shone in his eyes. Yulia, for years you have feared that I would exploit the Rabbit clan to harm its females and younglings. Thus you endeavor to arrange unions between them and outsiders. But have you considered that once the Rabbit clan's females and younglings lose their mental strength, even the most powerful beastmen will be incapable of protecting them? The high fertility rates of the Rabbit females and younglings will one day render them as breeding machines for those noble families outside. Your daughter is a prime example. Abduo, you speak nonsense. I would never regard Gigi as a breeding tool. She is my partner, not an instrument. If anyone is a tool, it is I, the one who willingly cherishes her, Sidifen indignantly asserted, standing beside Gigi. Fool! Silence. If you utter another word, I will snap his neck, Abduo threatened. Damn it, Abduo! You only use others' lives as a shield, you coward. Gigi retorted, visibly furious. If I possess a shield, why not utilize it? Youngling, you must think before you act. Abduo replied, his demeanor unyielding. As Gigi beheld Brown's reddened face under Abduo's grip, her eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. Now that the parasites within Abduo had been eradicated, she could kill this wretched being. Yet before she could make a move, Abduo's fingers morphed into claws, gripping Brown's throat tighter. Youngling, do you believe your speed surpasses mine in snapping his neck? Hearing Abduo's menacing tone, Gigi was compelled to step back. She could not wager Brown's life. She could not afford such a gamble. Her retreat sparked a glimmer of triumph in Abduo's eyes, for those deeply attached to their emotions. Sacrificing a beast man for the greater good was a trivial matter. However, it was precisely their hesitance that provided him with numerous opportunities to achieve maximum results at minimal cost. As Abduo observed the silence and retreat of the crowd, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Yulia, behold the very Rabbit clan you have devoted yourself to protect. The beastman you have supported. Now, Brown lies in my grasp, akin to a lifeless dog. Under your influence, the rabbit clan's young females and younglings continue to bond with outsiders, and they shall no longer possess mental strength. The rabbit clan is destined for ruin. Sooner or later, the females and younglings within the rabbit clan will become breeding tools for outsiders. Listening to Abduo's taunts, a flicker of disdain crossed Yalia's eyes. As a female of the rabbit clan, how could she ever lead it to destruction, regardless of her presence? The young females and younglings of the rabbit clan would never become breeding tools for outsiders. Abduo, do you think I am unaware of what you speak? As a female of the rabbit clan, I would never allow our clan's demise in my pursuit of you. Do you think the significant decline in the number of young females and younglings born to the rabbit clan over a decade ago, along with the mysterious disappearance of many beastmen, was mere coincidence? Abduo, do you truly believe they vanished, or was it a plan of mine? Yalia's words drew all eyes to her, especially that of Ikaya, who had been closely following her side, his expression shifting to one of confusion. Yalia, what do you mean by that? Abduo inquired, perplexed, yet a shadow of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Was Yalia finally ready to unveil the secret she had long concealed? Abduo, do you think that a decade ago, Jia merely hypnotized me out of jealousy, causing me to sleep for over a decade? Listening to Yalia's mocking tone, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Abduo's gaze. However, his voice carried an unprecedented excitement. Yalia, what a clever scheme you devised. To deceive me, you even tricked your own partner. Abduo ground his teeth. Incorrect. It was not deceit. I simply wished to avoid drawing trouble onto Ikaya, Yalia replied, turning to face the bewildered Ikaya. Ikaya, over a decade ago, when Jaya located me, we immediately grasped Abduo's plot. At that time, Abduo sought to exploit the fertility of the rabbit clan's young females and younglings for his own ends. His mental strength was formidable, rendering us powerless against him. To ensure the rabbit clan's survival from Abduo's machinations, Jaya and I privately decided that he would hypnotize me under the pretense of jealousy. Once I succumbed to slumber, the denizens of Jaya seized the opportunity, masquerading their intentions under the pretense of returning Jaya to the depths of the ocean. They stealthily relocated a portion of the juvenile females and young sub-females from the Tuzu tribe to the sea. Only amidst the vast and boundless ocean could Abdu refrain from extending his grasp towards the young sub-females and females of the Tuzu tribe. Moreover, all those I transferred to the ocean were couples. Now, over a decade has passed, and they have long since proliferated numerous descendants abroad. Regrettably, due to the urgency of the situation at that time, when I prepared to disclose matters regarding Gigi to you, Abdu's hand had already encroached upon us. To ensure Gigi's safety, I allowed her to remain within the Ouyang family. I had presumed that, having bestowed upon Ouyang Songting a wealth of treasures, he would treat my dear darling with kindness out of gratitude. However, to my dismay, Ouyang Songting proved to be a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. At this juncture, Elia was nearly rolling her eyes in exasperation. Once she finds the time, she will undoubtedly not spare that old wretch, Ouyang Songting. Elia, what are the remaining females and young sub-females in the Tuzu tribe? Are they not afraid of becoming mere vessels for reproduction? Abdu inquired, his eyes tinged with red. The remaining females and sub-females willingly chose to stay behind to shield their kin. Abdu, while your initial missteps were not yours alone, the transgressions you committed afterward are indeed grievous. Not only I, but many within the Tuzu tribe find it impossible to forgive you. Abdu, you have committed heinous acts, and it is time for you to face the consequences. Ha! How egregious I have been. Abdu cast aside the fabric he held. His gaze fixed intently on Elia as he questioned, Elia, if your daughter Gigi had been tormented to death in such a manner, could you practice virtue in the face of such enmity? I could not, Abdu. I would fight to the death to avenge my daughter and accompany her in the afterlife. Yet, Abdu, you have already exacted your revenge. Why then do you continue to slaughter the innocent? Slaughtering the innocent? Elia, how hypocritical you are. Were it not for those foreign tribes, were it not for the Tuzu tribe's polyandrous customs, my wife and daughter would not have perished. Thus, my life should have been filled with happiness and contentment. I would have watched my daughter grow, witnessing her bond with a beloved beastman in blissful union. Yet, what is my reality now? Even after avenging myself, my wife and daughter remain lost to me, and I continue to languish in despair. Since I am denied happiness, I shall ensure that all others accompany my wife and daughter in suffering. Just one more step, and I would have succeeded. Had you all been infested by those parasites, I could have controlled you to annihilate this wretched world. Alas, I have failed. With that, Abdu erupted into a manic laughter. While the crowd believed him to be deranged, he kicked the fabric on the ground toward Elia. As Ikaya and the others busied themselves protecting Elia, Abdu abruptly changed direction, striking Nangong Zetian and Stephen aside, swiftly seizing Gigi and fleeing outside. By the time the crowd reacted, Abdu had already boarded an aircraft with Gigi, soaring rapidly toward the misty mountain range. Shirwiya, Uncle Dalwin, you must pursue swiftly. Stephen and Nangong Zetian collapsed to the ground, their voices hoarse with exertion. As their cries faded, Shirwiya and the elder of the giant eagle clan, Dalwin, transformed into their beast forms, racing after Abdu's aircraft. Meanwhile, Elia led the others aboard several flying vessels, hastily giving chase. Chapter 204. Abdu approaches death. When Gigi was abruptly seized by Abdu and taken aboard the aircraft, she initially feared he would seize the opportunity to exact revenge upon her mother. Yet, astonishingly, Abdu seemed transformed, devoid of the earlier madness. He placed Gigi aboard the aircraft, disregarding her presence as he approached the control panel, setting the aircraft to autopilot before finally exhaling in relief and seating himself on the sofa. Once he had rested sufficiently, he retrieved a bottle of water from his spatial ring and offered it to Gigi. Little sub-female, you are with child. Drink some water. I fear you may have poisoned it. I refuse to drink. Gigi promptly rejected the offer. Who could ascertain if Abdu had tainted the water with some bizarre concoction? She was not reckless enough to risk her life by consuming what he presented. If you refuse to drink, then suffer your thirst. With a slight sigh, Abdu cast the water aside and moved to sit beside Gigi, inquiring curiously, Gigi, why have you not transformed into a violent rabbit like your mother and sought to slay me? After all, the parasites within me are all dead. Should you kill me now, no harm would befall those hostages. Abdu squinted teasingly. Gigi, can you truly kill me now? It seems not. Abdu chuckled lightly. TCH. Observing Abdu's peculiar demeanor, Gigi remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon the mask adorning his face. She was genuinely curious about the visage concealed beneath that fearsome mask. Each time she heard Abdu's voice, she could detect a subtle hint of vulnerability beneath his cold tone. Instinctively, Gigi shook her head in denial of her thoughts. How could she possibly feel sympathy for Abdu, a man steeped in malevolence? As Gigi was lost in her musings, Abdu seized her light brain and directly dialed Elia's communication. Gigi, do not fear. Mother is right behind you. If Abdu dares to harm you, simply twist his neck, understood? As she heard Elia's anxious voice through the light brain, Abdu could not help but laugh. Elia vastly underestimated him. Did she truly believe it was so easy to twist his neck? Suppressing his amusement, he mocked into the light brain. Elia, behold, you and I are alike. When our daughters are in peril, we both experience anxiety. You are so distressed that you even urge Gigi to foolishly attempt to twist my neck. Elia, are you not effectively sending your daughter to her demise? Nonsense. Abdu, what have you done to Gigi? Release her at once, and I may spare your life. If you dare harm her, I will ensure your obliteration. Ignoring Elia's threats, Abdu taunted her through Gigi's light brain. Elia, so you're not as self-righteous as you believed, wishing to rend me into 1,000 pieces? Now that your own daughter is in danger, you are willing to spare me, this remorseless murderer. Elia, are you not afraid that releasing me will grant me the freedom to commit further atrocities? Abdu's words rendered Elia on the other end of the communication speechless. Indeed, when one's kin is in peril, who can maintain absolute fairness and justice? She could recapture Abdu if she let him go, for they had already discovered a method to alleviate his transference of pain. However, if she did not release Abdu, what if he harmed Gigi, whom she had fought so hard to reclaim? Moreover, her precious daughter was currently with child. How could she allow her to suffer even the slightest harm? Abdu, what do you truly desire? As long as you are willing to release Gigi, I will comply with any demand you make, even if it requires my life. Ha ha, Elia, your life holds little value to me now. After all, I've already obtained the answers I sought. So what do you intend to do? Abdu, if you harm Gigi, I assure you, I will undoubtedly kill you. Ha ha ha, Elia, your daughter is now in my grasp, and yet you dare to threaten me? No. Abdu, I implore you, spare my daughter. She has suffered enough throughout her life. You cannot inflict further harm upon her. Elia, suppressing the turmoil within, pleaded earnestly. Elia, if you wish to prevent your daughter's demise, it would be wise to ensure those tales cease their pursuit. Otherwise, Even if I cannot escape, I can still ensure that your daughter and I perish together. With that, Abdu hung up the communication without awaiting Aaliyah's response. Crushing the device in his hand, he turned to the silent Gigi, a smile illuminating his eyes as he inquired, "Why did you not call for help from your mother during our conversation? Is calling for help even useful? If I cried out now, it would only cause my mother distress and worry." "Abdu, I am not a fool." "Ha ha, Luichi. You have gained some wit. Of course, calling for help would be futile. However, had you done so, I would have immediately ended your life." After uttering these words, Abdu seemed utterly exhausted, reclining back on the sofa, appearing so relaxed that he was unconcerned about Gigi attempting to ambush him, closing his eyes to rest. "Abdu, what is wrong? You are not dying, are you?" Gigi cautiously poked Abdu's arm with her finger, a hint of worry in her voice. "Not dead yet, just a bit weary." Abdu opened his eyes, locking his gaze directly with Gigi's. "Little Yichi, if you were to become enraged and unleash your psychic powers, you could crush me with a single hand. Why do you not kill me? Regardless, you're nearing death. Whether I kill you now is inconsequential." "Oh, how do you know I am close to death?" "Intuition." "Ha, that word feels so familiar. I remember when my wife and daughter were alive. Whenever I asked them how they could anticipate my thoughts, they would smile and tell me it was their intuition. But after that, no one ever spoke to me of intuition again. Gigi, you are the first and will be the last." Listening to Abdu's increasingly despondent words, Gigi pondered for a moment before speaking. "Abdu, my mother has shared your story. Had you ceased your quest for vengeance after initial retribution, I might have felt sympathy for your suffering. However, the actions you took afterward were utterly excessive. The countless innocent beastmen and young females you harmed were just like your former self, blameless, yet you chose to slay them. Abdu, you have committed unforgivable sins." Gigi, in a world devoid of absolute strength, no one is truly innocent when they lack the means to protect themselves. For even if you are innocent, without the power to seek justice, your innocence will merely serve as evidence of your impotence under the weight of power. Abdu's words rendered Gigi speechless. Indeed, if one cannot safeguard oneself, then no matter how innocent or pitiable, others will not extend their kindness. "Abdu, where do you wish to take me?" "Gigi, I wish to introduce you to two individuals, the two I have loved most in my life." With that, Abdu ceased speaking and fell into a slumber. His most beloved individuals, were they his wife and daughter? But had not Abdu's wife and daughter perished centuries ago? Was he now intending to take her to their graves? As Gigi's thoughts spiraled, she recalled Aaliyah's concern for her. Casting a glance at the sleeping Abdu, she wished to reassure Aaliyah. However, upon retrieving the shattered device, she could only resign herself to despair. Turning back to the slumbering Abdu, a premonition settled within her. Abdu truly did not have long to live. After all, he had released all the parasites within his body. Without them, his life would reach its conclusion. Approaching the window, she intended to check if her mother's vessel was still following her. To her surprise, as she reached the window, she spotted a head peering in from outside. Observing Sylvia's distorted five-tube form pressed against the window, Gigi was momentarily taken aback before finding it somewhat amusing. This Sylvia, who usually maintained an air of elegance, appeared adorably disheveled as he waved frantically at her. Due to the soundproof glass of the vessel, Gigi felt no fear of Abdu overhearing Sylvia's noise. She turned her gaze back to the oblivious Abdu, drawing a question mark on the window with her finger, wondering when he had perched himself there. Seeing the question mark Gigi drew, Sylvia, desperate outside the window, exchanged glances with Darren before swiftly extending his claw, intending to breach the vessel and extract Gigi from within. After all, with his psychic powers reaching 4S, his claws were far sturdier than the vessel. Once he breached it, he and Uncle Darren could whisk Gigi away. As for Abdu, even if he survived the fall from such a height, he would gain nothing. However, before he could act, the previously slumbering Abdu suddenly appeared behind Gigi, his gaze dripping with mockery as he looked through the glass. It was as if he could end Gigi's life with a mere gesture should he dare to act. Faced with Abdu's threat, Sylvia could only begrudgingly retract his claws, which had transformed into their beastly form, back into human hands. Sylvia, through the glass, shook his head at Gigi, signaling her to look behind her. Unfortunately, Gigi did not catch Sylvia's gestures clearly. She pursed her lips, staring quizzically at Sylvia, who continued to gesture at her. As Sylvia persisted with his motions, Gigi instinctively glanced around. Finding nothing amiss, she turned back to face Sylvia. Thus, amidst the gestures exchanged between Sylvia and Gigi, Abdu, who stood behind her, abruptly placed his hand on Gigi's shoulder, causing her to shudder in surprise. Chapter 205. The parasites on Gigi turned to find Abdu's cold gaze piercing through his mask. Goodness, Abdu, you truly frightened me. You were just exhausted. And now you stand up. What do you intend to do? Surely you do not mean to kill me in a fit of rage. Steadying her racing heart, Gigi shot an exasperated glare at Abdu. This guy had just been asleep, yet he had appeared silently behind her like a ghost. Gigi, you are being disobedient. Abdu pronounced each word with deliberate emphasis. Disobedient, my foot. Abdu, I am willing to remain in this vessel with you, because I believe your time is running short, and you pose no threat. If you continue to creep up behind me like this, I will team up with Sylvia to throw you out of this vessel. Hearing Gigi's threat, Abdu not only felt no fear, but also couldn't help but chuckle. Gigi, as someone who has walked this path, I now tell you, to establish yourself in the beast world, you must abandon the excess kindness that resides within you, regardless of whether it is directed towards someone on the brink of death. Perhaps, a moment of kindness on your part may lead to endless troubles, much like my own experience. With that, Abduo lay back down on the sofa to sleep, indifferent to whether Gigi understood his words. What a lunatic, rambling on about nonsense. Were it not for the fact that you are on the brink of death, and considering your wife and daughter, I would have ended you right now, Gigi remarked, somewhat exasperated. Turning around, she glanced at Sylvia and Darren, who were still perched by the window. Gigi was aware that during the flight of the aircraft, the cabin doors must not be opened casually. Thus, she pointed to the ceiling, signaling Sylvia and Darren to join her atop the aircraft. They could descend once they reached their destination. Sylvia and Darren exchanged resigned glances after observing Gigi's frantic gestures, ultimately complying and leaping onto the aircraft's roof. Fortunately, both possessed a mental strength exceeding 4S grade. Otherwise, the high-pressure atmosphere would have surely crushed them, let alone allow them to perch atop the vessel. Well, who could blame her for indulging her own little yassi? Watching the two figures vanish from the window, Gigi lifted her gaze to the aircraft's ceiling. After a moment's thought, she grabbed a hanger meant for clothes and vigorously jabbed it upwards, producing a series of thuds. Just as Sylvia and Darren were about to send a communication to Aaliyah to alleviate her worries, they heard the loud banging from within the aircraft. The force of the sound unmistakably indicated Gigi's doing. Sylvia, amused, narrowed her eyes and tapped her hand against the aircraft's surface in response. Thus, throughout the journey, Gigi continued to strike the hanger inside the aircraft while Sylvia tapped from the top. Abduo, who had pretended to be asleep, couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy at Gigi's childlike antics. If his daughter were still alive, would she too engage in such amusingly absurd behavior, threatening him with death while simultaneously expressing pity for his nearing demise? Alas, he was a villain, and in this world, villains seldom meet an easy end. With such thoughts, Abduo closed his eyes once more and drifted into a deep slumber, having not seen his wife and daughter for an extended period. He wondered whether they would be willing to see him, a partner and father stained with sin. It was not until the aircraft landed that Gigi set down the hanger and turned to Abduo. Abduo, we have arrived at your destination. Did you not intend to take me to meet your wife and daughter? Let's go now. When did I ever say I would take you to meet my wife and daughter? Abduo questioned, perplexed. Did you not just mention wanting to bring me to your two beloveds? I can think of no one else besides your wife and daughter. Gigi's words elicited an involuntary chuckle from Abduo. Gigi, are you not afraid that I might kill you? Not at all. Abduo, if I lacked confidence, I would have fled with Sylvia and the others rather than follow you here. My confidence lies in my boundless mental strength. If I were to become enraged, you would undoubtedly be no match for me, so I fear you will not harm me. Very well, if you are unafraid, then wait for me a moment while I change my attire. With that, Abduo did not wait for Gigi's response and returned to the aircraft's lounge. At that moment, Sylvia and Darren clawed their way through the aircraft's door and jumped inside. Gigi, are you all right? Sylvia hurriedly approached Gigi, her expression tinged with concern. I am fine. Darren, are you and Sylvia cold, sitting on top of the aircraft? Gigi grasped Sylvia's hand, inquiring with care. Gigi, do not concern yourself with that now. While Abduo is still inside, let me take you away from here. The rest can be handled by your mother and the others. Gigi glanced at Darren's hand on her arm, smiled softly, but shook her head in refusal. Gigi, why will you not come with us? Faced with Darren and Sylvia's confusion, Gigi rolled up her sleeve to reveal the creature on her arm. Darren, Sylvia, this is a parasite Abduo placed on me when I was not paying attention. As for when he did it, it was likely when Brown and I first met him. During the handshake, I felt something was amiss at that moment, but after examining my hand, I found nothing unusual. It was only when Abduo captured me on the aircraft that I noticed the creature writhing on my arm. Sylvia, according to the research conducted by Perkley and Pinard, as long as all the parasites on Abduo perish, those he placed on others will die as well. However, mine seems different. This parasite on my arm does not appear to be the same as those on others. Therefore, I must wait for Abduo to emerge and assist me in removing it. Sylvia gazed at the creature on Gigi's arm, her eyes practically ablaze with fury. Brown, what manner creature is he? Allowing Abduo to implant such a parasite in Gigi's body? That foolish rabbit, with his high mental strength. Why did he not prevent Abduo from shaking hands with Gigi? If anything were to happen to Gigi, he would be the first to pay for it, after Abduo. Just as Sylvia and Darren were seething with rage, Abduo emerged, clad in pristine white clothing. Were it not for the mask obscuring his face, his white attire would indeed have bestowed an ethereal quality upon him. As Gigi scrutinized Abduo from head to toe, Sylvia and Darren could no longer contain their fury and launched a joint attack against him. In the face of Sylvia and Darren's full-on assault, Abduo paid them no mind, meticulously adjusting his attire. If you wish for Gigi to survive, I advise you not to touch my clothing. After all, only I can extract the parasite from her arm. Should I perish, Gigi will accompany me to meet the beast god. Abduo's unperturbed words forced the enraged Sylvia and Darren to retract their mental strength, glaring at him with indignation. Once Abduo had finished adjusting his clothing, he lifted his gaze to Gigi, who remained composed, and extended his hand in a gentlemanly manner. Gigi, may I accompany you to meet my family? Certainly. With a faint smile directed at Abduo, Gigi offered a reassuring glance to Sylvia and Darren before placing her hand in Abduo's. Observing Gigi's tranquil demeanor, Abduo's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. Such a perceptive little Yasi was worthy of receiving the gifts he intended to bestow upon her. At that moment, Abduo, resembling a child, led Gigi by the hand outwards, intentionally bumping into Sylvia before striding toward the exit. Remember, if you wish for Gigi to live, you two had best not follow. With a cold tone, Abduo concluded, turning to Gigi and bowing gracefully, leading her down from the aircraft. Stepping down from the aircraft, Gigi gazed at the vast expanse of flowers before her, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washing over her. Indeed, this was the renowned Hua Hai of the rabbit tribe, a sight of exquisite beauty. It is indeed magnificent, Gigi affirmed, nodding earnestly. Chapter 206. A choice between life and death when my wife was still alive. Her greatest joy was to take our daughter to play amidst the flowers. In those moments, my heart swelled with happiness as I watched them frolic and chase each other through the floral sea. The sound of their laughter made me feel invincible, as if I could overcome any obstacle life presented. Gigi, my wife and daughter, were my entire world. Standing nearby, Gigi observed the flicker of despondency in Abduo's eyes. Setting aside the fact that he was a ruthless killer, his love for his wife and daughter was undeniably moving. The two remained silent amidst the flowers for a while, until Abduo glanced at the quietly contemplative Gigi, a hint of nostalgia crossing his features. No matter how much she resembles her, she is not her. With a soft sigh, Abduo continued guiding Gigi towards the heart of the flower sea. Upon reaching the center, he lowered his gaze, meticulously searching through the blossoms. Just as Gigi grew curious about his quest, a sudden crack echoed, revealing a dark entrance at the center of the flower sea. Is this the secret passage into the rabbit tribe? Gigi approached the entrance, bending down to peer inside. Stop looking. If you're curious, follow me down, and you will discover what lies within, Abduo said, waving to Gigi before stepping down without a hint of fear that she might hesitate to follow. Watching Abduo disappear into the entrance, Gigi nodded at Sylvia and Darren, who stood guard at the flower sea's entrance, and then followed him inside. As she descended into the passage, darkness enveloped her, and she heard Abduo's teasing voice. Gigi, I thought you wouldn't dare to follow. There's nothing to fear. Abduo, you mentioned bringing me to meet your wife and daughter. If you truly cherish them, I trust you would not commit any heinous acts in their resting place. After all, you wouldn't wish for anyone to disturb their eternal slumber, would you? You speak wisely. I would never allow anything tainted to touch the resting place of my wife and daughter. As Abduo's words faded, a dim light began to illuminate the dark tunnel. Gigi looked up to see the glow on the walls, her eyes widening in disbelief. These are the pearls of the Haishin clan. How did you acquire so many? Gigi questioned, her tone laced with confusion. Don't be angry. The Haishan clan has a major business on land. Surely I can purchase these pearls from them. Can I? What, do you think I stole them? Abduo's teasing tone left Gigi momentarily speechless as she recalled his previous cruelty. Gigi, this is the resting place of my wife and daughter. I would never bring anything vile here. With that, Abduo strode deeper into the chamber. Watching his departing figure, Gigi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as numerous questions lingered in her mind. Saran had once told her that the pearls of the Haishan clan were gifts meant solely for one's partner, never to be sold. So where could Abduo have obtained these pearls? It was evident that he was still lying. If these pearls were not bought, they must have been given to him by a beastman of the Haishan clan. But which beastman would gift such tokens meant for partners to Abduo? Or perhaps there was an accomplice among the beastmen of the Haishan clan. Lost in her thoughts, the further Gigi followed Abduo, the colder the air became. She observed his light-footedness, and a bold notion struck her. Could it be that Abduo was still orchestrating some scheme against her? Upon reaching the final door, Gigi watched as Abduo adjusted his attire before turning to her, asking, Gigi, does my attire appear inappropriate? In that moment, he seemed as nervous as a child. You look splendid in white, Gigi affirmed. Really? That is something my wife would say, Abduo replied, taking a deep breath as he trembled slightly while pushing open the heavy stone door. As the door creaked open, it revealed a vast ice chamber. Just as Gigi had surmised, the most striking features of the chamber were the two enormous ice beds at its center, surrounded by intricately embedded colorful gemstone flowers that glimmered under the light of luminous pearls, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Isn't it beautiful? Abduo inquired, his tone reminiscent of a child eager for praise. Indeed, it is extraordinarily beautiful, Gigi confirmed. Is that so? If a little female like you finds it lovely, my wife and daughter must certainly adore it as well. Abduo carefully adjusted his outfit once more and walked slowly into the ice chamber, his movements imbued with an air of caution. As the mist within the chamber began to dissipate, Gigi finally beheld the two women lying on the ice beds. One appeared slightly older, presumably Abduo's wife, while the sight of the younger female on the other bed widened Gigi's eyes in astonishment. Doesn't she bear a striking resemblance to you? Abduo approached the ice bed, gently tracing the features of the young female with utmost tenderness, as if afraid to awaken her. Is she your daughter? Gigi hesitated for a moment before posing the question. Yes, she is my daughter. When that wretched outsider captured her, she was around your age. At that stage in life, she should have been filled with dreams of love, but the events that transpired shattered her existence. Saying this, Abduo drew a knife and sliced his finger, lifting his hand to trace the mask on his face. As his blood stained the mask, he finally removed it, revealing his face. Gigi looked up at Abduo, noting that his skin, pale from a lack of sunlight, bore an ethereal and otherworldly quality. She was taken aback. The visage of a man who had committed such atrocities was unexpectedly delicate and refined. The stark contrast between his celestial appearance and his heinous deeds was jarring. Just as Gigi was captivated by Abduo's face, he approached her directly. Gigi, given your striking resemblance to my daughter, I can assist you in ridding you of the parasites afflicting you. However, I also wish to ask you for a favor. Would that be acceptable? Please articulate what you require. I will assist if I can. If not, I must apologize. Abduo turned to gaze at his wife on the ice bed, his expression softening. Gigi, I'm unsure if Pernard and Pikely have informed you, but once the parasites within me are eradicated, my life shall come to an end. I ask you, after my passing, to ensure that the remains of my wife, daughter, and I are cremated, and that our ashes are scattered over the flowers above. Would you grant me this final request? Faced with the pleading gaze of Abdu, Gigi felt her eyes involuntarily redden. However, this time, her tears were not born of anger, but rather an inexplicable sorrow. The emotions of the beastmen, once committed, were unwavering until death. The bond between Abdu and his wife was indeed poignant, yet his transgressions rendered him unforgivable. Very well, Abdu, I shall grant your request. After your passing, I will scatter your ashes, along with those of your wife and daughter, amidst the floral sea above. Abdu, I assure you, after your demise, the flower fields of the rabbit clan shall forever remain pure, untouched by blood. Gigi, thank you, Abdu replied, stepping forward to grasp Gigi's hand. Looking in her eyes, he said, do not resist. This is a gift I bestow upon you in my final moments. Whether you choose to utilize it or not is entirely your decision. With that, Abdu closed his eyes, channeling a powerful spiritual energy of the beastmen into Gigi. As he transmitted his spirit, she watched as his once jet-black hair gradually turned snow-white. The fair and handsome face that had graced her moments earlier was now adorned with wrinkles, and his body began to stoop. Only when Abdu released her hand did he open his eyes to gaze at her, saying, Gigi, I have transferred all my spiritual power to you. Once you possess my energy, no beast man in the beast world can ever force you to bear offspring. Even if you were to give birth to a female child in the future, as long as you do not wish it, this spiritual power shall always belong to you. As long as my power resides within you, no parasites shall ever harm you. However, I must issue a warning. Should you transfer this spiritual energy to another, it will be the moment the parasites within you begin to proliferate. After speaking, Abdu released Gigi's hand and, under her astonished gaze, took measured steps towards his wife. Upon reaching the center of the two ice beds, his body collapsed, devoid of any breath. Gigi slowly raised her hand, feeling the spiritual energy of Abdu within her, then looked down at the lifeless form of Abdu. Clenching her teeth, she felt an urge to curse. That scoundrel Abdu, even in death, had dug a pit for her. If she were to bear a child belonging to Stephen in the future and did not transfer her spiritual energy to him, Stephen would undoubtedly perish in a few years. Yet, if she did transfer her energy to Stephen, she would fall victim to the rampant proliferation of parasites, leading to her own demise. Ultimately, regardless of her choice, one of them, she or Stephen, would have to die. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Gigi clenched her teeth, wishing to drag Abdu's corpse up and demand an explanation for his actions. Chapter 207. Identical. Oh no. Abdu truly was a villain. That scoundrel could not even die quietly. Had she known that his solution to her parasite problem was to suppress it with his spiritual energy, she would have snapped his neck earlier. Abdu was indeed correct. Feeling sympathy for villains only encouraged their misdeeds. Damn it. She had just felt compassion for the bond between Abdu and his wife. Yet reality had slapped her in the face. Abdu, that old fool, had dug such a deep pit for her. How could she face Stephen now? Was she truly compelled to engage in a life-or-death decision with him, sacrificing one for the sake of her beloved? The more she thought, the angrier she became. Frustrated, she paced the icy chamber, finally stopping to glare at Abdu, contemplating his reprehensible behavior. She gritted her teeth and silently chanted, "Respect the dead, respect the dead." Even if she wished to hold him accountable, there was no recourse at that moment. She could hardly drag Abdu's body up and whip it, could she? Just as Gigi felt she might lose her mind over Abdu's actions, a sudden pain shot through her arm. She quickly rolled up her sleeve to reveal the black line that had been quietly resting there, now slowly wriggling. Hadn't Abdu said that as long as his spiritual energy resided within her, the parasites would remain dormant? What was happening now? Were the parasites beginning to proliferate? As she pondered whether Abdu had intended to make her a scapegoat in his final moments, the writhing parasites began to crawl out from her skin. Instinctively, Gigi stomped down hard on the wriggling creature that had fallen to the ground. Good heavens, this thing is truly revolting. Looking at the squashed remains of the parasite, she cast a glance back at Abdu. That old man had deliberately frightened her one last time, forcing her to confront the life-and-death dilemma. However, recalling the spiritual energy he had bestowed upon her, Gigi decided to walk over to his body. With a gentle effort, she lifted Abdu's lifeless form and placed it beside his wife. Never mind, it was merely a false alarm. Thankfully, she would not need to make any treacherous choices concerning life and death with Stephen. Once her emotions stabilized, Gigi took a serious look at Abdu's wife, whose face radiated a particularly gentle demeanor. It was no wonder Abdu felt such profound sorrow. Reflecting on her cause of death, Gigi felt a pang of sadness. Had she not rescued that outsider, neither she nor her daughter would have perished, and Abdu would not have transformed into a feared demon seeking vengeance. Yet how could she blame herself for what had transpired? After all, saving lives was not inherently wrong. The true fault lay in the insatiable greed of that outsider, which was simply repugnant. As she contemplated this, Gigi turned her gaze to Abdu's daughter, observing her face on the ice bed closely. It appeared as if she were merely asleep. If she did not know that this girl was Abdu's daughter, who had been dead for many years, she might have mistaken her for a twin sister. They were strikingly similar in appearance, almost indistinguishable. What sort of fate had intertwined their lives? Just as Gigi marveled at this thought, the door to the ice chamber was suddenly flung open. Turning around, she saw Brown and Sylvia rushing in. Gigi, are you all right? Are you okay? Seeing the anxious expressions on Brown and Sylvia's faces, Gigi felt a twinge of sadness, but more so, a sense of relief. With Abdu gone, It seemed that everything was finally coming to an end. As she bit her lip, the facade of calm she had maintained crumbled, and tears began to flow. Seeing Gigi silently weeping, Brown and Sylvia's pupils dilated, and they grew tense with worry. Did Abdu truly do something to you? They rushed forward, grasping her hands, their eyes filled with urgency. Gigi, did Abdu harm you? What a parasite within you. Is it still there? Sylvia's eyes brimmed with concern. Zirwaya, I am fine. Abduo did not harm me. Furthermore, the insects within me have perished. Abduo is dead, and even if he desired to harm me, he could no longer do so. Gigi gazed at the corpse upon the ice bed and sighed. Upon turning, Zirwaya discovered Abduo lying on the ice bed, his body now frail and aged. Gigi, do you truly believe that he is Abduo? Zirwaya and Brown inquired, astonished. Abduo had always worn a mask, and they had presumed him to be a disfigured beastman. However, they were taken aback to find such an aged visage beneath his mask. Yet, considering Abduo's age, they deemed it quite normal, for beastmen age significantly when approaching death. Nevertheless, with his immense mental strength, it seemed implausible that his appearance could so drastically deteriorate. Could it be due to the multitude of goo insects he harbored within him? Gigi, how did Abduo die? And who are the two females lying on the ice bed? Brown and Zirwaya scrutinized the features of Abduo's daughter, their eyes filled with astonishment. Abduo's wife lay beside him, and the other female on the adjacent bed was his daughter. Look, does Abduo's daughter not bear an uncanny resemblance to me? Gigi approached the ice bed of Abduo's daughter once more, involuntarily exhaling a sigh. It could not merely be described as a resemblance. It was an exact match. Zirwaya observed the seemingly slumbering young female on the ice bed, her own eyes reflecting shock. Were it not for the fact that Abduo's daughter had perished centuries ago, she would have suspected a familial connection between this young female and Gigi. Brown, Zirwaya, Abduo transmitted all his mental strength to me at the moment of his death. His condition was that after his demise, I should cremate his body along with his wife and daughter and scatter their ashes in the sea of flowers below. As Gigi's words lingered, Zirwaya and Brown abruptly seized her arms, their faces a tableau of disbelief. Gigi, are you saying that Abduo transferred all his mental strength to you before he died? Yes. What of it? Is there something amiss? As Gigi met the astonished gazes of Zirwaya and Brown, a flicker of fear ignited within her. Did Abduo impart anything else to you before he passed? Zirwaya gripped Gigi's hand, her teeth clenched in ire. Confronted with Zirwaya's barely restrained fury, Gigi could only reiterate Abduo's final words. As she finished speaking, Zirwaya and Brown exchanged glances at the corpses of the parasitic insects on the ground. Without hesitation, Zirwaya scooped up Gigi and dashed toward the cave's entrance. Brown, who had been trailing behind Zirwaya, kept pace while relaying the situation via communication. Gigi observed the solemn expressions on Zirwaya's and Brown's faces, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Had the insect not already emerged from her body? What were Zirwaya and Brown still anxious about? Just then, as Gigi remained in bewilderment, Zirwaya emerged from the ground, and a pair of enormous wings unfurled from his back, propelling him forward with remarkable speed. Zirwaya, is something amiss? Gigi, do not speak. Wait until Penade and Pikali arrive before we discuss anything. Realizing that his expression may have alarmed Gigi, Zirwaya forced a smile and increased his pace. In a matter of moments, Zirwaya, traveling at the speed of light, encountered the approaching aircraft of Aliyah and his entourage. Zirwaya, Gigi, over here. Hearing Aliyah's call, Zirwaya's lips pressed into a thin line. He glanced down to reassure Gigi with a smile before swiftly leaping onto the extended support of the aircraft. Penade and Pikali awaited eagerly at that location. Zirwaya, quickly place Gigi in the treatment chamber, Penade commanded, his expression unusually grave. Penade, Zirwaya, why are you both so anxious? What is happening to me? Gigi, do not speak for now. Sleep well, and we will explain everything when you awaken. Standing behind Penade, Pikali offered a gentle smile and swiftly administered an injection into her arm. Gigi, taken aback by Pikali's actions, soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 208. The bond between father and son. As Gigi slipped into slumber, the expressions of those present turned tense in an instant, particularly Zirwaya, whose visage grew increasingly grim. Penade, Pikali, how is Gigi faring? Zirwaya anxiously inquired, observing the flurry of activity from Penade and Pikali. Silence. Step aside and do not disturb us, Penade retorted sharply. casting an exasperated glance at Zirwaya before swiftly ushering Gigi into the operating room. The others watched the closed doors of the operating room, their expressions reflecting their escalating anxiety. They could hardly fathom that Abduo had transmitted his mental strength to Gigi at the moment of his death. Although a beastman's mental strength could be transferred to a subfemale, it was strictly forbidden to impart such power to a pregnant subfemale. If a beastman were to transfer mental strength to a pregnant female or subfemale, the offspring within would absorb the immense energy from the mother's body. Over time, should this continue, the mother would not survive until the offspring's birth, as her life force would be consumed by them. Thus, when Abduo chose to transfer his mental strength to Gigi, his intent was to intertwine their fates, risking both their lives. The gravity of this realization rendered Aaliyah and the others even more distressed. Gigi, being a subfemale of the Rabbit clan, naturally possessed mental strength when agitated. However, now that she was pregnant and had suddenly acquired such an abundance of mental strength, it was inevitable that her unborn offspring would wreak havoc within her body. Inside the operating room, Penade and pikily scrutinized the monitor above the treatment chamber, their expressions darkening. The giant eagle clan laid eggs, so within 4 months, their young could form eggs within the mother's body. Now, having only been pregnant for 4 months, it was evident from the blurred images on the monitor that Gigi already bore 3 formed eggs. What now? Are the young absorbing the mother's mental strength? Pikely inquired, his tone tense. Their rate of absorption is astonishingly rapid, far exceeding my expectations. Abduo possessed immense mental strength, and at the moment of his death, he transferred all of it to Gigi. At this rate, within a month, they will have consumed all of Gigi's mental strength and will begin to draw upon her life force. If it comes to that, we will have to choose between saving Gigi or the offspring. No, we cannot allow either Gigi or the young to perish. If anything happens to her, I fear that Nangong Jitian and Zirwaya will lose control and resort to desperate measures. Orcs often commit foolish acts in the name of avenging their partners. And is there any shortage of such instances? Moreover, the identities of Nangong Jitian and his companions are anything but ordinary. Should they descend into madness, the entire Beast World continent could face annihilation. Peakley gazed at the data displayed on the detector, his brow furrowed in concern. How could it be that at this critical juncture, that wretched old fool Abdu was still scheming to harm others? What are we to do? Gigi's current situation is perilously precarious. If we falter even slightly, both she and the little cubs within her womb will be lost. As Penade spoke, he meticulously conducted various tests. Observing the data on the detector, Peakley suddenly had an idea. Penade, the cubs in Gigi's womb are already 4 months along. If we were to extract them a month early, do you think they could survive? Peakley scrutinized the data on the display as he inquired. Extract them at 5 months? Penade exclaimed in astonishment. However, upon examining the data on the detector, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Peakley, I believe it is feasible. However, once we extract the cubs from Gigi, they will require the assistance of the Shuelang clan. The Shuelang clan? Paika Lianolaja. Indeed, the Shuelang clan resides in the snowy mountains, possessing the highest body temperature among all beast tribes. In a month's time, when we extract the 3 eggs from Gigi, they will need an extremely high temperature to ensure their survival. The Shuelang clan, with their elevated body temperature, is the optimal choice. After exchanging a knowing glance, Peakley and Penade both detected a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. The cubs of the giant eagle clan will regard as their father the first being they see upon hatching. Currently, the only suitable candidate among the Shuelang clan for the hatching task, aside from Nangong Jitian, is non-existent. After all, the elders they had recently rescued were in a deplorable state, too weak to assist in hatching Sylvia's eggs. Umor Eliaches Barthnet, Ida. Certainly could not hatch Sylvia's giant eagle eggs. That would be a significant breach of lineage. When Gigi was pregnant with her 3 wolf cubs, she had been taken to Giant Eagle Island by Sylvia. Under Sylvia's cunning schemes, Nangong Jitian's 3 wolf cubs recognized Sylvia as their father. Should Nangong Jitian assist Sylvia in hatching the eggs, it would inevitably lead to Sylvia's 3 hatchlings acknowledging him as their father. Upon this realization, Penade and Peakley exchanged a knowing smile. How delightfully intriguing this situation has become. Once all data stabilized, Penade and Peakley set aside their instruments, releasing a collective sigh of relief as they proceeded toward the operating room's exit. As they opened the door, they were quickly surrounded by the anxious Sylvia, Elijah, and others waiting outside. Nada, how is Gigi? Peak-Li, is Gigi in any danger? Listening to the cacophony of questions, Peak-Li raised his hand to silence them before explaining the findings from their recent examination. Peak-Li, are you saying we must extract the giant eagle eggs from Gigi in a month? Sylvia queried urgently. Indeed, no more than a month. The spiritual energy Abdu transmitted to Gigi is sufficient for the cubs to absorb for only 1 month. If we do not extract the giant eagle eggs within that time frame, they will begin to draw upon Gigi's life force. Should that occur, not only will the giant eagle eggs perish, but Gigi's life will also be at risk. Peak-Li's words rendered Sylvia momentarily speechless. As he struggled to find a response, Elijah, observing Sylvia's silence, pushed him aside and stepped forward, her tone tinged with urgency. Peak-Li, can the cubs, having only spent 5 months in the womb, survive once extracted? Typically, cubs remaining in the womb for only 5 months do not survive extraction. However, these 3 giant eagle eggs are unique, having absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy in utero, which will result in their superior constitution at birth compared to ordinary cubs. But Elijah interjected, her impatience evident. Hurry up and finish. However, during this month, Sylvia must continuously provide spiritual energy to soothe the cubs. Moreover, once the cubs are extracted, they will require an extremely high temperature for hatching. The only beastman capable of fulfilling this requirement, aside from Nangong Jetian, is absent. Furthermore, Nangong Jetian must hatch the giant eagle eggs for at least 4 months. At this point, Peak-Li coughed lightly to mask a grin. Most crucially, upon the hatching of the giant eagle eggs, the hatchlings will recognize Nangong Jetian as their father, rejecting Sylvia's claim to fatherhood. As Peak-Li's words lingered in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering of beastmen, who regarded the dazed Sylvia with peculiar expressions. How could such a perilous situation devolve into something so comical? One beastman, unable to suppress his mirth, cleared his throat and hastily concocted an excuse to exit the operating room. Following suit, others too found reasons to depart. Yet, the moment they stepped beyond Sylvia's line of sight, a thunderous wave of laughter erupted, piercing through the air like a cacophony. The sound was unbearably grating. Upon hearing the unrestrained laughter, Sylvia's face turned ashen. However, when he turned to Peynada and Peak-Li, they promptly stated that Gigi was still resting in the treatment chamber and required supervision. Unfazed by Sylvia's aggrieved expression, Peynada and Peak-Li stifled their laughter and quickly returned to the treatment room. Elijah, who had been by Sylvia's side, sensed the weight of his gaze and instinctively took a step back, alarm bells ringing in her mind. Goodness, Gigi has been busy all day and hasn't eaten since morning. Sylvia, listen, you stay here and I'll go fetch something delicious for Gigi. With that, she departed without awaiting Sylvia's response. Sylvia watched as Elijah's figure disappeared, his lips twitching in frustration. Couldn't T and Elijah have concocted a more believable excuse? As a rare female, when has she ever needed to cook? Even if she could, would her cooking be edible? Just as Sylvia lamented silently, Elijah turned a corner, and a fresh wave of unabashed laughter reached his ears once more. The laughter that had quieted earlier surged back, echoing in Sylvia's mind. Listening to the merciless mockery, Sylvia's chest heaved as he slumped down to the ground, utterly defeated. The elaborate schemes he had devised to manipulate the situation, ensuring that Nangong Jetian's 3 wolf cubs would call him Papa Sylvia and refer to Nangong Jetian as father, had now culminated in a situation where the impending hatchlings would likely acknowledge Nangong Jetian as their father instead. Truly, the heavens may forgive transgressions, but self-inflicted calamities are inexcusable. Dreaded Abdu, how could you have dug such a deep pit for me? He had long awaited the arrival of his offspring, yet it seemed as though fate had denied their bond as father and son. Chapter 209, A Call. With a weary sigh, Zirwei turned around and called out towards the shadowy recess of the operating room. How are Siren and Sonia faring? The head of the family replied. Siren and Sonia have successfully rescued all the hostages from the Abduo fire cavern. However, the rescued individuals, while physically injured, were also mentally scarred. The prolonged psychological manipulation by Abduo had left many of them in a state of madness. And what of my parents? Are they alive? Yes, they are alive. However, the elder heads of the 4 great noble families have remained in a coma since their rescue, lying in the treatment chamber, and we can only await their gradual awakening. What of Nangong Zetian? Where is he now? The head of the Nangong family has been by the side of the elder heads. He is unaware of the current situation here. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. After glancing around the empty room, Zirwei forced a bitter smile and felt a sense of relief. Regardless of whom his offspring would choose as their father, they would always share a blood connection, and eventually, they would recognize him as their father. With this thought, Zirwei found his mood considerably lightened. Rising to his feet, he gently knocked on the door, and upon receiving the consent of Pinard and Pikely, he pushed open the door and entered the operating room. Upon entering, Zirwei beheld Gigi, still in a deep slumber under the effects of medication. Through the glass of the treatment chamber, he tenderly traced her brows and eyes with his gaze, filled with a gentle light. Pinard, for the past month, the three little ones have been absorbing Gigi's spiritual energy. Will they harm her body? No. As long as we observe carefully, the giant eagle egg in Gigi's womb will not harm her. Very well, as long as Gigi is safe. That is all that matters. Zirwei, gazing at Gigi's serene features in sleep, hesitated for a moment before turning back to Pinard and Pikely with a serious admonition. Pinard, Pikely, if after a month you are unable to safely deliver the three little ones, for the sake of Gigi's safety, I must confirm with you now that you may proceed to dispose of the three offspring, if necessary. Remember, I only require Gigi to live. As for the others, I do not care, nor do I wish to concern myself. Zirwei's words left Pinard and Pikely momentarily stunned in their busy endeavors. They turned to him with expressions of disbelief, as if they were meeting this calculating individual for the first time. Zirwei, you cannot be serious, can you? Pinard asked incredulously. I am not jesting. Zirwei replied earnestly. 8 years ago, I orchestrated a scheme that led Nangong's Etienne, Sonia, and Stephen to conflict with one another, allowing me to bring Gigi to Giant Eagle Island, where she stayed with me for 3 years. During those 3 years, I'd already developed feelings for her. Now, 8 years have passed, and my feelings for Gigi have transcended mere affection. Pinard, I have fallen in love with Gigi. Thus, I can forego the offspring. But I cannot lose Gigi. A few months ago, she nearly lost her life giving birth to Sonia's 3 little foxes. Therefore, I am informing you in advance. My only desire is for Gigi to survive. As for the offspring, if they exist, that would be wonderful. If not, matters not. With that said, Zirwei cast one last glance at the sleeping Gigi before stepping toward the door. Just as he opened it, he spotted Aaliyah and Nangong's Etienne leaning against the wall outside the operating room. Aaliyah looked up at the remarkable beast man before her, sighed softly, and patted his shoulder before entering with the soup she had prepared with her partner. Zirwei observed the now-closed door with a resigned smile before turning to Nangong's Etienne and suggesting, "Shall we take a stroll outside?" Nangong's Etienne, casting an unimpressed glance at Zirwei's somewhat obsequious tone, stepped out first without further comment. Descending from the aircraft, Nangong's Etienne walked ahead without acknowledging Zirwei, who followed closely behind. Upon reaching an open area, he turned around and landed a solid punch on Zirwei's face. Undeterred by the dirt, he found a stone to sit upon. "What? Did you feel vindicated after hitting me?" Zirwei wiped the corner of his mouth nonchalantly, chuckling softly. "Initially, I did not feel vindicated, but the thought of Gigi giving birth to your giant eagle offspring and them calling me father dissipated my anger." Nangong's Etienne's words caused Zirwei's smile to falter momentarily. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and turned to Nangong's Etienne, speechless. "Nangong's Etienne, when did you become so adept at striking a chord?" "I have always been capable, merely disinclined to express it." "Zirwei, I heard everything you said earlier." "What? Were you moved by my words?" "No, they were simply nauseating." Nangong's Etienne replied, enunciating each word. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean, Zirwei, had it not been for your scheming to take Gigi away from Rose Castle, she would have remained solely my partner from the beginning. There would have been no connection to you, let alone Sonia and those other rascals." Nangong's Etienne's complaints prompted an involuntary chuckle from Zirwei. "Nangong's Etienne, you truly possess an abundance of self-confidence. Even if Gigi had genuinely developed feelings for you and remained steadfast, desiring to escape from the Snow Wolf clan, do you think we could not have instigated discord between the two of you, leading to the ruin of your relationship before extracting Gigi from Rose Castle? After all, at that time, Sonia had been Gigi's tutor for several months, and you were blissfully unaware." Zirwei's remarks left Nangong's Etienne momentarily speechless. He knew Zirwei was correct, but it irked him nonetheless. "Zirwei, was it you who orchestrated the incident regarding Gigi's reproductive value being questioned on Starnet?" "Indeed, I discreetly instructed someone to do so. However, I never anticipated that Gigi's reproductive value would reach a staggering 10 points. My initial intent was merely to vex that old fool, Ouyang Songting. But the outcome exceeded my expectations. Nangong Zetian, to be frank, I also regret my actions at that time. Had I known I would fall for Gigi, I would have simply devised a plan to take her from your side. Otherwise, I would not have attracted Sonia and Stephen's meddling. Just as Zirwei finished speaking, a powerful projectile hurtled toward his head. Easily swatting the projectile aside, he turned to see Siren, Sonia, Brown, and Stephen approaching with furious expressions. The projectile had been launched by Stephen. Upon witnessing the ire directed at him, Zirwei glanced back and caught a glimpse of Nangong Zetian, who raised an eyebrow and smirked. It was evident that Nangong Zetian had set him up for this confrontation. Zirwei, you foul bird, whom do you dare to call fly? With that, Stephen aimed the long particle cannon at Zirwei and fired again without hesitation. Once more deflecting the incoming projectile, Zirwei regarded Stephen with displeasure, warning him, sluggish serpent. You should temper your actions. Should you persist, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Huh, you think I fear you? Stephen shot back defiantly. Xiar Weiya gazed at Su Difun, whose arrogance reached new heights, and for a fleeting moment, he felt an irresistible urge to strike him. However, as he raised his hand and caught sight of his smug expression, he instinctively lowered it again and turned to walk away. Ah, foolish bird, have you lost your nerve? Why do you refrain from acting? Once I take action, will you not run to report me to Gigi? Su Difun, such antics are only effective once. Besides, I, Shiria, have always been far more clever than you since childhood. Without a backward glance, he waved his hand and boarded the aircraft, immediately signaling his subordinates to depart. Damn foolish creature. Even if you chase me here, what is the use? Will you not uproot everything? Meanwhile, Su Difun, seated beside Nangong, was still seething over Shuyak's earlier insults. Suddenly, the heat wave generated by the launching aircraft left Nangong and his companions utterly dumbfounded. That scoundrel Shuya actually flew away with the aircraft. What was the purpose of their arduous journey here? As they watched the aircraft vanish into the horizon, a wave of rage surged through Nangong and his companions, nearly causing them to grind their teeth in frustration. Xiar Weiya, Chapter 210, Huya's proposal on board the aircraft. Xiya stood outside the operating room of Woke and Po, gazing through the glass at the slumbering Gigi. Master, where are we headed? We are returning home. In a month, Gigi's little ones will be born. Apart from Zhu Yingdao, she is yet to visit our Jiying clan. Inform the steward to prepare the clan for her arrival, so that all idle members of the Jiying clan can meet our clan matriarch. As you command, master. With a deep sigh, Xia turned his gaze towards the Jiying clan, a flicker of yearning in his eyes. Today, he would bring his clan's matriarch home. He must ensure that Gigi can feel secure when she gives birth to their offspring, for his feelings for her have always been sincere. When Gigi awoke from the treatment pod, she was greeted by the sight of Xia, impeccably dressed in formal attire. Holding a bouquet of delicate lavender orchids, his long black ponytail cascading over his shoulder. As she opened her eyes, Xia beamed at her. Gigi, welcome to the Jiying clan. Our shared home. The Jiying clan? Are we truly in the Jiying clan? Gigi exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Gigi, let me help you sit up. Once Gigi was seated in the treatment pod, she nervously inquired, Xia, are the babies in my womb unharmed? You were all so anxious when I fainted. Gigi, the babies are perfectly fine. However, they will need to be delivered via cesarean section in a month, after they have absorbed the spiritual energy transferred to you by Budoa. If we delay, both you and the little ones will be in danger. Rest assured, your babies will be healthy upon their arrival, and Pokoli assured her. A cesarean section in a month? Gigi placed a hand on her belly, her expression one of astonishment. They are only 5 months along. Will they survive after being delivered early? Although you both have given me assurances, I cannot help but worry about my children. Gigi, do not fret over the little ones. They have absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy within you. Thus their development is more rapid than that of ordinary infants. Therefore, in a month, their organs will undoubtedly be fully developed. Delivering them early will be beneficial for both you and them. Prolonging the pregnancy only risks 4 lives, Onadur advised. Understood. As long as the babies are safe, that is all that matters, Gigi replied, finally feeling a sense of relief. Before her fainting spell, seeing Xia and the others so anxious had led her to fear for her baby's well-being. By the way, Abadoa implanted parasites in my body. While I managed to crush one, did you find any others during your examination? No parasites. The spiritual energy transmitted by Abadoa before his demise can indeed expel those parasites. But the drawbacks outweigh the benefits, Hoa Curly stated earnestly. The reassurances from Hoa Curly and Koanada calmed Gigi completely, observing her newfound tranquility. Xiya assisted her out of the treatment pod and placed the bouquet in her arms. Gigi, come this way. Following Xiya's lead, Gigi, still somewhat bewildered, was guided to a newly arranged makeup room aboard the aircraft. Inside the makeup room, an entire team of makeup artists awaited her arrival. Upon seeing Xiya enter with Gigi, they all bowed in a formal gesture of respect. Xiya, what is this? Gigi asked, confused. Gigi, I wish to prepare a surprise for you. Please, allow the makeup artist to work their magic while I wait outside, he said soothingly, gently squeezing her hand before stepping out. Madam, please take a seat here. A sweet-faced young woman smiled warmly at Gigi as she led her to a chair. Sitting obediently, Gigi gazed at the bustling makeup team surrounding her, her heart racing with anticipation. What sort of surprise was Xiya planning? Why the need for makeup and such grandeur? Before long, the makeup artist had swiftly completed Gigi's makeup. Staring into the mirror at her exquisitely transformed, yet somewhat unfamiliar visage, she couldn't help but admire the skill of the artists. She had not anticipated that their artistry would make her feel as though she had donned an entirely new face. If her appearance before makeup had rated a 6, now, she felt she could claim a perfect 10. The makeup artists, noticing the astonishment in Gigi's eyes, exchanged glances, stifling their smiles as they assisted her in trying on a series of regal purple garments. Why are all the clothes purple? Gigi asked, perplexed. Madam, in the Jiang clan, purple signifies the utmost nobility. Given the significance of today, you must wear the most regal purple gown, the stylist explained with gentle smiles before resuming their preparations. Before long, Gigi found herself gazing at her reflection in the mirror, wearing a simple yet extravagantly luxurious deep purple gown. She was astounded by how beautiful she appeared, a transformation she never expected. Is it truly still me in the mirror? I feel a sense of unfamiliarity, she wondered aloud. Madam, it is undoubtedly you. As the matriarch of the Jiang clan, you're the most beautiful, the young woman assured her with a sweet smile. Once the makeup and attire were deemed perfect, the stylist signaled to open the door, respectfully announcing to the waiting Xiya, Master, the matriarch is ready. In anxious anticipation, Xiya paced outside the door, immediately turning his gaze towards Gigi upon hearing her voice. As he beheld her in a flowing gown of deep purple, adorned with a delicate crown of light purple gemstones and cradling a rare Yulan flower unique to the Great Eagle clan, his dark eyes sparkled with indescribable excitement and joy. At long last, the day he had awaited had arrived. A light smile danced upon his lips, and his eyes brimmed with happiness. Gigi, you look truly exquisite today. Xiya sincerely complimented her. Do you really think so? I also find it beautiful, and I must thank the makeup artists. Their skills are simply marvelous. As she spoke, Gigi twirled joyfully in front of Xiya, lifting her skirt. If it weren't for the color, I might have thought this was my wedding dress. Listening to Gigi's words, Xiya, still in a state of excitement, received a string of purple gemstone necklaces from Chili and promptly adorned Gigi's neck with it. Gigi, I wish to surprise you. Will you accompany me outside? Meeting Xiya's nervous yet expectant gaze, Gigi could not help but smile. She extended her hand, placing it in his palm. All right, I look forward to your surprise. Do not let me down. I certainly will not disappoint you. Xiya planted a kiss on the back of Gigi's hand, displaying an uncharacteristically childlike joy as he took her hand and walked briskly toward the exit of the flying vehicle. Along the way, Gigi admired the pale purple garlands and ribbons adorning the corridor, and a bold thought arose within her. Could the surprise Xiya prepared be a proposal? As they stepped out of the flying vehicle, Gigi's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the gathered crowd and the sea of pale purple flowers outside. Turning to Xiya, her eyes were filled with questions. Had it not been for the live camera broadcasting in front of her, she would have inquired about the nature of the surprise Xiya had prepared. Could it be? Gigi, this is the realm of the Great Eagle clan, the home where I grew up. I hope that from this day forward, it can also be your home. Xiya, what is this? Gigi, Xiya, wish to ask you, in front of everyone here, to become the matriarch of the Great Eagle clan and my one and only partner in this lifetime. As he spoke, Xiya took the knife handed to him by Juliana, pricked his fingertip, and let drops of blood fall beneath his eyes. He then held Gigi's hand, drawing a circle in her palm with his blood. Xiya, what does this mean? Gigi, the Great Eagle clan possesses the finest eyesight on the Beast World continent. During marriage ceremonies, A drop of blood is placed beneath the eyes, and a circle is drawn in the partner's palm, signifying that the gaze of the great eagle beastmen will forever remain within the bounds of their partner's palm. It symbolizes unwavering loyalty and companionship in life and death. Gigi, will you marry me? Chapter 2:11. A lifetime of togetherness. Gigi first gazed at the circle drawn in her palm with Zirwaya's blood, then looked down at the 2 drops of blood beneath his eyes as he knelt before her. Just as she was rendered speechless by the depth of Zirwaya's gesture, Juliana, who had been by Zirwaya's side, kicked him in the other leg, forcing him to kneel fully. Fool! A proposal requires sincerity. Both knees should be down. Hearing Juliana's complaints, Gigi hurriedly pulled Zirwaya back up. Zirwaya, you know my relationship with Nangongzetian and the others. If I cannot be your only partner, would you still propose to me? Yes, my one and only partner in this life will always be you, Ikaya Gigi. I will never love anyone else. Confronted with Zirwaya's steadfast gaze, Gigi bit her lip, tears of joy welling up as a smile graced her face. Now, she felt she had a family to protect her, and no longer feared being seen merely as a vessel for reproduction. Yet, Zirwaya was the first to formally sign a partnership contract and propose to her. His actions consistently provided her with the security and sense of responsibility every girl deserves. His proposal made Gigi feel important and unique in his heart. As a girl, she could not help but be moved by such a sincere proposal. Since Zirwaya was the first to ask her to marry him, how could she refuse? As for Stephen and Nangongzetian, they had made their choices. Now, they deserved to become the male 3rd and 4th wheels, as Stephen often lamented. For now, she would relish the romantic proposal Zirwaya had crafted for her. Wiping away her tears of joy, Gigi took Zirwaya's hand and earnestly declared, Zirwaya, I accept your proposal. I, Ikaya Gigi, wish to be your lifelong partner, bound together in life and death, never to part. As soon as her words fell, the previously quiet atmosphere erupted into cheers. Several beastmen of the Great Eagle clan, celebrating their leader's successful proposal, willingly transformed into their beast forms and took on the role of flower children. Clutching handfuls of petals, they soared above Zirwaya and Gigi, showering them with blossoms. In mere moments, Gigi felt herself nearly buried beneath the petals. The enthusiasm of the Great Eagle clan was perhaps a bit excessive. Juliana, watching the petals pile up to Gigi's waist, glared up at the beastmen above, gritting her teeth. Bunch of fools. How can they create such a mess with just petals? Shouldn't they be scattering them in small handfuls? Why are they throwing them down in heaps? What was meant to be a romantic scene had been somewhat ruined by these clumsy antics. In contrast to Juliana's irritation, Zirwaya effortlessly lifted Gigi into his arms. Instantly, a pair of black wings appeared behind him. As Zirwaya flapped his wings, the petals surrounding Gigi were swept away like a whirlwind, transforming into a true rain of blossoms. In the midst of this romantic petal shower and the cheers of the Great Eagle clan, Zirwaya carried Gigi toward the carpet laid out ahead. As she lay quietly in his embrace, gazing at his handsome features and listening to the jubilant cries from below, she felt that her envisioned proposal could not have been more perfect. Zirwaya's efforts had deeply moved her. At that moment, Gigi realized that perhaps she had long ago given her heart to Zirwaya. May the bond between them flourish, just as the bond between the beast gods. It was not until Zirwaya landed, holding Gigi in his arms, that she shyly averted her gaze. Following his line of sight, she saw Aliyah, along with her partner and sons, standing resplendently in fine attire, embodying the role of elders. As Zirwaya stood before her, holding Gigi, Aliyah exchanged a knowing smile with the others. They have finally awaited the moment when their daughter formally receives a proposal from the orc. After all these years, their sacrifices have proven to be worthwhile. Regaining her composure, Aliyah approached Zirwaya and Gigi with deliberate steps. She took both of their hands and spoke solemnly. Zirwaya, I have never interfered with Gigi's choices. Her decisions are my own. However, as a mother, I have but one request. You must treat my daughter with utmost kindness. Although today marks only your engagement ceremony, the official wedding will be celebrated once your parents awaken from the treatment chamber, and I shall host it alongside them. Furthermore, Zirwaya, I must make it clear that our rabbit clan has always been matriarchal, practicing polyandry. Thus, I can assure you that Gigi will never have just one partner in the future. I have always known this. My proposal to Gigi today is merely to express my enduring love for her and my desire to be together. I also wish to thank Aunt Aliyah for recognizing me and supporting me. Zirwaya expressed her heartfelt gratitude. There's no need for thanks. As long as Gigi agrees. You may call me Mama Yulia from now on. I will fulfill my duties as a mother and love you wholeheartedly, just as I would my own child. Thank you, Mama Yulia, Gigi said, her tone tinged with excitement. Very well, let us proceed with the engagement ceremony, as you have designed it. With that, Yulia, accompanied by her reluctant partner and sons, stepped aside to clear the path for Zirwaya. After nodding in gratitude towards Yulia once more, Zirwaya took Gigi's hand and walked step by step towards the purple floral arch ahead. Upon reaching the arch, the old steward received a plate from a servant and presented it to Zirwaya. With a gentle smile towards Gigi, Zirwaya picked up a black-gray fuzzy bracelet from the plate, feeling a touch bashful as she adorned Gigi's wrist with it. Madam, this is the down shed by the clan leader during their first molting as a child, which we specially collected to craft this bracelet. It symbolizes shedding past unhappiness and embracing a bright future. Gigi lowered her gaze, stroking the fuzzy bracelet on her wrist, and upon lifting her eyes to Zirwaya's slightly bashful face, she felt an overwhelming sense of romance crafted by Zirwaya. The next step involves the clan leader soaring with the matriarch, symbolizing boundless horizons and smooth sailing ahead. Just as the steward finished speaking, Zirwaya swiftly shed her outer garment, transforming into a giant eagle and crouching on the ground. Madam, be careful. Observing the steward's cheerful demeanor and the expectant gazes of the crowd, Gigi smiled slightly and, holding onto the steward's hand, gracefully settled onto Zirwaya's back, her voluminous gown trailing behind her. Gigi, are you seated comfortably? Zirwaya's voice was filled with excitement and pride. Yes, I am ready, Gigi replied, and as soon as her words left her lips, Zirwaya soared into the sky. Upon takeoff, a flock of giant eagle-orc warriors transformed into their beast forms, flanking Zirwaya in a protective formation. Although Gigi could not discern their expressions from the giant eagle forms, she could unmistakably see the determination shining in their eyes, coupled with a sense of deep emotion. Zirwaya, sitting on your back signifies not only the boundless horizons and smooth sailing, but is there another meaning? Indeed, in the giant eagle clan, when a female willingly sits upon the back of a male orc, it signifies her desire to bear offspring for the giant eagle clan, Zirwaya replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. As soon as Zirwaya finished speaking, Gigi couldn't help but burst into laughter. She vividly recalled that when she first met Zirwaya, he had made her vow that she would willingly sit on his back. At that moment, she thought Zirwaya was merely concerned that she might, like in her previous life, get into trouble after saving someone. Little did she know that Zirwaya, clever as he was, had laid this trap from their very first encounter. Yet now, all she felt was joy, harboring no resentment. She was already carrying Zirwaya's child and had accepted his proposal, so why would she still harbor any grievances? Plucking a delicate lavender orchid from her bouquet, Gigi playfully tucked it into Zirwaya's feathers. Her gesture elicited a collective cry from Zirwaya and the giant eagle-orc warriors flanking them. Hearing their sounds, Gigi merely thought it was a part of the giant eagle clan ceremony and did not consider any other implications. Only Zirwaya, having transformed into his beast form, felt tears well up in his eyes. Even if Gigi did not comprehend the significance of her act during the engagement ceremony, which indicated her willingness to share a life with him in the next world, he understood. Zirwaya vowed that in the next life, he would find her ahead of time and share a life of eternal companionship, never to part ways. Chapter 212. The Dark Mist Group in the Tungsha clan. Stephen was still sulking over Zirwaya's audacity in taking Gigi away. If he were not preoccupied with the mess left by Abdu, he would have chased after them already. Zirwaya, you worthless scoundrel, how dare you undermine me by snatching Gigi away? Stephen grumbled as he dealt with the mountain of accumulated paperwork. Glancing at the seemingly endless stack of documents, he found himself envying Zirwaya. If only the beast god could place Zirwaya's mind into his own, he would no longer have to fret over these vexing papers. Master, are you still buried in paperwork? Hearing the stewardess question, Stephen rolled his eyes. Steward, I would rather not deal with this. But is there any way to make all of this disappear? Stop handling it, the steward said, sweeping the pile of documents aside and presenting his light brain to Stephen. What is it? What do you want to show me? Master, just take a look. If you keep dawdling, the matriarch will be whisked away by the giant eagles. Hearing the steward's complaint, Stephen set down the documents in confusion and took the light brain from the steward's hands. Under the steward's impatient gaze, he opened the device. In the next moment, the pristine light brain turned to shambles in his grasp. What a splendid Zirwaya! How did he manage to orchestrate such a lavish engagement ceremony in such a short time, while publicly declaring his claim over Gigi on the Star Network? Damn it, if all of this wasn't premeditated, no one would believe it. He realized that when he attempted to propose to Gigi on the Star Network openly in the future, he would become a true third party. Ah, wait. There's also Nangong Zhitian and Sonia among those fellows. Regardless of their past relationships with Gigi, they would now be perceived as rivals in the eyes of outsiders. With this thought, Stephen turned back, glaring angrily at the steward. Steward, I am heading to the Giant Eagle clan right now to dismantle Zirwaya's nest and bring Gigi back. Master, I have already prepared the aircraft in formal attire. You must hurry. I believe other clans are already aware of the Giant Eagle clan's engagement ceremony. Our Tingsha clan cannot afford to fall behind. Understood. As Stephen responded, he swiftly made his way outside. In the shadows, the discreet guards, signaled by the old butler, silently trailed behind him. After all, their master was currently a rather inadequate warrior. Thus, for the sake of their master's safety, they remained steadfastly at his side. Stephen gazed at the flying craft parked in the open space, then at the Tangshi clan, poised and ready for departure. Gritting his teeth, he boarded the craft and set off toward the Giant Eagle clan. Consumed by anger, as soon as his craft reached the outskirts of the Giant Eagle territory, he spotted 4 other flying vessels. Without needing to think, he knew they belonged to Nangong Zetian and Sonia, along with their unfortunate companions. Those individuals often mocked his intelligence, calling him foolish, yet they were no better than him, having been played around by that featherless bird, Zirway. Why, despite their incessant bickering, did they always remain one step behind that wretched creature? Zirway had countless matters to attend to daily, yet somehow found the time to prepare a proposal scene for Gigi. As Stephen disembarked from the craft and cast a glance at Nangong Zetian, Sonia, Siren, and Brown, who shared his intentions, he quickly moved forward. The sight of the vast expanse of light purple flowers before him nearly brought tears to his eyes. How cunning Zirway was to win over Littleya with such a splendid display. Clearly, he had invested considerable effort into cultivating these blooms. After all, those exquisite orchids were of considerable value externally. It was uncertain when Zirway began nurturing these orchids for his proposal to Gigi. The pride Zirway felt while embracing Gigi was matched only by the anger swelling within the hearts of the 5 of them. At that moment, they were even tempted to shatter Zirway's heart. While they may not possess his cleverness, in terms of combat prowess and mental fortitude, they were certainly his equal. Even if they could not halt the unfolding events, they could at least give him a good beating to vent their frustrations. Meanwhile, Zirway, holding Gigi amidst the cheers of the crowd, transformed back into his human form. With an orchid nestled in his hair, he looked at Gigi, who was smiling foolishly. In that moment, Zirway resembled a love-struck young man, devoid of any trace of his usual elegance and shrewdness. Standing aside, Julian and the others watched Zirway's goofy smile, chuckling lightly while silently wishing him well. Beast God, if the cycle of life truly exists, may the next life fulfill the Master's wish of uniting him with Gigi as lifelong partners. In the StarNet live broadcast, viewers quickly recognized that the Littleya, who had bonded with the Master of the Giant Eagle clan, was none other than the legendary Littleya who had conceived the young cub of the Snow Wolf clan's master years ago, boasting an impressive fertility score of 10. As the audience beheld Gigi and Zirway nestled together, they were filled with both curiosity and understanding. Given Gigi's remarkable fertility score and the immense strength and wisdom of the masters of the 4 great noble houses, it was only logical that they would compete for such a highly valued Littleya. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the master of the Giant Eagle clan to bond with her. After all, Zirway, as a paragon of the Beast World continent, was not only handsome and wealthy, but also exceptionally wise. It was only natural for him to win the heart of a beauty. While people on StarNet speculated that Gigi, a commoner, could marry the master of the Giant Eagle clan solely because of her 10-point fertility score, hidden figures from various circles sent their congratulations to Gigi, celebrating her union with Zirway as her first partner in the name of her father and brother. The status of Gigi's subsequent partners remained uncertain. As viewers scoured the messages from influential figures on StarNet, they confirmed the authenticity of this information. Those who rarely communicated had unexpectedly chosen to collectively express their first public message in honor of their daughter and sister. It was at this moment that people realized that Gigi, whom they had always perceived as a Cinderella, was the true hidden powerhouse. Otherwise, How could she have so many formidable fathers and brothers without ever mentioning them on Starnet? Even when she was expelled from the Ouyang family, she had not spoken a word. But wasn't that little Ji, the daughter of the Ouyang clan's master? Then how did she come to have so many fathers and brothers? Just as the crowd's confusion regarding Ji's identity grew, Aaliyah directly announced her own identity on Starnet, revealing herself as the hidden power behind the Onwu group. The influential figures who had just spoken were all her partners and sons. Ji was her only daughter and the sole heir of the Onwu group, possessing all its shares. As for Ji's relationship with Ouyang Songting, that was merely a cheap nanny she had hired. When Ouyang Songting accepted her money, he failed to treat Aaliyah's daughter well during her time of need. Consequently, she would leverage the power of the Onwu group to suppress the Ouyang family and avenge her beloved daughter. Aaliyah's revelation left everyone on Starnet astounded. While some might not recognize the four great noble houses, no one in the Beast World continent was unaware of the Onwu group. The Onwu group permeated every industry on the continent, making people's lives intricately linked with it. If the four great noble houses took a high-end approach, the Onwu group adopted a more approachable stance. Due to its extensive reach, the Onwu group could be considered the wealthiest conglomerate on the continent. Since its establishment, it had seamlessly integrated into the lives of ordinary people. However, even after hundreds of years, no one had managed to uncover the hidden leader behind the Onwu group. Yet, unexpectedly, Ji turned out to be its sole heir. This revelation was nothing short of dazzling. In that moment, people recalled the Ouyang family's treatment of Ji. Years ago, they had expelled her from the family under false pretenses and had legally severed all ties with her. Now, the Ouyang family, under the pressure of the four great noble houses, was gradually descending into decline. They were no longer even close to being a second-rate noble family. In fact, they might soon struggle to maintain their place among the third-rate nobles. To suggest that Ji had no role in this would be utterly unbelievable. Comparing Ji's current status with the Ouyang family, which was teetering on the edge of bankruptcy, the contrast was stark. People felt the Ouyang family truly deserved their fate. Had they treated Ji well after accepting Aaliyah's money, perhaps they could have leveraged their connection to her to ascend to first-rate nobility. Now, the little who everyone believed to be a Cinderella, had transformed into a genuine princess. She had even made Zirwei, the master of the Giant Eagle clan, her first partner. Meanwhile, the masters of the Nangong and Sonia clans, who had once shared cubs with Ji, were left wondering where they stood in her hierarchy of partners. This identity, this twist of fate, left everyone on Starnet wide-eyed in astonishment. What had initially seemed to be a rise to nobility based solely on her fertility score had taken an unexpected turn. However, it was unexpected that her true identity was one of even greater significance than that of a supernoble. As the inhabitants of Xinguang expressed their awe at the grand proposal ceremony of Ji and Xierwei, they could not help but reflect on the nature of their world. In this realm, were the tales of princes and Cinderella. Instead, there are only equally matched princes and princesses. Observing the ethereal and opulent proposal ceremony broadcasted on Xinguang, the hearts of the people were truly filled with mixed emotions. Just as the viewers were captivated by the romantic atmosphere created by Xierwei, there were always some who watched the two figures in the live stream with clenched teeth in disdain. That individual was Ji's former cousin, Ouyang Hua Duo. Chapter 213, A Tale of Misery recently, when many high-fertility females and sub-females vanished from the Beast World continent. She was fortunate enough to escape disaster by mingling with other beastmen in a basement. At that moment, she could not help but feel grateful for her fortunate fate, having avoided being captured by the beastman named Buduo. Now, Ouyang Hua Duo lay in bed, scrolling through her holographic device, her thoughts wandering. Those high-fertility females and sub-females had almost all fallen victim to that beastman named Buduo. With them out of the way, her own fertility value of 5 points now rendered her a rare female in the Beast World continent. With such a fertility value, could she ever worry about a life devoid of luxury? She recalled the hardships endured by her mother and brother after they left the Ouyang family, living in poverty. Once a pampered young lady, she found herself compelled to offer her body to an elderly beastman in exchange for the luxurious goods and garments she had once scorned. Contemplating this, Ouyang Hua Duo felt a deep-seated resentment towards her mother and brother, viewing them as nothing but useless burdens. Her mother had claimed that her biological father was a powerful beastman, yet when they finally located him, he turned out to be merely a handsome thug. Each day, That self-proclaimed father not only failed to provide a comfortable life, but also continuously demanded money from them. If they refused, he would resort to violence against her mother and even drag her into debts, forcing her to pay with her body, rather than endure such a worthless and vile father. They should never have left Ouyang Sangting, that old fool. After all, Ouyang Sangting had treated the three of them with genuine kindness. Now, Ouyang Sangting had become the head of the Ouyang family. Although the family was not as prosperous as before, its foundation remained intact. Had they only stayed with Ouyang Sangting, they would not have had to fret over a life devoid of luxury, nor would she have had to sell her body for a better life. Returning to her thoughts, Ouyang Hua Duo lay in bed, rejoicing that those high-fertility females had met with misfortune. Now, she could leverage her own 5 points of fertility to forge connections with the heads of prestigious noble families, becoming their partners and reclaiming a life of luxury. Just as she opened her holographic device, she stumbled upon a live broadcast of Shi Erweiya's proposal from the Giant Eagle clan. Gazing at the handsome and youthful head of the Giant Eagle clan, Ouyang Hua Duo's heart raced. How wonderful it would be if she, Ouyang Hua Duo, were the one to bond with Shi Erweiya. As the future matriarch of the Giant Eagle clan, she would not only possess countless opulent garments and jewels, but could also host extravagant banquets daily. In that moment, she would once again be the coveted young lady everyone sought to please. Just as Ouyang Hua Duo was lost in a reverie of splendid fantasies, the camera shifted to reveal a face she had despised since childhood, her detested sister, Ouyang Xiaoji. No, perhaps she was no longer called Ouyang Xiaoji. After all, she had learned from her mother that Ouyang Xiaoji was not the child of Ouyang Sangting, but rather a wild child fostered by him for a fee. It was no wonder Ouyang Sangting had always held disdain for that sister. It turned out that, like her, Ouyang Xiaoji was not the daughter of that old scoundrel. Returning to the present, Ouyang Hua Duo glared at Ouyang Xiaoji, who stood beside Shi Erweiya, adorned in a magnificent gown and wearing a blissful smile. Jealousy threatened to burst from her chest. How wonderful it would be if her sister's 10 points of fertility were hers. The one standing next to Shi Erweiya should have been Ouyang Hua Duo, not that worthless Ouyang Xiaoji. Everything she desired, money, status, beautiful clothes and jewelry, and the envious gazes of others, should belong to Ouyang Hua Duo. Having only scrolled through Xinguang for a few minutes, Ouyang Hua Duo was unaware of the announcement made by Eliya and her partner's sons just moments ago. Thus, she firmly believed that everything Gigi possessed was solely due to her 10 points of fertility, granted by Shi Erweiya. As she watched the live stream, envious of Gigi's happiness, a familiar face appeared in her view. The handsome beastman was Nangong Zetian, the head of the Snow Wolf clan. Had he come here to settle accounts with her detested sister? After all, no beastman would willingly witness their partner becoming another's. The next moment, another beastman pushed through the crowd, wrapping his tail around her detested sister, pulling her into his embrace. Oomph. Even in front of the heads of the Snow Wolf and Giant Eagle clans, her sister dared to flirt. Even with her 10 points of fertility, she could not expect forgiveness from those noble heads. Ideally, the heads of the Giant Eagle and Snow Wolf clans would be so enraged that they would eliminate her. Crushing her head, as Ouyang Hua Duo harbored such malicious thoughts, Gigi, oblivious to her cousin's vile speculations, found herself securely wrapped in the embrace of Stephen, who had come alongside Nangong Zetian. She was momentarily taken aback. How had Stephen arrived with Nangong Zetian? Had he rushed over after watching Shi Erweiya's live stream? Gigi, did you not promise to bond with me and bear me a little female or sub-female? How could you accept this bald bird's proposal so soon? No, I will not allow it. If you can accept this bald bird's proposal, you should also bond with me. With that, Stephen, disregarding the live broadcast, began to loudly lament while holding Gigi close. His level of desperation was astonishing. Shut up, you foolish snake. This is a live broadcast. You better tone it down. You may not care about your dignity, but do not drag Gigi into it. Shi Erweiya said with a forced smile. Tone it down. I can barely contain myself. If I hold back any longer, Gigi might be whisked away to the bird's nest. If I hold back, will your little bird egg be hatching soon? Besides, my partner is about to be taken from me. I have no face left, Stephen exclaimed, tightly holding Gigi while glaring at Shi Erweiya. Perhaps finding Shi Erweiya's formal attire displeasing, Stephen deliberately swiped his tail, tearing several large holes in Shi Erweiya's custom-made gown. Indeed, the bald-feathered bird should embody the essence of its kind. What is the meaning of donning a human guise? is truly a hideous sight. Clad in tattered rags, adorned with flowers atop its head, it exudes a garishness. Zirwaya, no matter how you embellish yourself, you cannot surpass my allure. As soon as Stephen finished his remark, Sonia, having arrived unannounced, snatched Gigi from his embrace without warning. Gigi, we now have 3 little fox cubs together. We are like an old married couple. How could you bear to abandon us for, father and sons, to accept the courtship of such an unsightly creature? If you must engage in a proposal, it should be in the Peach Blossom Valley of the Baihu clan, where you may accept my marriage proposal. Yes, you, mais easy. My wedding ceremony will undoubtedly be more romantic and splendid than that of this bird. Gigi, my beloved, you cannot forsake me and our 3 little fox cubs. Without you, how shall the 4 of us survive? As Sonia clung to Gigi's neck, weeping inconsolably, only he knew whether his tears were genuine or feigned. Foolish fox, when did those 3 cubs become yours? They are my little ones. If you dare to claim them, I shall sweat you down, Stephen bellowed. His voice ignored as Nangong and Siren exchanged glances. In the next moment, a flying machine descended, and 6 little pudding-like figures, hand in hand, threaded through the crowd, rushing towards Ouyang Xiaoji. Mama, we miss you. Mama, we want to see you. Mama, please hug the little fish. Upon hearing the joyful shouts of the children, Gigi unceremoniously pushed Sonia aside and swiftly ran towards her 6 offspring. No matter how significant a partner may be, they pale in comparison to her precious little ones. In the presence of her children, all else must step aside. Sonia, who had been feigning tears while holding Gigi, found himself momentarily stunned as he watched her unfeelingly depart. Was he not performing a tragic act? Could Gigi not wait for him to finish before pushing him away? Now, left standing alone, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. With some awkwardness, Sonia withdrew his tearful expression, turning to clear his throat discreetly. Ignoring the mocking gazes of Zirwaya and Stephen, he turned back, his face regaining the captivating allure characteristic of the Baihu clan. Chapter 214, The Arrival of a Whole Squad. Babies, my children, how I long for you. As the 3 little wolf cubs and 3 little fish were about to embrace Gigi, their father abruptly pulled them aside. Your mother is pregnant. Be careful around her belly. Nangong and Siren unceremoniously separated their little helpers and positioned themselves alongside Gigi, competing for her affection. Gigi, our children are nearly 9 years old. Even if you do not wish to grant me a title, you cannot allow them to be labeled as illegitimate. Hongwon and the others have grown so much. You must certainly provide them with a legitimate identity. Nangong tenderly wrapped his arm around Gigi's, speaking earnestly. Indeed, Gigi, our babies are no longer small. You must grant them a formal title. If they grow up to be called illegitimate, what will become of them? They are still so young. I fear they may not withstand such a blow. Siren timely brought his 3 little fish closer to Gigi, a troubled expression on his face. As Nangong words fell silent, the 3 little wolf cubs and 3 little fish, having received their father's signal, immediately clung to Gigi's arms. Seeking her affection, gazing at her 6 children, Gigi fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, Nangong and Siren were correct. She could not allow her 6 children to be deemed illegitimate. For the sake of their emotional and physical well-being, she must hasten to formalize her relationship with Nangong and the others, establishing a legitimate partnership, just as Gigi resolved to take action, showering her little ones with kisses. A piercing infant wail interrupted her thoughts. Everyone turned to see the elderly steward of the Baihu clan, accompanied by servants, solemnly carrying their 3 young masters toward Gigi. Madam, you have already borne young for our clan leader. If you are to grant titles to the other 6 children, you must not forget our 3 young masters. After all, they are also your offspring, born of your sacrifice. The steward's heartfelt words left Gigi momentarily speechless. As she accepted the child from the stewardess' hands, tears nearly spilled from her eyes. During this time, she had been preoccupied with dealing with that wretched Abduo, leaving her several children sadly neglected. Kissing the little fox in her arms, only a few months old, she felt a rush of warmth as the child, though unable to speak, laughed joyfully upon seeing their mother, a testament to their innate bond. Her offspring, sired by her, were undeniably beautiful and delightful. As a mother, Gigi couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Mommy, let us see our little brothers. We have yet to meet them. The 6 children clung to Gigi's waist, peering eagerly into her arms. Of course, my little treasures. Placing the child in her arms before the 3 little wolf cubs and 3 little fish, Gigi spoke with excitement. Babies, these are the little ones born of your mother and your fox uncle. They are your brothers. Do you like them? Cautiously accepting the baby from their mother's embrace, the three little wolf cubs gazed at the smiling little foxes, their hearts softening. These three were their brothers, sharing their bloodline. Now, they had 6 little brothers. Once the little ones in their mother's womb were born, they would be the older brothers of 9 children. As the elder siblings, they must mature and be strong, ensuring they care for their mother while also looking after their little brothers. Hong Xian and Hong Yu took the 2 little foxes from the steward, and the 3 little wolf cubs knelt to place them before the 3 little fish, gently asking, Saizong, Saixin, said, "Do you like your new brothers?" The 3 little fish cautiously poked the faces of the little foxes, their lips curving into smiles. "Brother, we like the little brothers. For now on, we are brothers too. Like the older brothers, we will take good care of our little brothers." The 3 little fish chimed in unison. "Little Zong, little Xian, little D, you have truly grown up." Hongwen beamed at the 3 little fish, their eyes sparkling with pride. "Look, this is our brother. He is so understanding. He does not fear that the arrival of new siblings will diminish his share of love from our mother. Hongwen Gidge, we have actually grown up a long time ago. It is just that you see us as younger and always consider us to be naive children. Indeed, our little fish have truly matured." Receiving their brother's affirmation, the 3 little fish excitedly spoke to Gigi. "Mama, we all love the little brothers. We'll take good care of them, just like Hongwen Gidge." "Well, as long as you are happy." Gigi crouched down, showering her children with affectionate kisses one by one. Her children were truly remarkable, so understanding that it tugged at her heartstrings. Even the 3 little wolf cubs, not yet 10 years old, should be in a mischievous stage of childhood. However, not long ago, due to the incident involving Abduo, they unexpectedly took on the role of guardians, diligently caring for their 3 younger brothers. Upon meeting their new siblings, their first instinct was not to vie for affection, but rather to assist their mother in looking after the infants. These 3 children are truly remarkably understanding. She forgives her own selfishness. She secretly wishes her children were not so mature, observing them with their little adult demeanor tugs at her heartstrings. At this moment, all she can do is strive to be a fair and loving mother, devotedly caring for her children. Ji gazed at her 9 children and instinctively touched her belly, filled with emotions. With the 3 children growing within her, she, at such a tender age of merely 20-something, already has 12 offspring. The life of a beast man is long, and since she has forged a bond with Zirwaya and the others, her life will be even more extended. If she continues to bear children at this pace throughout her long life, how many children will she have by the time she grows old? The thought made Ji gently touch her face. If she once feared becoming a mere breeding tool, that fear has dissipated. She is now a proficient progenitor. After all, a month from now, when she lays the giant eagle egg, she must give birth to a little female or a little sub-female for Stephen to restore his mental strength. However, when the time comes, whether she gives birth to a little beast man or a little female is uncertain. The odds are evenly split. Gigi looked at her current 9 little beast men and then down at her belly. All the children she bore so far are little beast men. This suggests that since forming a contract with Stephen, the likelihood of bearing little beast men surpasses that of little females. If she continues to give birth without producing a little female or sub-female, will she have to keep birthing children for Stephen? The thought made Gigi want to collapse. What a predicament she finds herself in. It seems she has become a breeding sow. Imagining the future, with each step she takes, a line of little ones follows her, waiting for her affection. The image sent a shiver down her spine. "Oh my, the picture is too beautiful to behold. Mom, what's wrong? Are you cold?" asked the little wolf cub, holding Gigi's hand with concern. "I'm fine, Mom isn't cold." Pulling her thoughts back, Gigi gently pinched her precious son's cheek. Her eyes filled with joy. Never mind, if all her offspring are as obedient as the little wolf cub, she would accept a whole battalion of them. After all, who could resist such charming and well-behaved little ones? Standing behind Gigi, Zirwaya observed the proposal scene, now in disarray due to Nangong Jitian and the others. Each of them, in a bid for attention, brought their little ones to obstruct Gigi's gaze. Those scoundrels, Nangong Jitian and his ilk, are truly insidious and shameless. They are merely exploiting the situation. When his own little ones arrive, he too will present them before Gigi to vie for her affection. He refuses to believe that his children, born of Zirwaya, will be outshone by Sonia's brood. After all, he possesses the most astute mind on the Beastman continent. How could his offspring be anything less? As Zirwaya was lost in thought, contemplating the scene of maternal affection, Brown stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Gigi's waist. He turned to the onlookers, particularly to Analia, and earnestly inquired, Analia, you once told my parents that when you give birth to a little female or a little sub-female, she would be my fiancée. Is that still valid after all these hundreds of years? Of course it is. I always keep my word. Gigi is eternally your fiancée. If she disagrees, you may take her back to the rabbit tribe. With that, Elia tugged on her partner's sleeve, preparing to exit the scene swiftly. The competition for affection was now turning towards her, and she felt it was time to leave. Otherwise, she would be caught in the crossfire. Before she could escape, Brown swiftly blocked her path. Analia, since you say Gigi is my fiancée, you must officiate our union in front of everyone. After all, I have no parents left, and you are my only kin. Therefore, you must personally oversee the wedding. His words, tinged with emotion, effectively halted Aaliyah in her tracks. Observing Brown's feigned sorrow, she realized escape was futile. Reflecting on his deceased parents, Aaliyah could only cast an apologetic glance at Gigi, surrounded by children. As she took Brown's hand and approached Gigi, my dear Gigi, please don't blame your mother for taking matters into her own hands. We are a matriarchal tribe. Whether you marry one or two, or several, it matters not. Why not marry our dashing and devoted chieftain? He is not only handsome and wealthy, but he is also obedient. Without regard for Gigi's objections, she thrust Gigi's hand into Brown's grasp. Brown, treat my precious Gigi well. If you dare mistreat her, I'll have your skin flayed off by Uncle Ikaya. Rest assured, Analia, I will cherish Gigi from now on. Brown proudly placed Gigi's hand over his heart, responding with delight. Watching Brown's triumphant demeanor, Stephen felt increasingly discontent. He was devoid of mental strength, offspring, and parental support. How could he compete with Nangong Jitian and the others? The weight of this realization caused Stephen's expression to fall. However, since he could not leverage his offspring to vie for affection, he would resort to his own charm and compete with Brown and the others. Thus, Stephen deliberately donned a morose expression and approached Gigi. Gigi, I have no children, nor do I have parents to advocate for me. I cannot compare to them. I feel so useless. Before Stephen could finish, Gigi's heart ached for him. If she were to choose her favorite partner, it would undoubtedly be Stephen. She released Brown's hand and walked directly to Stephen, taking his hand in hers. Stephen, please do not think that way. Once I give birth to our babies, I will surely bond with you and bear many little ones to accompany you. As for parents, mine will become your family too. When your parents awaken from their slumber, we shall hold our wedding. All right? As she spoke, Gigi pulled Aaliyah, who was preparing to flee, and signaled her to affirm her commitment to Stephen. Upon receiving their precious daughter's gaze, Aaliyah and her companions exchanged glances before turning to Stephen, showering him with a torrent of praise. In an instant, Stephen was exalted to the heavens, with compliments showering down upon him. Even Gigi's 18 brothers were not spared from the deluge of accolades directed at Stephen. As Elijah and his companions praised Stephen, grinning from ear to ear, they exchanged glances and prepared to make a hasty exit. They simply could not linger any longer. If those unfortunate companions of Gigi concocted another absurd idea, they might very well lose their lives here. However, before they could slip away, Stephen obstructed their path. Elijah's mother, since you all adore me, surely you will agree to my bond with Gigi, right? Absolutely, we wholeheartedly agree. Elijah and his group quickly nodded in affirmation. Since you all hold me in such high regard, it proves I am superior to those wretched birds of Sylvia. Once I bond with Gigi, I shall be the leader, while Sylvia and the others can only be the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth wheels. I cannot make that decision. No, you must advocate for me. Right now, in front of the entire Star Network, declare that I, Stephen, am Gigi's first partner, and that Sylvia and Nangong Jitian are mere interlopers in our relationship. Listening to Stephen's shameless and outrageous demands, Elijah felt not only a headache, but also a pang in her liver. Throughout her life, her own romantic entanglements had been a muddled affair, and now, she had to manage her daughter's romantic affairs as well. Gigi, I apologize. I truly am powerless to assist you. You must handle the consequences of your own romantic pursuits. Meeting Gigi's equally helpless gaze, she quickly leaned against her partner, cradling her abdomen and weakly said, Darling, my stomach aches a bit. Am I expecting again? Please take me to see a doctor. Receiving the signal from his wife, Elijah's partners swiftly gathered her up and made their escape. If they lingered any longer, they might be welcoming their 20th offspring. Watching their parents depart, Gigi's 18 brothers exchanged glances and, citing the need to care for their potentially pregnant mother, vanished in an instant. Their speed of retreat was as if a flood of ferocious beasts were on their heels. Observing Elijah's group disappear, Stephen turned back, looking pitifully at Gigi, like a child denied candy. Gigi. Hearing Stephen's exaggerated tone, Gigi nearly stumbled, blinking in confusion, biting her lip to suppress a smile, terrified that she might burst into laughter. Goodness, Stephen truly is a character. How could he manage to sound so coy in front of so many onlookers? As Gigi bowed her head, chuckling to herself, the perpetually disgruntled Sylvia could no longer contain her anger upon witnessing Stephen's affections toward Gigi. Foolish snake, have you looked in the mirror? With that foolish appearance, you dare aspire to be the leader? Do you truly think you're worthy? Also, release Gigi's arm at once. You resemble a black bear and yet have the audacity to cling to her. And look, the children are right here. How can you set a proper example with such lewd behavior? How am I unworthy? I am the head of the Tungsha clan, tall and robust, my scales shining brilliantly. What right do you, a scrawny bird with a pointed beak, have to compete with me for leadership? Is it because of your beggar-like attire? Turning to the children, Stephen, undeterred by his earlier embarrassment, proudly lifted his chin and declared, "Dear children, although you are still young, allow me to impart some wisdom. When you grow up and pursue your partners, remember the 3 essential elements." "Uncle Stephen, what are the 3 elements?" asked the little mermaid, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Ahem. Stephen cleared his throat, raising his chin with pride. The 3 essential elements of pursuing a partner. First, be shameless. Second, be shameless. Third, still be shameless. Hearing Stephen's response, the children exchanged surprised glances, wrinkling their noses in disdain. Pursuing a partner requires more than just shamelessness. One must use their brain, grumbled Hongwen. Little wolf cub, don't underestimate it. Though I may be shameless, I currently hold your mother's favor. Do not think that Sylvia, with her multitude of schemes, can surpass my charm. With that, Stephen flaunted his newly grown scales and playfully tousled his hair. Fool, if you were to sell ignorance, you'd be second to none. In terms of conduct, I dare say you fall short of even that foolish wolf and lewd fox. Day in and day out, you only know how to act coy before Gigi. What else can you do? If you dare to impart more nonsense to the children, I shall strip you of your scales. At this moment, Sylvia could no longer restrain her exasperation, cursing outright. Sylvia, spare me your nonsense. If I am inferior to the foolish wolf and lewd fox, then you are even less than that short-tailed mermaid and dead rabbit. You mock my ignorance. Yet who was it that was bested by the dead rabbit not long ago? What a disgraceful coward, and you still dare to ridicule me. Sylvia and Stephen's words quickly ignited the ire of Nangong Zhitian and his companions, who had already been frustrated by Sylvia's earlier actions of taking Gigi and proposing first. Now, provoked by Sylvia and Stephen's taunts, they joined the fray. Gigi, standing on the sidelines, watched as her partners transformed into their beast forms and engaged in a chaotic brawl. After a moment of shock, she felt a headache coming on. They were all notable figures, and this was being broadcast live across the entire Star Network. Could they not act with a bit more decorum? As they fought in their beast forms, she felt embarrassed on their behalf. She instinctively took a step back, concerned that they might inadvertently bump into her abdomen during their scuffle. Yet, when Ji turned to see the hovering camera nearby, she uncertainly asked the old butler, "Butler, didn't you turn off the live stream just now?" "Yes, my lady." The master insisted on keeping the broadcast live to ensure you have an unforgettable proposal ceremony. So it remains on until he gives further instructions. But broadcasting them like this, won't they be humiliated? After all, they're all notable figures, Gigi lamented, pointing at the tangle of beastmen behind her. "My lady, it matters not. They often fought together as children. Now that they are grown, another bout is inconsequential. It's a perfect opportunity for them to relive the joys of their childhood brawls. The embarrassment is not mine to bear." Upon hearing the butler's words, Gigi couldn't help but smile. She turned to look at her partners, now beastly and relentlessly scratching each other, and she burst into laughter. Truly, this was an unforgettable proposal ceremony. Chapter 216. Not dead? She could guarantee that, even upon her death, she would never forget such a memorable proposal ceremony. From the initial romantic gestures to the current chaotic scuffle among her partners, it was undeniably entertaining. With a forced smile, Gigi turned her body slightly and waved her little ones. After nodding to the butler, she led her 9 offspring towards the flying vehicle. "Madam, are we not attending to the masters?" "Forget them. What is there to attend to? They do not shy away from disgrace. Let them scratch each other for a while. Once they have had their fill, they will settle down. Now, let us proceed to meet the elders rescued from the fire-melting cave. As you command, madam. The several old butlers glance back at the masters still engaged in their antics, casting a disdainful look before resolutely following Gigi onto the flying vehicle. Their primary concern now was the pregnant madam. As for the childish masters, they could entertain themselves as they wished. After all, it was not their dignity that was at stake. When the masters finally felt embarrassed, they could simply spend a few star coins to remove the trending topic from the Star Network. For now, it would be amusing to let the flames of their folly burn even brighter, serving as a lesson for those immature masters who become petulant at the slightest provocation. They ought to reflect upon their age and realize how undignified it was to engage in such antics broadcasted live across the Star Network. Order a few more cameras to focus on the masters' faces. Once they cease their antics, discreetly turn off the cameras. Be cautious, and ensure the masters do not catch wind of this. Understood, Butler. The shadow guards stifled their laughter and exchanged knowing glances. Instantly, dozens of live streams appeared on the Star Network, showcasing the chaotic scene of the four great noble families' masters, accompanied by a mermaid and a rabbit, engaging in their childish scuffles. This time, the faces of the masters from the four great noble families were thoroughly disgraced on the Beast World continent. On the Star Network, observers witnessed the complete chaos unfolding in the live stream. Even those unfamiliar with Stephen of the Tongue She tribe and Sonia of the Baihu tribe could deduce their identities from the orcs accompanying them, adorned in the attire of their respective legions, treating Stephen and Sonia with utmost respect. Meanwhile, the elegant brown and strikingly handsome Siren exhibited no fear as they brawled with the masters of the four noble families, further suggesting their own formidable backgrounds. Most strikingly, the typically reserved masters of the four noble families had always maintained a low profile. In ordinary circumstances, the common populace would rarely have the opportunity to recognize them. Due to their obscurity, coupled with the noble family's elevated status and the formidable legions backing them, they appeared as untouchable, austere figures in the eyes of the masses. Yet, no one could have anticipated that even the masters of the four noble families could succumb to jealousy, transforming into their beast forms to engage in fierce combat. Their childish behavior utterly obliterated the lofty and inviolable image they had cultivated in the minds of the public. Some even felt that the masters of the four great noble families were less admirable than ordinary citizens, for they had never been so publicly foolish over matters of jealousy. While the ordinary citizens scoffed at Nangong Jitian and Zirwaya, Ouyang Huaduo, who had been vigilantly monitoring the Star Network, felt a pang of jealousy as she observed those noble beasts brawling over Gigi. If only those unattainable orcs were vying for her favor instead. Cursed Ouyang Xiaoji. She should have seized the opportunity to eliminate her when she had no allies in the Ouyang family, rather than merely expelling her. Just as Ouyang Huaduo's eyes glimmered with jealousy, a seductive voice echoed in her ears. Do you wish to claim everything your sister possesses? Do you aspire to be the most esteemed little female in the beast world? Do you yearn for boundless wealth and glory? Startled by the sudden voice, Ouyang Huaduo tossed aside her light brain and sprang from her bed, scanning the empty room. Stop searching, little female, you shall not find me. The beguiling voice rang out again, prompting Ouyang Huaduo to grab a cushion, her gaze wary as she surveyed the room. After a prolonged search yielded no signs of life, she gradually relaxed. Moments later, she cast aside the cushion, meticulously examining the room for any potential surveillance devices. However, after a thorough inspection, she found no signs of cameras or anything that could produce sound. Who then had spoken? Was it merely her imagination? My dear, do not search. You will not find me. Hearing the voice again, Ouyang Huaduo turned to look behind her. Yet, when she glanced back, she found no one there. A chilling sensation washed over her, and she cautiously evaluated the desolate room before letting out a sudden scream and bolting towards the door. However, before she could escape, she collapsed to the ground, the impact producing a dull thud. My dear, you truly do not listen. Disobedient children must face the consequences. A shadow emerged from the darkness, seizing Ouyang Huaduo from the floor and vanishing into the void. Upon hearing her scream, Ouyang Huaduo's mother, Dalisai, opened the door only to find the room devoid of her daughter. Remembering the recent disappearances of other high-fertility females and sub-females, Dalisai exchanged a glance with her son, Ouyang Chung, and they swiftly reported the incident to the authorities. When the government received the communication and arrived promptly, their examination of the empty room yielded no clues, causing their brows to furrow in concern. What is happening? Did not the four great noble families eliminate that Abudu recently? How can there still be orcs capturing high-fertility females? Or is someone else using Abudu's name to harm these precious little females? After all, this latest missing female had a fertility rating of 5, which was exceedingly rare in the beast world. Without any leads, the investigating officials swiftly briefed the four great noble families on the situation. When Gigi received the butler's report, she initially suspected that someone was impersonating Abudu to commit malevolent acts. Butler, Abudu and the bodies of his wife and daughter are still beneath the Rabbit Clan's Flower Sea. You must send someone to investigate whether Abudu's body remains there. As you command, madam. The butler signaled to those behind him, and before long, Gigi received news from the Rabbit Clan. Madam, our personnel searched beneath the Rabbit Clan's Flower Sea for Abudu and his family, but found no corpses whatsoever. How is that possible? I witnessed Abudu's death with my own eyes. I personally carried his body to his wife's side. Gigi exclaimed in disbelief. Madam, did you personally check Abudu's pulse? Beasts with advanced spiritual abilities can feign death. The butler inquired softly. No, I saw Abudu transfer all his spiritual energy to me. At that moment, his hair and face had aged considerably, leading me to believe that in a state of diminished vitality, he could not possibly survive. Upon hearing Gigi's words, the steward could not help but let out a long sigh. Now, he found himself compelled to admire Abduo's cunning strategy. Initially, he feigned weakness to the matriarch, indicating that his time was limited. Then he led her to the corpses of his wife and daughter, demonstrating that his life was truly at its end, thereby lowering her guard against the dying man. Even more astoundingly, he managed to transfer all his spiritual energy to the matriarch, causing the head of the Zirway family and the patriarch of the Brown tribe to abandon their examination of his body out of concern for her safety. As all attention shifted to the matriarch, he seized the opportunity to swiftly depart with the bodies of his wife and daughter, laying the groundwork for a future resurgence. Reflecting on this, the steward could not help but admire the profound depth of Abduo's scheming. To be driven to the brink of death and then rise anew. It was no wonder that after all these years, he could contend with the four great noble families single-handedly, often gaining the upper hand. Gigi observed the steward's expression of despair and hesitantly inquired, Steward, Abduo cannot be dead, can he? Madam, if I'm not mistaken, Abduo should still be alive. There is a strong possibility that he is plotting an even greater conspiracy. As soon as the steward's words fell, Gigi's expression darkened. She had indeed been too naive, always believing that their superior strategy would lead to Abduo's downfall. Yet, she had never considered that perhaps from the very beginning, this was merely another layer of Abduo's intricate scheme. After all, when Siren and Sonia stormed into Abduo's lair, they only found the vanished tribes and the forebears of the four great noble families. The high-fertility females and sub-females captured by Abduo earlier were nowhere to be found, let alone the nobles who had colluded with him. Those nobles vanished without a trace after Abduo's downfall, even under the watchful eyes of the four great noble families. With the capabilities of the four great noble families, how could those nobles have disappeared so completely? Yet, once Abduo vanished, how could he possibly capture high-fertility females, thereby drawing their attention? What's more, the captured female was her own half-sister. Most crucially, Abduo had transferred all his spiritual energy to her. If he had lost his spiritual energy, how could he possibly have survived? Contemplating this, Gigi's complexion grew increasingly grim. Chapter 217. Photography. This matter must be communicated to Nangong Zhitian and Zirway as soon as possible, so they can take precautions. Otherwise, if Abduo strikes first, it will be too late for them to defend themselves. Just as Gigi contemplated sending a message to Nangong Zhitian, they entered the room. Gigi turned around to see the several bruised beastmen. After a moment of surprise, she could not help but laugh. Had she not been engrossed in the live broadcast, she would have suspected that their faces were scratched by some female. Gigi scrutinized the flowered faces of Nangong Zhitian and the others, wondering if they had intentionally targeted each other's faces during their brawl. The sight of several large beastmen fighting resembled a quarrel among shrews. Nangong Zhitian and Zirway exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious as they recalled that they had been live-streamed directly in the midst of their fight. The thought of this made them wish to vanish into the ground. Their image had truly been irreparably damaged in that scuffle. Fortunately, they possessed sufficient resources to suppress this incident. Otherwise, their embarrassment would have been monumental. However, recalling the news they had just received, Nangong Zhitian and Zirway exchanged solemn looks. Gigi, We have received news that another high-fertility female has disappeared, and Abduo's body is also missing. Gigi, for the safety of the children. We discussed on our way here and have decided to send the children back to Thunder Island. Is that acceptable? Nangong Jitian crouched before Ouyang Xiaoji and asked softly. Hearing Nangong Jitian's words, Gigi turned to see the 3 little wolf cubs hugging the 3 little foxes, laughing as they played with 3 little fish across from them. She had only spent a few hours with the children, and now, for their safety, she was being compelled to send them away again. The thought saddened her deeply. She should never have shown mercy and brought that old wretch Abduo to the side of his wife. What she should have done was to sever his head, ensuring he would meet a thorough end. Jitian, can't we handle Abduo now? We can. However, Gigi, we cannot afford to overlook anything. What if Abduo takes advantage of our inattention to reach for the children? Most importantly, you are still pregnant, and both you and the child in your womb are in grave danger. Gigi, for the greater good. We have considered a great deal and have decided to send the little ones back to Thunder Island. Rest assured, once they arrive, we will assign the best dark guards and stewards to protect them. But I've only been with the children for a few hours. I truly cannot bear to part with them. Gigi lowered her head and pressed her lips together, feeling like an irresponsible mother, constantly forced to separate from her children due to various circumstances. Although she was reluctant, Nangong Jitian was right. The child in her womb was voraciously absorbing her spiritual energy, leaving her with no surplus strength to safeguard the children. For their safety, sending them to Thunder Island was indeed the wisest course of action. Yet, she still felt an overwhelming reluctance. Perhaps hearing their parents' conversation, the 3 little wolf cubs approached Gigi, crouching down to gently pat her belly, whispering comfortingly, "Mommy, don't worry about us. The daddies have made ample preparations for us on Thunder Island, and we are quite happy there. Besides, we have grown up. Once we are on Thunder Island, we will take good care of the little brothers and ensure their safety. Mommy, once you capture Abduo, come find us right away, all right?" "Yes. Once I capture Abduo, I promise I will come find you as soon as possible, and then we will never be apart again." Gigi choked out, bending down to kiss each of the 3 little wolf cubs and 3 little fox cubs on the face. She then turned to wave to 3 little mermaids standing aside. The 3 little mermaids rushed towards Gigi upon hearing their mother's call. However, as they reached her, they were stopped by Siren. "Sai Zong, Sai Xine, and Sai D, your mother is currently pregnant and cannot endure any external force. Do not touch her belly." "Dad, we understand." The 3 little mermaids shook off Siren's hand and approached Gigi, gently embracing her. "Mommy, we thought we could sleep with you tonight. Mommy, we miss you so much. We don't want to leave." Listening to the murmurs of the 3 little mermaids, Gigi gathered them into her arms, unable to hold back her tears any longer. She looked up at Nangong Jitian and the others, asking, "Can the children stay for one more day? Can we send them off tomorrow instead?" Gazing into the pleading eyes of Gigi, Nangong Zetian and Sai Zong exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. A delay of a day would not matter. It was merely one night, and that wretched Abdu could hardly stir up much trouble. Observing their father's nods, the little wolf cubs and young mermaids could not help but beam with joy. Even a tiny fox cub, just a few months old and still naive, joined in the laughter alongside his elder siblings. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Nangong Zetian and his companions felt a pang of bittersweet sorrow. Had they prepared more meticulously, Gigi and the children need not endure separation. In a moment of concern, they had neglected to arrange for the disposal of Abdu's corpse, which now led to this painful parting. Yet, who could have anticipated that Abdu would resort to such cruelty to save his own life? A beast man capable of such ruthless actions toward himself would pose an even greater threat to Gigi and the children. Looking at the little ones surrounding Gigi, Nangong Zetian felt a surge of compassion. As the offspring of the 4 great noble clans, while they enjoyed a life of privilege compared to ordinary children, they also faced far more trials and tribulations. To ensure the 4 great noble clans maintained their supremacy over the beast world, their young ones were subjected to rigorous training from a tender age. They were taught to regard matters of life and death as commonplace. For instance, at this very moment, the 9 young children were forced to part from their mother due to adult affairs. Despite their emotionally mature hearts, the thought of separating from their beloved mother inevitably stirred feelings of sadness and reluctance within them. Having received the consent of Nangong Zetian and his companions, Gigi began instructing the servants to meticulously prepare the essentials for the children on Lei Dian Island, although she understood that her companions had already made ample provisions. As a mother, she still wished to exert her utmost effort to ensure her children had everything they needed. As she stuffed various snacks and necessities into the children's boxes, 3 little wolf cubs, accompanied by 3 young mermaids and 3 small fox cubs, approached her. "Mommy, we want to take a picture with you, just us and you. Is that all right?" Turning around, Gigi was struck by the eager anticipation in their eyes. At that moment, she realized that, due to various circumstances, she had yet to capture a single photograph with her children as they grew. This realization filled her with a sense of self-reproach. Gently patting the little ones on their heads, Gigi signaled to the nearby servants to prepare for the photo shoot. "My dears, since we're to take a picture together, let us first dress up and present our best self for the photo, shall we?" "Okay, Mommy," the children chimed in unison. With the assistance of the servants and a makeup artist, Gigi and the children were soon ready. Opening the door, she was met with the sight of her impeccably dressed children waiting outside, and an overwhelming sense of pride welled up within her. Such handsome children were her own. This thought caused a smile to break across her face, prompting the children to mirror her joy without any hesitation. In an instant, the impending gloom of departure dissipated. Seated on the sofa, Gigi was flanked by 3 little wolf cubs, each cradling a small fox cub, while 3 young mermaids sat at her feet, all smiling gleefully at the camera. As Gigi embraced her children, a wave of happiness enveloped her. With such wonderful children, she felt capable of overcoming any adversity. Even one posed by Abdu. If she had managed to capture that old wretch once, she could surely do so again. She vowed to protect her family and her children with unwavering resolve, refusing to allow anyone to harm them. A newfound determination shone in her gentle gaze. After receiving the developed photographs, rather than uploading them to her light brain, Gigi opted for the traditional method, placing them within lockets, one for each child. "Do you like them?" she asked as she hung the lockets around their necks, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Thank you, Mommy. We love them," the children exclaimed, gazing at the pictures with delight before enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Mommy, once you catch Abdu, you must come for us first, all right?" "Of course. As soon as I capture Abdu, I will be the first to come for you," Gigi replied, biting her lip and holding back tears. As night fell, Gigi nestled between her children, slowly recounting various fairy tales she had heard in her past life. Initially, she believed this would be a particularly heartwarming moment. Yet the children's critiques of the stories led her to question her perspective on life. She narrated Sleeping Beauty, explaining how the prince's kiss awakened the sleeping princess. Anticipating the children's admiration for the romance between the prince and princess, she was taken aback by their responses. "Mommy, the princess was peacefully resting in her own home, and that prince barged in without permission to steal a kiss. Isn't that just shameless behavior in broad daylight?" One of the young mermaids innocently questioned, clinging to Gigi's arm. "Ah, don't you find the tale of the prince and Sleeping Beauty romantic?" Gigi countered, "Not all, Mommy. In the beast world, if a beast man dared to trespass into a female's home and steal a kiss, he would be imprisoned," the little wolf cub stated emphatically, tilting his head to look at his mother. "If you don't like Sleeping Beauty, then perhaps I should tell you another story," Gigi suggested, suppressing her unease as she cleared her throat and began recounting the tale of Snow White. Every child is familiar with the story of Snow White, so surely there won't be any flaws, she thought. However, just after finishing the story, the children's critiques nearly shattered her worldview. "Mommy, Snow White died after eating the poison apple from her stepmother. When the prince carried her back, the jostling of the carriage caused her to spit out the poison. But Mommy, why did the prince carry back the princess's corpse? What use does he have for a dead body? Shouldn't he have buried her and returned her to the embrace of the beast god?" The little mermaid asked curiously. "Indeed, Mommy, if that prince could carry a corpse home, there must be something wrong with him. How could he be interested in the dead if he is not even interested in the living?" "On went curieux, perplexed." "Brother, I know why the prince wanted to take the princess's corpse back. It's because he has a problem, just like what our teacher taught us about necrophilia in psychology class." The little mermaid replied cheerfully. "Very astute. I suspect the prince has no interest in the living and must prefer the dead. So, once he has revived the princess, do you think he might try to harm her again?" Hong Xian asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I doubt it. After all, killing a precious female is a crime. I believe the prince, as a potential heir to the throne, should be smarter than that," the little mermaid retorted. "Silly little fish. It has been stated that the prince is the heir to a kingdom. Thus he undoubtedly possesses absolute power and wealth. Even if he were to kill the princess, with his capabilities, he could certainly conceal the incident." Hong Yu interjected. Indeed, under such circumstances, it seems the princess is rather unfortunate. It might have been better for her to remain in eternal slumber rather than be resurrected. Saizone lamented. As the children's conversation grew increasingly far-fetched, Gigi, their mother, felt a rising sense of dread. What a beautiful fairy tale. How could it be twisted into something so grotesque by these children? Have their teachers already begun instructing them in psychology? Yet, even with such knowledge, how could they deconstruct a beautiful love story into something so horrifying? Listening to their lively discourse, the once romantic tale of Bai Shui Gong Zhu now resembled a criminal investigation. To prevent the children from further distorting the enchanting fairy tale into something even more dreadful, Gigi timely interjected. My dears, it's getting late. Shouldn't we consider going to sleep? Not at all, Mama. We are not tired. Besides, we have no classes tomorrow, so we can stay up a little longer tonight. Sai Xian said, clinging to Gigi's arm in a playful manner. Yes, Mama, we find your stories somewhat childish, yet they are quite intriguing when analyzed. Why not tell us another story to see what other issues arise? Hong expressed eagerly. I'm terribly sorry, my dears. Mama is tired. Let us go to sleep instead. To deter any further inquiries from the children, Gigi feigned a yawn and pretended to doze off. It wasn't that she was unwilling to narrate, but rather she felt her intellect paled in comparison to her children's. Continuing would leave her confidence utterly shattered. Observing their mother's fatigued demeanor, the children understood that she must be quite exhausted, especially since they had heard that the baby in her womb was incessantly drawing on her vitality. Thus, they obediently lay down, bidding their mother good night before closing their eyes to sleep. Once tranquility enveloped the room, Nangong Zhitian and Zirwaya, leaning against the wall outside, could not help but share a wry smile. Their partners seemed to favor the children, completely forgetting about them, the beastly companions. Just moments ago, as they prepared for a family photo with their wives and little ones, they found themselves relegated to the outside. Under the pretense of capturing an intimate moment between mother and child, they were entirely excluded, gazing at the firmly shut door. They could only sigh and exchange glances of shared misfortune. It appears the children do not favor us at all, Nangong Zhitian remarked, rubbing his nose with a rueful smile. You are not alone. We all share in this plight. Siren leaned against the wall, echoing his sentiment. My three little ones are still too young to confront their father. However, if they continue to mimic their elder brother, I fear they will grow to disdain their old father. Sonia sighed. They merely hold indifference towards you. But I worry my little ones will recognize a wolf as their father. Zirwaya remarked helplessly, casting a sideways glance at Nangong Zhitian. Serves you right. You plotted against Gigi, ensuring my three little ones would call you Shi-Er Baba while referring to me as father. Once I hatch those 3 giant eagle eggs, I'll command them to call me father, with you having no part in it, Nangong Zhitian retorted coldly. Do not jest. You still have little ones around, while I, along with Stephen, lack any bond with Gigi, let alone offspring. Brown sighed in resignation. Please, do not conflate me with you. Gigi has promised that once she delivers the little ones and regains her strength, she will bond with me and bear a female or a sub-female child. Even if she does not bear a female, a few bunnies would suffice. Those fluffy little rabbits, just like their mother, bring me joy at the mere thought. Listening to Stephen's smug laughter and observing his battered appearance, Nangong Zhitian and Zirwaya felt a sudden urge to act. This foolish snake had truly been pampered too much. They should not have felt pity when he lost his spiritual energy. Faced with the furious expressions of Nangong Zhitian and the others, Stephen's smugness only grew. Ha ha! These fellows always call me foolish and dim-witted. No matter how clever they are, what does it matter? Alas, Gigi adores my silly demeanor. Moreover, acting foolishly in front of my beloved is a small price to pay for the special attention and care I receive from her. With this thought, a broader smile spread across Stephen's face. Ha ha! The feeling of being doted upon by my wife simply for playing the fool is utterly delightful. Zirwaya, watching Stephen's self-satisfied expression, felt a pang of annoyance. Yet what could they do? If they truly punished that foolish snake, he would undoubtedly present evidence of his injuries to Gigi the following morning, slandering them in the process. Shaking her head in exasperation, Zirwaya retrieved a fruit from an ancient tree from her storage space and handed it to Stephen. Here, foolish snake. Though this ancient fruit may not be the oldest, it will surely benefit you. If you wish for Gigi to bear you a sub-female or female child, you must be alive to wait for that day. With that, Zirwaya cast a disdainful glance at Stephen's recent, somewhat lackluster hair. Although she feigned disdain, Her eyes betrayed her concern. After all, she was reluctant to see her childhood companion come to harm. Upon receiving the fruit from Zirwaya, Stephen devoured it with a fervor reminiscent of Zhu Beiji consuming ginseng fruit, chewing it haphazardly before swallowing. Thank you for the fruit, featherless bird. But honestly, the ancient trees of your giant eagle clan are as stingy as you. How can they bear such small fruit despite their size? Truly, they are quite miserly. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, Stephen expressed his distaste. If you do not like it, then spit it out right now. Zirwaya retorted through gritted teeth. If I spit it out, do you still want it? If you do, I shall do just that. With that, Stephen truly prepared to gag. Witnessing such shameless behavior from Stephen, Zirwaya was left astounded, feeling increasingly irritated. However, he found himself utterly powerless against this foolish snake. Chapter 219. The Ancestors of the Sea God Clan. With a soft sigh, Zirwaya felt no desire to continue this absurd quarrel with Stephen, turning instead to Nangong. In a month, when my giant eagle eggs hatch, I will have to trouble you. Not at all. Once they are hatched, they will merely call me father. Hatching eggs for several months is a worthy trade for 3 little sons. Indeed, I find this arrangement quite advantageous, Nangong replied earnestly. But I still thank you. Ignoring the mockery from Nanga, Shirwiya continued to express her gratitude. What is the point of gratitude? If it weren't for the excessively high temperature required to incubate your bird eggs, I would have quite enjoyed the task, remarked Sidifin, observing Shirwiya's expression of guilt with a hint of sarcasm. No need. You members of the Tingsha clan are cold-blooded creatures. Allowing you to incubate bird eggs makes me fear you might consume them instead, he added. Hey, you foul bird. How did you know I might indeed entertain such a thought? Sidifin continued to jest. Although my external body temperature is low, I assure you that the temperature within, well, it would certainly help incubate your eggs. Is that so? Shirwiya sought confirmation once more. Absolutely. If you dare entrust the eggs to me, I assure you they would be warmly enveloped within my belly, Sidifin teased, ignoring the gleam in Shirwiya's eyes. Very well. The clarity of your speech and the expressiveness of your demeanor are commendable. Once tomorrow arrives, I shall present this video to Gigi, ensuring she never entrusts you with her snake eggs in the future. Otherwise, it would be quite unfortunate for them to be devoured by their gluttonous father, Shirwiya retorted, swiftly stowing away her holographic device. After offering a sweet smile to the stunned Sidifin, she prepared to depart. Wait, Shirwiya, I realize my error. Could you please delete the video? Sidifin pleaded, wrapping his tail around her thigh with a pitiful demeanor. Absolutely not. Don't you adore bird eggs? I'll ensure you have your fill. No, I was wrong. Please, Shirwiya, spare me this once. I still desire a little female offspring. Sidifin clung tightly to Shirwiya, wrapping his tail around her body and draping his arms around her waist, resembling a petulant child. Foolish serpent, release me at once. Have you no shame? Shirwiya pushed against him forcefully, her teeth clenched in frustration. I want to let go unless you delete the video. Sidifin tightened his grip, refusing to budge. If you do not release me, I shall strike you. Should you dare to lay a hand upon me, I will inform Gigi. Sidifin responded defiantly. Go ahead. I'll produce the video and let us see whose side Gigi will take. Shirwiya exclaimed, attempting to prise Sidifin's hand from her waist while roaring in exasperation. Please, Shirwiya, I truly regret my actions. I implore you to delete the video. Sidifin, sensing impending nasal discharge, deliberately rubbed his nose against Shirwiya's body. Shirwiya recoiled at Sidifin's repulsive action, feeling an overwhelming chill run down her spine. Stop, foolish serpent. I shall delete the video now if you release me immediately. If you dare smear your mucus on me, I will strip you of your scales, she declared, promptly deleting the video before Sidifin's eyes. You didn't prepare a backup, did you? Sidifin craned his neck to inquire. No, now get away from me. Shirwiya retorted, her patience exhausted. Fine, as long as you've deleted it, I'll consider it sufficient. Yet I must say, the stench of bird is now clinging to me, Sidifin grumbled, only to shift to a serious demeanor in an instant. Seizing the moment when Shirwiya was distracted, he slyly wiped his nose on her before darting behind Sania. Devious fox, we are brothers. You must aid me, he implored. Sania, witnessing Sidifin's earlier antics, could no longer contain her frustration, grabbing his arm and unceremoniously tossing him downstairs. With the sound of his fall, silence enveloped the world. Well, the foolish serpent has been dealt with. Now, while everyone is gathered, let's discuss the matter of Abujuo. Sania gestured to the others and led them toward the reception area adjacent to Gigi's chamber. Once everyone had seated themselves, before Sania could speak, Siddifin, having swiftly ascended the stairs, rudely flicked his tail at her as he boldly claimed a seat on the sofa. His expression shifted from playful to serious. I shall first share the intelligence gathered by our Tingsha clan. Our spies have returned with news that the missing first-tier nobles have shifted their traces toward the shores of the Qinghai. If Abujuo still lives, then he must have redirected his focus to the coastline, targeting one thing alone: the female rabbits that have allegedly relocated to the sea, as mentioned by Auntie Yulia. Siddifin, even if Abujuo has turned his sights toward the sea, what of it? When Auntie Yulia relocated those female rabbits and beastmen, only she and Uncle Jaya were privy to that information. Moreover, the dark islands of the sea are countless, without the aid of our sea god clan. Even if Abujuo is aware of the target, he would be unable to find those rabbit females and beastmen. For in the vast ocean, I, Saren, am the deity of the sea. As long as I exist, none shall traverse these waters to seize those whom our sea god clan protects, Saren asserted confidently. Siddifin, do you truly believe there are no members of the sea god clan surrounding Abujuo? He retorted coldly. Siddifin, what do you imply? Are you casting suspicion upon our sea god clan? Saren's gaze turned icy. Saren, I am not questioning you. Rather, I am questioning the predecessors of your sea god clan. Over a century ago, my mistress Delia, I'm sure you're all familiar with her. The reason I came to believe Delia was carrying my offspring was due to a beast man with a mental power far superior to mine, who manipulated my psyche. The only ones capable of such a feat, aside from your sea god clan's predecessors, are few and far between, Siddifin stated coldly. Impossible. Our sea god clan's predecessors had no reason to manipulate you, Saren asserted firmly. Saren, Siddifin speaks the truth. Sania, observing Saren's grave expression, explained slowly, Saren, when Siddifin was manipulated, I inadvertently helped him break free. At that time, given my understanding of Siddifin, I could not fathom that he would turn against Nangazitian without any evidence. Thus, when I found him, it was evident that something was amiss in his gaze, almost as if he were in a daze. After considerable effort, I managed to dispel the psychological manipulation he was under, and we continued to feign hostility towards Nangu Zetian and Shirwiya, all in pursuit of uncovering the puppeteer behind the scenes. Yet after all these years before Abujuo resurfaced, we found not a single clue. But Sania, how can you be certain it was the predecessors of the Sea God clan who manipulated Siddifin, and not your own Baihu clan's predecessors? Saren queried, puzzled. Because I, Sania, am the most skilled head of the Baihu clan in the art of manipulation over the past millennium. If I, myself, could not achieve such a feat, then it is unlikely that our Baihu clan's predecessors could have hypnotized Siddifin, Sania proclaimed with undeniable authority. Given your prowess, why did it take so long for you to break the mermaid's manipulation on Gigi? Saren countered. The reasons are quite simple. Firstly, I feared that a hasty removal might harm Gigi's mind. Secondly, had I not taken my time to help her, how could I have developed a bond with Gigi? Listening to Sonia's shameless explanations, a collective sneer of disdain arose from the crowd. This cunning vixen certainly had a plethora of tricks up her sleeve. Sonia, even if it was not your White Fox clan's ancestors who hypnotized Stephen, what evidence do you possess to claim that our Sea God clan's ancestors did so? This document serves as evidence. The previously silent Brown retrieved a file from his ring space and tossed it onto the table. Observing the others peruse the document, Brown sighed deeply and remarked, as you all know, our rabbit clan is matriarchal. Thus, when Abduo's wife formed her contracts, she was not bound solely to Abduo and that foreigner. She had two other partners, both of whom were orc members of your Sea God clan. When Abduo's wife passed away, she was carrying the offspring of one of those merman orcs. It is important to note that female rabbits typically give birth to multiple offspring. Hence, after Abduo's wife died, it was akin to one body bearing several lives. You must consider, after losing his partner and child, could Abduo truly disregard everything to avenge them, while the other two partners merely stood by and watched their wife perish without taking action? Brown's words caused the hands of those flipping through the documents to halt involuntarily. If they were to focus on Abduo and those two orcs, they could not guarantee that they would not act more frantically than Abduo. After all, in the beast era continent, the essence of an orc lies in their partner and offspring. If anyone dared to harm their wife and children, they could not assure that, in their madness, they would not drag everyone into the abyss with them. So, are you suggesting that our Sea God clan's ancestors, driven by the loss of their partners and offspring, conspired with Abduo to strike against Stephen? Saran asked, somewhat incredulously. Indeed, they must have acted. We even suspect that they assisted Abduo in taking the bodies of his wife and daughter. What remains unclear to us is that at the time, Abduo had already transmitted his psychic energy to Gigi. How could he survive thereafter? After all, we have never heard of an orc in the Beast Era continent surviving after willingly transmitting their psychic energy to another. Sonia inquired, puzzled. Chapter 2:20 data. So, you mean to say that the ones currently causing trouble outside are those two ancestors from our sea god clan, rather than Abduo himself? Saran asked with a furrowed brow. Until we have evidence, we cannot make baseless claims. What I stated earlier is merely conjecture, Sonia clarified. Do you believe that Abduo deliberately transmitted his psychic energy to Gigi in relation to the high-fertility females he abducted? Given that female rabbits can transmit their psychic energy into the bodies of orcs when giving birth to female or sub-females, could it not be that Abduo, as the former clan leader, found a method to allow those females to transfer their psychic energy to himself? Nangong Zetian speculated, perplexed. Impossible. What you propose is utterly inconceivable. Brown retorted coldly. In the Beast Era continent, only our female rabbits possess psychic energy, and the parents of a female offspring must belong to the rabbit clan. Although some outside females possess high fertility, their parents do not belong to the rabbit clan. So how could they possess psychic energy? What you describe is absolutely impossible, Brown asserted firmly. However, Brown, the abducted female, Ouyang Huaduo, has rabbit-type parents. Yet, the Ouyang clan's beast forms are ordinary rabbits, while ours are the powerful bongo. They're not even in the same league, Brown replied solemnly. Then what does Abduo intend to do with the high-fertility females he has captured? Do you think he might devise something sinister with those high-fertility females? Nangong Zetian's words plunged everyone into silence. Indeed, Abduo has lost all semblance of conscience. He previously killed numerous innocent orcs and young females in his quest for revenge. He even utilized parasites to shift the harm he endured onto others, threatening them to refrain from harming him. Now, having captured so many high-fertility females and sub-females, he has also added a female whose parents are both rabbits. It is uncertain what heinous deeds he may commit with Ouyang Huaduo. After a moment of silence, Sylvia turned to Saran and said, Saran, since Abduo may be colluding with your Sea God clan's ancestors to perpetrate harm, it is imperative for you to thoroughly investigate which two ancestors from your clan are involved. Only by identifying the target can we address the issue effectively. Before Saran could respond, the door was suddenly flung open. A group entered, led by a frowning Elijah. Sitting, you need not search further. I know who is with Abduo. Following the voice, it was Gaia, the elder of the Sea God clan and Elijah's partner. He approached Saran, unceremoniously dismissing him aside, and after seating himself with Elijah, he began to speak slowly. The first two partners of Abduo's wife indeed belonged to our Sea God clan. They were a pair of twins named Keela and Kieran. However, after their wife's death, they fell into an endless slumber. But Uncle Gaia, are there not no Sea God clan members sleeping in the depths of the abyss? Did they not all awaken? Saran questioned in confusion. Who said there are none? Gaia cast a glance at Saran before replying. Is there not a turbulent zone deep within the abyss? Keela and Kieran lie in slumber there. But isn't that a place reserved for the criminal members of the Sea God clan? How could they be sleeping there? Saran's eyes reflected his bewilderment. I do not know. After Keela and Kieran's partner passed away, they returned and chose to sleep in the turbulent zone. Upon discovering that a young female had been abducted, I made a special trip back to the turbulent zone and found them still in slumber there. But Uncle Gaia, have you personally checked those two orcs to confirm they are truly Keela and Kieran? Sylvia inquired, puzzled. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that those sleeping in the turbulent zone are not Keela and Kieran? Gaia retorted. It is highly possible. Elder Gaia, Saran has previously mentioned that the parasites Abduo used to control the four great noble ancestors came from the deep sea. I believe that aside from your Sea God clan, no one else could possibly dive so deep to bring those parasites to Abduo. More importantly, a century ago, when Abduo bewitched Stephen, aside from your merfolk ancestors, we genuinely cannot think of anyone else. Furthermore, within the tombs of Abduo's wife and daughter, the pearls adorning the walls, used as gifts by your Sea God clan orcs for their partners, could only have come from your clan. No other orcs could possibly acquire them. Sylvia's words caused the expressions on Gaia and Saran's faces to darken immediately. After exchanging glances, They decided to return to the deep sea to ascertain whether Keela and Kieran were indeed who they claimed to be. If they were not truly them, then they could not return the children to Thunder Island. For if Abduo indeed had the guidance of a sea god clan, it would be effortless for him to set foot on Thunder Island. I shall return to investigate at once. Cyrun and the others nodded in agreement, preparing to take their leave. Wait a moment, I shall accompany you. If Keela and Karen are indeed with Abduo, I fear you may struggle to confront them alone. Uncle Gaia, Keela, and Karen are no match for me. Better safe than sorry. I will feel more at ease if I go with you. After Gaia kissed Elia and offered her an apologetic smile, he readied himself to depart. Gaia, be careful, Elia urged. Yes, darling, I shall be cautious. Gaia gently ruffled Elia's hair, exchanged a glance with Wire, and then swiftly departed with saying, they hoped the outcome would not disappoint them. Keela and Karen, you must not commit any heinous acts. Otherwise, even in death, you shall not return to the sea. Early the next morning, Gigi, having just awakened with the children, widened her eyes upon hearing Nangong Jitian and Zirwaya's explanation. Are you saying that the deep sea is no longer safe? We do not know. We must await Sayan and Uncle Gaia's return to discern the outcome. For the children's safety, we will refrain from sending them to Thunder Island for the time being. Zirwaya's words filled Gigi and the children with excitement, yet also an involuntary concern for their safety. One Abduo was already enough of a headache. The addition of 2 elders from the Sea God clan would only exacerbate their troubles. As Gigi and the children wrestled with their concerns, Pernard and Pikely entered. Gigi, come, it's time for the routine check. Pernard gestured towards the door, indicating for Gigi to follow them to the treatment room. After all, the giant eagle egg in her womb was continuously absorbing the spiritual power transmitted by Abduo. Thus, Pernard and Pikely needed to monitor Gigi's condition closely to prevent the hatchlings from absorbing their mother's vitality once they had consumed Abduo's energy. Once Gigi lay in the treatment chamber, Pernard and Pikely observed the monitor, their brows furrowing in concern. It had only been one night, yet they could detect no information about the 3 hatchlings. No wonder something has changed. Pernard turned to Zirwaya, who had been standing by. Zirwaya, did you provide any spiritual comfort to the hatchlings in Gigi's womb last night? No, Gigi and the children slept together, so before Zirwaya could finish, Pernard, incensed, threw his notebook at Zirwaya's face. You fool, we instructed you clearly. The hatchlings are absorbing the sudden influx of spiritual energy, so they must receive daily comfort from their father. If you dare delay providing spiritual comfort to Gigi's children for another night, they might just absorb her life force instead. Should anything happen to Gigi, it would be too late to lament to the beast god. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and make amends. Listening to Pernard's roar, the small hatchlings, who had been clinging to the side of the treatment chamber, obediently moved aside to allow Zirwaya passage. Their current demeanor starkly contrasted with their earlier mischief when they had expelled Zirwaya from the room. It seemed they truly regretted their actions from the previous night. They had never anticipated that merely one night could endanger their mother. Reflecting on this, the children lowered their heads in guilt. They had indeed been a bit willful the day before. Zirwaya, observing the children's downcast expressions, affectionately patted their heads before making his way toward the treatment chamber. Remove your outerwear and enter to provide spiritual comfort to Gigi. Pikely, inspecting the lines on the treatment chamber, commanded without looking up. Zirwaya dared not refute, swiftly removing his shirt to reveal his lean torso, and climbed into the treatment chamber. Gently cradling the slumbering Gigi, Zirwaya's eyes brimmed with tenderness and longing. How long had it been since that fateful night in the Rabbit clan when Stephen had infused him with blood charm? He had not held Gigi since then. Various matters had prevented him from being by her side constantly. Now, with Gigi peacefully resting in his embrace, Zirwaya was enveloped in an unshakable warmth. If only this moment could last for eternity. His selfishness surfaced. He truly did not wish to share his beloved with anyone else. However, he understood well that there was only one Gigi, and if he insisted on battling Nangong Jitian and the others, it would ultimately lead to mutual destruction. Suppressing the myriad thoughts in his heart, Zirwaya closed his eyes and began to provide spiritual comfort to the children in Gigi's womb. My little ones, you must be grateful to your mother. If you dare to absorb her life force, do not blame your father for choosing to abandon you. After all, in my heart, your mother is far more precious than you. As if sensing Zirwaya's deep-seated conviction, Pernard and Pikely, who had just been unable to detect any data from the hatchlings, suddenly observed information appearing on the treatment chamber. Pernod and Pikely exchanged astonished glances, realizing that Zirwaya's 3 children were destined for greatness. They could actually retract their spiritual energy freely while still in their mother's womb. This was truly a sign of exceptional intelligence, bordering on the extraordinary. One could only wonder what kind of tempest they would unleash on the beast world once they grew up. Chapter 221. Exceptional intelligence. Once Zirwaya concluded providing spiritual comfort to Gigi, he emerged from the treatment chamber to find Pernod and Pikely wearing expressions that were difficult to decipher. What is it? Does Gigi's body have any issues? Or is it about the hatchlings? No, Zirwaya, you misunderstand. Pernod suppressed his astonishment and, glancing at the still sleeping Gigi, stepped aside to speak softly. Zirwaya, your 3 children are destined for greatness as they grow. What do you mean? Zirwaya narrowed his eyes, asking coldly. Sensing the slight pressure of Zirwaya's spiritual energy, Pernod contemplated briefly before revealing what they had just discovered. You mean to say, my little ones have their own consciousness while still in their mother's womb? Precisely. From a medical perspective, children in the womb rely solely on instinct to survive and cannot possess their own consciousness. Just now, we were unable to detect any data from them, but in an instant, they were able to retract their spiritual energy and ceased absorbing Gigi's energy. Zirwaya, the situation with the hatchlings is unprecedented. If you have never heard of it, that only proves your limited knowledge. It does not imply my children are exceptionally intelligent. Pernod, the priority should be Gigi's health. As for my little one's intelligence, that is not your concern. As Zirwaya spoke, his face bore the usual graceful and serene smile. Yet the glint in his eyes caused Pernod to involuntarily shrink back. All right, I understand. I won't mention it again, Pernod meekly assured. Good. Then I will rely on you for Gigi and the hatchlings. Regardless of what happens to them, you must inform me. With a smile, Zirwaya patted Pernod's shoulder before turning to leave. Nongatan, who had been standing aside, offered a comforting smile to Pona before following Zirwaya as they departed. What is it? Are you reminiscing about the past? Indeed, Nongatan soon spotted Zirwaya sitting on the railing of the rooftop. I am fine. I merely feel that so much time has elapsed. Yet I still cannot forget the events of yesteryear. Nongatan, am I not a source of embarrassment? Zirwaya sighed. Zirwaya, there is no need for you to feel sorrow over this. Possessing an extraordinarily high IQ is a dream for many ordinary individuals throughout their lives. You should take pride in your intelligence rather than lament it, Nongatan reassured, patting Zirwaya on the shoulder with a sigh. You must have overheard what Pona mentioned earlier. He stated that my little cubs could freely constrict their mental energy while nestled in Ji's womb. Nongatan, do you know what I was thinking when I was soothing the little cub's mental energy? I'm not a mind reader. How could I possibly know? Nongatan shot Zirwaya a glance, exasperated. Letting out a scoff, Zirwaya leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance with a sigh. Nongatan. Although Pona and Pokely mentioned that the cubs would only absorb the mental energy transmitted by Abu Duo during this month, I fear the unforeseen. There is something I have never disclosed to you. When I brought Ji to the Great Eagle Island, I mistakenly fed her the fruit of the ancient tree, allowing your 3 little wolf cubs to absorb immense energy while still in their mother's womb, nearly causing Ji's demise. Nongatan, when I witnessed Ji's difficult labor, I immediately regretted my selfish actions. Had anything gone awry during her labor, I would have been unable to face you for the rest of my life. Fortunately, both she and the cubs are safe. However, now that scoundrel Abu Duo has transmitted such a substantial amount of mental energy into Ji's body, how does her current situation differ from when she was on Great Eagle Island? Therefore, while I was calming the little cub's mental energy, I conveyed a message through my mental energy to the cubs within Ji's womb. Should they dare to absorb their mother's life force, I will personally intervene to eliminate them. Zirwaya's fierce determination caused Nongatan brow to furrow. After all, a father who threatens his own cubs while soothing their mental energy surely risks fostering resentment in them as they grow. So, the cubs only withdrew their mental energy after you issued that threat? Nongatan inquired, puzzled. Indeed, like me, they're destined for an extraordinary life. In truth, I hope they grow up to be like Stephen, leading an ordinary life, which would be quite admirable. Just as Zirwaya finished speaking, a sudden attack pierced the tranquility. Sensing the force aimed at him, Zirwaya instinctively dodged to the side. However, before he could regain his footing, another attack sliced through the air nearby. Once he steadied himself, Zirwaya shouted in exasperation toward the rear. Stephen, enough already. If you dare to sneak attack again, I will toss you off the edge. Do you think I fear you? You bald bird. How dare you insult my intelligence behind my back? You are courting death. What have I ever called you foolish? Zirwaya retorted, bewildered. Just now, you said you hoped your little cubs would be as ordinary as me. What does ordinary even mean? You might as well have just called me foolish. Stephen emerged from the shadows, pointing an accusatory finger at Zirwaya. What does ordinary mean? Your so-called ordinary is merely a veiled insult. How am I foolish? Do you think there are many individuals on Beast World continent as intelligent as you? If you do not want that wisdom, just give it to me. I need it. Truly, you are taking advantage while pretending to be innocent, disgusting. Zirwaya, faced with Stephen's finger almost touching his face, helplessly swatted it aside and then turned back to recount what Ponaur had said. Are you saying the cubs in Ji's womb, like you, possess their own consciousness from the womb? Stephen asked incredulously. Indeed, they can now constrict their mental energy to avoid causing harm to Ji. No sooner had Zirwaya spoken than Stephen covered his face and began wailing. Stephen, are you cramping? Nangong Zetian lightly patted his head, bemused. You are the one cramping. I am merely lamenting for my little cubs. They have not yet been born. Once they arrive, they will be destined to be bullied by Zirwaya's little cubs for a lifetime. Why did the beast god endow the great eagle clan with such small heads, yet grant them such intelligence? It is evident that our Tungsha clan has the largest heads. Stephen's words left both Zirwaya and Nangong Zetian speechless. Can one truly judge intelligence merely by the size of one's head? Stephen's reasoning was utterly nonsensical. Zirwaya and Nangong Zetian were unwilling to continue this futile argument and thus shifted the topic. Where's Sonia and Brown? What are they doing? Upon hearing Zirwaya's words, the previously foolish Stephen suddenly became serious. His expression hardened considerably. It is uncertain whether Abu Duo is truly dead, nor do we know if he has any allies from the Sea God clan or other supporters. Hence, I instructed Sonia and Brown to take Ji and the cubs to the White Fox clan. Why go to the White Fox clan? They should go to the Great Eagle clan, as their high vantage point provides the best natural defense. Nangong Zetian questioned, puzzled. If we can discern the Great Eagle clan's advantageous position, do you think Abu Duo is unaware? Stephen settled onto the railing, gazing into the distance. The terrain of the Peach Blossom Valley in the White Fox clan is the most intricate, and their beastmen possess enchanting abilities. If Abu Duo truly sends someone to trouble the White Fox clan, even if he intends to use the elders of the Sea God clan to manipulate the White Fox beastmen, he lacks the capability. In terms of combat prowess, Brown from the Rabbit clan is the best choice. After all, while he may be a deceased rabbit, his mental energy is indeed quite formidable, a fact we cannot deny. Brown possesses remarkable mental energy, and his speed in fleeing is unparalleled, even surpassing mine. Should Ji encounter any danger with the cubs, I am confident that Brown can ensure their safety. What about you, Tungsha clan? What are your plans? Zirwaya retorted. Chapter 222. Corpse Nonsense. Our Tungsha clan will undoubtedly remain hidden in the shadows. After all, we are beastmen who naturally dwell in darkness. Only in the shadows can we truly maximize our potential. I have already instructed the leader of the Shadow Guards to remain close to Ji and the cubs. Should any changes arise, I will direct them to assist Brown in swiftly evacuating Ji and the cubs from underground. And what about us? What are we to do? Nangong Zetian chuckled lightly. Naturally, you are to lead the beastmen of the Great Eagle clan and the Snow Wolf clan in searching for Abu Duo's whereabouts. Of course, it is imperative to locate those missing little females. They are treasures of the Beast World continent. Should they fall victim to Abu Duo, it would undoubtedly trigger a cascade of issues. Indeed, the fertility rate in the Shoshur continent has plummeted to an alarming low. Should those young females fall victim to Abduo, it is likely that the continent will be engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed due to the scarcity of females. Stephen could not help but exhale a long sigh. By the way, Zirwaya, once you have conferred with Nangong Zetian, proceed to the Baihu clan to seek out Ji and provide her with daily mental support. After the little ones are born, you can swap places with Nangong Zetian, allowing the deceased wolf to assist you in hatching the eggs while you take on labor. Upon hearing Stephen's words, Nangong Zetian and Zirwaya could not suppress their laughter. Their relationships had indeed become exceedingly convoluted, with their own children rejecting their biological fathers in favor of others. Yet, regardless of whom they recognized, they remained children of the four illustrious noble families. The responsibilities awaiting these younglings upon maturity would undoubtedly be significant. After all, they were quite envious of the leisurely lives led by their predecessors. In the depths of the ocean, Siren followed Gaia to the turbulent region at the bottom of the trench, experiencing the immense water pressure and the rapid currents exerting tremendous force upon his body. Siren furrowed his brow as he traversed through one narrow, dark underwater tunnel after another alongside Gaia. Upon pausing, Siren beheld dozens of enormous shells wedged within the crevices of rocks, and his brow furrowed further in contemplation. He had initially believed that only the sea gods Kila and Kellen lay dormant in the tumultuous depths. However, he never anticipated the presence of numerous other sea gods in slumber here. Was it any wonder that the sea god clan had so many offenders? Just as Siren pondered the significance of these shells, Gaia swam directly toward the two outermost shells. As the shells opened, they revealed two slumbering figures with sea blue hair and golden fish tails. They were Kila and Kellen, who had formed a mate bond with Abduo's wife prior to their slumber. Gaia turned back to explain to Siren, and with a nod of agreement, they extended their hands to touch the faces of the beastmen. Upon placing his hand on Kila's face, Siren was struck by the frigid temperature and the absence of blood flow beneath the skin, causing him to frown even more deeply. Although the sea god clan's body temperature lowers upon entering slumber, it should not plummet to such an extent. Most concerning was the temperature being indistinguishable from that of a corpse. Realizing this, Siren reached behind Kila's ear and indeed found a small knot. When he gently untwisted the knot, a translucent skin swiftly peeled away from Kila's visage. Similarly, Gaia encountered the same phenomenon with Kellen. As the skin peeled away from Kellen's face, they were confronted with two unfamiliar yet exquisite visages. The two beastmen bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Yet they were not Kila and Kellen, for their faces appeared far too youthful, as though they had perished before reaching adulthood. However, in the Shoshur continent, beastmen rarely succumb to illness after surpassing the transformation phase of infancy. What, then, was the origin of these two corpses? Had they been slain? Moreover, the appearance of their faces offered no indication of how many years had passed since their demise. Yet as Siren and Gaia gazed at their tails, the astonishment in their eyes was unmistakable. To confirm his suspicions, Siren carefully examined the tails of the beastmen. They were indeed genuine fish tails, not a mere fabrication. These two beastmen were unmistakably of the Sea God clan. However, it was customary for the Sea God clan to conduct a sea burial for their deceased kin, allowing their bodies to vanish entirely into the vast ocean. Hence, how could these two corpses exist? Furthermore, they rested within shells in the turbulent region, a place designated for the punishment of the Sea God clan. Who would place two corpses in the punishment grounds of the Sea God clan without granting them a sea burial? Uncle Gaia, does another Sea God clan reside in the depths of the ocean? Siren inquired, perplexed by the corpses. No, I have lived in the deep sea for many years, traversing every corner of the ocean, and I have never encountered any kin akin to the Sea God clan. Then from where did these corpses originate? Why are their fish tails genuine? Siren pressed, bewildered. I do not know, Gaia replied, attentively examining the fish tails of the two corpses. As he observed, he confirmed their authenticity. They were indeed members of the Sea God clan. At present, he could ascertain that these two corpses had not lived long before their demise. It seemed they had perished just as they entered adulthood. Uncle Gaia, should we not bring them to dry land for Pernod and Perkley to examine? I refuse to believe that another Sea God clan exists in the depths of the ocean. As the chieftain of the Sea God clan, I'm always attuned to the birth of any sea god kin. Yet with these two corpses, I felt no connection whatsoever. Do you think they might be artificially created specimens from Abduo's laboratory? Saren's suggestion deepened Gaia's frown. However, aside from transporting the corpses to dry land for examination by Pernod and Perkley, he could conceive of no better course of action. After all, examining corpses was not his forte. Once they had secured the bodies within a designated spatial ring, Siren curiously gestured toward the other shells. Uncle Gaia, what resides within those shells? Could they also contain slumbering ancestors of the Sea God clan? Not at all. What lies within is not kin of the Sea God clan, but rather treasures accumulated by them for unforeseen circumstances. As he spoke, Gaia swam toward a massive shell, smiling as he opened it. However, upon opening the shell, they discovered not only treasures, but also the corpse of a terrestrial female. Shocked, Gaia and Siren methodically opened each shell, only to find that alongside the Sea God clan's amassed wealth lay the corpses of numerous terrestrial females. They rested peacefully within the shells, as if in slumber. Observing their serene countenances, It was evident they had not met their end through violence. If not by foul play, then they had succumbed to natural causes. Yet, in the Shoshure continent, once young females forge a contract with beastmen, their lifespans align with those of the beastmen, granting them long lives. However, the females lying here appeared not to have lived to the typical age for their kind. Could it be that they were among the high-fertility females abducted by Abduo some time ago? The thought caused Siren and Gaia's hearts to sink. If this were indeed the case, the continent would plunge into chaos due to the demise of these females. However, upon meticulous examination by Siren and Gaia, they discovered that these females had perished many years prior. Most crucially, their deaths did not occur within the same time frame. It seemed as though they had been systematically relocated from land to the depths of the ocean over intervals. Were these deceased females also victims of Keela and Kellen's misdeeds? Or could it be that Abduo was responsible for their deaths, with Keela and Kellen merely cleaning up the aftermath? The Sea God clan placed great emphasis on the inheritance of progeny, for their lineage depended upon the females of other tribes. The Orc members of the Sea God clan have been educated from a young age to protect the young females to the best of their abilities. Thus, they cannot fathom that Kula and Kuluan would so ruthlessly harm innocent young females. However, if it is indeed they who acted, have Kula and Kuluan transformed into demons like Abdu due to the death of their wives? Although they do not comprehend the exact reasons. Siren and Jaya exchanged a glance before placing each corpse found within the shells into their ring space. While their ring space cannot accommodate living beings, it is sufficient for storing corpses. Now, they must find a way to honor these young females, having been born of the land. It is only appropriate that they are returned to the nurturing soil after death. After securing all the bodies, Siren and Jaya installed surveillance devices in each shell and, exchanging a glance, swiftly swam towards the surface. Regardless of whether these females were harmed by Kula and Kuluan, their involvement in this matter is undeniable. Chapter 223. Sea Burial in the laboratory of Panada and Pakuli. The two were intently dissecting the mermaid corpses on the operating table. Despite the foul stench emanating from the bodies, they remained unfazed, occasionally sharing newfound clues with one another. The more they researched, the more excitement illuminated their faces, as if they were not examining two corpses, but rather exquisite works of art. This is truly a medical miracle, Bonade exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, it is astonishing. If Abdu were not our adversary, I would gladly consider him my mentor. He is a genius in the field of medicine, Pakuli remarked, examining the intestines of the corpse with a mixture of shyness and exhilaration. It seemed as though he was not holding the entrails of an orc, but rather a budding rose, causing him to become breathless with excitement. Alas, muscle tissue can still grow under stimulation, requiring no conscious thought from the orc. If this is the case, we could create an artificial womb. Should we truly succeed in creating an artificial womb using this method, the continent of beastkind would no longer face the troubles of reproduction. Panada fiddled with the heart of the corpse, his eyes sparkling with excitement, almost materializing with fervor. Indeed, if we have the genes and an identical environment, we could truly accomplish this. More importantly, using this technique, we could perfectly transfer attributes from one individual to another. Pakuli leaned closer to Panada, his eyes gleaming. Shall we give a try? Panada asked, his focus still on the dissection, his eyes alight with eagerness. Absolutely, Pakuli replied decisively. Noticing their conversation veering off course, Sylvia interjected at an opportune moment. Gentlemen, the laws of the beastkind continent prohibit live experimentation. Thus, your ideas are destined to remain mere fantasies. At Sylvia's words, the spark in Panada and Pakuli's eyes extinguished instantaneously. Their dissection movements halted momentarily as they turned to Sylvia, casting her an ungracious glare, as if blaming her for shattering their dreams. Such a promising line of research thwarted by the regulations of the beastkind continent left Pakuli and Panada feeling completely disheartened. Standing aside, Nangong Ze Tion discreetly nudged Sylvia and whispered, "Do you think it is wise to keep these two scientific madmen together? 50 years ago, had we not separated them, I am certain they would have been the foremost criminals on the beastkind continent. There is no choice. The situation is urgent. Once the matter with Abdu is resolved, I will find a way to sow a bit of discord between them, ensuring they part ways," Sylvia replied, receiving Nangong Ze Tion's full agreement. One scientific madman is already a headache. Two together could be exponentially more chaotic. By the way, have you examined the corpses of those young female Siren brought back? They all died of natural causes, not by human hands. However, forensic examination revealed that their bodies were significantly weaker than those of typical females, as if they had ingested some substance. These young females were taken to the deep sea after their deaths. I have already posted on the StarNet, inviting their families to come claim their remains. Zaytian, I observed their bodies closely and noticed a common feature. They all bear resemblance to Abdu's wife, Sylvia sighed. Nangong Zaytian, observing Sylvia's expression, understood his thoughts. Had that foreign orc not harmed Abdu's wife and daughter, perhaps Abdu would not have gone mad, nor would he have become what he is now. Terningto de chirfopakali antponadet, Nangong Zaytian inquired. Have you two made any discoveries? Are those two corpses indeed from the Sea God clan? He cleared his throat, his tone urgent, for Elijah and his party awaited outside. Moreover, once their inquiries were concluded, they needed to cleanse themselves. Otherwise, they might risk repulsing Gigi with the stench of decay upon their return. Gigi has been rather irritable during her pregnancy, and with the 3 little ones causing a ruckus, if she were to catch a whiff of that rotten smell, it could provoke a bout of nausea. Upon hearing Nangong Zaytian's words, Pakuli and Panah reluctantly set down their scalpels, cleaning their bloodied hands before turning to Nangong, Zaytian, and Sylvia. Indeed, these 2 bodies are, without a doubt, from the Sea God clan. The revelation from Paku, Li Kaosai Run, and Jia Yu's brows to furrow in disbelief. Impossible. Our Sea God clan is scarce in numbers. I am acutely aware of each birth and death as the clan leader. I can assure you, these 2 merfolk could not possibly belong to the Sea God clan. Siren stated emphatically. Siren, you are mistaken. They are indeed members of your Sea God clan, though they did not grow up in a typical environment. To be precise, they were raised in an artificial womb, growing up completely unaware of their circumstances. Based on our dissection results, they must have been forcibly removed from their mother's womb at birth. Due to premature delivery, their organs are underdeveloped. Furthermore, upon examining their heads, we discovered that their brains have not undergone any development, indicating that they are akin to artificially cultivated merfolk. Artificial merfolk? Cultivation? Sai Ren and Jia Yu exchanged incredulous glances and asked, Panada, Pakuli, are you suggesting that someone is conducting experiments on our Sea God clan? This cannot be classified as an experiment. It resembles more of a memorial. Perhaps, after the mother's passing, the relatives extracted the fetus from her womb. Seeing the still-breathing fetus, they could not bear to part with it, hence placing it in a nurturing solution to allow it to grow in ignorance. However, later on, perhaps in the hope of awakening these 2 merfolk, they exhibited evident signs of organ transplantation. It is likely due to incompatibility with the donors that these 2 merfolk succumbed in the nutrient solution. Pernard turned to look at Siren and said, Did you not mention that Abdu's wife bore offspring of your Sea God clan after her demise? Could it be that these 2 merfolk were extracted from her womb by Abdu and the ancestors of the Sea God clan after her death? Pernard's words left everyone momentarily stunned. Siren and Gaia approached the dissection table, scrutinizing the identical faces before them. Exquisite and beautiful, they appeared almost otherworldly, with their translucent skin and long, sea-blue hair. Siren raised a hand belonging to one of the merfolk, examining the slightly curved nails, a clear characteristic of the Sea God lineage. However, upon death, members of the Sea God clan must return their bodies to the ocean, hoping that the sea will guide them on the path of reincarnation. Since these 2 merfolk were the offspring of Keela and Kellen, why did Keela and Kellen not come to him after their offspring's death to return their bodies to the sea? Perhaps, sensing Saren's confusion, Gaia approached him. Patting his shoulder with a hint of sorrow, Siren, as you have heard, Keela and Kellen have committed a grave taboo against the Sea God clan by having their young ones undergo organ transplantation. Therefore, their offspring's bodies cannot fully belong to the sea. Uncle Gaia, did Kellen and Keela place their offspring's bodies in the turbulent waters, both to facilitate their return to the sea and to alleviate the sins upon them? Siren murmured. Perhaps, Gaia sighed softly. Siren gazed at the youthful, delicate faces before him. They had likely never opened their eyes to behold the world. Now that they had perished, their father's transgressions prevented them from returning their bodies to the sea and attaining rebirth. This burden was not theirs to bear. Uncle Gaia, summon the ancestors of the Sea God clan. Let us unite our efforts to return these 2 children to the sea. Inform the esteemed elders of the Sea God clan that as their leader and the king of the sea, I forgive these 2 young ones. If we are to seek retribution, it should be directed at their father, not these innocent children who have never even opened their eyes. Very well. I shall go at once. Gaia patted Saren's shoulder, sighed, and turned to leave. It seemed his choice had been vindicated. Siren was indeed the most qualified king of the Sea God clan. To lead the Sea God clan, one must possess not only the decisiveness to wield a sword, but also a heart capable of tolerance. These two children had already endured immense suffering since their emergence from their mother's womb. Now, the Sea God clan must send them back to the ocean, hoping for their rebirth among the Sea God clan in the next life. In the depths of the sea, Siren looked upon the two bodies cradled by the ancestors of the Sea God clan, his eyes reflecting a subtle sigh. These children, burdened by their father's unwillingness to part with them, were tainted with sin, preventing their return to the sea after death. Siren and Gaia exchanged glances, and in an instant, a powerful wave of spiritual energy emanated from Siren and the ancestors of the Sea God clan, enveloping the two bodies. As they were enveloped in an aura of pure spiritual energy, the bodies began to emit a soft blue glow, gradually dispersing into the seawater. Siren and the ancestors of the Sea God clan retreated a step, and two massive whales surfaced, carrying the glowing bodies deeper into the ocean. Once the whales descended to a certain depth, the bodies slowly transformed into a radiant glow, merging with the sea. As Siren watched the bodies become one with the ocean, he exchanged a glance with Gaia before swimming towards the shore. Just as they departed, two identical merfolk of the Sea God clan swam from behind the coral, arriving at the spot where the bodies had vanished. Upon meeting each other's gaze, large tears began to fall from the corners of their eyes. Gently reaching out to feel the seawater, they seemed to hope to sense the souls of their children through the waves. Alas, they could feel nothing. How could the children, who had never opened their eyes to the world, know how much their father longed for even the slightest form of communication, even just a single word? With a soft sigh, the two merfolk of the Sea God clan spoke quietly to the air. "Leader Siren, please reveal yourselves. We have come to accept our punishment." As their words fell, Siren, accompanied by Gaia and the members of the Sea God clan, appeared beside them. "Keela, Kellen, you have erred gravely." Gaia stood before the twin brothers, sorrow evident in his eyes. He could scarcely fathom that these gentle members of the Sea God clan would resort to such heinous acts after the death of their partner. "Leader Gaia, we acknowledge our wrongs. As soon as you appeared on the shore to unite the Sea God clan for our offspring's sea burial, we realized you were aware of our deeds. Thus, we have come to accept our punishment." Keela turned to Kellen, calmly regarding the clan members surrounding them. Today, they too were destined to return to the sea. Yet, having aided Abdu in numerous misdeeds, they were already tainted with sin. Would the pure ocean still welcome them back into its embrace after death? Most likely not. The pristine sea would not tolerate members of the Sea God clan, stained with sin, returning to its depths. With this thought, Keela and Kellen wept anew. "Keela, Kellen, I must inquire about the female corpses in the turbulent waters. What transpired there?" Siren asked, his expression stern. "Leader, those young females were captured by Abdu for experimentation. We could not rescue all the young females. We could only take those who bore a resemblance to our wives from Abdu's clutches. However, we dared not return them home, for if Abdu learned of their return, he would not only kill them, but also endanger their entire families. To ensure their safety, we took them to a secret place to recuperate. Yet, after enduring Abdu's experiments, their bodies could not withstand the torment, and within a few years, they passed away. Did you bring their bodies to the Sea God clan?" Siren pressed. "Indeed, their bodies, due to Abdu's experiments, do not decay. We hope that one day, when Abdu is dead, we can return them to the land, to be with their families," Keela murmured. "Keela, Kellen, I do not wish to dwell further on your transgressions. You will discuss the matter with Uncle Gaia shortly. What I wish to know now is the current whereabouts of Abdu." Siren asked coldly. "Leader, we do not know," Keela replied, looking up at Siren with a calm demeanor. "Do you still wish to shield him?" Siren's voice sharpened. "Keela, Kellen, you know in your hearts that Abdu has gone mad. He has already caused the deaths of too many mere folk and young females. If he continues his rampage, calamity will surely befall our Sea God clan one day. Therefore, Abdu must die. Moreover, he has set his sights on my partner. If I do not eliminate him, I will never find peace. Patriarch, we truly do not comprehend. Our relationship with Abduo is merely one of collaboration. He promised us that he would ensure the survival of our young, in exchange for our assistance in 3 endeavors. The first was to entice Patriarch Stephen of the Tungsha clan a century ago. The second was to deliver to him the parasitic creatures from the depths of the ocean that could transfer damage. And the third, seeing the troubled expressions on Kellen and Keela's faces, Siren spoke solemnly. Keela, Kellen, if you desire to return to the sea after death to accompany your departed offspring, you must reveal to us the third task Abduo has entrusted to you. Siren's words prompted Keela and Kellen to lift their heads immediately. They exchanged incredulous glances before inquiring of Siren. Patriarch, can we truly return to the sea after we die? That depends on your actions and choices. Meeting Siren's icy blue gaze, Keela and Kellen fell silent for a moment before shaking their heads in response. Patriarch, our clan, the Sea God tribe, holds trust in the highest regard. We have vowed to Abduo to assist him in fulfilling 3 tasks. Thus, we must honor our commitment to Abduo regarding the third task, even if it means we can never return to the sea or be with our young ones again. Keela, you both must consider carefully. If you choose not to speak now, I can enact the responsibilities of the Sea God tribe's patriarch and execute you at this moment. Once you are dead, your bodies will be taken to land, ensuring you can never return to the sea, let alone fulfill the third task you promised Abduo. In doing so, you would betray Abduo and forfeit your oath. As soon as Siren finished speaking, the eyes of all the elders of the Sea God tribe flickered momentarily. However, upon seeing Gaia shake his head slightly, their expressions settled into calmness. Siren, now not only their junior, but also the patriarch of the Sea God tribe, was someone they could jest with in private matters, but when it came to the significant affairs of the tribe, they were merely subordinates and could no longer express dissent. Observing the dilemma faced by Keela and Kellen, Siren deliberately softened his tone and reiterated, Keela, Kellen, you may continue to assist Abduo with the third task. However, there is one condition. You must disclose the nature of the third task you promised Abduo to us in advance. Surely, this does not conflict with the oath you made to him. After all, I believe you swore only to help Abduo with 3 tasks, without stipulating that you could not share this matter with others, correct? Siren's words ignited a spark in Keela and Kellen's eyes. Indeed, when they swore initially, they only committed to assisting Abduo with 3 tasks, without any stipulation against sharing this information with others. If they revealed the matter to the patriarch beforehand, he would be better prepared. Thus, even if they were to perish, their deaths would serve a purpose, a form of atonement. Enlightened, Keela and Kellen looked up at Siren and spoke first. Patriarch, the third task that Abduo assigned us is to help him navigate the sea to find the island where Gaia has hidden the female of the Rabbit clan and the Beastmen. Patriarch, according to the scientists accompanying Abduo, it appears he has invented a brain-switching surgery. This procedure allows one to use another's body to achieve resurrection. He intends to utilize this operation to revive our partners and his daughter. Abduo himself is a successful example. Not long ago, Abduo managed to return with his deceased wife and daughter. Within just a couple of days, not only did his appearance transform into that of a stranger, but he also appeared significantly younger, and his mental prowess had intensified. The foundation of all he has accomplished requires a basic necessity. The beast forms must be compatible. What do you mean by compatible beast forms? Gaia asked in confusion. It means that Abduo's beast form is that of a rabbit. Thus, he requires a new body that is also of a rabbit beastman. Our partners are female rabbits, so his partner must also be a female rabbit. His daughter is a subfemale, which means the body to resurrect her must also be a rabbit subfemale. As soon as Keela finished speaking, the expressions of both Gaia and Siren darkened significantly. When did Abduo's brain-switching experiments begin? Siren inquired coldly. They have existed for quite some time. In the past, Abduo sought to capture Aaliyah precisely because her body was most suitable for reviving our partners. Additionally, Aaliyah's daughter, Gigi, was the optimal vessel for resurrecting his daughter due to her connection to Aaliyah. Moreover, Gigi's appearance is strikingly similar to that of Abduo's daughter. Had Aaliyah not promptly taken her daughter back to the Rabbit clan, Abduo would have long since captured her. But Abduo's wife and daughter have been deceased for many years. Have their brains not also perished? How could it be possible to revive them through brain-switching surgery? Siren questioned incredulously. We do not know. However, seeing Abduo's current state, it is evident that his brain-switching surgery has likely succeeded. Even if it has not, as long as Abduo is alive, he will undoubtedly persist in his resurrection attempts. Keela murmured, lowering her head. Kellen and Keela, observing Siren's and Gaia's increasingly grim expressions, subtly recoiled before continuing. Patriarch, there are too many protectors around Aaliyah and her daughter. He has exhausted all means, yet has been unable to capture them. Recently, he exploited his impending death to draw out the secret Aaliyah had long buried within her heart. Thus, he has now abandoned Aaliyah and her daughter, shifting his focus to the female rabbits hidden by Aaliyah. Do you know the coordinates of the island where the rabbit clan is concealed? Gaia inquired coldly. We do not know. However, there are only so many islands in the sea, and we are aware of the locations of the classified islands. It is merely a matter of time. Kellen admitted, somewhat embarrassed. Very well, take your time searching. If one day you discover the location of the island, inform us in advance when you take Abduo out to sea. Siren waved his hand, signaling the elders of the sea god tribe to clear the way for Keela and Kellen. Siren, why are you allowing them to leave? Are you not concerned they will locate that island? Gaia stood beside Siren, his gaze icy. That island represents the hope of the rabbit clan. If Abduo finds it, all of Aaliyah's efforts over the years will be in vain. Uncle Gaia, they cannot possibly find that island. Even if Keela and Kellen locate it, Abduo will not gain entry. After all, that island can only be accessed under the guidance of the patriarch of the sea god tribe, can it not? Saren's words elicited an involuntary smile from Gaia. Truly, he is the successor I chose. His reasoning and courage align perfectly with my desires. Since Abduo cannot find that island, he will be driven to desperate measures and will likely target Gigi and Aaliyah. That will not happen. As long as we are here, I will not permit Abduo the opportunity to act. If he dares, I shall slay him. With that, Siren waved his hand, summoning a colossal wave to surge toward the direction Keela and Kellen were departing. Should Abduo dare to harm Gigi and the children, he would not hesitate to consign everyone to their doom. Even if Abduo resurrects his wife and daughter, he would personally send them to hell. After all, he, Siren, is the king of the sea. As long as he is upon the ocean, no beastman shall rival him. If it were not for Gigi nearing her delivery and requiring Zirwaya's mental fortitude for comfort, he would have already taken her out to sea, rendering that madman Abdu powerless against his schemes. Standing aside, Jaya watched the madness flickering in Siren's eyes and instinctively took a few steps back. Could it be that Siren was succumbing to his old affliction again? Chapter 225, Truth and Deceit. Before Jia could fully process his astonishment, Siren's expression had returned to normal. He flashed a smirk at Jaya before swimming towards the shore. Receiving Siren's glance, Jaya exchanged looks with the other elders of the Sea God clan and then pursued the direction where Kula and Kuluan had departed. At this moment, the only way to keep Abdu's actions in check was to place Kula and Kuluan under the watchful eyes of their clan. That damned Abdu still harbored intentions of harming the female rabbits. Such delusions were laughable. After all, those hidden female rabbits and the beastmen shared a kinship with the Sea God clan. Upon returning to the Baihu clan, Siren found Gigi joyfully playing with the children. He strode forward and embraced her tightly. Gigi, what troubles you? She asked, patting his back and noticing his weary tone, her eyes filled with concern. I swear to protect you and will not allow Abdu to find you or harm you. Will you trust me? Yes, I trust you. But Siren, is something happening outside? Your expression seems off, Gigi replied, adjusting his shoulders, perplexed. Nothing is wrong. Gigi, I am merely tired and wanted to hold you, Siren said, gently kissing her forehead and eyes, his blue gaze filled with affection. Remember, we are partners. So no matter what happens outside, you can share it with me. In a partnership, honesty is paramount. Indeed, Gigi, rest assured, I will inform you of any matters that arise. Siren leaned his head on Gigi's shoulder, speaking in a playful tone. Yet, he unconsciously tightened his embrace, as if wishing to merge Gigi into his very being. You are holding me too tightly. I can hardly breathe, Gigi exclaimed. As soon as her words fell, Siren released her, feeling a twinge of guilt as he massaged her. Gigi, I can see something weighs on your mind from your eyes. Would you share it with me? Faced with Gigi's earnest gaze, Siren recounted the conversation with Kula and Kuluan. So you mean, if Abdu cannot locate the island where the female rabbits and beastmen reside, he will return to us as scapegoats? That seems likely. However, among the high-fertility females Abdu has abducted, there are also those in rabbit form or semi-females. While we can protect you, we fear the unforeseen. Siren, there will be no unforeseen events. With these 3 children in my womb, I am already the mother of 12. If it were just me, I might be indifferent to life. But as their mother, I will protect them fiercely. I will never let my children lose their mother from a young age. Very well, Gigi, I believe in you. You will undoubtedly be a competent and resilient mother. Siren rested his head against her burgeoning belly, hoping to hear the sounds of their children. However, as soon as he did, he clearly noticed her abdomen undulating. Gigi, do the young of the giant eagle clan not hatch from eggs? Do they move within their mother? He asked curiously, before Gigi could respond. Zirwaya's voice rang out clearly. Of course, even if the young of the giant eagle clan hatch from eggs, they will certainly move. If they did not move, it would mean they had perished in the womb. As soon as Zirwaya finished speaking, Gigi's belly began to move vigorously. The sudden movement caused her discomfort, and she cried out. Observing the relentless motion of her abdomen, Zirwaya's gaze turned cold. He placed his mental energy on Gigi's belly, silently warning the little ones. Children, you better settle down. If you continue to disturb your mother, I won't hesitate to let you see the world sooner. Feeling the commotion cease, Zirwaya withdrew his hand, satisfied. Indeed, his offspring were obedient from a young age. Gigi gazed at her now calm belly, giving Zirwaya a thumbs up. Your mental energy is truly effective. Look, as soon as their father calmed them, the babies stopped fussing. Gigi, we need to head to P.E. Kali for a checkup. All right, I will go now. Gigi threw off the blanket covering her and prepared to rise from the lounge chair when Zirwaya swept her into his arms. Zirwaya cradled Gigi gently, slightly furrowing his brow. Gigi, you need to eat well. I feel you have lost another pound. Zirwaya's words left Gigi at a loss for words. His arms were not scales. How could he gauge her weight just by lifting her? Before she could voice her thoughts, Siren took Gigi from Zirwaya's embrace, weighing her lightly in his arms. Zirwaya was indeed correct. Gigi had lost weight. Gigi, I will catch some golden knife fish from the sea to help replenish your strength. Siren, please do not catch golden knife fish. It is not that I dislike your fish, but even the most delicious food becomes tiresome when consumed excessively. Fine, if you do not wish for golden knife fish. I will find something else delectable. Siren leaned down and kissed Gigi's face, his expression brimming with affection. Standing nearby, Zirwaya observed Siren, his gaze flickering. Siren, who usually appeared aloof, seemed remarkably bold today. It appeared he was facing some dilemma, perhaps sensing Zirwaya's scrutiny. Siren glanced at him before continuing directly toward the medical room of Pinata and P. Kuli. Gigi, in 3 days, we will perform a cesarean to extract the giant eagle eggs from your womb. Rest assured, we have prepared all necessary items for the procedure, ensuring you will feel no pain and that no scars will mar your belly. We guarantee that after the extraction of the giant eagle eggs, in just 5 days, you will be restored to normalcy, Pinata reassured while recording data from the treatment chamber. Gatpenade, Bekeli. Did you not say the giant eagle eggs could remain in my womb for another month? After counting the days, it seems like 3 days is still less than a month. Gigi questioned, stroking her belly in confusion. Gigi, the shells of the little ones in your belly have hardened, and their organs have matured. Therefore, even if they are extracted, with Nangong Zetian's body heat to aid them in hatching, they will thrive. However, if we do not extract them promptly, your life will be at risk. Gigi, you must understand, you have not just these 3 little ones. You have 9 others awaiting your care. P.E. Kali's words rendered Gigi speechless. She lowered her gaze to her belly, worry etched on her face. Gigi, rest assured, once the giant eagle eggs are extracted, as long as Nangong Zetian is present, they will certainly be safe. Perna dejectedly set down his notebook and approached with a gentle tone of consolation. In 3 days, we shall trouble you, he said. Gigi, we do not trouble you. If anyone is to be troubled, it would likely be Nangong Zetian, considering he must incubate several eggs for months on end. Incubating eggs is an arduous task for the beastmen, especially with these 3 giant eagle eggs from Shierweya, which are unlike any other beastman eggs. What makes them different? Gigi inquired, absent-mindedly caressing her belly. Perna, meeting the piercing gaze of Shierweya, immediately adopted a serious demeanor and replied, the difference lies in the fact that the 3 eggs within you will likely be a tad more intelligent from the moment they are born than other young beastmen. Perna's words instantly brightened Gigi's spirits. Although she was aware of the beastmen's egg incubation practices, she had never witnessed it firsthand. The news of Nangong Zetian personally undertaking the task filled her eyes with excitement. Shier, Siren, where's Nangong Zetian? He is preparing the necessary items for incubation. Once he begins, he will enter a state of hibernation. During this period, he will neither eat nor drink for several months. Will he not starve? Gigi asked, concerned. No, Sai Heng explained. Once a beast man enters hibernation, their bodily functions slow down significantly, rendering them incapable of feeling hunger. Should we go see him now? I wish to witness how he incubates the eggs, Gigi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Very well, let us proceed. Shierweya said, cradling Gigi as they made their way to Nangong Zetian's chamber. However, upon arrival, they found the room empty, leaving Gigi perplexed. Gigi, Abdu has already learned of your presence within the Baihu clan. I fear he may cause disruption during your delivery, just as he did previously. For your safety, we shall escort you to the Shuelang clan, where Nan Gongze Tian is already waiting for you. Shi'er, if Abdu has indeed placed spies within the Baihu clan, will our departure not raise his suspicions? It will not, Shi'er Wei reassured her. Glancing towards the corner, she spotted a small beast man resembling Gigi, with a pronounced belly, mimicking her gestures and smiling gently. This is Gigi, a beast man from our Baihu clan. His visage is crafted using our clan's bewitching techniques to mirror yours. Although our charm is not as enduring as that of the Renyu clan, maintaining it for a month is certainly feasible. Sonia emerged from the shadows, accompanied by Nan Gong Zetian. Zetian, did you not return to the Shuelang clan? What brings you back? Gigi asked, confused. Master, I'm a beastman of the Baihu clan, not the head of the Nan Gong family. The beastman replied respectfully. Gigi, observing the face identical to Nan Gong Zetian's, could not help but give Sonia a thumbs up. The Baihu clan's bewitching techniques were indeed remarkable. If the original did not speak, one could hardly discern the real from the imitation. The beastman before her, dressed as herself, made her feel as though she were gazing into a mirror. Chapter 226. A High Degree of Certainty. Enough of this time wasting. Gigi, you must follow Shi'er Wei through the secret passage to the Shuelang clan, where Nan Gong Zetian awaits. As for the children, arrangements have been made. Siren will soon take them to the sea. In the ocean, Siren reigns as the king of the waters, effortlessly controlling the fates of others. No matter how formidable Abdu may be, he cannot harm the children in the face of such overwhelming power, Sonia urged. But Sonia, did not the elders of the Hai Shan clan mention the presence of a traitor? Is it safe to place the children at sea? Fear not. The children will not be sent to Lei Dian Island, but rather to another island in the sea, the location of which is known only to the past leaders of the Haishin clan. Even the Haishin clan members are unaware of its whereabouts. Rest assured, once I have delivered the children to the island, I will ensure their protection. Moreover, Kula and Kuluan are already under my surveillance. Should they make any moves, I will intervene promptly, Siren assured her. Very well, as long as you are cautious. Siren, take care once we depart. Of course, Gigi, you must look after yourself. We are still capable of protecting ourselves. Sonia stepped forward and gently kissed Gigi's forehead, signaling Shi'er Wei to hasten their departure. Nodding to Siren and Sonia, Shi'er Wei cradled Gigi and proceeded toward the secret passage. Siren watched as the passage closed, exchanging a glance before a beastman identical to Shi'er Wei emerged behind the false Gigi. He mimicked Shi'er Wei's stance and lifted the false Gigi with ease. What initially appeared to be a pleasing sight was abruptly disrupted by the complaints of the impostor Gigi. Master, could you not find a small female to play the role of the mistress? Why must it be a beastman? This one is heavy. I fear that after a month of carrying her, I might be crushed under her weight. Before Sonia could respond, the false Gigi retorted, though I am a beastman, I am hardly heavy. You, however, are quite large. Are you truly incapable of carrying me? If it is too much for you, how about you play the mistress, and I will take on the role of the head of the Shi'er family? Would you agree? With that, the false Gigi deliberately leaned, nearly toppling the false Shi'er Wei. Ugh, a large beast man, how fragile you are. Who are you calling fragile, you wretched fox? Why not look in the mirror and see your own bulk? The false Shi'er Wei roared. My figure is perfectly fine. I am not overweight. I merely pointed out your fragility. Do you not understand? Repeat that if you dare. You are fragile, exceedingly fragile. Stop. The task at hand is paramount. Cease your bickering and swiftly take the false Nan Gong Zetian out to perform your act, Sonia commanded. As her words fell, the two beastmen, who had been squabbling, suddenly became serious. The false Gigi adjusted her belly and playfully leaned into the arms of the false Shi'er, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. Noticing the displeasure on his face, the false Gigi smiled and playfully flicked his ear, signaling that they were ready to leave. Meanwhile, the silent false Nan Gong Zetian exchanged nods with Sonia and Siren before following the two out. Sonia, I sense that the beastman portraying Gigi is rather extraordinary, Siren remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, he is. He is one of the most skilled beastmen in our Baihu clan's bewitching arts. However, his interests diverge somewhat from ours. Sonia replied with a sly smile, before turning to leave. Siren, contemplating the behavior of the beast-man impersonating Gigi, shook his head in resignation. Everyone has their own preferences. As long as they do not impede others, he had enough to manage in his own life without concerning himself with others. At that moment, Gigi was seated upon Shi Erwei's back, wrapped in a thick blanket, swiftly soaring towards the Shuelang clan. Gigi, are you cold on my back? I am not cold. But Shi Er, why are we not using a flying vehicle? Gigi shouted. The target of a flying vehicle is too conspicuous. If Abdu discovers us, you and the little ones would be in peril, Shi Erwei replied. Rest assured, my speed of flight is quite swift. In just 3 more hours, we shall arrive at the Shuelang Zoo. I am perfectly fine. You may fly at a more leisurely pace. Gigi patted Zirwaya and proclaimed aloud. Indeed, as Zirwaya had stated, after 3 hours, they reached the Rose Castle of the Shuelang Zoo. Nangong Zetian had long awaited their arrival, accompanied by his butler and servants. Upon witnessing Zirwaya descend, Nangong Zetian swiftly leaped onto Zirwaya's back, bending down to gently lift Gigi down. Dead wolf hound, are you not aware that no one but a mate is permitted on the back of our giant eagle clan? Zirwaya retorted. I am well aware. After all, the eggs you giant eagles lay must be carefully incubated by their biological fathers. Otherwise, when Gigi hatches her giant eagle egg 3 days hence, you shall have to incubate it yourself. Nangong Zetian's words rendered Zirwaya speechless. After all, he was in need of assistance this time. Moreover, incubating eggs is indeed a laborious and time-consuming endeavor. Besides, he had already formed a bond with Gigi. He would never consider taking Nangong Zetian as a mate. The thought of being with the cold-faced Nangong Zetian was utterly distasteful. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Zirwaya followed Nangong Zetian into the Rose Castle. They continued until they arrived at the concealed chamber within the castle. Gigi, for your safety, you shall have to endure staying here for a while. Gigi surveyed her surroundings, astonished by the opulence of the decor. In such a splendid environment, she could only sincerely say to Nangong Zetian, Zetian, I must admit, in terms of status, this splendid place is hardly a hardship for me. Truly, I assure you. Gigi's earnest words elicited laughter from both Nangong Zetian and Zirwaya. Their mate was, indeed, remarkably unchoosy about her surroundings. By the way, Zetian, now that Zirwaya and I have arrived here, what about Pokili and Penade? After all, I require their assistance for my surgery in 3 days. Gigi, the substitutes for Penade and Pokili are already prepared. However, they need to observe their behavior secretly for a while to prevent any loopholes from being discovered by Abdu's spies. By tomorrow morning at the latest, Penade and Pokili will surely arrive here discreetly, Zirwaya reassured her. After speaking, Zirwaya turned to Nangong Zetian and inquired, Zetian, are the operating rooms fully prepared? They have long been ready just next door. I shall take you to see them now. With that, Nangong Zetian lifted Gigi once more and walked towards the other side of the concealed chamber. Upon reaching a stone wall, it immediately rose to reveal an advanced operating room within. Gigi, this is the operating room, equipped with the most cutting-edge medical equipment I have procured. The room on the left contains all the necessary medications, while the right houses the finest doctors of the Shuelang Zoo. They will assist in the surgeries for Penade and Pokili. Once the surgeries are complete, they will also take care of your daily needs. As for me, I shall enter hibernation when Penade and Pokili perform the cesarean section. I understand. Zetian, I apologize for the trouble. Gigi, there's no need for thanks. After all, your children are also my children. Although I sometimes begrudge my little pups calling Zirwaya Papa, it cannot be denied that Zirwaya has indeed raised my little ones quite successfully. Nangong Zetian embraced Gigi, warmth flickering in his eyes. The sight of their embrace filled Zirwaya with envy and jealousy. However, thinking of the upcoming months where Nangong Zetian, the fool, would assist him in incubating the eggs while he could remain by Gigi's side alone, he pondered how enduring a moment of discomfort would ultimately benefit him. After all, the final victor could only be Zirwaya. Just as Zirwaya had predicted, the following morning, Pokili and Penade secretly arrived at the concealed chamber of the Rose Castle. Their first order of business was to examine Gigi's condition. However, upon placing the diagnostic device in their hands, their brows furrowed involuntarily. Nangong Zetian, Zirwaya, the surgery must be advanced. But yesterday you said it would be in 3 days. Why the change? Gigi, lying in the diagnostic chamber, asked in confusion. Gigi, the rate at which the pups absorb your spiritual energy is increasing by the day. We have already deliberated several surgical plans. We truly cannot delay any longer. Should we procrastinate further, both your life and the lives of the pups could be at risk. Do not worry. Even if the pups are delivered early, we can assure you they will be perfectly fine. After offering a reassuring smile to Gigi, Po Keely turned, the smile vanishing from his face. Nodding to Nangong Zetian and Zirwaya, he stepped out of the treatment room, leaving Penade busy attending to Gigi. Po Keely, what is it? Is something wrong with Gigi? Zirwaya asked anxiously. Zirwaya, I previously informed you that your offspring possess their own consciousness while still in their mother's womb. Just yesterday, I could assure you that Gigi's surgery would be 100% successful. However, now I can only tell you we have an 80% chance. What do you mean? Nangong Zetian frowned, asking coldly. It means that the 3 giant eagle eggs within Gigi are accelerating their absorption of her spiritual energy due to fear of premature delivery. My concern is whether the pups will retaliate with a spiritual force when we perform the surgery on Gigi. We are not afraid. After all, they are merely 3 unhatched pups. However, Gigi's body cannot withstand any harm. Po Keely's words instantly chilled Zirwaya's expression. He turned to look at Gigi, who lay obediently in the diagnostic chamber, and then at her rounded belly, his gaze growing cold. Po Keely, the surgery this afternoon will proceed as scheduled. I can guarantee that the 3 pups within her will not launch a spiritual attack during the procedure. With that, Zirwaya stepped into the treatment room, leaving Po Keely in a state of confusion and Nangong Zetian fully aware of everything. Is it good or bad to be so clever? Nangong Zetian sighed softly, preparing the necessary items for his upcoming task of incubating the eggs. Initially, he had hoped to spend more time deepening his emotional connection with Gigi during these 3 days. Alas, all of that was ruined by Zirwaya's 3 giant eagle eggs. Zirwaya approached Gigi's treatment chamber and gently lifted her out. Gigi, since there is still some time before the surgery, allow me to provide some spiritual comfort to you. It will help keep the pups calm before your delivery. Zirwaya said warmly, looking at Gigi with a gentle smile. That sounds wonderful. I too feel that these 3 little ones are a bit too restless, Gigi replied, affectionately rubbing her belly. Zirwaya gazed at Gigi's heaving belly, his expression growing slightly cold. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor as he placed Gigi on the bed and began to soothe the pups within her with his spiritual energy. Zirwaya deliberately lowered his head to observe Gigi's rolling belly, his eyes reflecting a chilling intensity. Since his little ones had developed consciousness while still in their mother's womb, it was hardly a mistake for him, as their father, to impart a modicum of love and education before their birth. With this thought in mind, Zirwaya momentarily paused her hand resting on Gigi's abdomen. In that brief interlude, Gigi's previously restless belly had quieted under the calming influence of Zirwaya's mental energy. Observing Zirwaya's actions, Penade's eyes widened in astonishment. Gigi, you take a rest for a moment. I need to discuss some matters with Penade. She smiled at Gigi before turning to lead the still-dazed Penade out of the room. Zirwaya, what just happened? Penade asked, his face an embodiment of shock. Rest assured, I merely lulled the little ones to sleep for a short while to ensure the surgery this afternoon proceeds smoothly. Zirwaya reassured him, they are my children. I would never harm them, even at the cost of my own life. Her words prompted a sigh of relief from Penade, who had genuinely feared that Zirwaya's romantic whims might lead her to commit an irreparable act. What S with that expression? Do you think I would do something unforgivable to the little ones? Zirwaya scrutinized Penade's expression, a smirk gracing her lips. No way. How could I think that? Penade hastily denied. It's good that you don't. The situation is not beyond redemption. I, Zirwaya, am not one to be swayed by emotions. Now that I have settled matters with the little ones in Gigi's womb, I expect 100% success for this afternoon's cesarean section. Can you manage that? Meeting Zirwaya's icy gaze, Penade straightened his posture and earnestly assured her, Zirwaya, rest easy. A simple cesarean operation is bound to succeed 100%. If it doesn't, I will pay with my life. Enough. Your life is of no use to me. Just ensure that my little ones and Gigi are safe this afternoon, Zirwaya replied, patting Penade on the shoulder as she strode away. With several hours remaining until the afternoon, she decided to take Gigi out for a breath of fresh air. However, upon reaching the treatment room, Zirwaya discovered that Nangong Zetian had already taken Gigi away. Butler, where has your master taken Gigi? Zirwaya inquired, perplexed. Master Sierra, our master has taken the lady out to nurture their bond. During this time, we hope you will not disturb them, the butler replied with an air of respectful firmness, leaving Zirwaya momentarily speechless. Sighing, She acknowledged that it was her own oversight and turned towards the secret chamber to discuss the afternoon's surgery with Penade and Perculi. In the valley of Shualong Mountain, Ji sat atop Nangong Jitian, who had transformed into his beast form, moving forward at a leisurely pace. She had noticed that when he was in human form, his expression appeared quite indifferent. However, she had not anticipated how endearing his beast form would be. His soft, fluffy white fur draped gracefully over him, exuding an aura of both magnificence and beauty amidst the biting wind. The sight of his long tail swaying behind him and his occasionally twitching large ears was utterly adorable, yet undeniably regal. Gazing at the paw prints left behind in the snow, Ji nestled her face into his fur, inhaling deeply. It was incredibly comforting. Her actions caused Nangong Jitian to momentarily pause in his stride. Just as the butler had mentioned, females seemed to favor the beast forms of their counterparts. Had he transformed into his beast form and embraced Ji during their first meeting, things would have been vastly different. The thought of this made Nangong Jitian regretful. Ji, are you cold? We will reach our destination shortly. Not at all. I'm bundled up like a ball. How could I be cold? Ji replied, surveying her layered attire. Furthermore, with Nangong Jitian serving as a natural heater beneath her, she felt no chill. We have arrived. Raise your head and look ahead, Nangong Jitian urged. Upon lifting her gaze, Ji beheld a vast expanse of crimson roses swaying in the tempest of snow. The red and white hues of the blossoms accentuated their stunning beauty. Staring in awe at the sea of roses blanketing the snowy ground, she curiously inquired, Nangong Jitian, what is the story behind these roses? You don't mean to tell me that you planted them, do you? Ji, these were planted for you 8 years ago. He replied, my parents' relationship was built on a slow and steady foundation, and I believe mine with you would mirror theirs, growing harmonious through time spent together. Yet, I failed to recognize that my parents had a childhood bond, familiar with each other from a young age, willing to invest time. Unlike their situation, I brought you abruptly to the Rose Castle, still burdened by the dignity of the Shualong family, without ever uttering a kind word to you. This understandably led you to believe that I only cared for our children. After you fled, I continually reflected on where I had gone wrong. It was in my failure to consider our circumstances equally that I faltered. I realized that what I deemed as kindness may not have been perceived as such by you. Ji, I now recognize my mistakes. Hearing the tone of remorse in Nangong Jitian's voice, Ji gently patted his back, signaling him to lower her down. As he crouched to the ground, curling his tail around her, as he transformed back into human form, he stood before her bare-chested. Ji took in his muscular physique, his silver hair swirling in the wind, and his deep, affectionate red eyes. Her heart raced at the sight. As Nangong Jitian had said, had they managed to clear up their misunderstandings years ago, perhaps there would be no need for Zirwei and the others to intervene now. Regrettably, life offers no alternatives. Mistakes, once made, cannot be undone. It was precisely because of that what-if that she had encountered Zirwei and Stephen. Ji stepped forward, grasping Nangong Jitian's hand, urging him to bend down. As he complied, she cupped his face and planted a firm kiss on his forehead. The sudden intimacy caused Nangong Jitian's body to stiffen momentarily. After spending so much time together, this was the first time Ji had expressed her affection for him. The sensation made the smile on his face appear somewhat foolish. Jitian, the past is behind us. We both made mistakes, harboring unspoken assumptions about one another's feelings. Now that we have 3 children, Hongwan, Hongxian, and Hongyu, who are so well-behaved and understanding, we must look toward the future. Should we face any challenges, let's open our hearts and share our thoughts candidly, leaving no room for concealment. I believe that will lead us to a far better life. Gazing into Ji's bright, sparkling eyes, Nangong Jitian nodded earnestly. Ji, I swear that from now on, regardless of the circumstances I encounter, I shall always be honest with you. I believe you. After planting a gentle kiss on Nangong Jitian's cheek, Ji turned to survey the roses behind her. Chapter 228. Candor approaching the roses. Ji leaned in closer and noticed a delicate golden edge adorning the petals, enhancing the beauty of the already exquisite roses with an air of elegance. Jitian, did you cultivate these roses? What variety are they? I've never seen anything like them before. Indeed, I grew them. Not wishing to replicate the roses found in the Rose Castle, I had these seeds specially developed. Ji, do you like them? Nangong Jitian stood beside her, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety. I adore them. How could I not love such beautiful flowers? Jitian, do you know the language of roses? It symbolizes love. Correct. In a distant land, when people propose, they also use roses. So, by planting these roses for me, do you intend to propose? No sooner had Gigi's words left her lips than Nan Gongzetian knelt on one knee, retrieving a beautifully crafted box from a spatial ring and presenting it before her. Gigi, will you marry me? If that is not possible, then I would gladly marry you. Gigi gazed at the earnest expression on Nan Gongzetian's face as he knelt before her, her eyes crinkling with joy at his words. Very well. Regardless of who marries whom in the future, I accept your proposal. Gigi took the box from Nan Gongzetian's hands, meeting his crimson gaze as she simultaneously helped him to his feet. After standing up, he looked down at the box in her hands and gently suggested, Gigi, would you like to open the box and see what lies within? Of course. I'm quite curious about what you have gifted me. Upon opening the box, Gigi discovered not a piece of jewelry, but rather a simple, unadorned metal block. She examined the block closely, unable to discern its significance, and turned to Nan Gongzetian with a puzzled expression. Zetian, what is this that you have given me? This is the House Lord's token of the Snow Wolf Legion. Besides following the commands of the House Lord, in urgent situations, you can use this token to summon any Snow Wolf army across the Beast World. Gigi, I initially intended to give you something of wealth, but considering that with Aunt Aaliyah present, you lack for such things, I thought it more practical to gift you the House Lord's token. Listening to Nan Gongzetian's earnest explanation, Gigi gazed down at the House Lord's token in her hands, momentarily at a loss for words due to his candidness. It was evident that Nan Gongzetian's approach to gift-giving was refreshingly straightforward and bold. Zetian, can I pass this House Lord's token to our little cubs in the future? Gigi, only the matriarch of the Snow Wolf clan can wield this token. If our 3 little cubs wish to command the Snow Wolf Legion, they simply need to assume the position of House Lord for me. After all, I do not intend to remain confined to the Rose Castle of the Snow Wolf clan for my entire life. Otherwise, do you think my father, Uncle Ida, and Uncle Ikaya would have relinquished their responsibilities at such a young age to frolic freely with their partners? Zetian, that does not seem to be frolicking freely. Regardless, the outcome is similar. In any case, it is far less burdensome than when they were House Lords, Nan Gongzetian replied nonchalantly. But with 3 little cubs, to whom will you pass on your position of House Lord? Whoever desires it may take it. If all 3 little cubs wish to claim it, then according to the customs of the Snow Wolf clan, a contest will determine the rightful heir. The one with the greatest combat prowess and spiritual strength shall earn the title of House Lord. If none desire it, I shall simply choose someone at random, as there is precedent in the Snow Wolf clan for such a decision. Nan Gongzetian's serious demeanor prompted Gigi to chuckle. At that moment, she felt a wave of sympathy for her 3 little wolf cubs. Given their deep bond, it was unlikely they would engage in a fierce struggle over the title of House Lord. She mused that if Nan Gongzetian intended to pass on his title to them, the second scenario seemed more plausible. She was curious to see who would end up in the more unfortunate position. As the role of House Lord in the Snow Wolf clan was no easy feat, by the way, Zetian, Uncle Ida, is also a beast man of the Snow Wolf clan, and my 3 brothers take on their beast forms as members of the same clan. Why Haven Tea, they returned. Gigi, I believe your 3 brothers are quite astute. Although they remain with the Rabbit clan, their influence extends across the beast world. It appears that among the 4 great noble families in the beast world, there are hidden powers we often overlook. However, despite extensive investigation, we have found no trace of them. It wasn't until I saw the property transfer documents your brothers sent you and their public declaration on the Star Network when they proposed to you that I realized those hidden powers were your brothers and the elders of my Snow Wolf clan. Nan Gongzetian cradled Gigi in his arms like a child as they strolled through the rose bushes. Gigi, Uncle Ida's 3 beastman cubs do not wish to return to the Snow Wolf clan, partly out of fear that it may create tension regarding the position of House Lord. Additionally, apart from wealth and power, they cherish their freedom even more. This yearning for freedom is something that both I and Zirwei have desired since childhood. However, the burdens we bear have prevented us from daring to entertain such thoughts. Now that I have little cubs, I feel that this desire should be prioritized. What if Hongwon and the others do not wish to accept the position of House Lord of the Snow Wolf clan? Gigi teased, running her fingers through Nan Gongzetian's hair. No worries. No matter how capable the little cubs are, they cannot surpass their father. I refuse to believe that I cannot compete with my own 3 little cubs, Nan Gongzetian said, resting his head against Gigi's waist, playfully nudging her like a small puppy. His actions bore a hint of childlike innocence. a stark contrast to his usual mature demeanor. Gigi felt that this side of Nangong Zetian appeared far more genuine. As she tousled his silky hair, thoughts of his fluffy fur in beast form made her fingers itch with anticipation. Zetian, do we not fear that Abduo's spies might discover us here? Gigi, this is the forbidden ground of the Snow Wolf clan. No matter how formidable Abduo may be, his spies cannot infiltrate this place. Furthermore, Nangong Zetian lifted his gaze, scanning the valley's edges. In an instant, dozens of colossal wolves, concealed within the snow, emerged from the barren terrain. They nodded slightly to the astonished Gigi before vanishing back into the snow, leaving no trace behind. Zetian, they cannot be the legendary Dark Guards, can they? Gigi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she observed the valley's perimeter. What legends, Gigi? Dark Guards have been protecting you daily. But I have never seen them, Gigi replied, astonished. The Dark Guard assigned to your side are the elite among the 4 great noble families. If you can detect their presence, then they have indeed failed. The words of Nangong Zetian, apart from making Gigi somewhat frustrated, also stirred discontent among the hidden guards stationed on either side of the valley. Their master was merely trying to curry favor with the mistress. Why drag them into this? Even if they had never interacted with the young females, they understood that what their master had just said was rather unflattering. Was he not indirectly implying that the mistress was foolish? Just look at the mistress's complicated expression that spoke volumes. Zetian, did you truly never engage in romantic pursuits with the young females? I sense a certain directness in your words. No, Gigi, before I met you, the matters of the Xiaolong clan and my parents had already overwhelmed me. My sole desire was to have my own offspring, just like my parents, to pass on the position of clan leader. I never even considered romance. But without romance, how could there be offspring? Gigi, I am, after all, the leader of the Xiaolong clan, and the young females aspiring to be the mistress are as numerous as fish crossing a river. Thus, prior to meeting you, I was not afraid of not finding a female. I merely feared that I would have no successors to shoulder my burdens. Listening to Nangong Zetian's pragmatic words, Gigi felt an eye roll coming on. Zetian, has no one told you that engaging in romance truly requires a robust heart? Gigi, I have never dated any other females. However, based on your assertion, did I say anything incorrect? Yet, I believe I spoke nothing but the truth. Do young females not appreciate honesty, preferring instead falsehoods? Facing Nangong Zetian's puzzled gaze, Gigi sighed. Forget it. A straightforward man is just a straightforward man. Although his personality is somewhat blunt, he is not only handsome, but also of a distinguished status. More importantly, Nangong Zetian's heart and mind are filled with thoughts of her. As a time traveler, why should she still be so pretentious? If she does not seize this opportunity with a man who is genuinely devoted to her, it would be a grave folly. Zetian, you were right in what you said earlier. Continue to uphold that spirit. It must be cherished and amplified. Remember, when encountering young females, beauty is beauty, and lack thereof is lack thereof. Let's speak plainly. It is rather refreshing. Gigi cupped Nangong Zetian's face and spoke earnestly. However, in her heart, she silently prayed that her future 3 wolf cubs would not inherit their father's bluntness. If they were as direct as Nangong Zetian, they might not win the affection of the young females. Reflecting on the 3 cubs being educated by Zirwaya, she hoped that they would not grow up to be as straightforward as their father. Nangong Zetian lifted his head to meet Gigi's serious eyes, nodding earnestly. Gigi, I understand. You appreciate my sincerity, do you not? Yes, I do indeed value your honesty, Gigi affirmed with a nod. As long as Nangong Zetian maintains such forthrightness, regardless of whatever flirtations he may encounter in the future, those young females will surely be intimidated by his candor. Chapter 229. The Performance in Any Case. Nangong Zetian was already hers, and she would cherish him dearly, harboring no disdain. Zetian, can you transform into your beast form? I wish to stroke your fur. It feels so incredibly pleasant. Very well. As soon as Nangong Zetian's words fell, a magnificent snow wolf appeared before Gigi with an air of majesty. Facing the winds and snow swirling through the valley, Gigi gazed upward. Nangong Zetian's beast form was truly striking. When Gigi settled back onto Nangong Zetian's back, she couldn't help but bury her entire face in the fur on his back. It was simply divine. Before her time travel, even petting a small cat brought her immense joy. But now, she had the fortune of a grand snow wolf to pet. More importantly, this snow wolf was her partner. Thinking of this, Gigi felt an effusion of happiness bubbling within her. If only her 3 little wolf cubs were by her side. She would transform them into their beast forms as well, so she could enjoy petting them too. Perhaps sensing Gigi's thoughts, Nangong Zetian spoke at the right moment. Gigi, a beastman's beast form can only be touched by their partner. It cannot be touched by their parents. Is that so? Gigi inquired, puzzled. Indeed, that is the case. Nangong Zetian affirmed with certainty. Very well. If I cannot touch, then I shan't. Gigi's tone was tinged with a hint of regret. Had she known this beforehand, she would have made the most of the opportunity to pet her 3 little cubs before they transformed, sparing herself this current sense of loss. It truly was a pity that she could not even pet the little one she had raised herself. The hidden guards, who had been stationed in the valley, could not help but feel a wave of disdain upon hearing their masters speak such nonsense. The notion that a beastman's beast form could only be touched by their partner was utter folly. Beastmen intentionally reveal their beast forms during courtship to gain the favor of young females or sub-females. Their master's words were merely a ruse to fool the mistress, who seemed somewhat lacking in life experience. Gigi, it is getting late. I must escort you back. Remember, while I am incubating the eggs, you must take care of your health and not worry too much about me. I will take good care of myself. Is incubating the eggs truly exhausting? Not at all. Gigi, my mental strength is quite high. Incubating the eggs is genuinely not strenuous for me. Nangong Zetian's feigned bravado only deepened Gigi's concern. She was aware that he would need to go without food or drink for several months during the incubation period. A normal person would struggle to endure such deprivation. Moreover, Nangong Zetian was incubating 3 giant eagle eggs from Zirwaya. She had also consulted Panade and Pakali, who told her that beastmen expend their mental energy to maintain the temperature of the eggs during incubation. At this moment, Gigi felt helpless, with no better solution to offer other than her concern. Gigi, if there are no particularly urgent matters, can you wait outside until I finish incubating the eggs? Of course. I certainly can. Zetian, I will remain outside waiting for you. Very well, then I thank you, Gigi, Nangong Zetian said with a joyful chuckle. He saw through Zirwaya's intentions. He knew that she wished to curry favor with Gigi while he was preoccupied with incubating the eggs. Thus, he resolved to keep Gigi's heart entirely focused on him while assigning Zirwaya some tasks, ensuring he had no time to deepen his bond with Gigi. Once he completed the incubation, he would deal with Zirwaya in a way that would allow the 3 little eagle cubs to call him father, while also winning Gigi's heart. It was a twofold gain, and such an opportunity should not be squandered. With this thought, Nangong Zetian's eyes nearly crinkled with delight. Let Zirwaya continue to scheme against him. This time, it was his turn to counter her. The tides of fortune had finally turned in his favor. As Nangong Zetian envisioned the moment after he finished incubating the giant eagle eggs, when he would hear the 3 little cubs calling him father, the mere thought of Zirwaya's darkened expression sent a thrill of joy through him. Sitting atop Nangong Zetian's back, Gigi observed his noticeably lighter footsteps and mistakenly believed it was due to her promise to wait for him until he finished incubating the eggs that brought him such joy. Nangong, in his current state, exhibits none of his usual aloofness, resembling more an immature child. Consequently, Gigi leaned down once more, gently wrapping her arms around Nangong Zetian's neck and nuzzling against him. The plush texture was undeniably comforting. In stark contrast to Gigi's fondness for Nangong Zetian, the shadow guard station in the valley could not help but silently light a candle for Zirwaya. Though their master typically appeared cold and unfeeling, once he found someone to love, his heart, as the leader of the Shuelang clan, could not possibly be devoid of warmth. Soon, these shadow guards would witness how Zirwaya would inevitably falter in the presence of their master. When Nangong Zetian returned to the secret chamber with Gigi, Zirwaya had already arrived, accompanied by Perkley and Penade. Master Nangong, we are about to perform a cesarean section on Gigi. How can you take her away now? Penade questioned, compelled by Zirwaya's prodding and threats. With several hours remaining until the afternoon, Penade's bravado faltered when faced with Nangong Zetian's icy red gaze. He could only deflate like a puncture balloon, pouting as he turned toward the operating room. Zetian, how much longer until the surgery? Gigi inquired, glancing at the light brain on her wrist. 2 hours remain. Gigi, I understand Zirwaya's concern for the 3 little ones in your womb, but your health is far more paramount. After the surgery, you will not be able to eat for a while. I had the servants prepare some of your favorite dishes. You should eat a little now to ensure you have strength for the surgery, he advised. Zirwaya, would you care to join us for a meal? Gigi asked, tilting her head. Without waiting for Zirwaya's response, Nangong Zhetian seemingly nonchalantly positioned himself in front of her, stating, Zhiji, Zirwaya is currently preoccupied with worries about the surgery. He certainly lacks the appetite to eat. Besides, after your operation, he will have several months to accompany you, while I cannot remain by your side indefinitely. Therefore, Zhiji, I wish to take this 2-hour window to spend time with you alone. Is that acceptable? Although Nangong Zhetian did not elaborate further, Zhiji understood his intentions, knowing he would need to incubate several eggs for Zirwaya in the coming months. Thus, she refrained from insisting that Zirwaya join their meal. He was correct. After her surgery, Nangong Zhetian would be preoccupied with the giant eagle eggs for months, leaving Zirwaya with ample free time during that period. Seeing that Zhiji acquiesced, Nangong Zhetian tenderly took her hand and led her away to the dining room. Disregarding Zirwaya's astonished expression, Zirwaya turned to observe Nangong Zhetian and Zhiji walking ahead, then glanced back at the ever-smiling butler standing by. Butler, why did our master speak so strangely just now? She inquired. Mistress Zirwaya, our master speaks quite normally. Furthermore, it is only natural for a beast man to be gentle with his partner. The butler replied respectfully before turning to follow them to the dining room. As their master and mistress were nurturing their bond, it was only right for him, as a dutiful butler, to assist in ensuring the master won favor in the eyes of the mistress. Upon entering the dining room, Zhiji was amused by the lavish spread before her. Although her appetite had increased during pregnancy, this was excessive. The large table was laden with exquisite dishes, and it seemed that Nangong Zhetian had prepared a plethora of steaming meals on several large serving carts, perhaps fearing she would not have enough to eat. Zhetian, why not let Zirwaya eat from the serving carts first? You have prepared an abundance, and I cannot finish even 10 portions. It would be wasteful not to eat this much, especially since Zirwaya will be busy soon and likely won't have time to eat, she suggested. Very well. We shall heed your wishes, Nangong Zhetian replied with a smile. He then subtly squinted at the butler, who immediately understood his intent. The butler respectfully bowed to both Nangong Zhetian and Zhiji before summoning a docile-looking servant to direct the serving carts towards Zirwaya. Upon receiving the butler's signal, the servant smirked slightly at Zhiji. The head of the giant eagle clan had, 8 years prior, stolen their Shuel Lang clan's matriarch, compelling the young heirs to refer to him as father. This grievance must be avenged today. Anticipation flickered in the servant's eyes as he considered the unfolding events. Pushing the serving cart around a corner, the servant approached Zirwaya, who was leaning against the wall. Mistress Zirwaya, this is what the master specifically instructed me to bring for you, he announced. Set aside. I have no appetite at the moment, Zirwaya replied nonchalantly, leaning against the wall. However, Mistress Zirwaya, if these dishes are left out, they will soon grow cold, the servant insisted, his voice trembling slightly. Zirwaya turned her head to regard the nervous servant before nodding for him to place the dishes on a nearby table. With her acknowledgement, the servant's eyes glinted with cunning. It was time for his performance to commence. He picked up a plate of food and, pretending to fumble, spilled the sauce all over Zirwaya's shoes. I apologize, Mistress Zirwaya. It was not my intention. Please forgive me, he exclaimed. It's all right, just clean it up, Zirwaya replied. But, mistress, I am a servant of the Shuel Lang clan. How could I possibly clean your shoes? What? Are you saying I cannot command you? A mere servant? Zirwaya's voice turned cold. Of course, Mistress Zirwaya. You are merely a guest of our Shuel Lang clan. Our master graciously hosts you for the sake of the matriarch. Currently, you are the one seeking favor from our master, so it would be wise for you to conduct yourself properly and refrain from constantly vying for the matriarch's affection. The servant retorted, his expression stern yet mocking. Do you wish to die? Zirwaya narrowed her eyes, her voice icy. I do not wish to die. Mistress Zirwaya, remember, you are currently under our roof. I hope you possess the discernment of a guest and refrain from being overly critical of us. After all, our Shuel Lang clan does not accommodate idle individuals like you, the servant declared, his demeanor submissive but his tone laced with derision. Zirwaya glared at the insolent servant before him, and a surge of murderous intent flared within him. Zirwaya, was born a prodigy and from birth. No servant had dared to speak to him so audaciously. Today, it seemed the servants of a Shuel Lang clan had grown quite bold indeed, daring to address him in such a manner. Faced with the killing intent radiating from Zirwaya, the servant merely raised his head slightly, casting a disdainful glance in Zirwaya's direction. The anger that Zirwaya had attempted to suppress, due to Zhiji's impending surgery, was reignited by the servant's relentless provocations. Today marks the day of his offspring's birth, and he cannot bring himself to take a life. However, there is no decree that forbids him from teaching this thoughtless servant a lesson. Thus, the spiritual energy emanating from Zirwaya surged dramatically, pressing forcefully upon the servant's being. A 4S-level beastman's mental prowess is far beyond what a mere servant can withstand. Consequently, under the overwhelming pressure of such potent spiritual force, the servant crumpled to the ground. Yet, in his fall, he inadvertently crashed into the several dining carts nearby. The resounding clatter of dishes hitting the floor instantly captured the attention of Gigi and Nangongzetian, who were in the midst of their meal. They turned to see the servant, pitiably sprawled amidst a heap of shattered crockery, curled up in a feeble manner, and weakly pleading for mercy from Zirwaya. What transpired? Hadn't that seemingly obedient servant just delivered food to Zirwaya? In the brief interval, what could have occurred between them? As Gigi gazed in confusion, the fallen servant quickly crawled and rolled to Zirwaya's feet, cautiously using his sleeve to wipe Zirwaya's shoes while repeatedly apologizing in a state of trepidation. Master Sierra, I truly did not mean to spill the soup on your shoes. Please forgive me, I implore you. Zirwaya lowered his gaze, observing the servant's fearful demeanor and the contemptuous smile he managed to muster during his upward glance. Unable to contain himself, he intended to kick the servant aside. However, as soon as he lifted his foot, the servant fell backward like a kite with its string cut, only collapsing weakly upon colliding with the wall. The once observant Gigi furrowed her brow into a pronounced frown upon witnessing the servant's blood trickling from his lips. This was her first encounter with the cruel Zirwaya. Yet, in her heart, she struggled to believe what she was witnessing. For, based on her understanding of Zirwaya, he was not a barbaric individual. What then had transpired? Zirwaya, still in a daze from having just raised his foot to witness the servant's flight, understood the situation clearly upon seeing Gigi's puzzled expression and the smile on Nangongzetian's face standing behind her. He realized that this was a trap set by Nangongzetian. How patient this scoundrel had been. Revenge could have been taken years ago, yet he had restrained himself until now. Observing the servant's pitiful state and Gigi's incredulous gaze, the gentle image Zirwaya had painstakingly maintained before her was undoubtedly crumbling in an instant. Nangongzetian's blade struck deep indeed. This rascal had managed to concoct such a scenario while Zirwaya was preoccupied with worry over Gigi's impending surgery, leaving him utterly defenseless. Suppressing the anger bubbling within, Zirwaya stepped forward to explain to Gigi, only to find her already kneeling beside the servant with the butler's assistance, helping him to his feet. Are you all right? Gigi asked. Sierra, allow me to speak first, she added, turning to Zirwaya with an exasperated glance before returning her attention to the servant. How are you faring? If time allows, I can have Pikely examine you, if that is acceptable. Madam, I am fine. There is no need to trouble Dr. Pikely. He must prepare for your surgery. As long as Master Sierra does not harbor anger toward me, I will do anything. The servant coughed lightly as he spoke. Do not speak for now. Let the butler check you first, Gigi instructed, glancing at the butler. Butler, please examine him. The butler gently grasped the servant's hand, releasing it moments later to speak softly to Gigi. Madam, it is not a serious injury. A few months of recuperation will suffice. The butler's words prompted a sigh from Gigi as she pressed her lips together. A few months of recuperation hardly indicated a minor injury. I did not cause this, Zirwaya began, but the servant instinctively recoiled, pressing himself closer to the butler, his head nearly bowed to his chest in fear. Seeing the servant's frightened demeanor, Gigi resolved to clarify matters. After all, appearances can be deceiving, a lesson imparted to her by Zirwaya and Nangongzetian themselves. What is your name? She inquired gently. Madam, my name is Huolier. That name sounds rather feminine, yet it is quite pleasant, Gigi remarked, attempting to lighten the mood with a jest. Madam, I am not a female. I am a sub-female, the servant replied, momentarily rendering Gigi speechless. A sub-female certainly lacks spiritual power. Thus, the earlier incident where he was sent flying must have been due to Zirwaya's actions. As this realization dawned upon her, Gigi's brow furrowed further. Yet, with the details still unclear, she could not jump to conclusions. Can you tell me what transpired earlier? Speak the truth. Do not deceive me. Yes, madam. I followed the butler's instructions and delivered the dishes from the dining cart to Master Sierra. However, by misfortune, I spilled the soup on his shoes. Initially, I merely intended to apologize with a smile and assist him in cleaning his shoes. Master Sierra, perhaps distracted by your impending surgery, inadvertently kicked me away. Hua Lier's explanation tightened the lines of worry on Gigi's forehead. If Jilier were a beast man, she might have believed the incident was orchestrated by him. But if he were a sub-female without any spiritual power, how could he have suddenly flown away without external force, injuring himself to the extent of spitting blood? Even if Zirwaya were concerned for her, he should not have harmed a sub-female so grievously without cause. After all, a sub-female's body is far more fragile than that of a beast man. Perhaps the doubt in Gigi's gaze was too evident. Zirwaya could no longer contain himself. If this servant continued to speak recklessly, the situation could spiral out of control. Gigi, you must trust me. This sub-female is mistaken. Her actions, before he could finish. He caught sight of Nangong Zetian's cordial smile behind Gigi, as if warning him that any defense he attempted would only lead to more repulsive consequences. This scoundrel, normally stoic, suddenly grinning, sent shivers down one's spine. Butler, Huolier is severely injured. Please take him to see the doctor. At once, master. The butler responded with a bow before guiding the limp Huolier toward the treatment room. Gigi, you are about to give birth. Do not let this matter trouble your mind. Regardless of who is right or wrong, Zirwaya has already struck, and nothing can be undone. I will instruct the butler to grant Huolier several years' wages as compensation. Does that seem acceptable to you? As Gigi gazed into Nangong Zetian's gentle crimson eyes, she realized that with her impending surgery, she could no longer afford to pursue this matter any further. Chapter 231. The document, however. Sylvia could not condone the actions of her companion. As an orc, how could he resort to violence against a young female out of impatience? Yet, he typically displayed no tendencies toward aggression. Sylvia observed the confusion in Gigi's eyes and intended to clarify the situation. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, Nangong Zetian interrupted her once more. Gigi, time is of the essence. Since Sylvia's meal has been ruined, let him join us for dinner. Only by satisfying his hunger will he be able to provide mental support to the little ones during your surgery. Fine, forget it. Regardless of whose fault it was. It is in the past. Gigi sighed softly, grasping Sylvia's hand and signaling him to dine together. After all, Sylvia was the orc she had chosen. Heaven forgive her. Although she disapproved of Sylvia's recent conduct, she had to lean toward him since she was about to undergo surgery. Sensing Gigi's softened stance, Sylvia immediately seized the opportunity. It would be the most foolish course of action to insist on settling a score with that servant at such a critical moment. Thus, he shot a fierce glare at Nangong Zetian before tenderly supporting Gigi's hand as they approached the dining table. In this vast world, nothing mattered more to him than Gigi. He would take his time to address Nangong Zetian's earlier antics after Gigi's surgery was concluded. However, was Nangong Zetian's performance solely intended to provoke him? Such a notion was incredulous. Indeed, as Gigi set down her utensils after finishing her meal, Nangong Zetian timely spoke up. Sylvia, as I must incubate eggs for a few months, I will need your assistance with the affairs of the Snow Wolf clan. Faced with Nangong Zetian's earnest gaze, Sylvia instinctively wanted to refuse. Yet, upon seeing Gigi's hopeful eyes, he could only smile and acquiesce. Sylvia, does this mean you have agreed to assist me in managing the Snow Wolf clan's affairs? Nangong Zetian inquired once more. Yes. Since you are helping me with the little ones, it is only fair that I help you manage these matters for a few months, Sylvia replied with sincerity. Although he spoke these words, inwardly he was apprehensive. Was Nangong Zetian laying a trap for him? However, even if he recognized this as a scheme, he had no choice but to concede, as he was in need of assistance. Sylvia, during my absence over the next few months, I will depend on you for the Snow Wolf clan. Not a burden. Good. I was worried you might find the affairs of the Snow Wolf clan to be excessive. Before Sylvia could respond, Gigi preemptively assured him, Zetian, it is only appropriate that Syl assists you. Managing a few months' worth of affairs is quite simple for him, right? Syl? Gigi turned her head, expectantly asking. Indeed, indeed. Yet, the more Sylvia agreed, the more unease he felt. May the beast god protect him. It must not be as he feared. If it were indeed the case, once Nangong Zetian finished hatching the eggs, he would not hesitate to end his life. However, upon witnessing the smirk on Nangong Zetian's lips, his apprehension intensified. Gigi, have you finished eating? Afterward, please engage in some activity. We will commence the surgery in half an hour. Perkley announced loudly at the entrance of the operating room. We are done. I will now take Gigi to exercise. After nodding slightly to Perkley, Nangong Zetian took Gigi's arm and led her toward an adjacent vacant room. Syl, while there is still a bit of time, I will brief you on the documents you need to handle. All right. As he observed Nangong Zetian's retreating figure, Sylvia felt a sudden urge to flee. He fervently prayed that it would not turn out as he feared. Upon entering a vacant room furnished solely with an extravagant desk and chair, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it was not what he expected. Hearing Sylvia's sigh, Nangong Zetian's eyes briefly sparkled with amusement. If he, Nangong Zetian, did not manage to bring Sylvia to his knees, he would consider himself cowardly. Suppressing his amusement, he seated Gigi in a chair and retrieved a box measuring 1 meter in each dimension from beneath the desk, kicking it towards Sylvia's feet. Here, Sylvia, the tasks I'm assigning you are not too demanding. During the months I assist you with hatching the eggs, you only need to handle this box of documents. Just a box of documents? I assure you I will manage it well. Sylvia replied, eyeing the box at his feet. Though inwardly he grumbled about Nangong Zetian's supposed generosity in only assigning him a single box of documents. However, as he reached for the box, he discovered it was secured with a combination lock. Do not bother looking. The password is your birthday. Even if you wish to assist me, it will not be appropriate now. Oh, by the way, Sylvia, the documents within the box are classified, and all of them have been coated with a toxin. This toxin will spread, so you can only process them in this room. The documents are toxic? Gigi gasped. Do not worry, Gigi. This toxin poses no threat to orcs, but it is imperative that young females or little ones do not come into contact with it. Therefore, while Sylvia is handling the documents, if you grow bored, please amuse yourself in the entertainment room outside and do not enter this room. All right? Nangong Zetian leaned in, gently reassuring Gigi. Understood. My Gigi is so obedient. Sylvia observed the flamboyant demeanor of Nangong Zetian and felt an urge to roll his eyes. Yet his upbringing restrained him. He could only dejectedly kick the box at his feet. Yet with that single kick, his eyes widened in shock. The box contained before Sylvia could fully absorb the shock. Nangong Zetian checked the time and leaned toward Gigi. Gigi, it is nearly time. We must head to the operating room. Remember, Sylvia cannot enter this room while handling the documents, as it is toxic. All right, I understand. I'm not a child. I will remember what you've said. Gigi playfully pinched Nangong Zetian's handsome face, her eyes alight with laughter. After Nangong Zetian led Gigi away, Sylvia trembled as he touched the box beneath him. As his mental energy enveloped the box, his eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, he felt a deep-seated desire to eliminate Nangong Zetian. How had that scoundrel accumulated such a wealth of documents for him to manage? However, thinking of Gigi's impending surgery, Sylvia could only angrily kick the large box. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed through the room. Disregarding valuable items will result in a warning. Before Sylvia could react, a black mist surged beneath his feet. As the mist dissipated, Sylvia sensed his body was unresponsive and began to doubt the nature of the black mist. Was this mist created by Nangong Zetian merely to obstruct his vision? Unable to comprehend, he chose to set aside the thought, for more pressing matters awaited him. Soon, his little ones would enter this world. As Sylvia approached the operating room with a heart full of anticipation, he saw Gigi, already donned in a surgical gown, turn to look at him, and she instantly burst into laughter. Even Pernida and Perkili, who were preparing the surgical instruments, halted their movements, their bodies stiff as they gazed at him. Only Nangong Zetian remained composed, silently handing him a surgical gown, urging him to don it swiftly. Do not dawdle. The operation is about to commence. After changing into the surgical attire, he would need to provide mental reassurance to the little ones nestled within Gigi's womb. Upon receiving the surgical gown, Sylvia cast a doubtful glance at the grinning Gigi, as well as at the somewhat rigid Pernida and Perkili. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush to a mirror, yet the moment was ill-suited for such vanity, compelling him to suppress the impractical thought. Once Gigi succumbed to the effects of anesthesia, Perkili and Pernida entered their serious demeanor, their faces devoid of any trace of mirth. They meticulously directed Sylvia in calming the mental states of the children within Gigi's abdomen. When the opportune moment arrived, they commenced the cesarean section. The surgery was remarkably successful, or perhaps it was Sylvia's mental reassurance that proved exceedingly effective. As Pernida and Perkili extracted 3 colossal eagle eggs from Gigi's womb, incredulity washed over their faces. How could the procedure proceed so smoothly? Just moments prior, the 3 eggs had exhibited self-awareness within the maternal body, yet upon extraction, they offered no resistance whatsoever. It was simply too obedient. No, it was astutely compliant to an excessive degree. In contrast to the astonishment of Perkili and Perna, Sylvia's expression remained tranquil. He carefully cradled the 3 colossal eagle eggs with his mental energy, his eyes brimming with excitement. These were his progeny, the hope of the Eagle clan, and the fruits of Gigi's arduous 5-month gestation. After allowing his emotions to settle for a brief moment, Sylvia first checked on Gigi, ensuring her safety, before hastily making his way to the room where Nangong Zhitian awaited. The eagle eggs could not linger long within the maternal body. They must enter the incubation phase promptly. Upon entering the room, Nangong Zhitian had already transformed into his beast form, curling his body in anticipation. Zhitian, I entrust the next steps to you. Without exchanging words with Sylvia, Nangong Zhitian coiled his tail around the 3 eagle eggs, positioning them beneath his forelimbs. Instantly, a surge of fervent mental energy emanated from Nangong Zhitian. As Sylvia stepped outside, a colossal wave of mental energy enveloped the room, sealing off all entrances from within. Now, unless the individuals inside chose to open the door, no external force could breach the sanctity of this space. Blair, the master has entered a dormant state. You are to guard the exits of the secret passage with all the shadow guard from Rose Castle, allowing no one to enter or exit. Understood. The voice in the darkness had barely finished when the entire secret chamber fell into a state of seclusion. Master Sierra, we have prepared the necessary items for you in the room designated by the master. Would you like to inspect them now? The butler inquired respectfully. I will take a look shortly. First, I wish to see Gigi. Sylvia approached the treatment chamber, gazing at the still sleeping Gigi. The tenderness in his eyes could not be concealed. She is his beloved, the mother of his child, and his lifelong companion. Chapter 232, Replicating Thoughts. Before Sylvia could fully contemplate, the organized Pernida glanced at the data displayed above the treatment chamber before turning back to Sylvia, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Sylvia, during the surgery, we lack the time to inquire. Now, while Gigi sleeps and your offspring is being incubated by Nangong Zhitian, since you already possess knowledge of this, there's no need to ask. Rest assured, they are my children. I would never harm them, even at the cost of my own well-being. However, you forcibly induced sleep upon the newborns immediately after their extraction from their mother. Are you not concerned about endangering them? Pero nade. While you fear for the safety of the little ones, do you not worry about the potential mental attacks they may unleash during the surgery, endangering their mother? Sylvia turned, his voice sharp as he questioned. Pernida, meeting Sylvia's serious gaze, involuntarily took a few steps back, muttering, Sylvia, you are the master of the Eagle clan. You have truly placed your heart in Gigi's hands. I have long since done so. Pernida, considering our long-standing friendship, I advise you to refrain from mentioning today's events to Gigi. Should you refuse, I trust you understand, I possess my own means to ensure your silence. Master Sierra, Perkili, circumventing Pernida's body, spoke coldly to Sylvia. As Sylvia met Perkili's icy stare, he could not help but chuckle softly. They were attempting to exert their authority over him. Indeed, Pernida, Perkili, I possess countless methods to ensure your complete silence. My deference to you both stems from recognizing your medical talents, which I have unconditionally indulged. Yet, should you dare to breach our boundaries, even your talents would not spare you from my wrath. After all, the lives of beastmen are long. Creating a few talented physicians is hardly a challenge for us 4 great noble families. Sylvia's words caused Pernida and Perkili to tense their breaths. After exchanging glances, their bravado dissipated entirely. Having grown accustomed to the leniency of these 4 masters, they had indeed forgotten that this beast man was the master of the Eagle clan. The master of the Eagle clan possesses supreme wisdom and the coldest heart. Anyone who poses a threat to him can be dealt with at any moment. How much more so for their replaceable roles? The audacity to use his beloved and offspring as leverage against him was a reckless gamble on their part. Since neither of you wish to speak, I shall presume you have acquiesced. Thus, when Gigi awakens, I shall require your assistance once more. Observing Pernida and Perkili's capitulation, Sylvia promptly shed his icy demeanor, his expression softening. Yet, within his dark eyes, there remained no trace of emotion. This is the true master of the Eagle clan, the decisive Sylvia. In one moment, he could smile gently at you. In the next, he could coldly plunge his claws into your heart. Fortunately, he now has someone to care for. If they dared reveal the events to Gigi, sowing discord between them, he might very well become the next Abduel. Cunning intelligence is indeed formidable. Ignoring the fear reflected in Pernida and Perkili's eyes, Sylvia turned and approached the treatment chamber. quietly observing Gigi, who lay asleep within. This is the entirety of Sylvia. He is willing to forsake all principles for her. However, let anyone dare to touch a sensitive spot, and they shall face dire consequences. In the equipment room, Pernida and Perkili instinctively wiped the sweat from their brows. The earlier display of Sylvia had genuinely frightened them. In that fleeting moment, they felt as though death itself was poised upon their necks. "Shall I offer you some pastries to alleviate your shock?" Hearing the voice beside them, Perkili and Pernida involuntarily shuddered. Turning to look, they found the butler respectfully presenting a tray of pastries, his smile warm as he regarded them. Nangongjian's butler appeared to be of considerable age. How was it that he moved without a sound, regardless of the inner grievances of Ponade and Pokely? The butler placed the plate on the table and seemingly unconsciously wiped his hands as he spoke. "You two have dealt with the 4 great noble families for quite some time now. Thus, you should be well aware that throughout history, none of the heads of these families have been unfaithful. Once they identify their destined partners, they dedicate themselves wholeheartedly, unwavering until death. Otherwise, do you think we, the 4 great noble families, would allow our heads to simultaneously fall in love with a mere Shao, a female? Surely, you do not believe that the head's steadfast devotion to the matriarch is solely due to her 10 fertility points. Do not forget that the 2 tribe still possesses many fertile females. Do you really think the heads desire a female to bear their offspring when they could easily find another among the 2 tribe?" After finishing, the butler bowed to the astonished Ponade and Pokely before leading the way out, leaving them to ponder their thoughts. It would be unwise for them to utter anything inappropriate that might jeopardize their lives. For a subordinate, questioning their master is the gravest taboo. The head's long-standing cordiality has indeed led to some blurring of master-servant boundaries. After handing Gigi over to the ever-watchful doctor, Zirwei swiftly made his way to the study prepared for him by Nangongjian. He approached the luxurious desk and chairs, gently tapping the table. In the next moment, a massive display screen rose from the center of the table, revealing the faces of Siren, Sonia, and Brown. "Where is Stephen? Why hasn't he come?" Zirwei inquired, puzzled. Given Stephen's affection for Gigi, he would surely come to inquire about her surgery today. He is currently lying low with the Tungsha tribe's beastmen, and we can only communicate unilaterally. "Zirwei, how is Gigi?" Sonia asked anxiously. "Both mother and child are safe. By the way, Sonia, what is the situation outside? Have there been any updates on Abduo?" "None. It's as if he has vanished without a trace. We cannot find a single clue," Sonia replied solemnly. The information they had gathered over the past few days was trivial, and they could not even catch a glimpse of Abduo. This outcome was truly astonishing for them. Currently, not only the 4 great noble families, but the government was also tirelessly searching for him. After all, he holds the fates of many highly fertile females in his hands. If they cannot recover those females, the beast world would indeed descend into chaos. "What about Aunt Yulia? Where are they now?" Zirwei asked again. "Aunt Yulia was taken away by Uncle Jiaya and the others. We do not know where they have gone. But Zirwei, we have dispatched so many people to search for Abduo, yet we cannot even find a trace of him. If this drags on, the situation may become unmanageable." Thinking of the chaotic state outside, Sonia and Brown felt their heads nearing a state of despair. Through the screen, Zirwei observed the gloomy expressions of Brown and the others, understanding the tumultuous situation outside. However, they were in the light while Abduo was in the dark. If they continued their aimless search, they would surely uncover no leads. The only viable strategy now was to cast a long line to catch a big fish. As Zirwei gazed at Sonia's distressed face through the screen, an idea struck him. Inspired by Sonia's unique preferences, disguising as a female, in an instant, a mischievous glint flickered in Zirwei's eyes, and a sly smile slowly crept onto his lips. "Sonia, what?" Seeing Zirwei's smile, Sonia's internal alarm bells rang. He knew that whenever Zirwei wore such a wicked grin, it signaled that he was about to concoct a scheme. "Sonia, did you not claim that your enchanting techniques are the most gifted among the Baihu tribe?" "Zirwei, just say what you mean directly. Do not beat around the bush. Your half-spoken words are quite discomforting." "Ha! Sonia, as Gigi's partner, you must know her very well, right?" Zirwei chuckled. "You wretched bird, what are you trying to say? Can you not finish a single thought?" Observing Sonia's exasperation, Zirwei could no longer contain his laughter. "Ha ha ha! The agitated fox makes everything easier. Sonia, I have heard that the Baihu tribe's most formidable enchanting technique can not only replicate appearances, but also mimic thoughts. You mentioned that your tribe's ordinary techniques can only temporarily substitute for others and could not possibly deceive Abduo's keen perception. But if you were to use your enchanting technique to replicate Ji and unintentionally appear before Abduo, what do you think would happen next? Zirwei's words rendered Sonia's body motionless. While Zirwei spoke lightly of the matter, the reality of imitating someone using the Baihu tribe's most advanced technique was fraught with complications. The imitator could unwittingly come to believe they were the one being imitated, potentially for months, even up to a year. Moreover, since he was Ji's bonded partner, their relationships were already intimately intertwined. If he were to employ such a method to mimic Ji, he could guarantee that even if they captured Abduo, he would not recover within a year. If at that point he were to meet Ji again, the imitator would inevitably vie for her affection against the original. The thought of competing for Ji's love filled Sonia with dread. The very idea made his face darken. Zirwei, that scoundrel, was indeed calculating when it came to others. Chapter 233. An alternative law standing before the screen, Zirwei observed Sonia's face, now as dark as a bottomless pot. And he lowered his head slightly to conceal the laughter that could no longer be hidden in his eyes. Nonetheless, regardless of Sonia's current reluctance, this remained the only course of action. So when Zirwei lifted his head again, his expression had reverted to one of earnestness. Sonia, there are priorities to consider. Once we capture Abduo, Ji will be safe. At that point, Ji and the children will no longer need to hide. You surely do not wish for your little fox cub to be separated from its mother at such a young age because of Abduo, do you? Moreover, if you truly fear that Ji will mock you, you can simply hide until the matter is resolved. Once your senses return to normal, you can come back without worry. Zirwei, you're talking nonsense. Listening to Zirwei's nonchalant words, Sonia could no longer restrain his expletives. It was easy for Zirwei to say such things. After all, the embarrassment was not his to bear. The reason the Baihu tribe's method of replicating others' thoughts is seldom used is that once employed, it could lead to irreparable embarrassment. After all, there were beastmen from the Baihu tribe who, due to necessity, had utilized such replication methods. At that time, the beastman had impersonated a small female, and when the situation concluded, he found himself entangled with the small female's partner, competing for affection. The pitiful state of that individual has been a source of amusement for the Baihu clan for an entire century. Even now, whenever they catch sight of that orc, they cannot help but chuckle at his former predicament. Observing the resolute opposition from Sonia, Zirwei could only feign difficulty as she spoke. Sonia, if you can devise a better solution, consider my previous words as mere air. Now, do enlighten me if you possess a superior alternative. Zirwei's words instantly darkened Sonia's expression. If he had a solution, would he be here in a stalemate with Zirwei, that selfish bird? However, he felt a strong aversion to employing such a method to bait Abduo. Witnessing Sonia's silence, Zirwei seized the opportunity to press further. Sonia, as long as Abduo remains free, not only is chaos reigning outside, but even the children in Ji are in jeopardy. As the head of the Baihu clan, must you not make a sacrifice for the greater good? Gazing at Zirwei's feigned profundity, a smirk crept on his Sonia's lips as he chuckled lightly. If you wish for my sacrifice, so be it. But Zirwei, I have conditions. What are your conditions? Pray tell. I desire that once Abduo is captured, I, Sonia, shall be the first to wed Ji. I can agree to this matter. As for the others, I cannot guarantee. You need not concern yourself with the others. Just your agreement suffices. Observing the mischievous glint in Sonia's eyes, Zirwei's gaze flickered, a barely perceptible smile passing through his eyes. It was merely a matter of who would hold the wedding first. What was the significance? The vital concern was solely who Ji cherished most. Sonia nodded at Zirwei, and a sly smile radiated from his eyes. Zirwei, for the sake of our partners, let us wish for a pleasant collaboration ahead. By the way, take good care of our Ji. Without waiting for Zirwei's response, Sonia promptly ended the communication. Standing aside, Siren and Bulang watched Sonia's unrestrained joy, perplexed by the source of his delight. Sonia turned to face the bewildered Bulang and Siren, draping his arms around their shoulders. Do you know who was the first to sign a legitimate partner contract with Ji? Is it not Zirwei? However, since Ji has changed her name, does that not render his previous contract void? Bulang inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Zirwei's contract is rendered useless. Yet, do not forget, that fellow proposed to Ji before us. Broadcasting it live on the Star Network. In the beast world, if a female or sub-female accepts a beastman's proposal but marries another beastman, the proposing beastman is deemed a disgrace. Such a beastman, marked by this dishonor, is legally barred from marrying any female or sub-female for 30 years. Consider this. In 30 years, we may all become Gigi's legitimate partners, while Zirwei. Though Suonya did not finish his thought. Siren and Bulang simultaneously gave him a thumbs up. Clever, truly clever. By using a single embarrassing opportunity, we can achieve two objectives, capturing Abu Duo and ensnaring Zirwei for 30 years. Ha ha ha. Once 30 years pass, Zirwei will merely be a lesser male. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, who knows if Zirwei will even have the chance to be a lesser male? As this notion crossed their minds, the mirth in Siren, Suonya, and Bulang's eyes threatened to materialize. Did Zirwei not know this rule? Surely, he was unaware. Having always considered himself an elegant gentleman, he would have no interest in learning such unrefined legal knowledge. Suonya scoffed. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. The triumphant laughter resonated clearly from the room. Listening to the unabashed laughter of Suonya, Bulang, and Siren, the shadowy guards hidden in the dark were left utterly confounded. Even if the heads of the family were aware of the safety of the matriarch and her children, there was no need for such exuberance. It seemed a bit excessive. Meanwhile, Zirwei stood in his study, gazing at the now turned-off screen, instinctively rubbing his forehead. Fools! Challenging Zirwei's intellect is akin to courting death. They fail to consider that Gigi is a female of the Rabbit clan. With the assistance of Aliyah and her partners and children, Gigi will only marry, not wed. Earlier, he had agreed to let Gigi marry Suonya first, yet he never promised to be the first to marry Gigi. One is to marry, the other to wed. Can they be equated? TCH. Arrogant fools. They think such trifling tricks can deceive me. Although I usually prefer formal legal documents, I am not oblivious to less reputable legalities. Bored, Zirwei shook his head dismissively, pressing the monitor back onto the desk as he shifted his gaze to the large box left by Nangong Zetian. Taking a deep breath, Zirwei steadied his trembling hands and unlocked the box with his birth date. The moment the box opened, Zirwei was greeted by a glowing green visage. What on earth? Just moments ago, during his communication with Suonya, his face appeared entirely normal. How could it have transformed into this green hue? Remembering how, prior to Gigi's surgery, he had exited the study and caught the barely concealed smiles of Pernod and Paikali upon seeing him, Zirwei quickly rose and made his way towards the washroom. Upon reaching the mirror, he found that the green hue on his face had faded considerably. He rubbed his face with his fingers, yet no color was removed. Clearly, the green was not a pigment, but rather a harmless yet embarrassing toxin. This toxin had transferred to his face from the documents within the box. Zirwei extended his hand. His fingers were pale and showed no signs of poisoning. When he lifted his head again, the green tint had diminished. Reflecting on his earlier reaction, it appeared that this toxin only caused his face to turn green. The longer he was in contact with those documents, the more persistent the green hue would become. Realizing he had been too preoccupied with examining his own face to inspect the contents of the box, Zirwei hurried back to the study, steeling himself as he tore away the covering cloth. Beneath the cloth lay not documents, but an entire box filled with space storage devices. Zirwei picked up one of the devices and opened it, spilling the contents across the room. Instantly, the empty chamber was filled to the brim with papers. Gazing at the overwhelming accumulation of documents before him, Zirwei turned back to the box brimming with space storage devices. For a moment, he contemplated storming into Nangong Zetian's incubation room and giving that rascal a piece of his mind. With this multitude of documents, even his sharp intellect would require months of relentless effort to complete the task. Moreover, these documents had been deliberately tainted by Nangong Zetian. After several months of processing them, would his face ever return to normal? Let alone the cultivation of feelings with Gigi over these past few months. How could he possibly nurture any bond with her while bearing such a green visage? However, if he were to neglect these documents, Nangong Zetian would undoubtedly devise even more cunning strategies to thwart him. More critically, he could not report this predicament to Gigi. If he were to lament about the overwhelming number of documents he could not possibly manage, it would only leave her with an impression of selfishness. Sylvia rubbed his head, involuntarily pressing his forehead in exasperation. Truly deserving of being the coldest of the Snow Wolf clan. Their nature is to strike decisively when they do engage. In these months, he was not only tasked with processing documents accumulated over centuries, even millennia, but he was also unable to stay by Gigi's side. Moreover, once he completes this daunting task, he would soon be greeted by the sight of his three little eaglets calling out for their father, Nangong Zetian. This truly felt like a case of losing both the wife and the army. Leaning against the table, Sylvia pondered his unfortunate circumstances, and before he knew it, a self-deprecating smile crept across his face. Well then, if he must suffer losses, let it be so. Nevertheless, experiencing such a thorough defeat for the first time stirred an inexplicable feeling within him. He sensed that after the birth of his 3 little ones, significant changes were on the horizon. For now, all he could do was diligently manage these troublesome documents for Nan Gongzetian. Yet, as Sylvia perused a few sheets, his brow tightened further. That scoundrel, Nan Gongzetian. Where on earth did he find such a plethora of absurdities to complicate his life? Gathering such an array of documents to hinder him truly showcased Nan Gongzetian's meticulous efforts. Chapter 234. Cooperation. As the documents neared completion, Sylvia glanced at the time. Gigi was about to awaken. He had to rid himself of the green hue on his face before she opened her eyes, or he would undoubtedly be the subject of her ridicule for days. When Gigi emerged from the treatment pod, she would find Sylvia anxiously waiting at her side, holding a large bouquet of deep purple orchids. Gigi, you are awake. He placed the bouquet gently in her arms and lifted her from the treatment pod. I am here, but you have just undergone surgery and are still quite weak. Please refrain from speaking. After kissing Gigi's forehead, Sylvia carried her towards the room that Nan Gongzetian had prepared for her long in advance. However, as they entered the room, Gigi was taken aback by the vast sea of red roses before her. Clearly, someone had just arranged this floral display, as she could still see the unmelted snow water on the petals. The refreshing scent of the roses invigorated her, even before she had fully regained consciousness from the anesthesia. Madam, this is a special arrangement made by the head of the family before entering hibernation. I hope you find it to your liking. The butler appeared at Sylvia's side, addressing Gigi with utmost respect. Sylvia, please set me down. Of course. Once Gigi lay on the bed and brushed her fingers over the roses at her bedside, she noticed the golden edges of the petals, realizing that these roses had all been personally cultivated by Nan Gongzetian. He truly was exceptionally thoughtful. In contrast to Gigi's admiration for the roses, Sylvia gazed at the bouquet of purple orchids in his hands, feeling an overwhelming urge to shove them under the bed. That scoundrel, Nan Gongzetian, had even anticipated this. How long had he prepared for this? Never mind. The gesture of gifting flowers is merely a token of affection, not a measure of quantity. Sylvia consoled himself, preparing to call someone to inspect Gigi's wounds. Yet the butler had already anticipated his thoughts and had summoned the astonished doctors. Pinard and Peckley, Madam, the head of the family has instructed that I ensure both doctors examine your wounds thoroughly after you exit the treatment pod. Butler, I had almost forgotten that I even had wounds, Gigi replied, surprised to realize she felt no pain, as if she had never undergone surgery. Gigi, of course you feel no pain. Even if you harbor doubts about my character, you must trust our medical expertise. Our skills are unparalleled in the beast world. Pinard and Peckley bypassed Sylvia and approached Gigi's bedside. In just a moment, both doctors let out a long sigh of relief. Gigi, we assure you that within 5 days, your wounds will heal completely, leaving no scars whatsoever. Is that true? Can my body truly recover so quickly? Gigi asked incredulously as she touched her side. As an ordinary sub-female, her wound-healing abilities could not possibly compare to those of a typical beast man. However, Peckley had informed her that she would recover in just 5 days. Such a rapid recovery seemed implausible. Gigi, a month prior, Nan Gongzetian was diligently preparing for this surgery. Therefore, the medications used during your procedure are of the highest quality, coupled with our medical expertise. Saying you will recover in 5 days is, in fact, an understatement. Observing Pinard's confidence, Gigi found herself in awe of their medical skills. They were truly remarkable. If Pinard and Peckley's abilities were placed in the context of her previous life, they would be regarded as divine beings. To completely heal a woman who had undergone a cesarean section in just 5 days was nothing short of extraordinary. In stark contrast to the harmonious conversation between Gigi, Pinard, and Peckley, Sylvia, who had been deliberately sidelined, felt rather isolated. If he could not discern that his current predicament was a deliberate design by Nan Gongzetian, it would signify a failure of his intellect. He had spent considerable time with Pinard and Peckley without witnessing them make decisions that targeted him. Yet, why they suddenly turned so sharply critical of him? If Nan Gongzetian had not influenced them behind the scenes, it would be hard to believe. What had he said to provoke such unusual behavior? After all, the fact that Peckley and Pinard had successfully collaborated with the 4 major noble families for so long indicated they were far from foolish. Gigi, are you feeling any discomfort at the wound site? We should check on it promptly. Pinard kindly placed a pillow behind Gigi's back, inquiring gently. I feel nothing unusual. That's good. By the way, Gigi, since you have already consumed food prior to the surgery, it would be best not to eat anything today. Wait until tomorrow when I examine you again before eating. All right? Pinard, you are the doctor, so I shall certainly heed your advice. By the way, how are my babies? What were they like when they were born? Were they truly 3 eggs? How big are 3 eggs? Can one see inside from the outside? Are they round or oval? Facing Gigi's curiosity, Pinard retrieved the video he had just recorded and presented it to her. Looking down at the 3 giant eagle eggs depicted in the video, they were not particularly large and appeared quite pristine. However, under the light, she noticed they seemed somewhat fragile. After all, they had only been in her womb for 3 months. How could they possibly compare to fully gestated giant eagle eggs? Pinard and Peckley exchanged glances, recognizing the concern in Gigi's eyes, and spoke reassuringly. Gigi, although the 3 giant eagle eggs are premature, we have confirmed that all their health indicators are very robust. With the full support of Nangong Zetian in their incubation, they are bound to successfully hatch. I firmly believe they will emerge successfully. Gigi nodded in affirmation. However, just a moment later, having just undergone surgery, Gigi once again succumbed to slumber due to her frail condition. Among the Baihu clan, Siren and Brown gazed at the figure before them, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Goodness, had they not witnessed with their own eyes the transformation of Sonia from a beast man into Gigi, they would have undoubtedly believed that the petite figure before them was indeed Gigi herself. What do you think? Don't I resemble Gigi quite a bit? Sonia swayed her hips and cast a flirtatious glance at Siren and Brown. The two, momentarily roused from their shock by her antics, realized that they had been foolish to mistake Sonia, this alluring vixen, for Gigi. Observing Sonia's exaggerated mimicry of Gigi, swaying her hips and contorting her body, it was clear there was not the slightest resemblance. Sonia, while your face bears a striking resemblance to Gigi, your mannerisms are quite another matter. I believe they ought to be refined. After all, Gigi has never been as provocative as you. Brown pinched his nose and lowered his gaze, unable to bear the sight. Provocative? I call it being charming and multifaceted. Are you blind? Sonia's expression soured, her tone betraying irritation. Yet, Sonia, your imitation of Gigi is intended to deceive Abdu. However, your current demeanor hardly mirrors Gigi at all, Siren remarked coldly. Siren, your assertion is misguided. The seduction techniques of our Baihu clan share similarities with the enchanting arts of your Merfolk clan. However, your methods can fundamentally alter a person's will and thoughts, while ours merely mimic or control temporarily. To truly embody another, I must fully immerse myself in the role. While immersing oneself is simple, extricating oneself proves quite challenging. As she spoke, Sonia, donned in Gigi's visage, sank into the sofa, sighing heavily. Are you afraid that once your task is complete, you'll be unable to detach yourself from the character you portray? Saren's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Indeed, I fear that in the end, I might become like the bewitched Gigi, believing I am she, not Sonia. The mere thought of acting like Gigi while being coy with Siren and the others sent a shiver down her spine. Oh, divine beast! May they swiftly capture that wretched Abdu. Please do not allow time to drag on, lest I become ensnared in my own role. If I were to truly act coy toward Siren, it would become the most shameful chapter of my life. Well then, since you are prepared, it is time for you to perform, Brown urged. All right, for Gigi, for the little ones, and to have my revenge on that insufferable Sylvie, I shall commence my performance now. Sonia turned her head, raising an eyebrow at Brown, then strode directly to Saren's side. Come, carry me out. Sonia's words left Siren momentarily frozen. As he observed her outstretched arm, he instinctively took a step back. Sonia, what do you mean? Why must I carry you out? Siren replied, a hint of disdain in his voice. What do you mean? Quite simply as stated. If you believe I am truly Gigi, do you think I possess the strength to walk after just giving birth? No, I suppose not. Exactly. Having just birthed my young, I lack the strength to walk. Therefore, I require my dear partner to carry me out. Sonia's words knitted the brows of Siren and Brown, who clearly did not wish to bear the weight of this mischievous foe Gigi, especially since it was Sonia, the flirtatious vixen. Do not wear such long faces. You do not understand that black-hearted Sylvie. Initially, he proposed I masquerade as Gigi to lure that scoundrel Abdu into a trap. Yet, have you considered that while I, Sonia, may feel embarrassed to don a female guise. You as Gigi's partner could not cooperate with me in this performance? We are all caught in Sylvie's schemes. Now, stop sulking and carry me out. Upon finishing, Sonia raised an eyebrow at Siren, proudly lifting her arm to indicate she wished to be carried. Her words jolted Siren and Brown back to reality. Indeed, if Sonia was to portray Gigi convincingly, their cooperation was essential. However, the thought of getting close to this cunning fox filled them with nausea. The more they pondered, the angrier they felt. Sylvie, once this matter with Abdu is resolved, we shall settle accounts with you. Although internally lamenting, Siren tightened his brow and suppressed his revulsion as he lifted Sonia into his arms. Darling, smile a bit more cheerfully. If others see you like this, they might think I've passed away. Sonia nestled obediently against Siren, her smile a mere facade. Sonia, be quiet. If you speak again, I shall toss you out. Siren, smiling through clenched teeth, warned. Go ahead and throw me. If you do, our plan will unravel. Conveniently, I have no desire to impersonate Gigi any longer. Now smile for me, lift those lips. Sonia squinted her eyes, enunciating her words as she smiled. Hee hee. Siren's smile was strained. TCH, you look like a statue, lacking any dedication. Once Sonia finished her playful banter, Siren had already exited the treatment room, carrying her. Upon seeing onlookers, Sonia instantaneously slipped into character, adopting a delicate, boneless demeanor as she nestled her head against Siren's chest, gently closing her eyes. In this guise, she bore no difference from the real Gigi. The abrupt transformation left Siren momentarily entranced, his gaze towards Sonia softening with tenderness. Behind them, Brown, witnessing this scene, felt his body tense involuntarily. O divine beast, if he were to hold Sonia, this male fox, and reveal a tender side, he feared the beautiful image in his mind might invoke a shudder. Heaven forbid, I dread the shadows it might cast upon my heart. Gigi, would you care for a bite to eat? Siren, now regaining his composure, spoke softly, his expression tender. No, I feel quite fatigued. I wish to sleep. Siren, hold me as I sleep. Very well, I shall hold you as you sleep. Brown, standing behind, observed the two thespians before him, fearful that a smile might betray his true feelings. Thus he lowered his head, feigning discontent. Brown, my feet are numb. Do assist me in massaging them. Sonia's voice caused Brown to tremble. That wretched vixen, why must she drag him into her performance? He would not permit a single misstep to ruin his own composure. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, Brown approached Sonia, affectionately kneeling to massage her feet. Meanwhile, the busy servants in the garden, witnessing the heartwarming scene, wore smiles that reflected their delight. In the corner of the garden stood a seemingly unremarkable servant, with inverted triangular eyes, busily pruning the branches of flowers. He tilted his head in the direction of Sonia, feigning indifference as he inquired of those nearby. Isn't the mistress expecting a chick from the Great Eagle clan? Where has the head of the Shear family gone? The servant's words caused the eyes of the two attendants beside him to flicker momentarily. After exchanging a casual glance, smiles quickly spread across their faces. Dolly, what a question. That wretched Abu Duo has transmitted so much spiritual energy to the mistress that the little ones in her womb had no choice but to be born prematurely. Now that the little ones have arrived, the head of the Shear family must be busy incubating the eggs. Without the father's direct involvement, the giant eagle eggs laid by the mistress would surely perish. Indeed, but what of the head of the Nangong family? Just a couple of days ago, he was seen accompanying the mistress, yet today he is absent. The servant, known as Dolly, continued to prune the branches with an air of nonchalance. To incubate 3 giant eagle eggs that only survived 5 months in the womb, the head of the Shear family alone would not suffice. The Nangong family head is certainly assisting him, given their close relationship. That explains why the heads of the Nangong and Shear families are both missing today. With a hearty smile directed at the two attendants, the servant with inverted triangular eyes resumed his diligent pruning. His speed was remarkable, and before long, he had reached the far end of the garden. Observing his departing figure, the two attendants exchanged a nod towards the shadowy corner before one swiftly made his way to the butler's location. Butler, Dolly is the mole. Or rather, the current Dolly is merely a stand-in. The real Dolly has likely met with misfortune. Understood. Return to your post. I have already dispatched someone to follow him. The butler replied coldly. Yes, sir. As the servant departed, the deep-seated hatred in the old butler's eyes was nearly palpable. That damned Abu Duo, because of his treachery, has forced the master to separate from the mistress, and even their young master must now temporarily hide on the island of the Sea God clan. The original Doli was such a shy and exceptional beastman. Now he has fallen victim to Abujuo's schemes. Patience is key. He will not escape this time. Even if it costs him his life, he will be reduced to ashes, leaving no chance for resurrection. The old butler suppressed the darkness in his gaze and turned to approach Suania. He bowed respectfully, pouring tea for Suania, Saren, and Buelang, subtly nodding at the frail and delicate Suania while turning the teacups. "Mistress, please enjoy your tea. The master has been occupied with Abujuo's matters these past 2 days, but instructed me to take good care of you before he departed." "Thank you, butler." Suania, leaning against Saren, smiled gently. Following her subtle cue, the butler respectfully nodded at Saren and Buelang before withdrawing. "Gigi, have a grape." While feeding Suania, Saren whispered softly, "Abuduo should be taking the bait now." "Not yet. We have only just begun." Abuduo is not so easily fooled. After swallowing a grape, Suania wore an innocent smile. Yet her eyes held a depth that was unfathomable. Sitting across from her, Buelang observed the flicker in Suania's eyes and spoke softly. "Since Abuduo is not coming forth, we should create an opportunity for him. Yes, it is indeed time to provide him with a chance." Spitting out the grape skin, Suania stretched lazily. "Tomorrow, we should venture out to stretch our limbs." Thus, in the following days, the disguised Suania, under the guidance of Saren and Buelang, gradually transitioned from the inner courtyard of the Baihu clan to the outer courtyard. A month later, Buelang and Saren even took Gigi to the marketplace outside the Baihu clan several times. Throughout their escapades, the now embodied role of Suania playfully flirted and charmed Saren and Buelang, her every move indistinguishable from that of the real Gigi. Observing the trio from the shadows, an informant, masquerading as a passerby, discreetly relayed their activities to Abuduo. In his laboratory, Abuduo, with a stoic expression, administered electric shocks to the beastman lying on the bed, recording the fluctuations of the beastman's heartbeat under such conditions. However, before he could jot down more than a few words, the robust heartbeat of the beastman transformed into a straight line. "Useless," Abuduo coldly uttered, discarding his notebook as he strode to the other side of the laboratory. Through the one-way glass, he gazed at the faintly drowsy females imprisoned within, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes. "Just wait a little longer. Once the data is mature, I will become a beast god and retrieve my beloved and daughter." Does Ilea not wish to use her daughter as bait? Very well, I shall grant her wish. She believes I've moved all my remaining manpower to the seaside purely for the sake of the concealed rabbit clan females? Huh. How else could I lower Ilea's guard to capture her daughter? The best experimental materials lie right before my eyes, so why seek far afield? Gigi, should you perish, do not blame me. If blame is to be placed, let it be on your face, which bears an uncanny resemblance to my daughter. He was determined to use Gigi, who shared the same visage as his cherished daughter, to transform her into his obedient daughter once more. And that damned Baihu clan, did they truly think him blind? A beastman masquerading as a sub-female, thinking they could deceive Abujuo's keen eyes. Truly, they were hopelessly foolish. If he were so easily tricked, Ilea would not have battled him for so many years. However, since a plump morsel has been delivered to his lips, how could he possibly resist devouring it? Chapter 236. The Clown. The next day, upon exiting Saren's room, Suania cast a flirtatious glance at the sullen-faced Saren before linking her arm with Buelang's as they made their way to the aircraft. "You sly fox, don't you think we were being a bit too conspicuous?" Buelang inquired with a smile. "One cannot catch a wolf without risking the cub. If we do not draw attention, how can we lure out that insatiable dog, Abuduo?" Once the aircraft carrying Suania and Buelang took off, an alarm blared incessantly shortly thereafter. The two exchanged glances, both reflecting a profound interest. They were eager to see what kind of tricks Abuduo would unveil this time. "Master, the aircraft's propulsion system has failed. In 3 minutes, it will crash. We must parachute before that happens." "Understood. You all jump first. We will follow shortly." "Yes, master." Once the aircraft had been evacuated, Suania and Buelang exchanged a knowing look before Buelang swiftly scooped up the delicate Gigi and leaped from the aircraft. However, before they could reach the ground, a makeshift flying apparatus entangled around Buelang was sabotaged. As Suania and Buelang beheld the approaching net, their eyes momentarily displayed fear and anger, but they could only succumb to being ensnared and dragged towards the suddenly appearing aircraft, until Sonia and Brown were dragged onto the aircraft. Sonia, disguised as Gigi, feigned a delicate demeanor, trembling in Brown's embrace, her face a portrait of terror. Gigi, we meet again. At the sound of that unfamiliar voice, both Sonia and Brown turned simultaneously. A striking orc clad in a white robe sat gracefully at the bar, sipping from a tall glass of exquisite wine. You are? Sonia lowered her gaze, pretending to be puzzled. I am Abdu. What, does my new guise not please you? Abdu placed his glass down and approached Sonia and Brown. Abdu, how did you come to look like this? Sonia feigned astonishment. In response to Sonia's pretended surprise, Abdu remained silent. His eyes lowered as he scrutinized Sonia's face with intense focus. The more he observed, the more rigid Sonia's expression became. The alluring magic of their Baihu clan had reached a level of sophistication that blurred the lines of reality. He could not believe Abdu would discern the truth. Noticing Sonia's slight flicker of anxiety, Abdu simply turned his head to glance at the previously silent Brown before returning to the bar. Come now, gentlemen, have a drink. Once you finish, we shall converse at our leisure. Brown, resembling a true guardian of flowers, half embraced Sonia and helped her to her feet. Brown, you are now the sole leader of the Tuzi clan. If there were any issues with your orientation, do you think your deceased parents would be displeased? Abdu took a sip of wine, smiling. What do you mean? Brown furrowed his brow. What do I mean? Ha. Abdu chuckled lightly, leaning against the bar and resting his chin on his hand as he looked at the two orcs huddled together. Don't you find it awkward? Or perhaps unwelcoming? Abdu's words made both Brown and Sonia's bodies stiffen involuntarily. Yet, to prevent Abdu from probing further, they maintained their close proximity, remaining motionless. Are you afraid I might test you? Abdu continued, sipping his red wine. Sonia, had I not transmitted my mental energy to Gigi, your superb performance would have deceived me entirely. What do you mean by that? Sonia retorted coldly. It means that even if Gigi's mental energy has been absorbed by her little offspring, there will always be remnants within her being. I am intimately familiar with my mental energy. Thus, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were not Gigi, but little fox. As for how I know, if you manage to return alive, you should inquire with your Uncle Akeley. After all, his portrayal of Aaliyah was far more masterful than yours. As soon as Abdu's words fell, Sonia immediately separated from Brown. They exchanged wary glances before directing their alert eyes back to Abdu. Just as Aaliyah had said, Abdu possessed not only formidable mental prowess, but also an intellect unmatched by ordinary beings. Their meticulously crafted deception had been entirely unraveled by him. The performance they had just staged before him was laughably akin to that of a mere jester. Do not be upset, you too. Sonia, at the very least, your performance surpasses that of your uncle. Truly. Abdu shook his wineglass, chuckling. Realizing Abdu was already aware of their secret, Sonia and Brown exchanged a glance, then lunged towards him. They thought no more of idle chatter. Capturing Abdu was paramount, and they were determined to extract the information they desired from him, even under the relentless scrutiny of their four great clans. However, before they could reach Abdu, their bodies weakened, collapsing to the ground. Leaning against the bar, Abdu observed their pitiful state, a hint of derision gleaming in his eyes. How amusing that these dim-witted individuals believed they could ensnare him with such simplistic scheming. Abdu pressed his foot against Brown's head, downing the remaining wine in his glass before shattering the cup upon Brown's skull. What? Did you not consult with Aaliyah regarding this operation? If you had, I find it hard to believe she would have sanctioned such a foolish approach to confront me. Hearing Abdu's mocking tone, Brown concealed his inner turmoil, feigning defiance as he lifted his chin, fixing his gaze firmly on Abdu. Abdu, you were once the leader of the Tuzi clan. Are you truly prepared to become our enemy? Enemy? Abdu mused before bursting into laughter. Brown, by now, you must have learned from Aaliyah that it was I who killed your parents. The moment I took their lives? Oh, no, rather. The moment I began the slaughter of foreign orcs at the hands of the Tuzi, I became their enemy. With that, Abdu placed his hand around Brown's neck, offering him a subtle smile as he gradually tightened his grip. As Abdu's pressure increased, Brown's complexion grew increasingly dire. Meanwhile, Sonia, lying incapacitated nearby, seized the moment as Brown neared suffocation, retrieving a massive particle cannon from her spatial ring, aiming it at Abdu's head. Seeing the particle cannon in Sonia's hands, Abdu could not help but laugh. He released Brown's neck as if discarding refuse and turned to mock Sonia. Sonia, if I were you, I would not be foolish enough to wield such a powerful weapon against my enemy. Do you not realize that the moment you fire that cannon, it will not only be my demise, but also the end for everyone aboard this vessel, especially those dear little females. They too would perish alongside us. Sonia beheld the cage that Abdu's subordinates had pushed forth containing those high-fertility females and young sub-females he had abducted. They appear to have been drugged by Abdu, now helplessly curled up within the cage, fast asleep. Sonia counted the numbers discreetly, relieved that there was no significant disparity in their counts. The high-fertility females and young sub-females were unharmed. Otherwise, their elaborate ruse would have been in vain. With this thought, Sonia and the incapacitated Brown exchanged a glance before summoning their remaining strength, raising the particle cannon to fire at Abdu. Abdu, deliberately leaving his back exposed to Sonia, could not hide the scorn on his face as he sensed her impending action. Huh, a fool is a fool. No matter how they flail, they remain mere puppets in my grasp. As Sonia raised the particle cannon, Abdu purposely shifted his body to the side, narrowly evading the blast, allowing the energy-laden projectile to soar directly towards the aircraft. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a gaping hole was blown into one side of the aircraft by Sonia's particle cannon. What had once been a fine vessel was instantly reduced to fragments, plummeting to the ground under the dual forces of external impact and atmospheric pressure. Thus, Sonia and the group, led by Brown, plummeted towards the ground along with the fallen spacecraft. Abdu, too, succumbed to the force of gravity, descending rapidly towards the Earth. However, his eyes were filled with exhilaration, devoid of any fear. As Sonia's party fell through the air, a flock of giant eagle tribe beastmen swiftly approached from a distance, each fulfilling their designated roles to rescue the caged young females and sub-females. Brown was firmly grasped by one of the giant eagle tribe beastmen. Hurry and catch Abdu. At this height, that old fool is unlikely to perish from the fall. Unfortunately, Brown's words came too late. When the beastmen of the giant eagle tribe reached for Abdu in midair, he seemed to vanish without a trace. Upon landing, Brown discovered that Sonia, who had been with him moments before, was nowhere to be found. Did you not see Sonia? No. We just flew around the sky and did not catch a glimpse of the lady of the house. One of the giant eagle tribe beastmen said anxiously. Is that so? Brown suppressed his astonishment and turned to address the beastman. Quickly return all the young females and sub-females, and have the doctors examine them thoroughly. Understood. The giant eagle tribe beastman saluted Brown and immediately soared into the sky with the high-fertility females and sub-females. Once everyone had departed, Brown set off in another direction. The true spectacle was about to unfold. When Sonia regained consciousness, she found herself bound to a chair, tightly restrained by Abdu. He was turned away, engrossed in experiments with a sophisticated instrument. You've awakened. Abdu glanced at Sonia and continued his work. What have you brought me here for? Sonia struggled momentarily, but feeling weak, surrendered and lay languidly on the operating table, awaiting Abdu's next move. Little fox, when you masqueraded as Gigi, did you not fear that you might truly become Gigi and be unable to escape the role you played? Of course I thought about it, but I am Sonia, possessing the most potent charm of the Baihu clan. Hence, what you speak of is utterly impossible for me. Is that so? Abdu smiled at Sonia before returning to his experiment. After some time, he finally ceased his actions, approaching Sonia with a vial of blue liquid. Little fox, your charm indeed ranks among the most formidable of the Baihu clan. However, confining you within your assumed role relies not solely on your will, but also on this potion. As he spoke, Abdu waved the blue liquid before Sonia, his eyes gleaming with malicious delight. Once you inject this potion, you will remember only that you are Gigi, not the lady of the Baihu clan, Sonia. When the time comes, I will exchange this counterfeit for the real Gigi. Do you think Aaliyah and the others will be able to recognize whether you are truly Gigi without undressing you? Abdu's words caused Sonia's expression to change drastically. He looked at Abdu in disbelief. Abdu, have you placed other spies among us? No, little fox, did you not eliminate all my spies long ago? Then how do you intend to switch me with Gigi? Do you even know where she is? Sonia glared at Abdu, his voice sharp. Isn't she in the Rose Castle of the Xuelang clan? I've known for quite some time. Sonia, do you know why I wanted to transfer my entire spirit to Gigi last time? I do not. Sonia replied coldly. It is because for my surgery to succeed, the body of the young female must be in a state of utmost weakness. You have cared for Gigi's body too well. Thus, to weaken her, I can only transmit my spirit to her when she is pregnant. I do not believe that after a month of having her life force absorbed by her cubs, even if her wounds have healed, her body can return to its original state. Listening to Abdu's self-satisfied explanation, Sonia coldly inquired, Abdu, since you wish to use Gigi's body to resurrect your daughter, who do you intend to choose for reviving your wife's body? It wouldn't be Aunt Aaliyah, would it? Of course not that old woman, Aaliyah, Abdu retorted sharply. Sonia, Aaliyah has grown old, and her beauty diminishes with each passing day. Her current body is no longer worthy of reviving my wife. My wife, Abdu's beloved, will always be beautiful, kind, and pure. Aaliyah, that cold-hearted woman, is no longer comparable to my wife. Hearing Abdu's rising voice, Sonia smirked slightly and quietly asked, Abdu, before you inject me with a potion, may I inquire who you wish to use to resurrect your wife? It is her, Abdu declared, holding up controller. Suddenly, a pristine white wall transformed into a display screen. On the screen, a young female lay quietly in a treatment pod, her expression relaxed as if she were asleep. Sonia gazed at the familiar face on the screen, turning to Abdu with incredulity. Abdu, if I'm not mistaken, the young female in the treatment pod is actually Ji's sister. Without blood ties, what does it matter as a sister? Abdu dismissed Sonia with disdain. He leaned closer to the display, excitedly observing Ouyang Huaduo, whispering, little fox, do you know? For my brain transplantation surgery to succeed, not only must the beast forms match, but the individual undergoing the surgery must cooperate fully to increase the success rate. I have captured many young females, yet they all refuse to cooperate with me in becoming someone else. However, this young female is different. I told her that as long as she obediently complies and allows another person to inhabit her body, she would enjoy endless wealth and glory for the rest of her life. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Huaduo contemplated for a moment before agreeing to cooperate with my experiment. Abdu, did you not inform her that once your surgery succeeds, she will undoubtedly die? Sonia asked coldly, gazing at the display. I certainly did not tell her. Abdu turned back, calmly regarding Sonia with the syringe in hand. Sonia, my people have already ensnared Saren and Stephen. Now it is just Nangong Zetian and Sylvia hiding in the secret chamber. However, no matter how well guarded the secret chamber of the Shuelang clan may be, there is always a flaw. My people have already infiltrated Ji's side. Now, once I inject this potion into your body and switch you with Ji, my long-held dream will finally come true. My wife and daughter will return to my side. My dream shall ultimately be fulfilled. With that, Abdu laughed maniacally, reminiscent of a madman. Bound to the chair, Sonia watched the frenzied Abdu with a cold gaze, filled with derision. Let him revel in his madness for a while. When the time comes, he will take his departed wife and daughter away from this world for good. Chapter 238. It begins. As Abduo finished his laughter, he swiftly approached Sonia, injecting the concoction he held into her body. Sonia, my dear child, it's time for you to perform, he uttered. No sooner had he spoken than Sonia succumbed entirely to the effects of the potion, collapsing into unconsciousness. Discarding the syringe, Abduo gently pinched Sonia's face between his fingers. What a resemblance! This little fox's face is indeed a perfect match for my obedient daughter. Regaining his composure, Abduo released Sonia's face and turned towards the monitor, coldly inquiring. Where are we now? Master, we have arrived at the Snow Wolf clan's Snow Wolf Mountain. Have our people approached Ji? The orc on the screen replied solemnly. Yes. Master, our personnel have reached Ji Xiaoya's side under the guise of doctors. Good. In half an hour, the effects of Sonia's potion will be fully realized. Inform everyone to create chaos in the Snow Wolf clan's secret chamber in half an hour. Understood, Master. Once the monitor went dark, Abduo trembled with excitement. His dream was finally on the verge of realization. His wife and daughter were about to return to him. Half an hour later, while Sylvia was in her study attending to documents, the sound of an explosion from outside prompted her to hastily abandon her papers and rush towards Ji's room. Upon entering, she exchanged a glance with Ji, who lay in bed, then quickly turned and headed into the chaos outside. Ji watched the door close again, nervously squeezing her palms and exhaling deeply. The performance was about to commence. Heaven, please keep her safe. Before Ji could finish her thoughts, her bed was suddenly lifted from beneath her. Steeling herself against the fear rising within, she feigned calmness, attempting to leap from the bed. However, before she could act, a cloth was pressed over her mouth and nose. In the final moments of her consciousness, she caught sight of Sonia, disguised as her, being tossed onto the bed like a sack. In mere moments, Sonia's appearance transformed to mirror her own perfectly. The show was about to begin. Once the room fell silent, Sylvia quickly opened the door. Upon seeing Ji lying in bed, he rushed over, seizing her hand to check. There was no sign of their agreed-upon mark. Ji had been swapped out by Abduo. Butler, quickly summoned Pernard and Pikely. Have them examine Sonia immediately. We must prevent her from becoming deranged. Yes, master. After the butler departed, Sylvia sighed in relief, gazing at Sonia in bed before turning to exit. He wondered if Stephen was ready. Any misstep now would be unbearable. He hoped Annalia's predictions were accurate. Butler, is Nangong Zetian safe? Master, he is secure. The environment is sealed. No one can enter the chamber where he resides. Good. Have the dark guards continue to watch over Zetian. I will discreetly follow Ji. Master, please be cautious and ensure the lady's safe return. The butler earnestly cautioned Sylvia. Rest assured, I will bring Ji back safely. After bidding farewell to the butler, Sylvia cast a glance towards the direction of Nangong Zetian's chamber and swiftly exited. Children, father's going to rescue your mother. May everything proceed smoothly, and may we eradicate Abduo thoroughly this time. When Ji awakened again, rubbing her dazed head, she slowly surveyed her surroundings. Ouyang Xiaoji, you're awake? Hearing the familiar voice, Ji turned to see a familiar face, her former stepsister, Ouyang Huaduo. At that moment, she stood before the mirror, adorned in lavish attire, holding an exquisite necklace and trying it around her neck. Does it look good? Ouyang Huaduo asked excitedly as she donned the necklace. Not bad, quite lovely, Ji replied, leaning weakly against the bed. Haha, I think it looks great too. Receiving Ji's affirmation, Ouyang Huaduo spun around, diligently rummaging through the jewelry box on the vanity. She picked up a piece, tried it on, and upon deeming it unappealing, tossed it aside carelessly. When she found something she liked, she wore it regardless of whether it matched her outfit, adorning herself extravagantly. Ji quietly observed Ouyang Huaduo's antics, sensing something amiss. If she was not mistaken, Ouyang Huaduo's behavior seemed peculiar. They were both prisoners of Abduo, not his guests. Did she not fear that Abduo might suddenly appear and harm her? Just as Ji pondered this, the tightly shut door swung open to reveal a stranger, a beast man. Furrowing her brow, Ji studied the newcomer and, oddly enough, felt a sense of familiarity in his eyes. My dear, you're here, Ouyang Huaduo exclaimed, dropping her jewelry and rushing toward the beast man. He regarded her approach without annoyance, merely pushing her aside with a neutral expression. Not yet. Don't come near me, understood? His indifferent words transformed the once proud Ouyang Huaduo into a docile creature. Akin to a kitten, she obediently nodded and retreated respectfully to the side. Observing this, Ji's frown deepened. From the memories of her original self, Ouyang Huaduo was known for her self-centered nature. Despite spending ample time together, Ji had never witnessed her sister being compliant. As Ji contemplated Ouyang Huaduo's unexpected demeanor, the beast man approached the bed, looking at Ji with a gentle smile. Ji, you're awake. Does your head still ache? Meeting his dark eyes, Ji's frown deepened. From what she had gathered from her companions, she cautiously inquired, Are you Abduo? My clever daughter. Indeed, Abduo replied. Reaching out as if to pat her head, Ji instinctively turned her head away, avoiding the touch. She had no inclination to engage in intimate contact with a stranger, especially not with Abduo, whom she utterly despised. Unperturbed by the disdain reflected in Ji's eyes, Abduo remained calm. In just a few hours, his beloved daughter would return to him. Chapter 239, Jealousy Abduo. Something is off with Ouyang Huaduo. What have you done to her? Easy, yes, you. I have done nothing to her. This is her own choice. What do you mean by that? Abduo glanced at Ouyang Huaduo, who was diligently applying her makeup at the vanity, his eyes flashing with contempt. Yet, thoughts of the upcoming procedure ignited a spark of anticipation within him. Ji. In this world, people live for either money or power. The beautiful little female before me harbors complex desires. She seeks both wealth and authority, as well as the meticulous affection of a beast man. She willingly became the vessel for my thoughts, transforming into an exceptional being. Abdu's words caused Ji to sit up straight, shocked as she gazed at Ouyang Huaduo. Ouyang Huaduo, are you out of your mind? Do you not realize that if your brain is replaced by another's, you cease to be yourself? As Ji's voice echoed with incredulity, Ouyang Huaduo, who had been selecting jewelry, angrily discarded the ornaments in her hands and turned to face Ji with fierce intensity. Ouyang Ji, it is easy for you to speak lightly. Do you think I am unaware of the consequences of exchanging brains? However, even if I refuse Abdu's offer, do you believe you would be powerless against me? Ultimately, death is inescapable, so why not choose a death that I find preferable? Even if I am no longer myself after the exchange, my body could still revel in the opulence I never experienced before. If that is the case, I would find contentment. Listening to Ouyang Huaduo's reasoning, Ji felt somewhat speechless. Damn it, her logic is absolutely absurd. She recalled a song that proclaimed, love even in death. Yet, she had never heard of someone desiring their body to bask in wealth and glory after death. Ouyang Huaduo's thoughts bore no difference from a turtle placed upon a pedestal. Perceiving Zi's disapproval, Ouyang Huaduo felt an urge to pounce on her and scratch her face. But a mere glance from Abdu made her retreat a few steps in fear. Thus, she could only stand by the bed. Her gaze icy as she addressed Zi sharply. Ouyang Zi, why? Why is it that I, Ouyang Huaduo, surpass you in both appearance and intellect? When merely a decade ago, you were nothing more than my subordinate. Yet now, you possess a partner, children, and parents who all outshine me. Why? I refuse to accept it. As Ouyang Huaduo's roar echoed, Zi felt as if her mind was unraveling. In this world, equality was an illusion. Wherever there are people, there are hierarchies and inequalities. Hadn't the original host been driven to suicide by her? What audacity did Ouyang Huaduo possess to question her now? Did she truly believe she still embodied the overly kind and weak-willed persona of the original host? Zi yanked off the blanket, bare feet padding towards Ouyang Huaduo, her gaze piercing. When Ouyang Huaduo met Zi's indifferent eyes, she instinctively took a step back. Was this person still the frail sister she once knew? Seeing the fear in Ouyang Huaduo's eyes, Zi couldn't help but smirk. This cowardly individual dared to bluster before her. Ouyang Huaduo, are you not envious of my current status and position? But what can your jealousy achieve? All you can do is stew in envy while hurling empty threats. What more can you do? Observing Ouyang Huaduo's silence, Zi continued her mockery. Do you know what I appreciate most about you at this moment? What is it? Ouyang Huaduo asked timidly. I relish the fact that you're unable to tolerate my success while being utterly powerless to change it. Your inability to affect my life, even as it surpasses yours, is quite amusing. As Zi's words hung in the air, Abdu, who had been sitting quietly, couldn't help but chuckle. Zi, you're becoming increasingly lively. Lively, my foot, Zi retorted, turning to face Abdu, her voice cold. Do you know what I regret the most? It is your pity that spared my life rather than snapping my neck. Indeed, I regret allowing my compassion to be bestowed upon a villain like you, she continued. Just thinking about it fills me with frustration. Is that so? Yet, Zi, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Your remorse is futile. Moreover, your moment of weakness has led you to pay a heavy price. Is that so? Zi replied, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Abdu, observing her demeanor, felt a flicker of confusion. What was happening? Why was this person facing the imminent brain exchange, devoid of fear? Just as Abdu pondered this, Zi turned and seized Ouyang Huaduo, taking a sharp hairpin from the vanity and pressing it against her neck. Abdu observed this act without alarm, only noting Ouyang Huaduo's shrill screams. Ouyang Huaduo, silence. Scream again, and I shall pierce your throat. As Zi's threat resonated, Ouyang Huaduo instantly fell silent. With the noise subsiding, Zi exhaled softly. Damn it, Ouyang Huaduo's voice is unbearable. You are not afraid of death, yet you scream like a banshee, Zi remarked. Ouyang Huaduo stammered, her timid demeanor eliciting Zi's disdainful glance. She had no time to waste with her now. Her focus lay on Abdu. Zi, even if you have taken this foolish female hostage, do you believe I would be afraid? Abdu replied with a calm smile. You certainly would not fear. Losing one Ouyang Huaduo is merely a minor inconvenience. You can always find another. But Abdu, have you considered that without your wife and daughter's bodies, how will you proceed with the brain exchange? As Zi's words concluded, the lights in the room plunged into darkness. Moments later, illumination returned, but Zi had vanished. Leaving Ouyang Huaduo collapsed on the floor. Abdu gazed at the fallen figure, his brow furrowing instinctively. Just as he prepared to exit, the monitor in the room flickered to life. Abdu, take a look at this. As Abdu's gaze fell upon the screen, his pupils constricted in horror. There, his wife and daughter's bodies dangled perilously at the edge of a molten pit. Abdu, if you wish to see your wife and daughter's bodies again, you have 15 minutes to arrive here. Fail to comply, and I will cast them into the inferno, a voice echoed. Elijah, you dare, Abdu bellowed. By all means try. Let us see if you dare, Ikaya interjected coldly, standing before Elijah. Ikaya, you're also a member of the Rabbit clan. You know all too well that once a member of the Rabbit clan dies, their remains must be scattered in the Flower Sea. You, Ikaya, witnessing Abdu's frantic demeanor, couldn't help but scoff. Abdu, on the Beast World continent, anyone can make such demands, but you are the exception. You have committed too many sins. Abdu, in death, you cannot return to the Rabbit clan. Furthermore, does your current body even qualify as a member of the Rabbit clan? I give you 15 minutes. If you do not arrive, I will carry out the chief's orders and cast your wife and daughter into the molten pit. Without waiting for response, Ikaya severed the communication. As he hung up, a series of violent explosions erupted outside Abdu's room, shaking the very foundations of where he stood. Ouyang Huaduo, sitting helplessly on the ground, screamed in terror at the deafening explosion. As she cried out, her body instinctively moved closer to Abduo. Observing the frenzied Ouyang Huaduo, Abduo's eyes, devoid of warmth, swiftly filled with murderous intent. However, he clenched his fists and withdrew his hands. Instead, he bent down and seized Ouyang Huaduo, hastily fleeing toward the outside. Upon exiting the room with Ouyang Huaduo, Abduo beheld his meticulously constructed fortress, now shattered into countless pieces. The subordinates he had painstakingly cultivated had also suffered grievous losses. Before Abduo could assess the situation, a formidable particle cannon rapidly approached his direction. Without hesitation, upon seeing the imminent threat, Abduo callously cast Ouyang Huaduo aside and sidestepped to evade the attack. When he turned back, the previously downed Ouyang Huaduo had vanished without a trace. It was the chameleon beastman. Abduo clenched his fists, suppressing the ferocity in his gaze, and swiftly made his way toward the exit of the fortress. He had only 15 minutes. He could not afford to waste a single moment. If he missed this opportunity, he would never see his wife and daughter again. As Abduo dashed out of the fortress, he immediately sprinted toward the nearest aircraft. Once aboard the aircraft, as it ascended, the orcs of the Tungsha tribe, who had been lurking in the shadows, gradually emerged. The leader among them was Stephen. "Master, what shall we do next?" "Clean up all the remnants inside. Spare those we can, but deal decisively with those we cannot. And remember, make sure to retrieve all the documents. They contain records of all the nobles who have had dealings with Abduo." "Understood, master." As the dark guards departed, Stephen raised his gaze toward the distance. It is now up to you." With that, Stephen turned back toward the fortress, feeling the need to oversee the bumbling youngsters himself. As Abduo hurriedly traversed, he sensed something was amiss when his aircraft was halfway through its flight. It had been tampered with. Observing the wildly fluctuating controls, he furrowed his brow and decisively abandoned the aircraft, opting for a makeshift flying device before leaping down. Just as Abduo jumped from the aircraft, it erupted into a fiery explosion in the sky. Upon landing, he swiftly transformed into his beast form, a white rabbit. The owner of this body was also a member of the rabbit tribe. However, having just seized this new form, Abduo struggled to control it as he sprinted. When he arrived, disheveled and panting, at the edge of the fire-melting cave, Elijah and his companions had long been waiting. To Abduo's shock, Clara and Kellen, two members of the sea god tribe, were among them. How did they end up here? When his gaze fell upon the bodies of his wife and daughter, his pent-up rage could no longer be contained. "Clara, Kellen, you have defected to Elijah. Did you tell them what my daughter's body is?" Clara and Kellen merely regarded him with indifference. "Abduo, we have already assisted you with your third task. We have brought those nobles to the location where the rabbit tribe is hiding. However, they're all dead." Hearing Clara and Kellen's calm declarations ignited Abduo's fury, transforming it into something almost tangible. He clenched his fists in disbelief, exclaiming, "Clara, Kellen, she was also your partner. How could you heartlessly leave her body in the fire-melting cave and even help Elijah to burn it? Abduo, you need not be angry with us. After all, we will accompany her to meet the beast god." Kellen gazed at his partner's corpse with tenderness. I wonder if their partner has been waiting for them all this time. Upon witnessing the desolation in Clara and Kellen's eyes, Abduo felt a jolt in his heart. Today, it seemed, he could not escape his fate. Chapter 241. The death of Abduo. With this realization, Abduo felt an unsettling calm wash over him. He approached the bodies of his wife and daughter without fear, undeterred by the particle cannons aimed directly at him. Yet before he could take a step, a powerful particle cannon struck his knee, sending him crashing to the ground. Elijah and his companions merely watched coldly, devoid of any compassion for Abduo, a man deemed irredeemable. Ignoring the wound on his leg, he crawled toward the bodies of his wife and daughter in silence, his eyes filled with unwillingness. How things spiraled to this. Did he not only need a few more hours to bring his beloved wife and daughter back into this world? Now, as Abduo reached his wife and daughter's bodies, disbelief engulfed him as he grasped his wife's hand. "Elijah, this is not my wife. Where's my wife?" listening to Abduo's anguished cries. Elijah merely regarded him with a cold, mocking gaze. Abduo, your wife and daughter have committed no wrongs. Thus, the sea of flowers of the rabbit tribe will forever be their home. We have already cremated their bodies and scattered them in the sea of flowers. However, you cannot. Abduo, your fate is to end here in this fire-melting cave. Upon hearing Elijah's words, the prostrate Abduo couldn't help but laugh. He turned to Elijah, puzzled, asking Elijah, "How did you bring me to this point? My plan was flawless." "Indeed, Abduo, your plan was impeccable, and you are undoubtedly clever. However, those nobles who collaborated with you would not continue to assist you for the sake of two bodies that were of no concern to them. The moment they realized there was nothing left for them to gain from you, they would abandon you without remorse. We simply did not know your exact location, which is why we had to risk Gigi to bring you to your hiding place." After hearing Elijah's explanation, Abduo felt no sorrow, only a sense of resignation. He gradually sat up from the ground, tearing off his outer coat. As Abduo removed his coat, the eyes of Elijah and his companions widened in shock. His chest was marred with grotesque wrinkles, and dark patches of decay spread across his body. "Do you see this, Elijah? It is not that you have triumphed over me. Rather, I have willingly conceded. I have contemplated numerous methods, even using myself as an experiment. Yet my endeavors have all ended in failure. Although I have acquired another body, I will not survive for many more days. The organs within are already decomposing. Even if my experiments failed, I cannot bear to relinquish the plans I have meticulously crafted for years. So, you wish to use my hand to destroy your own plans?" Elijah's voice was icy. "Perhaps. Elijah, my body is indeed unworthy of returning to the rabbit tribe, nor is it deserving of reuniting with my partner and daughter." With that, Abduo cast his gaze behind Elijah, calling out, "Gigi, are you not coming out?" As Abdu's voice faded, Gigi, accompanied by Zirwaya, stepped out from behind the fathers of Ikaya. With a cold expression, she gazed at Abdu, pondering what he could possibly say at such a critical moment. "Gigi, I wish to convey but one thing to you. You bear an uncanny resemblance to my daughter. Moreover, I have truly had enough of this life." With that, Abdu took a deep breath and leapt into the fiery abyss. Elijah and her companions watched as Abdu plunged into the molten pit. In their eyes, there was only a sense of liberation. This time, Abdu was truly beyond the point of no return. Keela and Kellen, who had been standing silently to the side, exchanged a glance before kneeling before Siren. "Tribal leader, Abdu is dead. We beseech you, allow our bodies to return to the sea after we pass. We wish to accompany our little one. After all, our child has never spoken a word to us." Siren looked at the kneeling Keela and Kellen, his eyes filled with sorrow. Their hearts were clearly resigned to death. "Keela, Kellen, the lives of the Sea God Tribe's beastmen are long. You still have many years ahead of you," Siren urged with great difficulty. "Leader, our hearts have perished. Living on holds no meaning for us. We only hope you will grant our request to let our bodies return to the sea after death." Siren, glancing at Gaia after observing Keela and Kellen bowing their heads, reluctantly answered with an affirmation. Watching Keela and Kellen's departing figures, he turned back to Gaia and sighed. "Uncle Gaia, please accompany them on their final journey." "As you command, leader." Gaia performed a formal bow to Siren before striding toward the retreating figures of Keela and Kellen. "Gigi, with Abdu's demise, it is time to bring this to a close." Elijah gently embraced Gigi, offering comfort. "Yes, mother, I understand that it is all over." Gigi turned to her companions, a light smile gracing her lips. "My dear, Abdu is no longer with us. We should return." "Very well, let us go back," Siren replied, taking Gigi's hand with a smile. Upon their return to the Rose Castle, just as they approached the entrance, a cacophony of shouts from within halted their steps. Gigi, Siren, and Zirwaya exchanged glances before bursting through the door, only to find Sonia clad in an extravagant gown, perched on Braun, demanding kisses. "Darling, don't go. Kiss me. Damn fox, wake up. You are a beast man, not a little female, let alone Gigi," Braun exclaimed. "Braun, you must have lost your heart. Otherwise, why would you disdain me?" Sonia lamented. "Is it because I have yet to bond with you that you have turned your affections elsewhere?" Braun's head felt like it would explode from Sonia's incessant whining. Damn it. What did that dog Abdu inject into Sonia? Otherwise, why would she have turned into this? "Braun, how about we bond tonight?" Sonia whimpered, tugging at his hand. "Get off. Damn fox, let go of my hand. I will not bond with you." Braun vigorously shook her off, but Sonia's grip was too strong to break. "Braun, you no longer love me. I never loved you to begin with." Braun finally freed himself from Sonia's grasp and turned to find Ji staring at him in disbelief. As if seeing a savior, he hurried over to her. Ji, you must think of a way. Sonia is driving me to the brink of disgust. But before Ji could utter a word, her gaze locked onto Sonia. Upon seeing Ji, Sonia's eyes flared with anger. She pointed accusingly at Ji and turned to Braun. Braun, do you have another female outside? Hearing Sonia's accusations, Braun's face turned pale. Only Ji, upon hearing Sonia's challenge, couldn't help but smile. Sonia, do you still recognize me? Damn little female. How dare you encroach upon my partner? With that, Sonia lunged toward Ji. Reacting swiftly, Zirwaya blocked her path. Sonia, get a grip. She is Ji, not some other female. Sierra, how could you defend this ugly female? Zirwaya, witnessing Sonia's tearful expression, felt a vain throb on his forehead. Pernade Perkili, hearing Zirwaya's gritted teeth. The two who had been watching from the sidelines slowly emerged from the shadows. Zirwaya, Pernade glanced at Zirwaya, awkwardly rubbing his nose. What is going on with this damn fox? Haven't you developed an antidote yet? At Zirwaya's inquiry, Pernade and Perkali turned slightly, looking somewhat embarrassed. Zirwaya, you can't blame us. The drug Abdu administered to Sonia is exceedingly tricky. Even our skills cannot produce an antidote in a short time. Zirwaya struggled against Sonia's relentless approach, gritting his teeth as he demanded, Pernade, tell me how long it will take to develop the antidote. We cannot be certain. It may be a day, or it could stretch to a month. In any case, if we absolutely cannot create an antidote, Sonia will likely return to normal within a year. Pernade's words darkened Zirwaya's expression. According to Pernade, it was tantamount to having no feasible solution. Zirwaya, observing the sobbing Sonia, felt a headache coming on. The seduction techniques of the Baihu tribe were indeed formidable. With a subtle shift in his gaze, he turned to his shadow guards and whispered, find a skilled beastman photographer to capture Sonia's current state in all its glory. Remember to make it vivid. Understood, leader. Standing beside Zirwaya, Ji watched in astonishment at his audacious maneuver. She exchanged a glance with Siren, both their eyes sparkling with amusement. This was bound to be entertaining. As Ji's delight grew, Sonia, rebuffed by Zirwaya, became increasingly furious. She stormed toward Ji, unceremoniously pushing her aside, then wrapped her arms around Siren's, taunting Ji. Ugly female, he is my partner. Do not cling to him. Do you understand? Hearing Sonia's roar, Ji blinked in stunned silence before nodding slowly. She then turned away, silently laughing. Siren, witnessing Ji's quivering laughter, glanced back at Sonia, who was clinging to him like a spoiled child. For a moment, he considered whether it would be better to simply deal with Sonia once and for all. Siren, why aren't you looking at me? Sonia whined, shaking his arm in a childish tone. Damn fox, Scram. Siren retorted, pulling his arm away with irritation. Siren, how can you treat me like this? I can't go on. Sonia, like a petulant child, plopped down on the ground, kicking her legs and wailing like a banshee. Ji, observing Sonia's tantrum, tugged at Braun's sleeve, curious to inquire further. Bulang, did you not say that Suan Naya's imitation is a reflection of my conduct? I feel as though I have never engaged in such disgraceful behavior. Ahem. Ji, not at all. Suan Naya's current actions are partially products of his own imagination. Oh, is that so? As Ji observed Naya sobbing pitifully, she was about to step forward to help him up when Stephen rushed in from outside. Upon seeing Suan Naya's foolishness, he instinctively halted in his tracks. You foolish fox, what has happened? Why are you crying like this? In response to Stephen's inquiry, Suan Naya, seated on the ground, leaped directly onto Stephen, bursting into tears uncontrollably. Get away. You foolish fox, go aside. My embrace is reserved for Ji. Hearing Stephen's scornful words, the weeping Suanaya, in a fit of rage, sank his teeth into Stephen's shoulder. Feeling the pain in his shoulder, Stephen reached out to throw Suanaya off. However, before he could act, Suanaya clung to his head and planted a kiss on his face. Suanaya's kiss left all spectators momentarily stunned, especially Ji. After regaining her senses, squatted down and began to laugh heartily. My goodness, if Suanaya recalls his current behavior in the future, he will surely be infuriated. Hearing Ji's laughter, Suanaya jumped down from Stephen's embrace. He walked over to Ji, took her hand, and huffed, You ugly creature, remember, Stephen is mine? Indeed, he is yours, Ji replied, struggling to suppress her laughter and nodding repeatedly. You foolish fox, you are mistaken. I belong to Ji. Regaining his composure, Stephen wiped his face with his sleeve and then moved to Gigi's side, wrapping his arm around her, asserting his claim. Stephen, you are mine, not this ugly creature's. So Anaya pushed Gigi aside, standing next to Stephen, and growled, Indeed, he is yours. So Anaya, I will not compete with you. Gigi graciously retreated a step, a smile playing on her lips. Leave? So Anaya shouted haughtily. Fine, I shall take my leave. Gigi shot Stephen an apologetic smile before turning to walk towards Zirwaya. You are also forbidden from approaching Zirwaya. He is mine as well. Suanaya released Stephen and quickly positioned himself in front of Zirwaya, asserting his dominance. Gigi nodded silently with a smile and was about to head toward Siren when Suanaya's words halted her steps. You ugly female. You're also not allowed to approach Siren. He is mine. Suanaya stood in front of Siren, fiercely declaring. Then may I sit on the sofa? No. You must leave. You are not welcome here. Hearing Suanaya's roar, Gigi nodded at the butler and swiftly headed outside. As soon as she exited, Siren and his companions heard her peals of laughter. Haha, butler, did you see that? Suanaya is utterly hilarious. Madam, since the head of the Suoff family does not welcome you, shall we head to the dining room? It is already noon. You ought to have your meal. Very well. Let's proceed. In the dining room, just as the butler placed the dishes on the table, Stephen stealthily slipped out from within. He adjusted his disheveled clothing, which Suanaya had tugged at, and like a child, sat beside Gigi, lamenting. Gigi, I detest that foolish fox, Suanaya. Listening to Stephen's complaints, Gigi, her eyes sparkling with mirth, picked up a piece of pastry from the table and stuffed it into Stephen's mouth. Is it delicious? Indeed. Stephen replied cheerfully. Stephen, do not hold a grudge against Anaya. If it were not for me, how could he have been injected with that damned potion by Abdu? She continued, stroking Stephen's somewhat dull hair, her eyes filled with concern. When she first met Stephen, his golden hair had been so dazzling. But now, he had sacrificed his mental strength to save her. It was time for her to bond with Stephen. Only by forming a bond with him could she restore his mental strength after giving birth to a little female or a little female, allowing him to remain by her side for eternity. Chapter 243. Bonding with Stephen. Gigi, let me show you something. Stephen smiled at Gigi before pulling out his light brain, mischievously showing her the foolish antics of Suanaya he had captured earlier. After Gigi chuckled at the light brain, she turned to Stephen and said earnestly, Stephen, let us bond tonight. Her words caused Stephen's body to stiffen involuntarily. He turned to look at Gigi, a hint of worry in his voice. Gigi, have you fully recovered since giving birth to the little ones? I have. I consulted with Panada and Pakuli. They both confirmed that I am fully recuperated. Stephen, for your sake and ours, I believe we should bond. Very well, we shall bond tonight. Stephen grasped Gigi's hand, joy radiating from him. That evening, Gigi sat nervously on the bed, awaiting Stephen's arrival. When she bonded with Zirwaya and the others, her consciousness had been clouded due to blood charm. However, tonight, as she prepared to bond with Stephen, her mind was remarkably clear. Anticipating the events about to unfold, Gigi nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, just as her anxiety peaked. Suanaya's voice startled her. You ugly female, what do you think you are doing in my partner's room? Turning her head, Gigi saw Suanaya in a vibrant red nightgown, glaring at her fiercely. Suanaya, I am Gigi. Ugly female, are you out of your mind? Observing Suanaya's furious expression, Gigi wisely took a step back. Very well, Gigi. Gigi closed her eyes and grasped Suanaya's hands, preparing to lead him outside. After all, today was the day she bonded with Stephen, so Suanaya truly could not remain here. Could you wait outside for a while? No. Suanaya flatly refused. Gigi, I have urgent matters with Stephen tonight. Please step outside. Urgent matters? What could possibly be urgent at night? After circling Gigi, Suanaya suddenly seemed to have an idea. He swiftly grabbed Gigi's hands and easily bound them with a belt. Before Gigi could utter a sound, Suanaya snatched the bedspread from the headboard and stuffed it into her mouth. You dare sit in my partner's room? Watch how I deal with you. Suanaya hoisted Gigi and tossed her into the wardrobe opposite the bed. He grinned at her before adjusting his clothing and elegantly perched himself on the edge of the bed, striking a sultry pose in anticipation of Stephen's arrival. Trapped in the wardrobe, Gigi managed to kick it open a crack, just as she saw Stephen enter, holding a bouquet of flowers, his head down in shyness. Before Gigi could make a sound, Suanaya swiftly snatched the flowers from Stephen's hands and leaped onto him. Darling, you have arrived. Initially shy and with his head bowed, Stephen turned pale upon hearing Suanaya's voice. He stared at the face that suddenly filled his vision, his eyes widening, and his tail instinctively curled around Sonia, flinging him against the wall. Goodness! Sonia, you wretched fox, how did you get in here? Gigi. As Stephen's voice fell, Gigi shifted her body and kicked open the wardrobe door. The moment her head emerged, her gaze met Stephen's. Oh dear, Gigi! Stephen hurried over to her side and yanked the tablecloth stuffed in her mouth right out. Quick, untie my hands. Sonia's grip is too strong. The belt is almost digging into my flesh. Once Stephen loosened the belt, he let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at Gigi and felt something was amiss. Why was that wretched fox Sonia so quiet? Gigi and Stephen turned their heads to see Sonia lying motionless in the corner. A sense of foreboding rose in their hearts upon witnessing Sonia's current state. Sonia, she can't be hurt, can she? With that thought, Gigi quickly rushed over to Sonia's side, reaching out to lift her. But before Gigi could act, Sonia's disgruntled voice reached her ears. Gigi, both you and Stephen turn around. Hearing Sonia's clear enunciation, devoid of any coyness, Gigi and Stephen exchanged a glance and understood that she had regained consciousness. Sonia, you weren't hurt, were you? No. Gigi, turn around. Listening to Sonia's annoyed voice, Gigi tugged at Stephen, signaling him to follow her. As they stepped into the cloakroom, Gigi and Stephen heard the sound of the door opening and closing. Just as Sonia exited, they caught the sound of Sylvia and Saren's uproarious laughter outside. Sonia must have embarrassed herself tremendously this time, Gigi remarked with a smile as she walked out of the cloakroom with Stephen. It's fine. After all, it's not just her who's embarrassed. I was quite embarrassed myself just now. Hearing Stephen's grumbling, Gigi's eyes sparkled with laughter. She nudged Stephen's waist with her elbow and whispered, Stephen, did you capture Sonia's earlier antics with your light brain? I didn't. However, I believe Sylvia definitely recorded it. After saying this, Stephen walked over to the wall, retrieving a bundle of tape from his storage space, applying it to various spots around the room. Stephen, what is this? Gigi approached him, observing the small holes on the table, lamp, coat rack, and bedpost. These are all cameras? Upon seeing this, Gigi's brows furrowed tightly. She quietly crept to the door and abruptly opened it, but saw not a single silhouette. Gigi, stop looking. Sylvia and the others have long since left. Stephen discarded the tape and pulled Gigi into his embrace. When he met her dark eyes, his golden ones were filled with warmth. Gigi, I have been waiting for this day. Yes, Stephen, after tonight, we will be partners. With that, Gigi entwined her arm around Stephen's neck, gently pressing her forehead against his. As their eyes locked, Stephen lowered his head, enveloping Gigi tightly in his arms, his lips brushing softly against her delicate ones. The coolness of his tongue slipped into Gigi's mouth, greedily savoring her essence, exploring every corner of her mouth. Gigi felt Stephen's strong arm around her waist, and in his golden pupils, she forgot everything around them. For an entire night, their bare bodies intertwined in a passionate embrace. Outside the room, Sylvia, Saren, and Brown sat outside Sonia's chamber. They drank wine, their gazes occasionally drifting towards Stephen's room. A mix of bitterness and jealousy surged through their veins. When they formed a bond with Gigi, they relied on the assistance of blood charm. They had just eliminated Abdu, and the first thought that crossed Gigi's mind upon recovering was Stephen's safety. Listening to the sounds of gasping from Stephen's room, Sylvia glanced at Sonia's room, boredom lacing her voice. Wretched fox, stop playing dead. We all saw your embarrassing state. Just as Sylvia's words fell, a revitalized Sonia emerged from her room, dressed comfortably. Sitting across from Sylvia, Sonia's expression bore no trace of embarrassment. Sylvia, before Nangong Jitian hatched the eggs, he transmitted something very special to me. I wonder if you, Lord Sylvia, will be interested in taking a look? Hearing Sonia's teasing voice, Sylvia's eyes turned cold. What could that scoundrel Nangong Jitian possibly send to this wretched fox? Just as Sylvia pondered this, Sonia produced her light brain and transmitted a file to Sylvia's device. Lord Sylvia, please check this. Chapter 244. Hatching upon meeting Sonia's playful gaze. Sylvia, though puzzled, opened his light brain. When he saw the footage on the screen, his eyes widened in shock. He shot a glare at Sonia before hastily retreating to his study. Following the angle of the footage, Sylvia discovered a hidden camera in a very concealed location. Damn that mutt. What was he thinking, installing a camera in such a secretive spot? In his fury, Sylvia crushed one of the cameras into fragments. Watching Sylvia hastily depart, Saren and Brown turned to the relaxed Sonia with puzzled expressions. Wretched fox, what did you just show Sylvia? A secret, Sonia replied with a mysterious smile. Emerging from the study, Sylvia quickly approached Sonia, seizing her and briskly heading outside. What do you intend to do with that video? Sylvia asked through clenched teeth. Sonia opened the video, revealing a clip of Sylvia's baby face glowing green. He was buried in a sea of documents, cursing Nangong Zetian while gritting his teeth over the paperwork. Sylvia, have you finished processing the documents left by Nangong Zetian? I have, so what? Sylvia asked, puzzled. Then I thank you. Sonia replied with a smile. What do you mean? Ahem. What I mean is, thank you for also handling the backlog of documents from our Bai Hu clan while dealing with the Snow Wolf clan's pile. Sonia's words left Sylvia momentarily stunned. He turned back, staring blankly at Sonia. Are you saying that the documents left by Nangong Zetian also include those from your Bai Hu clan? Indeed, not only yours, but also those from the Tongshi clan, since Saren and Brown had no additional documents needing your attention. We softened our hearts and only asked you to handle the backlog from our 3 clans. Sonia's remarks darkened Sylvia's expression. He had suspected that the Snow Wolf clan couldn't possibly have that many trivial matters requiring his attention. It turned out there were also documents piled up from the Tongshi and Bai Hu clans. Sonia, what do you want me to do with this? Nothing much. I just want to inform you that if you dare to post my embarrassing moments on the Star Network, I will ensure your green face gets showcased in every corner of the Star Network. With that, Sonia flashed a flirtatious smile at Sylvia and turned back toward her room. Sonia, what did you just say to Sylvia? It is nothing, merely asking him to handle a few matters on my behalf. By the way, Nangong Zetian has been incubating the eggs for 4 months. He should be hatching soon. Yes, it is imminent. Saren gazed towards the direction of the chamber, speaking in a low tone. As the morning sun illuminated the bed, Gigi rubbed her eyes and awakened from Stephen's embrace. Gigi, are you awake? Stephen, with a radiant expression, leaned down to press his lips against hers upon noticing her awakening. A passionate kiss so early in the morning enveloped the room in an air of intimacy. Just as the atmosphere thickened, the clamorous sounds from outside abruptly interrupted the tender moment between Stephen and Gigi. What is it? Gigi nestled in Stephen's arms, puzzled. Gigi, it sounds like Nangong Zetian has emerged from the chamber, Stephen murmured. Zetian is out. Gigi's voice faltered before she quickly sat up from Stephen's embrace. Stephen, my little ones are about to hatch. With this realization, Gigi hastily dressed and, donning her slippers, dashed towards the chamber. Stephen, seated on the bed, was momentarily taken aback by Gigi's swift departure. Had she truly abandoned him so callously for the sake of her little ones? With a soft sigh, he glanced at his own predicament and made his way towards the bathroom, as venturing outside in his current state would only lead to embarrassment. Upon arriving at the entrance of Nangong Zetian's chamber, Gigi beheld a colossal snow wolf, encircling 3 little ones with its body, quietly observing the doorway. When Gigi appeared, a flicker of surprise gleamed in the snow wolf's eyes. Zetian, may I enter now? You may. With Nangong Zetian's consent, Gigi swiftly entered the chamber and reached out to embrace the giant wolf's head. The 4 months of incubation must have taken a toll on Nangong Zetian's body. After planting a kiss on the snow wolf's eyes, Gigi gestured for Punade and Pukali to carry the 3 little ones out with the doctor. The newly hatched little ones needed to be placed in an incubator promptly. Once Punade and Pukali had placed the 3 plump little ones into the incubator, the snow wolf transformed into a silver-haired handsome man. Observing Nangong Zetian's weary appearance, Gigi embraced him gently and, adhering to the original plan, instructed the butler to bring in the doctor to place Nangong Zetian in the examination chamber. Only through the examination could the doctor provide Nangong Zetian with easily digestible liquid nourishment, as he had not consumed anything for several months. Once Nangong Zetian lay in the examination chamber, he could no longer suppress his exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. Gazing upon Nangong Zetian's serene, sleeping visage, Gigi's eyes reflected not only concern, but also an unwavering tenderness. Now that everything was behind them and everyone was safe, she anticipated the return of her children from the island in the afternoon. She hoped that her little ones would be delighted to meet their younger siblings. Through the glass of the examination chamber, Gigi gently kissed Nangong Zetian's sleeping face. Several months had passed, and he deserved a proper rest. How is it? Is Zetian's condition satisfactory? Gigi turned to the doctor, who was diligently recording data from the examination chamber, her voice laced with anxiety. Madam, the master is in stable condition. After a few days of recuperation, he will make a full recovery. All right, as long as he is safe. With a long sigh of relief, Gigi turned and walked towards the incubator. She wondered how her 3 little giant eagle chicks were faring. Chapter 245. Tears. They had only resided within her for 5 months. Being premature, she worried about the potential impact on their health. As Gigi approached the incubator of the 3 little giant eagle chicks, she spotted Shirwea, Pukali, and Punade, all appearing flustered in front of the incubator. "What is the matter? Why are you standing here?" Gigi inquired as she walked over to Shirwea. However, before she could reach the incubator, Shirwea quickly grasped her arm. "Gigi, do not go closer." "What is it?" Gigi asked, perplexed. "Gigi, the little ones possess a formidable psychic energy. They are currently upset and are wildly radiating their energy. If you approach, I fear they may harm you." Listening to Shirwea's explanation, Gigi turned her head and peered through the glass at her 3 little treasures. They were currently crying loudly, their mouths wide open and eyes shut tight. Gigi observed their flushed faces filled with maternal concern. As a mother, seeing her precious ones in distress, she could not bear the thought of them being hurt, nor could she bring herself to stay away. With determination, she shook off Shirwea's hand and strode towards the incubator. "Gigi, don't go." Hearing Shirwea's plea, Gigi shot him an exasperated glance before resolutely continuing towards the incubator. After taking a few steps, she felt the overwhelming psychic energy emanating from the incubator. Rather than feeling discomfort, she was filled with awe at her children's remarkable abilities. From the moment they were born, they exhibited such potent psychic prowess. By the time she reached the incubator, her face had grown pale. Taking a deep breath, she extended her hand towards the incubator. The moment her hand made contact with her little ones, their cries abruptly ceased. They simultaneously opened their eyes. 3 pairs of orbs as dark as black grapes, fixing their gaze upon their mother. Concurrently, the powerful psychic energy dissipated without a trace. Observing this scene, everyone exhaled in relief. Punade and Pukali, noticing the absence of psychic energy, stepped closer to the incubator. Instantly, the 3 loud cries echoed once more in everyone's ears. Hearing the cries, Gigi turned to signal Punade and Pukali to step back. Once they retreated, she turned her attention back to her 3 little treasures. Indeed, as soon as Punade and Pukali withdrew, the little ones ceased their cries. They resumed their previous actions, gazing intently at their mother with wide eyes. "Babies, I am your mother." Gigi gently caressed their little faces. At that moment, as their skin made contact, the 3 newly hatched chicks simultaneously beamed a sweet smile at Gigi. Upon witnessing that smile, her eyes widened in disbelief. She gazed at her 3 little ones, momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. Her children, having just emerged from their shells, greeted her with sweet smiles upon seeing her. Overjoyed, she turned to Shirwea, who stood nearby, and exclaimed, "Just now, the babies smiled at me. Truly, they smiled at me as soon as they opened their eyes." Hearing Gigi's jubilant voice, Shirwea, filled with happiness, strode to her side. However, as he approached the incubator, the 3 little chicks began to cry once more. As they wept, their psychic energy surged towards Shirwea with precision. Zirwei felt an overwhelming pressure of spiritual energy enveloping him, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although he was aware that his little ones would not favor him after their birth, he never anticipated that they would launch an assault on their father with their tender spiritual powers from the very first moment they set eyes on him. Glancing at the bewildered Gigi, he smiled gently before turning away to walk in another direction. He could no longer remain there. If he stayed any longer, his little ones would surely burst into tears. They had just emerged from their shells, and it would be best for them not to cry at this moment. Observing Zirwei's departure, Gigi turned to look at her 3 little treasures who were instantly beaming at her. Even with her somewhat thick-skinned disposition, she could sense that her little ones were decidedly unwelcoming towards their father. Was it perhaps because they were hatched by Nangong's Etienne? Collecting her thoughts, Gigi lowered her gaze to her 3 little treasures and softly spoke. "Babies, you have just been born, and Mommy is unsure of your health status. Could you please behave a bit and allow Uncle Pinard and Uncle Pokili to check on you?" As she looked at her little ones who were merely smiling sweetly at her, she turned to Pinard and Pokili, who were standing nearby. "Pinard, Pokili, since the babies are not crying now, would you like to attempt a health check on them?" After exchanging a glance, the 2 of them slowly approached the incubator. Upon reaching the incubator and finding that the little treasures did not reject them, they both sighed in relief. Pinard and Pokili quickly recorded various data, and the more they documented, the more astonished their expressions became. By the time they finished recording the data, a glimmer of disbelief flickered in their eyes. Pinard, after organizing the data he held, smiled subtly at Gigi and then glanced at the 3 little ones lying in the incubator. He distinctly perceived their disdain for him reflected in their eyes. Goodness, these three little ones are truly the offspring of Zirwei. They had just emerged from their shells. Yet their brain development already surpassed that of a 5-year-old child. With such intelligence, if they continued to develop for a few more years, they could easily overshadow many adults. Pinard, is there any issue with the baby's health? Facing Gigi's anxious gaze, Pinard quickly reined in his emotions and replied with a reassuring smile. Gigi, the babies are perfectly fine. They are in excellent health. After saying this, Pinard glanced back at the incubator and casually swept his gaze towards Zirwei, standing aside. Gigi, the babies are very healthy. According to our data, they can be out of the incubator by tomorrow. Tomorrow? So soon? Gigi looked at her three little treasures in the incubator. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Pinard, if what you're saying is true, does that mean my three little babies are in remarkably good health? Otherwise, how could they only need to stay in the incubator for 3 days? Indeed, Gigi, although they spent 5 months in your womb, they absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy during that time. And additionally, they have been incubated under Nangong Zetian's spiritual power for 5 months. Consequently, their health is far superior to that of ordinary little ones. Upon hearing Pinard's explanation, Gigi immediately felt a surge of joy for her little treasures. As long as they are fine, that's all that matters. Chapter 246. Eating spicy food with this thought. Gigi reached out to squeeze the tiny hands of her three little treasures, her eyes brimming with happiness. Despite their remarkable intelligence, they were still merely newborns. In just a moment, they grasped Gigi's hand and drifted off to sleep. Noticing that the three little ones had fallen asleep, Zirwei, who had been standing aside, dared to slowly approach the incubator. He wrapped his arm around Gigi's shoulders and gazed at his three little treasures, his eyes filled with joy and delight. Sierra, it seems the babies do not like you. Gigi teased as she glanced at Sierra. It's all right. When they grow up and understand things better, they will come to like me, Zirwei replied, ruffling Gigi's hair as he led her outside. Where are we going? Gigi asked in confusion. Gigi, you haven't had breakfast yet. After a long night, aren't you hungry? Hearing Zirwei's playful tone, Gigi's face turned crimson. Although she had formed a bond with Steven the previous night, openly discussing their contract still felt quite embarrassing. Gigi, let's go eat first. When Saran and Brown left, they told me they would bring you a big surprise when they returned. A surprise? Gigi pondered before tentatively asking, Sierra, are my children coming back? Indeed. However, there is an even greater surprise awaiting you. A greater surprise? Gigi thought long and hard, but still couldn't discern what other surprise awaited her that afternoon. What about Sonia? Gigi changed the subject to inquire. Upon mentioning Sonia, a glimmer of amusement passed across Zirwei's face. He continued to hold Gigi's hand as they walked forward. Gigi, Sonia felt embarrassed about her behavior yesterday, so she went outside today. After all, someone needs to clean up the mess left by Abduo. Are my parents helping Sonia with the aftermath? By the way, what about the little females we rescued? Are they all right? They're physically fine, but they have suffered significant mental anguish. After we rescued them, their spirits were somewhat unstable. However, we have enlisted the best psychologists to assist them, and the finest psychologist is from the Baihu clan. So, Sonia is helping those little females? Indeed. What's wrong? Gigi, are you feeling jealous? Zirwei teased. I wouldn't be jealous about that. Saving people is a noble act. And besides, those little females with high reproductive values are treasures of the beast world. For both emotional and logical reasons, we should protect them. My Gigi is truly open-minded. As Zirwei spoke to her in a tone reminiscent of child, Gigi playfully swatted him. When Gigi and Zirwei arrived at the dining hall with smiles on their faces, they were taken aback by the enormous spread of dishes laid out on the table. If she wasn't mistaken, all of these dishes seemed to be quite spicy. Gigi turned her head to look at Steven, whose expression was contorted as he devoured his food, seeing Steven nearly bursting into flames from the spiciness. Gigi curiously picked up a piece of pastry from the table. Gazing at the pink pastry in her hand, she recalled that it was supposed to be exceedingly spicy. But why had Steven suddenly developed such a taste for spicy food? Taking a small bite of the pastry, Gigi quickly placed it back on the plate. Goodness, this pastry is even spicier than the ones I used to eat. After sipping some water to alleviate the heat, she looked at Steven, who was voraciously eating, and inquired, Steven, why have you suddenly changed your taste? You used to dislike spicy food, yet today you are eating it with such enthusiasm. With food stuffed in his mouth, Steven approached Gigi, pushed Zirwei aside, and cuddled her arm playfully. Gigi, I asked the doctors and they said that if a little female craves spicy food during pregnancy, the chances of her giving birth to a little female increase significantly. But the peppers are too spicy. I'm worried you might upset your stomach. In pursuit of a female offspring, I shall indulge in spicy food from this day forth while you maintain your regular diet. Perhaps I might indeed succeed in begetting a little female. Listening to Stephen's explanation, Gigi could not help but chuckle softly while playfully rolling her eyes at him, urging him to take a seat. Stephen, I understand your desire for a female cub. However, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. We have time, and I firmly believe that within the next few years, we shall welcome a little female into our lives. If all else fails, we can consult with Penade and Perkley to explore ways to enhance our chances of having a female offspring. Embracing Gigi, Stephen whispered, Gigi, we formed a bond last night. If my mental strength does not recover, then as long as I live, I will burden you for another day. I do not wish to be a liability to you, nor do I want to remain a powerless waste. Stephen, do not speak of yourself in such a manner. You are not a waste. In my heart, regardless of your mental state, you shall always be my hero. Observing Stephen's affectionate demeanor towards Gigi, Sylvia could not suppress a flicker of disdain. Stephen, that stubborn creature, knows how to seize the moment to seek affection. What use is it for him to eat spicy food? If he truly desires a female cub, he would be better off studying or utilizing the resources of the tongue. She planned to research ways to increase the likelihood of Gigi conceiving a female cub. However, as Sylvia's gaze fell upon Gigi, he felt that all his thoughts were in vain, for his partner was utterly captivated by Stephen's foolish antics. He hoped that upon their return in the afternoon, the children would divert Gigi's attention from Stephen, even if just a little. As the afternoon arrived, Gigi, Stephen, and Sylvia anxiously awaited outside. Siren and Brown had mentioned they would return in 10 minutes. With the time nearly elapsed, Gigi's anxiety grew. Initially, she had intended to personally fetch the children, but Siren and Sylvia had conspired to prepare a surprise for her. Now, Gigi was torn between her eagerness for her children to return and her curiosity about the surprise Siren and Brown had in store for her. Chapter 247, The Children of the Rabbit Clan. When the sound of the aircraft reached Gigi's ears, she quickly looked up at the sky. Were they not supposed to be fetching the children? Was there a need for 5 aircraft? In response to Gigi's confusion, Sylvia and Stephen remained silent, simply accompanying her as they awaited the aircraft's descent. Finally, when the aircraft landed, the first to descend were her fathers, Ikaya. Were they not busy dealing with the mess left by Abdu? What brought them here? Gigi, my dear, how cold it must be standing out here. Ikaya approached Gigi and draped a cloak over her shoulders from his ring storage. Father, I am dressed warmly enough. I'm not cold at all. Gigi replied with a gentle smile, appreciating Ikaya's concern. You are my cherished daughter. As your father, who else should I spoil if not you? Thank you, father. Gigi stepped forward and embraced Ikaya, feeling the warmth in his embrace. Ikaya took a deep breath and gently stroked the top of Gigi's head with his rough hands, his eyes filled with tenderness. Stepping back from Ikaya's embrace, Gigi peered curiously at the 4 closed aircraft. She raised her head, looking at Ikaya with confusion. Father, why aren't the children coming out? After hearing Gigi's question, Ikaya placed a finger to his lips and, after a brief cough, replied softly, Gigi, there's a bit of a complication. Let us wait a moment longer. Once everything is arranged inside, they will naturally emerge. Gigi was left even more perplexed. What could be complicated about the children returning? Just then, all 4 aircraft doors simultaneously opened. As the doors swung open, a cacophony of children's cries instantly reached Gigi's ears. She turned to see Ikaya's furrowed brow and immediately walked towards the aircraft. Upon entering one of the aircraft, she saw her 3 little wolf cubs, each cradling a small infant of a few months old, soothing them gently. Hongwon, Hongxian, Hongyu. Upon hearing their mother's call, the 3 cubs swiftly turned their heads. Upon seeing Gigi, they hurried over with the infants in their arms. Mama, Mama. Hearing the calls of her little wolf cubs, Gigi looked at the crying baby they held and asked in confusion, Hongwon, whose little cub is this? Before Gigi could receive an answer, Elijah rushed over with a child in his arms. Gigi, please help me hold this baby. Bewildered, Gigi took the child from Elijah, glancing down to see a little beast man, eyes closed, wailing loudly. With her experience in calming babies, Gigi gently patted the infant's back while stealing a glance into the aircraft. To her astonishment, every adult was holding a crying infant in their arms. In that moment, Gigi felt as though her mind was consumed by the sound of crying babies. Turning to her 3 little wolf cubs, Gigi observed their distressed faces. Little ones, are you not tired? Why not let Mama take the babies for a while, and you can step down from the aircraft to rest? Mama, we are not tired. As soon as Hongwen finished speaking, the baby in his arms cried out even louder, overwhelming Gigi's ears. Hongwen, where did these children come from? Manga, these children were all brought back by Grandma Elijah from the sea. They are all from the rabbit clan. Gigi looked at the baby she was holding. Her curiosity piqued. Is that so? They were originally quite well behaved, but this is their first time on an aircraft, and they began crying midway. As Hongwen spoke, he continued to soothe the baby. Since the little ones are crying due to the aircraft, let's hurry and take them down. Perhaps they will stop crying once we are outside. Concerned that the infants might be cold, Gigi used her light brain to instruct the steward to bring some warm clothing for the little ones on the aircraft. The steward's efficiency was commendable. In no time, he arrived with the servants aboard the aircraft. With their assistance, the wailing infants were swiftly taken to the area beneath the aircraft. Once Gigi and the little one she held entered the warm room arranged by the steward, the baby in her arms finally ceased crying. Hearing the sudden silence, not only Gigi, but everyone present let out a collective sigh of relief. Oh my, the world has finally quieted down. Gigi carefully placed the sleeping infant onto the crib. Meanwhile, the entire warm room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop, due to the peaceful slumber of the little ones. After waving goodbye to her 3 little wolf cubs, who also sighed in relief, Gigi quietly tiptoed out of the warm room. Once outside, she could not help but exhale a long breath. Oh dear, though she now has 12 children, they have always been well behaved from a young age, and with the assistance of servants, she has never been troubled by their cries. Hongwen, Hongyu, Hongshuan, come here and let Mama hug you. As she opened her arms, the 3 little wolf cubs shyly leaped into her embrace. Mama, we miss you so much. Listening to the soft murmurs of the little cubs, she pressed her lips together lightly and bent down to gently kiss the tops of their heads. Babies, Mama misses you too. I'm sorry for not being able to pick you up myself as promised. Mama, we understand that some things are more important. We don't blame you. Hearing the voices of the 3 cubs made her feel even more guilty, just as she was enveloped in warmth while holding the 3 little cubs. 3 little fishlings suddenly clung to her thigh. Mama, I miss you. Mama, hold me. Mama, hold me first. Looking down at the 3 little mermaids clinging to her leg, she bent down and gathered them all into her arms. My sweet children. Before she could say more, the 3 little mermaids wriggled free from her embrace, pulling her towards another room. Mama, come quickly and see. Our little brothers can walk now. They are so well-behaved and obedient. Yes, Mama, the little fox brothers don't cry, and they eat whatever we give them. So good. Mama, let us hurry. The little fox brothers have grown so much. Hearing the chatter of the little mermaids, she turned to signal the 3 wolf cubs to follow her, and then walked in the direction of the little mermaids. Upon entering the room, she found 3 little fox cubs, the offspring of her and Suanya, sitting on the carpet, playing with toys and giggling. When they saw Gigi enter, they did not hesitate. They dropped their toys and wobbled towards her. Crouching down with arms wide open, Gigi waited excitedly for her children to come closer. As she gathered the 3 little fox cubs into her embrace, a thin mist quickly filled her eyes. It had been so long since she had seen her little fox cubs, and their affection for her, their mother, was a testament to the bond of blood, nurtured by their siblings who had always spoken of her. Holding the 3 little fox cubs close, Gigi turned to the other children. My darlings, are you tired? Not tired. Manga. Very well. Your youngest brothers have hatched from their eggs. Would you like to see them? As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 wolf cubs eagerly took the little foxes from her arms, signaling her to hurry and show them their little brothers. When they arrived at the incubator, Nangong Zetian, who had just awoken from the monitoring chamber, stood by the incubator, gazing tenderly at the 3 little giant eagle cubs. Zetian, you're awake. Are you still weak? Have you eaten? Hearing her inquiries, Nangong Zetian turned, gently wrapped his arms around Gigi, and chuckled softly. Gigi, I am an orc. My body is not so frail. After planting a casual kiss on her forehead, he turned to his 3 little wolf cubs. Children, welcome home. Thank you, Papa. Hearing the polite exchanges between the little wolf cubs and their father, Gigi let out a resigned sigh. She approached the cubs, took the little foxes from their arms, and handed them to a nearby servant before taking their hands and placing them in Nangong Zetian's. Hongwen, Hongshuan, Hongyu, he is your father. You need not be so formal with him. Yes, Mama, we understand. After hearing their responses, Gigi turned to Nangong Zetian and said somewhat helplessly, Zetian, they are your children. You can simply hug them and kiss them without all this formality. Upon hearing her words, Nangong Zetian stepped forward to give the children a warm embrace. But the three wolf cubs swiftly took a step back. Witnessing this, Gigi widened her eyes. Had her little wolf cubs become disdainful of their father? Ahem, Mama, we're all grown up now. We don't need hugs from Papa. Besides, Mama has already hugged us, and we are very happy. Hearing Hong Yu's defense, Nangong Zetian withdrew his hands at the appropriate moment, giving Gigi a resigned expression. His meaning was clear. It was not that he did not desire closeness with his children, but rather that they did not wish for such intimacy with him. In the beast world, how many little beastmen were fond of their fathers? The reason his little beastmen were still polite was due to their upbringing, which compelled them to act this way. Observing how stiffly her little wolf cubs stood before their father, like wooden sticks, she chose not to enforce their filial piety. Thus, Gigi led the little wolf cubs toward the incubator. Seeing the three little cubs peacefully lying in the incubator, Gigi exclaimed with excitement, Darlings, these are the little ones born to Mama and your sheer Papa. They hatched just this morning. Mama, move aside. Let's see our new brothers. The three little mermaids pushed past Gigi, eagerly peering into the incubator at the three little eagle cubs flapping their arms. Mama, the new brothers are so long. Their hands are tiny, their feet are tiny, and everything about them is so tiny. Listening to the little mermaids' exclamations, Gigi bent down to pick one up, gesturing for them to touch their little brother. When the little mermaid's hands made contact with the little giant eagle cubs, the cubs did not cry, but simply gazed peacefully at the little mermaids. Little brother, I am your big brother. I will take care of you. Hearing the little mermaid's promise, Gigi's eyes brimmed with delight. How obedient and understanding her children were. Mama, it's my turn to be held. As Saishin clung to Gigi's leg, indicating she wanted to be picked up, Gigi exchanged a glance with Nangong Zetian before each took a little fishling in their arms, allowing their small hands to touch the little eagle cubs. Listening to the laughter of the children, Gigi felt an unprecedented warmth filling her heart. Her family was finally truly reunited. Now, she only awaited the time when she and Sidafin would have a little female cub, so that Sidafin's spiritual energy could recover swiftly. The thought made her heart flutter with anticipation. Whether their next child would be a little beast man or a little female was beyond her control. Gigi, I miss you so much. Hearing Elijah's exaggerated voice, Gigi quickly turned her head to see her mother entering with a pair of twin little females. Looking at the identical faces in Elijah's arms, blinking their large eyes, she noticed that they were not shy at all. Instead, they looked at her with curiosity. Mama, are these little females from the rabbit clan? Indeed. This pair is the only set of twin little females from the rabbit clan. Along the way, the little beastmen had been excited about their first flight, but these two had slept soundly throughout. They were simply adorable. Gigi, don't you wish to have such a lovely pair of twin little females too? Upon encountering the teasing gaze of Yulia's mother, Gigi couldn't help but feel amused. Such a pair of adorable little females is universally adored. However, the ability to bear female offspring or little beastmen is not something she can control. Gigi, I have discovered a peculiar remedy on an island in the outer sea that guarantees the birth of female offspring. If you follow the method outlined, I assure you that your next pregnancy will result in a little female. Listening to Yulia's mother's mysterious words, Gigi lowered her head to gaze at the eager little ones engaged in their conversation. Her cheeks flushed, and she hastily transferred the two little females cradled in Yulia's arms to Nangong Zetian, signaling him to take the children outside for a while. Zetian, please take the kids out for a bit. I'll join you shortly after finishing my conversation with Mother. Nodding apologetically at Nangong Zetian, Gigi gestured for her little wolf cubs to follow their father. Mother, can't we listen? Facing the inquisitive gaze of the little mermaid, Gigi felt her throat go dry. She turned her head to glare at the gleeful Yulia, then bent down to gently hug the little mermaid, saying, Saizong, you are still young. These matters will be revealed to you when you grow up. If you truly wish to know, you might inquire with your all-knowing teachers. They will certainly inform you. Really? Mother? Of course, it is true, Gigi replied with utmost sincerity. What else could she say? Should she teach her son about physiological education at this moment? Honestly, she found herself at a loss for words. Upon hearing Gigi's response, the little mermaid promptly released her hold and turned to Yulia, exclaiming, Yulia Grandma, oh, my precious darling, you make me feel so loved. Yulia bent down and showered the little mermaid with kisses. After bestowing affection upon the little mermaid, she proceeded to kiss the little fox cub and the little wolf cub, ensuring that no one was overlooked. All right, my darlings. Grandma has important matters to discuss with your mother, so you may go and play. Okay, Yulia grandma. Once the little ones had departed, Yulia took Gigi's hand and swiftly led her to an empty room. Mother, is it really necessary to be so secretive about our discussion? Absolutely. It must remain a mystery. This is a rare and precious item. Gigi watched as Yulia mysteriously rummaged through her ring space. After a prolonged search, she carefully retrieved a translucent cocoon. Mother, what is this cocoon for? Gigi, this cocoon is a mysterious treasure discovered by the female rabbits on the island. If you wish to conceive a female offspring, then all you need to do is, before Yulia could finish, Gigi interjected, Mother, you don't mean for me to eat this cocoon, do you? I cannot accept that. No matter how beautiful it is, eating it would be utterly revolting. My dear daughter, please allow me to finish. It is not about consuming it. Rather, once it hatches into a butterfly, you must use the butterfly dust to create a potion and inject it into your partner's body. Then, you will surely conceive a female offspring. Listening to Yulia's enthusiastic tone, Gigi gazed at the cocoon in her hand, filled with doubt. Injecting it into the body, won't that be akin to the parasites residing in Abdu? Sensing Gigi's hesitation, Yulia gently pulled her aside and explained, Gigi, this has already been used by the female rabbits. Furthermore, upon my return, I had Bernard and Peckley conduct thorough research on it. This indeed can ensure that a female offspring is conceived without any harm to the beastman's body. Regrettably, such cocoons are exceedingly rare. Only on the island inhabited by the rabbit tribe do we find them. In order to prevent their extinction, Gaia has instructed Bernard and Peckley to devise methods for artificial propagation. Taking the cocoon from Yulia, Gigi still felt a tinge of unease. Holding the cocoon, she looked at Yulia, somewhat apologetically saying, Mother, may I consult Bernard and Peckley first? I need to consider Stephen's situation. Stephen has already lost his mental strength. I cannot risk his body as a gamble, not even a fraction. Observing Gigi's serious demeanor, Yulia extended her arms and gently embraced her, saying softly, Gigi, caution is no fault. No matter what you encounter, you need not apologize to your mother. The cocoon is on the verge of hatching. You must take it to Bernard and Peckley. I just saw Stephen. His hair has already lost its luster. Once a beastman's hair loses its shine, their life enters a countdown. Gigi, you must seize this opportunity. You cannot allow anything to happen to Stephen, nor can you live the rest of your life engulfed in guilt. Understood, Mother. I shall go at once. After embracing Yulia once more, Gigi hurried toward Bernard and Peckley's laboratory, tightly clutching the box in her hand, feeling both anxious and fearful. Anxious that the cocoon might be ineffective. Fearful that losing this opportunity would mean losing Stephen. If the potion were to be injected into her own body, she would agree without hesitation. However, if the recipient were Stephen, she needed to exercise utmost caution. As Gigi approached Bernard and Peckley's laboratory, she heard their exclamations from the doorway. Bernard, this substance alters the beastman's chromosomes during mating. Unfortunately, it can only be used once. After that, it loses its efficacy. Pesali, I believe that even a single alteration is significant. If the beastman's chromosomes are altered permanently, the number of female offspring in the beast world will surge. Should the number of females surpass that of the beastmen, the calamity that befell the little females centuries ago will surely repeat itself. Indeed, you are correct. However, I feel you're being overly pessimistic. The current quantity of ice butterflies is so limited that it is improbable for the general populace to use them in large amounts. That is true. Our primary task now is to effectively propagate these ice butterflies. Only when their numbers increase can we consider their application among the general population. However, while propagating these ice butterflies, we must exercise strict control over their numbers. Once the quantity of females equals that of the little beastmen, we must seal these ice butterflies away. Exactly. If they fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, the consequences would be dire. Standing at the doorway, Gigi listened intently to Bernard and Peckley's conversation. She glanced at the box containing the ice butterflies in her hand, her eyes glimmering with resolve. This truly felt like a blessing from the beast god, watching over her and ensuring Stephen's safety. Gigi, have you been listening all this time? Are you not coming in? At the sound of Bernard's voice, Gigi stepped inside. Upon entering, the first thing she noticed was the dissected ice butterfly displayed on the lab table. Gigi, we understand you wish to inquire about the safety of the ice butterfly. After our research, we can now confidently assure you that it is entirely safe. If you administer this to Stephen, he will be saved. Listening to Pona's affirmative response, Gigi felt her eyes brim with tears. During this period, she had watched Stephen's hair grow increasingly dull, and her anxiety was palpable. Now, it was certain that Stephen was saved without a doubt. Wiping her tears, Gigi earnestly looked at Pona and said, "Pona, I need the potion made from the ice butterfly." Now, immediately, observing Gigi's resolute demeanor, Pona exchanged a glance with Perkley, and they promptly retrieved a vial of white potion from a freezer. "Gigi, this is the potion crafted from the ice butterfly. You may take it. As for the living one in your possession, we intend to utilize it for artificial reproduction to assist more people." "Thank you, Pona and Perkley." After carefully examining the potion handed to her by Pona, Gigi passed the ice butterfly into his hands and swiftly made her way to Stephen's room. Upon reaching Stephen's chamber, Gigi was taken aback to find it empty. She quickly seized a passing servant and anxiously inquired, "Where is Stephen? Where has he gone?" "Madam, the patriarch and matriarch have awakened. All the heads of the families have gathered." "Really?" Releasing the servant, Gigi felt a surge of anxiety upon realizing that Stephen and Nangong Zetian's parents had all regained consciousness. She had previously encountered the patriarchs and matriarchs of the four great noble families, but at that time, they had merely been peacefully slumbering in the treatment chambers. Now, they were all awake. The thought of facing the patriarchs and matriarchs of the four great noble families made her heart race uncontrollably. A bride must eventually meet her in-laws. Gigi returned to her room, quickly adjusting her attire to ensure there were no inappropriate elements. After all, this was her first encounter with her in-laws. Once finished, as she approached the door, she felt that her outfit was overly extravagant. Swiftly, she turned back to her room and chose a comfortable yet elegant outfit. After assessing her jewelry, attire, and makeup, everything appeared fitting. Now it was time to calm her nerves. Once Gigi sensed her heart no longer racing, she hastened towards the treatment room of the four great noble families' patriarchs. Along the way, her heart continued to race. Would Stephen and Sylvia's parents accept her? Would they blame her for forming a bond with the heads of the four great noble families? If they disapproved of her, what could she say to ease the atmosphere? As Gigi anxiously paced at the entrance of the treatment room, laughter echoed from within, causing her to pause in surprise. It was the voice of Elijah's mother. Hearing her mother conversing joyfully with Nangong Zetian's parents, her future in-laws likely would not be difficult with her. Just as Gigi gathered her courage and prepared to knock, the door swung open, and before she could react, she was pulled into the crowd. Gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces, before Gigi could greet anyone, Stephen's mother grasped her hand and exclaimed, "Oh my, I truly never anticipated that my foolish snake would marry such a beautiful little lady. She looks so gentle and sweet. My little snake must have accumulated several lifetimes of fortune. Come, let me have a look. My grandson's mother is indeed lovely, with expressive brows and bright eyes. So graceful." Gigi, observing the stunning noblewoman before her, nervously uttered, "Mother, hello. All is well. All is well. Gigi, I just met my 3 little wolf cubs. You've raised them wonderfully. Mother, it is Hong-Won and the others who are sensible, not me." Listening to Gigi's modest words, Nangong Zetian's mother unabashedly praised her. "That is because you gave birth to them well. We thought Zetian's combat prowess and mental acuity had reached the 3S level, destined to remain a bachelor. But to our surprise, when we awoke, we found ourselves grandmothers of the little ones. Gigi, truly, I thank you on behalf of the Xiaolong clan." Hearing Nangong Zetian's mother's gratitude, Gigi quickly waved her hand, indicating it was unnecessary. After all, the little wolf cubs were also her children. Just as Gigi finished her exchange, she was approached by an elegant female. With a gentle gaze, she held Gigi's hand and said, "Gigi, I am Sylvia's mother. We abandoned him when he was very young, leaving him to grow up alone in hardship. Thank you for being there for him. It has allowed him to retain a touch of humanity. Also, we have just seen the little giant eagle cub in the temperature control chamber. Thank you, Gigi. From now on, if you wish, you may call me Mother alongside Sylvia." "Yes, Mother. Good child." Just as Gigi finished speaking, a particularly stunning female entered, cradling 3 little fox cubs along with the butler. Upon seeing Gigi, she immediately handed the cubs to the butler. "Is this my lovely daughter-in-law? She is truly beautiful. Look at this little face, this petite waist. She is both adorable and alluring, making one want to touch her." Listening to the alluring female's words and feeling her hand around her waist, Gigi was momentarily at a loss. It seemed that the enchanting female was indeed exploring her waist. This behavior felt somewhat inappropriate. Dora, tone it down a bit. Do not frighten Gigi. She is your daughter-in-law, not an outsider. Are you not afraid of Sonia returning to scold you? I could care less. Whether he can stand up tonight is still uncertain. I instructed my dear to teach him a good lesson. How long has it been? Is he a blockhead? He was the one who saved me from Abdu's grasp. Look at me. Has my chest shrunk significantly? Has the crow's feet at the corner of my eyes increased? Mother, you are actually very beautiful. Gigi looked at the stunning noblewoman before her, speaking in a dazed tone. Really? My dear daughter-in-law? Indeed. Gigi nodded affirmatively. This was not flattery. Sonia's mother was truly exquisite. Her bright and cheerful personality was the type that one instantly adored. My dear daughter-in-law is the best. She is incomparable to that little fox cub Sonia. After speaking, the noblewoman pulled Gigi in for a warm embrace and planted a loud kiss on her cheek. The sound of the kiss was exceedingly loud. Gigi was left stunned by Sonia's mother's actions, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 251. Heartfelt Emotions Mother. How can you kiss Gigi? If you wish to kiss someone, go kiss your partner. He is truly insufferable. The next moment, Gigi found herself enveloped in Sonia's embrace, who provocatively glared at his mother. What's wrong? Can't my daughter-in-law receive a kiss? Is that how a son should speak to his mother? Sonia, observing his mother's exuberance, could only helplessly roll his eyes. When his parents first awoke from the treatment chamber, were they not supposed to be weak? Why did his father, upon emerging, take the opportunity to chastise him under the guise of guidance? If not for the fact that he was his father, Sonia would not have stood there to endure the scolding. Now it is quite wonderful. He just returned after being beaten, and his mother, who had just woken up, unexpectedly embraced him passionately. He had never been so openly affectionate with her in front of others. Yet, he felt a surge of indignation at being preempted by his mother. However, when he met her stern gaze, all his anger dissipated. After a moment, Sonia wrapped one arm around him while pulling his mother into her embrace. Her voice choked with emotion as she said, "Mom, I miss you so much. My dear, I missed you too. And I am sorry. You have endured so much over the years." Listening to the conversation between Sonia and his mother, Gigi felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Once he stepped out of Sonia's embrace, Elia came over to give her a hug, signaling her and Sonia to step outside. "My dear, you and Sonia should go out for now. We need to prepare for your wedding." "Wedding? Indeed, Gigi. You already have children. It is time for you to truly marry Sonia. But do not worry about the wedding arrangements. We will prepare various options for you to choose from your leisure." "Yes, Gigi, we will help you organize the wedding plans. If you're not satisfied later, you can always make changes," Sonia's mother generously added. "Thank you, mothers. Silly child. Why thank us? Now, we need to discuss some matters, so you may leave." It was only after Gigi and Sonia were ushered out of the room that she let out a long sigh of relief. To be honest, she had indeed felt quite anxious earlier. "Are you still nervous?" Sonia asked, cradling Gigi with one arm, concern evident in her voice. "I am fine now, not nervous anymore." "Sonia, both your mother and Nangong Zetian's mother are so kind. Of course, your mother and our mothers are all the kindest and strongest." Hearing Sonia's words, Gigi turned her gaze back towards the room. Indeed, the various family heads and matriarchs had just awoken from the healing chambers. Their lively demeanor was merely for show, to alleviate any worries. Could such mothers not be kind and strong? "Sonia, where is Sitifin? Where is he now?" "Gigi, did you receive the potion from Ponade and Pokili?" "Yes, here it is." As Sonia glanced at the potion in Gigi's hand, a fleeting look of envy crossed his eyes. After all, he too longed for a sweet, soft little female to cradle and call him father. Yet he understood that Sitifin could not be delayed any longer. "Gigi, Sitifin is currently with Shirwei and Bulang, attending to the rabbit clan's kin. The little bunnies are afraid of flying, so the giant eagle clan's beastmen will carry them back in their beast forms." "But Sonia, isn't the back of the giant eagle clan's beastmen reserved only for their partners?" "No worries. Shirwei has arranged for some safe little containers that hang from the claws of the giant eagle clan." "I see." While conversing with Sonia, they made their way towards the lively area ahead. As Gigi turned the corner, she beheld one giant eagle after another, each adorned with specially crafted boxes, soaring steadily towards the rabbit clan. "Killy, can I carry that rabbit female just once? She's so adorable. Della, you should take a look. That little rabbit female trembles in fear at the sight of you." Step aside. I will carry her, and I don't mind the effort. Killy, you ungrateful wretch. I have let you have your way so many times. Can't you let me have this one? Besides, she is afraid of my beast form. Does she not fear yours? Della, I can yield to you in anything, but not this time. You do not understand. My heart races every time I see that little female. I, Killy, have decided she is my future partner. Even if she wants me to be her little fifth or sixth, I would accept it. Oh, beast god, she is too adorable. Killy pushed aside the beast man, named Della, and floated towards the little female rabbit. However, just as he approached her, another giant Eagle Clan beast man intercepted him. Staring blankly at the giant Eagle Clan beast man disappearing into the horizon, Killy turned to Della with a dazed expression. Della, my partner was snatched away by that dog. Giassi, he took my beloved little female. Della, witnessing Killy's bewilderment, burst into laughter, reveling in his misfortune. Stop standing there like a fool. There are many little rabbits and beastlings that need us to carry. Hurry. Listening to Della's urging, Killy could only numbly follow, hastily securing one of the boxes onto himself. Could you fly a bit slower? I am afraid of heights. Just as the dejected Killy was lamenting, he heard the sweet voice of a little female, causing his eyes to brighten instantly. Oh, beast god, his true love had finally arrived. Consequently, Killy tightly secured the box carrying the little female to himself and nodded fervently at her. Standing beside them, Della, observing Killy's foolishness, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Hadn't he just been smitten? How could it be that only a few seconds had passed and Killy was smitten again? What a superficial fellow. As Gigi watched the giant Eagle Clan beastmen vanish into the distance, she finally spotted Sidifen, whose countenance was serious as he meticulously examined the boxes bound to the giant Eagle Clan, ensuring that there would be no issues along the way. Once he completed his inspection, he waved his hand, signaling the giant Eagle Clan beastmen to depart. Observing Sidifen's demeanor, Gigi felt an unprecedented sense of pride swell within her. Although she knew he often pretended to be foolish in her presence, witnessing his mature and composed side made her heart race uncontrollably. Standing beside Gigi, Sonia noticed her starry-eyed gaze fixed on Sidifen, and his jealousy surged to the point of nearly becoming tangible. He, Sonia, was also the head of the White Fox clan, and he too was quite mature and composed. Chapter 252. Pregnancy. Unfortunately, all of Gigi's attention was entirely captured by Sidifen. When Sidifen was finally free, Gigi excitedly called out to him, Sidifen, I'm over here. Hearing her enthusiastic voice, Sidifen quickly made his way towards her. As he approached, he wrapped his tail securely around her, pulling her close. Gigi, you finally remembered me. He leaned his forehead against hers, playfully whining. Sidifen, we just separated this morning. How long has it been since then? Is that so? It feels like an eternity to me. Hearing Sidifen's sweet words, Gigi couldn't help but laugh, while Sonia, standing nearby, felt a pang of jealousy. This foolish serpent had become quite the smooth talker. Sidifen, look at this. This is the ice butterfly potion. As long as it is injected into you, we will be able to have a little female offspring. Once I give birth to a little female, I can transfer all my spiritual energy to you during the process. If you recover your spiritual energy, you will be able to stay by my side forever. All right, let us proceed to administer the injection. I yearn to soon have a little female offspring who will call me father. In due time, I shall be the sole one blessed with a female cub, leaving Zirwaya and Nangong Zetian envious. Let's go now. In 10 months, we shall undoubtedly welcome a precious little female cub into our lives. Sonia gazed at the retreating figures of Stephen and Gigi, embracing each other, and sighed deeply, disregarding his image as he squatted down on the ground. What is it? Are you envious? Sonia lifted his head to regard Zirwaya's doll-like face, rolling his eyes in annoyance. How can you not envy Stephen for having a little female cub? I do feel envy, but my greater concern lies with Gigi's health. Sonia, I already have 3 young cubs. My giant Eagle clan has a promising future. Gigi faces danger every time she gives birth. Each time I witness her labor, I feel as if I am teetering on the edge of life and death. To be honest, I never wish to see Gigi go through that again. Zirwaya, I understand what you mean. I merely voice my thoughts. As you mentioned, I already have 3 little fox cubs, and both our parents are safe and sound. I feel quite fulfilled. However, before meeting Gigi, I never imagined I would share a partner with you. This all feels like a dream. If it is a dream, I wish never to awaken from it. Sonia, to be frank, I too did not anticipate that a cold-hearted individual such as myself would invest all my affections in a gentle little female like Gigi. Indeed, Sonia replied with a smirk. A month later, Gigi lay nervously in the examination chamber, raising her head anxiously to gaze at Pinard and Pikely. How is it? Am I pregnant? Gigi, you are indeed pregnant. You are expecting a pair of female twins. Since they lack spiritual energy, we can capture clear images of them right now. Gigi turned her head to see Pinard directing the scanner towards her. In that moment, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. For Stephen would finally be safe. Once the little females were born, Stephen would be able to stay by her side for a long time. While Gigi was overwhelmed with tears of joy, Stephen, still in shock, reached out to hold Gigi's hand, struggling to utter a word. He wiped away the tears on his face and looked at Gigi. Unable to speak for a long time. Stephen, we will have adorable little female cubs. You're going to be a father. Yes, Gigi, I'm going to be a father. I feared that after our bonding, my lack of spiritual energy would burden your health. But now, I am unafraid. I have regained my spiritual energy, and I can protect you. Very well, I await your protection. Standing aside, Zirwaya and Siren exchanged glances before turning to leave. Now, it seems that Stephen's foolish life has finally been secured, Zirwaya remarked, looking at Pinard and Pikely. Have you made any progress with the artificial breeding of the ice butterflies? The challenges are immense. We are uncertain of their dietary needs. So we plan to visit the island where the little females of the rabbit clan and the beastmen reside to investigate. We hope to uncover the key reasons that will enable us to breed the ice butterflies in abundance. After all, even with the addition of the rabbit clan's little females, we're still in dire need of those ice butterflies. After Pinard spoke, he turned to Zirwaya. Zirwaya, Nangong Zetian, I need you to promise me that you will not control the population of those ice butterflies. If we allow the ice butterflies to proliferate, the little females of the beast giant continent will face a catastrophe. Our breeding of ice butterflies is intended to benefit the beast world, not to plunge it into an abyss. Pinard, you need not worry. With Gigi around, we are determined to create a peaceful beast world for her. Moreover, Stephen's little female cub is set to be born in 9 months. Do you believe he would allow his little female cub to live in a chaotic beast world? He would not, Pinard asserted confidently. Head of the Stephen family will surely create a peaceful beast world for his little female cub and Gigi, Pikely teased. By the way, when will you hold a wedding? Pikely inquired curiously. In 2 months, perhaps. Gigi has just conceived a little female cub and is bound to be quite fatigued. Once her pregnancy stabilizes, we shall proceed with the wedding, Zirwaya replied with a smile. My only hope now is that after Gigi gives birth to Stephen's little female cub, she will agree to bond with me. To be honest, I am truly envious of you all. Not only do you have little cubs to protect you, but your parents have also returned to your side. Watching you all enjoy time with your parents fills me with envy, Brown sighed. If only he could bring his parents out of the fiery molten cave of Abdu, how wonderful that would be. Upon hearing Brown's lament, Zirwaya and the others were taken aback. They exchanged glances before walking over to him and placing their arms around his shoulders. Brown, if you truly wish for parents, from now on, our parents will be your parents. I believe they will be delighted to have such an outstanding beast man as you join our family. Thank you all. However, Aunt Ilya and Uncle Ikaya have stated that they will accompany me as elders during our wedding, Brown replied somewhat shyly. That works. Brown, from now on, we are family. You can share anything with us, Sonia said earnestly, resting his arm on Brown's shoulder. Since you brought it up, I indeed have something to discuss with you all. The Rabbit clan has now been exposed to outsiders, and I want you 4 major noble families to publicly declare that our Rabbit clan is now allied with you. I fear that those outside nobles may secretly capture our little female rabbits, treating them as breeding tools. Brown, you need not worry about that. Do you know? Now, whether it be the Beastmen of the Giant Eagle clan, the Snow Wolf clan, the White Fox clan, or the Soaring Snake clan, they all rush to your Rabbit clan whenever they have the time. Do you think our noble Beastmen would allow outside nobles to bully their partners? I assure you, before we even step in, they would tear apart those nobles who dare to harm the little female rabbits. Zirwaya's words finally eased Brown's concerns. With Aunt Ilya and her companions, along with the support of the 4 major noble families, the little female rabbits of their clan would undoubtedly be safe and sound. Now, he needed to prepare for his wedding ceremony with Gigi in 2 months. The 2 months passed swiftly. Once the fetus in Gigi's womb stabilized, her wedding ceremony would commence. The ceremony was arranged by her mother and the parents of Zirwaya and the others. They prepared numerous plans for Gigi to select from, each meticulously organized by her mothers. To be honest, she merely made a choice and exerted not the slightest effort thereafter. On the day of the wedding ceremony, the excited Gigi awoke before dawn after a night filled with anticipation. As she opened her eyes, she beheld her little treasures, all dressed in their flower girl attire, quietly watching her from the bedside. Mama, today we will hold your hand and lead you outside, then entrust you to the daddies, okay? The three little wolf cubs exclaimed with enthusiasm. Of course, I shall rely on my little dears, Gigi replied, turning to kiss each of her little wolf cubs. Regardless of the perspective, her three little wolf cubs were obedient, charming, understanding, and delightful. In every sense, they filled her heart with absolute satisfaction. Mama, may we help you with your train? The three little mermaids asked, leaning over to kiss Gigi's cheek with excitement. Absolutely. My little fishies are the most adorable, handsome, and obedient treasures, Gigi joyfully reciprocated, showering affection upon her little mermaids. At that moment, her eyes radiated pure happiness, for she had a devoted partner, obedient and lovely children, as well as caring parents and in-laws. Most importantly, she was blessed with 18 brothers who cherished her like a precious gem. What greater happiness could one seek in life? Once Gigi completed her styling with the help of the stylist, she took the children's hands and slowly made her way outside. As she stepped beyond the threshold, she encountered Sylvia and her entourage waiting outside, adorned in splendid attire. Upon witnessing Gigi in her resplendent gown, a flicker of excitement danced in their eyes. Finally, the day they had anticipated had arrived. Chapter 253. Witnessing the sunrise, Stephen gazed at the stunned Sylvia and her companions before swiftly approaching Gigi, lifting her into his arms. Gigi, I'm going to marry you, he declared. Indeed, after today, we shall truly be a family, she responded. Stephen, please set me down. I wish to walk towards the altar with you all. All right. After being set down, Gigi turned to her little ones, exchanged glances with Sylvia and her group, and together they proceeded towards the altar, each holding a little wolf cub and a little mermaid. The little fox cubs and little giant eagle chicks were cradled in the arms of their grandparents. Gigi, come here. At Elijah's call, Gigi released Stephen and Sylvia's hands and walked towards the altar. Upon reaching the altar, she accepted the ring from Elijah. These rings were meticulously prepared by her, intended for each of her partners in accordance with the customs of her previous life. This also served as a nostalgic homage to her past. The rings were simple yet elegant bands, each engraved with the beast forms of Nangong Jitian and the others. Her own ring was designed by her little wolf cubs and little mermaids. As she gazed at the whimsical patterns, her heart brimmed with happiness. Gigi approached Sylvia and the others, adorning each of them with rings as per the designs. Sylvia, Saren, Nangong Jitian, Sonia, Brown, Stephen, these circular rings symbolize life and eternity. I hope our bond remains forever complete and joyful. Gigi, we will attain happiness together. Gigi, our future life will undoubtedly be filled with joy. Gigi, trust us. We will surely be the happiest family. Listening to her partner's assurances, Gigi walked over, taking their hands and moving towards her parents. In the beast world, the blessing of one's parents was essential for the bonding ceremony. Thus, when Gigi and Stephen reached the altar, Elijah's eyes sparkled with joy. This time, Elijah acted as Brown's guardian, while Gaia represented Saren's parents. After exchanging glances, Gaia and Elijah pulled Brown and Saren close and said, Saren Brown, we wish you a life filled with peace, success, and happiness. Thank you, Mama Elijah. Thank you, Uncle Gaia. No need for thanks. From now on, you are our children. And starting today, we are truly a family. On Nangong Jitian's side, they were filled with exhilaration upon receiving their parents' blessings. Their bonding ceremony had finally succeeded. On Starnet, a young female was engrossed in her light brain, observing the wedding of the four great noble families and a young female. At that moment, Ouyang Huaduo no longer felt envy or jealousy toward Gigi. All that remained was tranquility. After the events with Abdu, she had come to realize that in the face of life, all worldly splendor is but fleeting. Now, she had bonded with a young noble and was pregnant. As she caressed her abdomen, her eyes sparkled with happiness. Such a life, devoid of contention, was the epitome of bliss. With a partner and child, she had completely severed her blood ties with her vampire father. Now, her mother had also set aside her pride, willing to embrace a humble life. Her brother Ouyang Chung had enlisted in the military, starting from the ground up. Was it not evident that everything was progressing in a positive direction? Darling, would you like some fruit? Ouyang Xiaoji looked at the beast man, approaching her with a platter of fruit, her face aglow with contentment. Yes, I want to eat, but I want you to feed me. No problem. In this vast world, our little pregnant lady reigns supreme, the beastman replied indulgently. Due to her pregnancy with twin females, Gigi found it increasingly challenging to control her emotions in the days following the wedding. She would cry and fuss for no apparent reason. On one occasion, she even wandered into Nangong Jitian's room in the middle of the night, insisting he transform into his beast form for her amusement. That night, as Nangong Jitian looked at Ouyang Xiaoji, who was playfully exploring upon him, he experienced a mix of pain and joy. She would also approach Sylvia, asking him to carry her up to the snowy mountain. On another occasion, she insisted on eating a giant whale from the deep sea. Hearing her request, Saren's expression stiffened. For the giant whale was a companion of the sea god clan, and they had never consumed one before. However, before Saren could refuse, Gigi tapped her head and apologized, saying, Saren, I don't want to eat the giant whale. I want to ride on it. Saren, let us go to the ocean. I want to see the sunrise. Upon hearing her request, Saren gazed at the pitch-black sky outside. With a resigned yet affectionate smile, he summoned a flying vehicle and headed towards the seaside. However, by the time they arrived at the coast as dawn approached, Gigi had fallen asleep again. Saren looked at her sleeping face, his eyes filled with tenderness. This animated and spirited Gigi was truly a vibrant and genuine presence. Saren, where are you? Sylvia and Nangong Jitian's anxious voices echoed through the light brain. Early in the morning, they discovered their little partner had vanished without a trace. Most concerning was that she was nearing her due date, and such wandering was ill-advised. Sylvia, do not worry. We are at the seaside. As soon as Gigi awakens, I shall bring her back, Saren assured. All right, please return quickly. Gigi is about to give birth. She cannot be wandering around, Sylvia urged. Yes, I understand, Saren replied. After ending the communication, Saren looked at the still sleeping Gigi, carrying her towards the sea. As he walked along the shore, memories of their first encounter flooded back to him. At that time, in an effort to capture Gigi's attention, he intentionally drew her into his dreams, guiding her to witness a night illuminated by moonlight. Subsequently, within the realm of dreams, they forged a bond. Presently, he and Gigi have become true companions, blessed with 3 adorable offspring. Sai-Run, cradling Gigi, waded through the water towards the sea. Upon reaching deeper waters, a colossal whale surfaced, carrying Sai-Run and Gigi forward. Perched upon the whale's back, Sai-Rin gently caressed Gigi's prominent belly, his eyes filled with wonder. This time, to his astonishment, Gigi was expecting a pair of female twins, a departure from their previous litters of small beastmen. To be candid, Sai-Rin felt a twinge of envy towards that fortunate Stephen. If given the chance, he would gladly trade his 3 little fish offspring for these 2 female ones. Their Merfolk clan had not seen the birth of a female mermaid in countless years, so long that even he, the clan leader, could scarcely recall. As Sai-Run continued to caress Gigi's round belly, an involuntary smile graced his face. The lifespan of beastmen is lengthy, yet that of their sea deity lineage is even more extended. In such an expansive span of time, the beast god would favor him, granting him a delightful little female mermaid. Just as Sai-Run was lost in thought, a magnificent sun rose from the sea's surface. As he admired the sun-kissed waters, he was about to rouse Gigi when a raspy voice emerged from his embrace. Sai-Rin, the sunrise is truly beautiful, Gigi exclaimed, awakening. Do you feel better now? Is your heart still troubled? Ha, I'm no longer vexed. Sai-Rin, I apologize. I've been quite a handful lately. Honestly, I find myself somewhat disdainful of my own antics. However, when my emotions surge, I cannot control my temper. I am truly sorry for disturbing you last night to witness the sunrise. Gigi, there is no need for apologies. In truth, I am genuinely delighted that you sought me out. After all, I too wish to spend more time with you. As Sai-Rin bowed his head, Gigi leaned in to gently kiss his cheek. This was her partner, with a chiseled visage and aquamarine hair, rendered exceptionally handsome by the sunlight. Nearly a decade had passed since their acquaintance, and despite the years, Sai-Rin's appearance remained as captivating as it was 10 years prior. In Chapter 254, Grade 5S, Gigi softly pressed her hand against Sai-Rin's blue eyes, feeling his eyelashes flutter against her palm. Sensing a slight tickle, she glanced at the water below and inquired, Sai-Rin, may I go into the sea now? I wish to explore beneath the surface. Gigi, you are expecting female twins, and it is not advisable for you to enter the water at this time. Once you have given birth and your body has recovered, I will take you to play in the deep sea. Very well, I shall heed your words. Just as Gigi and Sai-Run were enjoying their conversation, a flying vessel appeared overhead. Hearing the sound of the craft, both Gigi and Sai Run looked up to see Stephen's golden head peeking from the open hatch. Gigi, the sunrise has faded. We can return now. Understood, Stephen. We shall head back at once. After waving to Stephen, Gigi turned to Sai Run and said, Stephen has come to take us back. All right, I shall follow Gigi. As Sai Ren's words faded, the whale swam towards the shore with Gigi and Sai Ren aboard, while Stephen's vessel circled above. Upon returning, Gigi gazed at the array of little dresses and accessories in her bedroom, turning to Stephen in disbelief. Stephen, are all these for your precious daughter? Indeed, I enlisted the finest designers from the 4 clans to create exquisite outfits and shoes for my little darling, along with various accessories and toys favored by young females. These items are not only of high quality, but also remarkably comfortable to the touch. By the way, Gigi, I prepared many for you as well, made from the same materials and styles as the babies. I am certain you will adore them. With that, Stephen led Gigi toward the wardrobe. Upon entering, Gigi was astonished by the vast expansion of the wardrobe and the plethora of new clothing and accessories. For a moment, she felt that Stephen had gone overboard with his preparations. With so many garments and ornaments, if she changed daily, she would never wear them all in her lifetime. Not to mention her mother, mother-in-law, brother, and partner, along with her adorable little ones. Whenever they encountered beautiful clothing or delicious treats, she would always be their first thought. Observing the garments hanging in the closet, it was evident that the lovely pink outfits were matching mother-daughter ensembles. The dainty dresses for little girls were undoubtedly adorable. Yet, as the mother of 12 children, would it be inappropriate for her to don such colors? Stephen, do these clothes make me seem childish? Gigi tentatively asked, touching a lilac princess gown. Childish? Gigi, how old are you? In the beast world, some young females your age have yet to marry. Before marriage, do they not all wear these pastel hues? Stephen remarked, holding a pink dress up to Gigi. But Stephen, I am now a mother of 12. I cannot wear such girlish attire. After all, I must present myself as a mature and composed mother before my children. As she spoke, Gigi declined the dress Stephen offered. Gigi, what of being a mother of 12? My own mother is well into her years, yet she wears far more pastel shades than you. Besides, what being a mother of 12? I simply love your sweet and delicate appearance. I, Stephen, have the means to indulge you, and I prefer you a bit silly, just like me. That way, you will never want to leave me. Stephen playfully nestled his head against Gigi's neck. Gigi, why not try on this dress for me? I envision you and our daughters wearing matching outfits, hand in hand, smiling at me. Just thinking of that scene fills my heart with joy. So, can you wear this pink princess gown? I wish to see. Stephen, I am currently sporting a 9-month baby bump. Do you truly believe a pink princess gown would suit me? Gigi teased. It would. I would find you the most beautiful in it. Faced with Stephen's eager gaze, Gigi reluctantly accepted the pink gown from his hands. Fine, I'll wear it. When Gigi emerged wearing the pastel princess gown, she couldn't help but giggle at her reflection in the mirror. She was no longer a delicate princess. She was now a plump princess. With her round belly, she drew all the attention. As she patted her belly, a playful thought crossed her mind. What if she drew eyes and nose, and a mouth on her belly and wore a crop top? That would surely be hilarious. Just as Gigi was lost in laughter before the mirror, her belly gave a sudden jolt. Feeling liquid trickle down her thigh, she took a deep breath and turned to Stephen, who stood beside her. Fun. Your little female children are eager to wear the dresses you prepared for them. As it seemed that Fun was momentarily taken aback, Gigi spoke again. Fun. I am in pain. I am about to give birth. As soon as Gigi's words faded, Fun's expression tightened instantly. He fell silent, swiftly embracing Gigi and hurrying toward the medical room of Panada and Pakuli. Steward quickly informed Panada and Pakuli to prepare. Gigi is about to give birth. As soon as Fun finished speaking, everyone in the courtyard began to bustle about in an orderly fashion. Lying in Fun's arms, Gigi, upon seeing his tightly pressed lips, could not help but offer words of comfort. Fun, once the children are born, your mental strength will also recover. Fun, you must always be by my side, all right? All right, I promise to be with you forever. Gigi, do not speak for now. Conserve your strength. We will soon arrive at Panada's medical room. Upon reaching the medical room, everyone was already waiting outside. They remained silent, merely patting Fun's shoulder as he passed by, wishing them both a smooth delivery. When Gigi lay on the bed in the medical room, she finally understood why Mama Eli said that female rabbits experience a mental surge during childbirth. If the pain she felt during her previous births of little beast men was physical, then the pain of giving birth to female rabbits felt as though it emanated from her very bones. The pain was so intense that it nearly overwhelmed her. Observing Gigi gritting her teeth, her face pale with agony, Hefun rushed forward, grasping her hand in an attempt to alleviate her suffering. However, as soon as he held her hand, he saw her eyes change color due to the pain. Even her mental energy surged at that moment. So Defun, it hurts so much. With Gigi's cry, a tremendous surge of mental energy flowed from their joined hands into Hefun's body. As this energy coursed through him, a soft cry reached their ears. Standing nearby, Panada quickly took the newborn female and turned toward the incubator. The remaining tasks were left to Pakuli. After all, Gigi was giving birth to a pair of twin females. With the arrival of the first little female, Gigi took a moment to breathe, only to be struck again by excruciating pain. Feeling a pain that pierced her very soul, she grabbed his hand and brought it to her mouth. In her agony, Gigi's rabbit teeth unintentionally bit into Hefun's hand, drawing blood. Gigi, before Stefan could finish his sentence, another wave of powerful mental energy surged into him. Enveloped by this force, Stefan found himself unable to move. Finally, once the energy dissipated, Gigi's second little female was born. With the birth of her child, Gigi succumbed to a deep slumber. So Defun, what are you standing there for? Hurry and bring Gigi into the treatment chamber. Hearing Panada's urgent call, Su Defun quickly lifted Gigi and headed towards the treatment chamber. After carefully placing Gigi in the chamber and ensuring she was clean, he let out a long breath of relief. Thankfully, both Gigi and the two children were safe. Once Panada and Pakuli finished examining the two little females, they approached the treatment chamber where Gigi lay. They pushed Sidifun aside and began to seriously check the various data displayed. Once everything stabilized, they finally had a moment to address Sidifun, who had just received 2 transfers of mental energy from Gigi. Panada and Pakuli exchanged glances and turned to Defun. Su Defun, can you assess your combat strength and mental energy levels now? All right. Moments later, Su Defun opened his eyes in astonishment. He stared blankly at his hands. If he hadn't miscalculated, his combat strength and mental energy had now reached the formidable level of 5S. This was even greater than his previous capabilities. Observing the shock on Defun's face, Panada eagerly inquired, So Defun, what is your current mental energy level? 5S beginner. As soon as Defun's words fell, Panada and Pakuli gasped in disbelief. Gigi had transformed a beast man who had lost all mental energy into one with a powerful 5S mental strength. If all female rabbits possessed such abilities, then once they bonded with beast men from other tribes, the rankings of the 4 great noble families might need to be reevaluated due to the sudden surge in mental energy. However, they had previously inquired with Brown, who mentioned that while female rabbits could transfer their mental energy, it could only reach a maximum of 3S level. Why then had Sidifun's mental energy risen so dramatically? Could it be related to Sidifun's originally high mental strength? Sidifun, do you mind if we examine your mental energy? Pakuli asked, standing before him. Certainly. After all, my mental energy has increased so rapidly, and I too wish to understand why. After Panada and Pakuli busied themselves around Sidifun, they discovered the truth. It turned out that the transfer of mental energy by female rabbits was also linked to the talent of the beastman. If the beastman's original mental strength was lacking, no matter how the female rabbit attempted to assist in the transfer, the beastman's mental energy would remain stagnant, like a bottleneck that could never rise. Sudifun's current high mental energy was due to his own exceptional talent, a quality that others could only envy. All right, now that we understand the reason, let's focus on my dear daughters and Gigi. Sudifun brushed past Panada and made his way toward Gigi's treatment chamber. He looked at Gigi, then turned to gaze at the 2 adorable little females lying in the chamber. In that moment, he felt that his life was truly worthwhile. Chapter 255, Fulfillment. Sifun gently kissed Gigi through the glass of the treatment chamber, whispering, Gigi, thank you for being sent to me by the beast god. It is truly wonderful to have you. After speaking, Sudifun turned and walked towards the exit of the treatment room. As he opened the door, he was met by a crowd gathered outside. How was it, Sudifun? Is Gigi and the children all right? And you? Has your mental energy recovered? Nangongja Kan asked anxiously. Everyone, Gigi and the 2 children are safe. As for me, my mental energy has returned, so I will no longer be a burden to Gigi. Sudifun's words elicited a collective sigh of relief from the crowd. The tension they had been holding finally eased. Gigi's lingering worries were also put to rest. Meanwhile, Brown, who had been standing aside, felt a surge of envy upon seeing Sifun. He had not yet truly bonded with Gigi. However, that time would come soon. When Gigi awakened once more, she saw Sifun leaning against the treatment chamber, his gaze intensely fixed upon her. Su Difun. Gigi, you are awake. Su Difun first smiled at Gigi, then turned to call out behind him. Aunt Elia, everyone, Gigi has awakened. Lying in the treatment chamber, Gigi looked through the glass at Sifun's lower half, now 2 legs instead of serpent's tail. Su Difun, his mental energy has recovered. Seeing this, Gigi could no longer contain her overwhelming emotions and began to weep silently. Stephen, he is finally safe. Gigi, do you feel any pain? Wait a moment. I will immediately call Pana and heap a coolie over. After saying this, Stephen turned around and urged Pana. Bona, Bokeli, very over. Gigi is in pain. Stephen, don't call out, I am not in pain. Gigi, then why are you crying? Stephen asked in confusion. Stephen, you no longer need to maintain your half-beast form. How wonderful. Gigi's words caused a momentary pause in Stephen's expression. Is Gigi expressing joy for herself? Pondering this, Stephen leaned into the treatment pod and gently embraced Gigi. Gigi, thank you. Also, I love you. Yes, I love you too. The arriving Elijah and the others witnessed the scene of Gigi and Stephen embracing each other and sharing their innermost feelings. After a moment of contemplation and exchanging glances, they slowly retreated. The bond between Gigi and Stephen was hard-fought, and now that they were so joyful, it was best to let them have some time together. 6 months later, Gigi looked at the 2 little female mochi balls surrounded by everyone, feeling that educating these 2 little ones might be quite a challenge. For aside from her, everyone else spoiled them without any restraint or reason. Especially Stephen, he lavished affection upon his 2 precious daughters to an extreme degree. No matter how busy he was, he always made time to accompany his beloved daughters. The moment he saw his 2 well-behaved daughters, his face would blossom with joy. Now, the 2 little females had smeared fruit all over themselves, yet their brothers praised them profusely. What surprised Gigi the most was Sylvia's 3 little giant eagle chicks. Despite being just over a year old, they exhibited remarkable maturity in both speech and thought. In fact, their critical thinking seemed almost on par with the 3 little mermaids. These young ones, despite their tender age, were attending classes alongside the 3 little mermaids. The intelligence of the 3 little giant eagle chicks made the 3 little fox cubs appear somewhat ordinary in comparison. However, Gigi was indifferent to this. No matter how ordinary the 3 little fox cubs were, they were still her cherished treasures. Sylvia was the most astute among her partners, so it was only natural for his offspring to be exceptionally bright. Yet, despite their intelligence, the 3 little giant eagle chicks had an aversion to interacting with Sylvia. In fact, they seemed to detest it. Usually, they preferred to cling to Nangong Zetian and their mother, and in their leisure time, they devoted all their energy to Gigi's 2 little females. Typically, the 3 little giant eagle chicks wore serious expressions, but when they encountered Gigi and their sisters, smiles would light up their faces. Just like now, when they saw their sisters smiling, their faces revealed the innocent joy of children. Gigi, when shall we bond? They already have little ones, yet we have yet to bond. Brown wrapped his arms around Gigi, leaning close to her ear and softly inquiring. Tonight we shall bond. Shall we? Gigi's words caused Brown to stiffen, looking at her in disbelief as he sought confirmation. Gigi, are you truly serious? Indeed, Brown. Recently, due to Stephen and the children, I have inadvertently neglected you. I am sorry, Brown. Gigi, I am your partner. You need not apologize for anything you do. My only request is that you never leave me, all right? Never will I. Brown, you too shall have a little one that belongs solely to you. Very well, Gigi. Whether a little beast man or a little female, as long as they are our children, I shall love them all. On a night in the rabbit clan, Gigi had her eyes covered by Brown and was led forward slowly. Brown, have you arrived? Gigi asked. Yes, we have arrived. You may remove the blindfold now. As Brown's words fell, Gigi lifted the blindfold off her eyes. The moment her vision cleared, she was left breathless by the beauty before her. Under the silvery moonlight, countless fireflies danced above the sea of flowers. These fireflies flitted about her like messengers of love, while in the midst of the beautiful blooms lay a bed draped in exquisite curtains. This bed, situated within the floral expanse, appeared both enchanting and alluring. Gigi, do you like it? Hearing Brown's cautious inquiry, Gigi nodded earnestly. How could she not adore Such a beautiful and romantic place. Brown. This doesn't seem like the rabbit clan's flower sea. Where is this? Gigi replied, this flower sea was specially planted for you. Apart from me, no one else will venture here. Therefore, I wish for our bonding to take place in this beautiful setting, leaving you with cherished memories. Gigi turned to meet Brown's deep, affectionate gaze. She smiled and reached up to wrap her arms around his neck, kissing him softly. In such a stunning locale, she could not let Brown's heartfelt intentions go unappreciated. Time is fleeting and moments are precious. Outside the gauzy curtains, a multitude of fireflies encircled the embracing couple, bestowing upon them their own romance and blessings. 10 years later, Gigi's children had grown, notably the 3 little wolf cubs of Nangong, Zetian, who had taken on the responsibilities of their Snow Wolf clan from Nan, Gong Chi Tian, in pursuit of their individual freedoms. The 3 little wolf cubs agreed to care for the Snow Wolf clan for 10 years each, while the 2 brothers pursued their own desires. Observing the harmonious coexistence among the 3 little wolf cubs, the 3 little mermaids could only feel envy. In their clan, the sea goddess leader could not be easily replaced unless significant matters arose. Yet, the 3 little mermaids were fortunate. The multitude of issues at sea meant that Serene could not immediately entrust the leadership of the sea god clan to them. If anyone were to be deemed the happiest, it would be the 3 little fox cubs who spent their days causing mischief in the Peach Blossom Valley of the White Fox clan, spoiled by Sonia. Meanwhile, Sylvia found himself in a state of resignation. Although the 3 little giant eagle chicks acknowledged their identity within the giant eagle clan, they stubbornly refused to return to the clan in pursuit of their freedom, opting instead to venture outside for training. As for Stephen's 2 little females, they were being doted upon to the point of excess by various uncles and relatives of the Tungshi clan. Fortunately, while Stephen indulged his children, he did not neglect their education, ensuring that despite their slight pampering, they remained polite and well-mannered. What troubled Gigi the most were Brown's triplet daughters. At only 5 years of age, they were at that troublesome stage of childhood. Being the only triplet females of the rabbit clan, Elijah spoiled them to the heavens. Gigi watched as the 3 sisters approached her, their hands grasping 3 toads and their bodies covered in mud. As a gentle and kind mother, she swiftly set aside her book and hurried to the side. She certainly did not wish for these 3 mischievous girls to toss their toads into her embrace. Upon seeing their mother avoiding them, the 3 little females pouted and promptly began to cry. Hearing their deafening wails, Gigi swiftly donned a sound-canceling device she had at hand. Where on earth is Brown? These 3 little imps are driving her to the brink of madness. Were it not for Mama Yulia and Papa Ikaya shielding her, she would have shown them the reason why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. However, when Gigi's gaze met Yulia's, she immediately turned her head away, pretending not to hear the cries of those 3 little mud monkeys. For she could guarantee that a single word from her would lead those 3 little rascals to smear all their muck onto her. At times, she even suspected that the beast god had misassigned their gender. Otherwise, why would their personalities be so exuberantly mischievous? Gigi, we are back. Mom, we pick a lot of delicious fruits. Mom, why are my little sisters crying? Bathed in the sun's soft halo, Gigi gazed upon her partner and children approaching her, a smile unconsciously gracing her face. Everything is truly wonderful. She has a loving partner, lively and adorable children, and caring parents and brothers. The pinnacle of happiness in life could not be more perfect than this. At this moment, Gigi is genuinely grateful for her journey through time. For now, her heart is filled with completeness, joy, and contentment. Beast God, thank you for granting me this blissful existence.